8 years have passed in Konohagakure. The first Hokage has abdicated, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has taken up the mantle in order to ensure the legacy of the Will of Fire. He has established the Ninja Academy and is preparing to enroll its first cohort of students, young Master Gomu. Today is the entrance examination for the Ninja Academy. Are you certain you do not wish to participate? In the quiet courtyard at the heart of Konoha, a silver-haired boy of about 10, lounging lazily on a chair as if he were a salted fish, basked in sunlight. I have no interest, and that fellow has never held me in high regard. He continued, and as for Sister Hikari, it seems I have been all but abandoned by her. Do you still call me young master? Gomu's tone was tinged with self-deprecation as he rested his hands behind his head, revealing that his surroundings were far from opulent. Upon hearing this, Hikari Senju quickly glanced around, caution etched on her face. Young Master Gomu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking in such a manner. The head of the clan is now the second Hokage. Enough. His status as Hokage has no bearing on me. Gomu retorted. He was not originally from this world. He had been transported alongside his girlfriend after being struck by a truck while preparing to propose. In the years since arriving in this world, he had scarcely seen Tobirama, and his mother was equally uninformed. Moreover, he possessed little talent for ninjutsu, rendering him a bottom-tier member of the Senju clan, leading Tobirama to further neglect him. Gomu had attempted to train in ninjutsu, but to little avail, and his current situation was far from favorable. Young master, this may not be wise. Be cautious, for there may be ears hidden in the corners. Gomu remained silent, knowing that if someone truly intended to harm him, there would be no escape. 8 years prior, Tobirama Senju had personally slain Izuna Uchiha, the brother of Uchiha Madara. That clan had a share of fervent admirers of Izuna, and it was likely that numerous militant Uchiha were keeping a watchful eye on him, plotting revenge for their fallen leader. Detection: Ho's girlfriend has been taken by a truck, currently transmigrated as a student of the Uchiha clan's Ninja Academy. System activation conditions met. This system is an emotion harvesting system. Please collect Uchiha Shizuka's emotional value without revealing your identity. The host can use emotional values to draw lots for various items and abilities. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, bloodlines, talents, etc. Gomu squinted, a girl's figure materializing clearly in his mind, fragments of memories from 7 years of shared life. During high school, they had been desk mates, harboring unspoken crushes on one another, striving to attend the same university. To catch up with her, Gomu had forsaken leisure in his senior year, enduring a grueling routine akin to held in university. He had mustered the courage to confess, and they lived together for 4 years. Despite some setbacks, their relationship culminated perfectly, just as they were about to become engaged when they were both whisked away by that truck. As for why his girlfriend had only just transmigrated, Gomu could not concern himself with such details. Upon opening his eyes, the lethargy that had once defined him vanished, replaced by a newfound chaos that obscured his inner thoughts. If it were you, this world would surely not be so dull. Observing Gomu's transformation, Hikari was taken aback. The young master she had watched grow had transformed. This was the first time she had witnessed such earnestness from him. Aside from their initial encounter with ninjutsu, his gaze conveyed a desire to seize every opportunity. Could a salted fish truly turn over? Gomu was determined to provide an answer to that question. Let us go, Hikari. It is time to explore the world beyond. Gomu's eyes narrowed as he shielded them from the sun overhead. Watching him depart with such resolve, Hikari felt an indescribable sensation. Her young master seemed somewhat unfamiliar now. To others, he was merely a slothful member of the Senju clan, disinterested in participation. Yet, she alone understood that he had been quietly enduring arduous training, even carrying weighted iron blocks during his rest. Such a person could never be content with mediocrity. He was undoubtedly waiting for an opportunity, and today it seemed that opportunity was at hand. The day marked the inauguration of the Ninja Academy, and due to the Second Hokage's initiative, many young ninjas had gathered to show their support. That it was a rare chance to be personally instructed by the Second Hokage, a prospect that could elevate them to great heights. Thus, the square was teeming with eager spectators. Brother, your intentions are commendable, but is such a grand display truly necessary? From atop a high building, the retired Hashirama observed with satisfaction as Tobirama meticulously organized the village. Big brother, the inaugural class of the Ninja Academy will undoubtedly form the backbone of Konoha in the future. I must carefully select the best, Tobirama replied, crossing his arms and surveying the young ninjas below with a serious demeanor, intent on identifying every potential talent except, of course, for the Uchiha clan. That individual must be from the Sarutobi clan, surrounded yet still managing to hold his ground. Remarkably, he has already mastered 5 types of chakra nature at such a young age, Tobirama remarked, slapping Hashirama on the shoulder, visibly pleased. Indeed, that is Sarutobi Hizashi, the son of Sarutobi Isuma. His abilities are impressive, and he is among the ninjas I have high hopes for. Tobirama acknowledged with a rare compliment that in truth, he had already been discreetly mentoring Hizashi, contributing to the latter's current prowess. With these young talents in the village's future, I can rest easy. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. However, Tobirama detected the underlying melancholy masked by his brother's cheerfulness, stemming from the malevolent Uchiha Madara. Since Madara's departure from Konoha, Hashirama had become somewhat dispirited, even questioning his own decisions, which led him to relinquish the Hokage position. Fear not, brother, with me here, the wicked Uchiha clan shall not stir up any trouble. As the morning wore on, the selection of students approached completion. A total of 38 young ninjas, all under the age of 15, had successfully passed, including notable candidates such as Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Q, Akimichi Torafu, and Nara Shikamaru. First, congratulations on passing the selection process and becoming the inaugural students of the Ninja Academy. I hope you will come to understand the will of fire and steadfastly uphold it, Tobirama declared, his expression grave as he stood upon the elevated platform, scanning the faces of the chosen ninjas. However, as his gaze fell upon several Uchiha youths, a chill crept into his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a silver-haired boy sprinting towards them, causing Tobirama's brow to furrow. The boy's speed indicated he was already at a competent level for a genin. Uphold the will of fire. Uphold the will of fire. The students below, stirred by the Second Hokage's words, were filled with excitement. It was an unimaginable honor to become a student of the Hokage. As they reveled in their enthusiasm, a voice broke through the commotion. Wait, please, everyone hold on. I have yet to participate in the entrance examination. The silver-haired youth pushed through the crowd, arriving behind the 38 successful candidates. His gaze roamed among them, pausing momentarily as he assessed the situation. She was a bewildered young girl with long black hair, her visage exquisite like a piece of art. Her figure was tall and graceful, her skin fair and delicate, adorned in black garments bearing the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. The familiar countenance rendered Gumu unable to avert his gaze. Indeed, it is you, they say. You appeared rather foolish in your youth. As Gumu exhaled a sigh of relief, a profound seriousness enveloped his heart. He resolved to make a decision that would defy the dictates of his ancestors. He was determined to fulfill the wedding that had remained unaccomplished in his past life. This mischievous little Uchiha. He was resolute in marrying her. Uchiha Shizuku. Chapter 2. It's time for me to be serious. The assessment has concluded, and the results have been announced by the teacher. The first to speak was a ninja standing close to the ancient tree, wearing a smile that suggested an affable demeanor, radiating a friendly aura. Indeed, it is over. Shimura Danzo cast a few glances at the ancient tree and noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen meddling, arms crossed, interjecting his thoughts. Meanwhile, high above, Hashirama observed the silver-haired boy below, his gaze shifting between Tobirama and the ancient tree, harboring an unfriendly suspicion. Second brother, Hashirama's tone was nuanced, genuinely perplexed about when Tobirama had acquired his son. It's fine, leave it to me, brother, Tobirama replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression less than pleasant. As the second Hokage, he certainly would not engage in nepotism. Swish. In the midst of Hashirama's bewildered stare, Tobirama instantly appeared on the arena stage, feeling that Tobirama might have misunderstood the situation. He was merely astonished that Tobirama had a son, rather than shocked by any potential misconduct. What are you discussing? Tobirama arrived at the stage, observing the ongoing debate with a rather indifferent tone. Lord Hokage, this person wishes to participate in the assessment, but I informed him that it has already concluded. Sarutobi Hiruzen reported upon noticing Tobirama's arrival. Oh, Tobirama finally focused his attention on the ancient tree, regarding the silver-haired youth with an expression as cold and unyielding as steel. Regrettably, you have arrived too late. The assessment has ended. If you wish to join the Ninja Academy, you may wait for next year's evaluation. Feeling the pressure emanating from Tobirama, the ancient tree remained unperturbed. After not conversing with the elder for some time, he did not expect to be met with such intensity. Lord Hokage, please grant me a chance. I wish to grow rapidly and serve the village more effectively. In order to create more opportunities to spend time with his young girlfriend, the ancient tree had to utter insincere words. No, since you were late, you must face the consequences of your tardiness. Tobirama shook his head, remaining resolute. He could not grant favors simply because the ancient tree was his son. Such a lack of discipline would undermine his authority in the future. Second brother, you cannot say that. After all, this young man is acting for the good of the village. I am willing to give him a chance. Hashirama's voice resonated from behind. As those around them witnessed the first Hokage observing the assessment, excitement surged through the crowd. It was well known that the first Hokage was revered as the god of shinobi in the ninja world. Recognizing that further refusal would be unwise, Tobirama conceded. Since you have spoken, I will make an exception this time. However, to become a student of the Ninja Academy, you must battle against them and prove your strength. Tobirama turned to face the 38 ninja students behind him. Is there anyone willing to engage in combat with this ninja? Teacher, I am willing. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately volunteered as Tobirama finished speaking. Seeing Hiruzen act decisively while he hesitated, Danzo felt a pang of regret. Next time, he vowed to be the first to act before this individual. Hiruzen? If it's you, then I'm at ease, Tobirama nodded. He believed he understood his son's character well. He would rather avoid standing when he could recline. Joining the Ninja Academy was not his style. Moreover, Tobirama secretly wished for his son to remain inconspicuous and live a stable life. As the crowd began to disperse, a young girl, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the silver-haired boy in the center of the arena, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, the striking silver hair dispelled her thoughts. Fighting against Sarutobi Hiruzen? That fellow is truly unfortunate. Indeed, judging by Hiruzen's performance today, he would not fear even a CH knee. Certainly, it seems he will be thoroughly beaten. Whispers circulated among the spectators, most believing that the ancient tree would not stand a chance against Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Hiruzen could take on 5 opponents without faltering. A genuine standout among the younger generation. However, there were dissenting opinions, such as that of Senju Furuki, who naturally hoped for the ancient tree's victory. What is so impressive? I could easily defeat that kid too. Danzo, standing nearby, was somewhat disgruntled, convinced that he was not inferior to Hiruzen. Second brother, how about it? You can trust me to handle this, right? Hashirama smiled at the expressionless Tobirama beside him. Brother, why are you assisting that insufferable brat? Tobirama looked up, puzzled at the silver-haired youth on the stage. He should understand the dangers of exposing himself, yet since he has chosen this path, we cannot interfere. It is his decision. Hashirama rarely appeared serious, and there was a hint of regret in his eyes. Years ago, his second brother's first son had perished inexplicably during a mission. Now, the boy on stage seemed to be the sole survivor of the Tobirama lineage. Do you have confidence in him? Yes, I have great faith in Hiruzen, Tobirama replied. His answer elicited an awkward smile from Hashirama, as it seemed that his nephew's journey to join the Ninja Academy might be fraught with challenges. Hello. My name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. I look forward to your guidance. Hiruzen approached Senju Furuki, intending to establish the battle seal, to prevent any surprise attacks. This seal signified the commencement of combat. Ancient Tree. The ancient tree spoke expressionlessly, noting the raucous discussions below. Undoubtedly, very few supported him. Stealing a glance at the stoic Tobirama nearby, who seemed indifferent to the outcome of the battle, the ancient tree sensed that, in his eyes, he was already a loser. Now, let the battle commence. You should be cautious. After forming the seal, Hiruzen quickly created distance, and once the ancient tree was prepared, he launched several shurikens that traced elegant arcs in the air, encircling the ancient tree's vicinity. One must admit, in his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite amicable, which explained why he was later identified by Tobirama as the next Hokage. Fire style, grand fireball technique. While using the shurikens as cover, Hiruzen swiftly formed seals, unleashing a large fireball. Such adept combat skills only intensified the pressure on the ancient tree, who was not well versed in fighting. He immediately rolled to the left to evade. Though the shurikens still grazed him, leaving several cuts on his body, Fortunately, he managed to avoid any critical injuries, or perhaps Hiruzen had shown restraint. Is this what true combat entails? It appears I must take this seriously. The ancient tree's expression turned grave. He realized that without any advantages, his chances of defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen were slim. After all, that individual had yet to utilize the 5 elemental chakra in conjunction. Should that happen, he would surely struggle to endure even a moment. Under Hiruzen's curious gaze, the ancient tree began to remove his clothing. What is the meaning of this? Is that brat trying to seduce Hiruzen? Ridiculous. This must be a ploy to buy time, for Hiruzen would never capitalize on someone's vulnerability. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? Quickly deal with that kid. Tobirama found himself perplexed by the situation. What purpose would it serve to admit such individuals into the ninja academy? It appears, brother, that your son may not be as inept as you portrayed him, Hashirama remarked with a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Yet, Tobirama's countenance revealed no sign of joy, his brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. Hokage, what are you attempting to achieve? As Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry lingered unvoiced, a resounding crash echoed through the air. With Hokage releasing his grip, the garment plummeted to the ground like a colossal iron mass, reverberating with a force that shook the very arena. Hiruzen's expression was one of astonishment. No wonder Hokage had appeared so strained earlier. He bore such a hefty burden. Fixating on the ground beneath Hokage's feet, which bore faint cracks, Hiruzen understood that to withhold his full strength would be a disservice to this ninja. Had Hokage been privy to Hiruzen's inner thoughts, he would likely have interjected, "Can you not commit firmly to your convictions? If you intend to hold back, then truly hold back." Chapter 3. Surrender? Is it even conceivable? It seems we have yet another classmate joining us. As Konoha gazed at the figure on the stage, a man swathed in white bandages caught her attention. Beneath his silvery hair lay a resolute and handsome face, his body adorned with medicinal patches, a testament to the trials he had endured over the years. Humph, Konoha, don't be so certain. Whether he advances or not is up to Lord Hokage. Shimura Danzo remarked skeptically, clearly disapproving of Kumu's tardiness. Are you prepared? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired earnestly. Yes, Kumu nodded, a slight bounce in his step. He could feel his muscles cry out as if breaking free from shackles, revealing their true strength. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the secret fire technique passed down through the Sarutobi clan. It was evident he intended to be serious, or perhaps he viewed Kumu as a worthy opponent. Boom. The immense flames surged forth, ferocious and incomparable to the earlier fireball. Yet, Kumu felt as light as a feather, leaping effortlessly to the edge of the arena. Good heavens! How absurd, he thought, observing that nearly a third of the stage was engulfed in flames. But don't lose focus. Suddenly, several shurikens pierced through the flames with precision. The angles were more cunning than before. Failure to evade could result in immediate elimination. However, Kumu had already devised a countermeasure for this familiar tactic. Boom. He stomped forcefully on the ground, shattering it and sending debris flying. Bang, bang, bang. Several precise flying kicks easily intercepted the shurikens midair. Not only that, but Kumu utilized the cover of the flying stones to rapidly approach Sarutobi Hizashi. Is this physical technique? Indeed, it's remarkably swift, Hizashi noted as he chose not to evade, instead engaging Kumu in a physical confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged blows, each strike resonating with force. It was evident that Kumu, skilled in martial arts, was beginning to gain the upper hand over Hizashi. Hizashi, what are you doing? Focus. Just as they reached a stalemate, a sudden reprimand from Tobirama below made Hizashi's hand, which clutched a kunai, tremble. Clearly, he had been discovered. Kumu, I apologize. I was in the wrong, Hizashi acknowledged, aware that his actions had displeased Tobirama. Water release, water column, lightning release, torrent. Creating distance, Hizashi unleashed sudden ninjutsu attacks that caught Kumu off guard, questioning why they were suddenly resorting to a physical contest. You truly are a good person, Hizashi. Swish. Kumu instantly reached the edge of the arena, thinking he had evaded the attack. However, the water column, seemingly locked onto him, struck with pinpoint accuracy under Hizashi's chakra control. The impact sent him crashing down. Zzz. The electricity that erupted from the water momentarily paralyzed Kumu, making him endure this ninjutsu assault. Despite his good nature, Hizashi's combat prowess was undeniable. This demonstrated the fusion of two elemental styles in his techniques. After the attack subsided, Kumu found himself kneeling on one knee, feeling the shockwaves reverberate through his insides. It seemed to be over. After all, Hizashi was serious now. Haha. To force Hizashi to utilize a combined elemental technique, this lad's loss is not unjust. Danzo laughed heartily. If Kumu were to defeat Hizashi, he would gain yet another rival. Kumu, do you concede? Hizashi asked, aware that his attack had likely incapacitated Kumu. By conventional standards, he should have already lost the match. It was time for the reconciliation seal. Surrender? Sorry, unless you knock me unconscious, I will never concede. Kumu staggered to his feet. Resolute, knowing he still had a chance, at least aware of where his turning point lay. Before Hizashi could strike again, Tobirama issued a cold reminder from below, stand down. Kumu, you have already lost. No, I haven't lost. I am still on the stage. Kumu turned, his expression stoic as he gazed at the impassive Tobirama below. Come down. Tobirama's icy glare, imbued with an unspoken pressure, even caught Hashirama off guard. Is it necessary to exert pressure on my son? Impossible. Kumu felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him. Had he not trained his body relentlessly, he would likely be flat on the ground now. Yet, Kumu remained steadfast on the stage, his gaze hollow and fixed below, a sight that surprised Tobirama. What has caused this sudden change in demeanor? This ferocity? Has something unforeseen transpired? Kumu understood Tobirama's desire to prevent him from joining the ninja academy. It was clear that he wished for Kumu to remain stagnant and complacent until he revealed his talent for ninjutsu. Kumu was no child. He recognized this as Tobirama's peculiar form of protection. He knew that sometimes the weak could live more securely. Had things been as they once were, it might have sufficed. But the situation had changed, that man had arrived, and Kumu would not allow anyone to harm her. If the world was flawed, he would take it upon himself to alter it. With this resolve, Kumu turned to gaze into the crowd, locking eyes with the timid Uchiha Shinsui. Perhaps it was Kumu's disheveled appearance, or perhaps the ferocity of his current expression that elicited a reaction from Shinsui. Uchiha Shinsui felt surprise. Emotion points 100. Uchiha Shinsui felt fear. Emotion points 200. Congratulations, host. You have harvested emotion points for the first time, rewarding you with a tenfold draw, guaranteed quality rewards. The system's notification warmed Kumu's heart. Indeed, his little girlfriend was supportive in these moments. Using draw, thank you for your patronage. 8. Congratulations, host. You have learned the frenzied blade technique, and congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-rank space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God. Sudden memories flooded his mind, and the calluses in his palms began to thicken, causing Kumu's aura to change instantaneously. The unexpected turn left Tobirama astonished, and even the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. This lad, does he possess a hidden card? Very well, let Hizashi show you the reality. Don't hold back. Tobirama admonished Hizashi seriously. Understood, sensei. Hizashi lowered his head, feeling a mix of shame and regret. Had he known, he would have sent Kumu flying from the start. He hadn't anticipated Kumu's audacity to confront the Hokage directly. He resolved to swiftly resolve this encounter, aiming to do so within a mere 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Kumu had already reached the opposite side of the arena. His expression inscrutable as he surveyed the students of the ninja academy below. Some mocked him for seeking trouble, others watched with amusement, while some were infuriated by his audacity to challenge the Hokage. Kid, get down. How dare you speak to Lord Hokage like that? Surrender, and you might salvage your reputation. Hey, don't surrender. You've come this far. Why not endure a little longer? Shizune Danzo crossed his arms, casting a glance at the ancient tree on the stage, his eyes betraying a comical curiosity. He was eager to witness the true, earnest form of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or perhaps he anticipated the ancient tree's endurance to last merely a few seconds. The prospect of being instantaneously launched away would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Hey, you over there. Ignoring the murmurs from below, the ancient tree focused on a somewhat timid girl with long black hair amidst the crowd. Are you calling me? Uchiha Shinsui pointed to herself, appearing somewhat bewildered, as though she had not quite grasped the situation. The crowd swiftly dispersed, making it clear that they had no intention of associating with the ancient tree. After all, who would dare to confront the Hokage, let alone forge any ties with him? Of course, I wouldn't call upon you if I intended to address the heir. May I borrow the long knife on your back? The ancient tree chuckled softly, crouching at the edge of the arena, droplets of water cascading down his white hair. This girl, still so delightfully slow on the uptake. Ah? Uchiha Shinsui gazed at the genuine smile of the ancient tree, her expression momentarily frozen as memories flooded back. The first encounter with the ancient tree in her previous life. when that mischievous fellow had called out to her with such exuberance during an exam, borrowing her pencil. That incident had left her feeling exceptionally awkward. Now, an uncanny sense of déjà vu accompanied this new embarrassment. Not going to lend it to me? Then I shall have to seize it. Well, I'll lend it to you. Uchiha Shirzue, interrupted in her thoughts, finally responded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she recalled a fond memory. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God Slash. Receiving the black longsword tossed by Uchiha Shirzue, Komoki felt an inner surge. Akin to a veteran swordsman who hadn't wielded a blade in a decade, his mind consumed by a single thought. Battle. Exhilaration. Are you certain you wish to continue this duel? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was unusually earnest. Having been reproached by Tobirama, he understood the need to conclude the battle swiftly. Therefore, he would now engage with genuine seriousness. Hiruzen, why do you persist in idle chatter? End it promptly. Danzo, observing from below, had grown impatient. In his eyes, Komoki was nothing more than a buffoon. Did he truly believe that possessing a weapon would enable him to contend with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Such fanciful notions. Words are futile. Let us fight. Ignoring the gazes from the audience, Komoki positioned the longsword at his waist, adopting a slight crouch, and to the astonishment of those around him, gently closed his eyes. What does this signify? Has he surrendered? Assuredly, he has conceded defeat. Indeed, facing that ninjutsu prodigy, Uchiha Shirzue, overhearing the audience's assessment of Komoki, couldn't help but observe the arena with a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming battle. After all, the sword Komoki wielded was her own. She harbored a hope that Komoki might prevail. However, judging by the surrounding opinions, his chances appeared slim. Intriguing. Little brother, your son is rather intriguing. Hashirama, observing Komoki's reaction on the stage, wore a faint smile. This, I must confess, is somewhat beyond my comprehension. Even Tobirama's countenance bore a hint of stiffness. For the first time, he found himself unable to decipher his son. Both had disowned that Komoki, despite appearing to have relinquished the fight with his eyes closed, possessed an underlying danger in his gradually crouching posture. One could describe it as both offense and defense intertwined. Is he relinquishing one of his 5 senses to amplify the remaining 4? Such audacity is hardly characteristic of a youth. Hashirama nodded. It would appear that the Sarutobi lad you hold in such high regard may not necessarily emerge victorious. Brother, refrain from such pronouncements. Hiruzen is capable of more than that. Tobirama pouted, casting a glance at the somewhat pretentious Komoki. Furthermore, that brat likely possesses limited practical combat experience. Haha. Hashirama chuckled, refraining from exposing his brother's pride. He simply couldn't bring himself to admit it. Otherwise, his relationship with his son wouldn't be so strained. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Komoki's lack of offensive action and his closed eyes, was somewhat perplexed. He was incapable of initiating a sneak attack. Turning to meet Tobirama's stern gaze from below, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that now was not the time for hesitation. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Rapidly forming hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen intensified his efforts, employing a high-level ninjutsu. Boom. A massive stream of flames, resembling a fire dragon, roared through the air, hurtling towards Komoki under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The intense heat caused even the space to distort, and some ninjas, despite being on the sidelines, felt a wave of heat wash over them. Facing the fire dragon's roar, Komoki, with his eyes still closed, exhaled deeply, as if to expel all impediments and impurities from his body. With complete focus, he dedicated himself to this single, frenzied strike. A white aura, like swirling mist, began to emanate from the corners of Komoki's mouth. Before their very eyes, Komoki's robes fluttered without wind, as if some terrifying force was about to awaken. Crack! The sound of the longsword being unsheathed was not loud, yet it resonated within the hearts of all those present. Whoosh! Immediately following, the fire dragon, which had approached Komoki, seemed to be struck by an unseen slash, instantly vanishing into nothingness. Upon witnessing the annihilation of his fire dragon, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dodged. In the position he had occupied moments before, a sword mark had appeared, as if cleaved by a wind-style attack. Could this be the fusion of wind-style and swordsmanship? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow was beaded with sweat. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, that single strike could have resulted in his immediate defeat. Amidst the flames, a sword-wielding youth rapidly advanced. Komoki knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's forte lay in ninjutsu. Naturally, he couldn't afford to grant Sarutobi Hiruzen the opportunity to form hand seals. Alas, the most critical and potent aspect of the quick draw technique was the initial strike. If the first strike failed to vanquish the enemy, subsequent attacks would prove significantly weaker. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have recognized this as well, deliberately allowing Komoki to strike him into the air. Shadow Clone Technique. In the brief time he was airborne, Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully formed hand seals. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Lightning Style, Earth Current. What? Danzo, observing the clones summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, which possessed the self-awareness to form hand seals, knew that this was no ordinary clone technique. It was the shadow clone technique developed by the Second Hokage. He understood that this detestable Hiruzen had undoubtedly received preferential treatment from the Second Hokage. The earth flow wall sealed off any retreat, while lightning spread across the ground. Once Komoki was ensnared by the lightning, he would be subjected to a joint ninjutsu assault from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his clone. The outcome seemed inevitable. Alas, it appears to be over. Regardless, that lad has earned the right to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Little brother, you mustn't cause trouble later. I'm vouching for him. Very well, brother, whatever you say. Tobirama's eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Enrollment it is, then. I haven't exactly provided that brat with proper guidance. He had assumed that Komoki had been loafing and slacking off all these years, but it turned out he had been biding his time for something big. Even Hashirama believed the battle to be concluded, and so did Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, in coordination with his clone, prepared to unleash a fire-earth combined ninjutsu. Apologies, it's over. As Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered these words, a massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Whoosh! Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, he abruptly felt the connection between himself and his clone vanish in an instant. Flying Thunder God Slash, accompanied by the kunai thrown by Komoki, which had drawn the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone. In the instant he believed he had evaded the kunai's attack, Komoki disappeared, swiftly striking Sarutobi Hiruzen's clone. Bang! The fatally wounded Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. Komoki had not only evaded a certain defeat but had also successfully retaliated against Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone, while Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to still be standing on the arena. In reality, he had already lost. Had Komoki's Flying Thunder God Slash been aimed at his main body, he would either be dead or severely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to comprehend this as well, his expression tinged with disappointment. I have lost. What's going on? That ninjutsu prodigy actually lost? Wait, what just happened? How did the battle end in the blink of an eye? I misjudged him. This Komoki is even more of a monster than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, one is a monster, and the other is a monster. Shall I take my leave? Danzo's expression grew somewhat unpleasant as he listened to the surrounding comments. Damn it. With this, his list of competitors has grown by one more. He won? Uchiha Shizusui blinked, not anticipating such an unexpected outcome. On the other side of the arena, Hashirama, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's defeat, was somewhat taken aback. That lad possesses an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. With that thought, Hashirama turned to Tobirama by his side, a knowing smile on his face. He had assumed their relationship was strained, but it appeared he was mistaken. His younger brother had clearly imparted his most treasured knowledge. Ahem, my dear brother. Senju Tobirama felt somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny, suppressing his inner astonishment. As a developer, he was well aware of the complexities involved in the Flying Thunder God technique. However, what intrigued him even more was the source from which this young man had acquired such a ninjutsu. Could it be that this lad had stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Scrolls? Chapter 5. The mocked Second Hokage Senju Tobirama dispelled his inner doubts and appeared on the arena. I am sorry, sensei. I have lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached him. It is of no consequence. Failure is an inevitable part of life. This encounter shall serve as invaluable combat experience. You should consider yourself fortunate that this setback did not occur on the battlefield, Tobirama reassured Hiruzen. Gumu, you are now officially the 39th student of the Ninja Academy. You possess the qualifications to enroll. Please arrive tomorrow at 8 in the morning for classes, Tobirama informed. Understood. Hokage-sama, Gumu replied, his expression stoic, before departing. Observing his son, who displayed such talent yet offered him no favorable demeanor, Tobirama could not suppress a slight grimace. This brat is still sulking? He mused. However, noticing that Gumu was heading in the direction of a certain Uchiha girl, his brow furrowed slightly. Thank you for your long sword. My name is Gumu. May I ask for yours? Gumu addressed the gathered crowd as he leaped down, making his way to the black-haired girl. Uchiha Shirzue, she replied, seemingly sensing Gumu's intense gaze, turning away slightly. Feeling somewhat ill at ease as she brushed her hair behind her ear, she avoided direct eye contact. as if fearing she might be consumed by his fervent stare. Cough. Cough. The weather is quite pleasant today. Would you care to join me for a meal? It would be my treat as a token of gratitude for your long sword. Without it, my victory might have been uncertain. Gumu smiled calmly. He was aware that his earlier gaze had crossed a line. After all, who could resist the charm of a childhood sweetheart? Uchiha Shirzue correctly surmised that Gumu had indeed harbored thoughts of devouring her. Perhaps not. It is merely a trivial matter. I shall take my leave, she said, her heart racing with trepidation as she clutched her long sword, hastily departing. Gumu noted the system's prompt with a resigned sigh. The girl was still terrified of him. Upon returning to his desolate abode, which, though spacious, only housed himself and the ever-caring Senju Ayaka, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Young master, your performance today was unexpectedly remarkable. When did you become such a master of swordsmanship? Ayaka inquired cheerfully. Who knows? Perhaps I am simply a natural swordsmanship prodigy, Gumu replied as he squatted on a stone slab in the courtyard, fastening weights to himself. He had clearly discerned that his limit had increased by a third. It seemed he would have to capitalize on his relationship with his girlfriend. A prodigy? Ayaka murmured, reflecting on the years of diligent training Gumu had undertaken. There was no such thing as a prodigy, it was merely the result of daily perseverance. Only those so-called geniuses truly understood the hardships they had endured over the years. Before Ayaka could continue her thoughts, she suddenly turned towards the courtyard wall, her expression shifting. Wait. Young master, someone is coming. She stepped protectively in front of Gumu. Good job, Ayaka. Your perceptive abilities have not diminished. Tobirama's familiar voice reached her ears, causing her to turn in astonishment. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? She asked, recalling that Tobirama had not returned in half a year. I have taken on the Hokage position. There are numerous matters I must address, he replied, clearing his throat. Without further ado, he directed a pointed question at Gumu. Where did you learn that flying thunder god technique? This inquiry was characteristic of his decisive nature. Father, what a coincidence. You, a busy man, still find time to come home? Gumu teased, eliciting a twitch of Tobirama's lips at the boy's lack of respect. However, he found the name Flying Thunder God quite fitting. Henceforth, this technique would bear that name. Reclining on the stone slab, Gumu placed his hands behind his head, crossing his legs in a nonchalant manner. Are you implying I stole it? Tobirama scrutinized Gumu, unconsciously testing the boy's character. Steal? Father, how could you say such hurtful words? Do you truly believe I am the sort to pilfer? Gumu's earnestness prompted Tobirama to contemplate. The boy did not appear to be lying. I acquired it through legitimate means, Gumu stated. You intend to provoke me, don't you? Tobirama realized the boy was jesting. Provoke you? I merely took what was mine. Did you truly visit the ninja library? Tobirama's gaze sharpened as he began to devise a suitable punishment for Gumu. Father, what ninja library? I acquired this knowledge through my own intellect. Gumu indicated his forehead, a gleeful smile gracing his face. It was only then that Tobirama realized he had been outwitted by his own son. Without uttering a word, he departed, having obtained the answer he sought. Young master, was that not somewhat inappropriate? Is the Hokage angry? Ayaka asked. Angry? That old man would not be so trivial. Gumu shook his head slightly. He understood that had Tobirama discovered he had indeed stolen the technique, he would have faced significant punishment. The truth was, he had not stolen it at all. The following day, Gumu awoke early. Seeing Ayaka readying his student uniform, he sighed. Ayaka, I had mentioned I could manage this myself. Previously, he might not have cared. But now circumstances had changed. His girlfriend was coming. Young master, what are you blushing for? I raised you with my own hands. Ayaka chuckled, recalling the time she had bathed him as a child. Do you think I would be embarrassed? As Gumu stepped outside, preparing to commence his studies, he was taken aback to find that even in this new world, he could not escape the fate of attending classes. Along the way, many ninjas saw Gumu and began to distance themselves, unwilling to associate with him. After all, Gumu was far too formidable, even daring to confront the Hokage directly. Your name is Gumu, correct? A woman's voice called from behind. And you are? Gumu turned to see a girl with short brown hair, resembling a neighborly sister. Hello, I am T-Rin Kamaru. From now on, we shall be classmates. I look forward to working with you. Likewise, I anticipate your guidance, he replied. By the way, you were incredible yesterday. To defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, a known prodigy of ninjutsu, is no small feat, Kamaru said with curiosity, her hands clasped behind her back. She was astonished that someone of his caliber had only just come to light. Was this what they referred to as accumulation, or the proverbial 10 years sharpening a sword? Merely luck. So humble? Do you know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is considered the strongest of our generation? You managed to. Hey, 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 I haven't finished my sentence yet. Kamaru exclaimed as she watched Gumu suddenly accelerate, darting away like a wolf chasing a lamb. The target appears to be a solitary girl with long, straight black hair walking along the path, her identity confirmed by the fan emblem on her back. A member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 6, Truly My Son. The wicked Uchiha boy must face retribution. What a coincidence to see you again, Shirzue. The voice of Kamuki startled Uchiha Shirzue, who was lost in thought. Good morning. Kamuki. Uchiha Shirzue, unfamiliar with the worldview of the Hokage, did not realize that addressing one another by name was an act of intimacy. Uchiha Shirzue feels fear. Harvesting emotional points. 100. Current emotional points. 600. Noticing Uchiha Shirzue subtly distancing herself, Kamuki made no effort to compel her. You seem quite afraid of me, Shirzue, Kamuki remarked. A mischievous smile gracing his lips. Not at all. I just find it difficult to be around others, Uchiha Shirzue replied, somewhat timidly. This girl, indeed, struggles with social interaction. Moreover, Kamuki, there were others with long blades yesterday. Why did you choose me? Uchiha Shirzue inquired, curiosity piqued. In this perilous world, she could only strive to appear relatively normal. At the very least, she must avoid drawing the attention of this dangerous individual. Perhaps you are simply more endearing? Kamuki suggested. Endearing? Kamuki, do not jest. A genius like you would hardly take notice of someone so ordinary, Uchiha Shirzue retorted, waving her hands in dismissal. But the thought that she might be under Kamuki's scrutiny sent a shiver down her spine. Uchiha Shirzue feels fear. Harvesting emotional points. 100. Current emotional points. 700. Her father had perished on the battlefield, leaving only her mother at home, a mere single-parent household according to her memories. Indeed, you are correct. Actually. Huh? Uchiha Shirzue intended to mention her affections for someone else to dissuade Kamuki's interest, but his response left her momentarily speechless. Let us go. Class is about to begin. Kamuki smiled gently, leading Uchiha Shirzue into the classroom. The desks were arranged in a long table format, seating 4 in the middle and 2 on either side. Approximately half the students were already in their places, aware that this was a class taught by the Second Hokage, making them particularly eager. Upon seeing Kamuki, who had stolen the spotlight the previous day, enter the classroom, the murmur of discussion among the students quieted considerably. He has arrived. That boy has come. He looks rather handsome. How did I not notice him before? It seems we now face yet another formidable challenge. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Kamuki found his assigned seat, situated right in the center of the first row. Turning around, he began searching for the figure of his little girlfriend, only to notice Uchiha Shirzue deliberately curling up, appearing rather foolish. However, she was seated further back, in the second-to-last row by the window. Who on earth arranged these seats? Kamuki inwardly cursed. As Kamuki stood, the surrounding students immediately tensed. Kamuki, where are you going? Class is about to start. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interjected. Just attending to a matter. Kamuki replied succinctly, making his way towards the back of the classroom. The students he passed averted their gazes, fearful of attracting his attention. Uchiha Shirzue was no exception. After inquiring with her mother the previous night, she had come to understand the weight of the title Hokage, essentially the most powerful person in the village. The thought of being entangled with someone so dangerous was daunting, leaving her to ponder if she would even survive such an association. Is he coming for me? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes as he observed Kamuki approaching, his tone unfriendly. Unsatisfied with being placed at the back, he was prepared to confront Kamuki if he sought trouble. Danzo, I am not to be trifled with, he muttered under his breath. Uchiha Shirzue exhaled softly, relieved that Danzo was likely not the target of Kamuki's attention. Danzo sensed the slight relaxation of Uchiha Shirzue nearby. Surely, this little girl does not presume Kamuki is here for her? He thought, dismissing her as overly arrogant for a mere child. Influenced by the Second Hokage, Danzo harbored little fondness for the Uchiha clan's youth. Taking the initiative, Danzo stood, ready to confront Kamuki. Kamuki, I did not expect you to be so perceptive, noticing my interest in you. A rival like you. However, as he watched Kamuki walk past him without a moment's pause and take his seat, Danzo found himself utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Shirzue, long time no see. What a coincidence, Kamuki said, blinking at Uchiha Shirzue, who was indeed surprised to find this silver-haired boy sitting beside her. Kamuki, what do you mean? This is my... Let us switch seats. I prefer not to sit at the front. Kamuki's calm assertion extinguished Danzo's irritation. Is that truly the case? Danzo replied, somewhat astonished. For the front row offered an excellent opportunity to impress the Hokage. Your father would never deceive you, would he? Kamuki probed. What do you mean? Well, my father has never lied to me. Then that settles it. Return to your seat. The teacher will arrive shortly. Kamuki swiftly removed Danzo's name from the desk. Do not renege on this. Danzo felt as though he had been outmaneuvered, but he dismissed such thoughts. Hizashi, at last, I shall have a proper contest with you. Shirzue. The obstacle has now departed, Kamuki said, smirking as he leaned closer to Uchiha Shirzue, who was sitting at the edge of her seat. Kamuki, you are too close. Uchiha Shirzue's eyes widened with fear. Uchiha Shirzue feels fear, harvesting emotional points. 200. Indeed, she remained unskilled in social interactions, yet this teasing was rather entertaining. There are no designated areas, thus, your space shall be limited to this. Kamuki produced a pen and, while Uchiha Shirzue sat upright, drew a line on the desk. This line constrained Uchiha Shirzue to the edge of her seat, leaving her with almost no room to maneuver. Kamuki, could you not bully me? Uchiha Shirzue lowered her head, feeling somewhat wronged, yet she dared not raise her voice. For the fierce glare Kamuki had cast upon her the previous day remained fresh in her memory. Uchiha Shirzue feels dread, harvesting emotional points. 100. Current emotional points. 1,000. Cough cough. Class is starting, everyone quiet down. Senju Tobirama entered the classroom and immediately spotted Kamuki, who was teasing Uchiha Shirzue at the back. Though surprised by Kamuki's choice to sit at the back, he was not disappointed. Indeed, the wicked Uchiha boy must face his rightful retribution. Chapter 7. S-Class Ninjutsu. Wind Release. Hell prison cage in the realm where the leaves of Konoha dance. The flames of life continue to burn. The glow of fire will perpetually illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of spring. This is the reason our village is named Konoha, and its leader is called the Hokage. Tobirama stood solemnly at the podium, beginning to disseminate the will of fire. Below, the ancient trees listened to Tobirama's indoctrination. With Guma resting his head on the desk, stifling a yawn out of sheer boredom. Indoctrination was impossible for him, even if this old man happened to be his father. A slight turn of his head revealed Uchiha Shirzue beside him, the young girl diligently taking notes. In her previous life, she had been an academic overachiever. Remarkably, even in this foreign world, her love for learning remained unchanged. Could it be that she would genuinely fall prey to Tobirama's brainwashing? No, that simply cannot happen. Gomu, you are too close. Uchiha Shirzue continuously shifted her head, noticing that Gomu's was edging dangerously close to her notebook, causing her expression to stiffen. In her past life, aside from her interactions with Gomu, she had scarcely engaged with other boys. Let me see what you are writing. Ignoring Shirzue's tension, Guma seized her notebook and began to scrutinize it. Why is the village named Konoha while the leader is called Hokage? And what is the definition of this wall of fire? This seems to be a key point. Shirzue, it appears you are quite adept at studying. Gomu gazed at Uchiha Shirzue, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Shirzue feels embarrassed, earning 200 emotional points. Current emotional value, 1,200. Gomu, please stop teasing me and put it down. The teacher has already noticed us. Uchiha Shirzue waved her hands in a flustered manner. Just as she was speaking, Tobirama, who had been subtly observing, suddenly interjected. You there, step outside. I do not permit any disruptions during my class. His cold voice captured the attention of the entire class. Everyone, without exception, turned to look in Uchiha Shirzue's direction, eager to see who dared to stray during the Hokage's lecture. Ah, it's him. That is fine then. Indeed. This guy could be considered a little devil. The murmurs and curious gazes caused Uchiha Shirzue's cheeks to flush, leaving her with no choice but to lower her head. Let us go. Gomu observed Uchiha Shirzue, who appeared frozen in her seat, and felt a pang of discomfort at the momentary solitude that seemed to belong to another world. I am calling both of you. Tobirama, noticing Uchiha Shirzue's lack of response, felt a sense of indifference. This mischievous Uchiha brat truly was troublesome, lacking any sense of shared responsibility. All right, enough. We're leaving. Gomu's tone was curt as he grabbed Uchiha Shirzue's wrist and departed the classroom. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the space. Even those who had been discussing prior found themselves momentarily stunned. Did Gomu just interrupt the Hokage's command? This kid has some audacity. Who are his parents? Do they feast on bravery daily? Honestly, I wouldn't dare mess with him. Who knows? He might inexplicably be labeled a rogue ninja in the future. Isn't he afraid of his parents being called in? Cough, cough, quiet down. Everyone, let us resume class. Tobirama cleared his throat. Is it possible that his parents are right there on the stage? This little rascal shows no respect for me in public. Upon exiting the classroom, Guma remained silent, releasing his grip and standing quietly beside Uchiha Shirzue. He understood that the reason for their punishment was his own actions, so he refrained from offering any apologies. Let us begin the draw. 10 consecutive pulls. It is said that 10 consecutive pulls guarantee a minimum reward. This was also why Guma had amassed 1,000 emotional points. Thank you for your review 7. Congratulations. Host has learned S-Class Wind Release Ninjutsu. Wind Release, Hell Prison Cage. Congratulations. Host has mastered the Frenzy Breath Sword technique and acquired the essence of Frenzy Breath Sword technique, Gale Breath Slash. Wind Release, Hell Prison Cage, compresses and gathers a massive amount of wind chakra in hand, then strikes it forcefully against the ground, creating a colossal wind prison that ensnares the opponent like hell itself. With unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, Gomu discovered that his perception abilities had heightened, especially concerning the wind. He could even discern the rhythmic breathing of Tobirama in the classroom with clarity. Wind release, is it? Could this system be encouraging me to become the wind shadow? Gomu extended his not-so-large palm, and as the thought settled, a small whirlwind began to converge in his hand. The powerful pull caused Shirzue nearby to lose her balance and tumble toward him. Shirzue, what are you doing? Sudden movements like that, while I know I'm quite handsome. Surely you shouldn't be that eager. Gomu steadied Shirzue, not taking any liberties. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Uchiha Shirzue's ears turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. Even if you did it on purpose, I wouldn't mind. A mischievous smile graced Gumu's lips. No, I wouldn't do that. Uchiha Shirzue attempted to rise, but Guma did not immediately release his hold on her wrist. Cough, cough, what are you two doing? Tobirama, sensing a significant gathering of chakra outside, decided to end class early to investigate. To his surprise, upon stepping outside, he witnessed their intimate interaction, which made it difficult for him to maintain composure. What scheme is this Uchiha brat concocting? Is she attempting to seduce my talented son? Apologies, teacher. Perhaps the weight of his identity as a teacher placed considerable pressure on Shirzue, as she immediately lowered her head and ceased to resist, allowing Gomu to hold her wrist. Uchiha Shirzue feels flustered, earning 200 emotional points. Gomu, what do you mean by this? Are you sticking to Uchiha Shirzue? If it were any other ninja, Tobirama might not have cared, but this boy was different. He was his son. Teacher, you're quite clever to have figured that out. Gomu gave a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. Be more mindful in the future. Tobirama, noting that the classroom students had already come out, left with a cold snort. Not long after exiting the Ninja Academy, Tobirama found his newly established Umbu organization. Investigate the true identity of Uchiha Shirzue. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninjas knelt on one knee and promptly vanished from sight. To have caught the attention of his son, Uchiha Shirzue must possess some unique qualities. As for what they might be, Tobirama couldn't quite ascertain, but he was certain it wasn't her appearance. He was confident that his son was not a shallow individual. Chapter 8. The special training of the Second Hokage. The next day, Gomu arrived at the classroom. As soon as he entered, he spotted his little darling, no, his girlfriend, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out the window lost in thought. Her black hair danced gently in the breeze, and her exquisite profile could easily grace the cover of any magazine. Ahem, the master has arrived. Gomu observed Tsunemi Koharu, who was occupying his seat, and cleared his throat. What does this mean? Is she trying to steal someone? However, she lacks the means to do so. My apologies. I didn't notice you. Tsunemi Koharu gestured with an apologetic smile before promptly vacating the bench. She cast a lingering glance at the boundary that confined Uchiha Shinsui's space, feeling a twinge of pity for her. Good morning, Shinsui. Good morning, Gomu. Uchiha Shinsui feels fear, earning 100 emotional points. Current total, 600. Another day of fearing him, Gomu thought with a wry smile. Surely, he couldn't be that terrifying, could he? What were you two discussing just now? Oh, nothing. We weren't speaking ill of you. Just some casual conversation. I see. Gomu took a step closer to the apprehensive Uchiha Shinsui. Sensing his approach, she quickly interjected. Wait. Gomu, what is it? I've decided to switch seats with Tsunemi Koharu. Switch seats? Why? Gomu narrowed his eyes slightly. Because, Gomu, you must dislike me, right? Gomu was momentarily taken aback, a series of question marks forming in his mind. Looking at Uchiha Shinsui, who seemed cornered, he realized why she might think that it was not entirely unfounded. Ignoring her melancholy demeanor, Gomu made his way over to Tsunami Kohara. I heard you're planning to let Uchiha Shinsui switch seats, right? Huh. Tsunami Koharu, upon hearing Gomu's inquiry, especially with his seemingly cheerful expression, felt an impending sense of dread. Actually, it was Uchiha Shinsui who suggested it, but I'm not planning to switch anymore. Well, your choice is quite wise. Gomu nodded, releasing his clenched fist. Convinced he was being amicable. See, isn't that a problem solved? He mused. Sometimes, when faced with unpleasant situations, a smile could work wonders. Returning to his seat, Gomu relayed Tsunami Koharu's words to Uchiha Shinsui, who tilted her head, observing Tsunami Koharu's apologetic gesture of hands clasped together from a distance. A wry smile crept onto her face. Uchiha Shinsui feels helpless, earning 100 emotional points. Is she giving up? After class concluded, Gomu stretched comfortably. It was unavoidable. Tobirama's lectures were quite hypnotic. However, noticing Uchiha Shinsui diligently scribbling notes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for the world of academic achievers. A realm he hardly understood. Shall we grab a bite to eat? I'll pass. My mother prepared some bento. Bento? Gomu realized why he had seen Uchiha Shinsui carrying something today. Gomu, would you like some? Uchiha Shinsui asked cautiously. In that case, I would be honored to accept, Gomu replied with a gentle smile, as he was nearly forgetting what it felt like to share a meal with Shinsui. Upon opening the lunchbox, he found only a rice ball and some nori garnishing. The meager appearance surprised him, reminding him that he knew little of Uchiha Shinsui's family circumstances. It seemed they were not particularly well off. Gomu, please eat. I'm not hungry. Tomorrow, I'll ask my mother to prepare an extra portion. Uchiha Shinsui pushed the lunchbox towards him, her eager demeanor tugging at Gomu's heartstrings. Despite her slender figure, Gomu knew that his little girlfriend was a hidden foodie. Eating so little daily would hardly suffice for future nourishment. Gomu casually picked up the rice ball, devouring it in just 2 bites. Not bad. It's quite delicious. Did you make this yourself? Huh? How did you know, Gomu? Uchiha Shinsui swallowed nervously, mentally convincing herself she was hungry, resolutely telling her stomach not to grumble. Otherwise, it seems too rich in flavor, quite unlike the usual fare from this world. Gomu stroked his chin, feigning a casual guess. Little did he know, Uchiha Shinsui became increasingly flustered at his speculation. I just tried my hand at it. Huh? Before her words could settle, Gomu grasped Uchiha Shinsui's wrist and, under the curious gaze of their remaining classmates, exited the classroom. Gomu, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Having previously experienced a similar situation, Uchiha Shinsui felt considerably less anxious this time. To lunch, of course. But I'm not hungry. Gurgle, the sound of her stomach interrupted her protest, her face flushing as she hung her head, allowing Gomu to lead her along. This guy is just like the Gomu from my past life. Could he also have traversed through time? Uchiha Shinsui felt a seed of doubt sprouting within her. Oh, isn't that young Master Gomu? What brings you here? The owner of the noodle shop exclaimed upon seeing Gomu, his tone laced with surprise. However, upon noticing Gomu holding a girl's hand, his astonishment deepened, especially since the girl was clad in the attire of the Uchiha clan. 2 servings of your largest beef noodles. Please, make it snappy. What are you all standing around for? Get to it. The owner ordered his staff, then turned to Gomu. Young Master Gomu, do you need anything else? Extra beef, extra greens. Oh, and hold the onions. Keep the flavor light. Certainly, I'll have it ready shortly. The owner smiled faintly before heading towards the kitchen. Gomu, I don't have any money, Uchiha Shinsui admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially under the owner's scrutinizing gaze. Not to worry, I can eat here for free. Gomu reassured her, firmly holding her hand, which she tried to retract. Upon hearing that it was free, Uchiha Shinsui's mind brimmed with questions, particularly regarding the owner's earlier address. Is this restaurant owned by your family? Uchiha Shinsui reluctantly returned to her seat. No. Gomu shook his head. I made some improvements to their noodle recipe, earning a lifetime free pass to dine here. Huh? Uchiha Shinsui feels surprised, earning 100 emotional points. She grew curious about the extent of changes necessary to warrant a lifetime of complimentary meals at a noodle shop. Soon, the ramen was served. Uchiha Shinsui gazed at the distinctly Japanese-style broth ramen, casting several odd glances at Gomu. Was this just modern Japanese tonkatsu ramen? Moreover, how did he know her taste preferences? An abundance of coincidences seems utterly unreasonable. Could it be that this nefarious individual deliberately conceals his identity to toy with me? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shinsui playfully flicked a strand of hair behind her ear and gradually began to eat her noodles with chopsticks. intending to gauge the enigmatic Gomu's reactions. Unbeknownst to her, she let out a soft hum, inadvertently displaying a rather satisfied expression. Upon realizing her demeanor, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and discreetly glanced at Gomu, who, as expected, was observing her intently. This confirmed her suspicions. If Gomu had indeed traversed into this realm, then all his previous actions would make perfect sense. In that case, she decided to indulge him in this little charade for a while. Uchiha Shinsui felt a wave of satisfaction. Emotional points harvested. 300. Current emotional points. 1,500. 300 points in one go. Gomu felt a surge of delight. To hell with training, true strength lay in reaping the rewards from his little girlfriend. After exiting the noodle shop, Uchiha Shinsui contentedly wiped her lips. Thank you, Gomu. But I will still pay for this bowl of ramen. As for the payment, if you truly wish to settle it, just bring 2 rice balls tomorrow. Oh, is that how it is? Uchiha Shinsui nodded, somewhat perplexed by Gomu's interests. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she glanced at the position of the sun. She realized that her gluttony had caused her to miss her work shift. I apologize, Gomu, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Watching Uchiha Shinsui's retreating figure, Gomu did not follow her, but instead calmly focused on another location. As expected, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged. Gomu, you've made it quite difficult for me to find you. The Hokage has business with you. Oh, how intriguing. Gomu's expression remained neutral. He had sensed Danzo nearby and had initially thought the man was merely curious. He never anticipated it would be for such matters. A private audience with the Second Hokage. Perhaps? Chapter 9. The Tormented Toanzo Gomu. You seem quite close to that Uchiha. Cough. Uchiha individual? On the way. Shimizu Toanzo inquired with a hint of curiosity. Just moments ago, he had observed Gomu with a smile, yet now he was met with a rather frigid demeanor. Such blatant favoritism could at least be somewhat concealed, couldn't it? Toanzo, why are you asking so many questions? Do you wish to be tormented? Gomu cast a sidelong glance. Although Toanzo had yet to evolve into a schemer, it did not prevent Gomu from regarding him with cold indifference. Nothing much. However, let me offer you a word of caution. It's best not to become too intimate with that Uchiha. Toanzo's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that his goodwill would be met with such disdain from Gomu. Well, I truly appreciate your concern. Gomu rolled his eyes. Were it not for the arrival of his girlfriend, he would likely still be in a state of lethargy. Life lacks a certain drive, does it not? Commencing lottery. 15 consecutive draws. Gomu noted that he still possessed 1,500 emotional points and decided to wager them all. Thank you for reviewing 13. Congratulations, host. Your chakra has doubled. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a legendary blade, the Demon Blade Muramasa. Initially, Gomu had been inclined to curse. But upon witnessing the acquisition of the Demon Blade Muramasa, his spirits lifted. As a member of the Senju clan, his initial chakra reserves were considerable, and with the doubling, he would find the use of large-scale ninjutsu considerably easier in the future. Demon Blade Muramasa, a legendary weapon, exquisite in appearance, sharpness, and durability. It is said to seal a vengeful spirit that may consume the wielder's sanity. The Demon Blade Muramasa resided within the system's space. To utilize it, only a thought was necessary. Soon, Toanzo led Gomu to a verdant plain where beneath a grand tree, the second Hokage Tobirama and several students were already visible. As Gomu had anticipated, they were indeed holding a private session. Hokage-sama, I have brought Gomu, Toanzo announced respectfully as he approached Tobirama. Having completed the Hokage's task just before Hiruzen. All right, since everyone is here, let us commence our first special training session. Gather around to draw lots for opponents. I will provide guidance based on your combat performance. The students present, along with Gomu, totaled 8, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimizu Toanzo, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Kamen. Without a doubt, these individuals would become the mainstay of Konoha in the future. The presence of Uchiha was, of course, to assess their potential for cultivation. Gomu, I sincerely hope I do not draw you as my partner, Sukun Kohara remarked with a slight smile, teasing Gomu as she stood in line. Rest assured, Kohara. Rest assured about what? Kohara questioned, puzzled. Did Gomu possess a method to avoid pairing with her? Even if I draw you, I shall show no mercy. So you need not worry. Kohara's expression turned exasperated. Well, thank you for that. Before long, the pairing results were announced. Hiruzen against Kagami. Koharu against Mito. Who is number 2? Toanzo called out, a hint of urgency in his voice as he observed Hiruzen's pairing. I am. Gomu raised his arm, fixing his gaze on Toanzo from a distance. a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had just declared his intent to torment Danzo, and unexpectedly, the opportunity had arrived so swiftly. Heir. Danzo and Gumu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling akin to prey under scrutiny. Yet, who feared whom? His head was not made of rice balls. Let us begin. The two moved to an open area, Danzo fastening black bandages around his wrists. His expression serious. Gumu, I am not someone like Hiruzen who holds back, so you understand. They faced each other, forming combat seals as the battle commenced. Danzo swiftly created distance, leaping into the air to unleash several shuriken aimed at Gumu. However, Gumu now faced these shuriken with nonchalance, hands in pockets, effortlessly dodging with casual jumps. Danzo, stop holding back. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity to strike again. Gumu's hand tightened slightly, a finely crafted blade appearing in his grasp. Summoning ninjutsu? But why without a scroll as a medium? Danzo's eyes narrowed, struggling to comprehend. Not only he, but also Tobirama, who had been discreetly observing, was taken aback. This seemed to be a new form of space-time ninjutsu. Could this child have truly developed his own flying thunder god? Gumu ignored Danzo's astonishment, eager to test the blade on this fellow. As he crouched, Gumu's eyes narrowed, gradually adopting a sword-drawing stance. As the saying goes, when one sees a swordsman poised for a draw, it is time to flee. Sensing the escalating danger from Gumu, Danzo quickly formed seals, employing his most adept wind release technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp gust akin to a scythe surged forth, manifesting as invisible blades aimed at Gumu. Danzo's combat experience was considerable. This wind release nearly sealed all of Gumu's escape routes. Yet, would Gumu flee? Frenzied breath, blade drawl boom. As the wind release struck the ground, stirring clouds of dust, Gumu's figure appeared as a fleeting shadow, instantaneously materializing beside Danzo. Just as the blade was about to graze Danzo's neck, Gumu halted, the blade mere centimeters from his throat. Danzo's eyes widened, his heart racing as he felt the sharpness against his skin. Danzo, you have already lost. Gumu's expression remained impassive as he sheathed the Muramasa. You have grown stronger once again. Danzo had been keenly observing Gumu's blade draw, initially believing he could evade it like Hiruzen. Yet, this fellow's instantaneous speed had surpassed his wind release. What can I say? I am a taijutsu ninja. What's wrong with being faster? Gumu shrugged casually. I refuse to accept this. I was unprepared. Let us go again. Danzo stammered, grappling with disbelief, unable to accept that he had not even lasted a single round. Very well, I shall indulge you. In this day and age, who would willingly subject themselves to torment? Wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, shuriken. Danzo unleashed a barrage of shuriken infused with wind chakra while simultaneously expelling vacuum spheres akin to bullets from his mouth. Such a dense onslaught seemed impossible to evade head-on. At least, that was Danzo's belief. He knew victory was beyond his grasp in this battle. This was merely an attempt to last a few more rounds. Such a hassle. Gumu shook his head slightly as vast waves of wind chakra surged in his hand, continuously gathering upon the blade. At the moment the attacks were about to reach him, Gumu drew his blade in an instant, unleashing a massive wind vortex that tore through the ground. What? Danzo gazed at the earth-shattering vortex, his expression one of shock. This individual was truly a monster. The shuriken and wind release not only failed to serve as effective offensive measures, but instead bolstered Gumu's assault. Danzo attempted to flee. Yet the immense pull of the vortex hindered his movements. Ultimately, he was sent spiraling through the air. Gumu sensed the optimal moment to unleash his ultimate technique. However, it is prudent not to expose the gale's end slash, as it is the trump card of the ancient wood. Bang! Amidst the tempest, Danzo was mercilessly shredded by the shurikens, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his garments tattered beyond recognition. His somewhat hollow gaze, akin to that of a toy left in disarray, had already lost its luster. Chapter 10 The First Practical Class. What a commotion! What level of ninjutsu could this possibly be? Rin Koharu gazed towards the already concluded battle with Keimoku, the immense gust of wind even halting her actions. I too, am witnessing this for the first time. Even Mito Minin, skilled in analysis, seems perplexed at this moment. However, most of the battles have come to an end. Aside from the tattered clothes and dirt-covered Danzo, everyone else appears relatively unscathed. Though this marks the first combat for all, many issues are apparent. Senju Tobirama gathered everyone together, his expression grave. First and foremost, Sarutobi Hiruzen, your approach was excessively lenient. Will you treat your foes with such mercy in the future? I apologize, sensei. Hiruzen lowered his head, believing that a friendly match with teammates should not escalate to life and death struggles. Secondly, T-Rin Koharu, despite your proficiency in medical ninjutsu, why did you engage in a direct confrontation with Mido Menin? Remember, in a battlefield, devoid of allies, one must avoid combat whenever possible. In Mido Menin, you excel in space-time ninjutsu. If you identify an enemy ninja as a medical ninja, you ought to exert your full strength immediately, rather than testing the waters. Understood, Sensei. Both T-Rin Koharu and Mido Menin bowed their heads in acknowledgement. As for Akimichi Torif, you both performed adequately, but your combat skills require further refinement. We understand, Sensei. The chubby boy in the group nodded earnestly. Thus, this round of battles concludes here. Return and reflect thoroughly. We shall commence the second round next month. As Tobirama appeared ready to depart, Danzo could no longer contain himself. Why were he and Keimoku not given any guidance or feedback? Sensei, wait. Were there any shortcomings in my battle with Keimoku? Danzo's voice caused Senju Tobirama to turn. After meeting Keimoku's rather comical gaze, he felt a surge of irritation. Well, Danzo, if you wish to compete with Keimoku, you must practice more. Tobirama had not intended to hurt Danzo's pride, but since he had inquired, he offered a tactful expression. Very well. Danzo watched Tobirama's vanishing figure, his expression somewhat despondent. He had not anticipated such a vast gap between himself and Keimoku. Danzo, do not be disheartened. Keimoku patted Danzo's shoulder. Keimoku. Danzo felt a stirring within. He had not expected Keimoku to possess such admirable character. He truly is a good person. If you lack skill, then practice more. If you cannot endure, do not engage in combat. Did not Sensei make that abundantly clear? All right. I take back what I just said. The previously touched Danzo blushed, now filled with fighting spirit as he fixed his gaze upon Keimoku. Keimoku, stop right there. What, are you still dissatisfied? Keimoku turned back, a confident smile gracing his lips. I implore you to teach me wind release ninjutsu. Danzo bowed at a 90-degree angle, his tone quite respectful. I thought you were merely restless. It seems you wish to become my disciple. However, I am not a villain. As for when I will teach you, that will depend on your performance. After uttering a couple of phrases, Keimoku did not linger any longer. Watching Keimoku's gradually disappearing silhouette, Danzo's eyes shimmered with an unusual seriousness. He could distinctly sense that Keimoku's mastery of wind release far surpassed his own. If his ninjutsu could improve, what harm could there be in seeking mentorship? Is there not a saying that the capable shall teach? The following day, upon entering the classroom, Keimoku noticed Uchiha Shizumi quietly observing him and felt a wave of delight. Good morning, Shizumi. Good morning, Keimoku. Seeing the faint smile playing on Keimoku's lips, Uchiha Shizumi's cheeks flushed. This rascal, being another transmigrator, why did he not divulge this to her? Could it be that he discovered her peeking at him? Uchiha Shizumi feels anxious. Emotion points gained. 100, indeed, from the moment Keimoku stepped through the school gates. Uchiha Shizumi had been secretly watching him through the window. That habit of kicking small stones while walking brought a reluctant smile to her face, further confirming her suspicions about Keimoku's identity. Yet, as Uchiha Shizumi pondered how to confess her own identity, a familiar voice broke her reverie. Today, Shizumi, you appear quite adorable as well. Huh, why you? What are you babbling about? Uchiha Shizumi was startled, her gaze drifting, feeling somewhat flustered by his unexpected remarks. In her past life, this mischievous fellow would seize her hand and occasionally exclaim, Shizumi, you are truly adorable. Recalling some embarrassing memories, Uchiha Shizumi turned her head away, her ears visibly reddening. Uchiha Shizumi feels shy. Emotion points gained. 300 current emotion points. 400, Keimoku raised an eyebrow. How did this yield 300 points? Turning his gaze towards Uchiha Shizumi, who seemed unfazed, he wondered what was occupying her mind to evoke such intense emotions. His identity hidden so well, it should not have been discovered, right? Indeed, it is well concealed, almost as if the words transmigrated Keimoku were etched upon his face. While it may suffice for others, Keimoku underestimated Uchiha Shizumi's keen observational skills. Today marks the practical class, hence everyone is to assemble outside for combat. The practical class will involve ranking, and those who maintain a position within the top 5 will have the opportunity for early graduation. As Tobirama departed, the atmosphere in the classroom brightened. All right, finally, we can engage in battle. Indeed, the theoretical lessons over the past few days have been quite tedious. So, Shizumi, do you have any strategies for the practical class? Keimoku teased, observing the somewhat dimmed Uchiha Shizumi beside him. Uchiha Shizumi feels nervous. Emotion points gained. 200, I do not know. Uchiha Shizumi lowered her head. Not only had she never engaged in battle, but she also lacked practical experience despite possessing memories of combat. No worries, I shall assist you. Really? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Uchiha Shizumi's eyes. I will cheer for you from the sidelines. Keimoku gave a thumbs up, instantly causing Uchiha Shizumi to droop like a sad koala. As expected, this fellow, like in their past life, relished teasing others. The two made their way to the square, where the rules for the practical class were already established. Future practical classes would adopt a competition mechanism. Random battles would ensue, with the victors advancing while the losers would enter a loser's bracket until the rankings of 39 students were determined. What in the world? I drew this troublemaker as my opponent. Is this not a threat to my very existence? Higa Tetsu stared at his adversary, his little hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Classmate, shall we commence the battle? Keimoku, with a wooden sword hanging at his waist, stood with one hand before his chest, forming a battle seal. Now let's begin. Almost at the moment Higa Tetsu formed his battle seal, Keimoku had already appeared behind him. Swift slash. The wooden sword slowly returned to its sheath. Higa Tetsu, facing Keimoku, rolled his eyes back, unable to withstand such an impact, collapsing to the ground. He had not anticipated being defeated before he could even activate his Byakugan. How formidable is my current strength? Gumu grasped his own hand, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. His gaze began to sweep across the surroundings and finally landed on a slender figure with long black hair, persistently being overwhelmed from another direction. The individual assaulting Uchiha Shizumizu appeared to be a stout young man. Gumu recognized him from yesterday. It was Akimichi Torikase, who had shared the experience of receiving special training under the Second Hokage with him. It seemed that his young girlfriend was in quite a precarious situation. Chapter 11. You're quite the tough one, aren't you? Classmate, why do you keep dodging? Can you fight back? Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng declared, employing the multiplication technique to augment his arms, each punch causing the ground to tremble. He observed Uchiha Jingshui, who was constantly evading without offering any resistance, feeling utterly speechless. I'm afraid of pain, Uchiha Jingshui stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she revealed her reluctance to engage. Afraid of pain? Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng looked at her incredulously, as if he were gazing at an anomaly. He began to ponder if this individual was indeed a peculiar being. What kind of ninja admits to fearing pain? If you're afraid of pain, then you should concede. He momentarily ceased his assault. But I don't want to lose and come in last. You should continue attacking. I promise I will fight properly. Uchiha Jingshui took a deep breath, grappling with her past experiences that rendered her uncomfortable with being at the bottom of the class. Very well, then I shall continue. Seizing the moment of Uchiha Jingshui's distraction, Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng showed no concern for her mental state. His sudden acceleration caused Uchiha Jingshui's pupils to constrict. It dawned on her that Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng had been concealing his true speed all along, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. As his fist loomed larger, aimed directly at her face, she instinctively shut her eyes, her complexion paling rapidly. Her mind conjured images of being struck and disfigured by a single blow. There was no doubt that this chubby fellow possessed immense strength. Each punch reverberated through the earth. In her previous life, Uchiha Jingshui would have believed that he could easily kill someone with a single hit. Swish. To her surprise, the anticipated pain never arrived. Uchiha Jingshui felt her body sway, a rush of wind brushing against her face. When she dared to open her eyes, she found herself enveloped in the arms of that familiar troublemaker. In an instant, she felt a twinge of fear and moisture welling in her eyes. Uchiha Jingshui, filled with trepidation. Emotion points harvested. 300, Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng. It's evident that this girl lacks combat experience, yet you still wish to fight her? If you enjoy battling, why not spar with me instead? Perhaps we could become formidable opponents. Gumu, cradling Uchiha Jingshui, approached from another angle with a friendly smile. Ahem, since she refuses to surrender, I shall ensure she concedes. Chiyo Dao Chi-Feng cleared his throat, allowing the multiplication technique to dissipate. He was not foolish enough to seek unnecessary punishment. Jingshui, why not concede? Gumu glanced at Uchiha Jingshui, who was still trembling with fear. He understood that asking a high-achieving student to admit inferiority was a blow to their pride. I will teach you how to fight. Gumu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Uchiha Jingshui's eyes. It was simply a reflection of the times. Uchiha Jingshui, feeling embarrassed. Emotion points harvested. 300, ahem. The system's prompt made Gumu clear his throat and gently set Uchiha Jingshui down. Xiao, I concede. Despite her reluctance, Uchiha Jingshui proactively admitted defeat. Given Gumu's assistance, she felt compelled to take a step forward. Uchiha Jingshui was beginning to suspect that Gumu was also a transcender. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so attentive to her. Moreover, Gumu's personality mirrored that of her previous life, leaving her with a longing for a chance to confront him. Well, conceding is fine. Truth be told, I don't particularly enjoy fighting women. It's rather troublesome. So, Gumu, don't take it to heart. Xiao Daochi Feng chuckled foolishly, scratching his head bashfully. Undoubtedly, he sensed that Uchiha held significant importance in Gumu's heart. There was no denying that these young ninjas were quite mature for their age. It would be unacceptable not to have some discernment. Gumu seemed aware of this, yet he remained indifferent, as he had not offended anyone. Now then, let us commence the battle between the victors and the vanquished. From a distance, Tobirama, who had been observing the students' duels, spoke with a hint of coldness. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gumu, wondering why that rascal was once again associating with the Uchiha girl. Did he intend to exploit this mischievous girl to gain insight into the Uchiha clan's secrets? How fortunate. Gumu, we are to face each other again. It was inevitable. With so few participants, they would eventually clash. Gumu regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared eager to engage, pondering whether these youngsters intended to treat him as a boss to be defeated. Let the battle begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a series of hand seals. As his voice fell, Gumu swiftly conjured his sword, intending to conclude the skirmish promptly. After all, he had recognized the identity of the individual he was about to battle, Hyuga, the very person Gumu had annihilated previously. The boy's face was etched with resentment, and it was only natural that he might unleash his emotions upon a hapless opponent. If he were to inflict suffering upon his girlfriend, how would he ever reap the rewards afterward? Sarutobi Hiruzen, let us settle this with a single blow. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. As a congenial person, he was unfamiliar with refusal, even though he understood that a single decisive strike would be somewhat unfair. Very well, I shall accept the consequences. After all, we are from the same village. With a serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. This was the limit of his current capabilities regarding clones. Finished. Before he could complete his seals, with a crack, Gumu appeared behind him. Flying Thunder God. Frenzied Blade Slash. Utilizing the elusive Flying Thunder God technique, Gumu effortlessly dispatched Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 shadow clones. As for the Flying Thunder God mark, Gumu had prepared it in advance, intentionally leading Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the mark. Unlike Danzo, who often relied on brute force, Gumu knew that to achieve a swift victory, he needed to employ strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. By the time he regained his senses, Gumu had vanished. Aha! Finally, I've encountered someone capable. Damn it. Had it not been for facing that chaotic demon first, how could I have possibly ended up in the loser-s bracket? Hyuga, veins bulging and Byakugan activated, could clearly discern Uchiha Jingshui attempting to evade his attack. Damn it, it's infuriating. If it hadn't been for that guy, how could my ranking possibly be so low? With another strike of the 8 trigrams palm, he hit Uchiha Jingshui, his expression somewhat sinister. But it's fine, classmate. You should still be able to fight, right? Hyuga remarked with a comical tone, eyeing Uchiha Jingshui, who lay on the ground, discreetly wiping the blood from her mouth, yet refusing to concede. I can still fight. Uchiha Jingshui, her hair disheveled, struggled to rise. She understood that change was imperative. If she continued to fear pain, survival in this world would be exceedingly challenging. All right, as long as you can still fight. Shall we continue? Hyuga feigned a strange tone, his eyes gleaming with delight as if he were observing a toy. He was brimming with pinned-up frustration. And this free punching bag was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Most importantly, this girl was rather cute. This charming girl, if she could be made to plead for mercy by herself, would indeed be a delightful experience. Now, my dear classmate, allow me to demonstrate the technique I have just learned. Hinata revealed a self-assured grin and swiftly advanced. Bagua, breaking mountain palm. A surge of chakra converged and manifested as a blue wave upon his palm. Just as Hinata, with a twisted expression, was about to make contact with Uchiha Shizukawa, a kunai suddenly embedded itself beside her. In a flash, a figure emerged from thin air, delivering a fierce kick to Hinata face, sending him sprawling. You little brat. Is this how you treat your classmates? As Kumo's words fell, he sensed something amiss. Sure enough, Upon turning, he discovered Uchiha Shizukawa behind him, her dusty face bearing a pallid hue. His gaze lowered, and upon noticing the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, Kumo fell into a profound silence. Chapter 12. Call to the office for private education, son thief. You really are ruthless, Gumu remarked slowly, turning to observe Hinata Tetsu, who had just risen from his seat, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Gumu, I concede. I cannot defeat him, Uchiha Shizuei said, tidying his disheveled hair as he spoke. That's all right. You may rest over there, Gumu replied, gently patting Uchiha Shizuei's head before making his way toward Hinata Tetsu, intending to make an example of him. Little did they know, Uchiha Shizuei was someone Gumu had chosen to protect. As for future combat experience, that would be entrusted to him. Gumu, what do you intend to do? My opponent is not you, Hinata Tetsu glowered as Gumu approached menacingly. Fearful, he collapsed to the ground, crawling frantically backward. So now you understand fear? What were you doing earlier? Weren't you quite proud? Gumu squatted down, gripping Hinata Tetsu's sleeve tightly. Brother Gumu, I was wrong. I had no idea Uchiha Shizuei was so close to you. Please spare me this once. Hinata Tetsu pleaded, his voice trembling with trepidation, aware that this individual dared to confront even the Hokage. Move, Gumu commanded, disregarding Hinata Tetsu's pleas, lifting him with one hand and signaling him to fight. Brother Gumu, I truly was wrong. Did I not tell you to move? Do you not understand? Perhaps Gumu's overwhelming presence was too formidable. Hinata Tetsu could only shakily extend his fist. Before he could even reach Gumu, he felt an immense force strike him squarely, sending him hurtling backward. The commotion drew the attention of most of the ninja students. What just happened? Someone was thrown away? It seems to be from Gumu's side. Which unfortunate soul has provoked this harbinger of chaos? It appears to be a member of the Hyuga clan. How unfortunate. Is he unconscious? The surrounding students murmured, their voices even reaching Senju Tobirama. He rushed over to assess Hinata Tetsu's injuries, relieved to find that he had only sustained a few broken ribs with no life-threatening danger. Gumu, what is the meaning of this? If I recall correctly, you belong to the victors group. Why have you come here? Senju Tobirama approached Gumu with a cold demeanor, demanding an explanation of the events. Noticing Uchiha Shizuei was about to intervene, Gumu quickly grasped her hand. The sudden action caused Uchiha Shizuei's mind to momentarily falter. Uchiha Shizuei feels gratitude. Gained 200 emotional points. He intended to harm a fellow student, so I intervened. Gumu stated, remaining emotionally stoic under Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze. In contrast, Uchiha Shizuei appeared increasingly anxious. Gumu could even sense her delicate hand trembling. Unfortunately, this emergence of emotion was not due to him, thus he could not reap any benefit from it. If that is the case, I will conduct a thorough investigation. I cannot allow anyone in the village to harm their comrades, Senju Tobirama replied coldly, regarding Hinata Tetsu's injuries as a minor consequence if he were indeed at fault. During this exchange, Tobirama cast several glances at Uchiha Shizuei, having already gathered intelligence indicating she was merely an ordinary Uchiha. He was perplexed as to why his son would show such interest in this young girl. Very well, let the practical class continue. With Gumu's intervention, the students understood that Uchiha Shizuei was not someone to be trifled with. By afternoon, the practical class finally concluded. The results of the day's exercises were tallied, and students were instructed to check for themselves. After posting the notices, Tobirama departed. Shizuei, shall we not take a look? Gumu said, observing Uchiha Shizuei's desire to check the results, attempting to dissuade her. No, I must go, Uchiha Shizuei replied earnestly. She was not one to crumble under such minor setbacks. As anticipated, Gumu topped the rankings with a perfect record, while Sarutobi Hiruzen placed second with 1 loss. Uchiha Shizuei, however, ranked last with a record of complete defeats. Gumu, I shall take my leave, Uchiha Shizuei stated blankly before departing, faintly hearing the surrounding praises for Gumu and the murmurs of disapproval directed at herself. As Uchiha Shizuei exited, Gumu's expression turned cold. He turned to address the group of naysayers. You lot, cease your barking. Should I hear any more malicious rumors? I will deal with you first. The frightened female ninjas nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain, fearing to speak further. Leave it to me. I will silence them. Just as Gumu was about to leave, Danzo approached him, speaking softly. Gumu offered no gratitude, merely casting a glance at Danzo before departing. He could easily guess Danzo's intentions, yet he chose to disregard it. He needed to ensure Uchiha Shizuei did not do anything foolish. After all, without an advantage, Facing this world could be exceedingly harsh. Fortunately, Uchiha Shirzue did not act rashly. She merely wiped away her tears quietly, composed herself, and returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. The following day, Gumu attended class as usual. The previously chattering students fell silent upon his arrival, the atmosphere in the classroom growing notably tense. "Good morning, Shirzue." Gumu greeted as he settled into his usual spot at the back. "Good morning, Gumu." Uchiha Shirzue replied briefly before resting her head on the desk, appearing quite dispirited. Regrettably, Gumu could not harvest any emotions of fear from her, whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. It seemed this girl was no longer afraid of him. "Shirzue, it's all right. Failure is the mother of success," Gumu encouraged. Uchiha Shirzue lifted her head, her large eyes fixed on Gumu with curiosity. "Gumu, I'm not overly disheartened, but I feel as if I know you quite well. Is this merely an illusion?" The previous night, Uchiha Shirzue had pondered for hours, recalling Gumu's mannerisms. His clumsy fade could hardly escape her scrutiny, especially since they had lived together for 7 years in their past life. Many of their habits were etched into each other's very being. Moreover, this world seemed to favor the strong, rendering her insignificant and unworthy of attention, unless Gumu had known her long before and was also a transmigrator. Haha. After spending a few days together, feeling familiar is only natural, Gumu remarked, skillfully concealing his true identity, hoping to grow stronger from this. "Humph. Then let us not be familiar," Uchiha Shirzue replied with a dissatisfied expression, her annoyance palpable. Was this scoundrel not going to confess his identity? Did she need to expose herself? Having completed the practical exercises yesterday, today we shall have a written exam. Everyone, please prepare. It will commence shortly. Soon. Senju Tobirama entered the classroom, clutching a stack of test papers, and without further ado, began distributing them. "Ah, I forgot about this," Gumu sighed, staring at the paper handed to him, feeling a wave of dread. Even in this alternate world, he could not escape the fate of examinations. The results were swiftly calculated, and Gumu found himself at the bottom of the rankings. As for Uchiha Shizusui, she ranks among the top 5. However, why is she not in first place? Of course, the written examination is entirely at the discretion of Tobirama. His subconscious will not easily allow the Uchiha prodigy to claim the top spot, even if some of her viewpoints resonate deeply within him. "After class, Uchiha Shizusui, please come to my office." Tobirama Senju surveyed the ancient trees in the distance, his tone unremarkable. Chapter 13. Oh no, it seems I've exposed my identity after class. It was nearly evening. "Gumu, what are you doing following me?" Uchiha Shizukawa inquired, her gaze curious as she turned to the boy trailing behind her. "Nothing much. I was merely curious about what the teacher asked you to do," Gumu replied, hands clasped behind his head, his expression inscrutable. He would not allow anyone to bully his little girlfriend, especially not the second Hokage, who harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan. Soon, they arrived at Tobirama's office. Inside, Tobirama was engrossed in writing, barely acknowledging Uchiha Shizukawa's entrance. Clearly, he intended to leave her waiting. However, upon noticing Gumu following her in, Tobirama's brow furrowed slightly. "Gumu, why are you here? I don't recall summoning you. Just passing the time, taking a look around." Gumu replied casually as he settled into a chair, as comfortable as if he were at home. Tobirama had grown accustomed to Gumu's nonchalant demeanor since childhood. "Well then, let's not linger on pleasantries. Uchiha Shizukawa, correct?" Tobirama said, producing a document that resembled a report, casting a glance at Uchiha Shizukawa, emanating an immense pressure. "Yes, sir." Uchiha Shizukawa replied, her expression somewhat tense as she sat before him. "After careful consideration, I have concluded that you lack the potential to become a ninja. Thus you may withdraw from the academy." Tobirama's words struck like a dagger, rendering Uchiha Shizukawa's complexion pale. Why? The question did not come from Uchiha Shizukawa, but rather from Gumu, who was fiddling with his fingers behind her. "Gumu, do I need to report my decisions to you?" Tobirama's expression was notably frosty. "Is that so? In that case, I too intend to withdraw," Gumu said slowly, fixing a serious gaze on Tobirama. "What? Gumu? There is no need for that. You shouldn't have to withdraw because of me." Uchiha Shizukawa attempted to interject, but Gumu waved his hand to silence her. Gumu's purpose for attending the academy was to support his little girlfriend. If she were to withdraw, he had no reason to remain. He was indifferent to his own education. But Uchiha Shizukawa needed to adapt quickly to this world, and attending school was the fastest route. Time was of the essence. With the impending ninja world war on the horizon, lacking strength would make them easy prey. "Gumu, Are you serious? Tobirama's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on the young boy, who had clearly crossed a line. Of course. You may offer any reason you wish to expel a student, but I see no need to remain in the academy either. Who's to say I won't be treated the same way at some point? Gomu maintained his composure, unfazed by Tobirama's piercing gaze. Very well. I shall inform you that based on feedback from certain classmates, Uchiha Shizukawa's performance in practical combat differs significantly from that in her entrance assessments. Indicating her lack of potential as a ninja, Tobirama continued. Who said that? Gomu's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura surrounding him. That's none of your concern, Tobirama replied dismissively. All right. I want to pry. However, regarding Shizukawa's practical issues, I will take action. You will? Tobirama cast another glance at Uchiha Shizukawa, who sat silently with her head down. What was it about this girl that warranted such attention from Gomu? Yes, in the next practical class, I will ensure Uchiha Shizukawa truly engages in combat, Gomu stated resolutely. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall assess her status based on the next practical class before deciding on her expulsion, Tobirama conceded with a nod. However, his primary concern was not to see Gomu withdraw. He had finally recognized the potential within him and wished to avoid a regression to a lethargic state. Leaving the office, Uchiha Shizukawa quietly observed Gomu beside her, experiencing an unprecedented sense of security in this foreign world. This sensation had not been felt since her previous life, where she faced the troublesome Gomu. Is it mere coincidence that both our names are Gomu? She pondered. Deep down she already knew the answer. Only those who genuinely cared for her would act in such a manner, even to the extent of contemplating withdrawal. I simply cannot abide by unfairness, Shizukawa. Please. Do not take it to heart, Gomu coughed lightly. To his surprise, Uchiha Shizukawa stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed. This mischievous boy had a penchant for masking his lies with a cough, reminiscent of their previous life together. In her heart, Uchiha Shizukawa was now nearly convinced that Gomu, like herself, had traversed through time. What remained was merely an opportunity for him to confess. What are you laughing at? Gomu asked, lowering his gaze to meet hers, feeling an odd sensation as if his secrets had been laid bare. Nothing, just thinking of something amusing, she replied, beaming. Before she could finish, Gomu playfully ruffled her hair, teasing her. You think this is amusing? You almost withdrew from the academy. Gomu understood that withdrawing from the ninja academy meant relinquishing the chance to become a ninja, thus forfeiting the associated missions and benefits. In a world where the Uchiha clan valued strength, Uchiha Shizukawa's expulsion would only diminish her standing. Yet, I have not withdrawn. Uchiha Shizukawa replied earnestly, sensing that Gomu's reticence about his identity stemmed from a significant reason. Perhaps he enjoyed this innocent banter? Gomu, I look forward to learning from you in the future, she said with a light smile, having spent the previous days engulfed in confusion and anxiety. Today, however, her heart began to settle, finding a semblance of peace. Where you are, that is home, she thought, taking Gomu's hand in hers. This unexpected gesture startled Gomu. What are you doing? He exclaimed, pulling his hand away as if shocked. I merely wanted to examine your hands, Gomu, considering your impressive swordsmanship. Is that not permissible? Uchiha Shizukawa replied, suppressing a smile, her eyes glimmering with playful mischief, as if she were eyeing her prey. Gomu felt a pang of anxiety. Had he inadvertently revealed too much? Reflecting on their relationship in the past life, he swallowed hard, recalling how his once innocent demeanor had shifted under her influence, leading him to retreat into solitude after a certain incident. Chapter 14. On the development of the reclusive girl. Gambling is a form of wisdom. One either possesses nothing or wins everything. Once again, the system informs me of my newfound abilities. Is it truly intent on transforming me into the wind shadow? I had promised to assist Uchiha Shizukawa in her combat training. Thus I brought her to this secluded grove after class. To my surprise, she accepted without hesitation. This girl, what has instilled such sudden confidence in her? Perhaps we could engage in a sparring match? Training alone is rather dull, she suggested, her skills with shurikens steadily improving as she hit the target with precision. Observing her casually adjusting her shirt for ventilation left me puzzled. Come on, let me give you a proper challenge. I was eager to gauge her true strength. As she summoned a kunai, her previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. With a swift motion, she approached, albeit at a rather lackluster pace, typical of a novice ninja. A flurry of shurikens came my way, but I evaded them effortlessly. Fire release, great fireball technique. I executed the jutsu, unleashing a roaring fireball. However, before it could reach her, my wind technique dissipated it entirely. The resulting shockwave sent Uchiha Shizukawa flying through the air, her hair billowing as she landed several dozen meters away. Ugh, I can't do this. She coughed, spitting out dust. Her expression one of frustration as she lamented my lack of restraint. Let us continue, I suggested, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her piercing gaze, as if her expression had grown stronger. Thus, amidst daylight training and evening sparring, Uchiha Shizukawa gradually acclimated to combat. Finally, the day of our second practical lesson arrived. Relax. You are currently last. It can't get any worse, I reassured her. Your method of consolation is rather unique, she retorted, her expression one of disbelief. Just tell me if it alleviates your stress. Strangely enough, it does. Now that you mention it, I feel less tense. With our training completed, we could only leave the outcome of the upcoming battle to fate. As the second practical lesson commenced, we drew lots for our matches. I found myself pitted against an unfamiliar opponent, while Uchiha Shizukawa faced Uchiha Kyu, a fellow clansman. Hello, Uchiha Kyu, she greeted. Let the battle begin. In an instant. The clash ended, the opponent rendered incapable of fighting within 3 seconds. After dispatching my foe, I turned to observe Uchiha Kyu's battle. It was painfully evident that Uchiha Shizukawa struggled immensely, unable to display even half of her usual prowess during our training. What on earth is happening? A frown creased my brow as I noticed the crimson glint in Uchiha Kyu's eyes, a spinning tomo revealing that he had activated his Sharingan. Surely, he must be employing Jinjutsu, I thought to myself. Indeed, as my suspicions solidified, I observed Uchiha Kyu, blade unsheathed, coldly poised at Uchiha Shizukawa's neck. You have lost. With that, her defeat was sealed. Uchiha Shizukawa forced a pained smile, acknowledging her crushing loss. Are you all right? I approached her, helping her to her feet, recognizing her valiant efforts in battle. Yet it was clear that Uchiha Kyu, with his extensive combat experience and Sharingan, had overwhelmed her. I'm sorry. I failed you after all your training, she lamented. It's all right. The practical lesson isn't over yet, and you haven't truly lost. I will do my best, she replied, concealing her trembling hands behind her back, determined not to concede easily. However, the ensuing matches did not favor her. Paired with opponents ranked at the top of the class, she found herself consistently at the bottom. Eventually, the final confrontation concluded with me in first place, undefeated, while Uchiha Shizukawa remained in last, having lost every match. My expression soured as I suspected foul play during the drawing of lots. Such misfortune seemed improbable otherwise. It was unlikely that Tobirama, the second Hokage, would stoop to such underhanded tactics. It seemed plausible that my little girlfriend was simply having a streak of bad luck. Perhaps I truly lack the talent for being a ninja. Even fate seems to conspire against me, she sighed, her expression one of resignation. You're not, Shizukawa. Your performance today could still sway the teacher's opinion, I consoled her. She shook her head. I'm sorry, but I think I need to take a break from school for now. I wish to reflect quietly. What? Very well, I shall inform the teacher, I replied. Understanding her pride had taken a significant blow from 2 consecutive last-place finishes. After a month of waiting without encountering her, I began to worry. Surely, she hadn't encountered any misfortune? One afternoon, after class, I ventured to the Uchiha clan's residence, feeling compelled to check on her. I was hesitant, fearing the fervent followers of Uchiha Izuna might seize the opportunity to retaliate against me, the son of the second Hokage. Chapter 15. The Reclusive Girl and the Redemption of Gomu. To Gomu's surprise, he effortlessly entered the territory managed by the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was still under the protective facade established by the first Hokage, and naturally, they would not casually reject others from the village. At the very least, they sadly believed they could coexist peacefully with the other clans in the village. You must not be one of the Uchiha, right? May I ask what brings you here? Gomu turned to see a ninja clad in a green security uniform. It appeared that Tobirama had begun to establish the Konoha security force. I am here to find someone. Find someone? What is their name? Perhaps I know them. Gomu scrutinized this unfamiliar Uchiha for a moment and replied, I am looking for Uchiha Kagami. He is my classmate, and I need to speak with him. Uchiha Kagami. He is quite the prodigy in our clan. The clan member spoke with a hint of pride. I shall escort you there. A prodigy, you say? If this is what you consider a prodigy, then the standards are rather low. Indeed, apart from Uchiha Madara, the current Uchiha clan had few prominent figures to boast of. Soon, this Uchiha led Gomu to a relatively prosperous house. To his surprise, Uchiha Kagami held a significant position within the Uchiha clan. Do you require something from me? Without waiting for Gomu to knock, Uchiha Kagami had already appeared before him. I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of Uchiha Shirzue. Aren't you from the same clan? Oh, I see. He resides over there. Uchiha Kagami seemed to anticipate Gomu's inquiry, gesturing towards a direction before returning to his expressionless demeanor. Thank you. Gomu expressed his gratitude and proceeded in the indicated direction. However, he distinctly sensed an unsettling gaze from Kagami, as if something was amiss. Finally, after a series of inquiries, Gomu successfully arrived at the residence of Uchiha Shirzue. The house was modest, a simple two-story building. What was this inexplicable sense of tension? Gomu recalled the nervousness he felt when meeting his girlfriend's parents for the first time. After a cautious knock on the door, Gomu waited a moment, but there was no response. I apologize for the intrusion. To prevent any mishap. He had no choice but to force the door open, relieved to find it unlocked. What greeted him was a pair of slippers and a rather quiet hall. The excessive tidiness made Gomu raise an eyebrow. This did not seem like a home occupied by anyone. Shirzue, I have come to find you. Is anyone home? Gomu called out, scanning the surroundings before quickly inspecting the first floor. In the kitchen, he noticed a few unwashed plates, suggesting they had not been there long. Feeling increasingly anxious, Gomu ascended to the second floor. If no one was there, it would only imply that Uchiha Shirzue had gone missing. Fortunately, upon opening another room, Gomu finally spotted a shape concealed beneath a blanket. The curtains were tightly drawn, rendering the room rather dim. And the stillness of the figure caused a pang of fear in Gomu's heart. He could only try to avert his thoughts, for he knew that dwelling on such notions would drive him mad, far more so than a Beto ever could. If Shirzue truly was in danger, he would ensure that the entire world paid the price. With trembling hands, he lifted the blanket. Revealed was a girl in white, languidly sprawled on the bed. Her eyes vacant, her disheveled hair indicating she had not washed it for several days. Fortunately, there were no visible injuries, and her breathing was steady. This was the best outcome. Shirzue, I have arrived. It is Gomu. Gomu sat at the edge of the bed, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, determined to uncover what had transpired during this time. Gomu? Uchiha Shirzue's initially vacant gaze seemed to flicker with life, as glistening tears began to form in her large eyes. Typically, she did not cry unless something truly unbearable had occurred. Can you tell me what has happened? Gomu's voice trembled as he wiped the tears from Uchiha Shirzue's face. Taking a deep breath, he helped her sit up, striving to maintain an appearance of calm. Gomu, it's really you, Uchiha Shirzue sobbed, embracing him tightly, her arms trembling as she wept unabashedly. Uchiha Shirzue in intense panic. Emotional points gained. 500. At long last, she seemed to regain her senses, feeling the warmth of Gomu's presence, reassuring her that she was not dreaming. This scene had haunted her dreams for days. Everything will be all right. I am here. No one can harm you. Gomu gently patted her back, his gaze turning ominously fierce. Thank you. Thank you, Gomu. I am grateful to have you. Uchiha Shirzue buried her face against Gomu's chest, her voice choked with emotion. Uchiha Shirzue feeling reassured. Emotional points gained. 300. After approximately half an hour, Uchiha Shirzue finally loosened her grip, her gaze falling upon Gomu's clothes, smeared with tears and snot. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. Now please tell me what has transpired, Gomu said with a kind smile. They want to kill me. Uchiha Shirzue gathered her thoughts before articulating the chilling conclusion. Kill you? Who? Gomu's brow furrowed slightly. I don't know. At first, I didn't believe it. Until a severed head was left at my doorstep. It was mine. Stop. You don't need to revisit those memories. Gomu surveyed the vacant room, already piecing together the unsettling puzzle. Can you share the details of what occurred before all this? The specifics of that night? That night. I had just finished training when I received a letter instructing me not to train or return to the ninja academy. Otherwise, they would kill me. At first, I thought it was a prank, until the following evening when I returned. It's my fault. If I had only listened, my mother would still be. Uchiha Shirzue's expression shattered, for in this world, Gomu was the first to show her true kindness, alongside her mother. The harrowing experience had nearly fractured her very being. Had Gomu arrived even a moment later, she might have succumbed to despair. It is not your fault. You did nothing wrong. Gomu reassured her, come stay with me. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. He gently brushed his fingers against Uchiha Shirzue's cheek, speaking with the utmost tenderness. Gomu, you are the Gomu, right? Uchiha Shirzue looked up, her large eyes shimmering with moisture as she asked the question that weighed heavily on her heart. Yes. I am also a traveler from another world. With me here, no one will ever harm you again. Gomu smiled softly, ruffling her hair. dismissing any concerns about the system for the moment. Thank you, thank you. I am so grateful to have you. Uchiha Shirzue embraced Gumu once more, her petite frame trembling slightly, yet Gumu could sense her growing sense of security. He noted the weariness and emptiness in her eyes, regretting not having come sooner. Indeed, the village of Konoha has only recently been established, and it is essential to recognize that the major clans were previously in a state of hostility towards one another. Such grievances are difficult to evade. However, the question remains, are these troubles instigated by enemies, or is there another underlying factor at play? The ancient tree is uncertain, yet he is resolute in his conviction that he will ensure those shadowy perpetrators pay for their transgressions in blood and flesh. Chapter 16. Midnight struggle. Upon returning to his residence, it was already nighttime, and a timid girl clung to the hem of his garment behind him. Who is this person? Young Master Gumu? In the hall, Senju Hyuka, who had just prepared to welcome Gumu, looked at the unfamiliar woman with a puzzled expression. This is my classmate. She will be living here from now on, right next door to me. Hyuka, could you help tidy up a bit? All right. Senju Hyuka hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns about allowing someone to stay, fearing it might displease the clan leader. However, upon meeting Gumu's hollow gaze, she wisely chose to remain silent. Tonight, there was something particularly fearsome and terrifying in the young master's eyes. Jingxue, you can rest assured, it's quite safe here, Gumu reassured her. After a moment, he added, Hyuka, she's a Nin, so you needn't worry. Uchiha Jingxue seemed to understand the weight of being a Nin, casting a few more glances at Senju Hyuka before softly saying, thank you for your help. It's nothing, just a small matter. I'll be sleeping next door, and nothing will happen, Hyuka replied with a gentle smile, sensing that something had transpired with Uchiha Jingxue. Only when Gumu, utilizing his wind-type sensory abilities, discerned the rhythmic sounds emanating from next door did he rise and leap out of the window to the backyard. With his girlfriend encountering such troubles, he knew he could not sleep peacefully. Young master, where are you going? Before he could leave, he heard Senju Hyuka's curious inquiry from behind. In a bad mood. Just going for a walk. You must know, young master, this is your first time venturing out at night. The village of Konoha is not as serene by night as it seems by day. Hyuka's expression was serious. Her duty was not only to care for Gumu, but primarily to ensure his safety. This was the singular task assigned to her by the Second Hokage. Yes, I am aware. I understood the darker side of Konoha would eventually confront me during my participation in the Ninja Academy assessments. But I did not expect it to come so swiftly. Gumu's expression was impassive. Yet the ferocity and resolve in his eyes led Senju Hyuka to understand his determination was unwavering. Hyuka, I hope you will remain here tonight. This is my only request of you, and it will be the last. I'm sorry, young master, but this is one request I cannot fulfill. Senju Hyuka rarely countered him. She could not allow Gumu to place himself in danger alone. I know what you're worried about, but I now possess the ability to protect myself. With that declaration, Gumu brandished his katana, positioning himself behind Senju Hyuka. His speed was akin to a bolt of black lightning, and even Senju Hyuka, a sensory ninja, could not react in time. Feeling the blade poised against her neck, Hyuka offered a resigned smile. Very well, young master. I will take good care of that young lady. Thank you. Gumu expressed his gratitude and, with a few leaps, departed the courtyard. Let me see just how dark Konoha has become now. Gumu donned a black stealth outfit, crouching atop a rooftop. Given the current technological limitations, there were no power poles to obstruct his view. His gaze swept below, primarily focusing on the Uchiha clan's territory. Before the founding of Konoha, various clans were embroiled in conflict, with the Senju and Uchiha clans being the most formidable. The Senju clan was known for its inclusivity of smaller families, while the Uchiha clan, prideful, seldom accepted vassals. This pride fostered many enemies for the Uchiha, creating enmities with nearly every clan, thus laying the groundwork for their eventual decline. It was likely that Uchiha Madara recognized this and sought to lead his clan away, yet no one was willing to follow him. Just as Hyuka had mentioned, Konoha at night was indeed restless. Within mere minutes of observation, Gumu identified two distinct groups of ninja movements, one from the Hyuga clan, the other from the Uchiha. Due to Hashirama's intention to integrate the Senju clan into the populace, the Senju did not possess a clearly defined territory. Thus, the two clans that appeared most formidable on the surface were the Hyuga and Uchiha. After a moment's contemplation, Gumu resolved to investigate the Uchiha clan. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, as long as he remained alert, he was unlikely to encounter disaster. having learned from his first experience. The second time would come with ease, and he swiftly identified the appropriate entrance. Gumu stealthily followed a group of individuals into the Uchiha compound. Their destination appeared to be on the fringes of the Uchiha territory, reminiscent of where Uchiha Jinshue had previously resided. This connection made Gumu's eyes turn cold. Utilizing his unique wind-based sensory abilities, he created distance between himself and the group. As long as there were no sensory ninjas among them, he would remain undetected. 3 individuals were present. Gumu, at this moment, was uncertain of their clan affiliation, but since they were engaged in some covert assassination operation, he concealed himself behind a wall, watching as the 3 quietly entered a modest room. After a few minutes, sounds of combat erupted from within. Had the assassination failed? Or was it a trap from the outset? Boom. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a figure flew past Gumu, their face lacerated by shards, with a gaping hole in their chest, appearing utterly wretched. Who are you, and why have you infiltrated the Uchiha clan? Gumu quickly approached the fallen figure, unhesitatingly tearing away the black cloth covering their face. The individual appeared aged, and Gumu did not recognize him. You. The ninja began to speak, but coughed up blood, his head drooping lifelessly. Could you not die before finishing your sentence? Gumu's gaze expressed exasperation. If there was a next time, he would prioritize administering first aid. Fire 3, we must leave. This is a trap set by the Uchiha clan. Sounds of commotion arose behind him. The 2 ninjas, their tone urgent, dashed past Gumu, instinctively mistaking him for an ally. Damn it, Gumu muttered under his breath. Glancing back at the Uchiha ninja pursuing him relentlessly, he realized he had jumped into a river of trouble that he could not wash away. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in the Uchiha clan? Gumu found himself forced to follow the 2 ninjas. While he could utilize the Flying Thunder God to escape directly, he was more curious to ascertain whether their actions were linked to Uchiha Jinshue's predicament. Uchiha Teniyama seemed to notice that the person beside him was clearly not a comrade. The boy appeared rather young. Yet soon, his thoughts were interrupted as several Uchiha ninjas appeared nearby. These ninjas, clad in green guard uniforms, must have rushed over upon hearing the commotion, quickly surrounding the area. Interesting. It seems I shall have the opportunity for a genuine battle. Gumu felt no sense of pressure. Instead, a hint of exhilaration graced his expression. This reckless demeanor prompted Uchiha Taniyama to regard him with disdain. The boy was clearly quite young. If he knew what he was about to face was not a mere game, but a true struggle for survival, he might not appear so carefree. Uncertain. He wondered if he would continue to find it so easy. Chapter 17. The Escape, yet not completely free in total, 6 individuals were present, with 1 Chunin at the back and 3 lower-ranked shinobi in front, identifiable by their attire. Shimizu Yamashita swiftly began to analyze the current predicament. This meant they were to confront 1 Chunin and 5 Genin, all belonging to the Uchiha clan. Brother Tani, can we manage this? Shimizu Tani did not respond immediately. His gaze fixed on the approaching Uchiha ninja. He turned to his companion, the young man beside him, and said, though I know not your name, in order to escape safely, we must join forces. Join forces? Who said I was willing to cooperate? The young man, Gumu, replied with a tone tinged with mockery. You will rue your stubbornness. Shimizu Tani thought to himself, noting the young man's bravado in the face of impending danger. When confronted with the specter of death, he would surely lament his arrogance. Contrary to initial intelligence reports, there was an additional threat. The Uchiha pursuers, upon spotting Gumu, spoke with seriousness. No worries. I will handle the lone Chunin. The rest of you, assist the guards in subduing the remaining 2 and then come to my aid. If we can hold them off, victory will be ours. The seasoned Chunin of the Uchiha clan quickly formulated an effective battle strategy. Damn it, it seems I might actually perish here. Yamashita. Look for an opportunity to escape. With a fierce glare directed at Gumu, Shimizu Tani charged forward, intending to take on 3 opponents and buy some time. Meanwhile, Gumu joined Yamashita in advancing towards the guards. They had to resolve this swiftly. Delaying would only worsen their situation. Who would dare to disrupt the peace right under their noses? Were these truly ninjas who had faced the trials of life and death? He wished to see what distinguished them. Unlike the youth of Sarutobi Hiruzen, these ninjas had been tempered by the battlefield. The palpable aura of bloodlust surrounding them indicated they had surely taken lives. Swish. The air was filled with the sound of whirling shurikens. And though the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Gumu sensed the projectile's rapid approach. The force behind these attacks was lethal, a testament to the Uchiha's fierce combat style. Realizing the imminent threat, Gumu felt no pressure. If they sought to end his life, there was no need for further explanation. He understood that at this juncture, it was a contest of speed. The three guards coordinated seamlessly. As the shurikens were launched, they executed a fire jutsu, blocking two of their adversaries' escape routes. Damn it! These bastards! Shimizu Yamashita, evidently inexperienced in battle, struggled to assess the situation amidst the barrage of attacks, resorting to frantic evasions. In contrast, Gumu appeared remarkably composed. His hand deftly wielding the cursed blade Muramasa, effortlessly slicing through the shurikens that threatened him. What is this kid's deal? After hearing his brother Tani's address, Shimizu Yamashita deduced that Gumu was likely quite young, given his remarkable reflexes in the face of such a multitude of shurikens. A suspicion crept into his mind. Could this fellow possess the Sharingan? Hey, don't get distracted. Gumu swiftly positioned himself beside Yamashita, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. In an instant, shurikens pierced through the ground where Yamashita had just stood. Just stay far away. In a heartbeat, Shimizu Yamashita felt his surroundings whirl, and before he could comprehend the situation, Gumu had whisked him into an unfamiliar corner. What just happened? Yamashita was left bewildered, wanting to inquire further, but Gumu had already vanished from sight. Unknown to Yamashita, a unique flying thunder god mark, belonging to Gumu, was stealthily concealed on his calf. What on earth? Not only was Shimizu Yamashita perplexed, but the guards surrounding them were equally confounded. They had successfully formed a triangular encirclement, and simply needed to restrain the two to ensure their victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, one had inexplicably disappeared, one after another. How could they be so distracted? Engaging in battle while losing focus was perilous. As Gumu's words echoed, two of the previously standing guards now lay motionless on the ground. What is happening? What did you do? The remaining guard stared at Gumu, whose blade dripped with blood, his voice tinged with panic. This must be a titanium alloy plate. Gumu, with an inscrutable expression, chose not to address the guard's confusion. Crack! The sound of the blade being sheathed resonated, and suddenly, a severed head soared through the air. After dispatching the three, Gumu felt no particular emotion. The thought of his little girlfriend potentially taking her own life due to these events left him curiously calm. If the world were to unfold this way, he would have no choice but to incite a revolution. It was known that ninjas like Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed the capability to contend with chunins, and with Gumu's prowess, he could easily eliminate genins. Moreover, with the advantages he currently wielded, failure was nearly impossible. What just transpired? Had he really finished them off? Shimizu Tani was astonished. Even he could not have dispatched three genin with such swiftness, especially considering they were members of the formidable Uchiha clan. And what had happened to Yamashita? How could he have vanished without a trace? Quickly end this and eliminate that one. The Uchiha Chunin recognized the situation was deteriorating and immediately commanded his subordinates to launch an aggressive assault. They fought with desperation, and in just 2 exchanges, Shimizu Tani bore several new wounds. Unfortunately, the disparity in their abilities made it challenging to swiftly eliminate him. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Shimizu Tani, overwhelmed and lying on the ground, exhibited a look of resignation. Just as despair settled in, a calm voice echoed near his ear. Hey, the fight isn't over yet. Looking up, he saw Gumu effortlessly resting his blade on his shoulder. Are you not? Cough, cough, fleeing? Fleeing? Shouldn't that be their course of action? A cold smile crept across Gumu's lips. Under the astonished gaze of Shimizu Tani, a ferocious gust of wind surged past him. The powerful force stirred the earth, and amidst the whirlwind, jagged flashes of light from the blade became visible. By the time Shimizu Tani grasped the situation, the two approaching Uchiha ninja had collapsed, lifeless. The last remaining Uchiha Chunin was engulfed by a tempest of energy, convulsing helplessly before succumbing to the ground. Who on earth is this person? Shimizu Tani's expression turned blank. Under the gale, the youth sheathed his blade, having witnessed the unprecedented fusion of wind techniques with swordsmanship for the first time. Don't dawdle. Next, it's time for us to have a serious discussion. Gumu appeared beside the still-stunned Shimizu Tani, seizing him and activating the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them before Shimizu Yamashita, far from the Uchiha stronghold. It's you. And, Brother Tani, you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Shimizu Yamashita's face lit up with surprise. But soon, the unfolding events caused his expression to shift dramatically to one of fear. At the very moment when Shimizu Tanino sought to rise, the ancient tree struck with lightning speed, driving its blade deep into the ground, pinning him mercilessly. They did not succeed in their escape. Instead, they merely fell prey to a far more terrifying adversary. Chapter 18. Is this true? Foster father, What? What are you doing? The young Shimizu Yamashita appeared flustered, evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What am I doing? Can't you comprehend? Gumu coldly retorted, his foot firmly planted on Shimizu Taniya. Cough. I will divulge whatever you wish to know. Shimizu Taniya exhibited a far greater composure than Yamashita, clearly refraining from taking their lives for the sake of gathering intelligence. Which clan do you belong to? And why do you seek to assassinate the Uchiha clan? We hail from the Shimizu clan. And our motive for the assassination of the Uchiha stems from irreconcilable conflicts. The Shimizu clan, you say? Gumu's eyes glimmered with surprise. It was astonishing that such a minor clan would dare to challenge the Uchiha. It seemed that after Uchiha Madara's departure, anyone felt emboldened to tread upon their pride. How many times have you undertaken this operation? Do you have accomplices? As Taniya began to answer, Gumu unsheathed his blade, signaling Yamashita to tend to his wounds. This is our first operation. As for accomplices, most within the clan do not wish to engage in conflict with the Uchiha. They harbor no grievances. And if they truly understood the agony of losing loved ones, they would not remain so indifferent. Taniya bore the pain in his body, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Gumu narrowed his eyes. First operation, you say? So, it was not you who assassinated Shimizu Seijui's mother. In general, an assassin, upon achieving success once, would not recklessly attempt a second time unless they were foolish. I see. It is evident that you are willing to risk your lives for vengeance. However, your entrapment tonight indicates that the Uchiha clan has already anticipated your actions and has begun to release false information, waiting for you to walk into their snare. Therefore, your chances for revenge are virtually non-existent. Gumu's tone held a hint of mockery. My lord, should you choose to aid us in our quest for vengeance, we are prepared to serve you loyally. Shimizu Taniya, seasoned by life, understood the underlying implications of Gumu's words. He immediately knelt, accompanied by Yamashita, pledging their allegiance. Their resolute gazes suggested that even the most daunting of challenges would not deter them. I may assist you in your vengeance, but your sincerity and submission remains to be seen. First, tell me about the current state of your Shimizu clan. Gumu recognized that to grow stronger, he must possess substantial assets, and the influence of a clan was a vital component. Moreover, the efficiency of clan-led investigations would undoubtedly surpass solitary efforts. Brother Taniya. Yamashita hesitated, sensing the black-clad figure's intentions were clear, interfering in their family matters. Yamashita, think of your fiancée. If I were you, I would not linger in a state of survival. Taniya's words dispelled Yamashita's last reservations. Indeed, relying on the cowardice of their clan was futile, and it was far better to take matters into their own hands. Currently, our Shimizu clan possesses 3 high-ranking ninjas, the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. The second elder has considerable grievances against the Uchiha, yet his influence within the clan is minimal, and he is the weakest among the 3. This results in the more belligerent members refraining from expressing their thoughts. Taniya succinctly summarized the internal dynamics of their clan. Why did the second elder not participate in this operation despite his grievances against the Uchiha? In short, he is cowardly. A timid soldier breeds a timid army. For the time being, you two should discreetly rally some spirited ninjas within the clan. If possible, I wish for you to act under the name of the second elder. What if the second elder questions us? Question? Huh? Why would he question you? You are aiding him in gathering allies. Gumu scoffed. As long as the second elder had any sense, he would not impede their efforts. Should the elder or clan leader discover their actions, the second elder could easily claim ignorance. If the clan leader seeks you out, simply send a letter to the relay station to be delivered to the Hyuga clan, stating the fruit is ripe. Hyuga? Taniya was uncertain of the implications, yet he sensed that the future of Konoha would undoubtedly descend into chaos. One last question. What is the name of your clan leader's son? Shimizu Aoyama. Very well, you may return. As for whether your revenge will succeed, that hinges on your efforts. Understood. My lord, we shall fulfill our mission. Taniya and Yamashita knelt on one knee, the death of their kin having transformed them into mere shadows of their former selves. Their sole motivation for living was vengeance, for which they were willing to do anything. The Shimizu clan, it seemed, had become an unexpected boon. Gumu gazed thoughtfully at the departing duo, his expression inscrutable, before vanishing in a flash of the flying thunder god technique. Upon reappearing, he found himself atop the roof of his home. Gumu sensed that Senju Hikari had awakened the moment he arrived. It appeared that he would need to consult Sister Hikari in the future about how to evade the sensory abilities of ninjas. As the night waned, Gumu observed the horizon gradually lightening and chose to sit in meditation. He sought to fully embrace the essence of his sage mode. Upon opening his eyes, dark markings adorned his face, resembling a demon possessed by formidable power. This was sage mode. Gumu felt an immense surge in both perception and strength. His sensory abilities allowed him to perceive the tiniest blades of grass in the courtyard, while his power imparted a sensation akin to being able to crush a bull with a single punch. Additionally, the potency of his wind release in this form underwent a qualitative transformation. However, maintaining sage mode necessitated an enormous reserve of chakra. Even with Gumu's chakra doubled, he could only sustain it for a minute. One could only imagine the staggering amount of chakra possessed by Senju Hashirama. With a clap of his hands, he summoned what he desired. This was no idle boast. After training for a while, Gumu entered his room, sensing that Uchiha Seijui was still asleep. After greeting Senju Hikari, he made his way to the academy. That young lady had likely not rested well these past few days. It was understandable. Worrying about potential assassins would keep anyone on edge. Damn it, Gumu thought, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Even if he had to topple Konoha, he would uncover the identities of those responsible for the killings. What is happening? The Chaos Maker feels terrifying today. Indeed. Although he appeared as expressionless as ever, there was an oppressive aura that evoked a sense of suffocation. Let us hope today's practical lesson does not pit us against him. Soon, under the leadership of Senju Tobirama, the ninjas of the academy began assembling in the square. As for the results of the matches, it was undeniable that Gumu emerged victorious each time, while Sarutobi Hiruzen remained perpetually second and Shimura Danzo consistently third. Damn it. How has this guy's strength escalated so drastically? In the crowd, Shimura Danzo lamented as he reviewed the announcement of results. At this moment, he could barely discern Gumu's initial movements. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might still hold his ground, but Gumu loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him with pressure. Shimura Danzo, do you not wish to grow stronger? Allow me to teach you. At the moment when Danzo's mind wandered, the voice of Kamuki brought an instant look of surprise to his face. Is it truly you, Kamuki? Rather than your name, I would prefer that you address me as father. Is there not a saying that goes, once a teacher, forever a father? A gentle smile played on Kamuki's lips as he intended to utilize Danzo to gain absolute control over the Uchiha clan. Kamuki, do not toy with me. Danzo's gaze turned serious. Toy with you? I am not jesting. Surely, you understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Is it a burden for you to call me father? Shall I take my leave then? Upon noticing Kamuki genuinely turning to leave without a backward glance, Danzo cast a glance at the distant figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi and quickly called out, Wait. Father, please teach me the secrets of wind release. As if fearing that Kamuki might not have heard him, he even called out twice. However, as long as it meant defeating Hiruzen Sarutobi, what is a little indignity? The humiliation of today is but a stepping stone toward tomorrow's glory. Danzo reassured himself in his heart. Very well, today I shall gain a son. My child, come with me. Kamuki's words made Danzo's face flush with embarrassment, though fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, this would surely become a part of his dark history. Chapter 19. Why not hungry? Of course, it's because of dog food in the small grove behind the mountain. The ancient tree observed the eager and inquisitive Danzo before him, and softly spoke. Wind release is characterized by its swiftness and agility. Danzo, demonstrate your strongest wind release jutsu for me to witness. Danzo Shimura was somewhat taken aback by the ancient tree's direct address. Did this imply a form of acknowledgement? Then you had better be cautious, he replied, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, cutting air wave. In an instant, a massive blade of wind erupted from Danzo's hand. This level of ninjutsu could potentially inflict serious injury on an unsuspecting genin. Crack, just as it was about to make contact with the ancient tree. The sound of a wooden blade being drawn echoed through the air. The wind blade was effortlessly severed by the ancient tree, and upon closer inspection, one could discern fine threads of wind energy entwined around the wooden blade. Your technique lacks sufficient strength. Next time you employ ninjutsu, increase your chakra until you can break this wooden blade in my hand. Is that so? Although Danzo felt somewhat speechless. Given that he couldn't even break the ancient tree's wooden blade, he was nonetheless thrilled to discover that ninjutsu could incorporate such techniques. This insight would surely benefit Danzo in the future, as the ancient tree merely aimed to enlighten him early on. Thus, they engaged in idle chatter throughout the afternoon. And as dusk approached, the ancient tree inquired, My child, have you felt an enhancement in your strength? Danzo, under the scrutinizing gaze of the ancient tree, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. However, he indeed learned a few things today, albeit not many. Ahem. Father, thank you. Not at all. It seems you live quite the privileged life. Your family must hold considerable status within the clan, the ancient tree remarked, leaning against a tree, finally revealing his true nature. Speaking of which, I still do not know your surname or family name, father, Danzo asked, suppressing his inner frustration, relieved that no one else was around. As long as no one knew he referred to the ancient tree as father, he could still maintain his reputation as the talented Danzo. Me? I am but a commoner. And as for you, why are you changing the subject? Your family members aren't the clan leaders, are they? At the mention of clan leader, Danzo's gaze sharpened. And upon confirming the absence of others nearby, he finally exhaled. My family members are not the clan leaders. And their status within the clan is not particularly high. Although Danzo was uncertain of the ancient tree's intentions, he certainly would not readily disclose his identity or background. Why the anxiety if your status is low? Are you plotting for power? The ancient tree's keen perception noticed Danzo's breath quickening at the mention of power struggles. Father, please refrain from such jokes, especially from spreading rumors outside. I cannot bear the pressure. Danzo forced a wry smile. Then when will you take me to meet your brothers? After all, I am your father, the ancient tree teased, which genuinely irritated Danzo. Yet, he knew he could not win against the ancient tree and could only stifle his annoyance. Perhaps next time, we can arrange it when convenient. Very well. We shall conclude our discussion for today. We will set a time for me to teach you how to imbue weapons with wind release. Upon hearing the ancient tree's words, Danzo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could master such techniques, might he also wield the elusive wind release slashing attacks like the ancient tree? Undoubtedly, that was an impossibility. The ancient tree's skill was a unique secret technique known as the draw and slash, not merely wind release. Father, take care, I will practice a little longer. As Danzo watched, the ancient tree's figure gradually faded from view. In solitude, the ancient tree confirmed that no one was watching and, with a smile, his expression turned icy. Danzo was indeed cautious, but he had still revealed some crucial information. His direct lineage, upon observing Danzo's remarkable talent, was likely already contemplating a power grab. As for the catalyst for this, it was he who would stoke the flames. When the ancient tree activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived atop the courtyard roof, the sky had nearly turned completely dark. The reason for selecting the rooftop as the marking point for the Flying Thunder God was evident. This vantage point allowed for a comprehensive awareness of the entire courtyard. For instance, at this moment, the ancient tree observed Uchiha Shinsui sitting beneath the large tree in the courtyard, lost in thought. Fool, what are you pondering? The ancient tree leaped to stand behind Uchiha Shinsui. Ah, you're back. Uchiha Shinsui's previously vacant gaze lit up upon hearing the ancient tree's voice. Feeling better? Not too bad. With Sister Higarashi's help, I feel much lighter. Moreover, Sister Higurashi is truly formidable. Uchiha Shinsui's eyes reflected a hint of envy. If only she possessed Sister Higarashi's strength, then such tragedies would surely never have occurred. It is my fault. If I had only. The ancient tree's words were interrupted as Uchiha Shinsui raised a hand to halt him. Do not fret, Danzo-san. Your presence brings me joy. Uchiha Shinsui's lips curled into a small smile, seemingly recalling something. By the way, I have decided to go to school tomorrow. I want to become strong like Sister Higurashi. Very well, but before that, we should eat. Look at you, you've become quite thin. The ancient tree affectionately ruffled Uchiha Shinsui's hair. At this stage of growth, he wished for Uchiha Shinsui to be well-nourished for the future. Got it, got it. Uchiha Shinsui lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing. She was well aware of why the ancient tree said this. In her previous life, she had favored a more ample figure, and she was uncertain if she could satisfy such preferences in the future. Oh dear, have the little lovebirds finished their conversation? The ever-prepared Senju Higurashi observed the ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui entering, a smile gracing her lips. Sister Higurashi, please do not speak nonsense. Our relationship is entirely proper. Just said that, and the system notification left the ancient tree in a state of shock. Indeed, he noticed Uchiha Shinsui's lips twitching slightly. This girl. Something about her was indeed off. Let us eat. Tonight's meal is exceptional. The ancient tree and Uchiha Shinsui took their seats at the dining table. It turned out to be salmon, a delicacy from the seaside, indicating that Sister Higurashi had some connections. Then I shall dig in. Uchiha Shinsui brushed her hair aside, delicately biting into the succulent fish, its primal flavors exploding in her mouth, leaving her longing for more. Is it not to your liking? Senju Higurashi observed Uchiha Shinsui's serious demeanor, mistakenly thinking she had not prepared it well. And no, it's quite good. Uchiha Shinsui hastily waved her hands, her serious expression stemming from an unwillingness to reveal her delight. After all, her mother had passed not long ago, and to begin enjoying food now was difficult for Uchiha Shinsui to reconcile. Here, you can have my portion. I am not particularly fond of seafood. The ancient tree, resting his chin on his hand, slid his plate toward Uchiha Shinsui. I am fine. Uchiha Shinsui declined. Did you not just say you wanted to eat well? All right. Uchiha Shinsui shot a resentful glance at the ancient tree, wondering if he truly disliked her current figure. She was not incapable of growth. I can't take it anymore. I suddenly feel the urge to be alone and quiet. The myriad-armed firefly was thoroughly embarrassed, inflicting upon her, a still single lady, a profound emotional turmoil akin to 1,000 strikes of devastation. Chapter 20. The Assassination Operation in the Stillness of the Night. Gumu sat at the edge of the window, unable to find rest, acutely aware of the steady breaths of Uchiha Jinshue next door. Today's harvest had been promising. It was time to go all in. Thank you for your patronage, X13. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the stealth breathing technique, breath concealment, capable of masking the majority of one's presence unless confronted by an extraordinary opponent. It bore resemblance to the invisibility technique of the Second Hokage, Mu, though it regrettably lacked true invisibility. After donning a black stealth suit, Gumu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at a previously concealed rooftop. This location not only offered seclusion, but also provided a panoramic view of Konoha. With narrowed eyes, he began to employ a special wind-based perception to survey the surroundings. Soon, he detected an intriguing commotion. The individuals were highly trained, exhibiting remarkable speed, and their strength was no less than that of a nin. They were members of the Umbu. What secret operation were they undertaking? Curiosity piqued. Gumu stealthily maintained his distance and followed. The deeper he pursued, the more his intrigue grew. Their movements had brought them to the outskirts of Konoha. Who were they targeting? His mind churned with questions. Eventually, this trio of Umbu, adorned with animal masks, halted before an abandoned wooden cabin. Captain, the intel was accurate. This is the place. The Hokage has entrusted us with the task of eliminating the terrorists hiding inside this cabin tonight. Let us commence. With that, the three Umbu ninjas vanished in an instant, seamlessly coordinating their entry into the dilapidated structure. Gumu pondered for a moment before deciding to follow. His instinct suggested that this operation was likely more complex than it appeared. The cabin was spacious and had been forsaken for quite some time, situated at the edge of Konoha where few would notice it. Upon entering, Gumu found the surroundings shrouded in darkness. Yet he sensed a scuffle emanating from the upper floor. With this thought, he ascended the staircase. Just as he reached the doorway, a ninja burst through the wooden door, crashing past him. The overwhelming force sent the Umbu ninja crashing against the wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dead. Gumu's pupils contracted. The Umbu ninja had already met their demise mid-flight. You need to leave. The intelligence was flawed. These terrorists possessed the strength of elite jonin. To be the captain of the Umbu, there is no doubt this individual is on par with a jonin. However, against elite jonin, there was still a disparity. It is well known that elite jonin are capable of battling shadow-level ninjas. Very well. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the body of a nearby Umbu member was ensnared by several black threads, and in a moment of horror, the captain watched as the body was sliced into pieces. Damn it! Who are you? The Umbu captain felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, fixating on the still figure of the masked ninja in the distance. I expected to encounter Senju Hashirama, but it seems I've only been met with mere fodder. Has the Senju clan lost all regard for their ancestral home? Kakuzu's eyes glinted with mockery. He was tall, his body marred by stitches resembling threads, and he had come solely for revenge. Years prior, he had been tasked by the higher-ups of Takigakure to assassinate the first Hokage. However, upon infiltrating the Land of Fire, he had engaged in battle with Hashirama, ultimately suffering a devastating defeat beneath his wood-release techniques. Upon returning to his village, rather than receiving solace, he was imprisoned, unable to endure such treatment. Kakuzu eliminated the village's leadership and seized the forbidden technique, Earthgrudge Fear. Now, he was nearly immortal and sought another confrontation with Hashirama to reclaim his lost honor. Your heart should be quite exquisite. I shall claim it. A perverse smile spread across Kakuzu's face as, under the astonished gaze of the Umbu captain, his arm suddenly detached. Threaded punch. The detached arm, now adorned with black tendrils, surged forth with immense penetrating power, undoubtedly capable of piercing the chest of the Umbu jonin. In that moment of despair, A compressed wind release severed the emerging tendrils in an instant. Another expert? Kakuzu squinted, realizing that the hidden ninja eluding his senses must possess considerable strength. Unbeknownst to him, Gumu had refrained from revealing his presence, opting instead to enter Sage mode and using wind release to aid the Umbu Jonin. Who are you? Seizing the opportunity, the Umbu Jonin approached Gumu. Both concealed their identities. The Umbu wore a mask, while Gumu was shrouded. Consequently, neither knew the other's identity, though it was evident that Gumu was smaller in stature. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to die? Gumu's tone was calm. His Sage mode could only last a minute, after which he would utilize the Flying Thunder God to escape. Leave? Who do you think you are? Kakuzu's voice was laced with fury as three masked figures emerged from the shadows, each bearing a menacing presence. Wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, head hardening. Three distinct elemental techniques converged from all directions, enveloping Gumu in an instant. The unprepared Umbu Jonin found their bodies severely injured amidst the combined assault of ninjutsu, teetering on the brink of collapse. As for Gumu, he adeptly evaded the onslaught using the Flying Thunder God, grateful for his earlier caution in marking the area outside the cabin. What is happening? Even Kakuzu was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of his target. He rubbed his eyes, momentarily doubting his senses, suspecting he had fallen victim to an illusion. Is this the power of an elite Jonin? I nearly met my end. Gumu had initially underestimated Kakuzu's strength, but witnessing the three techniques obliterate the massive cabin into ashes left him momentarily speechless. Thank goodness he had not hesitated. Had he been any slower, not only would he have failed to rescue the Umbu Jonin, but he too would have been caught in the crossfire. The shockwaves radiated outward. Before Gumu could depart, several shadows emerged from the swirling dust, moving with a speed that surpassed anything he had previously encountered. Fortunately, Gumu, now in Sage mode, had grown adept at predicting their movements. Do you wish to flee as well? Kakuzu emerged from the ruins, his expression dark as he held the lifeless body of the Umbu Jonin, mercilessly delivering a punch that pierced through the chest, extracting the heart. In their weakened state, hearts were always claimed by Kakuzu. Flee? Gumu, sensing the fleeting moments of Sage mode, regarded Kakuzu with a glint of mischief. Consider well how you plan to escape next. Suddenly, a surge of wind chakra coalesced in Gumu's hands, causing Kakuzu's expression to shift. This technique. Something is amiss. Wind release, dead prison cage. Leaping into the air, Gumu crashed down, shattering the earth beneath him, sending debris flying as a colossal tornado rose from the ground, swirling with dust to form a prison around them. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to duel me? Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback, believing Gumu intended to engage him in combat, as he felt his body besieged by a multitude of wind blades. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, he realized Gumu had vanished. Meanwhile, the massive wind tornado showed no signs of dissipating. Its expanding presence undoubtedly caught the attention of Konoha's ninjas. Damn it, this bastard. Finally, Kakuzu understood Gumu's intentions, to ensnare him within the vortex, allowing other Konoha ninjas to confront him. As anticipated, Senju Hashirama, upon sensing the immense disturbance caused by the ninjutsu, promptly made his way over. Standing atop the rooftop, he observed the figure of Kakuzu attempting to breach the swirling vortex below, his gaze sharpening with intensity. It seems a splendid spectacle is about to unfold. In the distance, atop the ancient trees, he was acutely aware that Kakuzu had not evaded his jutsu. After all, this wind release technique had consumed nearly a third of his chakra while in Sage mode. A splendid spectacle, but what kind of spectacle? Before Hashirama could indulge in the unfolding drama, a sudden voice from behind him caused his senses to heighten instantly. He swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance, only to witness a silver-haired, crimson-eyed ninja, adorned with 3 red markings on his cheeks, materialize where he had just stood. The strikingly aloof visage bore an expression of indifference, fixated on him. Senju Tobirama, how did this old sage perceive his presence? Moreover, the peculiar glint in his eyes suggested a troubling notion. Could it be that he regarded him as an intruder? Chapter 21. A confrontation with Hinata Tetsu. The moment Gumashun unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. The familiar fluctuations of space-time prompted him to speculate about Gomu's true identity. However, the aura of concealment employed by Gomu made it somewhat challenging for Tobirama to pinpoint his location. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the event, he might have mistaken Gomu for nothing more than a wisp of air. Whoosh! Indeed, as he observed Gumu utilizing the Flying Thunder God to depart, Tobirama's gaze sharpened. Did Gumu truly believe that he lacked a means to counter the Flying Thunder God? Gumu arrived at the previous thicket, and before he could even exhale a sigh of relief, the cold voice of Senju Tobirama pierced through the air behind him. Boy, who are you? Why do you hide your face? And was that commotion over there you're doing? This marked the first instance in which Tobirama had spoken so much to an unknown individual. It was unavoidable. The boy's physique bore an uncanny resemblance to Gumu, and he also wielded space-time ninjutsu. It was difficult not to connect the dots. Nonetheless, until he uncovered Gumu's masked visage, Tobirama would refrain from jumping to conclusions. What on earth? He managed to follow me here? Unbeknownst to Gumu, Tobirama had swiftly traversed the village of Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique during that brief moment. It was worth noting that Tobirama's Flying Thunder God markings were nearly ubiquitous throughout Konoha. Ignoring Tobirama's inquiries, Gumu instantly teleported to another location. He was not yet ready for his identity to be revealed. Where do you think you're running off to? Just a few steps later, Gumu found himself confronted by Tobirama, whose terrifying speed made it nearly impossible for Gumu to perceive him with the naked eye. Tobirama's expression turned serious. This boy seemed to be born for assassination. Water release, water surge. The sudden ninjutsu assault caused Gumu's pupils to constrict as a colossal water column erupted, soaring skyward and enveloping the space around Gumu. This commotion was even more immense than the S-level wind release technique he had just executed. Father, do you intend to kill me? Indeed, you are this insufferable brat. Upon hearing Gumu's familiar voice, Tobirama withdrew the kunai in his hand. He had initially intended to use the water release as cover to execute the Flying Thunder God strike and deliver a counterattack. Gumu was unaware that Tobirama had already relaxed his stance, had he not been suspicious of Gumu's identity. He would have severely injured him the moment he landed on the rooftop. What mischief were you up to just now? Tobirama approached Gumu, watching as he removed the mask from his face, allowing his heart to finally settle. Nothing much. I just happened to encounter a ninja from another country who injured a few masked ninjas, so I lent a hand. By the way, father, are those masked ninjas from our Konoha? What? Are you interested in joining them? Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Gumu's concealed aura was clearly designed for assassination missions. I haven't graduated yet. You little rascal, your current strength is more than sufficient for early graduation. No, I don't want to. I still want to attend class. Gumu vaguely sensed a commotion on the other side of the village and silently mourned for Kakuzu for a moment. Suit yourself. But I've heard that a member of the Uchiha clan is staying at our house recently. Tobirama inquired casually, though Gumu understood it was the question he cared about most. Father, to be honest, I approached that little brat to capture her, and then leverage her to gain control of the Uchiha clan, Gumu replied with a smile. You aren't joking, are you? Tobirama scrutinized Gumu a few more times, pondering how he had missed this boy's grand ambitions before. This isn't for you, father. You despise the Uchiha clan, don't you? Who told you that? Tobirama's lips twitched. He certainly did not wish for anyone to claim he harbored animosity toward the Uchiha clan. If his elder brother found out, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism. If I've misjudged, I apologize, but leave that little girl to me. I will take good care of her. Well, taking care is a bit excessive. As classmates, you should assist each other more. Tobirama nodded expressionlessly, though internally he felt somewhat satisfied with Gumu's response. When dealing with the wicked little Uchiha, a firm hand was essential. Haha, what are you two chatting about? You seem quite merry. The sudden voice of Hashirama caused Tobirama's expression to stiffen, hoping his elder brother had not overheard Gumu's earlier speculation. Uncle. Gumu greeted as he noticed Senju Hashirama's approach, offering a simple salute. This was his first time encountering Hashirama at such close quarters. The layered red armor, marked with the scars of countless battles, spoke of his terrifying combat experience. Yet, there was no sense of pressure. Hashirama's smiling demeanor made him appear rather amiable. Oh, younger brother, is this your son? Hashirama inquired, somewhat flustered at not having brought a gift for their first meeting. He reached out to ruffle Gumu's hair, eliciting a speechless gaze from the boy. Elder brother, has the battle been resolved? What is the status of that ninja? Tobirama's expression turned serious. It has been resolved. Rest assured. By the way, what were you two discussing? I believe I heard something about the Uchiha. Nothing much, just about this boy's classmates. Tobirama replied with an impassive face. The hour grows late. Elder brother, you should return to rest. I have matters to attend to. Indeed, Gumu. You should also return to rest. You have class tomorrow. Yes, uncle. The following day, Gumu awoke, and upon opening the door, he beheld Uchiha Shirzue leaning against the corridor, her small backpack slung over her shoulder, resembling a girl from a painting, standing before him. Her long black hair swayed gently in the wind, and her exquisitely cute face wore a warm smile that illuminated her eyes when they met Gomu's. Good morning, Gomu-kun. Uchiha Shirzue feels satisfied. Emotional points 100 satisfied? What could this girl possibly be satisfied about? Good morning, Shirzue-san. After 2 days of rest, Uchiha Shirzue had nearly recovered, her complexion much more vibrant. Shall we head to class? Uchiha Shirzue nodded obediently, walking beside Gomu. Before class, he felt it necessary to inform Tobirama. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would not do something to embarrass Uchiha Shirzue. Gomu, did you need something from me? In the teacher's office, Tobirama's curiosity was piqued. This was the first time Gomu had approached him proactively. Does Uchiha Shirzue need any conditions to resume her studies? As Gomu spoke, Uchiha Shirzue, standing by the door, shyly walked into the room. Resuming studies? No problem, Tobirama replied after giving Uchiha Shirzue a scrutinizing glance. However, I need to see that she possesses potential value to become a ninja. Teacher, I am willing to undergo the entrance examination. Before Gomu could speak, Uchiha Shirzue eagerly responded. Good. Tobirama maintained his impassive demeanor as he began reviewing the combat performance report in his hands. Let it be this one, Hinata Tetsu. You previously had a conflict. So let us use this opportunity to resolve it. Huh? Gomu's tone was puzzled. Was this a deliberate provocation? I have no objections, Uchiha Shirzue affirmed with a nod. Her resolute answer allowing Gomu to catch a rare glimpse of confidence in her. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Chapter 22, The Move. The beginning of the game in Konoha Square, Senju Tobirama gathered everyone together and briefly explained what was about to unfold. Hinata Tetsu, Uchiha Shirzue. You may engage in battle without worry. With my presence, no one shall trouble you in the future. Initially, Hinata Tetsu intended to hold back. But upon hearing the Second Hokage's assurance, his eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that he might redeem himself? With the Hokage's guarantee, even the likes of Komoku would think twice before seeking revenge. Indeed, Komoku could clearly sense Hinata Tetsu glancing his way every now and then. Hey, this kid truly has a selective memory. Shirzue, do you wish to continue? Komoku, trust me, I will give it my all, Uchiha Shirzue replied. Her high ponytail swaying as she made a gesture of encouragement, her serious expression indicating her unwillingness to concede easily. Just don't overexert yourself, Komoku replied with a sigh. Pinching her cheek. Well then, I shall proceed. Uchiha Shirzue did not deter Komoku, gripping her long blade with a sense of determination, as if prepared to face death itself. How fortuitous, we meet again on the battlefield, Hinata Tetsu remarked with a warm smile as he observed Uchiha Shirzue stepping onto the platform. His peripheral vision, however, was keenly focused on Komoku below. Since you are so concerned about this woman, I shall relish in tormenting her. Let the battle commence. Uchiha Shirzue was acutely aware that her opponent was no ordinary foe, and she met his gaze with equal intensity. After forming the necessary hand seals, she took a step back. In contrast, Hinata Tetsu did not retreat but instead advanced aggressively. Swish. As Uchiha Shirzue observed Hinata Tetsu's eagerness to attack, she swiftly hurled shuriken, blocking his path. Ah, your combat experience has indeed increased. But know this, you are not the only one who has grown. With a hint of mockery in his eyes, Hinata Tetsu countered, 8 trigrams. Heavenly spin. His body spun rapidly like a top, an immense surge of chakra erupting from within, forming an impenetrable defense that rebounded enemy attacks like a resilient wall. Confident in his technique, he believed that against Uchiha Shirzue, who was at the bottom of the ranks, he was invincible. Huh, surrender now. Hinata Tetsu taunted as he observed Uchiha Shirzue dodging his rebounding shuriken attacks, preparing for another strike. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. As he closed in on Uchiha Shirzue, he unleashed a powerful blow, channeling blue chakra into his hand, aimed at incapacitating her, relishing the thought of tormenting her further. With a glance at the somewhat indifferent Komoku below, he mused, I hope to see your dismay soon. However, just as he believed he had the upper hand, he felt his attack miss entirely. Uchiha Shirzue had inexplicably retreated, dissipating his force and sending him stumbling forward. As he watched a slender leg approach his face, a flicker of fear crossed Hinata Tetsu's expression. Bang! The kick landed squarely on his face, propelling him backward several meters. Damn it, why did my attack fail? He lamented, wiping the blood from his nose, his tone filled with disbelief. Oh? Komoku, observing from below, seemed to have caught onto something, his expression slightly relaxing. Again? Uchiha Shirzue, with an impassive demeanor, drew her long blade, beckoning as she assumed a combat stance. "You dare mock me, you lowly underachiever." Hinata Tetsu's twisted face contorted with rage. Their prior animosities, coupled with this provocation, ignited his fury further. This time, he would not hold back. He refused to believe Uchiha Shirzue could rely on mere luck to evade him again. Charging forward once more, he was met with Uchiha Shirzue, who did not remain idle but instead advanced with her blade. Just as they were about to collide, Uchiha Shirzue's eyes suddenly turned crimson. The two spinning black tomo within momentarily stunning Hinata Tetsu. In that fleeting instant, he was struck down like a puppet severed from its strings, crashing violently to the ground. A Hinata Tetsu's agonizing scream echoed, and when he regained his senses, he lay crumpled on the ground, utterly defeated, with Uchiha Shirzue's blade pressing firmly against his neck. "You have lost," Uchiha Shirzue stated flatly. She understood that her ocular mutation had manifested when she witnessed her mother's lifeless body, evolving into the Sharingan. Instantly awakening the two tomo, she regarded this as a divine punishment for her clan, believing true power could only be attained through profound sorrow. How could this be? You, the underachiever. Hinata Tetsu could scarcely fathom that within a mere month, she had awakened the Sharingan, a feat that even Uchiha Kagami, a top-ranking student in combat classes, had yet to achieve. Uchiha Shirzue, seemingly unfazed, calmly turned to leave the platform. In that very moment, a shadow fell over Hinata Tetsu's face, a dark cloud of despair. "Ha! I never conceded. You shall pay for your arrogance." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Komoku appeared beside Uchiha Shirzue, delivering a powerful kick that sent the audacious Hinata Tetsu flying off the platform. The force of the blow was like a tempest, propelling Hinata Tetsu against the wall, where he lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back. Komoku had secretly placed a flying thunder god mark on his girlfriend, ensuring that no one could harm Uchiha Shirzue in his presence. "Komoku, will this lead to trouble for you?" "No worries. If that brat refuses to concede, I will make sure he understands reality," he replied with a cough. "In that case, Uchiha Shirzue, you are now qualified to enter the Ninja Academy." Senju Tobirama cleared his throat and left the area without a change in expression. The onlookers, witnessing Hinata Tetsu being carried off like a defeated dog, felt an increased sense of trepidation towards Komoku. Has he grown stronger again? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, gazing at Komoku atop the platform, unconsciously finding himself a mere backdrop in the grand tapestry of others' triumphs, like autumn leaves drifting gracefully to the ground. Thus, roughly a week later, the pieces that Komoku had set in motion finally began to stir. On this night, he resembled a specter, cloaked in black, crouched atop a rooftop, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning below in search of his quarry. At his waist hung a dark blade, named Onikiri, which he had drawn just days prior. It could slice through iron as if it were mere clay, a fitting epithet for such a weapon. Moreover, he had mastered the fundamental techniques of dual wielding. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, Komoku arrived at a secluded corner of Konoha, where Shimura Yamashita awaited. "Sir, you have finally arrived," Shimura Yamashita knelt, feeling a surge of admiration for Komoku's elusive presence. Komoku had previously instructed him to come to this designated spot if anything arose, promising he would likely appear. Chapter 23. You are human, and so am I. What is there to fear? At the foot of the mountain, do you seek me for a matter of importance? Gomu altered his voice with chakra, blending his presence into the shadows. Essentially, no one could discern his true identity. "My lord, we have sent the letters to the Hyuga clan as per your instructions. Furthermore, I can distinctly sense a stir within the clan, particularly regarding our recruitment efforts." Gomu, understanding the situation, calmly replied, "Speak on." "The primary development does not involve the clan leader. It is the elder who seeks conversation with Brother T&I. He appears inclined to welcome us and has promised to aid us in our quest for vengeance. However, Brother T&I mentioned he would deliberate on it and send the letter you provided to the Hyuga clan by afternoon." "Very well, that poses no significant issue," Gomu nodded. "Both the clan leader and the elder are of similar stature. As long as they hail from the esteemed Shimura clan, that suffices. What are your thoughts? If we were to align ourselves with the elder, we could likely achieve our revenge." "My lord, please do not jest. Are we not aware of the nature of those in our clan?" Shimura Yamashita promptly expressed his loyalty. Compared to the duplicitous individuals within the clan, T&I and Yamashita held greater faith in the enigmatic figure before them. After all, this mysterious individual not only possessed formidable strength but also exhibited no hesitation in confronting the Uchiha clan. "Given that, you shall consent to join the Elder's faction tonight. Moreover, keep your wits about you. Do not succumb to an untimely demise." Gomu's tone was notably solemn. Upon hearing the word death, Yamashita's expression grew tense. By the way, is your elder's son named Danzo? Indeed, my lord, you are aware of our clan's prodigy? Yamashita replied, somewhat taken aback. Just a casual inquiry. Additionally, remind T and I to remain vigilant tonight and not to sleep too deeply. Understood, my lord. Yamashita nodded earnestly and promptly departed. The moment Yamashita left, Gomu activated Flying Thunder God and arrived at the Uchiha clan's stronghold. It was still the same house where T and I and the others had chosen to assassinate. However, it was now evident that several ninjas lay hidden in the shadows, under the veil of night. A few patrolling Uchiha clan members stiffened upon spotting a black-clad man leaning against the wall. Who are you? What business do you have in the Uchiha clan's territory at this hour? There was no evading the truth. Gomu was entirely shrouded in a dark cloak, making it unmistakable that he was not one of their own. What are you doing here? Revenge. Gomu's voice resonated with a chilling malice. Under the wary gazes of the patrollers, he revealed the blade at his waist. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, releasing a glimmering cold light. Frenzied breath, blade drawl in an instant. The shimmering blade unleashed a chaotic array of light, and the three patrolling ninjas were violently swept off their feet by an overwhelming force. In mere moments, this team of Chunin-level ninjas was ruthlessly pierced by the blade's pressure, ultimately falling lifelessly to the ground. The hidden ninjas, shocked by the scene, rushed to assist. Alas, by the time they arrived, Gomu had already vanished without a trace. Gazing at the remnants of wind chakra lingering on the ground, the Uchiha members' expressions darkened. Damn it! How dare they provoke our clan? Do they believe us to be soft as a ripe fruit? The Uchiha clan's Jonin spoke with fury, as the three Tomo within his blood-red eyes began to whirl like demonic spirits. Captain, is this truly the work of the Shimura clan? Is there any doubt? Wasn't it confirmed at the last clan meeting? The vice-clan leader, however, was hesitant to issue a counterattack. Indeed, if Lord Madara were still here, the Shimura clan would be extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. First, tend to the injured clan members. Do not let the situation leak out. I will take a look outside. The Uchiha Jonin's gaze was icy. Since the clan leader had declined to act, he would take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Gomu utilized Flying Thunder God to appear beside Shimura Yamashita. At that moment, Yamashita had just returned to the Shimura clan stronghold and remained unaware of Gomu's concealed presence. Yamashita did not betray Gomu. He immediately sought out Shimura Tianai and relayed Gomu's orders. The two then proceeded towards the residence of the Shimura clan's elder, intending to pledge their allegiance. It was worth noting that in recent days, Shimura Tianai had successfully recruited nearly 10 individuals, including 2 Chunin. This indicated the deep-seated animosity the Shimura clan held towards the Uchiha clan. From atop the roof, Gomu witnessed Shimura Tianai and the elder enter the council hall. With a flash, he departed from the scene. When he reappeared, it was within an unfamiliar chamber. Observing the sleeping Danzo, Gomu's gaze bore a hint of solemnity. Having activated his chakra concealment, Gomu was nearly undetectable unless he chose to reveal himself. Of course, this was contingent on the opponent's awareness. Who is it? Danzo, roused from slumber by a sudden noise outside the window, was startled. Swish, swish, swish. The response to Danzo was not words, but a barrage of shuriken. The whistling projectiles in the air jolted Danzo wide awake, clearing any remnants of sleep from his mind. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shuriken embedded themselves deeply, their force evidently intent on murder. As Danzo prepared to leap from the window, a sudden, fierce strike struck his back. Thud. The intense pain, combined with the overwhelming force, sent Danzo hurtling out of the room. Damn it. Danzo glared at the figure atop the roof, mistakenly believing it to be a coordinated attack. He immediately dashed toward the heart of the Shimura clan. You insolent brat. You dare to humiliate our clan? Your blood shall pay the price. Gomu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he charged toward Danzo with his blade. The ferocity of his speed placed immense pressure on Danzo, making him feel as though his head might be severed in an instant. Stop, you bastard! Just as Danzo believed his demise was imminent, a tremendous gust of wind erupted behind him. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo's father, upon hearing the commotion from his son, immediately ceased his previous actions and rushed toward Danzo. The vast range of the wind attack stirred up a cloud of dust on the ground. Danzo, are you all right? Shimura T-Dai cradled Danzo, his breath growing labored upon seeing the bloody wound on his son's back. Elder, is young Master Danzo all right? Shimura T and I quickly followed, expressing concern. It's nothing. He must have been ambushed. Ambush? Tiena's expression tightened at the word. Just moments ago, Yamashita had cautioned him to remain vigilant while sleeping, claiming it was a warning from their lord. "Tianai, do you know something?" "My apologies, elder. It is entirely my fault. The assailant is likely from the Uchiha clan." Shimura Tianai spoke with a tone of regret. "The Uchiha clan." Shimura T-Dai's expression darkened. "Quickly, summon reinforcements and seal off the clan's territory. Tianai, go summon the clan leader and the second elder. Inform them that we have been attacked. The assailant has sustained injuries and cannot have gone far. Even if he is from the Uchiha clan, I demand an explanation. We all bleed. We are all human. Who is there to fear?" The Shimizu group is well aware that Danzo is a highly esteemed disciple of the Second Hokage, and they are backed by the formidable power of the Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan does not instill fear in them. Chapter 24, 3 against 1. Nearly met with a counterattack, can you play? As the Shimura clan, feeling the weight of impending danger, spread out like a net to search for the ancient trees. The Uchiha clan's elite ninja stealthily infiltrated their territory. "Damn it, tonight your clan will pay the price." With a swift leap, he entered the domain of the Shimura clan. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Why were there so many people wandering the streets at this late hour? Have you all forsaken sleep? Found him. Quickly call for reinforcements. We'll hold him off. A group of middle-ranking Shimura ninjas, upon discovering Uchiha Tieshin's presence, immediately began to summon aid. What is going on? Uchiha Tieshin observed the incoming ninjutsu attacks and instantly activated his Sharingan, deftly evading the onslaught. "You filthy rabble, so you've been lying in wait all this time? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate the cost of provoking the Uchiha clan." A tide of murderous intent engulfed Uchiha Tieshin, his fury threatening to ignite the very air around him, consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate everyone present. Consequences were of no concern to him. The honor of the Uchiha could not be tarnished. Crack! Uchiha Tieshin drew his long blade from his back, the crimson glow of his Sharingan illuminating the night like an omen of doom as he charged into the throng. The Uchiha clan's ninjas inherently possessed capabilities superior to ordinary ninjas, standing out like cranes among chickens. Furthermore, Uchiha Tieshin was a genuine elite ninja, a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc among the middle and lower-ranking Shimura clan members. "Damn it, this guy is too powerful. Everyone, retreat for now." In mere moments, Uchiha Tieshin effortlessly dodged various wind techniques and surprise shuriken attacks, retaliating with illusions and fire jutsu. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Uchiha Tieshin, now blinded by rage, reveled in the sanguine atmosphere that enveloped him like a fine vintage wine, intoxicating him. He felt as if he had finally found his true place in the world, akin to a fish in water or a bird in the forest. Evil Uchiha, stop this at once. Just as Uchiha Tieshin was about to pursue, three figures swiftly approached. These were the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder of the Shimura clan. They surrounded him in a triangular formation, each possessing the strength of elite ninjas. Not far away, a silver-haired ninja clad in a tight black combat suit and blue armor stood silently atop a rooftop, his cold gaze fixed on the chaos below. "This damned fiend has slaughtered so many of my kin. Today we shall ensure he does not leave." The Shimura clan leader's eyes blazed with fury as he and the two other elite ninjas launched their assault. Wind release, wind pressure, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, air slash. "Ha! The Shimura clan is beneath my notice." Uchiha Tieshin laughed heartily as he faced the onslaught of ninjutsu, his Sharingan beginning to glisten with blood. He was fully unleashing its potential, perceiving the three attackers as if in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly see through their movements. "Let me show you the Uchiha sword technique passed down through generations." With an air of pride, Uchiha Tieshin prepared to unleash a deadly technique, honed through the trials of war. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Tieshin leapt into the air, deftly evading the incoming ninjutsu while quickly forming hand seals to counterattack. Fire, accompanied by shuriken, tore through the night sky towards the three assailants. "Capture the leader first. The head of the Shimura clan shall be my first target. You have a penchant for assassinating my kin. Let your head serve as a tribute to my fallen brethren." The Shimura clan leader attempted to evade, but as he moved, he saw the ominous apparition of Uchiha Tieshin's Sharingan looming over him. Damn it, an illusion. Realizing he had been targeted, the clan leader desperately attempted to break free from the genjutsu, but before he could regain his senses, Uchiha Tieshin was already before him, blade raised high. His eyes filled with a chilling determination. Slicing through the air, the sound of flesh ripping echoed ominously. Boom. The clan leader was sent flying like a cannonball, blood cascading through the air in a graceful arc leader. Shimura Danjia watched in horror as his leader was sent tumbling. suppressing the rising panic within him as he rushed to assist. As night fell, let silence envelop this scene. Uchiha Tieshin raised his blade, glancing at the two other approaching elite ninjas of the Shimura clan. In the despairing gaze of the clan leader, he swung his blade with ferocity. Just as the blade was about to sever the clan leader's head, a kunai suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Tieshin. In an instant, Senju Tobirama appeared beside him, seizing his wrist with brute force, rendering him incapable of delivering the final blow. Crack! A mere flick of Tobirama's wrist shattered Uchiha Tieshin's forearm, causing his blade to clatter to the ground. Second Hokage. The Shimura clan leader stammered, relief flooding through him as he recognized his savior. You evil Uchiha brat, how ruthless can you be? The clan leader had initially believed that Uchiha Tieshin would leave after enacting his revenge. But now it was clear that he intended to slay the village's elite ninjas, an act that could not be tolerated. Hokage. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Tieshin trembled, feeling the overwhelming presence of chakra emanating from Tobirama, as if he were crushed beneath a mountain, unable to move an inch. What kind of chakra is this? If Uchiha Tieshin's chakra was likened to a tranquil lake, then Tobirama's chakra felt like the vast ocean, an insurmountable force. Take him away for proper interrogation. Tobirama commanded, as masked ninjas emerged from the shadows, swiftly subduing Uchiha Tieshin and dragging him away. Do not speak of today's events, if asked. Say that the three of you united to slay this man. I must see what schemes the Uchiha clan intends to unfold. Tobirama's expression remained stoic. Even with Uchiha Madara gone, he doubted that the Uchiha clan could stir up any significant trouble. In his peripheral vision, he noticed the clan leader's grievously injured form, heightening his wariness of the Uchiha clan. This 3-against-1 confrontation had culminated in a near disaster, reaffirming the notion that the Uchiha clan was inherently a breed of malevolent executioners. Chapter 25, The Wrath of the Uchiha. The Jonin assemble from a distance. The ancient trees silently observed all that transpired, before quietly departing the scene. The following day, the ancient woods awakened as usual. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Senju Furuki and Uchiha Shirzue, who were preparing breakfast together. Good morning, Shirzue, he greeted. Good morning, Hirine. She replied cheerfully. Morning, Kumu. Uchiha Shirzue waved her small hand, her delicate features breaking into a joyous smile upon seeing him rise. Uchiha Shirzue, adorned with a small apron, had her hair cascading like a black waterfall behind her. With her slender figure standing gracefully like a budding flower, she was destined to become a goddess in the future. What are you two up to so early? Kumu inquired, as he typically rose early to practice harnessing the natural energies in the air, enabling him to swiftly enter sage mode and prolong its duration. Young master, we are making steam buns. This was an idea Shirzue came up with, using fermented flour wrapped around fresh meat to steam. I think it's quite delightful, Hiryu responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she were envisioning a path to prosperity. Uchiha Shirzue shyly brushed her hair, a hint of embarrassment illuminating her features. Her gaze turned hopeful. Kumu, would you like to try some buns? Of course. I have always adored them. You know that well, Kumu replied with a mischievous smile as he approached her, brushing the flour from her hair. You rascal, always causing trouble. Uchiha Shirzue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, glancing furtively at Hiryu. She felt relieved that her companion seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words. After toiling for roughly an hour, the enticing sounds of breakfast filled the air. Kumu gazed at the steaming buns presented on the plate, genuinely surprised at how swiftly he could savor the flavors of home in this foreign realm. Delicious. Shirzue. This is truly an excellent breakfast. Hiryu relished the exquisite blend of meat juices and dough, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Shirzue, what do you think about opening a bun shop together sometime? Kumu proposed. Huh? Uchiha Shirzue, cradling a bun in her small hands and blowing on it to cool, was momentarily taken aback, resembling a startled little hamster. Her eyes shifted to Kumu across the table, seeking clarification. Upon receiving his subtle nod, Uchiha Shirzue's expression dimmed. But I don't have any startup capital. Don't worry, Shirzue. I have some saved up. Hiryu, let us use my gold coins as our initial fund, Kumu declared, devouring another bun, previously unaware of Shirzue's culinary talent. Your culinary insights are invaluable for the shop, Shirzue, Hiryu reassured her, prompting Uchiha Shirzue to ponder. If that is the case, perhaps I won't need to work elsewhere anymore. Yes, I will strive for it. Uchiha Shirzue nodded earnestly. And thus, a week passed. Kumu had been at the Ninja Academy for nearly 2 months, and he estimated that graduation was imminent. While he leaned on the table, Gazing at Uchiha Shirzue lost in thought, far across Konoha, the Uchiha clan convened for their monthly gathering. The deputy clan leader scrutinized the solemn expressions of the clan members below him, confusion etched across his features. Does anyone have any concerns they wish to address? Where is Uchiha Tetsushin? Why hasn't he arrived? The deputy clan leader's gaze sharpened, for Tetsushin was a formidable member of their clan. Tetsushin has been unresponsive for over a week, Uchiha Shikuna remarked helplessly. In his absence, I am here to represent him, which explains why I, a Chunin, can attend this meeting, he added. Tetsushin has gone missing? What could have happened? The deputy clan leader's expression grew grave. Realizing Tetsushin was a pillar of strength for their clan, and his sudden disappearance was a significant loss not only for the Uchiha, but for Konoha itself. I suspect the Shimura clan may be involved, one member suggested. The Shimura clan? That minor family? The deputy's tone turned skeptical, astonished that such a small clan would dare to lay hands on their jonin. Indeed, as soon as the deputy's words fell, the faces of the surrounding Uchiha members darkened. If it were the Hyuga or Senju clans, it would be acceptable. However, the Shimura, during times of strife, could be easily eradicated. The deputy should seek an explanation. Another member urged. Tetsushin is our elite. If he truly went missing due to the Shimura clan, it would be a blatant provocation against us. I cannot allow that. If anything happens to Tetsushin, I will ensure the Shimura clan pays dearly. The rising fervor among the jonin left the deputy feeling overwhelmed. He realized he could not quell their outrage, for he lacked the overwhelming strength of Madara to command respect. Very well, but let us not create too much uproar. After all, we are all ninjas of Konoha, he cautioned, and immediately the jonin dispersed with determination. Given the circumstances, a peaceful resolution seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, Kumu and Uchiha Shirzue strolled together, deliberating on the ideal location for their bun shop. How about we open it on the commercial street? It's being newly constructed. And I believe Hokage-sama would welcome our addition, Shirzue proposed, addressing Kumu by name, reflecting their established camaraderie from past lives. Though, if we do that, the opening will be significantly delayed, Kumu acknowledged, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a surge of powerful chakra approaching swiftly from behind. Don't worry. We have plenty of time ahead, right? Uchiha Shirzue chirped, her eyes sparkling like a cute little rabbit, her smile blooming like spring flowers. If we could remain like this forever, that would be wonderful, she mused. Indeed, let us proceed as you suggest. Kumu swiftly acted, enveloping her slender waist in his arms. Much to her astonishment, as anticipated, a fierce gust of wind rushed by, and the sight of nearly 10 swiftly moving shadows filled Uchiha Shive with trepidation. Their remarkable speed indicated that they were all jonin. Let us hurry and see what is happening. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold, Kumu exclaimed with excitement, grasping her wrist and dashing toward the direction of the Shimura clan. Chapter 26, Shimizu Tihei. I was drenched in sweat. Within the Shimizu clan, due to the clan leader sustaining grave injuries a week prior, the position of clan leader was temporarily held by Tihei, the father of Danzo. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking caused Tihei, who was in the clan leader's office, to furrow his brow. Cough, cough. Come in. After clearing his throat, Tihei composed himself. Oh no. Clan leader, it's bad. We are surrounded by the Uchiha clan's ninjas. Shimizu Taniya reported urgently about the situation outside. Owing to Taniya's covert assistance, Tihei swiftly outmaneuvered the second elder and became the acting clan leader. This led to Tihei placing immense trust in Taniya. The Uchiha clan? They dare to stir trouble? Tihei's brow furrowed, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Let's go outside and take a look. Clan leader. Don't be rash. According to the information we've received, the Uchiha ninjas surrounding our clan are all Jonin. Moreover, there are at least a dozen of them. Upon hearing Taniya's intel, Tihei's expression stiffened, and the foot he was about to step out with halted midair. Cough, cough. We must deliberate on this matter. First, let us inform Lord Hokage. In truth, he was cursing internally, feeling a rising panic. With over 10 Jonin, did the Uchiha clan intend to beat him to death here? Even against a single Jonin, the three of them would struggle to prevail. In a fleeting moment, Tihei realized that accepting the position of acting clan leader had been a grave misjudgment. Meanwhile, at the perimeter of the Shimizu clan's territory, most of the Uchiha clan's Jonin wore expressions of impatience. It's been so long since we notified you. When will your clan leader show himself? If he doesn't, he appears soon. We will launch an assault. Indeed, is it your clan's doing that Uchiha Tetsukata has gone missing? If so, prepare to wash your neck clean. The Shimizu clan's ninjas guarding the border could see Uchiha Nin on the streets, rooftops, and trees. The formidable battle formation created an intense pressure that made the Nin break into a sweat. It was evident that should the Uchiha Nin attack, they would not withstand even 10 seconds. Deputy clan leader, for your sake, we will wait 30 more seconds. If the Shimizu clan's leader still does not appear, we will breach their defenses. The elite Uchiha Nin spoke to the deputy clan leader at the front of the ranks, their tone neutral. All right, but do not kill indiscriminately. Of course, as long as Tetsukata is unharmed, everything can be discussed. The elite Nin, armed with a long sword, had only one eye visible, the other obscured by a large scar, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. The elite Nin possessed the capability to contend with shadow-level warriors, indicating that the Uchiha clan remained a dominant force within Konoha. Yukimura, what on earth is happening? Do we really have to watch this? Uchiha Shirzue, standing beside Yukimura, expressed her apprehension. This felt akin to witnessing unruly students brawling, where curiosity could lead to peril. Shirzue was genuinely concerned about being swept into the chaos. There is no need for worry. We are not the only spectators here. Yukimura released his grip on Shirzue's wrist, instead holding her hand gently to provide her with reassurance. All right. Shirzue blushed, taken aback by the sudden gesture. 30 seconds elapsed. Brothers, let's charge in. The elite Uchiha Nin, their expressions cold, swung their long swords. In an instant, the Nin sprang into action with lightning speed, akin to shadows, swiftly breaching the Shimizu clan's defenses. No. Some unfortunate souls were grievously injured and collapsed to the ground beneath the onslaught of the Uchiha Nin. The chilling screams echoed, causing the onlookers from other clans to change their expressions dramatically. Where is Lord Hokage? Are we to let the Uchiha clan run rampant? Indeed. Such lawlessness. Who would dare engage with the Uchiha clan after this? This is how the Uchiha clan operates. They resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Do you expect them to change? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Shirzue finally realized that the ninjas surrounding the Shimizu clan were indeed from her own clan. She even noticed that many ninjas from other clans were now casting disdainful glances in her direction. We should leave. Do not mind their gazes. Yukimura, having achieved his goal, took Shirzue's hand and departed from the scene. Yukimura, are those really all Uchiha clan members? Shirzue asked uncertainly as they walked. Yes, what of it? Is our clan truly this warlike? A bittersweet smile graced Shirzue's face, realizing that her earlier threats and her mother's assassination attempt could be explained. It seemed she had offended more than a mere handful. Don't worry, they are who they are, and you are you. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me, and I will turn their ancestral graves upside down. Yukimura, that is quite an exaggeration. Shirzue, who had felt somewhat melancholic, chuckled softly at Yukimura's promise. Uchiha Shirzue feels a sense of reassurance. Emotional points harvested. 200. Yukimura chuckled and shook his head, offering no further explanations. His words were sincere. He intended not only to find the culprit behind the murder of Shirzue's family, but also to eradicate their lineage entirely. However, Yukimura hoped that in the end, it would not lead back to the Second Hokage. Otherwise, it would be akin to self-sabotage. That seemed unlikely. Senju Tobirama would not target a mere clan of lower ninjas. Even against the Uchiha clan, Tobirama would not act overtly, especially since the Uchiha clan remained at the pinnacle of their strength. Like a rabid dog, they would bite anyone they caught. Soon, under the leadership of the elite Nin, the Uchiha clan had reached the central area of the Shimizu clan. Damn it. The Shimizu clan leader is still not showing up. Could it be that Tetsukata really is in trouble? Humph, if Tetsukata is harmed, I will offer the Shimizu clan leader's head as a tribute. The elite Uchiha Nin's expression darkened. Without a doubt, Uchiha Tetsukata had the potential to become an elite Nin, a source of pride for their clan. Moreover, the two had forged a bond of camaraderie on the battlefield. There, the chakra fluctuations over there indicate two Nin. They should be the leaders of the Shimizu clan. With just a few words, the 10 or so Uchiha Nin shifted their gazes toward the front. Their fierce eyes, with many activating their Sharingan, created an overwhelming pressure that made Shimizu Tihei, who had come to mediate, break out in cold sweat. Chapter 27, The Malevolent Imp of the Uchiha Clan Chief. Are we truly safe? The voice of Shimizu Tane trembled slightly. Even before approaching the group of bloodthirsty executioners, he was already engulfed by a sense of dread. The stench of blood emanated from them like that of demons rising from the abyss, sending shivers through his very soul. At that moment, He recalled the terror of the war-torn era, when the Uchiha clan reigned supreme over them, akin to a nightmare from which one could never awaken. Trouble? We must go. Lest they breach our Shimizu clan's defenses, Shimizu Tan sighed, glancing at the impassive second elder beside him, cursing inwardly that this old fox must be reveling in delight at their misfortune. After all, if trouble were to be found, it would ultimately be the chief's doing. Yet, it was evident they had come to seek someone, and with Uchiha Tetsuharu taken away by the Hokage, what were they to do? They had no choice but to speak the truth. Otherwise, their clan would indeed face calamity. By the way, has the Hokage received the alert? Shimizu Tan recalled that fateful night when he encountered masked ninjas cloaked in black. Those figures were likely direct subordinates of the Hokage, capable of easily subduing Uchiha Tetsuharu, indicating their formidable strength. Yes, they have, Shimizu Tan replied, nodding slightly, understanding why the mysterious figure had warned him to be vigilant during the night a week prior. Now, having angered the Uchiha clan, they were about to experience a night of annihilation. Let us proceed cautiously, and by some time, he concluded. With their discussion settled, Shimizu Tan and his companions approached the elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Greetings, I am the current chief of the Shimizu clan. May I inquire about the purpose of your intrusion into our territory? As Shimizu Tan felt the piercing, hostile gazes fixated upon him, he forced himself to remain calm. We are here to locate Uchiha Tetsuharu, who has reportedly gone missing in your vicinity. Is there any truth to this rumor? The Uchiha clan's vice chief smirked subtly, wearing an expression that seemed amiable, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze in March, creating an unexpectedly comfortable atmosphere. Ah, I see. Indeed. We encountered a shinobi from the Uchiha clan not long ago. Shimizu Tan's words instantly thickened the air with tension, as he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if a misstep would lead to his demise. However, he was subsequently taken away by the Hokage. Taken away by the Hokage? For what reason? The vice chief's voice held a note of confusion. Ahem, he caused a disturbance in our clan. Thus he was apprehended, Shimizu Tan explained. Let us seek the Hokage for answers. The elite Uchiha shinobi, noticing Uchiha Tetsuharu's absence, resolved to head toward the Hokage. No need, I have already arrived. At that moment, Senju Tobirama materialized behind the gathered Uchiha shinobi, his presence alone calming the restless clan members. Without hesitation, he inquired, what brings you to me? As the Uchiha vice chief approached, Tobirama's face remained devoid of emotion, resembling a still pond. Were Uchiha Madara present, he might have spared a glance. But these were merely audacious little fiends, and he believed he had the means to quell this uprising. Hokage, our elite shinobi, Uchiha Tetsuharu, has been missing for a week. It is said that you captured him. May I ask what crime he committed? The vice chief maintained a respectful tone, although he sensed many behind him growing cold in their demeanor. After all, Senju Tobirama had personally executed Uchiha Izuna, the former vice chief of the Uchiha clan, and several among them had close ties to Izuna, having been rescued by him on the battlefield. Tobirama, acutely aware of the shifting emotions among the Uchiha shinobi, maintained an expression of stoic indifference. My actions are justified. Uchiha Tetsuharu infiltrated the Shimizu clan, unleashing a massacre, and attempted to assassinate the chief of the Shimizu clan. Currently, the Shimizu clan's leadership has been assumed by their elder. Is this reason insufficient? Upon hearing the mention of the assassination attempt, the Uchiha vice chief's expression turned awkward. Since Tobirama's ascension, numerous edicts had been issued, one of which explicitly forbade the killing of fellow village shinobi. Given that the Uchiha clan had just been designated as a candidate for the security force, they could not afford to violate the law. Hokage, Tetsuharu must have had his reasons for attempting to assassinate the Shimizu clan. He would not act without cause. Might I inquire if you have conducted a thorough investigation? An elite Uchiha shinobi, standing beside the vice chief, spoke with a balanced tone. His dissatisfaction with Tobirama's leadership as the first Hokage was evident. And he held little regard for the Hokage, especially since Tobirama had been responsible for the death of the former vice chief. What? Do I need to report my actions to you? Tobirama's gaze grew cold, an undercurrent of menace palpable in the air. As he spoke, shadowy figures cloaked in black and adorned with animal masks emerged, encircling the Uchiha shinobi. Each exuded a chakra presence that demanded respect. Let's set aside whether I owe you a report. You dare to attack the Shimizu clan in broad daylight, slaughtering your comrades? Does this not show utter disdain for the laws of Konoha? In response, the Uchiha vice chief swiftly attempted to mediate. Ahem, Hokage, there has been a misunderstanding. We did not intend to take lives. Our sole concern was for our comrades' safety. Tobirama crossed his arms, offering no reply, merely loosening a finger to unleash an overwhelming chakra pressure upon the Uchiha elite shinobi. Should any of these malevolent little fiends dare to retort, he would have ample justification to apprehend them all. Even if you are Hokage, you have no right to act as a tyrant. We must understand the reasons behind these events. With the elite Uchiha shinobi trembling under the oppressive force, he spoke defiantly. Beside him, the vice chief silently cursed their predicament, finally grasping the difficulties faced by Madara. Those within the clan possessing any modicum of strength were typically rebellious. Without overwhelming power to subdue them, obedience was a distant hope. Seize them all. I now suspect these individuals of being rogue ninjas. Should anyone resist, execute them without hesitation. A cold smile played on Tobirama's lips. He was unperturbed by the potential backlash from the Uchiha clan, believing that most families would support his actions. Just as tensions escalated and the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, a weary voice resonated above. Brother, do not be so agitated. Simply explain what has transpired. Madara has departed, and we must treat their clansmen with patience. Chapter 28. Assassination again. Let the waters become more turbid. The familiar voice of Senju Hashirama resonated, leaving Tobirama with a sense of helplessness. He understood that with his elder brother present, his plans against the Uchiha clan were destined to fail. Poor elder brother, deceived by the Uchiha, remained oblivious to the malevolence of their clan. It was the first Hokage, the god of ninjas, capable of confronting Madara. The expressions of those around him were filled with astonishment, and silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even the Uchiha clansmen began to calm, with the once defiant elite shinobi rendered speechless. The might of Senju Hashirama loomed like a mountain, suffocating the entire ninja world. Since my elder brother has made such a request, allow me to elucidate briefly. Based on my investigations, Uchiha Itachi harbors a deep-seated desire for vengeance against the Senju clan. I acknowledge that during times of war, grievances abound, and I have turned a blind eye to minor skirmishes. However, Uchiha Itachi's intent to assassinate Leaf Village's elite shinobi poses a grave threat to Konoha's military strength. Thus, is it wrong for me to apprehend him? Tobirama's gaze was rather indifferent. In truth, he had not finished speaking, as he had already gathered information regarding the Senju clan. According to Uchiha Itachi, it was the Senju who struck first. Hokage-sama, Itachi and the Senju have no conflict unless the Senju initiate an assassination. Recently, several of our lower-ranked shinobi have met with untimely deaths. The vice-clan leader of the Uchiha elaborated on recent events, including the assassination attempt on Uchiha Shirzue's mother. I am aware of this and have been conducting a discreet investigation. Therefore, Senju clan leader, you might also wish to investigate who is disrupting the peace of Konoha. Today serves as a lesson for you. As for Uchiha Itachi, he shall not harm any elite shinobi. That is my bottom line. After a month of detention, I shall naturally release him back to the Uchiha clan. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, harboring suspicions that he might have orchestrated this entire affair. After all, with the clan leader injured, Danzo stood to gain the most. Yes, Hokage-sama, I assure you I will conduct a thorough investigation, Danzo replied, his head bowed respectfully. Since Hokage-sama has said so, we shall take our leave. My apologies for our impulsiveness, the Uchiha vice-clan leader conceded, relieved to know Uchiha Itachi was still alive. Let us depart. With the Uchiha vice-clan leader's command, several elite Uchiha shinobi vanished as swiftly as shadows. Once the Uchiha had completely departed, Tobirama narrowed his eyes and spoke once more. So, Danzo, do you know who among your clan is provoking the Uchiha? Upon hearing this, Shirzue's companion, Senju Taniyama, felt a surge of panic. Should he be exposed, punishment would be severe, potentially leading to his demise. Hokage-sama, I'm afraid I do not know. Everything unfolded rather suddenly. However, rest assured, I will uncover the true culprit. Taniyama bore an apologetic expression. He would never betray Taniyama, who was now his confidant. Are you unaware? Tobirama scrutinized Danzo, pausing to take a few breaths before continuing. Danzo, you must understand, playing with fire may lead to self-immolation. If this continues, your clan may face annihilation. Haha, little brother, you exaggerate. The Uchiha would never resort to such ruthless measures, Hashirama interjected promptly. Tobirama refrained from further elaboration. One must seek their own fortune. At the very least, he must consider Danzo's potential, which he still held in high regard. Having said this, Tobirama departed with Hashirama. As the surroundings became devoid of people, Danzo's demeanor transformed, becoming as cold as a serpent lurking in the shadows. You all go tend to the injured. Taniyama, accompany me. Clan leader, do you harbor concerns regarding what you said to Hokage-sama? Taniyama inquired of Danzo, who was seated. Naturally, if not for our good fortune, the Senju clan might have been severely weakened by the Uchiha. What have you done to provoke the elite Uchiha into assassination attempts, even against my son? Danzo's eyes glinted with curiosity. Well, it was merely the previous conflict, but I will not easily provoke the Uchiha again. Taniyama expressed his intentions, appearing serious, though internally he was as frigid as winter. Indeed, seeking vengeance through reliance on the clan was futile. Very well, go and comfort the injured members of our clan. I intend to establish a good image during this time, striving to consolidate the clan's power before the clan leader recovers, he resolved. As the saying goes, the young inherit from the old. As Danzo's father, his ambitions were grand, unwilling to be subservient. He was confident that under his leadership, the Senju clan would become even more formidable. Yes, clan leader, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Taniyama replied, his head slightly bowed, slowly retreating, concealing his true emotions. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Second Hokage Tobirama gazed at the mountain of documents before him, his expression one of exasperation. He began to comprehend why his elder brother had abdicated. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of knocking at the door, Tobirama's expression turned serious. Enter. The visitor was the ANBU captain, adorned with an animal mask. Is there something amiss? The ANBU captain knelt respectfully, speaking with deference. Hokage-sama. We have focused our investigations on the Senju clan's recent communications. Notably, a letter was first sent to the relay station before being forwarded to the Hyuga clan. Tobirama's eyes widened. Could this matter be linked to the Hyuga clan? His suspicion of the Hyuga clan was not particularly high on the surface. They appeared to harbor no ambitions. However, sometimes, those who seem harmless can pose the greatest threat. Have you determined the specifics? I apologize, Hokage-sama, but not yet. Very well. You may withdraw. Tobirama waved his hand. Indeed, if there were any correspondence, it would likely have been destroyed by now. Rubbing his temples, Tobirama understood that he needed to expedite his consolidation of power. At the very least, he must ensure that the primary military strength of Konoha remained firmly in his grasp. That night, beneath the luminous moon, resembling a silver plate, a shadow clad in black robes glided like a specter onto the rooftops of the Senju clan's territory. Under the gentle breeze, the black cloak and blade flickered in and out of visibility, akin to a phantom lurking in the shadows. The sudden incursion of the Uchiha clan struck the Senju clan like a dagger, severely wounding their spirit. Consequently, their nighttime patrols became mere formalities, and their vigilance waned. They believed that the Uchiha clan would not strike again. Chapter 29. A wife? That's unfair. Indeed. From his perch atop the roof, Komugi observed that the Umbu ninja, who had been concealed during the day, had discreetly withdrawn as night fell. Was this a trap, or was it a deliberate maneuver by Tobirama Senju? Was he using a proxy or flushing out the enemy? Komugi was uncertain, but it held little consequence for him, even if it were a trap. Komugi was confident in his ability to make a swift departure. Within the Shimura clan's assembly hall, Komugi stealthily lurked above, eavesdropping on the discussions below. Tano, what is the status of the clan members' injuries? Clan leader, the majority of our Chunin have sustained severe lacerations. It will take them at least a month to recover. Shimura Tano reported with deference. Bang. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura slammed his fist on the nearby table, his voice laced with fury. Those accursed Uchiha. They are nothing but rabid dogs. Clan leader, I believe this may not be entirely unfavorable. If we can placate the clan members during this period, we will garner even greater support for you. Even if the former clan leader recovers, he will likely lose a significant portion of his backing, Shimura Tano stated earnestly. Tano, you are quite astute. I shall entrust this matter to you. As the clan leader, it would be somewhat unbecoming for me to actively solicit support from the clan members. Danzo Shimura nodded, pleased. Why hadn't he recognized Tano's brilliance before? Moreover, Shimura Tano's strength was not to be underestimated. He was among the top Chunin. Indeed, his ability to hold off 3 Uchiha single-handedly spoke volumes. Very well. Let us retire for the night. I shall leave the rest to you. It is my pleasure to alleviate the clan leader's burdens, Shimura Tano responded, his head bowed, his expression inscrutable. If only he could best Danzo, he would seize the position without hesitation. He had made quite a few allies within the clan recently. As they approached the doorway, Danzo Shimura, by virtue of his status, took the lead. Clan leader, watch out. As if foreseeing the event, Tano propelled Danzo Shimura forward the instant he stepped out of the doorway. Thwack! A sound of tearing flesh echoed from behind as Shimura Tano was sent flying, crashing to the ground. What is happening? Danzo Shimura's eyes narrowed. but he found no one behind him. He glanced at the seemingly gravely wounded Shimura Tano and scanned his surroundings. Soon, he was engulfed in an overwhelming surge of energy from all directions, leaving him nowhere to evade. As if he were being targeted, a chilling premonition gripped his mind. The moment Danzo Shimura was struck by the gust of wind, countless shadowy figures materialized around him. Wielding katana, they unleashed a barrage of swift, merciless strikes. Secret art, Gale Force Rend. Arg. The air filled with the sound of spraying blood and frantic screams. Due to the element of surprise, Danzo Shimura was relentlessly assaulted, convulsing as he was transformed into a crimson figure. Thud. He finally succumbed to the pain, collapsing to the ground unconscious. What in the world is going on? Shimura Tano exclaimed, aghast at the sight of Danzo Shimura being seemingly torn apart by a multitude of assailants. He rushed to his side. He had received a warning from a mysterious figure about a potential assassination attempt tonight. But this, it appeared to be an entire group. Clan leader, are you all right? Shimura Tano examined Danzo Shimura, noting a faint pulse and a glint of malevolence in his eyes. However, he quickly masked it. He knew that the death of a Jonin would amplify the situation and draw unwanted attention. He hoisted Danzo Shimura onto his back and hurried toward the medical ward. Fortunately, the attackers had spared him, suggesting, as the mysterious figure had indicated, that this was an act of vengeance. Could it be the Uchiha clan, sending so many at once? Recalling the chaotic wounds on Danzo Shimura's body, Tano instinctively believed the attack was carried out by multiple individuals. Simultaneously, Komugi had already used Flying Thunder God to return to the roof of his residence. With his task complete, the Shimura clan would undoubtedly be under the sway of Shimura Tano. In other words, he now held the Shimura clan in his grasp. As for why the second elder of the Shimura clan was not appointed as the clan leader, it was because he was a coward who would never accept such a treacherous role. Indeed, hatred can drive a person to abandon everything. With that thought, Komugi retrieved his night black attire into the system space. Was he not the same? Thankfully, Shirzue Uchiha had remained unharmed. Otherwise, Komugi felt he would have descended further into madness. Upon entering his room, Komugi found an unexpected guest. A figure sat quietly by the window, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall of silver under the moonlight. Her angelic face was clouded with worry, as if lost in thought, stirring a sense of tenderness. Silly girl, what are you pondering? Komugi smiled and approached Shirzue Uchiha. Komugi, you're finally back. Hearing his voice, Shirzue Uchiha looked up, patting her chest as if to calm her racing heart. The anxiety that had veiled her features dissipated like clouds before the sun. Shirzue Uchiha experiences relief. 200 emotion points harvested. What brings you to my room in the dead of night? Komugi asked casually, leaning against the window frame. Without warning, Shirzue Uchiha rose to her feet and pinched his cheek. And what about you? Where have you been running off to? I was worried sick. Shirzue Uchiha exerted her strength, showing no mercy. Ouch, you little rascal, daring to bully me? Komugi retorted, refusing to be outdone. He retaliated by pinching and prodding Shirzue Uchiha's face with both hands. Her skin was soft and smooth, like warm jade, a delightful sensation. I surrender. Shirzue Uchiha, unable to withstand the onslaught, quickly raised her hands in surrender. Smoothing her disheveled hair, Shirzue Uchiha said with utmost seriousness, Komugi, I was truly worried about you. Silly girl. I promise to return sooner in the future, Komugi said gently, stroking Shirzue Uchiha's head. Very well. Just be careful, Shirzue Uchiha mumbled, pouting. She had wanted to express her disbelief, but remembering that this world was not the same as the one they had left behind, she offered a word of caution. She understood that Komugi was out on important matters. You're the best, my dear wife, Komugi exclaimed, moving to embrace Shirzue Uchiha. The familiar gesture caused Shirzue Uchiha to blush, and she quickly placed her hand between them, pushing his face away. Not yet. Ahem, and when did I become your wife? Uchiha Shimizu tilted her head, resembling a timid little rabbit, unable to meet the gaze of the ancient tree. Beneath her dark tresses, her ears gradually flushed a delicate crimson. Her rosy cheeks, akin to an unripe apple, glimmered enticingly under the moonlight, exuding an allure that made one yearn to take a bite. Surely, it was only a matter of time. After all, we are already engaged, are we not? Engaged. I must take my leave now. Uchiha Shimizu stammered, akin to a startled fawn, her unabashed confession overwhelming her senses. Her large eyes sparkled like twinkling stars as she struggled to free her small hands, escaping the scene with an air of urgency. That scoundrel must not be allowed to engage in any mischief at this moment. Uchiha Shimizu, in a state of anxiety. Emotional points harvested. 300 sigh. Is this a jest? Ancient Tree chuckled helplessly, gazing out at the tranquil courtyard, not inclined to rush. After all, his young girlfriend was still in her growth phase. Chapter 30, Confession? Early graduation the following day, Gumu rose as early as ever. Good morning, Shinsui, he greeted, noticing Uchiha Shinsui still engrossed in making buns. Humph. Uchiha Shinsui's eyes widened momentarily, turning away and ignoring Gumu. Uchiha Shinsui feels flustered. Emotional harvest 100 this. The system's prompt left Gumu speechless. After all, they were like an old married couple. What was there to be flustered about? Good morning, young master. Today, we are experimenting with a new flavor of buns. This soup-filled idea is truly splendid, Senju Inglu remarked, oblivious to Uchiha Shinsui's expression. Instead, she seemed to see gold coins beckoning to her. Yes, Sister Inglu. I will leave Shinsui in your capable hands, Gumu replied. Rest assured, Shinsui is also considered a partner in this venture. We shall split the profits evenly. Free for each of us, Inglu explained. Free for me. Gumu's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting such a substantial share. Of course, you provided the startup capital. Inglu affirmed. Ah, is my portion a bit too much? Uchiha Shinsui, who had merely intended to work, found herself unexpectedly elevated to the status of a co-owner. It's not excessive. This idea of the bun shop originated from you, and you are the inventor of this delightful treat, Inglu added. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shinsui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then it settled. You shall take 3, Gumu said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. And no, that is not fair. I'm still living here with you, Uchiha Shinsui stammered, her face turning a deeper shade of red. I agree. Thank you, Sister Inglu. She finally conceded, flustered by Gumu's teasing. Well then, it's settled, Inglu confirmed, her expression puzzled as she sensed something incomplete in Gumu's earlier words. After breakfast, Uchiha Shinsui followed Gumu, wearing a gloomy expression, her eyes resembling a kitten longing for affection. What's wrong, Shinsui? Are you upset? Gumu inquired, noticing her demeanor. Gumu, didn't we agree to present ourselves as classmates in front of others? Uchiha Shinsui pouted, visibly displeased. That is fine. Inglu is not just anyone. Gumu reassured her confidently. In the presence of Senju Tobirama, he was certain that Inglu would choose him without hesitation. After all, in their childhood, she had defied the Hokage's orders to stay by his side and protect him, almost taking on a maternal role. Oh, I see. Uchiha Shinsui's mouth fell open in surprise, realizing her internal conflict was entirely self-inflicted. Ha ha ha, you looked quite anxious just now, Gumu chuckled, recalling her eagerness to respond earlier. How dare you, you mischievous Gumu. Always picking on me. Uchiha Shinsui declared, her expression one of discontent, deciding to ignore him for the day. However, after a moment's thought, she deemed that a full day was excessive. Perhaps half a day would suffice. She would simply avoid him until they reached the classroom. Good morning, Gumu. Morning, Uchiha Shinsui. Just as Uchiha Shinsui was sulking adorably, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Hey, my son, are you all right? Gumu turned to see Shimura Danzo, who, despite the bandages, was preparing to head to school, his expression curious. Uchiha Shinsui, however, merely cast a glance at Danzo, offering no further acknowledgement. There were some issues at home, and today is particularly important, Danzo explained, saying little else. Yet Gumu could clearly see the intense desire in his gaze, as well as a subtle resentment directed towards Uchiha Shinsui. Why does that guy look so agitated? Uchiha Shinsui wondered, much like a curious cat, moving ahead of the two and speaking with intrigue. I don't know, perhaps he has hemorrhoids? Gumu. You're so mean. Cough, cough. Humph. Uchiha Shinsui laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells. Yet she quickly recalled that she shouldn't engage with him during this period, so she haughtily turned her head away, resembling a proud swan. Gumu was left bewildered, uncertain of Uchiha Shinsui's mixed signals. Before long, they arrived at the classroom. Over the past few months, rumors had begun to circulate regarding Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui's relationship, with many believing they were romantically involved, even suggesting they had shared a bed. Oh, what is this? Gumu observed a letter placed on Uchiha Shinsui's desk, his curiosity piqued. I have no idea, Uchiha Shinsui replied, shaking her head in confusion. Upon opening the letter, Gumu noticed Uchiha Shinsui's brow slightly furrow. He immediately recognized this familiar, subtle expression. It was likely someone was confessing their feelings to her. One must admit, his little girlfriend possessed an undeniable charm. Presently, she not only excelled in written examinations but also ranked highly in practical classes, coupled with her gradually revealed stunning beauty. She easily overshadowed her peers. Seems like something good is happening? Gumu mused, resting his chin on his hand, his expression playful. You know, this afternoon. Beneath that large tree in practical class, please help me turn him down, Uchiha Shinsui stated, her face devoid of emotion, as if it were a mere task. In their previous life during high school, Gumu had assisted Uchiha Shinsui in fending off numerous suitors. You little lady, when you're serious, you can be quite aloof. Gumu teased, playfully squeezing her cheeks. Indeed, to outsiders, Uchiha Shinsui appeared like an iceberg, reserved and focused solely on her studies, embodying the archetype of a cold, sophisticated woman. Hey, Gumu is bullying me again. I want to talk to you, Uchiha Shinsui protested. Flailing her arms in an attempt to escape the attention of their classmates, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, everyone quiet down. I have an important announcement to make. Senju Tobirama declared as he entered the classroom, his gaze darkening upon witnessing the playful antics of Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui. He had a nagging feeling that his precious son might have fallen under Uchiha Shinsui's enchanting spell. If that were the case, it was time to impose some discipline. Since school life has become rather dull, let us consider early graduation, he stated. Teacher, what is this about? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired from the audience, his curiosity piqued. While his peripheral vision remained fixed on Danzo, who had been absent from school due to injuries. Danzo, what exactly transpired? As I previously mentioned, I will select outstanding students for early graduation based on their practical class rankings and various assessments. Today, I will announce that list. Furthermore, new instructors will be taking over your classes, as I have become quite busy lately. As Senju Tobirama's words echoed through the room, the students' hearts swelled with anticipation, mingled with regret, knowing that the esteemed Hokage would no longer be their teacher. Although the theoretical classes he attended were somewhat soporific, the practical sessions truly imparted valuable knowledge. After graduation, students will be grouped into teams of 3, each guided by a seasoned jonin instructor for specialized mentorship. At that time, they will simply follow the assigned arrangements. Senju Tobirama briefly introduced the subsequent plans and then presented the list of outstanding graduates, preparing to announce it. Chapter 31. Shursui Uchiha dumbfounded, was old man Kohara actually the Hokage? Kiyoshi Komugi rested his face in his hand, casting an amused glance at Shursui Uchiha, who sat ramrod straight beside him. Whenever she was nervous, this girl would sit with impeccable posture. Hey, what are you doing, Komugi? Shursui Uchiha asked softly, her cheeks flushing as she felt Komugi's hand caressing her waist. She reflexively recoiled, embarrassed. Nothing, just teasing you, Komugi replied with a mischievous grin. In his previous life, he had often enjoyed teasing Shursui Uchiha in this manner. You scoundrel! Shursui Uchiha retorted playfully, clutching her robes to prevent Komugi from further advances. Before Komugi could make another move, Tobirama Senju's stern voice echoed from the stage, Komugi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kagami Uchiha, Torafu Akimichi, Hamura Midokado, Kohara Udatane, Kosuka, and lastly, Shursui Uchiha, please come to the stage to receive your ninja headbands. As Tobirama Senju announced their names, envious gazes fell upon them. Graduating early was undoubtedly a privilege reserved for exceptional students. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi, Komugi, and the others possessed strength comparable to Chunin, they still had to undergo the formal graduation ceremony at the Ninja Academy. From this day forward, you will be true ninjas. I have only one thing to say. Where leaves dance, the fire shall never be extinguished. Yes, sensei. We will uphold the will of fire with unwavering resolve. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and the others responded with fervent enthusiasm. In that case, let's proceed with the assignment of jonin instructors. If anyone has any objections, speak now. Tobirama Senju distributed a list to each of them. When Shursui Uchiha realized that she and Komugi were not assigned to the same jonin instructor, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Sensei, I definitely have objections. The surrounding students were visibly shaken by Komugi's audacious words. This notorious troublemaker was truly audacious. He dared to question the Hokage's personnel assignments, seemingly oblivious to the second Hokage's polite gesture. Objections? Come to my office. As for the rest of you? Tobirama Senju remained impassive, knowing that nothing sensible would come from this brat's mouth. Since no one else has any objections, let's proceed with the assignments as planned. With that, Tobirama Senju departed. Komugi, what's the matter? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked curiously after Tobirama Senju left. His teammates were Danzo Shimura and Shursui Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Shursui Uchiha beside him, surmising the reason for Komugi's discontent. Telling you wouldn't help? I'm going to see Sensei. Komugi shrugged. He couldn't bear the thought of his girlfriend being in another team, especially one with Danzo Shimura, who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Shursui, why are you following me? I also have something to discuss with Sensei. Shursui Uchiha blinked her large eyes, unsure of Komugi's purpose in seeking out Tobirama, so she decided to advocate for herself. Is that so? Then let's go together. Komugi shrugged nonchalantly, wondering what the girl wanted to discuss with Tobirama. Soon, the two arrived at the faculty office. After knocking, Tobirama's emotionless voice echoed from within, inner. Upon seeing Shursui Uchiha enter alongside Komugi, Tobirama Senju surmised the purpose of their visit. If you two have anything to say it quickly. I will no longer be managing the Ninja Academy. Ahem, Sensei, I'm here regarding the team assignments. Although I'm not sure what criteria you used. I believe it would be more beneficial to have Shursui and me on the same team. Komugi cleared his throat, his expression earnest. And you? Tobirama Senju didn't immediately respond. Instead, turning his gaze towards Shursui Uchiha beside Komugi. Sensei, like Komugi, I also have some reservations about the team assignments. Shursui Uchiha struggled to meet Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze. Compared to her previous teachers, Tobirama exerted immense pressure. You both have reservations? Then how about I assign you two to the same team? Tobirama Senju's face bore an amused smile. Really? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Komugi feigned delight, seemingly understanding the underlying meaning of Tobirama's words. And you? I think that would be fine too. Shursui Uchiha replied earnestly. But I disagree. Let's leave it as it is. It will be a good experience for both of you. Tobirama Senju immediately waved his hand, his decision seemingly final. Shursui Uchiha's eyelids twitched, her face betraying no emotion, but her heart sank with disappointment. She couldn't imagine how dull and uninteresting life would be without Komugi. Sensing Shursui Uchiha's distress, Komugi interjected calmly. Sensei, give me a reason. A reason? I heard that you two are not only living together but also dating? Do you realize that letting emotions cloud your judgment is a cardinal sin for ninjas? Tobirama Senju recalled how his elder brother had secretly met with Madara Uchiha during their childhood, which had led to his continued leniency towards the Uchiha clan. Sensei, there's a flaw in your reasoning. After all, if a ninja doesn't care about their comrades, how can they truly uphold the will of fire? As for the rumors you mentioned, Shursui and I are simply classmates. Of course, most importantly, Shursui and I have already developed a certain level of teamwork. Wouldn't it require more time to adjust if we were placed on different teams? Frankly, Tobirama was already persuaded by Komugi's words, but he wouldn't give Shursui Uchiha another chance. He wouldn't allow his promising disciple to fall into the gentle trap of the Uchiha clan. You make a valid point. But what you two need most right now is time. All the villages are currently undergoing reconstruction, so there won't be any conflicts for the time being. Tobirama Senju closed his eyes, resorting to playing the rogue for the first time. Are you trying to force my hand, old man? Seeing that Tobirama wouldn't listen, Komugi dropped the pretense and revealed his true colors. Huh? Shursui Uchiha was bewildered, her large eyes darting back and forth between Komugi and Tobirama Senju. She suddenly understood why Komugi didn't seem to fear the Hokage. No wonder she sensed some resemblance between Tobirama and Komugi. Shursui Uchiha feels shocked, harvesting 300 emotions, so her future father-in-law was the second Hokage. Thinking of this, Shursui Uchiha suddenly felt incredibly nervous. No wonder the second Hokage's gaze was often scrutinizing when he looked at her. Was he perhaps evaluating his future daughter-in-law? What am I thinking? We're not even officially together yet, and I'm already thinking about being his daughter-in-law. As Shursui Uchiha's thoughts raced, Tobirama Senju's eyes widened, speechless. This brat was truly turning the tables on him. Ahem, Komugi, don't be hasty. I'm doing this for your own good. That won't do. Just give me a straight answer. Yes or no? Komugi had no desire to continue arguing with Tobirama Senju. After all, their relationship wasn't exactly amicable. Sigh. So it shall be. However, I have one stipulation. Once you become a nin, you must join my elite guard. Senju Tobirama helplessly rubbed his brow, fully aware that this cheeky lad, when resolute, was as immovable as a mountain. The potential displayed by Uchiha Shinsui was evident. He would undoubtedly become a formidable master of the Uchiha clan in the future. Initially, he had hoped that both Hiruzen and Danzo would be able to draw her into his fold. Nevertheless, if Komugi could win Uchiha Shinsui over, that would suffice. An elite guard, you say? Komugi turned to Uchiha Shinsui beside him. Noticing her incessant blinking, he discerned her acquiescence. Very well. Kamuki understood what the second generation's elite guard entailed. It merely involved following him in the execution of various missions. It appeared Tobirama had anticipated the impending turmoil and was proactively cultivating his trusted team. Chapter 32. Not buddies. Am I on the same team as the Thai? Upon stepping outside, Uchiha Shirzue seemed to be in disbelief that Kubo's father was, in fact, the second Hokage. What's the matter, silly girl? Are you so elated about the prospect of us undertaking missions together that you've lost your words? Kubo remarked, a content smile gracing his face. You scoundrel. Why didn't you mention sooner that the second Hokage is your father? Uchiha Shirzue retorted, casting a flirtatious eye roll, pondering what her standing was in Tobirama's eyes. Kubo, aware of her concerns, casually responded, it's nothing to worry about. That old man has no bearing on my decisions, even if he disapproves. I am determined to have you. Uchiha Shirzue's cheeks flushed at his words. The audacity of this rogue to utter such shameful declarations left her flustered. I haven't agreed to anything yet. To mask her embarrassment, her gaze flitted about like a startled deer, huffing softly as if to assert her resilience against being easily swayed. If you refuse, I might have no choice but to consider a harem instead. That Tsunade is quite charming. The girl next door appears to be adorably interesting. What did you just say? Uchiha Shirzue exclaimed, extending a delicate hand to poke at Kubo's soft waist, launching a playful attack. Her lovely visage turned as red as a ripened apple, her expression radiating the essence of an East Asian vinegar queen. Ow, I was only joking. How could I possibly entertain a harem? From now on, I won't utter a word to Tsunade, and she could never compare to your cuteness. My dear Shirzue, the most adorable in the world. Flatterer, I am not that charming. Uchiha Shirzue's lips curled into a ripple of a smile, glancing at Kubo's exaggerated antics, nervously surveying their surroundings. This fellow truly showed no fear of others discovering their identities. Uchiha Shirzue feels elated. Emotional point harvested, 200. While her words were meant to refute, her heart blossomed with joy. Kubo, recognizing they were nearing a populated area, ceased to tease Uchiha Shirzue. It was not yet the time to reveal their identities, at least until Kubo believed he had matured. He would not voluntarily disclose their relationship. Otherwise, being targeted by Senju Tobirama could lead to unforeseen complications. That old man would undoubtedly never permit his son to wed a member of the Uchiha clan. Hey, Kubo-kun, Shirzue-chan. I think I heard you talking about me just now. Is there something going on? At the corner, Tsunade, who was about to leave the academy, approached with a puzzled expression after catching snippets of their conversation. Kubo opened his mouth, but sensing a delicate hand exerting pressure on his waist, he opted to remain silent. This girl was quick to unleash her jealousy. Nothing much. We were just discussing group assignments. By the way, Tsunade-chan, who are you paired with? Uchiha Shirzue inquired, her face adorned with a friendly smile. However, to Tsunade, that smile sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Me? It seems I am in a group with Kubo-kun. I look forward to working together. Tsunade's gaze shifted between Kubo and Uchiha Shirzue, seemingly realizing that the rumors were somewhat unfounded. These two maintained a degree of distance. Uchiha Shirzue's eyes momentarily lost their luster. If Tobirama had not approved a group change, would these two genuinely be together for training? A melodramatic scenario unfolded in Uchiha Shirzue's mind, envisioning a tale of deepening affection culminating in abandonment. Bang! Hey! Uchiha Shirzue, jolted back to reality, glared at Kubo with dissatisfaction. What are you daydreaming about? We asked the teacher about reassignment, so the situation remains uncertain. Kubo stated flatly, devoid of any lingering sentiment. I see. Then that's fine. Tsunade appeared somewhat disheartened. I'll take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Yes, goodbye. Kubo replied expressionlessly, preparing to depart with Uchiha Shirzue by his side. Kubo-kun, you seem quite popular. It appears Tsunade has feelings for you? Of course. I am the man of the world's most adorable Uchiha Shirzue. Let's go. Uchiha Shirzue huffed, her tone soft, almost as if squeezed from her nasal passages, before striding ahead with a hint of pride. Were the boys from the Ninja Academy to witness this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Was this the same aloof academic they knew? Before long, the afternoon arrived. Kubo and Uchiha Shirzue sat in the usual practical class area, staring blankly at a distant tree. He pondered who might have penned a love letter to Uchiha Shirzue. Oh, someone's coming. Kubo observed a man slowly approaching beneath the tree, seemingly waiting for something. The fellow was rather handsome, his features pleasing, yet he paled in comparison to Kubo. Hey, classmate, don't wait any longer. Shirzue 1TB coming. Why are you here? The handsome man stammered, swallowing hard upon seeing Kubo. He had explicitly stated in his letter that he hoped Uchiha Shirzue would not disclose it to anyone. What was this situation where she had immediately informed her wild counterpart? Why aren't you the one? Kid, your taste is commendable, but that woman is already taken, so please refrain from disturbing her in the future. At least for now. I'm still quite accommodating. Kubo's expression was impassive, yet an aura emanating from him rendered the handsome man paralyzed with fear. Among their peers, Kubo was viewed as an indomitable force, with few daring to provoke him. The last student who harbored a small crush, Hinata, still lay unconscious in the infirmary. All right. I won't bother Uchiha Shirzue again. The handsome man, overwhelmed, prepared to leave in disgrace. Wait, did I permit you to leave? The handsome man, having taken a few steps, froze. Kubo-kun, do you require anything else? Do you know who has been spreading the recent rumors? Kubo's expression turned cold. I'm not sure. The handsome man's gaze wandered. My hands have been itching lately. I just need a few sandbags. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on the handsome man's forehead. I just remembered. It seems to be some girls from our class. Girls? Kubo's eyes narrowed. He had hardly interacted with his classmates, aware that most would become cannon fodder in the future. Here's a task for you. Identify those who have been spreading rumors and inform them that I am already aware. If I hear any more gossip, regardless of whether they spread it or not, I will be the first to take action against them. Understood. I will relay your message. The handsome man nodded frantically, clearly drenched in sweat. Look at this weather. It's making you sweat profusely. Go home and wash up properly, Kubo observed, shaking his head in disbelief at the sight of the man's soaked back. Why yes, thank you for your concern, Kubo-kun. The handsome man stammered before hastily escaping the scene. Have you bullied someone again? Uchiha Shizuka, upon spotting that man, fled in a frenzy as if encountering a malevolent spirit, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What bullying? I am, in fact, a paragon of kindness. Just a moment ago, I even advised him to return and rest properly, Gumu remarked with a pout, expressing his dissatisfaction. All right, let us hasten to meet our esteemed Jonin teacher. I am rather curious about who our next companion will be. I hope it is not a boy. Why not? Uchiha Shizuka narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous smile gracing her charming face. Ahem, it is simply that I fear you might be whisked away by another boy. Gumu replied, feeling the delicate grasp around his waist, aware that this girl was not about to relent. That is utterly impossible. Uchiha Shizuka gently shook her head. Her heart was vast enough to accommodate various opinions of others, yet it was also small enough to harbor only Gumu. Chapter 33 Uchiha Shinsui felt a twinge of irritation. Soon, Kubo and Uchiha Shinsui arrived at the designated location. How could it be that guy? Kubo gazed at the older man standing beneath the great tree, his expression one of silent disbelief. What's wrong? Uchiha Shinsui inquired curiously. Looking over, they saw a man with long hair tied back, clad in a green ninja uniform, his demeanor rather stoic. Nothing much. I just hope this fellow doesn't pull any tricks. Kubo replied. What a coincidence. It seems we are indeed comrades. Tirun Koharu's face lit up with a cheerful smile as she observed Kubo and Uchiha Shinsui arriving together. No one would refuse the prospect of having formidable allies. As a medical ninja, she understood that her role in the team was not to slay foes, but to assist her comrades. What a coincidence, Koharu. We will be fighting together from now on, Uchiha Shinsui remarked, tilting his head with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, Koharu nodded, looking quite pleased. Greetings, everyone. It is my pleasure to meet you. My name is Naoto, and you shall refer to me as Sensei from now on. Senju Naoto stated. Since you are already acquainted, there is no need for further introductions. Upon discovering that one of his students was Senju Kubo, Naoto's eyes subtly shifted in surprise, momentarily forgetting to ask for his students' names. Let me be clear, I do not tolerate laziness in my students. Should anyone fail to heed my instructions, I will request a change of students. I will guide you until you become nin. Or if one of you manages to seize a bell from me during this time, you will be deemed successful in your training. Naoto indicated the 3 bells hanging from his waist. It appeared that this rule, indeed established by Tobirama, had persisted into the future. Given that they were the first batch of students from the Ninja Academy. Do you have any questions? Naoto asked, observing Kubo, whose expression remained impassive. He had encountered Kubo a few times before, and to his dismay, he was known as the underachiever of the Senju clan. I have no questions. Neither do I. Uchiha Shinsui and Tirun Koharu responded in unison. And you? Naoto turned his gaze towards Kubo. None. Kubo shrugged, stealing a few glances at the bells on Naoto's waist. This man was the son of the clan's elder, strict and uncompromising. Previously, at family gatherings, he had shown little interest in Kubo, stating that he felt somewhat unworthy of the Senju name. Very well, then. You may attack first, and I shall assess your current abilities, Naoto stated casually. To him, dealing with a few young novices was hardly a challenge. He believed he could handle them with one hand tied behind his back. You two go ahead. Kubo said to Uchiha Shinsui and T-Rune Koharu. Do you have a plan? Koharu asked, glancing at Naoto, who was leaning leisurely against the tree, feeling a weight of pressure. This was her first battle against a jonin. Kubo stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied earnestly. My plan is for you to go first while I hang back. Oh, you. Koharu interjected, but Uchiha Shinsui assured her, I trust Kubo, let us go first. With that, she unsheathed her long blade and charged towards Senju Naoto. All right, but let us take it slow, Shinsui, Koharu advised, aware that rushing in without intelligence was unwise. Don't worry, I will be cautious, Uchiha Shinsui asserted, her expression serious. The recent practical lessons had bolstered her confidence. What is this? Naoto observed as the two girls advanced, while Kubo reclined elegantly on a stone, watching them with calm detachment. To an outsider, one might even mistake him for the instructor. This guy truly lives up to the rumors, Naoto thought, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. As a jonin, he had little time to concern himself with the ninja academy, hence he was unaware of Kubo's unparalleled prowess among the students. Sensei, we're coming, Uchiha Shinsui called out, hurling shuriken for cover before leaping into the air to weave hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive shuriken was launched by T-Rune Koharu, complementing Uchiha Shinsui's assault. However, Naoto found their attacks utterly lacking. With a mere body flicker, he deftly evaded their combined offense. Swish. Almost the moment Naoto landed, he felt a rush of wind by his ear. A girl with blood-red eyes wielding a long sword was charging at him. From the Uchiha clan, Naoto concealed his surprise, quickly drawing a kunai to counter her attack. It dawned on him that he had yet to inquire about the names of the other two girls, as his attention had been entirely captured by Kubo. Damn it, what is Tobirama thinking, placing an Uchiha among my students? Naoto's expression remained neutral, though internally he was cursing. He knew all too well that his brother had perished at the hands of the Uchiha clan, yet here he was, forced to confront them directly. Bang! Bang! The clash between the long blade and Naoto's black kunai echoed, as if two serpentine dragons were entwined in combat, sparks erupting from their friction. In the distance, Koharu's explosive tags rained down like a torrential storm. Naoto began to gauge the combat capabilities of the two girls. Without a doubt, they were merely genin, though Uchiha Shinsui might hold her own against a nin for a few exchanges. At this moment, Naoto remained composed, while Uchiha Shinsui was already drenched in sweat. The relentless onslaught forced her to transition from offense to defense, and gradually she realized that her Sharingan could scarcely keep pace with Naoto's tempestuous assault. Bang! With another powerful strike, Naoto effortlessly sent Uchiha Shinsui flying, his expression as devoid of emotion as ever. Shinwei, I'll cover you. Try to see if you can touch the bell, Koharu instructed, recognizing that blind aggression would yield no victory. They needed to employ strategy. All right, I will give it a shot. Just don't attack for a moment, Uchiha Shinsui replied. Before she could launch another assault, Naoto raised a hand to halt her. Sensei, is there a problem? Koharu asked, taken aback. I have a clear understanding of your capabilities now. From this point forward, I will officially guide you. Please state your names. Oh, I am T-Rune Koharu, Uchiha Shinsui. The boy over there is Kubo, Uchiha Shinsui indicated towards Kubo, who was still lounging on the stone. Understood. I will remember. Naoto acknowledged. Senju Naoto nodded, affirming that this woman was indeed of the Uchiha clan. The sinister glint in her eyes was something he felt he could never forget. Had it not been for his brother's selfless act to save him, he might have perished beneath the Uchiha's long blade. Komoku, isn't it time for you to join the training as well? Senju Naoto inquired, turning towards the yawning Komoku not far away. Sensei, you should focus on training them first. I believe I can manage on my own, Komoku replied, waving his hand dismissively, appearing on the verge of slumber. Manage on your own? Is that your excuse for slacking off? Senju Naoto retorted, his gaze sharp and devoid of any semblance of mercy. He began to suspect that Komoku's early graduation from the Ninja Academy was due to favoritism from Senju Tobirama. Clan members? T-Rin Koharu's expression was one of bewilderment. Are you saying this teacher and Komoka belong to the same clan? She realized she was unaware of Komoku's surname, as well as her teacher's. TSK, say what you will. Komoka replied with a slight click of his tongue. Over the years, he had grown weary of the incessant rumors about his family, having developed a sort of immunity to them. Nevertheless, no one could coerce him into participating in activities he wished to avoid. Shirzue, do you know which clan Komoka hails from? T-Ring Koharu asked, her curiosity piqued as a bold conjecture began to form in her mind. Huh? How would I know? She turned to find that the previously mild-mannered Uchiha Shirzue now bore an unusually fierce expression. Her seemingly gentle demeanor seemed to convey that something precious of hers was under threat. Chapter 34. The malevolent imp tempts my son again, Teacher Chihido. I shall not permit you to speak ill of Gomu. He possesses great strength. Before Kashin Sakurako could interject, Uchiha Shizumi, with a solemn expression, took the unprecedented step of confronting his instructor. Oh? The eyes of Senju Chihido and Uchiha Shizumi met, carrying a hint of menace as they seemed to recall some unpleasant memory, a rare smirk gracing Chihido's lips. This was not a joyous smile, but rather one laced with mockery. Then, Uchiha Shizumi, how do you intend to substantiate your claims? If the Gumi you speak of only exhibits the prowess you have shown, I must confess, I am quite disappointed. Senju Chihido shrugged. Having no desire to instruct these lower-ranked ninjas, yet finding himself confronted by a defiant spirit so early in their engagement. Shizumi, do not be so rash. Challenging the teacher brings us no advantage. Observing Uchiha Shizumi's barely contained agitation, Kashin Sakurako quickly sought to diffuse the tension. I shall prove my worth through my strength. No. Allow me to handle this myself. Gomu's voice unexpectedly chimed in from behind. Gomu? Uchiha Shizumi's demeanor softened slightly upon noticing Gomu's arrival. Come forth. Let me witness the basis of your arrogance. Senju Chihido remained silent. Ah, Teacher Chihido, you ought to brace yourself, Gomu remarked, scratching the back of his head with a blank expression. You all may step aside. I wish to converse privately with Teacher Chihido. What? Do you wish to battle me alone? Senju Chihido appeared amused, finding humor in Gomu's audacity. It was indeed true that the fearless spirit of youth knows no trepidation. Let us give it a try. One must always test the waters, he mused. Indeed? Gomu, when did you arrive behind us? Weren't you supposed to engage in battle? Uchiha Shizumi questioned, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Battle? When did I ever declare my intention to fight? I merely stated I wished to have a brief chat with Teacher Chihido. Gomu pointed towards the still-dazed Senju Chihido nearby. Gomu, what are you saying? Why does Teacher Chihido appear so bewildered? Kashin Sakurako expressed her incredulity. Who knows? You might as well go and see for yourselves, Gomu replied casually, reclining beside Uchiha Shizumi, amused by the unfolding scene. Let's go check on him, Uchiha Shizumi suggested, lightly clearing his throat as he took Kashin Sakurako's hand, leading her toward the still motionless Senju Chihido. Teacher Chihido, are you all right? Uchiha Shizumi waved a hand in front of Chihido's face. What on earth did you two discuss? Kashin Sakurako remarked, observing Chihido's ghostly expression, wondering if Gomu had shared some scandalous revelations. Ahem, let us conclude today's training. I shall take my leave for now. And I will inform you of any future missions. Senju Chihido's vacant gaze began to clear. That fellow is undoubtedly a monster. The moment Uchiha Shizumi and Kashin Sakurako turned away, Gomu had instantly appeared beside them. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes with his blade. The terrifying force of his attacks seemed to sever the very air surrounding Senju Chihido. By the time Chihido regained his composure, Gomu was already positioned behind Uchiha Shizumi and the others. How could this fellow possess such terrifying power? Without question, those aerial slashes, had they landed upon him, would have spelled his doom. This monster's strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of an elite jonin. How old is he? A mere child. And elite jonin at that. Such a claim would surely be met with disbelief. What kind of monstrosity has the Hokage assigned to me? Or perhaps this is fitting for one of his esteemed lineage. Senju Chihido departed, casting a final glance at Gomu sprawled on the boulder. Undoubtedly, Gomu's formidable prowess had conquered his respect. In the presence of strength, words were unnecessary. Chihido even suspected that Gomu had been deliberately concealing his abilities, merely to discern who genuinely cared for him. Damn, this monster possesses such depth of character? Chihido felt a cold sweat break upon him, questioning if the Hokage was aware of his son's terrifying capabilities. Gomu, what have you said? Teacher Chihido's expression was truly comical. Uchiha Shizumi remarked as they made their way home, her demeanor light and buoyant, hands clasped behind her back. a rare smile adorning her face like blooming spring flowers. I told you, if you don't return home soon, old Wang next door will make his move. Is that true? Uchiha Shizumi questioned skeptically. More genuine than pearls. Came the retort. Humph, then I shall begrudgingly believe you. Instinctively, Uchiha Shizumi sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared, yet she refrained from probing further. If she truly wished to know, she trusted that Gomu would reveal it to her. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. In the Hokage's office. Senju Tobirama regarded the somewhat pale Senju Chihido with curiosity. Chihido, has something occurred? Hokage-sama, you have put me in quite the predicament. Why did you not inform me beforehand that your son possesses the strength of an elite jonin? Senju Chihido resolved to relinquish his role as Gomu's instructor, feeling that such a task would be a profound affront to his dignity. No wonder he had remarked on Gomu's yawns. It seemed he had merely been observing a fool. Oh, an elite jonin? Senju Tobirama's gaze flickered. His intention in assigning Chihido as Gomu and Uchiha Shizumi's mentor was to utilize his insight to gauge Gomu's abilities. He never anticipated the results would be so startling. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen could barely exchange a few blows with an ordinary jonin. After all, the disparity in chakra levels between jonin and other ninjas was vast. Aside from honing their skills, they could only rely on external forces. Very well, you may leave for now. I will personally address this matter and provide you with a response in due time. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Senju Chihido nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Soon, the night descended. As Senju Ayam was out procuring ingredients, she would not be returning home this evening. In the courtyard, only the ancient tree and Uchiha Shirzue remain. Shirzue, what shall we eat tonight? I am quite hungry, Gumu remarked, reclining on the tatami, observing Uchiha Shirzue, who was still training in the courtyard, with an expression of utter lethargy. Hungry? Uchiha Shirzue wiped the beads of sweat from his neck, a hint of alluring smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to eat first, take a bath, or perhaps indulge in my company? You are playing with fire, you know. Before Gumu could finish his sentence, he was jolted back to attention as he noticed a familiar figure suddenly appear behind Uchiha Shirzue. Playing with fire? Regardless, you are incapable, so what is there to fear? Uchiha Shirzue replied with a mischievous grin. However, before she could bask in her triumph for long, an unexpected voice from behind rendered her speechless. What are you saying? Where is Gumu lacking? The question, devoid of any emotion, unmistakably belonged to the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama's gaze was silent. This young rascal was indeed tempting his cherished son. Chapter 35. A gentleman is colorful, yet not licentious, expressing emotion but obeying reason ahem. Lord Hokage, when did you arrive here? Uchiha Shizuke's expression stiffened, a hint of anxiety washing over him. It was not merely because of the presence of the Hokage, but more so due to the fact that he was the father of Komoku in this realm. Let us set that aside for now. Pray tell, what did you mean when you said Komoku was lacking? Senju Tobirama's visage remained impassive, concealing his innermost thoughts. In truth, a myriad of speculations had already taken root within him. Hey, old man, is it your intention to bully me upon your return? Komoku, still reclining on the tatami mat, spoke with an air of mild reproach. He showed no trepidation in the face of Senju Tobirama. Oh, you insolent brat, this is my abode. Am I not allowed to return? Senju Tobirama's expression bore a trace of amusement as he scrutinized Komoku, noting the deepening aura that emanated from him. Could it be that he truly was an elite jonin? If that were the case, a mission would certainly need to be assigned. After all, the elite jonin of Konoha were few and far between, with many currently engaged in missions outside the village. Given the recent events, it was only natural for the Uchiha clan to react. Young man, my Umbu is currently in need of personnel. Will you join us? Umbu? What is that? Hearing Senju Tobirama dive straight into business without preamble, Komoku was momentarily at a loss for words. Senju Tobirama paused slightly. You may understand it as a clandestine organization that maintains the stability of Konoha. Oh, that sounds rather appealing. Komoku's face bore a flicker of interest. However, I shall decline. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened upon hearing Komoku's intrigued refusal. Why? Provide me with a reason. I have yet to pass the assessment from my instructor. You see? Komoka offered a casual excuse. Instructor? You mean Naruhito, correct? He has no intention of continuing as your Group S instructor. What? Uchiha Shizuke's blinked her lovely eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. Senju Tobirama cast a glance at Uchiha Shizuke's, reiterating, Komoku, your current strength has already qualified you to become an instructor. If you are willing, I can appoint you as the captain of Umbu. You may choose your team members, though I shall need to review the final roster. Uchiha Shizukaze was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing as to when Komoku had gained the ability to become an instructor. After all, their instructors were elite jonin. Oh? A curious smile graced Komoku's face. It seems there have been numerous developments within the village that urgently require mediation. I find this acceptable. But I have one condition. Uchiha Shizukaze must become my team member. Uchiha Shizukaze was momentarily at a loss, but as she beheld Komoku's comical smile, she realized she had been ensnared. Uchiha Shizukaze, Senju Tobirama paused briefly, awaiting her response, feeling the weight of Tobirama's intense gaze. Uchiha Shizukaze nodded. If Lord Hokage does not object, I am willing. Umbu, formerly known as the Special Operations Assassination Unit, is a covert organization that I command directly. Komoku, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the 4th Division within Umbu. Each division consists of 17 individuals, including 4 squads, each led by a squad leader and comprising 3 squad members. In addition to the personnel I assign, you may recruit others, however. The final list must be submitted for my approval. As for further details, someone will deliver them to you shortly. From now on, you two need not attend classes. Await my missions instead. With that, Senju Tobirama vanished in an instant. What is happening? Have we become agents? Uchiha Shizuka's eyes sparkled with excitement, still grappling with the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, she was a student. Indeed, Komoku nodded, harboring his own thoughts. Joining Umbu would allow Uchiha Shizukaze to gain a deeper understanding of the harsh realities of the shinobi world. After all, he desired for his little girlfriend to possess the capability for self-defense. Otherwise, when the Great Shinobi War commenced, she could very well become collateral damage. Whoosh! As the conversation concluded, a shadow materialized in Komoku's line of sight. I have placed your belongings here. If the clothing does not fit, adjust it as necessary. Report to the Umbu headquarters tomorrow morning to receive the missions assigned by Lord Hokage. The Umbu messenger delivered the information and swiftly departed. Damn, must we rise early again? The mention of an early start left Komoku with a look of exasperation as he longed for the leisurely days of yore. Hey, Komoku, there's a mask here. I want this fox mask. Very well, try it on to see if it fits. Uchiha Shizukaze nodded obediently, her demeanor reminiscent of a fresh university student. Brimming with curiosity. What is this? Why is there a dog mask? Komoku unwrapped the bundle, discovering a solitary dog mask, and inwardly cursed the Umbu operative from earlier. Inside was also a manual regarding Umbu regulations. Rule 1. In assassination missions, leave no traces of the body and eliminate all evidence. Rule 2. When executing missions under normal circumstances, masks must be worn and code names used. Rule 3. All commands shall prioritize those issued by the Hokage. Komoku, what is your mask? Uchiha Shizukaze, now dressed, approached him wearing a fox mask adorned with red stripes. It suits you perfectly, you naughty dog. Do you wish to be bullied, little girl? Komoku raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering as he beheld Uchiha Shizukaze in her black bodysuit. Uchiha Shizukaze, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, wore a teasing smile on her cool countenance. Resembling a cunning fox, her burgeoning figure stood tall and graceful, akin to a flower on the verge of blooming. Komoku propped his chin thoughtfully, nodding in satisfaction. Is there a problem? Uchiha Shizukaze inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Not at all. Do you require me to prepare a glass of milk for you each morning? His playful words snapped Uchiha Shizukaze back to reality as she hastily covered her chest, exclaiming, You lecher scoundrel, how shameless. A gentleman is colorful yet not licentious. Expressing emotion but obeying reason. You naughty fellow, applying it so adeptly. Uchiha Shizukaze gazed at Komoku, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features. If her memory served her right, she had once explained this phrase to him during their studies of classical literature in a previous life. It signified that a gentleman admires women but does not indulge in debauchery. His affections are rooted in genuine emotion, yet he restrains his actions through propriety. Of course, who could blame me when I sit beside an academic prodigy? Komoku retorted, ensuring no one was within earshot before he voiced his thoughts. Having a top student as a desk mate had made him somewhat reluctant to slack off during high school. Are you not satisfied? Still pondering the younger student who confessed her feelings to you during high school graduation? That young girl was delightful, sweet, and fragrant, addressing you as big brother and leaving you utterly enchanted. Uchiha Shinshui muttered with a pout, resembling an irked feline. As he spoke, his expression darkened. Ahem. Let's halt this discussion. How could any junior compare to my beloved? Upon hearing the term beloved, a trace of fluster crossed Uchiha Shinshui's face. The words of men are often deceitful. You shall prepare your own meal today. Having said this, Uchiha Shinshui made his way towards the room, yet in his final moments. A fleeting smile graced his lips, akin to a lake gently stirred by a spring breeze, difficult to suppress. Wait, what can I possibly cook? Are you unaware? Gumu lamented, tears unshed, for aside from fried rice, all he could rely on were the ubiquitous instant noodles. Chapter 36. Sundara, you desire to devour me, don't you? In the kitchen, the two began to prepare their respective meals. One side presented a feast of fragrant and colorful Chinese stir-fried dishes, while the other yielded a bland bowl of boiled noodles. Gumu gazed at the familiar braised pork simmering in the pot, his mouth watering at the sight. Had it not been for Shimizu's arrival in this world, he might have thought he would never taste the delightful braised pork again. As if sensing Gumu's unusual demeanor, Uchiha Shimizu's lips curled upward slightly, emitting a proud little hum, reminiscent of a warbler's song, clear and melodious. The smile lingered on her face, a testament to her triumph over him for once after enduring his teasing for so long. Uchiha Shimizu felt a surge of joy. Emotion points 200. Observing the system's notification, Gumu felt a sense of helplessness. He knew well the temperament of this little girl. Just a slight display of emotion could easily delight his little girlfriend. Here, take it. I have no fondness for meat. At the dining table, Uchiha Shimizu pushed her freshly cooked braised pork toward Gumu. It was a vibrant red, glistening, and wobbling enticingly, a dish that promised to be delicious. It's not out of softness. It's simply because the flavor of this batch is rather poor, indeed, quite subpar. With a slight huff, Uchiha Shimizu tilted her head, resembling an adorable little Sundara cat. I prefer this kind of food. Everything else here is too bland. Gumu picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The sweetness of sugar and the savory aroma of grilled meat enveloped him. The texture was tender, melting in his mouth, truly exquisite. I knew it. My dear wife is the best. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Shimizu, who was drinking water, choked at Gumu's sudden address. Stop talking nonsense. When did I become your wife? Her eyes widened in surprise, as she had long anticipated their future together in her past life. However, just as they were engaged, fate had swept her away. Could she rectify the regrets of her past life in this one? Uchiha Shimizu did not know. She merely hoped to grow up quickly, perhaps allowing her to fulfill the unaccomplished desires of her previous existence. How does it taste? It's a pity there aren't many seasonings here. Uchiha Shimizu cradled her face with her hands, her eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction and expectation. It must taste good. My little wife's cooking is simply exceptional. As the saying goes, such flavors should only exist in heaven, rare to encounter on earth. In the future, we should open a restaurant. It would surely be a great success. Such exaggeration, where's the truth in that? Impossible. I am a good person. I never lie. Gumu devoured the food eagerly. At his current age, he found it hard to resist such delicacies. Here, take it. I know you don't like greasy food. You little glutton, are you secretly drooling? He pushed the remaining lean meat toward Uchiha Shimizu, his face adorned with a comical smile. Nonsense, I'm not drooling. Uchiha Shimizu's eyes widened in panic. How could you embarrass me like this? I'll wash the bowl later, just leave it in the kitchen. I'll head upstairs for a shower first, Gumu announced, making his way upstairs. As she watched him leave, Uchiha Shimizu opened her mouth to speak but found no words emerged. She understood that Gumu was likely off to attend to his own matters, just as she thought. Upon reaching his room, Gumu changed into a black cloak suitable for nighttime excursions. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the residence of the Shimura clan. Though Gumu was aware that Shimura Tain would likely seize the opportunity to usurp power while the clan's elder was gravely injured, he felt it necessary to confirm the situation himself. Shimura Yamashita seemed to sense movement behind him. Turning around, he spotted the cloaked figure standing atop the roof, his demeanor immediately tensing. Don't be alarmed, it's me. Gumu leaped down to stand beside Shimura Yamashita. The familiar voice released a sigh of relief from Shimura Yamashita. Sir, do you have any matters to discuss? He glanced around cautiously, ensuring the area was clear before inquiring. Take me to Tain. I've heard that many events have transpired here recently. Yes, sir. I shall lead you right away. Shimura Yamashita's eyes lit up with excitement. They had been troubled over how to persuade the second elder to relinquish the acting clan leader position. Knock, 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 enter. Yamashita, and Shimura Tain sat in his usual office, contemplating his future actions. After all, opportunities were knocking at his door, and he needed to seize them. Failure would be a sign of incompetence. Upon noticing the familiar cloaked figure behind Yamashita, he rose from his seat, gazing at Gumu with curiosity. "It is I." Upon receiving confirmation, Shimura Tain stood respectfully before Gumu. "Sir, do you have any new instructions?" His expression was earnest. He knew that several of his critical decisions had been supported by this mysterious figure's guidance. For instance, the earlier correspondence with the Hyuga clan, successfully diverting the Hokage's attention, prompting him to focus on the Hyuga clan. Additionally, the recent prevention of an assassination attempt on the elder had earned him the elder's trust, allowing him to begin managing clan affairs. And what of the second elder's response? No significant reaction. It seems he is willing to allow me to take over clan affairs. And how many in the clan are willing to follow you? Shimura Tain pondered for a moment before responding. Based on your guidance, most individuals harboring grievances during the wars are inclined to support me. Additionally, some of the ninjas from the Elder's faction are also on my side. Roughly 2/3 of the clan's ninjas seem to back my claim to the acting clan leader position. Very well, let us proceed as such. I wish to review the list of enemies related to the Uchiha clan that I previously asked you to prepare. Hearing Gumu's request, Shimura Tain's eyes brightened. He swiftly retrieved the long-prepared list of adversaries from his pocket. To Jainin? Feeling the scrutinizing gaze from Gumu, Shimura Tain forced a sheepish smile. There was little choice, sir. Those individuals were all Nin like me a few years ago. But the Uchiha clan is naturally inclined toward combat. After the previous Uchiha incident, I discovered that my enemies have now ascended to Jainin. And what of the assassination incidents the Uchiha clan experienced during that period? Have you uncovered any leads? Gumu inquired, his concern evident. Well, we did investigate. Aside from ourselves, it appears others have also targeted the Uchiha clan. It seems to be the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga? Who specifically? Shimura Tain's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'm not certain yet. That information came from the patrolling brothers. Sir, is there a problem? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now, focus on building your reputation within the clan. Regarding the second elder, he will likely remain in the shadows for a while. Gumu harbored no illusions that Shimura Tain could fully take control of the Shimura clan. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and the future remains uncertain. However, concerning the Hyuga clan, those capable of infiltrating the Uchiha clan for assassination and then retreating unscathed were of particular interest. The prowess displayed is undoubtedly that of a Jonin, or perhaps a Chunin possessing the strength of a Jonin. Upon discerning a vital piece of information, Gumu relinquished the notion of intimidating the second elder of the Uchiha clan. Currently, the Hokage's focus rests primarily on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Should another incident occur here, it is likely that the Uchiha clan would also receive heightened scrutiny. No wonder Senju Tobirama lamented the lack of personnel. The need to monitor both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans renders one short on capable individuals. Upon returning to the rooftop of the courtyard, Gumu distinctly observed that Uchiha Shizumizu was not asleep. She remained quietly ensconced in her room, resembling a docile kitten, seemingly oblivious to the tumult of the outside world. Ah, you little one, sneaking into my room again. Are you plotting a midnight ambush? Gumu leaped through the window. For in the presence of a ninja, conventional locks are but a mere illusion. Uchiha Shizumizu donned an expression of resigned acceptance. I'm off to bed now, as I must rise early tomorrow. Good night. Seeing Gumu return safely, Uchiha Shizumizu exhaled in relief. Then, with an impassive nod, she retreated to the adjacent room. Her demeanor as ethereal as a being untouched by the mundane world. Good night, Gumu murmured, gazing at the closed wooden door, momentarily lost in thought. The echo of the system resonated in his mind, lingering like a haunting melody. Uchiha Shizumizu feels relaxed. Emotion points harvested. 300, Chapter 37. The rules of the Dark Division. The following day, Gumu rose early as usual. Though he expressed a desire to indulge in a leisurely slumber, upon discovering that Uchiha Shimizu had also crossed over, he had not once allowed himself the luxury of extra sleep. He must grow stronger until he could disregard the pressure from both the Senju and Uchiha clans, successfully bringing Uchiha Shimizu home as his bride. Lazy bug, rise and shine. Gumu called out as he approached the door of Uchiha Shimizu's room. Faint sounds of her dressing reaching his ears. Shimizu, you wouldn't be in trouble, would you? Damn it, I might have to break down the door. A mischievous smile played on Gumu's lips as he placed his hand on the doorknob. Before he could turn the knob, the wooden door swung open, revealing Uchiha Shimizu, her high ponytail secured and a fox mask adorning her forehead, her physique beginning to take shape beneath her black bodysuit. With a gaze reminiscent of a siren, she glanced at Gumu, her expression a mix of annoyance and exasperation. "Tsku lecture. Ahem. Could you spare me a few more glances? Preferably with a hint of disdain. I swear, I am absolutely not a pervert." Gumu raised his hand in a vow. His expression filled with anticipation. "You truly hopeless," Uchiha Shimizu sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Let us get registered first. It's the first day at work. Don't be late." With a hint of reluctance, she shot him one last disdainful look before they set off. "But from now on, you must call me Captain Mu. We all use code names in the Dark Division." "And what about you?" Gumu inquired. "I'll go with Water," Uchiha Shimizu replied, tapping her chin. Momentarily at a loss for a suitable code name. Outside, the sky bore a pale hue, and the Dark Division commenced work at an early hour. The dawn still shrouded in twilight. Moreover, with both Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu donning masks, it was unlikely anyone would recognize them. Following the instructions in the manual, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Dark Division's base. For the sake of secrecy, the communication base was situated underground, directly beneath the Hokage building. Gumu noticed several figures concealed in the shadows, attentively observing their entry. Utilizing a hidden entrance, they found themselves in the main hall of the Dark Division. Typically, members remained here on standby when not assigned tasks, ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. The hall was expansive, featuring training zones, task areas, and leisure spaces. Before entering, they encountered a designated individual, akin to a guardian at the gates, tasked with recording information, much like a sentry. Perhaps due to their diminutive stature. Several members training against wooden dummies turned their attention to the newcomers. New recruits? Code names? The long-haired member stationed at the entrance spoke in a detached tone. "Wood. Water. Here are your identification tags. Hang them at the corresponding division when executing tasks. This is to ascertain how many personnel are available." The recorder tossed the tags inscribed with wood and water into Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu's hands. Following her direction, they noted 4 bulletin boards nearby, each representing a division. The captain's names were listed at the top, followed by the squad leaders, and finally the team members beneath them, clearly outlining the structure of the teams. Tiger, Blast, Bull. Gumu approached the bulletin board, gazing at the 3 names prominently displayed at the top, even without tags. They bore distinct markings, realizing this to be the names of the captains as well as their respective division titles. Gumu inscribed his code name on the board and hung his tag at the pinnacle of the 4th bulletin board. "Water, you can simply be below me. I will be gentle." Lecherous Uchiha Shimizu rolled her eyes playfully, but proceeded to inscribe her code name, placing her tag beneath Gumu's. The other 3 bulletin boards were filled with names, making theirs stand out conspicuously. "How am I being lewd? You're the one beneath me and haven't moved an inch. Clearly, it's your own thoughts that have strayed. I want to engage with you further." Uchiha Shimizu huffed as she made her way toward the training area. As the two conversed, the surrounding dark ninjas were taken aback upon witnessing Gumu placing his tag at the captain level. Is a new division emerging? And the captain seems rather youthful. This sparked speculation among the dark ninjas, with several newcomers internally relieved to have avoided encountering such a youthful captain. While Uchiha Shimizu headed to the training area, Gumu made his way to the leisure zone. Naturally, he would not practice sage mode in front of an audience. "Are you a newcomer?" Captain Wood. Before Gumu could settle in, a deep voice inquired from nearby. He looked up to see a robust man wearing a bear mask, towering like a fortress. A massive sword strapped to his back. His broad shoulders and muscular arms radiated immense strength, the contours of his muscles resembling solid steel. "Do you need to familiarize yourself with the rules of the Dark Division, Captain Wood?" the bear inquired. "State your business quickly. I wish to doze off again." Gumu was skeptical of the dark ninja's friendly demeanor. Then I shall respectfully oblige. Let us head to the training platform. I wish to challenge you." The bear's tone bore a hint of ferocity. "A challenge? Can I refuse?" Gumu shot a cool glance at the bear. "Refuse." The bear seemed to revel in the word. "If you refuse, you must relinquish your position as the captain of the 4th Division." Captain Wood. "Allow me to impart the first unwritten rule of the Dark Division. Strength dictates everything. It is far more pragmatic and ruthless here than outside. Your power correlates with your authority. The greater your strength, the greater your power." The bear's eyes glinted with amusement. Presuming Gumu's inquiry was an indication of his intent to decline the duel. Indeed, given Gumu's stature, he barely reached the bear's chest. "So that's it. No wonder so many eyes were on me once I hung up my tag, as if I were a delectable treat. Gumu clicked his tongue, his tone laced with exasperation. Captain Wood, referring to yourself as a delectable treat may be somewhat humiliating, but it's the truth. Though we all serve Lord Hokage, he permits our underlying competition. As the saying goes, competition breeds pressure, and pressure is the impetus for enhancing combat abilities. Seems I have no choice but to accept. Let us proceed. Gumu stretched, his expression behind the dog mask remaining stoic. Indeed, the law of the jungle applies universally. The weak shall be preyed upon. Chapter 38, Class A Assassination Mission. It seems that the bear is about to challenge someone again. I recall the last time he issued a challenge was not long ago against the Explosion team. This fellow is indeed a combat fanatic. I suspect that aside from challenges, nothing else occupies his mind. Some dark ninjas in training paused their activities as the burly man ascended the martial arts platform. Since the dark faction was only recently established, the organization still retained a semblance of humanity, unlike in the future when it would become a stagnant pool, devoid of vitality except for mission execution. Uchiha Seijui appeared to have noticed the happenings on the martial arts platform. Indeed, the Hokage allowed for healthy competition among dark ninjas. With this thought, Uchiha Seijui made her way over. Although she believed that Komoku would not fail, an involuntary wave of concern welled up in her mind. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the squad leader of the 2nd Division, the Explosion team, codenamed Bear. I look forward to your guidance. Bear laughed heartily upon seeing many spectators gather to watch. Thus, if this lad were to lose, he could not possibly back out. There was no need for further words. It was best to settle this swiftly. Komoku yawned, his demeanor beneath the mask reminiscent of placid waters, showing no sign of anxiety. This was the confidence born of strength. As solid as steel. Here I come. With this declaration, under Uchiha Seijui's watchful gaze, Bear's form vanished like a phantom, seemingly disappearing from his original position. When he reappeared, the two had already collided. Boom. Upon contact, their immense strength shattered the ground beneath them like a spider's web. Komoku wielded the demon blade Muramasa effortlessly, easily resisting Bear's downward strike as though strolling leisurely through a garden. This kid possesses such terrifying strength. Despite Bear's massive frame, he was indeed a ninja with both strength and agility maximized. Among the average Jainin, he could be considered quite capable. You've got quite a bit of strength. Huh? Are you trying to defy the heavens? Bear's tone held a hint of melancholy. This was something he ought not to say. A closer observation revealed that a faint whistling emanated from the blade of Komoku's sword, carrying waves of force that allowed him to block Bear's ferocious strike with just one hand, standing firm like an unmovable mountain. 8 trigrams palm, breaking the void. Who would have thought Bear would employ the technique of using force against force? He released his grip on the blade, pouncing toward Komoku's chest like a hungry tiger. Wind release, cyclone. Without forming any seals, Komoku summoned a whirlwind that surrounded him, effortlessly sending the suddenly aggressive Bear flying away. Wind release? Upon witnessing Komoku's ninjutsu, Bear's gaze sharpened. He could not deduce which clan he belonged to. After all, there were no prominent clans in Konoha that specialized in wind release. Upon sensing the familiar 8 trigrams palm, Komoku knew this lad belonged to the Hyuga clan. With this realization, Komoku decided not to toy with him any longer. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he gradually reined in his aura, placing the demon blade Muramasa gently at his waist, and then slowly crouched down. The gathering aura around Komoku surged like a roaring tide, causing the black robe he wore to flutter like a banner in a tempest. Damn it! Bear seemed to sense an overwhelming threat and charged once more, intent on disrupting Komoku's energy gathering. In truth, Komoku could have struck him down while he was airborne. He merely created the illusion that his draw of the sword required time to accumulate power. A white aura gradually wafted from behind the mask of Komoku. Just as Bear was about to make contact with him, the sword was drawn. Frenzied breath. Windblade frenzy. Boom. Like the impact of a close-range cannonball. The ground bore the marks of the blade, and Komoku instantly found himself at another position on the martial arts platform. Bear remained frozen in the act of raising his weapon, caught in a moment of stillness, his body unresponsive. The crowd seemed to hold its breath. The atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of the sword being sheathed, the previously rigid Bear's shirt suddenly exploded into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. His eyes trembled as he finally let out a sigh of relief. Beneath the mask, his Byakugan was fully activated, grateful for his keen observations. Indeed, if he had moved just then, it would not have been his clothing that exploded, but rather his own flesh. Huff. I lost. As expected. One who can serve as captain cannot be easily defeated. Komoku, I concede. Should you require collaboration on any tasks in the future, feel free to seek me out. Following his defeat, Bear scratched his head, appearing relaxed, revealing that this was not his first experience of being bested. Little fool, are you astonished? What do you think? Am I handsome? Komoku approached the solitary Uchiha Seijui, playfully tousling his white hair. You are quite handsome. Cough, cough, cough. Expecting Seijui to retort. Komoku was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected compliment. I want to let you be satisfied. Uchiha Seijui's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons sparkling with light. She understood well what kind of response Komoku yearned for. What a pity. Being this handsome, yet not a single girl has confessed. What, do you desire someone to confess to you? Though Uchiha Seijui was aware that Komoku was jesting, she pouted with a hint of annoyance, much like an irked kitten, having someone else in mind while already having her own. TSK, TSK, TSK. No, we haven't even gotten to that point yet. Uchiha Seijui's cheeks flushed, realizing she had subconsciously placed herself in the role of Komoku's partner. It must be the fault of this rascal, constantly referring to her as wife, leading her subconscious to accept that notion. Uchiha Seijui feels a sense of yearning. Emotional points collected. 200. Komoku remained oblivious to the intricacies of Uchiha Seijui's thoughts, believing that his words might have been inappropriate. He thus began to clarify, compared to others. I hope for your confession more. Rest assured, your favor is at an all-time high with me. It's a sure thing. His blunt words caused Uchiha Seijui's ears to flush a shade of crimson. Who said I wanted to confess to you, you scoundrel? Uchiha Seijui's voice trembled slightly, though her heart was already contemplating the matter. In her previous life, it was always Komoku who initiated the confessions, perhaps this time. She could take the initiative? What a shame. Looks like I will have to seek out other girls. Komoku feigned a look of profound disappointment. Huh? You dare? Uchiha Seijui's expression darkened in an instant, and she reached out her seemingly enchanted hands toward Komoku's waist. Just a joke. In this day and age. Who has time for love? The question is whether one can survive. Beneath the mask, Komoku's expression turned serious. He understood the narrative and thus recognized the brutality of the ninja world. Therefore, if possible, he hoped Uchiha Seijui could comprehend this as well. For only by adapting to the environment could one hope to survive. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Shizusui spoke softly, and though the ancient tree could not perceive her expression, it was evident that the young lady wore an exceptionally serious countenance. Indeed, the death of her mother in this world had likely induced a profound transformation in her heart and mind, which elucidated Uchiha Shizusui's relentless dedication to her training. Her rigorous practice was not solely for self-preservation. Deep within, she harbored aspirations of becoming a significant support for the ancient tree in the future. Moku Team. 4th Division's Moku Team, please report immediately. There is a task requiring your collaboration, classified as an A-level assassination mission. Before Uchiha Shizusui could prepare for her training, the sudden announcement of the mission echoed through the hall, prompting both individuals to spring into action. Chapter 39. Uchiha Shizuku's lap pillow. Has it not been long since I started slacking off, and I have to go to work again? Koki murmured in complaint, feeling that even if he hadn't been taken away by a large truck, he would probably be like this working in his previous life's environment. All right, let's go out quickly. By the way, Captain Koki, do you know about this A-class mission? Uchiha Shizuku was already in the zone, at least within the Umbu. She had to address Koki as Captain Koki. I'm not sure, but for it to be an A-class assassination mission, the target must be at least a jonin. Koki led Uchiha Shizuku out of the base. There were already 4 ninjas wearing animal masks. Come with us. The specific mission will be disclosed to you along the way. After saying that, the 4 disappeared in an instant. Such terrifying instantaneous speed left Uchiha Shizuku dumbfounded on the spot. How can she keep up? Haha, dumbfounded. Aren't you? Koki chuckled, picked up the dazed Uchiha Shizuku, and quickly followed behind those Umbu ninjas. Such actions would probably only increase in the future. You rascal. Underneath the fox mask, Uchiha Shizuku's eyes trembled, with a hint of embarrassment. However, her desire to become stronger increased once again. The Umbu squad leader seemed to have noticed the anomaly behind him, feeling somewhat puzzled. In fact, he had been dissatisfied when he saw that his fellow team members appeared to be 2 small children. Therefore, he deliberately sped up to see how strong the 2 really were. Now it seemed that the silver-haired ninja with the dog mask was quite strong. So, what exactly is our mission? Koki, holding Uchiha Shizuku, arrived next to the commander of this operation in a few leaps through the trees. This operation is codenamed Annihilation. As for the specifics, you don't need to worry about it. Just follow us and assassinate a rogue ninja. The ninja wearing a cat mask glanced at Koki and Uchiha Shizuku, his tone quite indifferent, clearly not wanting to engage in too much conversation. And so, the six traveled for about a morning before deciding to take a short rest in a forest. Captain Koki, are you tired? Uchiha Shizuku jumped down from Koki's arms, staring at the Umbu ninjas in the distance who clearly didn't plan on interacting with them, and asked, I'm exhausted. You need to let me lie down for a while. Koki sat cross-legged under a large tree, patting his thigh, his meaning clear. What do you want to do? Uchiha Shizuku's eyes fluttered, her heart starting to race. She thought Koki wanted her to sit on his lap. Alas, is there any soft place here? I really want to lie down for a while. All right, come here. Uchiha Shizuku's eyes showed resignation as she understood Koki's meaning. So she knelt on the ground, gesturing for Koki to lie on her lap. As expected, my teammate Shizuku is the best. Koki had a mischievous smile on his face, and without another word, he laid down on Uchiha Shizuku's lap. What are you doing? Don't face down. Uchiha Shizuku was flustered by Koki's actions, like a startled deer, her hands and feet in disarray. She immediately looked up at the Umbu ninjas in the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief when she realized they didn't seem to be paying attention. Turn over, you pervert. Uchiha Shizuku turned Koki over, her eyes filled with a watery mist, showing how flustered she was. Am I not just too tired? Koki mumbled, feeling his face being pulled by Uchiha Shizuku. Tired? Uchiha Shizuku's eyes were curious. Was she really that heavy? As she pondered, Koki suddenly heard some rumbling sounds next to his ear. He turned his head in confusion, looking at the upright Uchiha Shizuku. Cough. You didn't hear anything, right? And no, I didn't hear anything. Koki deliberately made a suppressed smile, looking at the other Umbu ninjas in the distance. Those guys had clearly equipped themselves with soldier pills and were taking the time to replenish their strength, thinking that they might have to travel again soon. Koki immediately got up, noticing the birds circling in the sky from time to time, and instantly disappeared. What's going on? Did that guy run away? The four Umbu ninjas, seemingly not paying attention, were actually secretly watching. After all, what the team members did would be reported to Lord Hokage. Team Leader Wind, did that person run away? I don't know. Go and see. If you can't find him, describe the report as it is. Wind, wearing a cat mask, spoke calmly, without any emotional fluctuations due to Koki's sudden disappearance. As soon as he finished speaking, Koki's figure reappeared. He was carrying a string of plucked birds in his hand. Huh. So he went to catch something. Did these two not bring soldier pills? Isn't it obvious they're newbies? But to be able to carry out an A-class mission with us, their strength shouldn't be low. The voices of his teammates didn't attract Wind's attention. His expression under the mask was serious. What he was concerned about was why Koki had returned so quickly. Moreover, he had processed the birds so quickly. Was his swordsmanship that terrifying? And this sudden appearance? Could he know the space-time ninjutsu developed by the Second Hokage? Where did you get these birds? Uchiha Shizuku asked helplessly. Teammate Shizuku, give me some fire. I happen to have brought cumin. Natural barbecue, it's so good. Koki handed the long sword to Uchiha Shizuku. He had many such long swords in his system space. As for the demon sword Muramasa and the demon slayer, he naturally wouldn't waste them like this. Hey, the ninjas over there are watching. Recalling the lap pillow she had given Koki just now, Uchiha Shizuku couldn't help but blush slightly. She thought they weren't paying attention, but as soon as Koki left, Uchiha Shizuku clearly felt the sharp gazes of the four ninjas. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and breathe fire. I need fire. Koki waved his hand, as if urging a fire-breathing Pokemon. Okay. Uchiha Shizuku didn't know how to control the temperature. With one fire release, the birds were instantly roasted. Koki used wind release to control the temperature, so they weren't burned too badly, sprinkling some cumin on them, although it couldn't be said to be delicious. It was barely edible. Eat it. Don't let the child go hungry. Hearing this, Uchiha Shizuku pouted unhappily. Bad Koki, you only know how to bully me. I'm not hungry. Then I'll eat it all. Cough. Well, I think we shouldn't waste your kindness, so I'll reluctantly eat some. Uchiha Shizuku coughed lightly, tearing a roasted bird from the longsword, almost engraving the word Sundara on her face. Captain Koki, don't mention it. This tastes pretty good. Before Uchiha Shizuku could react, Koki suddenly picked her up again. You eat first. They seem to be starting to travel again. I really don't know who the target of this assassination is. Koki roughly estimated the distance. They were already far away from Konoha village. Very well, Uchiha Shizusui murmured softly. Feeling the strength emanating from the ancient tree's embrace, a profound sense of security blossoming within her heart, she believed that with the ancient tree by her side, she would not fear any danger that might come her way. Chapter 40. The Umbu's Mishap, fortuitously aided by ancient wood as night descended. The sky was draped in an inky blackness, subtly illuminated by the glimmering constellations. After a day's arduous journey, Komugi and his companions finally arrived at a quaint village. This locale marked the periphery of the Land of Fire. Beyond this point lay the Grass Country, a small nation bordering the Land of Fire, which was their intended destination. Intelligence suggested that a rogue ninja was hiding within this village. Each member received an image of the fugitive. Upon identification, immediately alert your comrades. Exercise caution, as this rogue ninja is a Jonin-level threat with the capacity to contend with elite Jonin. Komugi's expression faltered as he recognized the familiar face in the portrait. This fellow. Isn't this Uchiha Tenshin? Komugi had encountered him during his visit to the Uchiha clan. It seemed he had not only survived the Second Hokage's machinations but had also become a rogue ninja, or rather, been driven to it by the Second Hokage's actions. While Komugi disapproved of the Second Hokage's methods, he acknowledged the Uchiha clan's formidable nature, akin to a tiger whose very presence inspired caution, even with its fangs removed. Let's split up, commanded F, before vanishing into the night. The others, clad in black attire, melded into the shadows like phantoms. Leader Komugi, why are you shadowing me? Uchiha Shizen queried, her tone laced with resentment as she traversed the rooftops, aware of Komugi's presence behind her. Shizen, what kind of talk is that? I'm merely ensuring you're not slacking off. As your leader, it's my duty to oversee your mission execution. Komugi rejoined, positioning himself beside her. Very well, Uchiha Shizen acquiesced, understanding that Komugi was concerned for her safety. However, she believed that this assassination mission should be straightforward, given their numerical advantage. Her thoughts were interrupted by a thunderous roar in the distance, drawing the attention of the villagers. Many, recognizing the signs of shinobi combat, fled in terror. In their eyes, ninjas were instruments of war, bringing conflict wherever they went. Something's amiss. The ferocity of this clash suggests more than one combatant, Komugi murmured, his expression shifting subtly as he employed his wind-based sensory abilities. Leader Komugi, should we intervene? What could your feeble self possibly accomplish? Remain on the sidelines. Humph. Aye. Uchiha Shizen retorted, a hint of displeasure in her voice at Komugi's blunt assessment of her abilities. She longed to land a few blows on his chest. But recognizing her limitations in a Jonin-level engagement, she resigned herself to observation. With a series of shunshin, Komugi reached the rooftop overlooking the battle. His eyes widened as he observed the scene below, several black-robed ninjas, and 2 Umbu members lying in pools of blood. Uchiha Tenshin, you assaulted your guards and fled to this border region. Now, you've murdered fellow villagers. Are you truly intent on compounding your errors? F exclaimed, clutching his injured arm and inwardly cursing the situation. This is a trap. The intelligence was flawed. The rogue ninja has allies, one of whom appears to be a Jonin-level shinobi. Ha! You accuse me of baseless crimes. Why is it acceptable for the Shimura clan to assassinate us, but wrong for me to retaliate? Uchiha Tenshin retorted, his eyes bloodshot, betraying his mental anguish. Tenshin, this is where our assistance ends. Depart from the Land of Fire after tonight, and you'll be safe, one of the black-robed figures stated. Thank you. Uchiha Tenshin choked out, aware that his companions risked being branded as rogue ninjas if discovered. Thus, the masked ninjas could not be allowed to leave alive. With that resolve, Uchiha Tenshin and his 2 Uchiha compatriots launched their assault. You 2, retreat and relay the information. I'll hold them off. F commanded, forming hand seals. He slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow barrier. A massive earthen wall temporarily separated the 2 sides. As F prepared to stall further, the fleeing Umbu ninjas froze in place. Jinjutsu? F surmised, realizing that their opponents were likely Uchiha, skilled in illusionary techniques. Just as F braced himself to witness his comrade's demise, a whirlwind erupted around them. The 2 approaching Uchiha, sensing danger, instinctively leaped back. Boom. A massive wind release landed beside the ensnared Umbu members, jolting them back to reality. You 2, regroup with the others, Komugi instructed, wielding his purple demon cutter blade, his dog-masked face impassive, his black cloak billowing without wind, resembling a death god. Understood. Exercise caution. Those 2 employ Jinjutsu during combat. The injured Chunin noticed Uchiha Shizen observing from afar and immediately moved to join her. Trying to flee? The two black-robed Uchiha launched a barrage of shuriken. Wind barrier. Komugi deflected the projectiles with a gust of wind. Still pursuing? Not while I have my blade. Noticing their continued advance towards Uchiha Shizen, Komugi intercepted them with a flying thunder god technique. Space-time ninjutsu. The two black-robed Uchiha exclaimed, their expressions turning grim. They recognized that they faced a formidable opponent. How can someone so diminutive possess such strength? Was he training in the womb? Humph. So that's the leader-level shinobi, F muttered, relieved by Komugi's display of power. He had suspected Komugi's rank upon hearing Uchiha Shizen's address. More reinforcements? Uchiha Tenshin noticed the unfolding events and, with a savage glint in his eyes, charged towards F like a rabid dog. He could not allow his comrades to suffer because of him. These Umbu ninjas had to die tonight. Damn, is he pushing himself beyond his limits? F parried with his kunai, but Uchiha Tenshin's Manjiki Sharingan, streaked with blood and tears, caused his movements to falter. His defenses were anticipated, and within moments, fresh wounds marred his chest. Komugi, noticing F's disadvantage, realized the need for a swift resolution. Otherwise, F would be cut down. I'll eliminate you two swiftly. The ancient tree's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. He understood that if he did not take action, these two cloaked Uchiha would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. In an instant, dark stripes emerged across his face beneath the mask, rendering him akin to a malevolent spirit. Sage mode of the wet-boned forest. In this state, not only were his strength and speed exponentially enhanced, but the potency of his jutsu was also grotesquely amplified. This is precisely why few individuals attain Sage mode. It is not solely due to the difficulty of mastering it, but primarily hinges on the fortuity of circumstances. The arduous nature of learning, compounded by the rarity of opportunity, makes accessing Sage mode akin to wielding a cheat. Chapter 41. Night has fallen. Vanish silently. What is happening? The amount of chakra is astonishing, even surpassing my own. The Uchiha Jonin, clad in a black cloak, felt the almost tangible waves of azure chakra emanating from the body of Gomu. His eyes were filled with intense shock. He began to doubt whether this individual harbored a tailed beast within. Possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, Gomu naturally had an abundance of chakra, and he had previously drawn upon chakra doubling luck several times. I must retreat. Something is amiss with this individual. The black-cloaked Jonin decisively chose to distance himself. However, as he moved, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him back. Before his eyes, Gomu conjured a compressed wind-style tornado, its transparency morphing into a nearly milky hue. This was the gift of parting. Gomu spoke with a somber tone, and the compressed tornado descended to the ground. Wind release. Dead prison cage. Boom. The terrifying wind pressure emanated from the center of the tornado, shattering the earth and sending trees flying, swiftly forming a colossal wind-based vortex that ensnared the two Uchiha. Not only him, but also the winds and Uchiha Tetsujin became victims of the chaos. What is this? Is this wind release? Uchiha Tetsujin was forced to create distance from the tumult, gazing up at the towering wind tornado that reached heights of over 100 meters, feeling a flicker of despair. This was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. The winds bore a glimmer of surprise. There was nothing better than having a powerful ally during a mission. What is happening? Is the power of this wind release truly that immense? The two Umbu members stationed beside Uchiha Shirzue, upon witnessing the nearly destructive wind release and its overwhelming aura, felt the effects ripple through their own senses. Before the black-cloaked Jonin could devise a countermeasure, countless wind blades, accompanied by shuriken, surged from the dark space, attacking them. Fortunately, he possessed the three-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to discern the chakra flow of the wind release and the piercing shuriken. His companion, however, was caught off guard, losing an entire arm to the wind's onslaught. The scream had barely escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced, and he collapsed, utterly powerless. The black-cloaked Uchiha Jonin's eyes widened. He had not comprehended the speed of the attack, despite being fully focused. Damn it, space-time ninjutsu, who could possibly defeat him? He remained blissfully unaware that the area around him was littered with flying kunai. It was truly a dire situation. This technique, Gomu named Wind Release, Flying Thunder God Execution. Night has fallen, vanished silently. The whispers of demons echoed in his ears, and the Uchiha Jonin instinctively slashed behind him. Thud. Unfortunately, just as he moved, his heart was pierced by a chilling strike. I cannot fight back. It is utterly impossible. The Uchiha Jonin wore a face of despair, without intelligence. The elusive flying thunder god technique was insurmountable. Swish. Gomu drew the cursed blade, his expression impassive as he flicked the blood from its edge, his dog-headed mask faintly stained. rendering him akin to a hellish beast returned from the abyss. Damn you. Uchiha Tetsushin, witnessing his kin being slaughtered by Gumu as if they were mere chicks, bore an expression of profound rage. The sorrow within him threatened to overflow. The wind moved swiftly. Hesitation would spell disaster. Gumu approached the wind, uncertain whether this individual, overcome with grief, might activate his Manjiki Sharingan. Otherwise, the outcome was truly unpredictable. Die. I want you all dead. Uchiha Tetsushin seemed to grasp a thread of advancement, his eyes burning with pain, yearning for a greater stimulus to take that pivotal step. Water release, water flow binding. The wind swiftly formed seals, and torrents of water coalesced into ropes that surged forth. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Uchiha Tetsuhiko pressed forward. That sensation was nearing culmination, his peripheral vision catching sight of his kin falling victim to his actions. The advancement was nearly within grasp. Bang! In that split second, Gumu appeared before him, delivering a violent knee strike to his abdomen, causing Tetsushin to curl up like a cannonball, hurtling backward. It turned out Gumu had concealed himself behind the wind's water release, promptly launching several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. These kunai, seemingly innocuous, were indeed the true lethal strike. Thud. Uchiha Tetsushin crashed against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth, and he was overtaken by a profoundly familiar sensation. It is you. Before he could finish his words, Gumu flashed before him, a foot planted on his chest, and the blade swiftly severed his throat. Gumu glanced at the severely injured wind in the distance, realizing that Uchiha Tetsushin finally comprehended that he was the assailant against the Uchiha clan, the so-called assassin of the Shimura clan in his eyes. Captain, it is all resolved. The wind, after a cursory inspection of the two corpses nearby, staggered over to Gumu's side. This mission was merely to eliminate the rogue ninja Uchiha Tetsushin, but he had not anticipated the presence of allies. Do you require assistance with the bodies? Gumu said little, not believing that the Second Hokage's intelligence had any flaws. He suspected that his own presence was likely due to some underlying issue. Otherwise, it was unnecessary for him to come solely for Uchiha Tetsushin. No need to trouble the captain. We will erase any trace of these bodies. Let us proceed. We must quickly manage the battlefield. The two Umbu members beside Uchiha Shirzue moved toward the scene of the battle after it had concluded, accompanied by Uchiha Shirzue herself. Ugh. Upon witnessing the gruesome bloodshed, Uchiha Shirzue was overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, triggering waves of nausea. In her previous life, she had felt sorrow at the death of a stray cat, let alone witnessing human lives extinguished before her eyes. Can my water teammate endure this? Gumu approached Uchiha Shirzue, observing her frozen demeanor, questioning whether he had prematurely exposed her to the darker aspects of the ninja world. I am fine. Uchiha Shirzue nodded, beginning to actively assist in the aftermath of the battle. Every time she recalled Gumu's fierce struggle for life and death with these individuals, she felt somewhat petty for her earlier sentiments. Shirzue, this is no longer the era of peace. You must strive to grow stronger, for only then can you aid him in the future. As she collected kunai, Uchiha Shirzue reassured herself internally. Captain, the battlefield has been thoroughly managed. Do you have any further instructions? The wind led the two surviving Umbu ninjas to Gumu. You may return to report on the mission. I have a few matters to attend to. Understood. The wind and the two Umbu members spoke respectfully. Gumu had successfully commanded their allegiance through his strength. Would team, do you have any additional matters to address? Uchiha Shizuki's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Beneath her mask, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet she did not reveal it outwardly. We must seek out the village chief. I have nearly laid waste to the village, and it is only fair to seek some form of compensation, spoke the cold voice of Gumu. Moreover, it is essential that this young lady gets ample rest this evening, for it is her first encounter with such a vast spectacle of carnage. Indeed, I shall accompany you, Gumu declared. Uchiha Shizuki nodded, a sense of warmth blossoming within her. Gumu, who had just exhibited a ruthlessness in his actions, had instilled a degree of fear in her heart. Yet now, she was certain, Gumu remained the same Gumu, the one she cherished the most. Chapter 42. Sleeping together esteemed ninjas, may I inquire about your business? The village chief, an elderly man with white hair and a stooped back, was instantly struck with fear upon learning that ninjas were seeking him out. If you honorable ninjas are here to requisition food, our village can scrape together some supplies. We don't have many gold coins, but we can make do. From his robe, Gumu retrieved a small pouch. Ah? The old chief blinked in surprise, clearly unaccustomed to such encounters. What are your intentions, noble ninjas? Surely, you do not seek to take my life? He suddenly fell to his knees, panic etched on his face at the mention of gold coins. It was evident that the villagers had been cowed by the ninjas, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Uchiha Tieshin. Consider this a compensation for the damages inflicted upon your village. If possible, prepare a room for us, and food would be even better. Oh yes. Quickly, prepare a room for the esteemed ninjas. The old chief, realizing the gravity of the situation, awakened to the reality before him. Please, follow us. Several villagers. Upon seeing that Gumu and his companion were not as domineering as the previous Uchiha Tiehua, volunteered to lead the way. As Gumu departed, the villagers gathered around the old chief. Chief, what do those two mean? One asked nervously. Could there be some hidden scheme? The chief remained silent, picking up the small burlap sack on the ground, which contained around a dozen gold coins. His eyes widened. These were gold coins, not mere currency. It was more than sufficient to restore the village, even leaving some surplus. Have you all lost your minds? He scolded, slapping a nearby young man, sending him reeling. Hurry and prepare a feast. Slaughter the village's only pig and roast it to honor our esteemed guests. But, Chief, this is our festival. Do as I say. The chief's serious demeanor silenced the villagers, who hurried into action. Only the old chief recognized that these two ninjas were not here to plunder their resources. Rather, they had provided financial aid for recovery. This was not a calamity, but a blessing. Gumu and his companion entered a modest room, the walls composed of a mixture of dirt and straw, the dim corners casting an air of antiquity. Gumu, the living conditions here are quite poor, Uchiha Jingshui remarked, not out of disdain but rather a sense of melancholy for the era they inhabited. Having witnessed a better world, she felt a profound sadness for this war-torn time. Let us endure for a night. This world indeed requires change, though it is not our concern at present. But there is only one bed, Uchiha Jingshui stammered, her cheeks flushing as she pointed to the corner. Ahem. Let's not dwell on the details. After all, this is not Konoha. It would be safer for me to sleep beside you, Gumu replied with a straight face. Just don't get any ideas, she warned, her heart racing at the thought of sharing a bed with him. Of course, I'm no lecher, Gumu stated, placing his mask on the table with utmost seriousness. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Uchiha Jingshui rolled her eyes, removing her mask as well. As ninjas, they were adept at donning their masks before any villagers arrived. Go wash up. We return to Konoha tomorrow. Just don't peek. Uchiha Jingshui exclaimed as she began to remove her tight black clothing, loosening her ponytail. She glanced at Gumu, who seemed oblivious to her presence. He said he wouldn't look, yet here he is, oblivious, she muttered. What were you just saying? I seem to have missed it, Gumu replied. And nothing. I'll go in first. She stammered, rushing into the bathroom, suddenly aware that as ninjas, their hearing was superior to that of ordinary people. Does she truly think I am interested in her figure? Gumu shook his head, bemused. If Uchiha Jingshui were older, he might not have been so rational. But she had yet to fully mature. Noticing the outside commotion, Gumu, still masked, stepped outside. Esteemed ninja, is something amiss? The old chief asked respectfully upon seeing Gumu. What do you have there? This is a small offering of food we have prepared. Please, do not mind the simplicity. The chief said as he presented a pot of roasted pig, its crispy skin glistening enticingly. Thank you, but we cannot consume this much. I shall take a small portion. For we depart tomorrow. Gumu took a plate and returned to the room. Are they truly ninjas? They not only gifted us gold but only stayed for one night? And they only took a little roast pig? The chief pondered, lost in thought as he gazed at the space where Gumu had vanished, tears glistening in his aged eyes. Indeed, there are still good souls in this world. Welcome back, Uchiha Jingshui greeted, seated on a wooden chair, combing her long black hair. She looked at Gumu, who returned with a plate, her expression one of longing. How did you wash up so quickly? She inquired. Just a quick rinse, he replied. Really? Is that all it takes? She scoffed, beginning to doubt her own appeal, wondering why he had tea taken a peek. Here, have some food. The villagers just prepared roasted pig. Is that truly what I see? Uchiha Jingshui's eyes widened at the sight of the food. She had only eaten a little at noon and was now quite hungry. Well, in light of such a feast, I shall forgive you, she declared, taking chopsticks and eagerly digging into the roast pig, her face lighting up with satisfaction. The earlier gruesome sights faded from her mind. After all, it was not her first encounter with death. Truly, food has the power to heal the soul. I haven't done anything wrong, Gumu protested, bewildered. I won't tell you how much I've eaten. I won't leave you any. Uchiha Jingshui teased, tilting her head and smirking. Very well, do eat well. You're in your growing phase, and we must ensure the future generation is well fed. Ugh, Who would bear children for you? Uchiha Jinchue exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly pushed the remaining meat towards him. Here, you eat. I'm full, she said, diving into the bed, leaving him the other half of the space. Gumu chuckled softly, quickly finishing the food on his plate. After ensuring no one was around, he extinguished the oil lamp in the corner and lay quietly beside Uchiha Jinchue. He knew that with him nearby, she would be spared from nightmares in the night. Yet unbeknownst to him, the Uchiha Shizumi beside him gazed with eyes deep as autumn waters, her face flushed a tempting shade akin to that of a ripe apple. Good night. Good night. Chapter 43. Speaking frankly, the next day, Uchiha Shizukawa awoke early, or rather, she hardly slept at all the previous night. After all, having a nefarious individual so close at hand truly set her heart racing, making it difficult to find rest. Conversely, this rogue seemed to sleep soundly throughout the night. Turning carefully, Uchiha Shizukawa blinked and glanced at the figure beside her, the one named Komoku. She noticed that he was leaning against her, his expression on his face reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you really not going to make a move? Uchiha Shizukawa thought to herself. Her gaze filled with a hint of melancholy as she looked down at her own modest chest. Although she was indeed a bit lacking in certain attributes, surely she retained some charm? Komoku, are you awake? She whispered softly, tentatively placing a hand over her mouth as if to mimic a little kitten testing the waters. Seeing that he seemed unresponsive, a flicker of joy crossed her eyes. She tiptoed out of bed, approaching the quietly breathing Komoku, whose silver hair was slightly tousled. His cold visage emanated an aura that was both intimidating and alluring. Like an insurmountable iceberg, yet with an undertone of wildness that made one irresistibly drawn to him. He's rather handsome, Uchiha Shizukawa murmured softly to herself, extending her hand to ruffle his silver hair, eager to observe his sleeping face up close for the first time. Just as she ventured near, Komoku's previously closed eyes suddenly opened, causing her hand to freeze midair. What are you doing? And nothing. Ahem. Get up quickly, the sun's almost up. Uchiha Shizukawa stammered, her eyes wide with panic, akin to a startled rabbit. She fanned herself with her hand, her heart racing uncontrollably. I heard you, little girl. You're sneaking glances at your husband, aren't you? Komoku's eyes narrowed slightly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Husband? I have no idea what you're talking about. You must be joking. Uchiha Shizukawa felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that this rogue had not truly been asleep and had caught her in the act. If you don't say anything, I won't either, but someone will eventually find out. Always bullying me. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, Uchiha Shizukawa turned away, leaving behind a hasty retreat that bore a hint of panic. This little girl has the heart of a thief but lacks the courage. Komoku shook his head slightly, picking up the fox mask belonging to Uchiha Shizukawa before following her. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, you encountered other Uchiha clan members during this mission? Senju Tobirama inquired, his face betraying no emotion as he examined the mission report presented by the Umbu agent, Kaze. Indeed. Had it not been for Captain Moku of the 4th Division, we likely would have suffered total defeat. Hokage-sama, you see. Kaze's words were abruptly cut off as Senju Tobirama raised a hand to silence him. Some matters are best left unsaid. We will leave it at that for now. After dispersing the compensation, take some time to recuperate, then monitor the activities of the Hyuga clan. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kaze replied respectfully before departing. Once Kaze left, Senju Tobirama reviewed the mission report again, feeling a sense of relief as he confirmed that Komoku had faced life and death situations without hesitation. Indeed, he is my son. When dealing with the extreme malevolence of the Uchiha, one must strike with thunderous force. For reasons unknown, the more Senju Tobirama observed this insolent boy, the more satisfaction he felt. By the time Komoku returned to Konoha with Uchiha Shizukawa, it was already afternoon. Captain Moku, where shall we head next? I still need to report to the Hokage, as we are not part of the same squad as Kaze. As for you, your workday is nearly over. Report to the Umbu base tomorrow for task assignments. Received, Captain Moku. Uchiha Shizukawa saluted earnestly, appearing quite serious. Fortunately, she did not cause any trouble, Komoku thought, watching as Uchiha Shizukawa disappeared from view. At least she showed no severe adverse reactions to the sight of death, such as hemophobia. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Still engrossed in reviewing documents, Senju Tobirama's expression remained cold upon noticing an Umbu agent entering. Is there something you need? Hokage-sama, here is the detailed report from this mission. Komoku placed the meticulously prepared document on Senju Tobirama's desk. Observing the mountain of paperwork, he began to understand why the old man never returned home. Senju Tobirama skimmed through the report, noting that Komoku's account was quite similar to Kaze's. Hokage-sama, is there anything else? If not, I will take my leave. Wait. You performed excellently during this mission. You are eligible to receive the equivalent reward for an A-rank mission. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The reward for an A-rank mission was a substantial sum. As Komoku expressed his gratitude, Senju Tobirama's gaze flickered, unsure of how to respond, and thus ventured to voice his most pressing concern. By the way, your report suggests you are rather close to Shizukawa. What is your current relationship? Hokage-sama. Does that really matter? For the Umbu, or for the second Hokage, perhaps it is insignificant, but for me as a father, it is of great importance. For the first time, Senju Tobirama's expression grew serious. He needed to take this matter seriously, especially as his son's talents became increasingly formidable. He had to concern himself with the company Komoka kept. As the direct descendant of the Senju clan, how could my son be weak? Well, it's just an ordinary companion relationship. Komoki shrugged nonchalantly. Ordinary companion? Who are you trying to fool? Ordinary companions don't give each other pillow rests, do they? Komoku was internally speechless. This guy actually noted such details in the report. How bizarre. Surely he didn't record every time he went to the restroom too? Are you interested in that Uchiha girl? Senju Tobirama's gaze grew serious. He had never dared to consider forming a familial tie with the Uchiha clan. If memory served correctly, that Uchiha girl was still residing in their household. Father. What do you mean? Are you doubting your son? Beneath the mask, Komoku's tone bore an icy edge. Ahem. Let us set that aside for now. Let us discuss your views on the current Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama placed the documents down, intending to have a serious conversation with Komoku. He needed to ensure his son was aware of certain matters. The Uchiha clan. Father, as a martial man, I am not skilled in words. Perhaps it is better to hear your perspective first? In that case, let me speak plainly. Before the village was established, I personally killed the Uchiha clan's deputy leader. That individual was Uchiha Azuna, the brother of the current shinobi world's demonic figure, Uchiha Madara. Do you believe, with such animosity, that our Senju clan can coexist peacefully with the Uchiha? Senju Tobirama sighed, preparing to explain to Komoka why he had distanced himself from him over the years, and how Komoka perceived such a revelation. Chapter 44. The serpentine pressure of preaching beneath the dog-headed mask, Gumu appeared somewhat exasperated. Was this old man truly admonishing him? Or was he merely attempting to impose pressure? After all, he had yet to publicly declare his identity alongside Uchiha Shirzue. Father. I must admit I am rather uninformed on this matter, Gumu acknowledged, aware that speaking too much could lead to missteps, thus opting for feigned ignorance. It is quite normal for you to be unaware, considering I have not allowed you to delve into the history of our Senju clan. Let us discuss your third and fourth uncles. Your third uncle, Senju Wakoma, lived but 7 years, meeting his demise at the hands of the Yui clan during a tumultuous era. Your fourth uncle, Senju Banjin, also perished as a child, besieged and killed by 5 adult members of the Uchiha clan. As Senju Tobirama spoke, his gaze wandered, and his tone faltered, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. So, father, you must harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha clan? Gumu inquired, seizing the moment. Hate? Truth be told, there was a time when I did, but now, it is not as pronounced. Gumu rolled his eyes beneath the mask, thinking, isn't that akin to telling someone I am indifferent to wealth? It is more accurate to say that after I personally dispatched Uchiha Azuna, that hatred has largely dissipated. Presently, rather than hatred, it is more a matter of vigilance. Senju Tobirama scrutinized Gumu, noticing his lack of reaction, and continued, Gumu, you must understand that the Uchiha clan is prone to becoming extremists. Regardless of how amiable or gentle they may appear, should an intolerable event occur, they can transform into demons. Do you comprehend my meaning? Gumu's expression turned serious, though Tobirama could not discern it clearly. Father, I understand. You understand? What do you truly grasp? That little brat has bewitched you to such an extent. Do you not possess any self-awareness? Senju Tobirama seemed to perceive a shadow of his elder brother within Gumu. The distinction, however, was that Uchiha Madara was not a woman. In truth, you should have had another elder brother, but, never mind. That is all in the past. Tobirama pinched the bridge of his nose, choosing not to elaborate further, recognizing that reminiscing would only foster negative emotions. Father, have the culprits been identified? Years ago, the ninja who accompanied your elder brother on a mission were all eradicated. To accomplish such a feat, swiftly eliminating a cadre of elite shinobi without any information relayed back, there are likely very few across the entire shinobi world capable of it. Tobirama's expression remained stoic, his words unnaturally calm, as if engaged in a mundane conversation. However, Gumu could not fathom the turmoil within him. Father, do you suspect Uchiha Madara may be involved? Uchiha Madara? Tobirama pondered briefly before shaking his head in resignation. I do not know. There is no information or evidence to support that claim. Yet that is precisely what makes it so terrifying. Our Senju clan has always maintained amicable relations with neighboring families. The only enmity we have is with the Uchiha and Yui clans. The latter is a tragedy in itself. I doubt there are many of us left now. So, what conclusions can be drawn? I need not elaborate further. The reason I have largely kept my distance from you over the years is to protect you from the extreme elements of the Uchiha clan. However, given your evident talents, word has likely spread, and you must remain vigilant. My establishment of the Umbu and the Konoha police force is largely motivated by the need to safeguard against the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama had begun to instill in Gumu the notion that the Uchiha clan was exceedingly perilous. Gumu recognized that Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely receive similar indoctrination. It was no wonder that, in the years to come, the Uchiha clan would find themselves nearly powerless. With such measures in place, what prospect is there for your clan? You might as well withdraw entirely. Indeed, father. I shall remain watchful of the Uchiha clan, Gumu affirmed. Your words provide me with reassurance. How do you perceive Uchiha Shizue's proactive approach towards you after your talents became apparent? Gumu's expression momentarily faltered beneath the mask, contemplating whether there was a chance that it was he who had initiated contact. Father, I suspect that boy harbors ulterior motives. He may very well be scheming something sinister. If you can entertain such thoughts, then my words tonight have not been in vain. Regrettably, father, your words have indeed been in vain. Gumu pondered whether revealing his intention to marry an Uchiha woman would provoke a fit of rage in Senju Tobirama. However, I advise you to conceal your true thoughts. Since Uchiha Shirzue has shown interest in you, it would be prudent to remain passive until a suitable opportunity arises to strike decisively. Understood, father. I now grasp how to proceed. Gumu nodded, realizing that the announcement of his relationship with Uchiha Shirzue would have to be postponed indefinitely. Senju Tobirama's wariness of the Uchiha clan was palpably immense. It was not without reason. Gumu was acutely aware of a certain Uchiha Obito, who, once appearing harmless and inconsequential, transformed into a fearsome figure when provoked. Today's lesson marks the first of many you shall receive. There will be numerous matters requiring your handling in the future. You may return for now. Tobirama waved his hand, already contemplating Gumu's potential as the third Hokage. His latent abilities were unmistakable. Neglecting to cultivate such talent would be a travesty. Not only Gumu, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were under his consideration, though Gumu's advantages were evidently overwhelming. Before you leave, I must assign you a task. Keep a watchful eye on the movements of the Uchiha clan. Report any anomalies immediately. As Gumu stepped outside, night had already fallen. Gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky, he exhaled deeply, feeling an odd sense of deja vu reminiscent of past confrontations with his father. Enough of such thoughts. I shall return to torment that Uchiha brat instead. As Gumu's thoughts drifted, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving atop the courtyard roof. Observing Uchiha Shirzue still training below, a new thought crossed his mind. Is it possible that the extremists of the Uchiha clan might target her due to our proximity? With this consideration, Gumu included the Uchiha clan in his list of suspects regarding the assassination of Shirzue's mother. According to the Shimura clan's investigation, the Hyuga clan had been spotted near the Uchiha stronghold during the time of her mother's demise. It seemed there was a need to seek an opportunity to investigate the Hyuga clan further. Gumu, you have returned. Did Lord Hokage say anything? Uchiha Shirzue, her high ponytail swaying, wiped the sweat from her brow upon sensing Gumu's presence, her expression one of curiosity. Nothing of great importance. But we have secured additional funding. It appears our dumpling shop may expand. Indeed, I just heard from Sister Higurashi that the dumpling shop is set to open tomorrow. Do we need to help? Uchiha Shirzue's expression resembled that of a cat caught by its tail, caught in a dilemma that rendered her rather foolish looking. Tomorrow, they must endure the drudgery of work. It seems that even with a position, life is not as delightful as anticipated. Of course we will go. How could we not? The prospect of slacking off at work is precisely what Gumu has always yearned for. Chapter 45, Xiaochun. All right, I am the jester. The next day, Gumu rose early. As for the matter regarding the Umbu, Senju Inglu seemed to have a general understanding. recognizing it as the direct organization of the Second Hokage, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Young master, how do you find the umbu? Senju Liu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In truth, not long ago, before Gumu had revealed his talents, she had received an invitation from Tobirama Senju to become the leader of an umbu squad. However, she declined, as at that time, she was unaware that Gumu would soon astonish everyone, and naturally, she would not easily part from his side. Inglu, I'm grown now. How can you just waltz in without knocking? Gumu said, exasperated, as he was dressing. Huh, you've grown up, haven't you? Senju Inglu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, casting several playful glances at Gumu. Ahem, Inglu, someone is watching from outside. Gumu coughed awkwardly, as his gaze was suddenly drawn to the entrance, where a small head peeked in, looking as though it had suffered a great injustice, with eyes filled with resentment. Particularly striking was the almost pitch-black complexion, which sent a chill down Gumu's spine. This girl, in his past life, was notoriously cunning. To put it simply, she was a sweet facade masking a dark heart. Though she appeared amiable, she could enact terrifying deeds upon seeing another woman near him. He recalled a particularly vivid episode from university when he attended a departmental dinner. After exchanging a few words with a junior female student, he found himself cornered by Jing Shui that very night, scissors in hand, smiling eerily while repeatedly gesturing with the scissors, murmuring, Gumu, does my voice sound sweet? If there were special effects. Gumu was certain that Jing Shui's eyes would be glimmering with bloodlust. Ah, it's Jing Shui. You're awake too? But judging by your expression, could it be that you're feeling jealous? Senju Liu's eyes narrowed, as if she caught a whiff of gossip. Ah. Uchiha Jing Shui's fa crumbled in an instant, her eyes betraying a flurry of panic. Gumu briefly recounted the enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans, which filled Jing Shui with trepidation about the future. She truly wondered if Tobirama Senju would accept her. Inglu, what could I possibly be jealous of? I don't understand what you're saying. Uchiha Jing Shui blinked innocently, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance, hoping to evade suspicion. Alas, one can never awaken a person feigning sleep. You two go on with your business, Senju Inglu shrugged, not overly concerned about the matter. Regardless of how others perceived it, she would certainly support Gumu's choices. Senju Liu's seemingly all-seeing gaze caused Uchiha Jing Shui's heart to race. Was her jealousy that apparent? Hey, Gumu, was my jealous expression really so obvious? The sky was still dimly lit, and the streets of Konoha were nearly deserted. Uchiha Jing Shui followed closely beside Gumu, her flirtatious gaze tinged with curiosity. Their current task was to monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan, rendering masks unnecessary. Well, you've admitted to being jealous. Do you really think your expression could go unnoticed? Gumu replied, incredulous. He thought that if she held a kitchen knife, she might well come charging at him. I never said I was jealous. Uchiha Jing Shui flustered, only now realizing she had slipped. How could she possibly be jealous of this scoundrel? He could do as he pleased. All right, you are not jealous. The jealous one is I, isn't it? Gumu wished to steer clear of this topic, lest she truly become agitated. By the way, how long have you been living with Inglu? Still claiming you're not jealous? Gumu smirked, amusement dancing on his face. I was merely asking. Uchiha Jing Shui turned her head, adopting the demeanor of a proud swan, indicating her desire to disregard Gumu. In truth, we have been together for quite some time. Gumu paused, finally arriving at a conclusion. Noticing Gumu's somewhat nostalgic tone, Uchiha Jing Shui felt a twinge of anxiety and cautiously inquired, so, what does she think of me? Has she mentioned anything? She said that Jing Shui is quite good, except for being a bit small. Upon hearing quite good, Uchiha Jing Shui's spirits lifted momentarily, akin to a jubilant little bird. However, the subsequent remark fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, darkening her expression in an instant. She glanced down at her still developing figure, her eyes dimmed. Was this not simply a matter of age? Uchiha Jing Shui resolved to secretly drink milk every day henceforth, determined to astonish this scoundrel in the future. Gumu, I suddenly feel the urge to hit you. Uchiha Jing Shui pouted, revealing her small canines, exuding a sense of playful aggression. Please, spare me. Those little canines are lethal. Gumu feigned panic, waving his hands in surrender. As an experienced player, Uchiha Jing Shui instantly grasped the implication behind his words, her cheeks flushing with warmth. This bit of knowledge had been imparted to her by Gumu in a previous life. This rascal was undeniably a flirt. Ah, what a coincidence. Gumu, Jing Shui. Where are you two headed? Before Uchiha Jing Shui could retort, a familiar voice chimed in from behind. Xiaochun, you're up this early? Uchiha Jing Shui turned to see the newcomer was Uzumaki Xiaochun, her brow raising in surprise as she approached. Let us not dwell on that. Jing Shui, are you feeling all right? Your face is rather flushed. Xiaochun expressed concern, reaching to check Uchiha Jing Shui's forehead. And no, it's nothing. Uchiha Jing Shui rolled her eyes, unsure if Xiaochun had overheard their previous conversation. By the way, have you heard about the new baozi shop that just opened? The tasting feedback has been quite positive. So I wanted to go ahead and secure a spot. Would you two like to join me? Xiaochun's gaze flitted between Gumu and Uchiha Jing Shui, pondering under which elite J name they had been assigned. Oh, are you referring to the Firefly baozi shop? Gumu, have you tried those baozi? What a pity. I haven't had the chance. Xiaochun's eyes conveyed a hint of regret. I've had them. I eat there every day. Gumu shrugged, glancing at Uchiha Jing Shui, who appeared to be suppressing laughter. Wait, you're saying this shop is yours? Xiaochun's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, realizing she was the jester in this scenario. Not to worry, Xiaochun. I'll let you try our yet-to-be-released new products later, Uchiha Jing Shui reassured her, taking her hand and leading the way. Really? It's wonderful to know you too. Xiaochun beamed, her demeanor earnest. Unbeknownst to her, the ancient tree behind her narrowed its eyes slightly upon witnessing Uchiha Shizusui take the initiative to grasp the hand of Toranai Karu, emanating an eerie aura of latent danger. It was unlikely that Uchiha Shizusui would exhibit such familiarity unless the two had indeed shared considerable interaction. Chapter 46, Investigating Uchiha Madara, Are you sending me to my doom? How is it? Not bad. Gumu sat in a corner on the second floor, a bun in hand, his expression seemingly devoid of emotion. In contrast, Zhuangqin Xiaochun, indulging in her bun, wore a look of sheer contentment. Indeed, Chinese cuisine does not simply thrive amidst the chaos of war. You rascal, Uchiha Shinsui sighed, having hoped for a more favorable evaluation. Nevertheless, she casually placed a freshly steamed bun before Gumu. Noticing Uchiha Shinsui tending to her duties, Gumu gazed at the growing crowd of villagers below and slowly spoke. Xiaochun, it seems you share a good rapport with Shinsui. Of course, we are friends. Zhuangqin Xiaochun smiled faintly. Why? What do you mean by why? Zhuangqin Xiaochun feigned ignorance. Friends, there must be reasons for friendship, right? Oh, I suppose it's because we find each other agreeable. Zhuangqin Xiaochun stroked her chin, providing a rather reasonable answer. Gumu was about to inquire further when he caught sight of Uchiha Shinsui approaching. He decided against probing deeper. Aware that these young ninjas of the shinobi world were overly mature and had many thoughts, failing to be cautious could lead to dire consequences. Soon, with the sky brightening, the seats within the establishment were filled to capacity, and a majority began queuing outside. So many people? Are these buns truly that popular? Uchiha Shinsui, resting her chin on her hand, appeared somewhat curious. The prices are reasonable, and they contain meat. Surely you do not think consuming meat is a trivial matter? Gumu shrugged, stating a harsh reality. I see. Uchiha Shinsui nodded, realizing the world was more challenging than she had anticipated. The recent task at hand involved monitoring the Uchiha clan, which was hardly different from being on holiday. Over the past month, Gumu had donned a mask, occasionally perching on tall trees, lying on rooftops, or dozing in the grass, idly observing the movements of the Uchiha clan. He believed they would not make any significant moves. Mu, did you call for me? An Umbu ninja wearing a cat-faced mask approached Gumu. He was a young chunin assigned to their team by Senju Tobirama. I have an important task for you. The cat-faced Umbu spoke with a hint of excitement. After joining the 4th Division for half a month, he was finally entrusted with a significant mission. Monitor the Uchiha clan on my behalf. Report immediately to the Hokage if there is any significant activity. Is it really alright to entrust such a task to me? Gumu patted the young ninja's shoulder, exuding trust. No worries, I believe in you. I promise to fulfill your task, Mu. Observing the youth's earnestness, oblivious to the joys of idleness, Gumu chuckled softly and departed. Not far into his departure, Gumu heard an Umbu's prompt beside him. Mu, the Hokage wishes to see you. Understood. Gumu's expression remained impassive. It appeared he was likely being summoned for another mission. After a month of leisure, he had probably drawn Tobirama's attention. During this month, Gumu had secretly interacted with the Hyuga clan, but unfortunately, he had uncovered no information regarding the assassination of Uchiha Shinsui's mother. This left Gumu somewhat perplexed. He suddenly grasped the advantages of monitoring in his previous life. In this backward era, lives were as expendable as grass. Once a murder was committed, the perpetrator could easily vanish, making it nearly impossible to trace them. Nevertheless, Gumu remained resolute in his investigation. Knock, 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 enter. Within the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama, clearly troubled, adopted a serious demeanor upon Gumu's arrival. Hokage-sama, what brings me here? Recently, scouts near the Land of Iron have reported that Uchiha Madara has subdued the Nine Tails and is making his way toward Konoha. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tobirama's words caused Gumu's expression beneath the mask to tighten. What thoughts? Of course, it was to survive, apart from Hashirama. Who could possibly stop Uchiha Madara from wreaking havoc? Hokage-sama, how do you wish to proceed? Seeing the impudent youth toss the ball back into his court, Tobirama felt exasperated. To be frank, I want you to monitor Uchiha Madara's movements at the border of the Land of Iron. Should he intend to attack Konoha, relay the information back immediately. After all, you possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Under normal circumstances, you should be safe. You old fool, so you acknowledge that it is only under normal circumstances. If someone at 100 meters high unleashed their power, leveling a mountain, would you dare to test your luck? This detestable old man. Was he truly sending him to his doom? Ahem, Hokage-sama, are you serious? Gumu's tone was unusually grave. Of course, I am serious. Upon hearing Tobirama's response, he appeared utterly deflated. He naturally understood that facing Uchiha Madara could lead to Gumu's certain demise. However, someone had to stand up. Otherwise, once Uchiha Madara infiltrated Konoha and unleashed the Nine Tails chaos, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Presently, Gumu was the most suitable candidate. In truth, Tobirama wished to undertake the task himself, but he had far too many responsibilities to manage. If he were to leave for a day, Konoha would likely descend into chaos. After all, his elder brother was utterly incapable of handling such matters. Moreover, Tobirama suspected this could very well be a ruse, a scheme to draw them away. Does the first Hokage have knowledge of this? He is still unaware. Even if I informed him that Uchiha Madara intends to attack Konoha, he likely would not believe it. Tobirama's tone was tinged with helplessness. Very well, in that case, I shall make a trip to the Land of Iron. You may take someone with you. Unnecessary. Gumu shook his head. He lacked confidence in himself, and bringing someone along would only lead to mutual destruction. After pondering for a moment, Tobirama made a promise. I will ensure the Uchiha at home is well taken care of. You can focus on your mission. Father, I trust you completely. Please do not let me down. Gumu remarked with a peculiar expression. Rest assured, I have no interest in little brats. If Uchiha Shinsui possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, he might warrant attention. As a mere two-tomo genin, he was not worth Tobirama's concern. As for why his son was so invested in this Uchiha, he had his suspicions, likely due to the boy's charm. Such youthful infatuations often faded with time. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I will relay information before Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha. Gumu recalled the plot. Realizing that the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End was likely approaching. Following that, Hashirama would subdue the Nine Tails, initiate the Five Kage Summit, and then perish, leading to the commencement of the First Shinobi World War. When the war broke out, nearly all Konoha ninjas would be sent to the battlefield, suffering heavy casualties. If he guessed correctly, Tobirama would also sacrifice himself. It seemed he needed to save that old fool from an untimely demise. Contemplating this, Gumu halted his steps before the exit. Hokage-sama, I have decided to bring someone along. Very well. Tobirama's gaze was filled with incredulity. Did this youth doubt him? In reality, Gumu believed this information could genuinely be a smokescreen devised by Uchiha Madara. What if, just as I depart, Uchiha Madara launches an assault on Konoha? Furthermore, considering my dear girlfriend's unfortunate luck, should a random tailed beast ball strike her, there would be nothing left of her. Relying on others is less reassuring than depending on oneself. Thus, it is far more comforting to keep her close by my side. Chapter 47. The true turmoil begins on the road. Gumu felt a profound sense of reflection. If there were a pivotal event symbolizing the imminent end of superficial peace, it would undoubtedly be the Nine Tails chaos instigated by Uchiha Madara. Having yet to witness the tumult of the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Gumu remained oblivious to the true extent of their terror. Removing his mask and changing into his usual attire, Gumu arrived at the bun shop established by the trio. In just a month, they had amassed a considerable fortune. During this time, numerous families expressed interest in joining. But Gumu declined each request, intending to open a chain of stores, ideally expanding to other nations. However, it appeared that this ambition must be postponed for the time being. Hey, why aren't you in line? Can't you see how long we've been waiting? a seemingly young ninja. Filled with indignation, glared at Gumu for cutting in line. His passionate demeanor gave off an impression of a righteous youth, at least in his own eyes. Cutting in? If you have the guts, go ahead and try. With many eyes of admiration upon him, this spirited youth felt emboldened. Now that the Konoha Guard had been officially established, the security environment in Konoha had become significantly more stable. The common folk felt particularly reassured and were emboldened to voice their grievances against injustices. I'm not here to buy bonds. I'm the owner. Gumu turned, a hint of helplessness on his face. Huh. The enthusiastic youth was momentarily taken aback, as were the onlookers, their expressions shifting in surprise. Cough, cough. Well, it's nothing. It's nothing. The fervent youth cleared his throat, feeling the weight of many mocking gazes upon him, his face flushing with embarrassment. After mustering the courage to speak up, he was met with lifelong shyness in return. What is going on? Uchiha Shinsui, busy in the kitchen, seemed to have heard the commotion and stepped out, clad in an apron and dusted with flour. She resembled a little calico cat, prompting a smile from Gumu. Gumu, what are you laughing at? Uchiha Shinsui inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. Oh, by the way, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Uchiha Shinsui instinctively wiped her hands on the apron, assuming it was time for a mission, and she was not mistaken. Just as you guessed, let us leave the shop in the capable hands of Sistering Lu for now, since we've hired staff. I see. Then I'll go prepare. Uchiha Shinsui's expression turned serious. After a month, they were finally set to embark on another mission. The memory of confronting corpses from their last encounter weighed heavily on her. This time, she was determined to make a difference. If Gumu were to learn of Uchiha Shinsui's thoughts, he would likely be speechless. What difference could she possibly make? Was he supposed to tell her, Shinsui, see that guy with the fan? You take care of him. Shinsui looked up, pointing at the towering figure ahead with a silly expression. Me? With that thought, Gumu's eyes flickered with helplessness. The two returned to their residence to gather their belongings, such as common gold coins and provisions. This journey to the Land of Iron would likely take considerable time. Captain Mu, what is our mission this time? Uchiha Shinsui asked as they donned black cloaks and masks, arriving at the outskirts of Konoha village. This time, we are heading to the Land of Iron, near the border of the Land of Fire. The specifics of our task will be discussed once we arrive. Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui approached two horses. The distance they were about to cover far exceeded that of their previous assassination mission against Uchiha Tetsuharu. By the way, do you know how to ride? Captain Mu. Isn't that a redundant question? Uchiha Shinsui rolled her eyes beneath her mask. Then sit behind me and hold on tight. Gumu leaped onto the back of a brown horse, quickly familiarizing himself, recalling his previous experiences. Here, take this and help me navigate. Gumu tossed a parchment map into Uchiha Shinsui's hands. He had always disliked remembering routes, often relying on navigation apps, let alone this poorly hand-drawn map made of animal hide. All right, Uchiha Shinsui replied, promptly starting to search for their route on the map. The Land of Iron was located northeast of the Land of Fire, so heading in that direction would surely be correct. Let us go that way. With Uchiha Shinsui indicating a direction, Gumu immediately spurred the horse into action. As they traveled, Uchiha Shinsui bounced up and down, finally grasping the meaning of a bumpy ride. The official roads resembled the rural paths of his previous life. Fortunately, she was now a lower-ranked ninja. Otherwise, her previous physical condition would have surely led to discomfort. Gumu, how long until we arrive? Uchiha Shinsui lamented, clutching his waist, her face pressed against his back. Her tone tinged with melancholy. Isn't the map in your hands? Gumu's expression tightened. Could this girl have taken a wrong turn? Let me see. Uchiha Shinsui glanced around, observing the prominent mountains and comparing them to the map. Eventually, she concluded that they had only covered about a third of the journey. As Gumu planned to let their horse rest for a moment, he suddenly sensed the clash of weapons and the sounds of various screams. Glancing back, he noticed that Uchiha Shinsui seemed unaware of the commotion. A thought began to form in Gumu's mind. The sudden acceleration caused Uchiha Shinsui to cling tightly to Gumu. What are you doing, Gumu? She asked, bewildered. It seems something has happened up ahead. It looks like a one-sided massacre, Gumu replied ambiguously. A massacre? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes widened in alarm. Before long, they arrived at the scene of the incident, which appeared to involve a civilian merchant convoy heading to the Land of Iron. However, the area was littered with bodies lying in pools of blood, while the remaining figures standing were bandits clad in burlap masks. The bandits, wielding blood-stained long knives, looked bewildered as they spotted Gumu and Uchiha Shinsui riding openly on the same horse, particularly noting their black cloaks and masks, which gave an odd impression of kinship. Hey, comrades, are you in the trade? A burly scar-faced man approached Gumu. Gumu, what are they saying? Uchiha Shinsui, her eyes filled with tension, asked from behind. I don't know, but they look like bandits, Gumu replied. Shinsui, how do you propose we deal with them? Let us just leave, Uchiha Shinsui suggested. Her tone tinged with resignation. Leaving is indeed an option, but what if we encounter not bandits, but ninjas from another nation? Do you think we could simply walk away? Gumu leaped off the horse, gripping the shimmering blade of the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. Shinsui, my intention isn't to undermine your thoughts. I merely wish to convey that this world is exceedingly cruel. The strong survive with ease, while the weak face swift demise. Therefore, I implore you, when confronted by those intent on your destruction, do not show mercy. Damn it, they are foes. Brothers, arm yourselves. Just as these brigands surged forth with ferocity, Gumu's form vanished in an instant. A tempest roared through the air, leaving behind mere afterimages. Wherever he passed, the ground was torn asunder, and blades of wind danced chaotically. By the time Uchiha Jinshui regained her senses, Gumu had already taken his place upon a steed. As for the surrounding bandits, they lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of life. Yes, Gumu, I understand. Beneath the fox mask, Uchiha Jinshui's naturally exquisite visage bore a hint of pallor and a touch of seriousness. Faced with such a scene once more, her heart seemed to harbor less fear, replaced instead by a sense of tranquility. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, while a bright moon hung high, casting a silvery frost upon the earth. Gumu, shall we rest here tonight? The flickering firelight illuminated Uchiha Jinshui's delicate face, revealing an air of helplessness in her slightly pouting expression. There was no choice. The horse was nearly spent. Gumu casually seated himself on the ground, leaning against a grand tree. He turned slightly to gaze at the horse, which appeared utterly exhausted, as if its very backbone had been extracted, and an indescribable expression crossed his face. I suppose we shall make do with this. Gumu lifted his dark cloak, gesturing for Uchiha Jinshui to come closer. Humph. I'll make do, but it's certainly not because I wish to lean on you, she retorted playfully, swiftly slipping into Gumu's embrace. Resting her head upon his shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut. Perhaps it was the fatigue from riding, but before long, Gumu heard the soft rhythm of her breathing. After extinguishing the fire with a gust of wind, he narrowed his eyes and began to succumb to a brief respite. Chapter 48. Caution makes for 1,000-year ship soon. A few days had passed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening sky was imbued with a profound hue. At the end of the road, two figures emerged. One tall and the other short, both adorned in black cloaks and animal masks. These individuals were the weary travelers, Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu, who had finally stumbled upon an standing at the border between the land of fire and the land of iron. A flicker of surprise lit up Uchiha Shimizu's face. Ah, Gumu, at last, we have found a building. They needed only to spend one night at the inn before they could enter the land of iron the following day. Gumu stretched his shoulders and quipped, Indeed. My shoulders have grown quite stiff over the past 2 days. If I don't get some rest soon, I might just develop arthritis. So, you don't like sharing a bed with me anymore, do you? You've grown bored, haven't you? You're just a fickle-hearted. As Uchiha Shimizu continued her playful banter, she pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Stop, I surrender. Gumu raised his hands in mock defeat, amused by her theatrics, fearing that she might one day transform into a cunning yet delicate character. Humph, Uchiha Shimizu huffed, taking the lead as they entered the inn. Upon opening the wooden door, they were greeted by the dry scent of the timber inn, furnished with a wooden bar, tables, and chairs, all adorned with enigmatic carvings. Several long swords rested atop the wooden tables, and the patrons glanced at Gumu as he entered before returning to their own affairs. The land of iron was a realm of warriors, where swordsmanship was held in higher esteem than ninjutsu. It was not surprising to see numerous samurai clad in kimonos at this border. Would you two like to rest or find lodging? Uchiha Shimizu spoke up, deciding they should share a room to prevent Gumu from causing any trouble, especially since she wished to cuddle with him at night. Her slightly emotional tone reminded Gumu of a time in his past life, when he had to soak goji berries in his water. After receiving the key from the innkeeper, Uchiha Shimizu walked ahead. Upon entering the room, she insisted, Tonight, you must stay with me. I need to see if I can still hold you. All right, whatever you say, Gumu replied, his eyes filled with affection. Feeling a sense of deja vu as if he had returned to a previous life, he casually settled into a chair, squinting his eyes to sense the surroundings with his wind affinity. He realized that no one was paying them much attention, which brought him a sigh of relief. When Gumu regained his focus, he noticed Uchiha Shimizu smiling lightly, like a blooming flower, having finished her evening routine. She lay elegantly on the bed, waving her delicate hand, as white as jade. Gumu quickly washed up and lay beside her, only to feel her wrap her arms around his waist. Embrace me as you wish. After all, I have been held many times in my past life. In the middle of the night, Gumu found himself, just like in his previous life, with a long leg draped over him, expressing his exasperation. Has this little girl taken me for a pillow again? Good morning, Gumu. Last night was so restful. Uchiha Shimizu stretched her slender waist, feeling refreshed. Let us wash up and have breakfast before setting off to reach the heart of the land of iron. It won't be easy to find Uchiha Madara in such a vast land. If he wishes to remain hidden, no one will find him unless he decides to lure someone in. Gumu pondered the gravity of the situation. Ah, by the way, Gumu, you didn't do anything inappropriate last night, did you? Uchiha Shimizu's slightly disheveled nightgown and her cool demeanor were punctuated by a hint of playful mischief. Of course not. But someone was mumbling my name in her sleep, he teased, only to be met with a sudden flush on Uchiha Shimizu's cheeks, as red as a ripe apple. She had not realized she had been sleep-talking. Dressing quickly, she donned her fox mask, half-tied her hair, and wrapped herself in a black cloak. Resembling a phantom as she exited the room, Gumu had found a secluded corner, and Uchiha Shimizu made her way over. She noticed several eyes lingering on her, whispering amongst themselves about the girl in the fox mask. Hey, look at that girl in the fox mask. She seems quite young and has a lovely figure. Why wear a mask in broad daylight? Is there something amiss? Should we capture them and turn them in for a bounty? Many samurai regarded Gumu and his companion as wanted criminals, pondering the reason for their masked appearance. Let us eat quickly and hit the road, Gumu thought. Overhearing the murmurs beneath his mask, the world outside was still fraught with chaos. Only the 5 great nations enjoyed relative peace, while others remained in turmoil. Especially at such borderlands, it was akin to a lawless black zone. Gumu wondered whether Uchiha Shimizu had caught wind of the surrounding discussions, but he observed that many seemed surprised when the two of them removed their masks. The food was unremarkable, thin millet porridge accompanied by a hard yellow dough. Yet, it was considered decent fare for this inn. How young. Indeed, they appeared to be barely in their teens, remarked seasoned warriors, furrowing their brows upon seeing their youthful faces. It was no wonder they had chosen to wear masks. At such a tender age, wandering about could lead to dire consequences. Before the would-be protectors could approach Gumu and Uchiha Shimizu, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Bang! The force sent the door flying, sending dust swirling in the sunlight, creating a dazzling effect. Hey, innkeeper, bring me some wine and meat. Today, I've finally caught 2 promising targets. Boomed a burly man clad in shabby clothes, a massive sword slung across his back, his muscles resembling iron towers, and his gaze as fierce as a hawk's. Scanning the room, in his grasp were 2 disheveled children, a boy and a girl, bound by iron chains. It is he, the 3rd most wanted criminal in the land of iron, the Mad Blade. Rumors suggested he was fond of trafficking children, and seeing him in person confirmed those fears. Warriors, initially eager to assist Gumu, hesitated in the face of danger. However, one young samurai in a blue kimono, his face etched with urgency, rushed toward Gumu. You two, put your masks back on and leave this place at once. His actions unwittingly drew the attention of the Mad Blade, who swiftly closed the distance, moving with a speed rivaling that of a Konoha J-nin. Young brother, what are you discussing? How about we share a drink and engage in a pleasant conversation? The calloused hand of the fierce blade landed heavily upon the shoulder of the young warrior, the forceful grip instilling a profound sense of pressure within him. Even his body began to tremble uncontrollably. While drinking was permissible, conversing held little interest. The ancient would place the fox mask upon the somewhat dazed visage of Uchiha Shinsui. He recognized that even if he had not encountered this fierce blade, other nefarious warriors would likely have engaged in similar conduct. In this world, vulnerability invites bullying. Of course, there are benevolent souls, akin to the young warrior now subdued by the fierce blade. However, the malevolent far outnumber the virtuous. Nay, there must be something we can discuss. The fierce blade remarked with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at the masked Uchiha Shinsui, internally marveling at the serendipity of meeting such a rare specimen. Nevertheless, having traversed the martial world for many years, he was well aware of the wisdom in exercising caution. These 2 youngsters, daring to venture into this lawless black territory, were either rather foolish or possessed some formidable backing. As for the extent of that backing, he would need to probe further. Chapter 49. The true prey appears in the form of a hunter, so what shall we discuss? Ancient Wood disregarded the young warrior, who was subtly shaking his head. No matter how strong this individual was, could he possibly rival Uchiha Madara? Today, Ancient Wood's only fear stemmed from a few lurking threats that could eliminate him before he even realized it. As for others, even if they might not be able to kill him, they certainly could not restrain him. Observing the two faces before him, it was evident they were not locals. He wondered whence they had come and where they were headed. Do not be misled by my fearsome appearance. I have traveled far and wide, and I possess a modicum of connections that might prove beneficial to you. Unaware of Ancient Wood and Uchiha Shimizu's underlying strengths, the Mad Blade maintained a relatively amicable demeanor. We seek a person in the Land of Iron, a figure with long black hair, exuding an aura of danger. Ancient Wood spoke casually, not anticipating any valuable information from this character. The Mad Blade appeared to have an epiphany, as if recalling something significant. Oh, the individual you speak of. They bear an aloof demeanor and possess formidable strength, correct? Have you encountered them? The Mad Blade chuckled lightly. Indeed, I once met that person in the lawless city of the Land of Iron. You would not believe the commotion they caused. No, you mustn't, the young warrior attempted to interject, only to have his shoulder gripped tightly by the Mad Blade, contorting his face in an instant. The lawless city? Ancient Wood reflected upon the distribution of cities within the Land of Iron. Among them, the so-called lawless city garnered even more discussion than the capital. It was said that danger lurked there. A moment's inattention could lead to one being devoured, leaving no trace behind. If Uchiha Madara were present, it was indeed plausible that he could lie in wait for the opportune moment. Noticing Ancient Wood's contemplative expression, the Mad Blade smiled. What a coincidence. I too am heading to that very place. Why not travel together? I find this proposal quite agreeable. Ancient Wood nodded, casting a glance to see that Uchiha Shimizu had also finished his breakfast. Very well, let us depart. Haha, splendid. I relish your spirited nature. The Mad Blade laughed heartily, though he mused that it was more a fearlessness of death. Is there not a saying about how a newborn calf does not fear a tiger? This young man surely had yet to comprehend the perils of the world. As the Mad Blade took the initiative to lead the way, Ancient Wood left the place, under the gaze of many who lamented his youth. Alas, such a pity for one so young. Perhaps he was a disciple from a renowned lineage, or perhaps he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Confidence, however, would not shield him. The rulers of the lawless city were far from benevolent, encompassing not only wanted criminals from the Land of Iron, but also rogue ninjas from other lands who sought refuge there. Amidst the cacophony of voices discussing their fate, Ancient Wood led Uchiha Shimizu away from the location. Ancient Wood, must we truly follow this nefarious figure? Along the way, Ancient Wood and Uchiha Shimizu distanced themselves from the Mad Blade, communicating discreetly while mounted on horseback. Fear not. The worst that may occur is falling into an ambush. I did not speak falsely. Our mission in the Land of Iron is to locate someone. Ancient Wood urged his steed to keep pace with the Mad Blade, hastening their journey. You two still wear masks. I assume you are not upstanding citizens. Are you fugitives or rogue ninjas? The Mad Blade remarked as he noticed Ancient Wood approaching, revealing two children bound by iron chains trailing behind him. Just a couple of fugitives. The Mad Blade's eyebrows lifted slightly, as if a keyword had triggered a reaction. Oh? Such young fugitives, you two must have a promising future ahead. Listening to the surrounding discussions, it seemed the elder was also a wanted criminal, likely taking a keen interest in them. Haha, what are you saying, young brother? I fail to comprehend your words. The Mad Blade laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying. Yet, he recalled distinctly encountering a dangerous individual wielding a fan in the lawless city. This person, possessing a mane of jet black hair, could instill an overwhelming sense of dread simply by their presence. The aura of dominance and disdain in their gaze was unparalleled in the Mad Blade's experience. In that fleeting moment, he realized that in the eyes of others, he was likely perceived as nothing more than an ant. Ancient Wood chose not to elaborate further. The two harbored their own thoughts, and as night began to fall, they arrived at the gates of the lawless city. I must attend to some matters first, young brother. When night falls, visit the largest tavern in this city, and I will share some intelligence with you. The Mad Blade spurred his horse into a gallop, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Ancient Wood and Shimizu. To Ancient Wood's surprise, the lawless city appeared rather prosperous. The walls were fortified with sturdy stone, and the massive wooden gates stood ajar, resembling a gaping maw, eager to devour passers-by. Most inhabitants were likely refugees affected by war, surviving under the rule and construction of rogue ninjas and wanted criminals, making this their final sanctuary. Upon entering, the air was exceptionally arid, and Ancient would felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, some lurking in alleys, others on the second floor, some leaning against the city walls, all watching like ravenous wolves. However, contrary to his expectations of danger, the surface seemed relatively stable. Let us find a place to stay. We are now within the borders of the Land of Iron. Ancient would lead his horse, surveying the surroundings in search of lodging. Despite its designation as the lawless city, it still harbored a number of shops, whether eateries or weaponry stores. Yet, he pondered what currency was exchanged in this land. Gentlemen, you appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the lawless city? Might you require my guidance? A friendly voice called from behind. Ancient would turn to find a short man with a mustache, brandishing a long knife at his waist, who rubbed his hands together like a sheep awaiting customers. A place to stay. Is there an inn available? Ah, lodging. What a coincidence. I happen to know a reasonably priced inn. Allow me to lead you there. Ancient would nodded impassively. Indeed, that is quite fortuitous. But truly, are there so many coincidences? Just wolves in sheep's clothing, calculating how to devour their prey. Yet, the best hunters often appear in the guise of prey. During this time, Ancient would observe that the majority of the city's denizens were merely commoners, or rather, refugees, who, to survive, had no choice but to endure exploitation by their rulers. Innkeeper, we have guests. Prepare 2 rooms. The innkeeper, clad in simple garb and tall in stature, was busy polishing a cup when he turned, smiling. Oh, it's been a while, Terra. And who are these 2? How long do you intend to stay? Half a month, and just 1 room will suffice. If, within that time, I cannot uncover any information regarding Uchiha Madara, I shall depart without delay. This would only imply that Uchiha Madara had executed a diversionary tactic, having already attacked Konoha, possibly engaging in battle with Senju Hashirama. The innkeeper glanced at Terra, contemplating. Half a month, then? 300 lawless coins. Lawless coins? Seeing the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuki seemingly taken aback, the tavern keeper began to elucidate. The undomesticated coin is a unique currency jointly issued by the 3 major organizations of the city of the undomesticated. To partake in any transactions within this realm, one must utilize the undomesticated coin, particularly given the multitude of destitute souls wandering here, most of whom possess little of value. To survive, one must learn the art of earning, would they not? In simpler terms, the disenfranchised here serve as a reservoir of inexpensive labor, which is precisely why the city thrives. It is the very efforts of these marginalized individuals, brick by brick, that have constructed its foundations. Ahem. If you too wish to exchange for undomesticated coins, you may approach me. I offer a rate of 5 to 1, which is notably half of the standard exchange rate. At last, ere Tai Lang revealed his true intentions, his narrowed eyes gleaming with cunning, portraying a facade of benevolence while seeking to profit from the difference. Chapter 50. The banquet at Hongmen. Am I truly to attend the banquet? What shall I exchange? Gumu pondered, uncertain if this establishment was reputable. However, upon entering, one must adhere to its regulations lest one find themselves without shelter. What do you possess? Weapons or rare medicinal herbs will suffice. Would gold coins be acceptable? Upon hearing the mention of gold coins, Heir Tyrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Certainly, but let it be clear that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire tomorrow. The mere mention of gold coins hinted that these individuals were likely of considerable import. Yet, there remained a slim possibility that they were merely 2 foolish souls with deep pockets. How much do you propose? Gumu queried. I must first ascertain the origin of your gold coins. The value of such currencies varies significantly across nations. For instance, in Sand Hidden Village, those skilled in refining sand gold render the metal nearly worthless. With that, Gumu produced a gold coin embossed with a leaf emblem. Ah, from the Land of Fire? Heir Tyrong's heart raced, casting furtive glances at the 2 masked figures. The Land of Fire stood as the most formidable nation in the shinobi world, feared by others. One could consider it home to a god of the shinobi realm and a harbinger of destruction. Either of these 2 could easily obliterate an entire nation. Very well. I concede. 1 gold coin shall be exchanged for 200 unclaimed coins. Heir Tyrang retrieved 2 unclaimed coins, each marked with a value of 100. Let us proceed with 10. Ah, splendid. Heir Tyrong's eyes gleamed with delight, convinced that these 2 were indeed substantial prospects. Following a simple transaction, Gumu now possessed 2,000 unclaimed coins. After deducting 300 for lodging, he was left with a commendable sum of 1,700 ample for living in this city. Should you require further exchanges, feel free to seek me out at this same reasonable rate. In high spirits, Heir Tairang willingly provided his contact information before departing the inn. Room 405. Here is your key, the innkeeper stated, placing the key upon the wooden counter. Gumu noted the calloused hands of the innkeeper, the steady rhythm of his footsteps revealing him to be a seasoned swordsman. Beneath the counter, it was evident that a katana lay concealed. Be discreet with your wealth, gentlemen. Exercise caution tonight, the innkeeper advised as Gumu prepared to leave the first floor. Turning to look, he saw the innkeeper's expression was devoid of emotion, as if accustomed to such exchanges, diligently polishing a glass. Inside room 405, the accommodations surpassed those of the previous earthen abode in the small village. The space was airy, furnished with tea utensils and a bed draped in a quilt, all appearing clean and well-lit. Gumu, is this truly safe? Uchiha Shinsui expressed her concern, having overheard the innkeeper's friendly warning. Fear not, let us venture to the tavern. We may uncover valuable information, Gumu reassured her. The tavern, teeming with a mix of patrons, held the promise of insights for those fortunate enough. Excuse me, do you know where the largest tavern in the unclaimed city is located? Gumu inquired of the innkeeper, placing a 100 denomination unclaimed coin on the counter. This coin, a simple iron piece, bore intricate designs on one side and its value on the other, hardly appealing to anyone. Go left, the road ends there, the innkeeper replied impassively, accepting the coin with a straightforward indication of direction. Thank you, Gumu expressed, aware that not everyone would fulfill a request simply for monetary compensation. Following the cobblestone path, a brightly lit, multi-level tavern soon came into view. The raucous laughter and chatter within reached their ears before they even crossed the threshold. Do not worry, I am here, Gumu reassured Shinsui, understanding her apprehension regarding the potential dangers of this gathering. I trust you, Gumu, Shinsui nodded, recognizing that his intent was to broaden her horizons. Throughout their journey, she diligently absorbed the nuances of social interactions, noting that their continued safety stemmed from Gumu's calm demeanor, which left many, even the reckless, uncertain of their intentions. As they pushed through the wooden door, the scent of alcohol engulfed them. The drinks here were far milder than those of Gumu's previous life. Rarely intoxicating. Although stronger spirits existed, they were scarce. The first floor was spacious and bustling, filled with patrons of diverse backgrounds, some draped in black cloaks, others bearing fearsome scars, while some reveled in the company of multiple companions, lost in their own bliss. Many formed small clusters, raising their glasses in jovial conversation. You two must be friends of Lord Kwangdao. Please follow me to the third floor, where a table is reserved for you. A woman's voice interrupted Gumu's thoughts before he could ascend to the third level. This woman, with her alluring figure, moved with a grace reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze, her long legs captivating, and her serpentine waist drawing attention. As Gumu contemplated, a subtle pain at his waist reminded him of Shinsui's reaction, suspecting she misinterpreted his distraction. Gumu hesitated to reply, activating his sage mode to sense Kwangdao's presence on the second floor. The woman's insistence on leading them to the third floor raised his suspicions. Lead the way, he decided, prepared to confront whatever intentions Kwangdao harbored. Following the enchanting woman upstairs, Gumu noticed Shinsui's discontent behind her fox mask, seemingly irked by the woman's exaggerated movements. What's with the ostentation? Does she fear I won't notice her? The third floor of the tavern featured an open terrace adorned with vacant wooden tables and chairs, ideal for moonlit views and nighttime revelries. Here, the absence of restrictions allowed patrons to indulge freely, a rarity in any shinobi village, where ninjas were often overworked and denied such luxuries. Where is Kwangdao? Gumu inquired, his masked visage betraying little emotion, yet he sensed the tension among the patrons upon their arrival. It appeared that tonight would not conclude without incident. Chapter 51, A Gambit. Straight to the heart these two, perhaps? According to the intel, it seems they're the ones. Then let's proceed. We're compensated for our services. And it appears to be merely a pair of youths. Upon these words, Gomak noticed the woman who led them subtly retreating to close the door. The surrounding figures, like ravenous wolves, brandished their weapons and began to close in. Tell me, who has commissioned you? Facing the encroaching 10, Gomak displayed no semblance of panic. It was evident that these 10 hailed from various backgrounds. Some were ninja, others samurai. There was no response, only a chilling intent to kill. In an instant, a samurai brandished his katana, aiming directly for Gomak's face. Must you be so eager to embrace oblivion? Gomak swiftly leaped backward, evading the strike. He had intended a peaceful parley, but these individuals were compelling him to act. If that's the case, Gomak's hand clenched in the air. And to the astonishment of the 10, a katana materialized from thin air. He then vanished like a specter, disappearing from his original position. Is this one a ninja? Such flamboyant tactics are typically favored by ninja. Samurai disdain them, mainly due to their inability to execute them. Raging breath blade draw a tempestuous wind arose, tearing through the ground. Vaguely, multiple afterimages could be seen intersecting in the air. A silvery glint flashed, piercingly bright. Gomak gripped the cursed blade Muramasa in one hand, its polished surface reflecting his dog-headed mask beneath his black robes. Beneath the blade, a trickle of blood coursed, gathering at the tip before coalescing into a droplet. He who slays shall be slain. Gomak never showed mercy to enemies who displayed murderous intent. As the saying goes, to be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The surrounding onlookers seemed unfazed by the scene, showing little reaction. It appeared that such reversals were commonplace. The only point of interest was the black-robed figure with the dog-headed mask, whose strength seemed exceedingly formidable. What? The woman who had led them, her face ashen, trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. She knelt abruptly, begging for mercy. Lord, I truly didn't know. I didn't know they intended to kill you. I'll do anything. Just spare my life. I'll do anything. The seductive woman's words were incoherent. The instantaneous slaughter had instilled in her a profound sense of dread. The man before her was undoubtedly ruthless. Captain, allow me. Uchiha Shirzue, who had been by Gomak's side, drew his longsword. He approached the woman, who was frozen in terror. No. Beneath Uchiha Shirzue's fox mask, a sanguine glint flickered. He raised his longsword and brought it down without hesitation. Thwack! The force of the blow sent the woman sprawling, rolling across the ground until she ceased to move. They're all ruthless. Indeed, without ruthlessness, survival here would be impossible. Amidst the murmurs, the door to a private room on the second floor, where a man named Kwang Dao had been patiently awaiting news, was abruptly flung open. Well, were those two accompanied by any guards? Lord Kwang Dao, something terrible has transpired. The hired assassins have all been slain, and in an instant. The report caused Kwang Dao's eyes to narrow. He exerted a slight pressure with his hand, shattering the wooden cup he held. As I suspected, those two are not without their abilities. Let us depart from this place. We shall leave those two be for now. The Ninja Alliance seems to be stirring. Although our organization maintains neutrality, it is prudent to avoid conflict. The so-called Ninja Alliance was an organization formed by rogue ninja from various villages, and it held the most power in the city of outlaws. It is said that the Ninja Alliance has changed hands, and some internal strife has occurred. The specifics involve a man who nearly annihilated them all. At this thought, a sneer crossed Kwang Dao's face. As expected, they are all flashy but useless ninja. Leave? After instigating this commotion, you expect to depart unscathed? Do you believe that is feasible? Before Kwang Dao could rise, a somber voice echoed from outside the door. As the words fell, the wooden door was shattered by a massive wind blade. It's you. Kwang Dao's eyes narrowed, as if facing a formidable foe. He immediately placed his hand on the great sword beside him. He had not perceived the terror of the dog-headed black-robed man before, but now, with Gomak exuding a chilling aura, Kwang Dao understood that this man was a master of the blade. It is all a misunderstanding. I merely sought to test your strength. After all, that is commonplace in the city of outlaws, is it not? You and I are both wanted criminals. If we wish to reside in the city of outlaws, we should join the murderous intent organization, which was established by wanted criminals. In that case, we would be considered colleagues. With your strength, you could easily become the fourth in command. Kwang Dao, wishing to avoid conflict, extended an olive branch. Gomak chuckled inwardly, feigning curiosity. Oh, that does pique my interest. Tell me more. The city of outlaws was currently controlled by three major organizations: the Ninja Alliance, led by Rogue Ninja, the Sword Organization, composed of wandering swordsmen, and the Murderous Intent Organization, which remained neutral. I am the third in command of the Murderous Intent Organization. With my recommendation, you could easily become the fourth in command. Then, in the city of outlaws, you would be all-powerful, able to do as you please. Kwang Dao wore a friendly expression, but he was already contemplating how to escape. Is that so? Then would you take me to meet your leader? Upon hearing this, Kwang Dao's expression shifted. He had expected Gomak to refuse, but the man had agreed so readily. Haha. That is splendid. Let us not delay. I shall take you to our headquarters immediately. Kwang Dao grinned, but inwardly cursed the dog-headed masked man for his arrogance. Did he truly believe that the two of them could devour the Murderous Intent organization? Once they arrived at their territory, they would be at their mercy. Please, Gomok stepped aside, taking the initiative. He had intended to make contact with the people from the three major organizations, and now, as if on cue, he had been presented with an opportunity. This saved him the trouble of seeking out information himself. Haha, young brother, let us proceed. I shall guide you. Kwang Dao laughed heartily, unwilling to expose his back to the two men. Seeing this, Gomok did not hesitate. He was confident that he could deal with Kwang Dao before he could launch a sneak attack. Along the way, Gomok estimated the strength of the murderous intent organization's leader. Kwang Dao's strength was, at most, that of a jonin. Therefore, their leader would be, at most, an elite jonin. As for Kaga level, there were not so many Kaga level individuals. Of course, this could not be said for certain. After all, if they were wanted criminals, they might be figures from a time of war. Soon, guided by Kwang Dao, Gomok and his companions arrived at the central area of the City of Outlaws. Even at night, the area was bustling with people, like a city that never sleeps. During the day, they toiled away, and at night, they naturally needed to unwind. In their view, a wooden building, far larger than the surrounding structures, stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting Gomok's attention. Undoubtedly, this was their destination. Chapter 52, Wind Release Chakra Mode. Standing in midair, Third Elder. What is that behind you? The guards stationed at the main base observed the Mad Blade accompanied by two men clad in black robes, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Fear not, they have allied with our organization, the Kill Intent. Mad Blade waved dismissively, his expression notably indifferent. Please, he urged. Stepping forward, and the ancient tree did not decline his advance. With Mad Blade leading the way, the two encountered no obstacles and swiftly arrived at the core area of the Kill Intent building, where the organization's higher-ups resided, including the leader. I shall enter first to extend my greetings. Please wait here. The leader generally prefers not to meet strangers. Very well. The ancient tree paid no heed to Mad Blade's intentions, for he knew that the conversation within would not escape his perception. Approximately a minute passed before Mad Blade's voice emerged from within. You may come in. Pushing open the wooden door revealed a grizzled man, resembling a languid lion. His unkempt beard and lazy demeanor concealing a glint of cold menace in his eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. You two are the newcomers seeking to join our ranks, as mentioned by Mad Blade? I have heard tell of your considerable strength. Why not remove your masks so we might see your faces? After all, we are all wanted criminals here, so there is little to fear from exposure. In response to the leader's inquiry, the ancient tree concealed a smirk beneath his mask. Might I suggest a possibility? What if I am able to overhear your clandestine conversations? Oh, you heard us? The leader's pupils narrowed, akin to a malevolent specter lurking in the depths of night. In an instant, shadowy figures began to materialize around them, enveloping the ancient tree and his companion. Since you have eavesdropped, we need not pretend any longer. You have two options. First, leave the woman beside you to serve us. Second, suffer a brutal beating to death, thereby being compelled to relinquish her. Mad Blade's eyes darkened, and he licked his lips with a twisted anticipation, revealing his murderous intent. The atmosphere grew suffocating, as if one could draw water from it. Uchiha Shinsui realized that he had become the target of their malice. I believe there is, in fact, a third option. Intrigued, the leader raised an eyebrow. Oh, pray tell, what might that be? I will eliminate you and seize control of this organization. Ha, you insolent wretch. The leader scoffed, his expression shifting to one of icy disdain as he gestured for his men to attack. It appeared that this young man had opted for the second choice. In this world of shinobi, strength reigns supreme. The ancient tree understood this truth deeply and, without a moment's hesitation, activated his latest developed mode, Wind Release Chakra Mode. Wrapping himself in razor-sharp wind blades, he gained extraordinary speed and formidable offensive power, even managing to hover in midair. Indeed, under the astonished gazes of the wanted criminals, the ancient tree slowly floated above the ground, standing upon the air itself. This one poses a threat. Mad Blade, we must confront him together. The leader's pupils constricted, a fierce sense of peril igniting within him, an emotion he had seldom encountered. Understood. Mad Blade nodded gravely, recognizing the severity of the situation. He, bearing a massive sword on his back, could only thinly coat his weapon in chakra to enhance its sharpness. His combat style leaned heavily towards physical prowess, unlike the leader, who wielded dual swords. The two separated, attacking from opposing directions to flank the ancient tree. I will handle these two. You deal with the others. Very well. Beneath the fox mask, Uchiha Shinsui's expression was as frigid as a millennium of ice, resembling a beautiful yet perilous thorned rose. Her two-tomo Sharingan flickered with a blood-red light as she prepared to engage. Come forth. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Suspended in midair, the ancient tree held his hands in a loose grip as the tempest raged around him, ultimately forming two wind blades. It was almost as if a pair of wind wings sprouted from his back. Engaging in life and death combat was the most effective way to hone one's battle experience. A truth the ancient tree understood profoundly. Arrogant brat, perish. Mad Blade charged forward, fully aware that the leader's attacks were the true threat. The massive sword, imbued with minute chakra fluctuations, soared through the air like a mountain crashing down, howling as it approached. Too slow. Before the blade could descend, Mad Blade heard a whisper akin to the voice of death at his ear. A profound sense of impending doom surged within him, and he desperately wished to alter his assault. Yet it was too late. He felt his body being mercilessly battered in an instant, each strike delivering excruciating pain. Blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Not far away, the leader observed as Mad Blade momentarily halted in midair, his body convulsing under relentless onslaught, surrounded by countless afterimages. Like phantoms dancing around him. Flee. We must escape. The leader realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, akin to confronting the Shinobi Alliance. Damn Mad Blade. Bringing back a living demon. He yearned to avoid sharing the same fate as the Shinobi Alliance. With that thought, the leader made a leap from the window without a second thought. Where do you think you're going? As the thought took form, the leader felt a fierce gust behind him, only to find the ancient tree occupying the very seat he had just vacated. The dog-headed mask was stained with blood. Resembling a ferocious beast, its cold, ruthless gaze fixed upon him. The leader made no attempt to resist. He knew he had reached a dead end. With no escape in sight, one cannot stand by the river without getting wet. I concede defeat today. Grant me a swift end. Isn't that only fair? Did you truly believe I would engage in idle chatter with you? As the words fell, the ancient tree appeared behind the leader in a flash. The explosive wind blades surged toward the leader's form, erupting in a shower of blood. In wind-release chakra mode, the ancient tree became akin to a raging tempest. His attack swift as lightning, a perfect blend of speed and ferocity. Enough. Observing the bloodlust in Uchiha Shinsui's eyes from a distance, the ancient tree immediately called out to halt her. At the very least, he did not wish to be left as a solitary commander. Understood. Uchiha Shinsui flicked the blood from her long knife as if discarding filth, her cold gaze fixated on the terrified wanted criminals. Regarding those who sought to take her life, she adhered to the ancient tree's caution, well aware that showing mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself, a truth that remains immutable. Today, the leadership of the kill intent changes hands. Do any of you have objections? And no objections. We are willing to serve. At your command, the wanted criminals, paralyzed by fear, knelt before her. They had little power to sway the battle's outcome. In this lawless city, leadership transitions were commonplace. Today, the current leader might remain, but tomorrow could usher in an even stronger figure. Thus, you shall spread this message and secretly investigate a man with long black hair. Remember, he appears dangerously menacing. With that, a trembling response arose from below. El leader, I recall seeing a man with long black hair. He previously wreaked havoc in the Shinobi Alliance, causing quite a stir and killing many. I wonder if he is the one you speak of. Upon hearing this, the ancient tree pondered deeply. Could it be that the Nine-Tails disturbance mentioned in the intel from Tobirama was indeed the attack by Uchiha Madara on the Ninja Alliance? Wait, I retract my previous command. You shall disseminate the information, stating that the Killing Intent organization has undergone a change in leadership. The ability to single-handedly confront a multitude of rogue ninjas is certainly not to be underestimated. It is highly likely that it is none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Chapter 53. Confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Let us first return, for the sake of precaution and to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Gomu led Uchiha Shinsui away from the Killing Intent organization. They chose to return to the inn where they had previously rented a room. Feeling utterly fatigued, Shinsui declared, I'm going to take a bath first. You mustn't peek. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Shinsui felt a wave of weakness wash over her. This was her first experience with life and death combat. Fortunately, her opponents were not particularly skilled, but their overwhelming numbers forced her to remain in a state of extreme mental tension. Wait a moment. It seems a few mice have slipped into the room. Goma raised his hand, halting Shinsui's advance. Just then, 3 masked figures suddenly leaped down from the beams above. Shinsui's expression shifted to one of surprise, her eyes beginning to tremble. She realized she must exercise greater caution in the future. If Gomu had not warned her, she would have indeed fallen into an ambush. Are these 3 the big fat sheep mentioned in the intel? They appear rather young, don't they? Regardless, it is a matter of life or death. The three men brandished long knives, demonstrating their remarkable stealth in entering the room, indicating their considerable skill. Sometimes, one must reveal their fangs to avoid unnecessary trouble, you know? Gomu imparted this wisdom to Uchiha Shinsui, as if preparing for his own demise. Throughout their journey, Gomu had subtly been teaching Shinsui how to navigate the treacherous world of ninjas. Indeed, Shinsui nodded obediently, acknowledging that she had learned much about the ways of the world. Of course, all of this was predicated upon the foundation of her own formidable strength. From where do you hail? As Gomu's words fell, he swiftly appeared behind the three men, catching them off guard. Suddenly, the trio sensed an overwhelming aura of terror surrounding them, like a ghostly presence. The purplish-black energy manifested as sinister, claw-like appendages, wrapping around their bodies like malevolent spirits, sending shivers down their spines. This bizarre scene left Gomu speechless. It seemed that the cursed blade he possessed was once again at play. Indeed, within this blade lay the seal of a malevolent spirit. And Gomu had recently discovered how to unseal it. He could even harness the spirit's power to enter a demon mode. Though this was still a concept he had yet to manifest in reality. My patience is finite. Wait, we are members of the Killing Intent organization. We heard that two big fat sheep had entered the Lordless City, so we tracked them here. The three quickly revealed their identities, hoping that an association with an organization might enhance their chances of survival. Killing Intent organization, you say? Gomu's tone turned cold. These three were indeed bold, attempting to rob the newly appointed leader of their own organization. Yes, I am indeed with the Killing Intent organization. Their words faltered as they suddenly realized that one of their companions had silently collapsed at their side. You should know what to do. I do not wish for more mindless fools to assault me in the future. Understood, my lord, we comprehend. Gomu spared two of them, wishing to avoid disturbances from those lacking self-awareness in the days to come. Days passed swiftly, during which the members of the Killing Intent organization learned of their new leader. That night, those who had attempted to ambush Gomu were left paralyzed with fear, daring not to venture outside for days. Who could have imagined that they would dare to target the new leader? This was akin to offering their necks for the blade, pure folly. As night deepened, Gomu sensed the presence of unwelcome guests near the inn. Over the past few days, he had deduced that the current leader of the Ninja Alliance was likely Uchiha Madara. The reason for his hesitance to confront him stemmed from a fear of being eliminated the moment he revealed himself. Gomu, is something amiss? Uchiha Shinsui, sleeping beside Gomu, seemed to sense his awakening, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Nothing of consequence, just some minor commotion. I will go take a look. After exchanging a few words, Gomu swiftly exited the room. Upon reappearing, he found himself at the back of the inn, where a blood-soaked swordsman was frantically fleeing, pursued by several black-clad ninjas. Is this a member of the Sword Alliance? Gomu observed the samurai with a top knot, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Young man, hurry. Relay this message. The Ninja Alliance has commenced assassinations of the leaders of various organizations, with plans to unify against the Lordless City. We must rally the other organizations to resist. Have they begun their actions? Gomu's eyes narrowed. He had long suspected why Uchiha Madara had remained silent for so long. It turned out he had been secretly eliminating the leaders of other organizations. Oh, to survive such a grievous injury and still run this far. It seems he has allies. Everyone, resolve this quickly. The three black-clad figures swiftly distanced themselves from one another, preparing to perform hand seals. Gomu recognized that these individuals likely hailed from different nations, most likely elite rogue ninjas from the Ninja Alliance. Time to test the blade. Gomu's gaze turned as still as death, his hand raised gently, as if invisible forces were guiding him, and the cursed blade began to levitate slowly in the air. The blade shimmered with an enigmatic purple light, entwined by a spectral presence, becoming increasingly ominous. The aura of the malevolent spirit intensified, ultimately enveloping Gomu's entire arm in a shroud of darkness, exuding a chilling and terrifying essence akin to that of a hellish demon. In the astonished eyes of the Sword Alliance leader, the three assailants became rigid in midair, seemingly cleaved by an unseen blade, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The horrifying speed of Gomu's strike was beyond even the leader's capacity to react. Could it be? You are the new leader of the Killing Intent organization? The Sword Alliance leader appeared to recall recent rumors, desperation glimmering in his eyes. Yet, gazing at his nearly burnt and shattered body, he realized his time was short. The leader of Killing Intent, take my sword back to the Sword Alliance, and all members shall heed your command. We must not allow the Lordless City to fall easily. Perhaps driven by a desire for vengeance, the Sword Alliance leader cast aside his sword as he faced death. Is this blade truly sufficient to command the entire Sword Alliance? Such an odd custom, Goma remarked, receiving the blade that the leader had relinquished in his final moments, his tone tinged with nuance. Since you have come, why not reveal yourself? Goma cast the Sword Alliance leader's sword aside, his gaze steady as he focused on the highest point of the inn. In the moonlit view, a man emerged, standing atop the highest perch, his expression cold and arms crossed, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, adorned with crimson-layered armor, and sporting a spiky black hairstyle, he exuded an air of disdainful dominance. At the sight of this man, Gomu's pupils dilated in shock. He had failed to sense this individual's presence, legendary in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 54, Despair. This is Uchiha Madara. The power of the gods, are you a ninja from Konoha? Uchiha Madara stood atop the building, arms crossed, his expression as indifferent as one observing an insignificant ant. No, I am not. As the words fell, Madara's figure instantaneously appeared before the ancient tree. His terrifying speed, akin to a flash, stirred a tremendous gust of wind. Bang! A kick, striking like lightning upon the ancient tree's sword, sent its wielder hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Isn't it you who decides? It's that bastard Senju Tobirama who sent you here, isn't it? Madara's gaze remained silent, his body vanishing in an instant, denying the ancient tree even a moment's respite. The force of his punches rushed forth like a torrential storm, compelling the ancient tree to activate his wind-release chakra mode, standing firm in the air. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow, observing the ancient tree hovering aloft, his expression nonchalant. You don't think just because you're in the sky, I can't touch you? Fire release, great fire annihilation. The hand seals were executed with a leisurely pace, reminiscent of an adult playing with a child, radiating calmness and composure. Boom. A fearsome blaze erupted, its scope alarmingly vast, engulfing the sky in an instant, transforming the previously pitch-black expanse into a scene of blinding brightness. Uchiha Shirzue, who had been peacefully slumbering, was roused by the overwhelming light, a wave of intense anxiety surging within him. He promptly rose and approached the window. Simultaneously, the ancient tree, with no recourse available, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the sky. Yet, unbeknownst to him, beneath, Madara observed the jutsu that had claimed his brother's life. His eyes narrowing, the unspoken implications clear. He uttered no words. The activation of his Manjiki Sharingan conveyed his current stance. Damn, this guy is indeed terrifying. Taking advantage of the Flying Thunder Goddess technique, the ancient tree crouched atop a rooftop, glancing at his singed black cloak, his expression darkening. Anyone who dares to claim that fire release cannot kill, I shall personally deliver 2 resounding slaps to them. Young as he was, having mastered such a technique, he must surely have garnered the favor of that man. Before the ancient tree could fully process this thought, a cold voice from behind jolted him into alertness. Without hesitation, he activated Sage Mode. He could now maintain the Wet-Bone Forest Sage Mode for 10 minutes. Exceeding this limit would impose a severe burden on his body. Interesting. You evaded? Madara, clad in blue Susanoo armor, unleashed a strike that shattered the rooftop where the ancient tree had stood moments before. There was no escape. Was he locked on? The ancient tree shifted to another position. Despite the absence of distance limitations with the Flying Thunder God, it required the ability to sense the markers. Currently, the ancient tree was not yet capable of sensing the Konoha marker from a different nation. Although he had marked numerous Flying Thunder God markers outside the unclaimed city, the further the distance, the greater the chakra consumption. Moreover, he sensed he might have already been locked on by Madara's Manjiki Sharingan. This guy might very well unleash the complete Susanoo to come and strike him down. Using the Flying Thunder God quite proficiently, aren't we? Madara reappeared beside the ancient tree. Without uttering a word, he commanded the Susanoo to deliver a fierce blow. It seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. The ancient tree employed the Flying Thunder God once more, appearing beside Uchiha Shirzue, seizing her without granting her a moment to react. Instantly activating the Flying Thunder God, he departed from the unclaimed city. With the scenery shifting rapidly, Uchiha Shirzue, sensing the change in the ancient tree's aura, could clearly feel his presence growing more robust. Let South leave this place. The ancient tree lifted Uchiha Shirzue, dashing towards the land of fire, utilizing the trees for cover. Uchiha Shirzue felt the trembling of the ancient tree's hands, realizing that the presence behind them was undeniably terrifying. Alas, the ancient tree had underestimated Madara's relentless pursuit. Even with the substantial distance between them, Madara continued to close in, diminishing the space between them. How did the ancient tree know? It was simply the overwhelming chakra that became increasingly discernible. Wait for me, I will return shortly. Without allowing Uchiha Hiruzen a moment to respond, he set her down on a tree and vanished in an instant. Ancient tree, you bastard. Gazing at the now vanished figure of the ancient tree, Uchiha Hiruzen felt a pang in her heart, reaching out with empty hands, a sense of impending loss suffusing her, causing her expression to tremble and fill with panic. She had believed they would continue to live together. They had promised in their past lives to marry, to unveil her wedding gown with his own hands. Just moments ago, they had vowed never to abandon her, to always be together. How could you leave me? Uchiha Hiruzen's voice was filled with sorrow. Gently wiping away her tears, resembling an abandoned kitten, hurriedly rushing towards the unclaimed city. Meanwhile, in pursuit, Uchiha Madara observed the ancient tree suddenly appear atop a large tree. A hint of amusement in his eyes. Not fleeing anymore. Madara had already noticed the silver-white hair peeking from beneath the ancient tree's black cloak, and his gaze turned icier still. The ancient tree remained silent, channeling a profound wind-release cyclone that struck the ground with ferocity. S-rank jutsu, wind release, dead prison cage. A terrifying tornado spiraled outward from the ground, forming an enormous cage of 100 meters, confining both within. This is Sage Mode, and a high-level jutsu you've developed. You must indeed be that man's offspring. Madara felt a surge of sage energy, his eyes growing cold. Regardless of whether this boy was a descendant of Senju Tobirama, Madara was determined not to let him escape. For if he were to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable blade aimed at the Uchiha clan. If you grow strong enough, I might spare you a glance, but for now. Susanoo. Madara's original Mangekyou Sharingan morphed into intricate patterns. Undoubtedly, this was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The original blue Susanoo began to transform into a skeletal form, veins and flesh enveloping its structure, cloaked in a layer of chakra. Perhaps to demonstrate to the ancient tree the disparity of power, the Susanoo evolved further, manifesting arms and legs, wielding two colossal blue swords, exuding an overwhelming aura. Towering 100 meters high, resembling a divine being. Despair. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. The power of a god. Chapter 55. Is this hell? No. Do we have such deep-seated hatred? Gumu gazed at the nearly breaking Susanoo, his tone laced with incredulity. He began to doubt whether his true identity had been revealed to Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to unleash Susanoo against himself. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Gumu's expression grew markedly grave. It was only through direct confrontation that one realizes that swordsmanship is only effective against smaller foes. When faced with such a colossal entity, it felt particularly futile. Fortunately, Gumu had developed his own ninjutsu. The system had remained unresponsive for quite some time. But months ago he had drawn the top-tier ninjutsu talent, enabling him to precisely manipulate the chakra within him for various techniques. Among these was the wind release chakra mode. Inspired by the lightning release chakra mode, he had developed independently. Wind release, dragon wind strangle technique. Gumu pressed his palms together, channeling a vast amount of chakra. Now, he no longer needed to form hand seals to guide the chakra's flow. He had initially hoped to further develop the sage body of the Senju clan, but was thwarted by the murderous intent of Uchiha Madara. To be precise, Ashura's descendants inherited the sage body, just as Indra's descendants inherited the sage eye. Oh, is it starting to dance? Standing atop Susanoo, Uchiha Madara observed the swirling wind dragon with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. He had intended to eliminate this young man swiftly, but now he was curious to see what hidden cards he possessed. The wind dragon, stretching a full 100 meters, coiled and grew within the wind-based prison, transforming into a ferocious dragon that lunged to ensnare and tear at Susanoo. In an instant, it wrapped around Susanoo, entangling it. However, due to the vast disparity in chakra levels, before the wind-based strangulation could take effect, Susanoo's arm seized the dragon and crushed it mercilessly. Still too weak, Uchiha Madara shook his head, seemingly lamenting the loss of a worthy opponent. This wretched creature. Gumu's face paled, and he couldn't help but curse for the first time. Before he could launch another attack, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned his head. In his line of sight was a woman, her eyes shimmering with tears. Leaning against a tree, her face smeared with dirt, staring at him with despair. Moments ago, Uchiha Hiruzen had nearly lost her voice upon seeing the towering Susanoo in the distant wind prison. Yet, despite her fear, she had forced herself to calm. Even if it meant death, she was determined to die alongside Gumu. Run! Gumu shouted to Uchiha Shirzue in the distance. Unsure if Madara would turn his attention to her. If Madara were to slice her in half before his eyes, Gumu felt he might just explode with rage. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shirzue did not heed his warning. She had resolved within herself that if Gumu were to perish, she would fight to the death by his side. Oh! Uchiha Madara, standing atop Susanu's head, seemed to notice the woman nearby, his gaze tinged with curiosity. If he sensed correctly, the chakra signature seemed to belong to his clan. Damn, is this truly the only way? Gumu's eyes hardened as a desperate plan formed in his mind. In an instant, the cursed blade Muramasa erupted with a terrifying purple glow, which he plunged into his left shoulder. The blade pierced through, and crimson blood began to stain the cursed blade, causing it to radiate an alluring purple light. Devils, aid me! With Gumu's furious shout. A dense purple aura enveloped the surroundings, and ghostly apparitions began to swirl around him. Oh, souls, is this related to the power of the Grim Reaper? Uchiha Madara squinted, dismissing any thought of a sneak attack, as he too was curious about this newfound power. Soon, the aura of the apparitions began to consume Gumu's body, cloaking his entire arm in a sharp, dark purple armor. Ha ha ha, is it exhilarating, young Gumu? The whispers of malevolent spirits echoed in his ears, overwhelming his consciousness. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, slaughter. With a swift motion, he summoned another renowned blade, Onakiri, into his hand. Dual blade technique, twin wing slash. A terrifying cross-shaped sword aura cleaved through space with blinding speed, expanding under the influence of the apparitions until it reached monstrous proportions. Boom. The strike landed firmly against Susanoo, forcing it to stagger back several steps. Not over yet. Gumu's face contorted in a savage grimace. His form suspended in the air as he swung his blade with reckless abandon, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the universe apart. He willingly allowed the apparitions to erode his vitality to unleash a sword aura far beyond his current capabilities, akin to crashing waves or a volcanic eruption. Imbued with boundless pressure and destructive force, wave after wave of sword auras rained down upon Susanoo like a torrential storm. The purple and white cross-shaped auras growing increasingly fierce and vast, culminating in a final strike that seemed to consume his very life force, stretching to over 100 meters, akin to the arrival of a blazing sun. Boom. This final blow, akin to the thunder of the heavens, struck Susanoo with cataclysmic force, shattering the ground and uprooting the surrounding forest as if caught in a hurricane. Even Uchiha Shirzue was swept away, propelled backward over 100 meters. It was evident that he still wished to dance, but he could no longer move. Uchiha Madara, sensing the damage inflicted upon Susanoo, regarded Gumu with a rare flicker of admiration. Below, Gumu fell from the air, kneeling on the ground as the sage mode dissipated due to chakra exhaustion. In an instant, his body, unburdened, erupted in a terrifying blood mist, his life force visibly waning. Had he not been a descendant of Tobirama, Uchiha Madara mused that he might have spared him. The white hair, coupled with the immense chakra of the Senju clan's sage body, confirmed Madara's suspicions. Yet, alas, all was already concluded. Without hesitation, Uchiha Madara gazed upon the cursed blade embedded in Susanoo, emanating only a faint chakra pulse. Muramasa howled as it descended from above, piercing through Gumu's body in an instant. Meanwhile, the damage to Susanoo rapidly healed under Uchiha Madara as chakra. At that moment, Uchiha Shirzue, breathless and panicked, arrived at the battlefield, only to witness the most dreadful scene she could imagine. She watched in horror as Gumu's body was pierced by the cursed blade. Subsequently, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, Uchiha Shirzue felt the sky collapse and the earth crumble, as if her world had shattered. Everything around her grew indistinct, sinking into a dark abyss. Nothing else mattered. Her gaze fixated solely on one thing. The white-haired youth sprawled in a pool of blood. Her world had transformed into hell. Invisibly, a tear of blood flowed from her eyes like a dam bursting. The tomo of her Sharingan spinning wildly until it formed a pattern resembling a shuriken combined with a triangle. Black and red intertwined, blooming like a rose in hell. Both enchanting and exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 56, Corruption. Kill. 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 Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought, struggling to comprehend the situation. He had indeed witnessed the girl transform from the second tomo into a Mangeki Sharingan in an instant. The sudden surge of chakra confirmed to Uchiha Madara that his perception was not flawed. Could it be that a mere Uchiha, due to their connection with the Senju clan, had unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. Madara, having only been away from the village for a few years, could hardly fathom that the Uchiha and Senju clans had grown so close in his absence. Above, the sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds blanketing the area as torrential rain descended like a flood breaking through a dam, quickly inundating the surroundings. Unable to discern whether the streams on his face were rain or tears, Uchiha Shura violently tore through space to reach the ancient tree. Despair etched on his face as he embraced its lifeless form. This power elicited a flicker of intrigue in Madara's expression, for it was indeed a Manjiki ability pertaining to spatial manipulation. Ancient tree, no, I refuse to accept this. Awaken. Please awaken. Uchiha Shura cried out in utter despair, kneeling on the ground as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. He clutched the pallid youth, his voice raw and hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. They had finally been reborn in a new world, finally able to discuss their future, yet why did fate deal such a cruel hand? What is your relationship with this person? Uchiha Madara inquired, abandoning his Susanoo form to approach Uchiha Shura. Seeing the one who had slain the ancient tree daring to question him, Shura suddenly drew his long blade, tearing through space to confront Madara. Ah, spatial movement. Your Manjiki ability is impressive, Madara acknowledged, swiftly grasping Shura's wrist with a single hand. The newly awakened Shura, merely brushing the threshold of shadow-level prowess, paled in comparison to Madara. Unbeknownst to him, until he reached that level, he was akin to a frog gazing up at the moon from the depths of a well. I will kill you, kill you, kill you. Shura's voice echoed with a manic fervor. The weight of the ancient tree in her heart surpassed even her own existence. Blood tears streamed from her eyes like a raging deluge, vowing at all costs to slay the man before her. Crack, crack, crack. Silvery skeletal limbs began to emerge around Uchiha Shura, ultimately coalescing into a massive skeletal arm that swung toward Madara. You child. Madara shook his head slightly. Leaping away and observing the vast crater created by Susanu's strike, his expression tinged with resignation. He could sense the tidal wave of Shura's emotions crashing down upon him, as if he had obliterated her sanctuary of peace. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Madara, unsure of the righteousness of his actions, willingly dispelled his shadow clone technique. With the dissolution of the clone, memories would return to his true self, leaving the judgment of this mess to his original form. Uninterested in the chaos he had left behind. What? He fled? The spatially torn Uchiha Shura arrived at the spot where Madara had vanished, utterly astonished. The formidable opponent she had battled was merely a shadow clone composed of chakra. Shadow clones were created from half the chakra of the original, and as the legendary Uchiha, Madara's clones were undoubtedly powerful. Damn that bastard. Shura seethed, angrily commanding Susanoo to pound the ground. The earth trembled violently until fatigue overwhelmed her, and she finally ceased her actions, her face paling as she surveyed the devastation and the motionless figure on the ground. With a pitiful expression, Uchiha Shura staggered toward the fallen ancient tree. She cradled its body in her arms, burying her head within, akin to a cat bereft of its shelter, desperately savoring the last remnants of warmth. Time lost all meaning. Eventually, Uchiha Shura felt only a bone-chilling cold. She tilted her head back, allowing the raindrops to soak her face, laughing maniacally. You destroyed the only world I had, so I shall obliterate yours in return. Her distorted laughter echoed, resembling a wraith risen from the depths of hell, radiating an aura of terrifying malice. Grasping the two blades from the ancient tree's hands, one a cursed sword and the other a demon blade, she resolved to annihilate the entire ninja world with them. At that moment, Uchiha Shura remained blissfully unaware that her actions were being observed by the ancient tree. The ancient tree had indeed lost its vitality in an instant. However, at the moment the cursed blade pierced him, his soul began to merge with it. This led to the sealing of both his and a demon's soul within the cursed blade. As for his seemingly unresponsive physical form, the ancient tree speculated that, while developing his sage body, he had merely entered a state akin to suspended animation. As long as his soul could break free from the cursed blade, he believed he could be reborn. Yet now, he watched as a massive purple shadow of a demon gradually materialized in the dim, murky space around him. A look of solemnity crossing his face. The demon shrank in size, eventually taking on a form similar to that of a human, stepping out from the water pool before the ancient tree. Huh, little ancient tree, you've been sealed here too. The demon appeared to harbor no hostility. Are you not going to kill me? The ancient tree inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes, realizing that even in a spiritual state, he could still utilize ninjutsu. reminiscent of Naruto's condition within the Nine-Tails space. Little ancient tree, if you wish to eliminate me, feel free to do so. There is no need for pretense. Every soul that has been slain or acknowledged by the cursed blade ends up here. Only the strong can remain. The demon seemed to have forgotten much. Save for the thrill of battle. Battle? Let us set that aside for now. I want to observe the happenings outside. Ignoring the demon's invitation, the ancient tree felt little fear upon discovering his ability to use ninjutsu. He had long since spread flying thunder god marks in secret. He did not believe the demon could pose any threat to him, especially as it seemed relatively benign. Little ancient tree, you don't intend to break your seal, do you? Haha. The demon, seemingly aware of the ancient tree's intentions, began to mock him openly. What are you laughing at? The ancient tree's gaze narrowed, a hint of danger flickering in his eyes. Do you recall when I first entered this place, recognized by the cursed blade? I had similar thoughts. However, I still remain here to this day. The demon attempted to reminisce, but the memories were too distant, compounded by an endless cycle of battling the souls of those slain, rendering him a true demon, one who knew only slaughter. So, as long as the cursed blade takes a life, the soul returns here. And then we must fight for territory? It seems you've grasped the essence of it. The strong survive while the weak perish. So, do you wish to battle me? As for escaping, that is a futile dream. The gaze of the malevolent spirit was saturated with insatiable greed, akin to a relentless war machine, consumed solely by the desire for battle. Perhaps one could say that the very essence of its existence had been reduced to this singular purpose. It is no wonder, then, that when the seal on the malevolent spirit was lifted, the mind of the ancient wood was shrouded in a murderous intent. In light of this, let the confrontation commence. As the words fell, a violet blade, forged from malevolent energy, coalesced in the spirit's grasp and was cast at the feet of the ancient wood. The two stood poised with their blades, on the brink of their inaugural clash. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Uchiha Shizuka refrained from burying the body of the ancient wood on the spot. Even in death, she would not allow him to depart from her side. Henceforth, she would carry his lifeless form, bearing witness to the annihilation of their world together. Confusion and helplessness blossomed within her heart as Uchiha Shizuka resolved upon a course of action, vanishing from her current location. That direction, if one were to venture a guess, was undoubtedly toward the chaotic realm of the Iron Country, the city without a master. Chapter 57. Gathering, marching towards Konoha previously. Were you a warrior? Gumu inquired, gazing at the enigmatic figure before him, a mere shadow of violet and black, devoid of any distinct features. The familiar drawing of a sword piqued his curiosity. I am unsure, but flying sword technique. The malevolent specter crouched, launching an assault with a sword technique entirely dissimilar to Gumu's. In an instant, they commenced their first round of swordsmanship within the confines of the Demon Blade's domain. Outside, Uchiha Shizusui bore Gumu's lifeless form on his back, navigating through his memories to return to the lawless city of the Iron Country. This city, ruled by three formidable factions, the Shinobi Alliance led by rogue ninjas, the Sword Alliance comprised of wandering swordsmen, and the Killing Intent organization made up of wanted criminals from various nations, had been stirred by the clash between Gumu and Uchiha Madara the previous day. The newly appointed leaders of the Killing Intent organization and the Shinobi Alliance found little allegiance among those around them. It was deemed most advantageous for both to suffer mutual destruction. At the apex of the Killing Intent organization's headquarters in the heart of the lawless city, the higher-ups convened upon receiving news from the second-in-command. Have you uncovered any information regarding the new leader? Both leaders seem to have vanished without a trace. And we have yet to receive any updates, replied the second-in-command, Shule, clad in plain attire, his long blade hanging at his waist, blending inconspicuously among the crowd. However, a fleeting glint of coldness in his gaze betrayed his true nature, a notorious outlaw known for his 100 kills in the Iron Country. Continue the search. Inform me if you discover anything about the leader. Seated beside the leader's position, Shule had not yet succumbed to the folly of usurping power. He would wait for Gumu to completely disappear or for news of his demise to arrive, at which point he would ascend as the head of the Killing Intent organization. As his words lingered, a figure adorned with a fox mask abruptly appeared on the balcony, carrying another shadow on her back. Is it the leader? Has the leader returned? The higher-ups trembled at the sight of the dog-headed mask beneath the dark cloak. Leader, my lord. Shulei's eyes quivered with a mix of fear and excitement, as he discerned that the figure on the fox-masked individual's back was undoubtedly a lifeless corpse. Obey my command. We shall attack Konoha on a chosen day. Uchiha Shizusui's emotionless voice sent a wave of confusion through the assembly. Attack Konoha? Who would dare to provoke the legendary god of the ninja world residing within? May I inquire your identity? Shule cautiously probed. And why does the leader remain silent? Suddenly, some of the higher-ups realized, I remember now. She was the one who fought alongside the leader. However, her strength seems rather lacking. Indeed, if it weren't for the leader's overwhelming prowess, I would never have been able to feign being subdued. The murmurs among the higher-ups subtly conveyed information to Shule. Upon receiving this intelligence, Shule concealed any apprehension and approached Uchiha Shizusui. My lord, are you unharmed? I am fine. Did you not understand what I just said? Uchiha Shizusui's indifferent gaze remained fixed on Shule, whose heart was engulfed by a profound unease, as if he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. This man intends to kill me. Shule, a seasoned executioner, was acutely aware of the murderous intent that enveloped him, causing his mind to sharpen instantly. Shule attempted to speak, but Uchiha Shizusui's sudden eruption of power overwhelmed him. After a moment of stunned silence, he managed to utter, I consent to your demands. As the leader commands, we shall comply. In the midst of astonished gazes from those around him, Shule knelt on one knee. The abrupt betrayal left many in the organization taken aback. Wait, second in command, do you not realize? The leader is dead. Before he could finish, a flash of silver light filled the air, and a figure clutched their throat, their face contorted in despair as they trembled and reached out, help, help. Alas, their shattered windpipe produced only a haunting, raspy whisper. Uchiha Shizusui, seated high above, gripped the demon blade Muramasa, crimson droplets cascading from it. Her eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light, resembling a vengeful deity. Ignoring the fearful gazes below, she gently placed the corpse on the leader's seat. Trembling as she reached out to caress Gumu's dog-headed mask, she hesitated to remove it, fearing that the sight of his pallid face would unleash her wrath upon all present. Tomorrow, we depart to slay Konoha. Uchiha Shizusui stood beside Gumu, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing her decree, fear gripped the hearts of all present. Realizing they were being sent to their doom, Uchiha Shizusui's hand clenched, and the air seemed to shatter as crimson markings began to materialize around their necks. With her left eye, she wielded space manipulation, capable of both offense and defense. With her right eye, she glimpsed the future, sensing danger akin to the instinct of a spider, enabling her to react to any threat instantaneously. A fugitive, contemplating escape under the cover of night, had barely entertained the thought when a sound of explosion shattered the silence. Warm, viscous fluid sprayed across his face, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood. The terrifying scene caused his heart to cease its rhythmic beating, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless mass. Struggling to suppress his terror, he turned to find his companion, who had stood beside him moments before, now reduced to a headless corpse. Am I speaking to an empty room? Who was willing to obey the leader? The faces of the criminals below turned ashen, their final vestiges of escape snuffed out like a candle in a tempest. Uchiha Shizusui executed her strategy against the other two factions as well. She began by making an example of one, exerting control over the lives of several high-ranking members. Within a single night, she had firmly grasped the reins of power over the three organizations within the lawless city. That night, Uchiha Shizusui returned with Gumu to their previous residence. In the bathroom, she gently washed his body, gazing at the narrow wound inflicted by the demon blade, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Gumu, please look at me. You used to enjoy peering at me, did you not? Now that I allow you to see, why do you remain unresponsive? She laughed maniacally, her cascading black hair dancing wildly as she clutched Gumu's shoulders, yet his lifeless form remained unyielding. In the dead of night, Uchiha Shizusui held Gumu's body tightly, unable to find sleep. She would not shed another tear, for her sorrow had already dried on that fateful night. Chapter 58. In a moment of panic within Tobirama Senju's heart, he realized he had to personally intervene. At that very instant, as Uchiha Shinsui was losing his composure, an unexpected guest arrived in the space of the demon's sword where the ancient tree resided. A white vortex suddenly appeared before the eyes of the malevolent spirit and the ancient tree, and a soul leaped down from it. Is this the realm of the dead? The high-ranking member of the Killing Intent organization, slain by the demon's sword, gazed with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize a familiar figure clad in a black robe and a dog-headed mask, his expression filled with astonishment. Leader, you are here too? Young Gumu, someone is coming. The malevolent spirit spoke with a hint of mockery, an uncontrollable wave of murderous intent emanating from him. Not only him, but Gumu also felt it as a sudden surge of killing intent pressed against his forehead. This place resembled a brutal coliseum where only the strongest could survive. Charging ahead, the malevolent spirit condensed his demonic energy into a blade, slicing towards the members of the Killing Intent organization. Before he could reach them, Gumu's figure vanished like a phantom, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind the soul. Without a moment's hesitation, the wind blade he conjured struck with the swiftness of a venomous snake, piercing through the man's heart and lifting him off his feet. You bastard. The man cursed, expecting to meet a familiar face, only to encounter the god of death instead. So it is like this? Gumu observed as the pierced soul began to dissipate, a faint white aura merging into his own body. In this space, Victor's gradually grew stronger, potentially evolving into a terrifying existence. If that is the case, Gumu glanced at the immobile malevolent spirit nearby. How formidable must his strength be? Don't look at me. I don't remember much, not even my own power. Otherwise, do you think I could still be alive? The malevolent spirit spoke casually, indicating that his ability to communicate rationally was already quite remarkable. Could it be that you intentionally lost your memory to maintain a rational state? Oh, young Gumu. I find your words somewhat reasonable. As he spoke, the malevolent spirit conjured another demonic blade and casually tossed it at Gumu's feet. Come, let us battle. Only such weapons can harm me. Gumu's eyes darkened. He sensed that his future might be spent in endless combat. He was uncertain whether his sanity could endure such trials, but regardless, he would never forsake the memories of Uchiha Shinsui, even if he were to transform into a malevolent spirit in the end. The next day, thousands gathered outside the unclaimed city under the leadership of the three major organizations. Among them were wandering warriors, rogue ninjas, and wanted criminals from various nations. What is this commotion? Is the alliance of the three major organizations in action? I don't know. It's an order from the higher-ups. Are they planning to attack the Land of Iron? Don't say that. It's quite possible. After all, the military might of the Land of Iron isn't as strong as our combined forces. Many lower-ranking shinobi, even those whose strength barely reached the level of Chunin, had no idea what the purpose of this operation was. They could only obey the commands of their superiors. Otherwise, they faced a singular fate, death. Move out. At the forefront of the group, Uchiha Shinsui utilized her Sharingan to control several elites from the three organizations while she herself set off ahead of time. With the power of her Manjiki, even-tailed beasts were unable to evade her control over a few jonin, which was more than sufficient. In the Hokage's office, days had passed since Gumu's death. While reviewing documents, Tobirama Senju suddenly felt his heart race. This abrupt sensation caused him to frown slightly. That brat. He should at least send back some intelligence. Tobirama shook his head in resignation. They should have reached the Land of Iron by now, and any news regarding Uchiha Madara should have been reported back. Suddenly, a knock echoed in his ears. Enter. An ambu ninja, wearing a mask, entered the office and immediately knelt on one knee. Tobirama recalled this individual as the captain of the intelligence team. Upon his arrival, Tobirama's expression grew serious. Speak. What has happened? Reporting to Hokage-sama, according to information from scouts at the border of the Land of Fire, a massive army seems to be gathering in the Land of Iron. They have now crossed the border and are heading toward Konoha. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. How many? Over 1,000. This group is a mixed assortment of ninjas and warriors, and they don't appear to be the national defense force of the Land of Iron. 1,000, you say? Is there any further intelligence? Tobirama's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a riot occurring in the Land of Iron, perhaps instigated by that brat? But why would he want a riot to strike Konoha? None. I see. Assemble all Anbu and the Konoha Guard to intercept them midway. If they resist, eliminate them on the spot. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu captain spoke earnestly, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, Hokage-sama. There was one more detail in the report. The sensing ninja over there seemed to detect two massive chakra signatures converging at the border of the Land of Iron. Tobirama's heartbeat quickened, and he forcibly steadied himself before asking, what was the outcome? When we arrived, the battlefield was left in ruins, and there were no bodies to be found. If that is the case, then I will personally lead the team. In an instant, Tobirama's gaze turned cold. By the way, summon Sarutobi Hiruzen and a few others. Yes, Hokage-sama. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, including Shimura Danzo, swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Is there something you need? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torif, Mito Minyen, and Tien Kuru. I am now officially designating you 6 as my exclusive elite guard unit, to be led directly by myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had just reached the rank of Jonin and was being assigned to the Hokage's elite guard? What is the matter, monkey? Do you have an opinion? And no. It's just a bit sudden. By the way, Hokage-sama, what about Gumu? Hiruzen's eyes glinted with curiosity. Gumu was the most extraordinary among their peers, and by now, he should have grown to an alarming degree. As he spoke, the others around him exchanged curious glances, especially Danzo, who had hoped to learn from Gumu but had not seen him for nearly half a year. He has his own mission. Let us not discuss him now. The situation is urgent. Prepare to depart at once. I will lead you to the border of the Land of Fire to intercept the intruders from the Land of Iron. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. This situation felt eerily familiar. His first son had similarly vanished without a trace, and by the time he regained his senses, it had been over a month without any information. Eventually, he learned that the team had been ambushed and annihilated. Tobirama would not allow such a scenario to repeat itself. While it appeared he was taking the lead on this mission, he intended to investigate the situation after dealing with the enemies from the Land of Iron. Yes, Hokage-sama. We will prepare immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave as he sensed the impending threat from the enemy nation. This scale of conflict was likely the most significant since the village's inception. Chapter 59. Tobirama stunned. His beloved son is no more the Land of Fire. Akin to a resplendent jewel, lies at the very heart of the continent. It is vast and bountiful, with most of its territory cloaked in sprawling forest resembling lush fields. Wait a moment, my friend. It seems we are headed towards the Hidden Leaf Village. What does this signify? I am unsure. Could it be that we are meant to seek refuge with the leaf? Seek refuge? Look around. We have a multitude of rogue ninjas and wanted criminals from the leaf within our alliance. This would be tantamount to delivering ourselves to our doom. What should we do then? Shall we flee? Amidst the ranks of the Iron Country warriors, two began to engage in a cautious dialogue upon crossing the border of the Land of Fire, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Every nation possesses its unique geography, for instance. The leaf is characterized by its abundant trees, often presenting an endless expanse of forest. It would be unwise to retreat now. We should wait for the chaos of battle. The two warriors observed several individuals in their group attempting to escape, only to be subtly eliminated by the higher-ups. It was clearly a deadlock. Their only chance of survival lay in waiting for the moment to flee amidst the ensuing conflict with the Leaf Ninjas. Soon, two factions were on the verge of colliding. Lord Hokage, have you sensed the incursion from the Iron Country? Shall we proceed with extermination? Take your positions and await my signal. Understood, Lord Hokage. Upon receiving the command from Senju Tobirama, over 100 ninjas concealed themselves among the towering trees, silent as shadows. Tobirama crouched low, fingers pressed to the ground, attuning himself to the chakra fluctuations in the vicinity. According to his intel, nearly 1,000 individuals approached, yet there were no formidable presences among them. Second in command. Do we have anyone in sight? The high-ranking members of the Killing Intent organization trembled at the sight of a cold man clad in blue-layered armor with silver hair not far off. This unmistakably familiar figure was none other than the renowned Tobirama Senju. Are we truly to engage in combat? There is no alternative. Death is inevitable. If we must perish, let us take a few with us to the grave. The leaders of the three major organizations bore the marks of spatial bloodlines on their necks, which would result in their heads exploding should they entertain thoughts of rebellion. Then let us fight. They transformed into ferocious beasts, the grim specter of death driving them to become even more savage, akin to starving tigers pouncing on their prey. What is the meaning of your invasion of the Land of Fire? State your intentions. Tobirama crossed his arms, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd in search of familiar faces. Charge. Under the influence of an illusion, the tree-dwelling Raiden showed no hesitation, brandishing his katana towards Tobirama. His fierce expression resembled that of a ravenous wolf, exuding an unsettling aura. Oh, a warrior capable of matching the speed of a Jainin? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, having completed his analysis. He confirmed that not a single shadow-level expert existed among the 1,000. Who, I wonder, bestowed upon them such audacity to dare assault the Hidden Leaf? Could it be that Uchiha Madara is manipulating them as fodder? With a swift motion, Tobirama appeared beside Raiden, gazing intently into his eyes clouded by murderous intent. It was evident to Tobirama that this man had fallen victim to an illusion. Realizing this, Tobirama's eyes glinted with lethal intent, suspecting he had been drawn into a trap. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. To the astonishment of onlookers, Tobirama formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent akin to crashing waves from his mouth. A deluge erupted forth, ensnaring the entire 1,000-strong assembly. Truly befitting of the Second Hokage, such a terrifying volume of chakra. Concealed among the trees, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in awe. Engage. But leave some alive. As Tobirama's command fell, those hidden in the shadows surged forth like rats, infiltrating the oval-shaped water prison. On average, each person faced 2 or 3 adversaries, and within a minute, the once formidable coalition of 3 major organizations was reduced to chaos. Speak. Who sent you here? Tobirama's voice dripped with menace as he turned to Raiden, who was beginning to regain his senses. He sensed that many of his foes comprised wanted criminals and rogue ninjas from the Leaf. They must have been hiding in the Iron Country. Suddenly, Raiden's words were cut short as his head exploded, blood misting the air, and the unexpected spatial resonance caused Tobirama to frown. This man was cursed. The horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the ranks of the controlled organization, instilling terror that propelled them into a desperate assault against the Leaf's Umbu and security forces. Many of the less formidable Leaf Ch-nin were caught off guard, suffering grievous injuries or death at the hands of the warriors' blades. Damn it! Eliminate all who resist. Tobirama's gaze turned frigid as he issued the command, and soon, anguished cries echoed through the air, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The disparity in strength led to a swift conclusion of the conflict. Regrettably, the number of experts within the 3 major organizations was limited, once surrounded. Only a handful of Ch-nin and lower-ranked ninjas remained as mere cannon fodder. What transpired in the Iron Country? Tobirama's expression darkened as he approached a relatively strong rogue ninja from the Leaf. Lord Hokage. I do not know. It was a directive from the higher-ups. The rogue ninja cast a frantic glance around. It seems they're all dead. With a swift motion, Tobirama's blade severed the man in 2 before he could finish his sentence. His fury was palpable. If any among you possess knowledge of the events that transpired, I may consider granting you clemency. Blood dripped from Tobirama's blade, resembling a vengeful deity, radiating an overwhelming chakra pressure that rendered him suffocating. I, Lord Hokage, may have some insight. The man raised his hand, and before he could utter another word, he was swiftly brought before Tobirama by the Umbu ninja. Speak. If your information proves valuable, I shall spare your life. With reassurance from Tobirama, the member of the Killing Intent organization felt a sense of relief. We hail from the lawless city of the Iron Country, aligned under the 3 major organizations. I am a member of the Killing Intent organization. A few days ago, a significant upheaval occurred in the lawless city. According to intel, that fateful night marked a battle between the newly appointed leader of the Killing Intent organization and the new leader of the Ninja Alliance. Both vanished without a trace, and upon their return, the 3 organizations had united and begun preparations to assault the Leaf. The individual briefly outlined the distribution and structure of the major forces in the lawless city. What are the characteristics of your new leader of the Killing Intent organization? I cannot discern his appearance. He wears a dog-headed mask and a black cloak, exuding an air of mystery, akin to. Before he could finish, he noticed the Umbu's similar attire and abruptly realized. Damn it, could it be that their leader is from the Leaf? And where is he now? According to rumors, he seems to be dead. The one leading the assault on the Leaf is another person clad in a fox mask and black cloak. Upon hearing the word dead, Tobirama's expression dimmed, his eyes losing their luster as they turned dull. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, momentarily unable to come to terms with this harsh reality. Chapter 60. The Nine-Tails Assault on Konoha. Tobirama Senju felt an intense fire of rage within him. Though he exhibited no outward signs of distress, he quickly absorbed the overwhelming information. Yet, it was evident that his aura had diminished slightly in that fleeting moment. That boy, whom he had placed such high hopes upon. If nothing unforeseen occurred, there was no doubt that after his abdication, the esteemed position of the 3rd Hokage would pass to the capable hands of Senju Furuki. Lord Hokage, what shall we do now? The prompt from the AMBU at his side jolted Tobirama back to reality. He ordered the apprehended individuals to be escorted back to Konoha. These individuals were either rogue ninjas or wanted criminals, and delivering them to other nations would yield a significant bounty. However, Tobirama's mind was not preoccupied with such matters. The fox mask undoubtedly belonged to Uchiha Shinsui, and the dog-headed mask was worn by his favorite son, Senju Furuki. Tobirama could scarcely believe that Shinsui could eliminate Furuki. The only plausible explanation was that Uchiha Madara was covertly assisting him. It was clear that the so-called leader of the Shinobi Alliance was none other than Uchiha Madara. As this thought crossed his mind, Tobirama cast a glance at Uchiha Kagami, who was acting alongside him, and an endless chill descended upon his heart. Suddenly, he recalled that this situation seemed unrelated to Kagami, prompting him to suppress his emotions swiftly. Uchiha Kagami, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, cautiously inquired, cough. Lord Hokage, is there something amiss? Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Kagami's heart raced. Just moments ago, he felt as though he had been targeted by a furious lion, a sensation that left him trembling, as if adrift in a turbulent sea on the verge of capsizing. It's nothing. Regarding this upheaval, do you have any insights? Tobirama inquired. I believe there is someone manipulating events from the shadows, aiming to drive us away from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up first. Shimura Danzo nodded in agreement. I concur with Hiruzen. Those individuals are too weak to pose any real threat to Konoha. Kagami, what about you? Cough. Lord Hokage, I sense fluctuations of jinjutsu emanating from several of them. The mastermind may likely be of the Uchiha clan, Kagami replied, finally understanding the reason for his unease. Tobirama found some solace in Kagami's words, recognizing that at least he did not shield his own kin. Before he could respond, the sudden shift in tone drew the attention of the 6 individuals nearby. With a serious expression, Tobirama spoke rapidly. Everyone, we must make haste to Konoha. The village is under attack by the Ninetales. As his words fell, Tobirama's form vanished instantaneously. The terrifying speed of the flying thunder god leaving those around him in awe. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. I won't let this end here. On the way, the murderous intent in Tobirama's eyes nearly solidified into a tangible force. His shadow clone stationed in Konoha had been obliterated, and memories returned to him. To save the villagers, he had been swept away by a tailed beast bomb. Seizing the opportunity while they were away, Uchiha Madara summoned the Nine Tails to assault Konoha, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs that plunged the village into chaos. Now, Hashirama Senju was already engaged in battle with Uchiha Madara. Haha. You slay my 2 sons and devastate my village. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to escape easily, even if it means annihilating your Uchiha clan. Tobirama laughed furiously, his usually rational demeanor now shattered. His chakra surged uncontrollably as he utilized the flying thunder god technique to dart towards Konoha like a bolt of blue lightning. If he possessed the Sharingan, he would undoubtedly ascend to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan in an instant. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had already summoned the Ninetales outside Konoha, launching several tailed beast bombs towards the village. Madara, cease this at once. Having just released a few tailed beast bombs, Hashirama appeared atop a tall building, his face etched with anger. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, summoning the Rashomon for defense. Otherwise, Konoha would truly have been obliterated by this fiend. Hashirama. Long time no see. Uchiha Madara, clad in crimson armor, wielded a fan in one hand and a scythe in the other, standing atop the Ninetales like a demonic deity. His tone laced with frenzied excitement. Madara, why do you assault the village? How can you justify your actions against our fallen brothers and comrades? Huh? Hashirama. Are you lecturing me? Such words are futile. Step forth and battle. Uchiha Madara, perhaps reluctant to harm his own clan, chose to draw the battlefield outside. In truth, even if Hashirama did not resist, those tailed beast bombs would inflict minimal damage on the ninjas, as their trajectories predominantly crossed empty ground. Of course, there was one exception. One bomb detonated precisely where Tobirama stood. Would release. Would dragon technique? Hashirama, carrying a massive scroll, gently clapped his hands, and a colossal tree imbued with boundless vitality sprang forth beneath him, soaring into the air like a dragon, roaring as it surged toward the outskirts of the village. Hashirama, don't run. Observing Hashirama retreating from Konoha without looking back, Uchiha Madara immediately seized control of the Ninetales, pursuing him like a frenzied beast. Simultaneously, within Konoha, a figure cloaked in black and adorned with a fox mask stood atop a rooftop, watching the man commanding the Ninetales gradually fade from view. His eyes shimmering with bloodlust as the 3 Tomo transformed into the Manjiki. With a single hand, he shattered the space around him and teleported away. Soon after, the returning Tobirama surveyed the village, relieved to find it had suffered minimal damage. Nevertheless, his expression remained stern as he placed 2 fingers on the ground. Sensing the formidable chakra emanating from miles away, utilizing the flying thunder god once more, he vanished like a specter from his location. This was an opportunity. A chance to avenge Komoku. At the border of the land of fire, Hashirama leaped gracefully between towering trees, akin to a nimble leopard. His form was agile, his movement swift as lightning, each landing resonating with the earth in a remarkable harmony. Not far behind him, Uchiha Madara manipulated the colossal Ninetales, which charged forward like an indomitable war chariot, wreaking havoc in its path. Its massive form caused the ground to tremble with each step, toppling surrounding trees as if to demonstrate its unmatched power. Everything along the route was shattered. Madara, cease this at once. Our conflict will undoubtedly harm the ninjas of the village. Hashirama sensed two chakra signatures approaching, one of which bore a familiar resonance. Without a doubt, it was Tobirama. What was he doing here? That man posed no threat to him. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own fate. Uchiha Madara's three tomo swirled within his eyes, morphing into the Manjiki, and then, like fireworks, evolving into the eternal Manjiki. To put it simply, if Tobirama dared to intervene, Madara would not hesitate to unleash two-tailed beast bombs to eliminate him. Chapter 61. The final battle of the valley. The figure of Uchiha Madara appeared as a specter, wielding a fan and a scythe, darting past the head of the Nine Tails at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous roar, he descended like a blazing meteor, bringing with him an overwhelming force as he struck fiercely at Hashirama. Confronted with this formidable blow, Hashirama's gaze sharpened with intense focus. Without hesitation, he unfurled the massive scroll behind him, and with the sound of summoning, a gigantic and powerful sword materialized in his grasp. Hashirama gripped the hilt tightly, resolutely facing Uchiha Madara's assault, showing no signs of retreat. In an instant, two colossal forces collided in the air, producing a deafening sound. Sparks flew and waves of energy surged, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Madara's strike was as fierce as a tempest. Yet Hashirama's great sword stood firm, unyielding as a mountain. Their confrontation was not merely a clash of strength and skill, but also a battle of will and conviction. At that moment, the dark red chakra emanating from the mouth of the Nine Tails gathered like a raging torrent, coalescing into an immensely powerful wave of energy. This potent surge immediately alerted Hashirama, who focused intently and swiftly unleashed his signature jutsu, Wood Dragon technique. With a gentle clap of his hands, a colossal tree erupted from the ground, transforming in the blink of an eye into an incredibly mighty wooden dragon. This dragon soared into the sky with lightning speed, wrapping itself around the massive form of the Nine Tails. The dragon's binding force tormented the Nine Tails, eliciting a deafening roar of agony. Meanwhile, the light gathering in the Nine Tails' mouth was disrupted, forcing it to erupt uncontrollably. Wooden giant technique? With a fierce shout, as the tailed beast ball surged forth from the Nine Tails' mouth, a gigantic wooden figure materialized atop the wooden dragon, towering at several dozen meters. This wooden giant exuded a palpable vitality and strength, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. The giant extended a massive hand, effortlessly grasping the tailed beast ball. Madara's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Hashirama could react so swiftly. Yet, this was not the end. Under Madara's watchful gaze, the colossal wooden figure, clutching the tailed beast ball, swung its formidable weight toward the head of the Nine Tails. Should this strike connect, it would likely obliterate the creature, splattering its brain matter across the battlefield. Susanoo. Madara dared not delay, quickly manifesting Susanoo as his Sharingan spun rapidly. Streams of blue chakra flickered and coalesced into a layer of hard armor enveloping the Nine Tails. This Susanoo armor was as resilient as steel, adorned with sharp spikes that conveyed an indomitable presence. Simultaneously, the arms of Susanoo materialized two massive swords, crossing to block the mighty descent of the wooden giant bearing the tailed beast ball. However, Madara was not content to remain on the defensive. Aware that mere defense would not suffice to conquer his opponent, he began to channel chakra from within, continuously infusing it into Susanoo. With the support of this immense chakra, the swords in Susanoo's grasp radiated a blinding light. Madara merged the swords with the tailed beast ball, amplifying its power, infusing it with astounding explosive force and penetrating might. Ultimately, the tailed beast ball transformed into a swirling sphere of blue, white, and red energy, within which a fierce beast roared, seemingly striving to break free and annihilate everything in its path. This was Madara's ultimate technique, the beast's wrath. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted before the wooden giant, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that birthed a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky. The ferocious aftershock radiated outward from Madara's center, wreaking havoc as the ground splintered like fragile parchment, uprooting even the mightiest trees with ease. At a distance from the battlefield, Uchiha Shinsui, witnessing the tumultuous tides of energy, was forced to activate his silver Susanoo for protection. Meanwhile, the far-off Senju Tobirama exerted all his efforts to counter with water release. Clearly, the sudden surge of chakra from both Uchiha Shinsui and Senju Tobirama drew the attention of the other. They gazed upward at the vast explosion, momentarily hesitant to advance, understanding that this titanic clash of the ninja world's elite was not a conflict they could easily intervene in. Oh, Has the beast's wrath been thwarted? It is the wood release's blocking technique. As the smoke dissipated, Madara stood atop Susanoo, the blue Tengu Susanoo completely enveloping the Ninetales. The ground bore a massive wooden shield, resembling a toothy demon's face, layer upon layer unfolding, revealing the serious expression of Senju Hashirama. Madara, you truly are remarkable. Encasing the Ninetales in Susanoo? You are indeed a cunning strategist. A slight smile graced Hashirama's lips, a testament to his acknowledgement of Madara's formidable prowess. Chapter 62. A tailbeast ball strikes the distant shore with a thunderous roar. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to Senju Hashirama's words. He exerted all his strength to manipulate the Susanoo enveloping the Ninetales, wielding a colossal blue longsword, which he brought down with ferocious intent. Just then, a resounding crack echoed as a massive wooden hand emerged from the ground, swiftly closing around the descending blade with ease. Senju Hashirama instantly recognized this as a prime opportunity and, without hesitation, clapped his hands together with force. In the following moment, the incantation for wood release, all-encompassing bag technique was uttered, causing the earth to tremble violently. In an instant, countless enormous wooden hands erupted from the fissures, appearing like phantoms. Possessing remarkable agility, these colossal hands surged around the Ninetales, rapidly ensnaring its limbs. Meanwhile, the arms derived from Susanoo attempted to slice back in retaliation but were similarly seized by the massive hands, rendering them immobile in midair. With a clap of his hands, what was summoned came to be. This extraordinary ability even moved Uchiha Madara, a formidable foe, causing his expression to grow solemn. Within his eternal kaleidoscope eyes, chakras surged forth like a torrential river. Simultaneously, one unbound arm of Susanoo grasped a dazzling blue sword, swinging it with tremendous force to deliver a colossal slash. The earth-shattering strike, imbued with cataclysmic power, shattered the once impregnable wooden hands into mere splinters. The might of this blow was so extraordinary that even distant hills crumbled under its weight, collapsing in a cascade of destruction. A cacophony of thunderous roars echoed through the heavens, dissipating the surrounding clouds in the wake of this tremendous impact. Damn it! Senju Tobirama, spectating the chaos, erupted with rage. His heart brimming with boundless fury, yet more so with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This feeling was akin to an insurmountable mountain, pressing heavily upon his chest, rendering him nearly breathless. Concurrently, Uchiha Shirzue, far removed from the fray, experienced a similar wave of emotion. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the towering mountain in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peak was cleaved in two. The sheer terror of such power was beyond comprehension. Uchiha Shirzue gasped in shock, realizing that during their previous encounter with Uchiha Madara, this dread adversary had barely exerted his full strength. What they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. With this thought, Uchiha Shirzue's gaze turned even colder. How should she confront such a formidable opponent? Regardless of his might, she resolved to take action against him, not only for the ancient trees, but also for herself. In this moment, both Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Shirzue came to a profound realization of Uchiha Madara's true power. They began to reassess the battle, contemplating their subsequent strategies. They could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, the entire continent would be left in ruins. As Senju Hashirama nimbly leaped amidst the shattered wooden debris, his expression grew grave as he surveyed the transformed landscape. Once a lush forest plain, it had been violently transformed into a deep canyon through their fierce combat. Hashirama, you shall not escape. Uchiha Madara, now driven to madness, pursued Senju Hashirama as he fled towards the coastline, manipulating the Ninetales with fervor. Astonishingly, the Ninetales, under his control, sprinted on its hind legs, its maw gathering an ominous black-red chakra energy. Then, with a swift motion, Susanoo plunged the blue longsword into the tailbeast ball, causing it to whirl rapidly, gradually forming into a colossal blue spiral sphere. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Uchiha Madara roared, launching the beastly sphere with ferocity. The massive spiral ball, akin to a roaring beast, hurtled through the air with unparalleled force, aimed directly at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he resolutely bit into his thumb and struck the ground with all his might. Summoning technique. With his deep incantation, the earth began to tremble tremendously. In the next moment, 5 colossal iron gates adorned with ghastly faces slowly rose from the ground, resembling an impregnable fortress before Uchiha Madara. 5-headed Gate of Hell. Upon uttering this name, a powerful aura erupted from Hashirama's being. The 5 iron gates radiated an unsettling energy, as if they possessed boundless strength to withstand any assault. At that moment, the spiral sphere, merging the broken sword of Susanoo and the tailbeast ball, collided with astonishing velocity against the five-headed gate of hell. A thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very fabric of space. Yet, the five-headed gate did not crumble easily. It held steadfast against the onslaught, redirecting the sphere's trajectory. Subsequently, the formidable sphere continued on its new path, tearing through the ocean's surface and generating towering waves. Ultimately, the sphere detonated across the shoreline, unleashing a blinding burst of light. In that instant, the brilliance eclipsed even the sun overhead, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The spectacle was nothing short of apocalyptic. In a distant land of water, one sits at home, yet a nuclear bomb descends from the sky. Has it struck the opposing continent? Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly. Hashirama, you should realize that I am no longer the same as before. Uchiha Madara stood atop Susanoo, his black hair billowing behind him. Beneath, the Nine Tails roared under his command, sending shockwaves through the ground, shattering it into fragments. Chapter 63, Have you ever witnessed my pinnacle era? Madara, you must be well aware that I do not wish to engage in combat with you. The gaze of Senju Hashirama was heavy with gravity, his voice resonating with a deep, powerful timbre. Our conflict would yield no benefits. Rather, it could inflict harm upon the ninjas of our village. If that were to happen, all our previous efforts would be rendered futile. Is this the outcome you desire to see? With his hands clasped together, Senju Hashirama spoke with utmost seriousness. However, Uchiha Madara merely sneered. What is this? Are you now in a position to lecture me? I have no such intention. Hashirama gently shook his head, his tone exceedingly sincere. To be frank, I do not wish to take your life. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara displayed a scornful smile. Oh, from what you say, do you believe you possess the capability to easily take my life? That is certainly not my meaning, Hashirama hastily clarified. What I intend to convey is that we were once friends. But now, I have already crossed over to the continent on the other side. Madara's emotions intensified, his voice rising with ire. Implicit in his words was the notion that at this juncture, could you not discern my true intentions? Clearly, I seek to bring about your demise. In response to Madara's challenge, Hashirama fell silent for a moment before sighing in resignation. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. With that, Hashirama clasped his hands together, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within him, rapidly coalescing around his form. Simultaneously, dark stripes appeared on his face, signaling the initiation of Sage Mode. Wood-style, true hundreds of hands. With a roar, countless massive wooden arms burst forth from the ground, towering like mountains, piercing the heavens. The entire space trembled under the force of this overwhelming power, as if it were on the verge of being ripped apart. This was Hashirama's ultimate ninjutsu. As he unleashed the technique, the ground rumbled, and a colossal wooden statue of cannon, standing 100 feet tall, manifested upon the battlefield. This cannon bore a benevolent countenance, yet emanated an unparalleled aura of might. Its body was adorned with numerous robust arms, each brimming with terrifying strength. These arms flexed, waved, and crossed over one another, seemingly exhibiting their formidable prowess. In stark contrast, the immense form of the Nine Tails appeared diminished before this statue, its size eclipsed tenfold. Nevertheless, the emergence of the armored Nine Tails effectively compensated for the disparity in size. Clad in armor, it stood defiantly against Hashirama's cannon, exuding an aura that was equally formidable. I'm coming, Madara, Hashirama shouted from atop Cannon's head, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. Simultaneously, he pressed his hands together, chakra surging forth like a tidal wave, continuously pouring into the cannon. Bring it on, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara responded, unwilling to be outdone. He too poured immense amounts of chakra into his Susanoo. Both were supreme warriors, and their confrontation was poised to ignite a cataclysmic clash. Ascend into the Buddha. Hashirama's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed a fierce roar, summoning all his strength into the true hundreds of hands, directing all that power into a single fist aimed at the armored Nine Tails. This strike was akin to a cataclysm, as if the very world was to be torn asunder. Each punch contained the potential to obliterate mountains and meteorites. Hashirama unleashed 1,000 of such devastating blows, each fist akin to a cannonball, delivering unparalleled force. In response, Uchiha Madara remained undeterred, entirely focused on controlling the armored Nine Tails, executing his signature technique, Beast Bomb. The armored Nine Tails opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of horrifying blue-tailed beast bombs that collided head-on with the hundreds of hands. Boom. The clash of these two titanic forces instantly resulted in an earth-shattering explosion. The sound reverberated through the air like thunder, deafening to the ears. A colossal shockwave surged forth, sweeping everything in its path into ruins. The once smooth ground was violently torn apart, forming bottomless chasms. Towering peaks swayed precariously before this force, on the verge of collapse. The battlefield lay in utter disarray, as if the apocalypse had descended. Observing from afar, Uchiha Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama wore grave expressions, grateful for Hashirama's presence. Otherwise, their quest for vengeance would have been nearly impossible. Old man, can you withstand this intensity? In the realm of the demon blade, the ancient tree inquired of the nearby specter. The two had battled for days without resolution, and their relationship had thus grown closer, giving rise to a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of both enemies and allies, or perhaps a mentor and friend. The ancient tree found itself at an impasse against the specter. While the specter faced considerable difficulty in attempting to extinguish the ancient tree, I do not know, but such a commotion, were I in my prime, I would have easily managed it, the specter replied calmly. Hearing this, the ancient tree scoffed. You're boasting. You are capable. Ancient tree, I'm not jesting. My words bear truth. If I could reclaim my lost memories and successfully harness the latent power within me, do you think those countless souls that perished at my hands would be incapable of obliterating even a small forest? The specter's voice resonated again as ethereal purple souls began swirling around its form, many of which were formidable beings in their own right. The ancient tree turned to face the specter, narrowing its gaze upon the purple souls. After all, these souls must have been exceptionally powerful in life, now serving as one of the specter's sources of strength. Contemplating this, the ancient tree found itself with increased trust in the specter's claims. Perhaps when the specter truly regained its full power, it would indeed wield terrifying strength capable of cataclysmic destruction. Yet to regain those memories would mean you would transform into a weapon solely knowing slaughter. Thus, I reiterate, it was feasible before. Words are futile. Let us engage in battle. This space permits only one true stronghold. I hope that one day you can evolve to the point of granting me liberation. The specter cast the demon blade at the ancient tree's feet, signaling the onset of battle once more, causing the ancient tree's expression to darken. This fellow is undeniably a battle fanatic. Chapter 64. My enemy must be personally vanquished. Meanwhile, outside, the fierce clash between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara reverberated with earth-shattering roars, transforming the very landscape of the Valley of the End. As the smoke began to dissipate, the once impervious Susanoo surrounding the Ninetales lay shattered. Both formidable ninjas were now panting heavily, evidently having expended a significant amount of chakra during their fierce battle. Has Susanoo been destroyed? Uchiha Madara gasped, a sigh escaping his lips. He intended to immediately restore his damaged Susanoo, but at that moment, Senju Hashirama, who had been waiting for an opportunity, made his move. With remarkable speed, he unleashed the wood-release technique, a colossal wooden arm extending like lightning to seize the Ninetales by its head. Release! With Hashirama's commanding shout, an immense flow of chakra surged through the wooden arm and into the Ninetales' body. In the blink of an eye, the previously ferocious beast calmed as if tamed, the controlled tomo in its eyes gradually fading away. Seeing the Ninetales lose its fighting spirit, Uchiha Madara recognized that the tide had turned and decisively abandoned the beast. He flickered away, leaping onto solid ground. Once he steadied himself, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Hashirama, whose face was now marked with dark patterns, indicating his entry into sage mode. His eternal Manjiki Sharingan spun ceaselessly, radiating an intense desire for battle. With his weapon firmly grasped, Madara charged once more at Hashirama, ready to commence a new round of confrontation. This fierce struggle continued for 2 days and nights, until that fateful night, when the moonlight flowed like water, cascading down the towering canyon walls. There, a crystalline stream trickled down, forming a petite waterfall. Beneath it, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other, weapons in hand, both breathless. At that moment, one of Hashirama's armors lay shattered, exposing a severely burned arm. Hashirama, it seems you are not faring well, Uchiha Madara remarked, an amused smirk gracing his lips as he stood on the opposite bank of the stream. However, before his words could fully settle, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing intently on the cliff above. In his line of sight, a silver-haired man clad in blue armor appeared like a specter. The man's figure flickered into existence, seemingly traversing space, employing the flying thunder god technique. I knew it. Uchiha Madara appeared to have anticipated this, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes remained steadfastly on Hashirama, as if to say, Hashirama, you should be grateful that you have a brother who enjoys ambushing others. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Tobirama Hashirama's expression darkened considerably as he warned his brother, "This battle belongs solely to us. Please refrain from intervening." No sooner had he spoken than a kunai shot forth like lightning beside Hashirama, and almost simultaneously, Senju Tobirama's figure materialized beside him. "I'm sorry, brother, but I cannot heed your command this time." Senju Tobirama, keenly aware of their exhaustion, recognized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vanquish their foe and could not let it slip away. "Why? Give me an explanation," Hashirama inquired, perplexed. "Simply because he killed Konoha," Tobirama replied, his tone brimming with fury and resolve. "What?" Hashirama's face registered shock, disbelief clouding his expression as he turned to Uchiha Madara. He understood all too well the hopes and aspirations Tobirama had invested in Konoha. Following the untimely death of his first son, Tobirama had dedicated himself to protecting Konoha in his own unique manner. When he learned of Konoha's exceptional talent, Hashirama had even perceived a rare smile of pride on Tobirama's face. However, unexpectedly, this promising young successor, upon whom they had collectively pinned their hopes for the future of Konoha, had tragically met his demise at Uchiha Madara's hands. "Madara, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Hashirama's voice was low and filled with rage. The usually gentle and forgiving man could no longer contain his fury. Even when he had learned of Madara's intentions to kill him, he had not felt such anger. "An explanation? Ha!" Uchiha Madara scoffed, refusing to back down. "When Izuna was slain, I never sought an explanation from you. Now it's your turn, and you find it unbearable?" Madara continued to provoke, fully aware that he was igniting the ire of both men before him, yet he cared not, for he had never anticipated surviving this fierce confrontation. Merely inciting their fury was already a satisfactory outcome. Then, shifting his tone to one of lament, he remarked, however, that boy was indeed exceptionally gifted. It's a pity he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, his veins bursting. "You," Madara Hashirama's voice conveyed astonishment and anger, but before he could respond, Tobirama interrupted. "Brother, let us not waste time." At that moment, Uchiha Madara was nearing his limit, and it was the perfect opportunity to strike him down. Without hesitation, Tobirama hurled kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal, which rained down upon Madara like a storm. Faced with such a relentless assault, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him. "I never imagined I would fall to this guy." In an instant, Tobirama utilized the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from sight. With such a dense barrage, escape seemed virtually impossible. However, just as Tobirama's blade was about to pierce Uchiha Madara's chest, the fabric of space suddenly fractured. A mysterious figure, clad in a black robe and wearing a fox mask, appeared like a specter, wielding the cursed blade Muramasa, and deftly deflected Tobirama's attack. Uchiha Madara sensed a familiar energy, his gaze sharpening instantly. He quickly realized that this person was none other than the furious child who had previously battled his shadow clone. Chapter 65. Uchiha Shizumi vs. Senju Tobirama. "Who are you?" Senju Tobirama inquired, gazing at the figure before him, cloaked in black and adorned with a fox mask, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Within the depths of his mind, a whirlwind of conjectures and uncertainties took shape in an instant. The fox mask worn by Uchiha Shizumi bore a deep gash that ran through its surface, rendering her appearance even more menacing and fierce. Without uttering a single word, Uchiha Shizumi brandished her demonic blade, Muramasa, and with a speed that was almost imperceptible, she launched a fierce strike towards Uchiha Madara's form. This sudden maneuver left the ancient tree trapped within the realm of the demonic blade momentarily stunned. As he inwardly pondered, could this girl possibly intend to drag Uchiha Madara into the space of the demonic blade as well? Senju Tobirama's gaze hardened. He could no longer afford to contemplate the visage concealed beneath that mask. After all, with Hashirama restraining Uchiha Madara, the outcome of today's battle was decidedly fatal for Madara. Thus, at this moment, one singular thought resonated with unwavering determination in his mind. Uchiha Madara must perish at his own hands. With swift hand seals, Senju Tobirama bellowed, water style, heavenly cry. Upon uttering these words, a barrage of rapidly spinning water needles erupted from his mouth, cascading towards Uchiha Shizumi with the velocity of raindrops falling from a cloudless sky. Yet, just as those water needles were poised to strike Uchiha Shizumi, she tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from her original position. In the next moment, she reappeared directly behind Senju Tobirama. "First, I shall deal with you." Uchiha Shizumi's voice dripped with chilling intent, devoid of hesitation, as she raised the Muramasa high, its blade gleaming with a fierce cold light under the moon's glow. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama executed the Flying Thunder God technique, his form flickering as he arrived beside Senju Hashirama. "Brother, hold Uchiha Madara at bay. I will eliminate this one first." Tobirama urged with urgency. "Very well, for the peace of the village, Uchiha Madara must not be allowed to live." In truth, even if Senju Tobirama had not intervened, Hashirama had already resolved to slay Uchiha Madara that very night. Madara posed an immense threat, and it was conceivable that his next assault could spell doom for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Moreover, Hashirama had come to realize that his own time was limited after this fierce battle. Thus, he could not allow Uchiha Madara to escape. "Hashirama, we shall clash once more," Uchiha Madara exclaimed, grasping a fan, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he advanced towards Hashirama without granting him a moment's respite. "I shall not afford you the chance to flee," Senju Hashirama replied with equal seriousness, brandishing his long blade as he charged forward. As Senju Hashirama initiated his attack, Senju Tobirama flickered into motion, launching a counteroffensive against Uchiha Shizumi. His astonishing speed allowed him to traverse the battlefield in an instant, each appearance marked by a fierce onslaught. He wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, a jutsu that enabled him to cross space and emerge at unexpected locations. However, Uchiha Shizumi's spatial mobility proved to be exceedingly uncanny, as if she could foresee Tobirama's movements. Almost instantaneously, she would teleport behind him, unleashing a sudden and lethal strike. "Damn it! I have encountered an adversary whose abilities completely counter mine." Tobirama cursed inwardly, yet he remained composed amid this predicament. While continuing to leverage the Flying Thunder God technique for swift repositioning, he rapidly contemplated a counter-strategy. His reliance lay in surprise and the swiftness of his strikes. But facing Uchiha Shizumi, who possessed a formidable spatial mobility without the need for marking, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Just as Senju Tobirama wrestled with his thoughts, Uchiha Shizumi's voice rang out. "Got you." Her ethereal tone carried a potent aura of death, activating the precognitive ability of her right eye, Forgetting River. She accurately discerned Tobirama's impending landing spot and, without hesitation, delivered a decisive slash. In an instant, Senju Tobirama's foothold landed squarely upon the edge of the demonic blade Muramasa. It can't be. Are we witnessing a reunion of father and son? Within the domain of the demonic blade. The ancient tree observed as Uchiha Shizumi struck down Tobirama, his expression tinged with helplessness. "Curse you. Your bizarre ability completely neutralizes my Flying Thunder God." Senju Tobirama clutched his wounded chest, a grimace of fury and ferocity etched upon his face. The hallmark of the Flying Thunder God was its element of surprise and incredible speed. Yet Uchiha Shizumi not only possessed these traits, but could even predict his actions, rendering Tobirama's technique utterly ineffective. Recognizing the futility of relying on the Flying Thunder God any longer, Senju Tobirama swiftly altered his tactics. Remaining grounded, he quickly formed hand seals. Water style, great exploding water shockwave. A formidable surge of chakra coalesced within Tobirama's mouth, and he unleashed a torrent of water reminiscent of a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the previously barren ground was engulfed, the overwhelming pressure of water dominating the entire area. Subsequently, Tobirama began to manipulate the water, sculpting it into a colossal vortex. From the depths of the whirlpool, the outline of a massive water dragon's head slowly emerged. With further manipulation, he bellowed. Water style, water dragon bite explosion. The dragon within the vortex unfurled its fangs, surging towards Uchiha Shizumi with unfathomable might. He inundated the space with tumultuous waves. Should Uchiha Shizumi dare to leave this area for even a second, he would dash towards Senju Hashirama and join forces to unleash a thunderous assault aimed at obliterating Uchiha Madara. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as Senju Tobirama was felled by a blade, Uchiha Shizumi's form vanished like a specter, leaving no trace behind. When she reappeared, it was at Uchiha Madara's back. With a piercing sound, the Muramasa decisively pierced through Uchiha Madara's heart. He had no time to turn, merely uttering in a tone filled with desolation, "Do you know, little brat, who it is you have just slain?" At that moment, Uchiha Madara's chakra had been utterly depleted. Even if he sensed the danger behind him and attempted to react, it would be a futile effort. Furthermore, he had come to terms with life and death. His goals had been achieved. What surprised Madara was the unwavering resolve with which this enraged child had struck without hesitation against a clan leader, exemplifying the true legacy of the Uchiha name. Uchiha Shizumi paid no heed to the world around her, her blade spinning incessantly in her grasp. Her gaze remained fixated upon Uchiha Madara, as if they were the only two souls that existed in this realm. Finally, as Madara's form crumpled to the ground, the manic intensity in her eyes began to wane. Damn you, wretch. Senju Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly arrive beside Hashirama. When he reached them, Uchiha Madara lay lifeless upon the ground. Rage surged within Tobirama, his eyes narrowing as he demanded with piercing intensity, "Who exactly are you?" In response to Tobirama's icy question, Uchiha Shizumi merely huffed coldly. Offering no reply, she wielded the cursed blade Muramasa, resembling a heartless machine of death, her hand steadily elevating the katana. The razor-sharp edge, stained with the blood of the powerful, glimmered with a mesmerizing brilliance under the moonlight. In the astonished gaze of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Shizuka's suddenly swung her blade downwards. Yet, unexpectedly, at the very moment the sword descended, her figure materialized like a specter behind Senju Hashirama. It turned out that this despicable individual harbored intentions far beyond merely eliminating Uchiha Madara. Chapter 66, Hashirama. The Ninetales is too dangerous. Ninetales, I'm dangerous, you. Brother, look out. Tobirama's heart raced as he witnessed Uchiha Shizumi materialize behind Senju Hashirama like a specter. Without hesitation, he bellowed a warning. Simultaneously, he executed his Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind Hashirama with astonishing speed, intercepting Uchiha Shizumi's lethal, stealthy strike. The clash of blades produced a sharp, resounding clang that echoed through the still night air. In that instant, a dazzling shower of sparks erupted, resembling a vibrant firework display. Uchiha Shizumi recoiled from the impact, a fierce glint of coldness flickering within her eyes. Initially, she had shown leniency due to the man being Komugi's father, but it now seemed he was incapable of recognizing when he was outmatched. Susanoo. Uchiha Shizumi roared, her hair bristling with fury. A surge of immense chakra erupted from her, and a silver Susanoo skeletal frame rapidly materialized around her, expanding voraciously. In the blink of an eye, the colossal and imposing Susanoo took complete form, encasing Uchiha Shizumi and radiating an aura of terrifying dread. Witnessing the emergence of this Uchiha clan exclusive ability, Senju Hashirama's expression instantly turned grave. So, she's a member of the Uchiha clan? He mused, surprised that this black-robed figure, despite being an Uchiha, had not aided Uchiha Madara but had instead personally ended his life. Tobirama, overhearing his brother, his gaze hardening, muttered, as expected, "She's an Uchiha." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Tobirama. You're Uchiha Shizumi, aren't you?" he exclaimed, finally recognizing her. However, the revelation of her identity did not diminish Uchiha Shizumi's assault in the slightest. On the contrary, her attacks grew even more relentless and fierce. The Susanoo teleported incessantly, creating a disorienting spectacle that even the highly experienced Senju Tobirama struggled to find a weakness in. Boom. With a deafening crash, the ground was pulverized, leaving a massive crater. The Susanoo's silver arm, clutching a several-meter-long katana, descended upon Senju Hashirama's position with the force of a mountain. "Brother, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our village? You mustn't die here," Senju Tobirama vehemently admonished, instantly using his Flying Thunder God technique to whisk Hashirama away from the danger zone. He had acutely sensed a hidden desire within Hashirama to perish alongside Uchiha Madara and thus loudly rebuked him, endeavoring to awaken Hashirama's reason. "Indeed, Tobirama, you're right." Startled from his reverie by Tobirama's shout, Hashirama realized he could not carelessly relinquish his life. He still had an unfinished mission, to persist in striving for peace in the ninja world and to make further contributions. "Tobirama, hold off the enemy for a moment. I need to absorb some of the surrounding natural energy," Hashirama stated resolutely. Upon hearing the term natural energy, Senju Tobirama's gaze relaxed slightly. He recognized that natural energy was intrinsically linked to Hashirama's sage mode, indicating that Hashirama had finally regained his composure. Senju Tobirama's heart was heavy as he swiftly moved into position, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu to parry the enemy's attacks, buying time for Hashirama. Hashirama, in turn, quietly closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and began to attune himself to and draw in the surrounding natural energy. His body gradually emanated an intense aura, as if merging with the very essence of nature. "All right, leave it to me." Before he could finish his sentence, under Senju Tobirama's trembling gaze, a spatial severance cleaved through the air, instantly bisecting Senju Hashirama. Spatial severance? A hint of complexity flickered in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Having battled the Uchiha clan for years, he was well aware of their propensity for a terrifying surge in power when subjected to extreme emotional distress. It appeared that Komugi held a place in Uchiha Shizumi's heart that was far from insignificant. A clone? In the distance, Uchiha Shizumi, who had believed her attack successful, watched as Senju Hashirama's severed body dissolved into wood, realizing that her chance to eliminate Senju Hashirama had likely vanished. Nevertheless, upon seeing the instigator behind Komugi's mission standing before her, Uchiha Shizumi's stunning face, concealed beneath her mask, betrayed a trace of morbid frenzy. Her eyes blazed with hatred and fury, as if she sought to tear the person before her limb from limb. Gripping her weapon tightly, she advanced towards Senju Tobirama step by step. Each step radiated murderous intent, causing the surrounding air to thicken with her rage. Sensing Uchiha Shizumi's formidable aura, Senju Tobirama did not falter. He inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and prepared to confront the impending assault. He knew that facing such a powerful adversary, a single misstep could prove fatal. She can even traverse space? As Uchiha Shizumi manipulated the Susanoo to vanish from sight, Senju Tobirama instinctively employed his Flying Thunder God technique to evade. Indeed, the fanatical, red-eyed Uchiha were indiscriminate in their hostility. Even though his relationship with Uchiha Shizumi was merely that of student and teacher, you cannot escape. Uchiha Shizumi's chilling voice echoed in Senju Tobirama's ears as she once again anticipated his landing point. The relentless suppression made it clear to Senju Tobirama that she had likely awakened precognitive abilities. Spatial teleportation combined with future sight constituted an almost game-breaking power. Would release, would dragon technique. Just as Uchiha Shizumi's Susanoo was about to strike Senju Tobirama, a wooden dragon roared from the forest, instantly displacing Uchiha Shizumi from her position. Perhaps as a test, Uchiha Shizumi, from a great distance, controlled the Susanoo to unleash a spatial severance towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's eyes sharpened, black markings spreading across his face. He clapped his hands together, and thick tree roots erupted around him, easily deflecting the devastating attack. Looking back, Uchiha Shizumi stood atop the canyon, gazing down at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Her eyes turned cold before she tore through space and vanished. Tobirama, are you all right? Senju Hashirama approached Tobirama, his expression concerned as he noticed a gash in the armor near his brother's chest. It's nothing, just a superficial wound. But what about you, brother? Before he could finish, Senju Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. You know about my regenerative abilities. First, let's bring the Nine Tails back to the village. To completely eliminate any future threats, I intend to seal it away. It's far too dangerous. No sooner had he spoken than Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Would release, would golem technique. A colossal wooden golem arose from the earth, seizing the Nine Tails as easily as one might grasp a bird. If the Nine Tails had been conscious, it would undoubtedly have cursed, "You son of a. You just said I was dangerous, and now you're grabbing me with one hand. Are you?" Chapter 67. Control of the Water Shadow and participation in the 5 Kage Summit. Before long, news of the Valley of the End battle spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world. Spies from various nations sprang into action, quietly infiltrating the border regions of the Land of Fire. Upon witnessing the vast canyon transformed by the conflict, expressions of astonishment and disbelief emerged on their faces. While they admired the magnificent sight, a profound sense of fear welled up within them. Such formidable power could effortlessly erase a nation from existence. Many village leaders, upon receiving reports from their spies, instantly adopted grave expressions. They understood that as long as an entity like Senju Hashirama existed, even if they were dissatisfied with their own nation's geographical resources, they could only suppress their ambitions for expansion. After all, opposing such terrifying strength was akin to striking a stone with an egg. A single misstep could lead to their own destruction. In the face of absolute power, any stratagem or tactic appeared futile. Consequently, these leaders were compelled to reevaluate the current situation and ponder how to seek survival and growth in such an environment. A month had swiftly passed since the battle at the Valley of the End. In the Land of Water, across the sea from the Land of Fire, a wooden ship docked at the shore, bringing an unexpected visitor. Clad in a flowing black robe and wearing a fox mask marred by scars, the slender figure hinted at her femininity. This was Uchiha Shizuka's. Her mastery of the Mangeki Sharingan had grown increasingly adept during the earlier battle. She had placed an ancient tree within the space she had created. Now, this space had expanded to roughly the size of a small room. Regrettably, this space could not yet accommodate living beings. Otherwise, Uchiha Shizuka's would find herself in an almost invulnerable position. The power of the Mangeki Sharingan was formidable, yet it bore significant side effects. Uchiha Shizuka's could distinctly sense her vision beginning to deteriorate. Should she continue its use, blindness was inevitable. Nevertheless, even in blindness, she remained largely unaffected, as her ability to foresee danger rendered successful ambushes nearly impossible. As she journeyed, Uchiha Shizuka's observed a vast pit in her line of sight, transformed into a massive lake by the relentless rain. This was a gift from Uchiha Madara, who had unwittingly created a lake for the land of water. With her spatial mobility and future perception abilities, Uchiha Shizuka's effortlessly infiltrated the hidden mist village. As its name suggests, the village was situated on a small island, nestled deep within the mountains and often shrouded in thick fog. On this particular day, the first Mizukage, while reviewing documents, suddenly sensed something amiss and his gaze sharpened. Known as Hakuren, he was an elderly figure with long white hair and beard, his left eye blind and marred by a deep scar, giving him a fearsome appearance. With a hint of sharp teeth that seemed to maintain a sense of composure and dignity in any situation. During times of turmoil, he had risen above his peers to establish the hidden mist village, a seasoned ninja forged by countless battles. "Who are you?" Hakuren inquired, his eyes reflecting elegance and reason as he regarded the mysterious figure in black. He initially suspected her to be yet another misguided assassin from within the village. Over the years of building the village, he had faced numerous assassination attempts, with the scar on his face a testament to the defiance he had quelled. His strength was undeniable. He was now the most powerful individual in the hidden mist village. In an instant, Uchiha Shizuka's wasted no words. The terrifying crimson hue of her eyes exploded behind her, and with a single use of her Manjiki Sharingan, she effortlessly subdued this elite-level ninja. "Be compliant. I beg for mercy." Uchiha Shizuka's ultimate goal in controlling the Mizukage was to dominate the entire land of water and incite war. During this period, the ninjas of the hidden mist village were perplexed. They were astonished by the Mizukage's sudden descent into madness, subjecting them to grueling training while disregarding village construction, issuing only one command, to create an umbu and cultivate loyal assassins. Anyone who defied this order would face dire consequences. This era marked the darkest chapter in the history of the hidden mist village since its inception. As time passed, half a year slipped away like a fleeting shadow. In the tranquil office of the Mizukage, a mysterious letter arrived from the distant land of fire, specifically from Konoha. The letter bore earnest words that even hinted at a plea, as it was a request from the first Hokage, imploring the first Mizukage to attend the upcoming 5 Kage summit. The topics of discussion were of paramount importance, pertaining to the future trajectory and fate of the entire shinobi world. Draped in her dark robe, Uchiha Shizuka's leaned against a pillar, her gaze cold and resolute, seemingly capable of penetrating all existence. With a slight exertion, the letter in her hand transformed into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. In that moment, she exuded an awe-inspiring authority. After 6 months of trials, Uchiha Shizuka seemed to have grown taller, her slender figure more imposing, radiating an indescribable allure. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding her underwent a dramatic transformation. Once gentle as water, she had now become a figure of ruthless coldness, reminiscent of an iceberg that evoked trepidation. "Then let us proceed, Hakuren. This may well be a splendid opportunity for the hidden mist village to rise." Uchiha Shizuka's voice carried a hint of whimsicality, for the subdued Hakuren could not respond to her musings. In her eyes, this was not merely a meeting. It was a pivotal moment that could ignite the flames of conflict once more. Chapter 68. The Anomaly of Expectations. The inaugural meeting of the 5 Kage convened in the Land of Iron, a realm perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, now beset by a torrential blizzard. Uchiha Shinsui, cloaked in a snow-white fur coat, traversed the icy expanse alongside Bai Lian, journeying to the capital of the Land of Iron. "Water Shadow, please follow me. Everyone else is already in position," announced the guard stationed at the entrance, promptly welcoming the last of the 5 shadows. Uchiha Shinsui, serving as a protector, donned a plain white mask devoid of embellishment. Soon, guided by the samurai escort, Uchiha Shinsui and Bai Lian arrived at the negotiation seats for the Kage summit. Upon entering, Bai Lian was met with a furrowed brow from Senju Hashirama, who voiced his perplexity. "Brother, is there an issue?" inquired Senju Tobirama, trailing behind. Hashirama remained silent, his gaze fixed on the first water shadow seated opposite him, his demeanor grave as he spoke. "First water shadow, has something amiss occurred in your village?" "Fire shadow, what brings forth such words?" Bai Lian retorted, sensing the chakra fluctuations resonating within Hashirama's mind. "Are you implying that I am under someone else's control?" Hashirama presented his conclusion, and at once, the expressions of the 3 shadows shifted, creating a palpable distance from the first water shadow. Indeed, the god of shinobi lives up to his reputation. It is merely a recently developed technique. Bai Lian dismissed with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of composure. "First water shadow, why does your companion don a mask? As guardians, is there something to conceal?" Tobirama's sharp gaze fixed upon Uchiha Shinsui, though he could not discern any immediate clues. Oh, that is but jest. Observe the first Earth Shadow's protector, swathed entirely in bandages. Are you suggesting he should unbind himself? Bai Lian quipped, igniting the ire of the future Second Earth Shadow, who seethed. This is all due to your country's little rascal, the Ghost Lantern Moonlight. Enough, Tobirama. Let us focus on the matter at hand. But before he could finish, Tobirama abruptly hurled a kunai towards Uchiha Shinsui. With effortless grace, Uchiha Shinsui sidestepped the assault. In an instant, Tobirama vanished, reappearing above the kunai, brandishing his blade for a fierce strike. Flying Thunder God Slash. The unexpected assault left all present in shock, as they had not anticipated such fervor from a Leaf Village ninja. Chaos ensued as the atmosphere thickened with tension. In a swift motion, Uchiha Shinsui utilized his space-time ninjutsu to evade Tobirama's surprise attack. Seeing this, Tobirama's expression darkened. Indeed, it is you, Uchiha Shinsui. No wonder you emanate a chilling aura. Tobirama gripped his sword tightly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the figure clad in black near the window, Uchiha Shinsui. As Shinsui contemplated an attack, Tobirama had already resolved to forego any semblance of camaraderie. Hashirama furrowed his brow, having sensed the anomaly surrounding the figure in black. Yet he chose to disregard it. His sole desire was to swiftly conclude a peace treaty with the 5 great nations, ensuring a tranquil departure from the ninja world. What is the meaning of this? You had better provide an explanation. Bai Lian's voice resonated with anger and dissatisfaction, unwilling to accept an explanation or apology lightly. Seated in his place, the first water shadow leaned forward slightly, arms crossed resolutely, his tone grave and unwavering, reflecting his serious stance. First water shadow, have you not realized? You're under someone else's control. Tobirama exclaimed, his gaze fixed resolutely on Bai Lian, a chilling intensity in his expression. This proclamation reverberated like thunder, capturing everyone's attention. That individual is a rogue ninja from the Leaf, a perilous member of the Uchiha clan. Renowned for their powerful ocular techniques that can manipulate the thoughts and actions of others. Am I not aware of whether I am under control? Bai Lian retorted coldly, his voice laced with disdain and self-assurance. He slowly raised his head to meet Tobirama's gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. It appears that the first Hokage indeed harbors no welcome for individuals from the land of water. Very well, I shall take my leave, Bai Lian declared. His movements decisive and unwavering as he turned to depart without a backward glance. As his words hung in the air, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the room. With others silently observing his actions, their minds swirling with complex emotions. Would this sudden conflict ignite a greater discord? Wait. First water shadow. I possess the ability to dispel the illusion, Hashirama stated earnestly, exuding an immense pressure that rendered those around him paralyzed with fear. This was not a request, but a command. Bai Lian's expression stiffened then. Do try. Sensing the urgency, Uchiha Shinsui promptly activated his space-time ninjutsu to escape the unfolding scenario. Upon noticing Shinsui's departure, Tobirama's expression grew cold. Quickly, Hashirama formed the character for seat and struck Bai Lian's forehead. In an instant, Bai Lian's eyes sharpened, but soon succumbed to slumber. This was the flaw of Kakuan Nitten Sui Shu. While it could dispel illusions, it would also induce sleep. Upon awakening, the first water shadow found himself sprawled on the table, his gaze transitioning from dazed to lucid. First water shadow, how do you feel now? Hashirama inquired, his concern palpable. He had genuine worries about the current state of the land of water. Fire shadow, I am well. Surprisingly, Bai Lian displayed no signs of shock, maintaining the same nonchalant demeanor, casting doubt on whether he had truly been controlled. However, I must express my discontent regarding your sudden aggression towards us. Bai Lian remained silent, his expression stark, betraying his displeasure. That individual is a rogue ninja from the Leaf. First water shadow, do you have nothing to say? You have been under her influence all along. Tobirama's eyes flickered, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. Could this old man be attempting to extort? Once a rogue ninja from the Leaf, she was now a guardian of the Mist Village's water shadow. As for control, it was a voluntary submission. How could one speak of manipulation? Over the past 6 months, although Bai Lian had been under influence, his consciousness remained intact. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying development of the Mist Village's military capabilities, the establishment of dark factions, and the training of elite soldiers. Clearly, this was preparation for future conflicts. Aware of this, Bai Lian recognized his dwindling time and sought to rapidly bolster the strength of the Mist. Finding that Uchiha Shinsui's control over him had unexpectedly aligned with his ambitions. Chapter 69, The Battle Against Hozuki Mangetsu, Who Truly is the Second Mizukage. Since you and Konoha do not welcome us, we shall take our leave, Bai Lian stated, shaking his head as he prepared to rise from his seat. Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than Senju Hashirama's head met the table with a resounding thud. I apologize, Mizukichi. It is Tobirama's impulsiveness that has led us to this point. I sincerely regret this matter. We shall not interfere in the affairs of your village. But I implore you not to leave just yet. This conference will bear significant consequences for the future peace of the shinobi world. Please consider it carefully. Faced with Hashirama's earnest plea, Tobirama wore an expression of disbelief. His elder brother's kindness was excessive. Was it necessary to act in such a manner? Would anyone dare to walk away after such an appeal? If the Hokage had already taken such steps, it would indeed be ungracious for him to depart. Time flew swiftly. And before long, the afternoon had slipped away. The discussions surrounding the Five Kage summit had more or less reached a conclusion, primarily revolving around the signing of peace treaties and the distribution of tailed beasts. As Bai Lian journeyed back to Kirigakure, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a snow-laden tree not far off. Now that we have arrived, why hide away? He murmured softly. At that moment, a woman clad in a black robe, her figure graceful and her demeanor aloof, leapt lightly from the great tree, her fox mask concealing her identity. Do you not harbor hatred for me? Uchiha Shizumizu's voice was chilling. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she conjured the cursed blade Muramasa into her hand, its edge glimmering ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Bai Lian gently shook his head, a serene smile gracing his features. It seemed he had already discerned Shizumizu's intentions, abandoning his defensive posture. He wore a calm expression throughout. Uchiha Shizumizu advanced toward Bai Lian, the snow crunching beneath her steady steps, each one laden with palpable pressure. Oh, are you not afraid that I might destroy Kirigakure? Her voice dripped with a morbid jest. Yet, Bai Lian exhibited no signs of trepidation. He met her gaze steadily, whispering, Destroy it? Had you truly wished to do so, you would have found the opportunity to strike 6 months ago. My time is nearly at an end. The impending war in the shinobi world holds little relevance for me. Therefore, if you are to take control of Kirigakure, at the very least it will not be easily devoured by other nations. With that, Bai Lian retrieved a token of identification unique to the Mizukichi, a symbol of authority and status. He cast it onto the ground, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Take this. With it, the ninjas of the village will be more inclined to trust you. Perhaps, with your abilities, you could lead Kirigakure to greater heights. You truly are a good person, Shizumizu remarked, her face devoid of emotion as she approached Bai Lian. Her eyes gleamed with a crimson light as she raised Muramasa high. Without a moment's hesitation, she brought it crashing down. Blood splattered across the snow, blooming like a vibrant rose against the stark white backdrop. Bai Lian made no move to resist. Why was this so? In truth, Bai Lian refrained from resisting not simply because he understood he was no match for Uchiha Shizumizu. More importantly, he had surmised her intentions. She aimed to leverage his death to galvanize Kirigakure's momentum against their enemies. Subsequently, she could weave a tale of betrayal, claiming he was slain by foes from other nations, thus inciting the ninjas of Kirigakure to rise in fervor for battle. With this in mind, Shizumizu casually wiped the blood from her blade. However, her goals extended beyond this. Meanwhile, within the mysterious and profound realm of the cursed blade, an ancient tree observed all that had transpired over the past 6 months, now fixated upon the center of the vortex. Suddenly, a formidable ninja descended from the whirlpool. The previously disinterested ancient tree finally displayed a glimmer of intrigue. Is this the realm after death? Bai Lian pondered, sensing himself in a state akin to that of a spirit. Yet strangely, his body appeared to be in its most powerful form from his past. How curious that every soul arriving here utters the same phrase. Leave that one to me, the malevolent spirit remarked, casting a casual glance at Bai Lian before lazily returning to his slumber in the water's depths. To him, engaging with Bai Lian was far less exhilarating than facing the ancient tree. You are a soul collector? Bai Lian queried, inadvertently associating the silver-haired figure with Senju Tobirama. The aura emanating from him was somewhat terrifying. You may perceive it that way, the ancient tree replied, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As he spoke, a gleaming blade materialized in his hand. In an instant, he darted behind Bai Lian like a specter. I am being torn apart. Bai Lian barely had time to react before feeling his form sliced asunder by numerous sharp blades of energy. He trembled in agony, questioning his plight. How could this happen after having finally regained his peak state from his middle age? However, the ancient tree offered no respite. He wielded the blade with the ferocity of a tempest. Each swing was imbued with a fierce momentum, rendering Bai Lian utterly defenseless. Frenzied breath, chaos. The ancient tree bellowed, retracting the blade with nonchalance as he turned to regard Bai Lian's now translucent soul. At that moment, Bai Lian's former grandeur had vanished, replaced with an expression of fear and despair. Are you not a shadow-level powerhouse? The ancient tree questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. Bai Lian's face flushed with indignation, realizing that not only was this being in a similar state as he, but his strength far surpassed his own, intent on his demise. Unyielding, are we? The ancient tree smirked, seizing Bai Lian's head with one hand. Instantly, Sage Mode was activated, and a terrifying pressure erupted from his grasp, akin to a tornado, crushing Bai Lian's head in an instant. Indeed, a shadow-level warrior, the ancient tree mused, feeling Bai Lian's essence gradually transform into motes of light, merging into his being. This immense energy was certainly a far cry from the typical weaklings. In this realm, it was a matter of survival. One would perish while the other thrived. The ancient tree would not grant Bai Lian any opportunity for adaptation. As time passed swiftly, approximately half a month later, Uchiha Shizumizu finally returned to Kirigakure. In the Mizukage's office, she summoned the village's most formidable ninja, Hozuki Mangetsu. Where's the Mizukage? Hozuki Mangetsu inquired, his gaze fixed upon the figure in black robes seated in the Mizukage's chair, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Without uttering a word, Shizumizu tossed Bai Lian's token onto the desk. Whoever prevails shall claim the title of the second Mizukage. The chilling proclamation reverberated in the air, sharpening Hozuki Mangetsu's previously puzzled expression into one of keen resolve. Unlike other ninja villages, the village hidden in the mist places great emphasis on strength, and the individual who assumes the role of Mizukage must be the most powerful person within the village. Chapter 70. The First Shinobi World War begins with Kirigakure. Have you heard? The first Mizukage seems to have met with an untimely demise. And now the second Mizukage is set to emerge from a contest between the Umbu leader and the formidable Aoigiri Mangetsu. I know of Aoigiri Mangetsu. He is reputed to be a remarkably powerful ninja. However, what of this Umbu leader? You might not be aware, but the Umbu is a clandestine organization established by the first Mizukage 6 months prior, comprised solely of the elite from Kirigakure. Aoigiri Mangetsu pales in comparison. Our Umbu leader is unparalleled. At this very moment, on the martial arena of Kirigakure, news of the first Mizukage's assassination following the 5 Kage summit has spread like wildfire. The ninjas of the village are incensed and united in their vow to avenge this betrayal. However, before vengeance can be sought, the village must first select the second Mizukage. And currently, the two individuals standing on the arena are the most popular contenders. One is the enigmatic Umbu leader, while the other is the immensely skilled Aoigiri Mangetsu. Both are top-tier ninjas of Kirigakure, each possessing unique jutsu and combat styles. The Umbu leader operates shrouded in mystery, while Aoigiri Mangetsu is adored by many for his charismatic personality and exceptional jutsu. In this fierce competition, who will ultimately ascend to the role of the second Mizukage? All eyes are fixated on the arena, eagerly anticipating this remarkable duel. It is said that you have risen to prominence in the past 6 months and garnered the attention of the Mizukage. However, with the Mizukage's demise, the second Mizukage must be the strongest among us. Draped in a high-collared coat cinched with a black sash, Aoigiri Mangetsu appears cheerful. Yet those familiar with him know that once he enters battle, he transforms into a ruthless weapon of destruction. Come forth. Uchiha Shizumizu grasped her weapon, the cursed blade Muramasa, in one hand. Before Hashirama's passing, she vowed to train the ninjas of Kirigakure into an ironclad army. Water release, water iron cannon technique. With a fierce cry, Aoigiri Mangetsu swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged through him like a raging flood. Streams of translucent liquid, resembling bullets, shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling towards Uchiha Shizumizu with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet, facing this relentless onslaught, Uchiha Shizumizu remained composed, her expression as tranquil as the stillest waters. With an uncanny agility, she evaded every attack, her form seemingly vanishing into thin air, as though she had never existed at all. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shizumizu reappeared behind Aoigiri Mangetsu, her blade gleaming ominously as she struck with unwavering resolve. With a swift, slicing sound, the razor-sharp edge sliced through the air, creating a piercing cacophony. Just as this lethal blow was about to connect, Aoigiri Mangetsu's form erupted into a mist of vapor, dissipating without a trace. Space-time manipulation? Aoigiri Mangetsu's voice echoed from a distance on the arena, laced with surprise and gravity. When it comes to formidable jutsu, few can rival space-time ninjutsu. a technique that defies spatial limitations and allows for instantaneous travel, a true weapon of war when wielded adeptly. Summoning technique. Without hesitation, Aoizuri Mangetsu struck the ground with both hands. Instantly, a dense fog enveloped the arena. A colossal shell burst forth from the earth, abruptly manifesting on the martial platform. Illusory Mist Pavilion. As Aoizuri Mangetsu commanded the shell, countless tendrils of mist erupted forth, shrouding the arena and ensnaring the observing ninjas of Kirigakure in disorientation. Genjutsu? Uchiha Shizumizu's eyes glimmered with crimson light beneath her mask, her Sharingan transforming into a kaleidoscope of patterns. With a mere glance, she discerned that the figure hidden within the mist was but an illusion. Attempting to manipulate such phantoms in the presence of the kaleidoscope was akin to a novice challenging a master. With effortless grace, Uchiha Shizumizu pivoted, preemptively evading Aoizuri Mangetsu's surprise assault. However, the kaleidoscope spun violently, seemingly intent on engulfing the world within its depths. In that endless abyss, a single tear of blood quietly formed in Uchiha Shizumizu's eye, shimmering like the brightest star in the night sky. With the swiftness of a storm, Uchiha Shizumizu unleashed a flurry of strikes with Muramasa, each blow imbued with unparalleled power and velocity, as if she sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. The first strike descended like a mountain, crashing upon the concealed shell within the mist. With a resonant crack, the shell shattered under the blade's might, dissolving into wisps of vapor. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. The second and third strikes followed in rapid succession, leaving onlookers bewildered and unable to process the ferocity of the assault. Amidst this relentless barrage, Aoizuri Mangetsu found himself unable to withstand Uchiha Shizumizu's overwhelming prowess. His body was sent spiraling like a kite severed from its string. With a violent cough, blood erupted from Aoizuri Mangetsu's lips, painting the air in crimson mist. Struggling to raise his head, he beheld the grievous wound upon his chest, disbelief etched across his features. He had never fathomed that this opponent possessed such terrifying capabilities of distance slicing. I concede. Aoizuri Mangetsu gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice, though faint, conveyed a resolute acceptance. In this battle, he had exerted every ounce of strength but found himself unable to overcome his adversary. At this moment, he could only resign himself to the harsh truth of defeat. Uchiha Shizumizu stood poised on the martial platform, blade in hand. From this day forth, she shall be known as the Second Hokage. Chapter 71. Thunderstrike on the Land of Earth. Time passed by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Uchiha Shimizu successfully governed the Land of Water during this period, earning the trust and respect of the villagers. One day, a piece of exhilarating news reached her ears from her subordinates. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The office of the Mizukage was filled with a subtle aroma of tea, while Akatsuki Getsu diligently handled various administrative tasks, appearing like a devoted assistant. Uchiha Shimizu sat quietly beneath the bookshelf, observing everything with an air of indifference. The passage of 2 years had rendered Uchiha Shimizu increasingly tall and slender. Yet, she perpetually wore a shattered fox mask, never revealing her face to the public. Knock, 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 there came a sound at the door. Uchiha Shimizu set down the intelligence scrolls and spoke with a tone that exuded authority and detachment. Come in. The door creaked open, and an Umbu member entered. Kneeling before her with his head bowed. Mizukage-sama, our spies from Konoha have relayed information that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has departed from this world. A barely perceptible smile flickered beneath Uchiha Shimizu's mask, a sense of satisfaction washing over her at the demise of that bothersome figure. She replied flatly, I see. Then she resumed her study of the scrolls. The Umbu member cautiously lifted his head and inquired, Mizukage-sama, shall we take any action? A faint smirk graced Uchiha Shimizu's lips, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. You will immediately gather all Umbu members and summon back any ninjas currently on missions. As you command, Mizukage-sama, the Umbu member replied, sensing the formidable aura and authority radiating from her. He promptly nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Once he left, Uchiha Shimizu rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery while contemplating her next move. Over the past 2.5 years, she had displayed ruthless tactics and decisive leadership, earning her the moniker of the Iron-Blooded Queen. Consequently, the people of Kirigakure held her in awe, refraining from questioning or resisting her commands. Mizukage-sama, are we really going to stir things up so soon? Akatsuki Getsu remarked with a hint of exasperation, though excitement flickered in his eyes. He seemed eager for the impending operation, undeniably a war fanatic at heart. Prepare the vessels. Our target for this strike is the land of Earth. Uchiha Shimizu's voice was calm and resolute, as if she had long been prepared. Upon hearing the name of the land of Earth, Getsu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He immediately sprang to his feet and replied without hesitation, I will complete the task at once. With that, he quickly exited the room, leaving Uchiha Shimizu alone at the window, silently observing the bustling ninjas of Kirigakure below. The fate of the shinobi world now rested in Uchiha Shimizu's hands. Rest easy, Komoku. She vowed silently, this cruel world will be brought to an end by me. At the border of the land of water. After a day of gathering, nearby ninjas had returned, while those farther afield received unified orders to attack the land of Earth and began their journey. It was time to test the fruits of our training, for the revival of the land of water, for vengeance against the first Mizukage. Advance toward the land of Earth. Uchiha Shimizu stood at the bow of the ship, clad in a black cloak, delivering a few stirring words of encouragement. As for the reason behind targeting the land of Earth, it stemmed from their historical grievances with the land of water, particularly in regards to Getsu's past life and death battle against the current Second Hokage, which left him with numerous bandages, a testament to his encounters with Getsu. Kill! Kill! The cries of the ninjas erupted below. The 2.5 years of rigorous training had transformed the ninjas of Kirigakure into a well-drilled, iron-willed army. Teams of 5 and squads of 10, combined with Kirigakure's misty assassination techniques, were more than capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Set sail. With Uchiha Shimizu's command, over 100 ships traversed the sea, heading toward the land of Earth. At the coastal border of the land of Earth, the once bright and dry sky suddenly grew dim. A ferocious wind swept across the sea, unleashing an impenetrable fog. What is happening? Why is it foggy on such a hot day? The border guards of the land of Earth stared perplexedly as the mist thickened. They remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to confront any potential danger. One ninja furrowed his brow and whispered, this fog is too strange. Everyone, be cautious. Another ninja nodded in agreement, responding, yes. And the temperature has dropped considerably. Something is amiss. Some alert ninjas were already contemplating reporting the situation. However, just as they prepared to act, shadows emerged from the dense fog. These shadows moved swiftly, like phantoms, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. The hidden ninjas of the land of Earth had no time to react before they felt a chilling presence at their throats. Then came a faint sound to squelch. Blood erupted from their necks, spraying into the air as their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Their eyes widened in shock and fear, unable to comprehend how they had been so easily slain. The scene was engulfed in silence, save for the sound of blood splattering in the air. Getsu. You will take 50 men and eliminate all the intelligence ninjas in the vicinity, Uchiha Shimizu coldly commanded, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The rest will follow me to clear the way for the main force. Her gaze swept over the group, her eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Only by swiftly breaching the enemy's defenses could they instill the greatest threat. Upon receiving the order, Getsu's face contorted into a savage grin. Adorned with the headband of Kirigakure, his eyes sparkled with intense excitement. He had a peculiar penchant for assassination, and now was the moment to showcase his prowess. Yes. Getsu's voice was low and hoarse, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. He turned and departed, leading 50 elite ninjas as they vanished silently into the fog. The best outcome would be for Iwagakure to realize the situation only when their forces were at their doorstep. This way, Iwagakure would find themselves in a passive position, manipulated by their every move. Uchiha Shimizu's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as she signaled for the others to follow. Leading the remaining ninjas, she pressed onward, carving a safe passage for the main force to enter the territory of Iwagakure. Chapter 72. Suffocated by torment. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Second Hokage, Mu, was contemplating how to strengthen Iwagakure when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. The shadow clone he had stationed at the border of the land of Earth sensed a large number of approaching ninjas. Damn it, have they torn the peace treaty? Has something happened to Hashirama Senju of Konoha? Mu said darkly, his mind racing with apprehension. The unexpected turn of events filled him with unease. As the leader of Iwagakure, he was acutely aware of the brutality and cost of war, yet he now had to confront the stark reality. Gather. Quickly assemble the ninjas of Iwagakure. We are under attack, seemingly from Kirigakure, Mu shouted to his diminutive bodyguard. His urgent words caused the Tsuchikage's guard, the young Noki, to pale. Years prior, he had been paralyzed by a mere glance from Uchiha Madara, the terrifying pressure still haunting him. However, Upon learning of Madara's demise, his heart gradually regained its calm, allowing his talents to resurface. Yes, Suchikage. Noki replied respectfully. He sprang into action, relaying Mu's orders to organize an emergency assembly of Awagakure's ninjas. On the barren earth, amidst rugged rocks and towering stone pillars that loomed like giants in the desolate landscape, Uchiha Shirzue led a cadre of ninjas, stealthily eliminating Awagakure's forces. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally reached the heart of the land of Earth. As anticipated, they would soon witness the hidden village of Awagakure that very night. At that moment, Shirzue narrowed her eyes, sensing the influx of numerous ninja presences surrounding them. She pondered, indeed, our movements have been detected. She understood that the essence of a blitzkrieg lay in speed and stealth. If the enemy became aware of them prematurely, the battle would become significantly more arduous. Without hesitation, Shirzue issued orders, informed the rear forces to disperse immediately, forming small units targeting Awagakure. She was acutely aware that Kirigakure's strength lay in assassination, and facing Awagakure's ninjas, who excelled in mass tactics, would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Only by fully leveraging their advantages could they hope to remain undefeated in this conflict. Yes, the Kirigakure ninjas echoed in unison, swiftly vanishing into the thick mist, transforming into shadows that disappeared from sight. They moved like phantoms, racing towards Awagakure, prepared to initiate a breathtaking assassination operation. Soon, as Awagakure's ninjas arrived, they were astonished to find only a figure clad in black standing atop a massive stone pillar. Suchikage. What is happening? Noki inquired, confusion etched on his face. My senses are not mistaken. The Kirigakure ninjas have entirely vanished. Standing beside Noki was Mu's shadow clone, while another clone sought out the elusive Hozuki Mangitsu, Mu's formidable adversary. You all, return to Awagakure. Our village is difficult to attack. These ninjas cannot breach our defenses easily. Mu addressed the Awagakure forces. As the army began to disperse, he turned to Noki, cautioning, Noki, if I am not mistaken, that individual is the second Mizukage, known as the iron-faced demon fox. Be cautious. I am currently in a clone state and cannot utilize dust release. I understand, Noki replied earnestly, mirroring Mu's vigilance as they took to the skies, fixating on the still form of Uchiha Shirzue in the distance. Second Mizukage, why do you invade our nation? There is no animosity between our lands and Kirigakure. Why breach the peace treaty? Mu began, but as he observed his own bandaged body, he felt the words falter on his lips. After all, his injuries were a result of Hozuki Mangitsu's actions. Be careful, Mu suddenly shouted, his gaze narrowing in alarm. His exceptional sensing abilities, among the best in the ninja world, alerted him instantly to the danger as Shirzue vanished. Without hesitation, he forcefully pushed Noki aside. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as a terrifying slash erupted beside Noki. Had Mu not acted in time, Noki would have surely suffered grievous injuries, perhaps even death. Indeed, a space-time maneuver. Mu mused inwardly, familiar with this technique from intelligence reports. It was said that Shirzue could abruptly disappear in battle and reappear behind his foes, catching them off guard. The speed and lethality of this move instilled a profound sense of caution within Mu. Noki, having been pushed to the ground, stared in shock at the stone pillar, which had been severed mid-air, sweat beading on his forehead. Stay alert and focused. If we react swiftly, we can handle this, Mu advised, approaching Noki and regarding Shirzue, who stood atop the stone pillar, draped in black robes, his expression grave. However, soon, terror gripped Naka's features. He had seen Shirzue vanish from sight, only to feel his body collide with Shirzue's cursed blade. It was as if the weapon possessed a tracking function. Thud. Despite Mu's quick reflexes, he could only watch helplessly as Noki was knocked aside by a single strike. Their lack of resistance was not from unwillingness but rather the sheer swiftness of Shirzue's assault, leaving no time to respond with their techniques. Noki clutched his chest, eyes wide with shock. What is this ability? How can it be so uncanny? Mu shook his head, his expression grave, indicating he too was baffled. Once more, Shirzue reappeared atop the stone pillar, blood droplets slowly dripping from the cursed blade in her hand. Suddenly, she launched another attack, her form flickering as she materialized before Noki and Mu, swinging her blade towards them. Noki and Mu hastily dodged, yet Shirzue's speed was overwhelming. They could not evade entirely. Thud. Another muffled sound resounded as Naka's shoulder was sliced open, blood gushing forth. Mu narrowly escaped Shirzue's onslaught, but found himself in a perilous predicament. Damn it! Noki roared in fury, a powerful chakra aura surging around him. Mu, equally indignant, formed hand seals, preparing to counterattack with ninjutsu. However, Shirzue denied them any opportunity. She vanished in an instant. Noki and Mu exchanged glances, a flicker of resignation and despair crossing their eyes. Just then, Shirzue's voice echoed from all directions. "You have already lost. Do not struggle in vain." Grinding his teeth, Noki retorted angrily, "What do you want?" A sinister smile danced on Shirzue's lips, her eyes glimmering with a malevolent light beneath her mask. "What do I want? Is it not clear?" With that, Shirzue's figure reappeared, her cursed blade gleaming ominously, poised to strike at Noki and Mu once more. Chapter 73, The Rebirth of Corruption. I am the malevolent spirit. Cursed be that wretched soul. The entity known as Nothing decided to let its avatar facing Kaguya Getsu dissipate voluntarily, returning its chakra to a state of zenith. Soaring through the skies while extending its arms towards Uchiha Shirzue. Dust release, original world separation technique. Accompanied by a roar of fury, a cylindrical barrier surged forth, aiming directly at the back of Uchiha Shirzue. This formidable barrier possessed the power to disintegrate adversaries to their atomic essence, rendering them into dust. Whoosh! Uchiha Shirzue, sensing the impending threat, evaded the ambush with an almost premonitory grace. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Nothing immediately employed the dust concealment technique, rendering itself invisible as it materialized beside Noki. "Noki, you must retreat. You are no match for this foe." "Teacher." Noki clutched his wounded chest, a wave of guilt washing over his countenance. He realized that remaining here would only be a burden to Nothing, prompting him to hastily make his way towards Iwagakure. At the very least, he could still impede the assassination attempts from the Mist Ninjas. Whoosh! However, just as he took a couple of steps, Uchiha Shirzue's form appeared behind him, brandishing a long blade with unwavering resolve. Boom! In that instant, a dust release technique manifested above Noki, forcing Uchiha Shirzue to vanish in the blink of an eye. Curse! Noki cursed internally, his speed of flight accelerating. Yet, Uchiha Shirzue pursued him like a specter, continuously flickering into his vicinity, striking with his blade. Had it not been for Nothing, cloaked in invisibility and consistently utilizing dust release as cover, Noki would have undoubtedly been cleaved to pieces by relentless strikes. Desperately, Nothing's dust concealment technique, an unparalleled skill, rendered its chakra undetectable, making it exceedingly difficult for Shirzue to locate him unless Nothing initiated an offensive. Thus, Noki became the primary target of Uchiha Shirzue's onslaught. As they approached Iwagakure, Noki, clutching his continually bleeding arm, found his gaze clouded with dread. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Uchiha Shirzue, and throughout this harrowing journey, he could not fathom how many life-threatening encounters he had endured. The most harrowing instance was when Uchiha Shirzue's cursed blade nearly decapitated him. Noki understood the true meaning of being mercilessly tormented. This war persisted for a full 2 years. Throughout these protracted years, the Land of Earth faced relentless assassination attempts from the Hidden Mist Village, suffering severe blows to its territory, while the ninja village teetered on the brink of complete occupation by the enemy. Tragically, both the Second Hokage and Nothing perished heroically, together journeying to the end of their lives. Even Noki, hailed as the Two Scales, could not escape the grim fate, enduring torment and battle that nearly drove him to despair. Upon receiving the urgent distress signal from the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire immediately responded, dispatching an elite team of ninjas for support. Simultaneously, the Land of Earth, at great cost, secured assistance from its neighboring Land of Wind. Thus, these three powerful nations united, with several formidable warriors of Kaga-level strength launching a relentless assault against the ninjas of the Land of Water. Faced with the onslaught of the three-nation coalition, the Hidden Mist Village rapidly found itself at a disadvantage, suffering continuous defeats. The Iwagakure, which they had previously occupied, was compelled to be relinquished back to the Land of Earth. Worse yet, numerous members of the dark operations hidden in the shadows faced heavy casualties amidst the fierce combat. On this day, along the coastal vicinity of the Land of Earth, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village's dark operations made their first appearance on the sea. Showcasing their might, the sea winds howled, waves surged, and the sky loomed ominously gray, as though foretelling an impending storm. "Mizukage, you must retreat. The enemy is overwhelming." The remaining 3 elite Jainin of the Hidden Mist, their faces etched with gravity, gazed at the foes ahead, resolutely urging Uchiha Shirzue, who was nursing her injured arm, to withdraw. At that moment, Uchiha Shirzue's eyes glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, her long hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura that sent shivers down spines. Her cheeks bore a slight pallor, yet it could not conceal the tenacity and courage within her. After more than 2 years of relentless struggle and growth, Uchiha Shirzue was no longer the naive girl she once was. Her strength had surged dramatically, transforming her into a true powerhouse. Moreover, she had quietly surpassed the age of 18, gradually unveiling a mature allure. Standing tall and elegant, her figure was striking, with particularly notable development in her bosom. If Kurigane were present, he would likely be unable to suppress a wicked grin at such a transformation. Advance! A furious roar echoed from afar. As Senju Tobirama personally led the dark operations alongside the three great ninja nations, advancing menacingly toward their position. Their numbers were vast, comprising hundreds of genin, encircling Uchiha Shirzue and her companions in a tightly knit formation. Confronted by such a formidable enemy, Uchiha Shirzue displayed no trace of fear in her gaze. In truth, the moment Kurigane fell, she had shed any semblance of trepidation, even in the face of death. Charge! With a command, Sarutobi Hiruzen surged forward, flanked by several shadow clones. 5 releases, great multi-shadow clone technique. A terrifying chakra enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen, amalgamating 5 different elemental chakras: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, converging to unleash a devastating assault. A cataclysmic explosion erupted towards Uchiha Shirzue. Truthfully, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback upon learning that Uchiha Shirzue had ascended to the position of Second Hokage and was the architect behind the onset of the First Shinobi World War. He was even more astonished to discover that Kurigane had perished years prior at the hands of Uchiha Madara. The three-nation coalition, following this revelation, left Natsukawa Komatsu bearing an expression of profound complexity. She had never anticipated that the infamous war demon, the iron-faced demon fox, would be none other than the once gentle Uchiha Shirzue. Boom! Amidst the colossal explosion, the 3 ninjas from the hidden mist stood valiantly before Uchiha Shirzue, only to be grievously injured or killed in an instant. As for Uchiha Shirzue, her once vibrant eyes were now utterly sightless. The brilliance that once resided within having turned hollow and devoid of life. Her chakra, depleted from the harrowing escape, had all but vanished. She understood that this demonic entity was destined for retribution. As she surveyed the encroaching genin, Uchiha Shirzue felt no resistance stirring within her. Quietly, she closed her eyes, murmuring softly, "Kurigane, I truly did my utmost. But I am weary. May I rest now?" Her words resonated with a poignant sorrow, evoking sympathy. Who could have imagined that the Uchiha Shirzue, who once grieved deeply over the death of small creatures, had undergone such a harrowing transformation in the 5 years following Kurigane's demise? Thud. Several long blades pierced through Uchiha Shirzue's chest in an instant, blood gushing forth from the wounds, staining her attire crimson. She feared pain, yet this agony paled in comparison to the suffering endured upon losing Kurigane. Uchiha Shirzue's body trembled slightly, her complexion ashen, yet a flicker of relief danced upon her lips. Her mind replayed the cherished memories shared with Kurigane, those blissful days seeming to unfold before her eyes. At this moment, those beautiful recollections became her solace in her final moments. "Kurigane, this time, I can finally be with you," Uchiha Shirzue whispered to herself, her grip weakening, the cursed blade Muramasa slipping slowly from her grasp. Her life ebbed away gradually, her body growing cold. At this moment, she is finally able to cast aside all burdens and suffering, reuniting with the ancient woods. This battle is heralded as the commencement of the First Shinobi World War, etched into the memories of posterity. While the name of Uchiha Shirzue is revered by certain war enthusiasts as an idol, as for the demon blade Muramasa in her possession after her demise, it passed through the hands of several masters, yet none could truly wield its power. Decades later, this cursed sword found itself in the hands of an elite ninja known as Orochimaru. Chapter 74, The Chunin Exam and the Rebirth of Impure World. In the 60th year of Konoha, this year marks a significant turning point. A long time has passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. After 60 years of vigorous development, the Hidden Leaf Village has grown increasingly formidable. The village is now adorned with bustling edifices, and the sights along the streets are breathtaking. Today, Konoha is hosting a momentous event, the Chunin Exam. All nations are actively participating, with the 4th Kazekage personally attending the event, sitting alongside the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to observe the proceedings. Lightning Cutter? The technique that cleaves through thunder? Sakura Haruno's gaze was fixated on the arena below, where Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a lightning-infused arm with astonishing speed, effortlessly piercing through Gaara's sandy defenses. A flicker of admiration and astonishment graced her features. Beside her, Rock Lee's eyes widened, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Previously, during their encounter, he had remarked, "If your eyes see, but your body cannot keep up." Yet now, Sasuke not only possessed a body capable of rapid movement, but also wielded the Sharingan. Nearby, Naruto Uzumaki, who had once been concerned about Sasuke's ability to triumph, now exhibited a tinge of jealousy. However, as the crowd marveled at Sasuke's extraordinary prowess, a flurry of pristine feathers began to drift through the sky. These feathers seemed animated, gently cascading down. In an instant, the majority of the observing ninjas felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their heads tilting as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar resonated throughout Konoha, and the ground began to tremble violently. Subsequently, colossal serpents emerged from the depths, hissing as they spread outwards. This spectacle left everyone in shock, signaling the commencement of the Konoha collapse plan. In a secluded corner of Konoha, a group of ninjas clad in black and masked were stealthily carrying out their mission. They were the elite of the Konoha Anbu, tasked with a special duty to protect the village from imminent threats. Amidst the turmoil in Konoha, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, suddenly sprang into action. In a swift motion, he brandished a sharp kunai, pressing it against Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat, and coerced him to the rooftop. Simultaneously, 4 sound ninjas swiftly maneuvered to seal off the corners of the rooftop. 4 purple flames formation, they shouted in unison, summoning a barrier of violet flames that ensnared the two atop the building. "Orochimaru, why are you doing this?" Hiruzen's voice was grave and authoritative, exuding an air of dignity and displeasure as beads of sweat trickled down his furrowed brow. Faced with this sudden upheaval, a surge of anger and confusion welled up within him. Yet, Orochimaru maintained an unsettling calmness, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze fixed on Hiruzen like that of a venomous serpent. "Master, I have long advised you to select the 5th Hokage promptly. Yet, you have procrastinated. Now it seems your demise is imminent." Orochimaru's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. With a contemptuous smirk, he released the kunai from Hiruzen's throat. "Humph, Orochimaru, I never misjudged you." Hiruzen replied, his eyes icy, aware of the deep malevolence that now resided within Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the Anbu outside approached the rooftop's edge, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the 4 purple flames formation. This formation cannot be breached from the outside. It appears we must await the Hokage's decisive action to eliminate one of those 4 before we can intervene, one Anbu member noted grimly. However, the 4 sound ninjas reinforced the formation, making it even more impregnable. It became evident that escaping this predicament would not be a simple task. Hiruzen's demeanor remained composed. "Indeed, Master, only under such circumstances can you unleash your full power," Orochimaru stated, eagerly licking his lips as he cast aside his cloak. Hiruzen mirrored this action, shedding his Hokage robes to reveal his black battle attire. With 2 black bandages billowing behind him, Hiruzen swiftly distanced himself from Orochimaru. "Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique," he shouted as he swiftly formed hand seals and hurled countless shuriken into the air. These shuriken multiplied and transformed into a torrential downpour, engulfing Orochimaru. Faced with such a relentless assault, Orochimaru had no chance to evade. Yet, an enigmatic smile crept across his lips. He suddenly struck the rooftop, declaring, "In pure world rebirth." Boom! As his incantation echoed, the once tranquil rooftop began to tremble violently. 2 coffins, inscribed with the characters first and second, slowly emerged from the rooftop. Upon seeing these coffins, Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident in his eyes. He understood that these coffins contained the remains of 2 former Hokages. Realizing this, Hiruzen felt a rush of urgency and frantically hurled shuriken, desperate to prevent the emergence of a 3rd coffin. Yet, his efforts proved futile. At that very moment, Orochimaru revealed a purple blade in his hand, swinging it with ferocity. A terrifying aura surged forth, akin to that of a malevolent specter, effortlessly repelling the onslaught of shuriken. "Demon Blade Muramasa. Damn it, Orochimaru, you are indeed playing with fire." Hiruzen's pupils constricted as he regarded the cursed blade, his gaze filled with trepidation. This blade was a notorious weapon from decades past, belonging to the first 2 masters whom Hiruzen could never forget. Rumors suggested that those who wielded this cursed blade lost their sanity and massacred entire villages overnight. "Oh, my dear teacher, how did you know that I relish playing with fire?" Orochimaru giggled softly. "Let me witness the legacy of the blade's first master and see what extraordinary power it possesses." As Orochimaru's smile widened, the third coffin emerged gradually under his command. Simultaneously, the cursed blade erupted with a blinding purple light. An overwhelming aura of dread radiating from its edge. Outside the formation, the Umbu felt a jolt of fear coursing through their veins, the chill of impending doom gripping their hearts. They widened their eyes, witnessing the unfolding events with a mix of terror and disbelief. "What is happening?" one Umbu member whispered, his voice quivering as he gripped his kunai tightly, bracing for the potential peril. Another Umbu member, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent, shuddered involuntarily, such a dense aura of malice. It feels as if the very air has turned frigid. His eyes flickered with unease, apprehensive of the ominous events that lay ahead. At that moment, the cursed blade unleashed a terrifying burst of purple light, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, surging into the third coffin. The powerful energy ripple rendered the surrounding atmosphere dense and oppressive. So this is it? The souls are sealed within the cursed blade? Orochimaru suddenly grasped the truth, finally understanding why his repeated attempts to summon the first wielder of the cursed blade had ended in failure. It became clear that only by unleashing the power of the blade in his hand could this enigma be unraveled. Within that confined space, the ancient tree slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze was cold and piercing, exuding an irresistible authority. The sudden surge of murderous intent swept through like a tempest, instantly shattering the coffin lid into fragments. As the remnants of the coffin disintegrated, the silhouette of the ancient tree gradually materialized, radiating a formidable aura, akin to an unassailable mountain, eliciting a sense of reverence. It had been a long time since such feelings had stirred within him. The ancient tree murmured, surveying its surroundings, a deep glimmer flickering in its eyes. The narrowed gaze seemed to express a sense of satisfaction with the current state of affairs. Chapter 75, Sealing Technique, Corpse Demon Sealing. Beyond the four purple flames formation, several Umbu ninjas felt their spirits tighten as they witnessed the coffin slowly creaking open. Could it be? One of the Umbu ninjas widened his eyes, a voice brimming with astonishment and uncertainty, yet his words were abruptly cut short. Their gazes betrayed an unmistakable shock, clearly having surmised the implications. This foretold that the events about to unfold were anything but simple. "Ah, is that you, Sarutobi? Have you aged so much?" The reincarnated Senju Hashirama gradually opened his eyes, surveying the tense Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Monkey, it seems the village entrusted to your care has not disappointed me." Senju Tobirama also glanced around, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon a familiar figure summoned beside him, his expression shifted dramatically. "Oh, my. It has been quite a while, hasn't it?" Goki leaned against the coffin, observing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, his chilling voice echoing in the air. "Goki." Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting to encounter this once promising junior under such circumstances. "I never imagined we would meet again like this, esteemed Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes hardened, particularly upon seeing Goki's youthful visage, stirring a bittersweet nostalgia within him. "I wonder if I could defeat Goki now." The realization of being summoned through Edo Tensei shocked Tobirama as he noted the lurking Orochimaru behind him. "Enough, you old relics. Let's cease the reminiscing and get down to business." Orochimaru stepped forward, holding 3 cursed kunai inscribed with sealing symbols, which he swiftly inserted into the napes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. "This body is rather subpar, isn't it?" Goki remarked, observing Orochimaru's approach. Unlike the specially crafted body for Uchiha Madara, most Edo Tensei bodies are incapable of fully manifesting their former strength. The relics of a bygone era ought to serve a purpose, do they not? Orochimaru licked his lips, intending to insert a control seal into Goki's nape. This control seal could obliterate one's will, ensuring that the reincarnated individuals could not exert their full strength, but at least it would prevent any treachery. As the sealing curse was implanted, the dust around Goki dissipated, and the cracks on his face smoothed into that of an ordinary human. Goki distinctly felt a surge of power striking his soul, yet this force, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, was effortlessly crushed by him. It is worth noting that Goki's soul, having been honed through decades of battle within the Cursed Blade's realm, had attained an extraordinarily formidable level. A decade ago, he had personally dispatched a malevolent spirit, resulting in a tremendous surge in his soul's strength, ultimately becoming the true embodiment of evil within the Cursed Blade. Unfortunately, this body he currently possessed could not withstand such overwhelming soul power, compelling him to patiently await the opportune moment to shatter the constraints of Edo Tensei. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing the combined assault of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a fearsome fire dragon that roared from his mouth. Water release. Water barrier. Senju Tobirama quickly formed seals, causing an immense deluge to surge forth from the arid ground, creating a barrier of flowing water. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The howling water dragon left the Umbu outside the formation in utter astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary prowess of the Second Hokage's water techniques. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened as he rapidly formed seals, conjuring a colossal earthen wall to intercept the oncoming water dragon. However, his demeanor soon shifted as he sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from Senju Hashirama, who clapped his hands together. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. With a slight exhale, Senju Hashirama summoned immense trees that surged over the earth flow wall, crashing towards the beleaguered Sarutobi Hiruzen. The terrifying wood release swiftly enveloped the entire formation, obscuring the internal affairs from outside view. Summoning technique. Monkey King. Realizing he was outmatched, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive move to summon his trusty spirit companion. Orochimaru, is it? Hiruzen, you should have killed him when you had the chance. The Monkey King, gazing coldly at the mischief-making Orochimaru in the distance, spoke in a detached tone. Turn into the Rui Jingu Bang. I will slay him. Understood. With a resounding pop, the Monkey King transformed into a cloud of smoke, reappearing in Hiruzen's grasp as a massive golden staff. The third Hokage's complete form, a cage of flames, was beyond salvation. What? You still possess consciousness? Orochimaru's unease grew upon observing Goki, who remained motionless. Goki offered no response, merely casting a scornful sidelong glance, quickening Orochimaru's heartbeat. Without granting Orochimaru a moment to react, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly elongated the golden staff in his grasp, striking fiercely against the cursed blade in Orochimaru's hand. Damn, old man. If you wish for a swift demise, I shall oblige you. Orochimaru momentarily set aside his concern for Goki, believing that with the first and second Hokages as his allies, defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a cinch. In an instant, Orochimaru lunged forward, joining forces with Hashirama and Tobirama to besiege Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under Goki's watchful gaze, Hiruzen appeared increasingly beleaguered. Uncertain of what had transpired, Orochimaru peeled away his face, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. Evidently, his so-called soul transfer technique for immortality had succeeded. Ha ha ha, sensei, do you see this? This is immortality. The more I see your aging form, the more I feel pity. Orochimaru caressed his cheek, a deranged and perverse smile adorning his face. His voice carried an unsettling distortion, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes froze, icy with fury and disappointment as he beheld his former student. Orochimaru, how many times has this been? Orochimaru smirked nonchalantly, a hint of indifference gracing his lips. Let me guess, it should be the second one, right? Such casualness sent a chill down the spine. As if trivializing a grave matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a flicker of anguish crossing his visage. He fully understood Orochimaru's cruelty and ruthlessness, yet he felt powerless to halt this pursuit of so-called immortality. Orochimaru, I will make you regret this. Hiruzen spat through clenched teeth. With that, before the astonished gaze of the Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the expense of his vitality, summoned 3 shadow clones. His body began to tremble, the wrinkles on his face deepening, yet his gaze remained resolute, as if he intended to pour everything into this moment. With swift precision, he formed intricate hand seals, his lips quivering as he recited an ancient and mysterious incantation. As his actions unfolded, a powerful wave of chakra radiated through the air. Prepare yourself. Sealing technique. Corpse demon sealing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice thundered, resonating with the force of a tempest. A colossal phantom of the Grim Reaper looms, a dagger clenched in its maw, casting a sinister gaze towards the ancient tree. The figure of the Reaper gradually becomes more distinct, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. While the dagger emanates a suffocating aura, the entire space is enveloped by this terrifying force, as if the very apocalypse were upon us. Chapter 76. This era belongs to me. The spectral figure of the death god loomed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Being in a state of soul, Orochimaru failed to perceive the unique nature of this forbidden technique. However, the ancient wood, having cultivated its soul to the utmost, was already aware of the death god's gaze directed towards itself, akin to an Epicurean admiring a delectable feast. In swift succession, Two shadow clones captured Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. With the activation of the corpse demon technique, their souls were ensnared within the belly of the death god. The ancient would observe the approaching shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's been a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet I have no desire to be swallowed by that fellow. Under the astonished gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ancient would grasp the air with one hand, and the cursed blade Muramasa, previously held by Orochimaru, instantly soared into its grasp. Ancient wood, there is no time for nostalgia. You cannot disrupt the balance between life and death. Are you jesting? Who wishes to reminisce with you? The ancient wood's eyes glinted with a hint of frost. I have yet to settle the score for the grievances surrounding Uchiha Shinsui that you have caused. In an instant, the ancient wood swung the cursed blade Muramasa, unleashing a terrifying aura that manifested into tangible malevolent spirits, effortlessly binding Sarutobi Hiruzen in place. Not far off, Orochimaru was already captured by the real Sarutobi Hiruzen, who clutched a long sword tightly, preventing his demise. Both were entangled in a struggle for their souls, and the ancient would sense that its opportunity had finally arrived. Now was the moment when Orochimaru's control over the impure reincarnation was at its weakest. Feeling the feeble control seal on the back of its head, the ancient would remained indifferent within. The moment had finally arrived. Channeling its soul power, a terrifying energy surged forth from the ancient wood's body, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the impure reincarnation. In that fleeting moment, the ancient wood experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom, akin to being reborn. It raised its head with exhilaration, extending its fingers as if to grasp the entirety of the world within its palm. From this day forth, this era shall belong to me. The ancient wood's gaze drifted towards the distance, where two figures were ensnared in a state of rigidity, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. With a mask of silence, it brandished the cursed blade and began to approach them slowly. Ancient wood, what are you doing? This is a disrespect to death. The shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, bound by the chains of malevolent energy atop the rooftop, questioned furiously upon witnessing the ancient would break free. Yet, before his words could fully escape, the ancient wood's blade fell with a swift motion. A sharp glint slicing through the air as it cleaved the shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen in twain. The shadow clone's eyes widened in disbelief, its expression frozen in shock before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Boom! The horrifying purple crescent sword aura pierced through the rooftop, drawing the attention of the still rigid Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ancient wood. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a stab of pain as Orochimaru's long sword pierced his chest, the memory of the shadow clone's demise flooding back to his consciousness. Orochimaru, you have summoned a malevolent spirit. You shall regret this in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned the bewildered Orochimaru before him. Old bastard, cease this at once. What are you doing? Orochimaru, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's futile struggle to maintain the corpse demon technique despite his weakened state, felt his pupils constrict. He realized that this old fool intended to seal his hands, rendering him incapable of employing ninjutsu ever again. Orochimaru, I told you, I will make you regret it. I will take away all the techniques you have learned. With a piercing sound, a sudden noise of flesh being pierced echoed beside them. The ancient wood, with a stern countenance, had swiftly moved to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, launching at the restrained Orochimaru with astounding speed. Ancient wood. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. He could not comprehend why the ancient would turn against him. It is over, rest peacefully. Orochimaru, violently pierced, transformed into smoke and vanished. The ancient wood's expression remained devoid of emotion, resembling a cold-hearted assassin. With the cursed blade Muramasa raised high, brimming with boundless intent to kill, he swung down mercilessly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. A tremor coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. The terrifying strike sent his body hurtling backward. Blood gushed forth from his chest as if it were free-flowing, and in his already grievously wounded state, he was utterly deprived of life under the unrelenting assault of the ancient wood's blade. Chapter 77. In a moment of fear, everyone collapsed to the ground. Hiss. Orochimaru exhaled a heavy breath, flexing his hands to confirm that his body was in good condition. At that moment, the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. He deeply realized how wonderful it was to be able to move his hands freely. The thought of losing his ninjutsu sent a chill down his spine. Without it, he could not continue his research, and such a life would be akin to death. Crack. The ancient would sheathe the cursed blade, his gaze fixed quietly on Orochimaru. He understood that if he wished to fully break free from the shackles of the impure world reincarnation and achieve true rebirth, he might still need to rely on Orochimaru's power in the future. Perhaps, He would even consider implanting Hashirama's cells or the Rinnegan. Orochimaru cautiously observed the ancient wood and felt a surge of shock when he realized the connection between them had been severed. The unfolding events were beyond his belief. It seemed there was indeed someone capable of shattering the confines of impure world reincarnation. This revelation compelled him to reevaluate the ancient wood. With a stoic expression, Orochimaru stared into the profound chasm, a flicker of trepidation rising within him. Engaging in combat was certainly not an option for him now. It was time for a strategic retreat. He turned to the four sound ninjas maintaining the formation and commanded, "The operation is complete. The barrier is no longer needed. We should withdraw." With that, he leapt away swiftly, the four sound ninjas hurriedly following suit. As they departed, the four purple flames formation gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. In the loft, the members of the Konoha Anbu had been waiting for their opportunity. Upon witnessing the formation vanish, they exclaimed excitedly, "The formation has disappeared. Let us move quickly." Without hesitation, they rushed into the wooden escape route, hoping to reach the third Hokage in time. However, upon arriving at their destination, they found only a cold corpse lying on the rooftop. Third Hokage. Several Anbu members gazed at the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, their expressions turning to horror. A quick examination confirmed their worst fears. The third Hokage had indeed departed from this world. Damn it, that despicable Orochimaru. How could he betray his master? One Anbu ninja exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Wait, there is someone over there. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient wood, the three Anbu ninjas who had been near Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly approached, forming a triangle to surround him. Who are you? The entity summoned by Orochimaru seemed to have been left behind here. Please recount what transpired. The three Anbu maintained serious expressions, their eyes sharp. This seemingly young figure bore no sign of slackness. From Orochimaru's words, it appeared he was the first master of the cursed blade, Muramasa. What happened? I do not know. I am but a victim. The ancient wood replied with a hint of mockery, casually stretching his limbs. Instantly, the surrounding Anbu tensed, retreating in alarm. Upon realizing that the ancient wood merely stretched, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. As elite members of the Konoha Anbu, they were intimidated by such a simple action. A victim? Then do not resist. Please cooperate with our investigation. The Anbu exchanged dubious glances before cautiously approaching. Very well. The ancient wood donned an innocuous expression, observing the three Anbu as they drew closer. He slowly placed his hand on the cursed blade. Oh no, it seems I can hardly control my hand. With an air of theatricality, he halted his grasp on the cursed blade, and in the astonished gazes of the three Anbu ninjas, he unleashed a powerful slash. A brilliant ring of purple energy tore through the air, accompanied by a tremendous roar, as it cleaved through the surroundings. In an instant, the overwhelming force shattered the nearby trees into splinters. The three Anbu members were taken aback by the sudden assault, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the ancient wood. This individual, who appeared harmless, was capable of such terrifying might? The commotion drew the attention of numerous Konoha ninjas engaged in battle with the Sand Shinobi. They gazed up at the loft, momentarily lost in thought. What the hell? I can't control it. The three Anbu ninjas lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the ancient wood's warning, they might have ended up like the shattered trees around them. What should we do? The cursed blade in the ancient wood's hand radiated a dense, purple aura. As if it were under a spell, his expression reflecting concern. In response to the ancient wood's inquiry, the three Anbu silently cursed their fate. You ask us? Who should we ask? Just then, a man with silver hair and a black eye patch appeared before the Anbu, exuding a cold demeanor. Kakashi. The Hokage seems to have met with foul play. Madogai, standing beside Kakashi, spoke with a tone of deep despondency. To prevent panic, you should secure the Hokage's remains. We will hold off any intruders for you. Hatake Kakashi, as an elite jonin of the village, stepped forward in this dire moment. In an instant, lightning began to coil around Kakashi's arm. Raikiri. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Kakashi transformed into a blue lightning bolt, thrusting towards the ancient wood. Crack. Just half a meter from the ancient wood's chest, a hand effortlessly grasped Kakashi's wrist, preventing him from advancing any further. Kakashi's expression shifted, astonishment flashing in his eyes. This youth, reminiscent of the second Hokage, could easily capture his attack. He struggled to free himself from the grip, but the hand held his wrist with an iron-like firmness, rendering him immobile. Oh, I'm so afraid. There is a surge of lightning. The ancient would feigned fear, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. With that, he swiftly kicked Kakashi away. Let the youth burn bright. Konoha's gale. Madogai appeared behind the ancient wood. launching a furious flurry of kicks with astonishing speed and power, executing a three-part attack. His such formidable strength, it's somewhat frightening, the ancient would gasp, quickly extending a hand to seize Guy's ankle and violently hurl him to the ground. The rooftop crumbled under the impact. Below, Kakashi listened to the ancient wood's incredulous exclamations. His expression darkened. He began to suspect whether this individual was deliberately creating such a scene, as mere words of fear had caused them all to collapse. Chapter 78. Defeating Kakashi. Brutal Might Guy, your strength is utterly terrifying. Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he observed the scene before him. He could hardly fathom that this young man had managed to pin him down with a single hand, rendering him immobile. How could it be that a practitioner of taijutsu like himself had fallen to such a fate? Confusion and disbelief filled his heart. He could not comprehend the source of this young man's power. Could it be that he harbored a tailed beast within? However, the reality was far from his assumptions. The reason Gumu was able to so effortlessly subdue Might Guy was due to the decades of brutal combat and relentless training he underwent in the realm of the Cursed Blade. The power absorbed from slaying souls extended beyond mere enhancement of one's spirit. Years of numbing slaughter, countless souls. And an ancient, evil spirit that had hunted souls in that realm for untold years had endowed Gumu with extraordinary strength. If it weren't for the frailty of his reanimated body, which limited his capabilities, the full force he could unleash would surely make the Leaf Village tremble at the divine presence he could manifest. Thus, Gumu sought to fully resurrect his physical form before implanting Hashirama's cells to augment his body's potential. At present, it seemed that only the reincarnation eye's innate ability could grant him complete revival. As for Orochimaru's immortality technique, akin to soul possession, it could serve as a fallback should the reincarnation eye fail. Guy, stop joking around. We need to act swiftly. Kakashi's heart was filled with unease as he initially intended to pursue Sasuke. However, the commotion unfolding nearby had drawn his attention. Understood. Might Guy's expression turned serious as he began to channel chakra to stimulate his chakra points, shouting, the 8 gates, 5th gate, the gate of limit, open, boom. Might Guy's skin flushed crimson as a surge of energy erupted from him, forcing Gumu to leap back. The 8 gates, is it? Gumu mused, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. In truth, learning the 8 gates had been a path Gumu considered before awakening his system, but with the system's advent, that martial art had fallen by the wayside. Regrettably, he had not heard the system's prompts in a long time, though it was a pity. It did not significantly affect him. He had carved his own path and stood atop the pinnacle of strength. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi seized the opportunity, his hands forming seals at lightning speed before striking the ground forcefully. In an instant, a formidable wall appeared behind Gumu, adorned with lifelike carvings of dog heads. One might wonder why Kakashi, often low on chakra, would embellish the earthen wall with such unnecessary details. It was merely a display of his precise control over chakra. As competitors for many years, Kakashi and Might Guy had cultivated an unparalleled synergy. Almost as soon as the earth flow wall sealed Gumu's escape route, Might Guy vanished from his position, reappearing at Gumu's side in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature high-speed triple kick, each strike imbued with terrifying force, aiming to launch Gumu into the air. Yet, in the face of such relentless onslaught, Gumu did not even turn his head. He simply waved his hand and effortlessly intercepted all of Might Guy's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy impacts reverberated around them as Gumu's arms firmly blocked Might Guy's series of kicks. Surprised, Might Guy stared at Gumu, astonished. How can he be this strong? His speed is adequate, but the power is lacking. Receive this. Leaf Village's great whirlwind. Unfazed, Might Guy launched another assault. Darting around like a whirlwind, the writhing bandages around him coiled towards Gumu like venomous serpents. Observing the bandages, Gumu's gaze remained impassive. Swish. Just as the bandages were about to ensnare him, Gumu's form suddenly vanished from sight. Might Guy's eyes widened in astonishment. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming force descending from above. Looking up, he saw Gumu's figure, almost ghostly, hovering above him. A hand gripping his head and forcing it down into the ground. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as Might Guy's body met the earth with a resounding thud. The sheer force was akin to a cataclysm, causing the ground to tremble and emit a deafening roar. Kakashi watched the shattered earth, his pupils constricting as ominous thoughts crept into his mind. Just moments ago, that enigmatic figure had moved with astonishing speed, evading even his prized Sharingan's clarity. This resembles the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. He never anticipated that a creature summoned through reanimation could wield such a complex space-time ninjutsu, an S-rank technique. Damn it, how dare he mock my precious youth. Meanwhile, Might Guy, pressed to the ground, felt an unprecedented humiliation, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he roared, "The 8 gates, 6th gate, the gate of view, open." As Might Guy's voice echoed, a terrifying surge of green energy erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, enveloping him in a whirlwind of power. His eyes turned a fierce red, burning with unyielding determination and spirit. Ultimately, the green energy transformed into vapor, creating a breathtaking spectacle around him. "The 6th gate, is it?" Gumu's expression revealed a hint of disdain, for he considered Might Guy beneath him. After uttering this thought, Gumu moved with ghostly swiftness, leaping away in a series of agile bounds. He now stood at a distance, glancing down at his chest, where fragments of his form were disintegrating into dust and debris. Indeed, the strain of forcibly employing S-rank ninjutsu took a tremendous toll on his body, proving excessively burdensome. However, Gumu remained undeterred, fully aware that his strength surpassed this. Even without relying on high-level ninjutsu, he remained confident he could easily overpower Might Guy, who had yet to open the 8th gate. "Guy, do not act rashly. I have yet to gauge this opponent's abilities." At that moment, Kakashi appeared beside Might Guy, his gaze firmly fixed on their adversary. Following the revelation of Gumu's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi had elevated his perception of Gumu's threat level to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy nodded, forcibly suppressing the raging fury within him. He understood Kakashi's wisdom. In the face of such a mysterious foe, they needed to proceed with caution and await Kakashi's strategic plan. Meanwhile, Gumu had no intention of departing quietly. He stood resolutely, his presence cloaked in an enigmatic aura, as if a tempest were on the horizon. Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared somewhat hesitant. He pondered how to confront such a formidable and enigmatic adversary as the ancient tree. In this tense atmosphere, time ticked away, with both parties ensnared in a stalemate, neither daring to make a rash move. Chapter 79, Jiraiya's Support. Why? Have you stopped fighting? The ancient tree's gaze was tinged with confusion. Had he known they would exhibit such cowardice, he would not have needed to use the Flying Thunder God technique, which had clearly frightened the child. "You must be from Konoha as well, correct? The control over your body still lies with Orochimaru?" Kakashi Hitaki cautiously inquired. In his perception, Orochimaru had already departed. Yet, he wondered why this wretched body had not accompanied him. Could it be that this individual had escaped Orochimaru's grasp? The thought sent a shiver through Kakashi's heart. Do I appear to be under control? He had assumed that even if the power was no longer in Orochimaru's hands, this man would at least attempt to disguise it. However, upon witnessing the ancient tree's nonchalant acknowledgement, Kakashi's expression grew somber. "What do you mean by this? Assisting the Sand Shinobi in destroying Konoha?" Kakashi intervened to halt Might Guy, who was preparing to launch an attack. If the ancient tree were a weakling, Kakashi might have permitted Guy to unleash his youthful fervor. Unfortunately, this individual's displayed strength was undeniably at the level of a Hokage. "You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward." The ancient tree shrugged, intending to seek Nagato, as the Rinnegan was in his possession, making it impossible for him to linger within Konoha. As for being a rogue ninja, it mattered little. However, before that, he needed to find his adopted son, Danzo, to acquire some of Hashirama's cells. "Guy, there is no need for hesitation. This man is an enemy of Konoha." Kakashi lifted his eye patch, revealing the unique three-tomo Sharingan inherent to the Uchiha clan. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. Kakashi understood that the man before him was not an ordinary adversary, but an exceedingly perilous existence. He had to proceed with caution, leaving no room for complacency. A rogue ninja from Konoha. The anger in Guy's eyes flared as he rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. His body shot towards the ancient tree like a cannonball, propelled by astonishing speed. Gaia's sole thought was to protect Konoha and defeat the enemy. He aimed to demonstrate to this rogue ninja that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Upon opening the 6th gate, he truly entered the 8 gates released formation. The green steam that erupted around him suffused the air with an oppressive atmosphere. Guy's aura intensified, and his body began to transform. His skin became unyieldingly tough, and his muscles defined, seemingly infused with boundless strength. His hair stood on end, and he appeared as a god of war. Attempting to flee? Impossible. Noticing the ancient tree's intention to depart, Guy teleported multiple times, surpassing the speed of sound to land directly above the ancient tree. Simultaneously, Kakashi recognized the opportune moment and swiftly began to form hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning Beast Tracking Fong. Kakashi channeled chakra into his hands and suddenly thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a surge of blue electricity that twisted through the air like a serpent before hurtling towards the ancient tree. The electric arc rapidly coalesced into a ferocious, howling lightning wolf, exuding a fierce aura as it lunged at the ancient tree. The ancient tree remained impassive, fully aware that given his current physical condition, it was prudent to refrain from utilizing chakra-draining techniques. Reacting swiftly, he drew the cursed blade, Muramasa, from his waist. In an instant, the ground transformed into an unfathomable purple abyss, from which countless malevolent spirits began to emerge, as though drawn by some force emanating from the ancient tree, wrapping around his form and gradually enveloping him. In the distance, Kakashi observed this bizarre spectacle, his eyes narrowing in realization. This man was indeed a monster, one that did not belong to this era. Kakashi had heard tales of the cursed blade Muramasa, and witnessing its enigmatic power firsthand in the hands of the ancient tree filled him with trepidation. Could it be that this individual was truly the first master of Muramasa? Peacock Guy, hovering above the ancient tree, felt an overwhelming sense of threat and began to unleash a flurry of punches, the sheer number creating friction that ignited flames. The fire cascading from his fist painted the air in vivid hues, bright as the dawn and dazzling like the tail feathers of a peacock. Yet, amidst the combined assault from above and below, the ancient tree exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, a frenzied glint of slaughter danced in his eyes. He felt as though he had momentarily returned to the brutal combat of the cursed blade's realm. Ha ha. The ancient tree's raspy laughter echoed ominously. I must kill. I must finish this. With a thunderous roar, he swung Muramasa, unleashing a terrifying wave of oppressive purple energy that surged outward. This formidable force manifested as tangible specters, effortlessly tearing the earth asunder. The terrifying counterattack sent Guy hurtling through the air, like a cannonball crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi beheld the encroaching menace of the spectral attack and narrowed his eyes. Before he could evade, a powerful voice resonated behind him. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A colossal fire dragon roared past Kakashi, intercepting the unleashed strike entirely. What has transpired? Jiraiya quickly arrived at Kakashi's side, his gaze fixed upon the center of the battlefield with a hint of curiosity. Lord Jiraiya, that individual is a product of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. But he seems to have broken free from control. Kakashi succinctly explained the situation. I see. You all go aid the others. With our teacher absent, I shall protect Konoha. Jiraiya declared, casting a glance at the seemingly youthful ancient tree, his eyes shimmering with the confidence of a true warrior. Chapter 80. The Demon, Annihilation Mode. Lord Jiraiya. This individual's strength is not to be underestimated. He not only wields the Flying Thunder God technique, but in his grasp is the legendary demon blade, Muramasa. Kakashi Hatake swiftly relayed all the information he possessed to Jiraiya, who contemplated thoughtfully, stroking his chin, with a solemn gaze directed at the ancient tree. Ah, I see. Muramasa, you say? Jiraiya mused, observing the figure of the ancient tree, ensnared by purple phantoms. This blade has indeed caused quite a stir in the past. You and Guy should leave. I will handle this, Jiraiya instructed Kakashi and Might Guy, not wishing to expose them to unnecessary danger, especially given the formidable strength of their opponent. Very well. Kakashi nodded, then turned to Guy. Let us go assist the others. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, hastening to pursue Sasuke, concerned about any unforeseen incidents that might arise from his confrontation with Gaara. Left alone to face the ancient tree, Jiraiya inhaled deeply, bracing himself for combat. He contemplated, if this fellow is indeed a product of the Edo Tensei, then I shall not hold back. As Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon the ancient tree, it stood motionless, staring back with eyes gleaming with an eerie light. At last, O worthy adversary, I wonder how much of my strength I can unleash. Once Kakashi and Guy were completely out of sight, Jiraiya focused intently on the ancient tree and inquired, Who exactly are you? Even as an artifact of the bygone era, your formidable presence should be documented. To this point, Jiraiya had yet to ascertain the identity of the ancient tree, but the striking silver hair suggested a potential connection to the Hatake clan. However, the ancient tree offered no response, instead emitting strange sounds as dark, ghostly armor began to materialize around its form, resembling a demon general emerging from the depths of hell. The blood-red glow in its eyes sent chills down Jiraiya's spine. It appears to be a monster. A shiver coursed through Jiraiya as he pondered whether this being was even human. Resolving not to underestimate the threat, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. With a powerful exhalation, Jiraiya transformed chakra into oil, coalescing it into a massive fireball that erupted forth. The fireball expanded rapidly, igniting the air with intense heat as it surged toward the ancient tree, setting the entire space ablaze in crimson hues. This formidable fire technique possessed enough power to obliterate a small building. Yet, the ancient tree had encountered far more terrifying flames before. Jiraiya's fire, while impressive, paled in comparison. After all, Uchiha Madara had once wielded fire that could rend the heavens asunder, a spectacle beyond imagination. As Jiraiya's fireball approached, the ancient tree did not evade. Instead, it lowered its head, eyes glimmering with an unsettling light, seemingly devoid of reason, fully embracing its form as a demon of annihilation. In an instant, the blade Muramasa was swung with lightning speed, unleashing 8 terrifying purple crescent slashes, each capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality. The 8 crescent strikes sliced through the oncoming fireball effortlessly and continued their trajectory towards Jiraiya with overwhelming force. What kind of power is this? Jiraiya gasped, sensing no chakra fluctuations from the ancient tree. Nevertheless, a sense of dread began to well within him. Without hesitation, Jiraiya leaped aside to evade the onslaught of crescent strikes. Observing the attacks that effortlessly severed walls, Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Summoning technique, he declared, slamming his hands to the ground. With the successful invocation of his summoning technique, a colossal toad, Gamabunta, appeared overhead, carrying twin swords. Its immense presence intensified the surrounding atmosphere. With a resounding crash, Gamabunta landed, pinning the ancient tree beneath him, causing the ground to tremble violently. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, recognizing that had he not summoned the toad in time, he could have sustained serious injuries. Lord Jiraiya, is something amiss? Gamabunta inquired, sensing discomfort beneath him. Wait, something feels wrong. Gamabunta's body began to tremble as it noticed the figure beneath it rising, revealing the armored man effortlessly lifting him with one hand. Ah, Gamabunta cried in terror, attempting to break free but finding himself utterly immobilized by the ghostly arms that entwined around him like tentacles. What manner of creature is this? Gamabunta trembled inwardly, unable to fathom how easily he had been subdued. Annihilation, silent slash. The ancient tree's expression hardened as it swung the blade Muramasa. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from the blade, manifesting invisible souls into a tangible form, swirling like black smoke. With a sonic boom, the ancient tree vanished from sight, reappearing in another position. Gamabunta, momentarily suspended in the air, sensed the overwhelming pressure of death and instinctively severed the connection. Returning to Mount Maiboku. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged from the spot where Gamabunta had vanished. The ancient tree's eyes narrowed as a massive figure descended from the heavens. Gamaken, you despicable fiend, how dare you harm my companion? Gamaken roared, its voice thunderous. Clutching a gigantic blade and with a pipe clenched in its mouth, anger ignited in its eyes, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It unleashed a torrent of roaring flames toward the ancient tree. However, the ancient tree remained unfazed, sidestepping the attack with ease. Take this. Gamaken, seething with rage, leaped into the air, drawing its long blade and transforming it into countless massive slashing illusions that descended upon the ancient tree like a tempest. The sheer density of these illusions enveloped the space, creating an inescapable sense of pressure. Yet, the ancient tree remained composed, standing still as a purple aura rippled from its being, distorting the very fabric of the surroundings. Raising the blade Muramasa, it began to swing. Bang, bang, bang. The blade clashed with Gamaken's massive sword, sending forth a dazzling array of sparks, reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the night sky. Each collision is a contest of strength and skill, leaving spectators utterly astounded. The toad, Winta, widened its eyes in disbelief as it witnessed the unfolding events. It had never anticipated that this seemingly small creature could so effortlessly withstand its assaults. One must acknowledge that the force unleashed with every swing of its long blade was sufficient to raze a house to the ground in an instant. Yet now, the ancient would not only absorb its attacks but appeared to do so with remarkable ease. Swish, swish, swish. The ancient would wielded its enchanted blade, offering Winta no respite. As a creature of impure earth, exhaustion was not a concern. The only caution it needed to heed was the potential shattering of its corporeal form due to excessive energy discharge. As for the possibility of restoration, such a rudimentary body of impure earth might recover, though it would require an extensive duration, accompanied by a barrage of piercing violet sword energy directed at Winta. The toad hastily used its tongue to deflect the strikes, yet several still managed to pierce its form, leaving behind a few crimson gashes. Cursed human! Winta roared in fury, its aura surging dramatically as it opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a jutsu. However, at that moment, the ancient would suddenly vanish from sight. Panic surged within Winta as it swiftly turned, but it was too late. The ancient wood reappeared behind it, its enchanted blade gleaming with a dazzling violet radiance. Boom. With a colossal slash, the ancient wood's enchanted blade cleaved through the air, ripping the very ground apart. A howl escaped Winta as its massive form was hurled into the air with tremendous force. Cursed be this! Winta lamented, crashing down beside Jiraiya. The power of the ancient wood far exceeded its expectations, rendering it utterly defenseless. What manner of being is this creature? Chapter 81. Sage Mode Jiraiya. What on earth is this monstrous being? Frosmuta gasped in horror, staring at the terrifying presence before him. The massive figure of the ancient tree exuded a chilling aura, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. Frosmuta felt a sharp pain in his back. Looking down, he discovered a grotesque wound had appeared, blood seeping from it. His eyes were filled with disbelief and helplessness, silently lamenting his dire situation. Jiraiya, equally wide-eyed, fixated on the enigmatic and formidable creature. He could sense the unparalleled pressure radiating from it, making it difficult for him to breathe. Frosmuta, you should leave. This foe is beyond your capability. Jiraiya spoke in a grave tone, knowing that Frosmuta, in his current state, stood no chance against this monster. He wished to spare Frosmuta from a futile demise and could not bear to witness the loss of his summoned beast. Frosmuta hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He understood that remaining would only make him a burden, and he trusted Jiraiya to handle the impending crisis. Thus, he grasped his pipe, casting a final lingering glance at Jiraiya. Before departing, he uttered, "I'm sorry, Jiraiya, for not being of more help." With that he vanished, concluding the summoning technique. Jiraiya watched the direction in which Frosmuta had departed, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Yet, his attention swiftly returned to the monstrous entity before him. He realized the ensuing battle would be exceptionally arduous and could threaten the very safety of the hidden Leaf Village. Nevertheless, he did not falter, for he bore the responsibility of protecting his village. He surmised some truths. This must be a power targeting the soul. Jiraiya's expression turned solemn, as the intense fear that had arisen within Frosmuta seemed to echo in his mind. Confronted with such an unknown and formidable adversary, Jiraiya recognized that ordinary attacks would be futile. Summoning technique. He invoked the technique once more, and two ancient toads appeared upon his shoulders. "What is it, young Jiraiya?" The elder toad, Shima, a small green creature with white whiskers and eyebrows, looked at him curiously. Before Jiraiya could respond, her gaze widened, drawn to the ancient tree nearby. Being in sage mode, Shima could sense the deep-seated malice emanating from the ancient tree, akin to an endless abyss filled with malevolent souls. "Hey, what kind of power is that? It's terrifying." The female toad, Shima, trembled, having lived for centuries, yet never before encountering such a suffocating presence. As if it were a hellish fiend that did not belong in the mortal realm. "Both of you, I require your assistance. I must enter sage mode." Jiraiya's eyes grew earnest as he began forming seals, channeling chakra within him. "Understood, young Jiraiya." Shima regarded the chaos around them, her expression laden with unparalleled seriousness. Could this be the calamity foretold by the great sage toad, a harbinger of disaster for the ninja world? Shima pondered gravely. Jiraiya's other shoulder bore the elder toad, Fukasaku, who reminded him, the great sage toad spoke of a harbinger, yet also of a beacon of fortune. The one prophesied will bring significant changes to the ninja world. It depends on how we perceive the shift. A beacon of fortune? If this is deemed fortunate, then what calamity must a harbinger bring? Fukasaku's skepticism was palpable. He swiftly gathered chakra to assist Jiraiya in entering sage mode. "Thank you both. Now the true battle begins." With distinctive red markings adorning his face, a manifestation of his transformation, Jiraiya's expression remained resolute despite the alterations. In sage mode, his perception sharpened, allowing him to acutely sense the oppressive weight carried by the ancient tree. Its mere existence rendered the surrounding space suffocating. Sage mode, is it? Let me witness the limits of my current capabilities. The ancient tree's thoughts cleared somewhat as it surveyed the devastation around it, betraying no change in expression. Crack. With a sound, a pitch-black mask resembling a ghostly visage enveloped the ancient tree's face, the swirling dark energy around it rendering the creature even more sinister. What is this? Jiraiya felt a wave of intense unease wash over him as he observed the transformation. The aura emanating from this man grew increasingly potent, as if striving to pierce the very heavens. Chapter 82. Jiraiya's fear with a swift motion, the ancient tree offered no reply, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside Jiraiya, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied intensity that sent chills down one's spine. What manner of being is this? Jiraiya marveled inwardly, having never encountered anyone capable of unleashing such astonishing power in a heartbeat. Had he not activated Sage Mode, he might have been utterly caught off guard. Come forth. The ancient tree swung his fist with ferocity, conjuring a purple energy that morphed into a fearsome demon, charging towards Jiraiya. This malevolent apparition bore an unparalleled might, rending the air as it passed and creating visible ripples. Great Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed a colossal blue Rasengan in his hands, colliding it with the demon summoned by the ancient tree. The clash reverberated with a thunderous boom, the two forces colliding and erupting into a massive explosion. The battlefield was engulfed in a shroud of dust, obscuring the view of the unfolding chaos. This is bad. A wave of powerful force surged towards Jiraiya, prompting him to brace himself with all his might. Yet, he was still sent flying by a single punch. Haha, is this the extent of that creature's power? The ancient tree chuckled ominously, emerging from the haze like a deity of destruction. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, exuding an aura of invincibility and self-assuredness. As he grew more adept at harnessing this strength, his speed accelerated and his form became increasingly elusive. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing directly above Jiraiya, his spiked leg armor poised to strike down at an awkward angle towards Jiraiya's head. At that moment, the two frogs perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders sprang into action. They leaped into the air, mouths agape, unleashing a deafening croak. Sage Art. Frog Song. With the invocation of the Sage Technique, a tremendous sound wave surged forth like a torrential flood, taking on a tangible form as it roared towards the ancient tree. Forced to alter his offensive, he raised one hand to shield his face. Yet, a crimson glint flickered in his eyes as he felt the croak assaulting his very soul. Enjoying the soul attacks, are we? The ancient tree remarked with a peculiar tone, unaware that these two old frogs had hunted souls for decades. With a flourish, a colossal phantom demon materialized behind him, the oppressive aura of its soul attack howling towards the two frogs. The two frogs, confronted with the direct assault on their souls, spewed forth blood, their eyes filled with an overwhelming dread. Little Jiraiya, this monstrosity is indeed adept at soul attacks. Be on your guard. Jiraiya quickly distanced himself, glancing at the injured frog on his shoulder, a glimmer of resolve flickering in his eyes. He understood that in the face of such a terrifying foe, he must exert every ounce of his strength to seize even a glimmer of hope. Let us strike together. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he prepared to unleash his most formidable fire technique. Sage Art, 5 right guards. With a fierce shout, the trio's combined sage technique erupted forth. Jiraiya wielded oil, while the frog named Shinsaku invoked wind techniques, and the third frog employed fire techniques. The amalgamation of their powers ignited a tremendous blaze, threatening to consume everything in their vicinity. The boiling oil, at thousands of degrees, had the potential to devour all tangible matter. Interesting. A hint of excitement flickered beneath the ancient tree's mask. He gripped his sword, plunging the cursed blade Muramasa into the ground. Boom. The terrifying fire technique, upon contact with the cursed blade, was instantaneously cleaved in two by its mysterious force, exploding outward. Once the flames dissipated, all that remained was a landscape of charred ashes. As the ancient tree steadied himself, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before feeling a tremendous pressure descend from above. Looking up, he beheld Jiraiya rapidly forming hand seals, chanting, Sage Art, Ultra Great Ball Rasengan. In an instant, a colossal Rasengan materialized in Jiraiya's hands, magnitudes larger than the ordinary version, its surface shimmering with radiant light akin to the sun itself. Indeed, in Sage Mode, you are a worthy adversary, the ancient tree remarked nonchalantly. Despite the overwhelming pressure, he appeared remarkably at ease. He extended a finger towards Jiraiya, gently tapping the air. Void Destruction, Death Ray. In an instant, a jet of black light shot forth from the ancient tree's fingertip, deep and enigmatic. This force bore the grim weight of death, causing tremors of terror to ripple through one's core. As Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror, the black beam pierced through the Rasengan, hurtling towards his chest with astonishing speed. His flesh was penetrated, and Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Boom. The fearsome Rasengan crashed into the ground, the earth echoing with a roar, carving out a massive crater hundreds of meters deep. Clutching his chest, which was not mortally wounded, Jiraiya gazed at the now-vanished ancient tree, his expression heavy with concern. He had indeed sensed the oppressive threat of death moments ago. Alas, that attack had not targeted his heart. Had it done so, he would have surely perished on the spot. Undoubtedly, he had suffered a crushing defeat. From beginning to end, he had been nothing more than a sparring partner, gradually leading the monster to acclimate to its own burgeoning power. Now, it seemed the creature had achieved its objective. Jiraiya felt a wave of fear wash over him, hoping desperately that the monster would depart from the hidden leaf village. However, the ancient tree had not left. Instead, he had instantaneously materialized atop the village rooftops. Gazing at the remnants of the courtyard he once called home, now vanished from existence. His final attachments slipped away like the passage of time. His gaze fixed upon the Hokage building, knowing he must seek out his adopted son, Danzo, to procure some of Hashirama's cells. The ancient tree now harbored but a singular thought: to revive himself entirely and subsequently bring back his beloved. Chapter 83. Danzo stunned. How did this guy revive? Beneath the Hokage building, this place once served as the base for Konoha Zanbu, but it has now fallen under the control of Danzo. Konoha requires not only the Fade of light, but also the darkness that lurks beneath it. Danzo has always believed himself to be the shadow of Konoha, convinced that his existence and role far exceed those of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the spacious and empty hall, Danzo, half-wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, listened expressionlessly to the reports from the root ninja below. Report, Lord Danzo. According to the information relayed by our scouts, the third Hokage seems to have been attacked by Orochimaru and is currently deceased. Upon hearing this news, a fleeting look of melancholy flashed across Danzo's eyes. However, this moment of sorrow was quickly replaced by a glimmer of ruthlessness. With Sarutobi gone, it was now his responsibility to lead Konoha to greater heights. He believed that without Sarutobi's hindrance, under his leadership, Konoha could achieve even greater glory. Is there anything else noteworthy? Danzo rose from his seat, a cold smile gracing his lips as he began to plot his next move. At this moment, he was already contemplating the future. With Konoha embroiled in internal strife, it was the perfect opportunity for him to act. If he could step forward and resolve this crisis, he would easily win the support of the majority of villagers. This would undoubtedly serve as immense political capital, granting him a significant advantage in his future bid for the Hokage position. Just then, the Umbu ninja continued, Lord. Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei technique before the battle, summoning 3 individuals. 2 of them are the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. As for the last one, we are currently unaware of their identity. Upon hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow slightly but soon regained his composure. Merely the dead summoned by Edo Tensei. Even if they were powerful in life, they are ultimately just corpses. He was confident in his ability to handle this predicament. The Umbu ninja added, when I departed, that individual was engaged in combat with Jiraiya. The outcome of the battle is still unknown. Please, Lord, decide. Danzo waved his hand, signaling the other to withdraw, and commanded, I understand. Gather your subordinates and be prepared to act at a moment's notice. Once I give the command, immediately proceed to quell the unrest within the village. After saying this, he resumed his seat, closing his eyes and sinking into contemplation. At this moment, Danzo's expression was indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, a voice teased from the entrance of the hall, Oh my adopted son has certainly improved, managing such a large organization. I almost couldn't find my way in. Before the root ninja could leave, a figure leaned against the grand door, appearing in an instant. The mocking tone caused the surrounding root ninja to adopt a cold demeanor. Who are you to speak so disrespectfully to Lord Danzo? The leading root captain drew his long blade, his voice laced with an ominous chill. Most of these individuals had been indoctrinated since childhood into believing that Danzo was of utmost importance. In their eyes, Danzo's orders superseded even those of the Hokage. Upon hearing the disrespectful words directed at Danzo, they immediately surrounded the intruder, poised for battle. You may leave. This is an acquaintance of mine. Upon seeing the intruder's resemblance to the second Hokage, Danzo's gaze trembled. He had not anticipated that the final summoning of Orochimaru would be his childhood shadow, the genius known as Senju Furuki. In his youth, Kamoko had been one to ride on his head with impunity, if circumstances allowed. Danzo would have relished the opportunity to humiliate Kamoko once more. However, the current Danzo had shed the spirit of childhood rivalry. Indeed, life is often filled with drama and helplessness. It is common to yearn for what one has never possessed, yet upon attaining it, one discovers that it is not as splendid as imagined. Lord, this individual is an Edo Tensei corpse. We truly cannot assure your safety here. The previously reporting root ninja now bore an expression of unmistakable terror and anxiety. He understood that the being summoned before them possessed immense and mysterious power, posing a significant threat. Yes, Lord, and it seems this individual has broken free from the control of Edo Tensei, now resembling a ticking time bomb. Another root ninja echoed, his tone rife with tension and concern. Yet, in the face of their warnings, Danzo's expression remained ominously dark. I will say this once more, leave this place immediately. That is an order. Danzo's voice was bone-chilling, as if capable of freezing souls. The surrounding ninjas trembled, having never witnessed such fury from Danzo before. Observing that the root ninjas prioritized their own safety, a flicker of pride stirred within Danzo. For years, he had dedicated himself to cultivating these ninjas into the most loyal and ruthless warriors. It was evident that they had been deeply imprinted with the notion of obedience to his commands, unwilling to defy his will, no matter the peril. However, Danzo did not exhibit a shred of satisfaction or contentment. Instead, his expression remained stern, even more imposing and unapproachable. I have commanded you to leave. Do you not comprehend my words? Danzo's voice was low and severe, radiating an authority that was impossible to resist. Upon hearing this, the surrounding root ninjas involuntarily quaked. They were acutely aware of Danzo's temperament. Provoking his ire could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, they retreated without hesitation, swiftly vacating the premises, not daring to delay. With the surrounding ninjas having completely departed, a hint of amusement flickered across Komoku's face. It seems my once-adopted son has become a formidable figure in Konoha. Komoku, you are acting of your own volition now, are you not? Danzo did not approach Komoku but remained seated at the highest point of the hall, his expression notably cold. He needed to ascertain whether Komoku was still under Orochimaru's control. Do you believe that if I wished to kill you, you would still be standing? Komoku's gaze remained silent. Fully aware of Danzo's character, a typical bully who only responded to force. Oh, Komoku, you remain as arrogant and self-important as ever, even after having faced death once. Have you not learned your lesson? Danzo, possessing numerous Sharingan, felt unafraid of Komoku, believing his current strength to be at least equal to that of Komoku. Moreover, he still wielded Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, capable of casting the renowned Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Even if Komoka harbored rebellious thoughts, Danzo could easily control him. Heh, Danzo. I will offer you the same words. Komoka replied with a chilling laugh. In your youth, I could strike you as a son, and even now, that remains unchanged. The voice of Gumu resonated once more, this time imbued with a formidable aura of malevolence, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. Suddenly, Gumu's form vanished, akin to an instantaneous teleportation. When he re-emerged, he stood before Danzo. Danzo's expression shifted in astonishment, a wave of shock surging within him. His eyes widened as he beheld Gumu, struggling to fathom the reality before him. Beneath the perception of the Sharingan, Gumu exhibited no fluctuations of chakra, yet, in a mere moment of distraction, he loomed before Danzo like an avenging specter. Chapter 84. Danzo is firmly grasped, after all. Your grandfather is your grandfather. What on earth is happening? Danzo's eyes widened, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Just moments ago, he found himself in a daze, when suddenly, the figure of Kamuki appeared before him like a specter. At this moment, Kamuki exuded an overwhelming and suffocating aura, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. Danzo silently rejoiced, realizing that if Kamuki truly intended to take his life, he would stand no chance of resistance and would be compelled to reveal his final trump card. With this thought, wariness flooded his mind. Leader, be cautious. The root ninjas, who had seemingly departed, suddenly returned, swiftly gathering below. Their expressions filled with vigilance as they observed Kamuki. They evidently sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from him, fearing for Danzo's safety. However, in the face of their concern and tension, Kamuki merely smiled gently and remarked, "There's no need for such panic. If I truly wished to kill Danzo, would he still be alive at this moment?" As he spoke, a bizarrely glowing cursed blade materialized in Kamuki's hand. With a slight lift of his hand, the blade was poised against Danzo's neck, its sharp edge glimmering ominously, as if ready to sever his throat at any moment. Simultaneously, an eerie purplish-black aura seeped from the cursed blade, coiling around Danzo's body like agile tendrils. These tendrils not only restricted his movements but also sent an icy chill surging from his core. Kamuki, are you planning to betray Konoha? Danzo's gaze showed little fear. He possessed the Sharingan, and even in death, he could utilize his Anaji to alter reality and survive. Danzo, you seem to be doing quite well. Having taken on such a significant role in Konoha, Kamuki's praise ignited a flicker of arrogance within Danzo. In his eyes, Kamuki had merely become a small fry, a mere child, Does he truly believe he can restrain someone as seasoned as I? Humph, Kamuki, it appears you are indeed planning to betray Konoha. By the way, you must be unaware of what happened to Uchiha Shirzue. If you are willing to sit down for a proper discussion, I would not mind enlightening you on the events that transpired after your demise. Danzo began to concoct a scheme to deceive Kamuki. Had Kamuki's soul truly returned to the Pure Land, disconnected from Uchiha Shirzue, he might have been inclined to engage in further conversation. Unfortunately, Kamuki, whose soul was sealed within the cursed blade space, was entirely aware of Shirzue's fate, including the grotesque actions she had taken regarding her own corpse. Danzo, I have not come to engage in idle chatter. In a word, I seek the cells of Hashirama. Hashirama cells? Danzo's voice dripped with skepticism, his eyes reflecting curiosity. He did not respond immediately, pondering why a deceased individual would desire such a thing. Why? As soon as Danzo uttered the word, he felt the cursed blade inch closer to his neck. A faint sting alerted him to the warm trickle of blood seeping from the wound. Leader. The root ninjas below rushed forward upon seeing Danzo injured. Fools. Danzo cursed under his breath. If it weren't for his life-preserving abilities, he might have been slain by their reckless interference. At this moment, provoking Kamuki would only accelerate the speed of his blade. Yet, at that instant, Kamuki did not strike. He merely turned his head slightly, fixing the assailing root ninjas in place with a single glance. The terrifying purple spiritual pressure surged forth like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the root ninjas, who succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to their knees. What in the world is this power? Danzo's eyes widened, fixated on the unfolding scene. A wave of fear swelling within him. He had never witnessed such a terrifying force. Even without being attacked, he was engulfed in tremors and unease. This sensation was even more dreadful than the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, fear that struck at the very core of his soul. Danzo, you seem unperturbed. Do you possess some means of survival? Kamuki's lips curled into a smirk, amusement glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, the sword was perilously close to severing Danzo's neck, and he could no longer suppress his capitulation. Kamuki, you have won. Regarding the Hashirama cells, I am willing to personally escort you there. Shimura Danzo understood well that Kamuki wielded the elusive flying thunder god technique. If he truly wished to leave, no one would be capable of stopping him. Thus, it was best not to reveal his Izanagi abilities. You Haven T changed, still stubborn as ever. You won't be obedient until you're thoroughly subdued. Kamuki's words ignited a flicker of indignation on Danzo's face. He had not anticipated the sheer strength Kamuki wielded after his resurrection. It seemed that Jiraiya had likely fallen to him as well. As he escorted Kamuki, Danzo narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to employ the other dimension's Jinjutsu, perhaps to turn Kamuki to his own advantage. Capture Kamuki, then unearth all his secrets for his own use. However, it remained uncertain how long Kamuki could exist in this world. Thus Danzo refrained from utilizing the other dimension's powers. Soon, several vials containing a transparent liquid materialized in Kamuki's hand. Can your body integrate Hashirama cells? Danzo spoke skeptically. That is not your concern. Kamuki replied, by the way, let me offer you a final piece of advice. Do not set your sights on me. I have no interest in Konoha. With that, Kamuki vanished in a series of swift movements, leaving the root base. The moment he departed, the surrounding spiritual pressure dissipated. The root ninjas, who had been prostrate on the ground, hastily approached Danzo. Leader, are you injured? I am fine. Danzo shook his head, slumping into his chair, lost in thought. Leader, should we take action? In response to his subordinate's veiled suggestion, Danzo's gaze turned frigid, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Just keep an eye on things. Distribute Kamuki's likeness, and report immediately if there is any movement. Understood. The root ninjas vanished promptly. Danzo would not provoke Kamuki lightly. However, if this individual harbored any interest in Konoha, he would make it clear that he was Danzo, not merely a rice ball. Yet, he recalled that he had once entertained a similar thought in his youth, only to find himself at the mercy of Kamuki, who had treated him like a mere rice ball. Chapter 85. The Stirring of All Sides, a shock to the ninja world soon. News of the assassination of the third Hokage spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, causing widespread turmoil among the nations. The one that received the information the swiftest was the Earth Country, neighboring the Land of Fire. In the office of the third Hokage, Inoki. Upon receiving the news of the third Hokage's demise, a gleeful expression emerged on his face. Ha ha ha, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has finally met his match. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and a ninja entered, bowing respectfully. Sachikage-sama, we have received new intelligence. Oh, Bring it forth, Inoki replied, a slight frown appearing on his brow. After glancing at the report, the smile on his face immediately faltered, replaced by a look of shock. What did you say? Someone has broken free from the control of the Edo Tensei? Yes, according to reports from Konoha spies. The individual has short silver hair and bears a resemblance to the second Hokage, the ninja responded respectfully. Moreover, he engaged in a fierce battle with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, ultimately besting him. Jiraiya was defeated. Inoki's brow furrowed deeply, lost in contemplation. Jiraiya was undeniably of Hokage-level strength. If he was outmatched, could it be that this resurrected individual possessed power surpassing even that of a Kage? At that moment, Inoki seemed to recall something. Abruptly fixing his intense gaze upon the IWNine and inquiring at a rapid pace, is this person named Kyumo? His piercing eyes glinted with a ferocity that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the ninja before him. Startled by Inoki's sudden intensity, the IWNine expressed curiosity and confusion. Sachikage-sama, do you know him? Hearing this, a complex expression flitted across Inoki's face, and he replied softly, Heh. One might say he is an acquaintance I have yet to meet. A note of self-mockery and helplessness tinged his voice. Yet, in Inoki's mind, it was not Kyumo's visage that emerged, but rather the image of another, a woman whose reckless actions had ignited the first shinobi war. It was her declaration that plunged the entire ninja world into chaos and strife, driven solely by a desire for vengeance for her beloved, Kyumo. Reflecting on this, a deep-seated wariness flickered in Inoki's eyes. He instinctively touched the scar on his back, a remnant of a strike from Uchiha Shinkai, though the wound had long healed. The lingering pain remained, as though that cut had not only severed flesh but had inscribed itself upon his very soul. Yellow Earth. Instruct the IWNine at the borders to draw the defensive line closer to the Land of Fire and to patrol the area more frequently to apply pressure. With Konoha in disarray, we can seize this opportunity to ascertain whether their shinobi village is willing to pay a price for peace. Inoki's expression was grave, pondering what Kyumo's reaction would be if he knew that Uchiha Shinkai's actions had incited a war amongst the shinobi. An adversary of such terrifying caliber, Inoki thought to himself, was a source of great concern. Not long after, in the distant Land of Water, the recent turmoil known as the Blood Mist Incident had left the country isolated. Nevertheless, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had received news of the third Hokage's assassination. What occupied her thoughts even more was the fact that Kyumo had been summoned by Orochimaru. Although she had never met Kyumo, a statue of him stood in her office, and nearly everyone who visited recognized the legendary figure of the second Mizukage. For many shinobi of the Mist Village, the second Mizukage was an icon, a pillar of strength. Despite being the instigator of the horrific shinobi world war, undeniably, she had demonstrated the might of the Mist Village to the world, having ruthlessly breached the Earth Country in a mere month. Had it not been for the intervention of the Fire and Wind countries, the IWNine would likely have vanished from the annals of history. Even more astonishing was the fact that the third Sachikage had been psychologically scarred from his encounters with the second Mizukage. While many knew she was a traitor of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, her ruthless tactics and extraordinary leadership had propelled the military strength of the Mist Village to unprecedented heights. Thus, she was rightly bestowed the title of Iron-Faced Fox. It is noteworthy that during her reign, no one in the Mist Village dared to question her authority. Even those who once vied for the position of Mizukage, like Ao, willingly submitted to her command, taking on the responsibilities of daily affairs. This illustrates the immense influence wielded by the second Mizukage, far beyond imagination. During that time, the Mist Village's military power reached its zenith. Alas, if it weren't for the alliance of the three great nations, our village might have been forced to relocate inland. Terumi Mei sighed, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful face reflecting admiration for Uchiha Shinkai and curiosity about Kyumo. Indeed, the iron-fisted rule of the second Mizukage had allowed the assassination organization within the Mist Village to flourish, but the recent Blood Mist incident had severely diminished their strength. Beside Terumi Mei, her trusted shinobi, Ao, wore a pensive expression, gazing at the statue of the second Mizukage in the center of the village. Adorned in a black cloak and a shattered fox mask, it was clear that the assassination organization revered her as their guiding faith. Indeed, if the assassination capabilities of our village had been preserved during that war, my current predicament would not be so dire. Following the Blood Mist incident, the Mist Village's power had waned, placing them at the bottom among the five great nations. Nearby factions were stirring, harboring rebellious intentions. However, Mizukage-sama, We have learned from our spies that the individual summoned by Orochimaru seems to have broken free from control. He is the very reason for the second Mizukage's awakening. Ao reported. Oh, I see. Terumi replied, casting an exasperated glance at the statue within her office. Should we not seek to recruit him? To inform him of the second Mizukage's legacy? He may very well become an ally to our Mist Village. Yes, we can attempt to make contact. But we should not press too hard. Terumi nodded, her eyes flickering as she glanced at the report detailing Kumo's fierce battle with Jiraiya, in which he emerged victorious. Indeed, one chosen by the second Mizukage cannot possibly be weak. The return of this formidable figure heralded an uncertain future. And Terumi's intuition warned her that Kumo's resurgence could once again plunge the ninja world into chaos. Chapter 86, A Blade Splits the Mountain Peak. What power is this? At a distant entertainment venue from Konoha Village, jubilant cheers resonated through the air. A voluptuous woman adorned in a long green coat with black trimmings, cinched at the waist with a black sash, celebrated with unrestrained delight. Her light yellow hair was styled into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Notably, her ample bosom bounced in tandem with her excitement, drawing glances from those around her. This woman was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a surviving descendant of the Senju clan. Tsunade-sama, please be mindful of your image. Her student, Shizen, said bashfully while attempting to adjust Tsunade's attire. What does it matter? Who dares to gaze upon me? Tsunade retorted, glaring fiercely at the men attempting to steal a glance. Her mere ferocious stare rendered them rigid with fear. However, soon after, a message reached Tsunade's ears. The third Hokage has been attacked by Orochimaru and has passed away. I hope you can return to Konoha to take charge, Jiraiya. Upon reading Jiraiya's handwritten letter, a shadow of gloom crossed Tsunade's face, overshadowing her earlier joy. Why has my fortune suddenly shifted? She murmured. Tsunade-sama, has something significant occurred? Shizen inquired, sensing the change in Tsunade's demeanor. Indeed, the third Hokage has been slain by Orochimaru. Tsunade replied, her earlier exuberance replaced by a somber expression. What? Shizen gasped, astonished that the Hokage, renowned as the strongest, had met his demise. This title of the strongest was often met with skepticism by the older generation of ninjas, who would likely scoff at the notion. The third Hokage the strongest? Do you think the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was merely idle? Nevertheless, despite the murmurs of the past, many young ninjas still regarded Hiruzen's Sarutobi as the epitome of strength. You say Hashirama is powerful, but let him rise from the grave and demonstrate his jutsu. Words alone, supported by mere records, are hardly convincing. No matter how formidable he was, could he rival the third Hokage's mastery of the 5 elemental natures? Tsunade-sama, please don't be too sorrowful, Shizen said, noting Tsunade's darkened expression. It's fine, Shizen. Let's leave, Tsunade replied. Where to? Shizen asked. To a larger venue, of course. Tsunade shot Shizen a playful glare before leading her toward a more extravagant establishment. She intended to seize the rare stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, the ancient would, having procured Hashirama's cells, spent considerable time searching and finally uncovered Orochimaru's hideout beneath a secluded hill in the Land of Sound. He sought Orochimaru's power to resurrect his beloved girlfriend through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, expending great effort in his quest. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's secret base, the C-rank ninja, Gaitomaru, eyed the cloaked figure with palpable suspicion. Who are you? However, upon recognizing the familiar face beneath the hood, Gaitomaru's hostility evaporated, replaced by a profound dread. The figure slowly removed the hood, revealing his signature silver hair, coldly observing Gaitomaru. Gaitomaru's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, how could it be this monster? A chilling aura emanated from the ancient wood, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. His presence rendered the atmosphere dense, almost suffocating. What brings you here? Gaitomaru inquired, his voice laced with trepidation. Recalling Orochimaru's warnings about this individual. I seek Orochimaru, the ancient wood replied tersely, too weary to elaborate further. Wait a moment. Gaitomaru, initially displeased, quickly silenced himself as he sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure radiating from the ancient wood. Wait, no need for that, the ancient wood stated indifferently. For he had no intention of requesting Orochimaru's assistance, he was there to issue a command. With that, in Gaitomaru's astonished gaze, the ancient would unsheathed his cursed blade, Muramasa, and with a thunderous swing, cleave the mountain peak asunder. The ground trembled violently, akin to a massive earthquake. Orochimaru, engrossed in his experiments, looked up in bewilderment at the gaping chasm that had formed. Orochimaru-sama, what has transpired? His 3 guards, alerted by the sudden attack, emerged from the shadows. Damn it, who dares? Orochimaru's face darkened, fully aware of the secrecy of his base. It was nearly impossible for anyone to locate it, and now someone had breached his defenses, inciting his fury. Just then, a formidable presence descended upon them. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ancient would seized Gaitomaru by the face and effortlessly slammed him into the wall. It's you! Orochimaru exclaimed, hiding his trembling hands behind him. His snake-like gaze fixated on the ancient wood. The malevolent aura emanating from him instilled a sense of caution in Orochimaru. Is this not the ancient wood? What brings you here? Orochimaru casually tossed his cloak onto the experiment table and approached with a relaxed demeanor. You know of me? The ancient would asked, his expression sharpening as he flexed his wrist, curiosity lacing his tone. It seems you possess some knowledge. Not to that extent. But you may be unaware that your demise was the catalyst that ignited the First Shinobi World War, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. The individual he referred to was undoubtedly the second Mizukage, Izumi Uchiha. In an instant, with a mere blink, the ancient would stood beside Orochimaru, the cursed blade poised at his throat. I require you to resurrect her with Edo Tensei. Are you capable of this? His voice resonated like a devil's whisper, sending chills down Orochimaru's spine. Orochimaru's expression shifted, sensing the powerful intent to kill. He quickly gestured for his subordinates to refrain from attacking. This individual was an Edo Tensei body. Defeating him was virtually impossible. Aside from sealing him, they could only wait for the expiration of his spiritual form, which would cause his soul to dissipate. Edo Tensei, unfortunately, my hands are compromised, Orochimaru replied, a hint of regret in his eyes. Your hands aren't sealed, are they? The ancient would question, his tone unwavering. Calm down. While they aren't sealed, they have been affected. I cannot currently perform the intricate and complex jutsu of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru explained quickly, feeling the pressure against his neck. Even without uttering a word, Gomu had already discerned the tremor in Orochimaru's hands, reminiscent of Parkinson's disease. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. Should he manage to locate Tsunade, that individual might very well assist in my healing. I have sent her a letter. And in approximately 4 days, she is expected to appear at a border within the Land of Fire. At that juncture, should Gomu be inclined to accompany me in this endeavor, I can summon Uchiha Shinsui through the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru's words prompted Gomu to sheathe the demon blade he held. After months of searching for this individual, for days were a negligible delay. The price of deception need not be elaborated upon. Gomu remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Orochimaru, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. In an instant, Orochimaru's eyes widened in terror, fixated on the unfolding scene before him. The surrounding cliffs, seemingly responding to some unseen force, began to tremble, fissures emerging in their surfaces. The mountain appeared as though it had been cleaved by a colossal blade, debris scattering and dust swirling in the air. Chapter 87. The Akatsuki Organization, Uchiha Itachi. Genjutsu? Are you jesting? As Gomu departed, the surrounding guards hastened to Orochimaru's side, relentlessly attacking the falling debris. Damn it, Lord Orochimaru, this guy is truly audacious. Kadamaru, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, approached Orochimaru, his gaze filled with fury as he glanced at the wound on Orochimaru's neck. Audacious? Orochimaru surveyed the secret base before him, which was gradually transforming into ruins, and slowly shook his head. For the strong, as long as one does not defecate upon your head, they are not truly audacious. A flicker of desire danced in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips with a hint of madness. Gumu's power is astonishingly formidable and enigmatic, seemingly intertwined with the essence of the soul. This was utterly irresistible to Orochimaru. Presently, Gumu's position of curiosity in Orochimaru's heart has even eclipsed the mysterious Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Who on earth is that person? Orochimaru murmured, a surge of intense curiosity swelling within him. Gumu, acting on Orochimaru's intel, arrived first at the rendezvous point where Tsunade and the others were gathering. Speaking of Tsunade, he recalled seeing her a few times during her infancy. Unfortunately, she was too young then to possess any independent awareness. However, while Tsunade waited, Gumu caught sight of a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, wearing a conical hat. Mr. Itachi, it seems our operation has been preemptively detected by the Leaf Ninjas. Hoshigaki Kisame observed the black-robed ninja standing atop the tree, instinctively identifying him as a member of the Leaf's Umbu. You shouldn't be from the Leaf, Itachi replied coolly. as they had set out for the Leaf upon receiving news of the third Hokage's demise, intending to capture the Nine Tails. Such a clandestine plan could not possibly have been foreseen by the Leaf. "You are a member of the Akatsuki, aren't you?" Upon spotting Kisame, Gumu leapt down from the tree. At the very least, a full resurrection would still rely on the power of the Rinnegan. After all, that Uchiha Madara was able to be revived by the Rinnegan even after being reanimated. He should be able to as well. "Pressure is mounting, Mr. Itachi. Our identities have been exposed," Kisame remarked. Sensing the aura emanating from Gumu, his tone tinged with inquiry. "What are you muttering about?" Gumu observed Kisame conversing with the air beside him, his gaze subtly shifting. Could it be that he has fallen under Itachi's genjutsu? Kisame was momentarily perplexed by Gumu's words, but quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Itachi, could this possibly be your shadow clone?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Uchiha Itachi, standing beside Kisame, transformed into numerous black crows, dispersing into the surroundings. The crows converged once more, ultimately coalescing into Itachi's figure atop a large tree branch. "Kisame, that individual is quite dangerous. Do take heed." Itachi regarded Gumu below with a hint of surprise at his immunity to his genjutsu. Genjutsu? Gumu's spiritual power has nearly reached the pinnacle of this world. This kind of mental interference pales in comparison to his ability to directly harm the soul. It's akin to a firefly against the bright moon. Fascinating ocular technique. Gumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Had it not been for his formidable soul, he might have indeed fallen prey to Itachi's genjutsu. "You are Itachi, are you not?" Gumu addressed the figure atop the tree, noting his caution, as he had conjured another shadow clone. Gumu, too, found it unnecessary to seek out Itachi's true form, choosing instead to play along with him. "You know me?" Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Did you not just call me Mr. Itachi?" Gumu responded. Is there something you wish to discuss?" After a brief silence, Itachi inquired. Meanwhile, Kisame, remaining silent throughout, was accustomed to following Itachi's lead over the years. Whatever Itachi commanded, Kisame would comply. "I wish to join the Akatsuki. You should inform your leader, as I believe you possess the capability." Wait, join the Akatsuki? Are you a rogue ninja too?" Kisame voiced his confusion, curious about the ninja capable of resisting Itachi's genjutsu mastery and from which nation he hailed. I am from the Leaf." Gumu contemplated briefly before lifting the hood obscuring his face. To his surprise, upon recognizing Gumu's familiar appearance, Kisame's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Damn, you resemble that person from the Mizukage's office," Kisame stated, somewhat speechless. As an elite assassination ninja from the Mist Village, he had often acted as a bodyguard for the Mizukage and was exceedingly familiar with the sculpture in the Mizukage's office. That sculpture seemed to symbolize the origin of his idol, the second Mizukage, who initiated the first ninja war. Since joining the assassination squad, Kisame had heard numerous tales of Uchiha Shizume's exploits and, bolstered by his comrades' praises, had come to regard her as a figure of reverence. You are not alive, are you? If I am not mistaken, you were resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Your name is Gumu, correct?" Itachi observed, his gaze shifting as he noted the peculiarities of Gumu's form. Although capable of conversation, he lacked a certain vitality. Gumu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Dealing with intelligent individuals is quite effortless. Does this affect my potential membership in the Akatsuki? As of now, I am a genuine rogue ninja from the Leaf. How could they refuse me?" Before Itachi could respond, Kisame interjected, astonished. "What? You are Gumu. You were resurrected by Edo Tensei. Could you be the reason the second Mizukage initiated the first ninja world war?" If Kisame had harbored doubts moments ago, after conversing with Itachi, he was now certain of Gumu's identity as the figure immortalized in the sculpture within the Mizukage's office. "You know me?" Gumu furrowed his brow, unaware of the events that had transpired in the ninja world following Uchiha Shizume's demise. "To put it simply, I know of you." Though not intimately, Kisame struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet Itachi clearly sensed the emotional fluctuations emanating from him. Akin to a being navigating the endless night who has suddenly discovered a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness. "Kisame, do you still intend to assault the Leaf?" Itachi's true form appeared beside Kisame, who seemed accustomed to Itachi's sudden appearances. "Mr. Itachi, indeed, I shall not forget our mission to capture the Nine Tails. However, before that, I am eager to know, Mr. Gumu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Kisame believed that he could serve as a guiding light for the second Mizukage and consequently lead his own uncertain path. This straightforward declaration prompted several question marks to float in Itachi's mind. You might as well say it outright. I wish to betray the organization and follow Gumu. Chapter 88. The three legendary Sannin of Konoha gather. Uchiha Itachi gazed into the expectant eyes of Kasame Hashigaki and sighed inwardly. This individual, despite his formidable strength, has yet to find his true direction. The ancient tree seems to have become a beacon of hope for him. However, Uchiha Itachi was acutely aware that the existence of the ancient tree posed a significant threat to Konoha. The mere fact that it had injured Jiraiya and aided Orochimaru in the assassination of the third Hokage was enough evidence of its perilous nature. Such a being would undoubtedly become a formidable foe for Konoha in the future, potentially even endangering his younger brother, Sasuke. As a devoted elder brother, he could not allow any threat to Sasuke's safety. Kisame, our mission is to capture the Ninetales. Do not let any distractions interfere. As for the ancient tree, it is merely a dangerous entity not worthy of your allegiance, Uchiha Itachi stated calmly, attempting to dissuade Kisame from his inclinations. Kisame fell silent for a moment, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his eyes. He understood the wisdom in Itachi's words, yet deep within, he harbored a unique emotional connection to the ancient tree. Perhaps he yearned for someone who truly comprehended him, and the ancient tree seemed to provide that sense of understanding. Nevertheless, he was also acutely aware of Uchiha Itachi's sagacity and experience. In this intricate world, he required guidance. Mr. Itachi, I understand. However, if the ancient tree could truly help me find the answers I seek, perhaps. Kisame spoke softly, his tone laced with hesitation. Uchiha Itachi shook his head in resignation, recognizing that Kisame was ensnared in a web of contradictions. Answers? My sole objective is to resurrect the second Mizukage. If you are willing, Kisame, I can accept you, Itachi offered. Initially, the mention of the ancient tree had been casual, as he needed a rationale for joining the Akatsuki. To his surprise, Kisame reacted strongly upon hearing this. Resurrect the second Mizukage? Having grown up under the influence of stories surrounding the second Mizukage's exploits, Kisame could hardly refuse the prospect of reviving his idol. Indeed, I am willing to assist you in resurrecting the second Mizukage. However, before that, I must accompany Mr. Itachi to Konoha, Kisame asserted. The realization that the ancient tree aimed to resurrect a warmonger instilled a sense of caution in Uchiha Itachi. For someone who cherished peace, even at the cost of his entire clan's annihilation, the ancient tree had already been labeled a dangerous figure in his mind. To be honest, Itachi had not anticipated the immense esteem held for the second Mizukage among the ninja of the Mist Village. If he were to be resurrected, it could lead to widespread support. Yes, the organization anticipates your joining, Kisame. The ancient tree nodded, not rejecting Kisame's involvement. At the very least, he seemed straightforward and genuine. Furthermore, Kisame's persuasion could significantly enhance his chances of joining the Akatsuki. The organization? Kisame mumbled, somewhat uncertain of its meaning. Time flew by, and in a matter of days, the day of the meeting with Tsunade, as mentioned by Orochimaru, arrived. At this moment, the ancient tree quietly crouched atop a towering tree, its gaze serenely fixed on the horizon. Gradually, Orochimaru's silhouette became discernible, accompanied by a bespectacled ninja, none other than Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru, you have not broken your word. At least you have come in person, the ancient tree remarked, poised atop the tree's crown, its expression tranquil. Orochimaru smiled faintly at this acknowledgement. Why so formal? My dear ancient tree, I have always been eager to befriend powerful individuals, especially those with grievances against Konoha. Yet, he chose to remain mostly silent, merely awaiting Tsunade's arrival, fully aware that she would not easily dismiss his invitation. After all, he had prepared an enticing offer, the Edo Tensei technique, capable of reviving two individuals dear to her, her younger brother and her beloved. Oh, Tsunade-hime, you have indeed come, Orochimaru greeted with a smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Tsunade's eyes, though she remained silent. With her arms crossed and a frosty expression, she regarded Orochimaru coldly. Do not be so aloof. I am quite serious. Are you prepared? Orochimaru extended his bandaged hands, inviting Tsunade to inspect them, unperturbed by the prospect of her lethal intent. After all, with the ancient tree's formidable presence, Orochimaru felt he had the upper hand. With such a powerful ally, he found it difficult to conceive of any reason for failure. However, Tsunade did not immediately scrutinize Orochimaru's hands. Instead, a wave of indecision crossed her features. Soon, it appeared she recalled something, her gaze rapidly transforming into one of resolute determination. In an instant, Orochimaru's expression shifted as he beheld the swift approach of her mighty fist, his heart unexpectedly racing. This damn fool, she was actually intent on killing him. Chapter 89. Jiraiya's Fury. As Tsunade's formidable fist was about to strike Orochimaru's cheek with the weight of a mountain, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air from behind. In that critical moment, Kabuto, who had long sensed the impending danger, swiftly threw a kunai to intercept Tsunade's punch. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's expression darkened, exuding a chilling aura that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. "You actually wish to kill me, Princess Tsunade?" His voice was icy, filled with disbelief and rage. "Why have you betrayed our agreement?" Faced with Orochimaru's inquiry, Tsunade chose silence, yet her eyes betrayed her unyielding thoughts. "Orochimaru, I genuinely desire to resurrect those two." His tone grew more fervent, tinged with madness. "And I promised you that as long as you healed my hands, I would never strike against Konoha." However, Tsunade's expression remained unchanged, revealing a lingering sadness. "Orochimaru, spare me your sweet words." With her head bowed, she fought to suppress her yearning for those two. "I know, I truly know. I desperately long to embrace them once more. Yet this thought drives me to madness. I am aware that I am beyond redemption. It is that boy who reminds me of their aspirations. You once said that all corporeal things must eventually wither away." Tsunade's voice quivered as she reminisced about Naruto and their shared dreams. "Yet, there are indeed some things in this world that will never fade. Today, I shall eradicate you two disgraceful wretches." Before Tsunade could finish her words, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru. "Tsunade, it's been a long time." Upon seeing the figure of Kakashi, Orochimaru felt a flicker of relief. However, upon hearing Kakashi's words, he could not suppress a shudder, inwardly exclaiming, "It's over." He could not fathom why Kakashi knew Tsunade, but her expression indicated that it was far from a good sign. "Who are you?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, an intense killing intent radiating from her. She had resolved to slay those who insulted the dead. "Me?" Kakashi smiled lightly, slowly lowering his dark cloak to reveal a face reminiscent of the second Hokage in his youth. "I am your uncle Kakashi, dear niece." "What?" Orochimaru gasped, his eyes darting back and forth between Kakashi and Tsunade, incredulity etched on his face. In that moment, he finally understood why Kakashi seemed so familiar. It was because his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the second Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. "Kakashi, uncle?" Tsunade's voice faltered, a mix of confusion and bewilderment washing over her as she struggled to grasp the situation. "How can this be? What is happening?" Tsunade murmured, attempting to find a thread of clarity amid her chaotic thoughts. Yet, as she scrutinized Kakashi, an unsettling sensation surged within her. She keenly sensed an unfamiliar yet familiar aura emanating from him, as if concealing some enigmatic power. Could it be? She suddenly entertained a possibility, only to shake her head, unwilling to believe her own conjecture. But soon, her gaze sharpened. "You are an Edo Tensei body?" "Correct, but alas, there is no reward for your correct guess." Kakashi spread his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. His demeanor was relaxed, as if he had grown accustomed to such predicaments. "Listen to your uncle's advice. If you wish to avoid suffering, heal Orochimaru's hands." Kakashi continued, his gaze firmly fixed on Tsunade, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Kakashi's stance, Orochimaru, who had been tense, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Kakashi was not betraying him as Tsunade had. "Why would you assist Orochimaru? Are you not aware that he is the root cause behind the third Hokage's demise and the devastation of Konoha?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, unable to comprehend why Kakashi, a member of the Senju clan, would engage in such actions. This was entirely unlike her brother and Dan, who would willingly sacrifice their lives for the village. "So, you are questioning me?" Kakashi wore an amused expression. "Am I not allowed to question you regarding your actions?" Tsunade's face flushed with anger, particularly upon witnessing Kakashi's seemingly indifferent demeanor, which ignited a fire within her. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between Kakashi and her brother that fueled her indignation. "Huh, what a question. If I were to tell you that I personally killed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, how would you react?" Kakashi crossed his arms, his tone devoid of emotion. "What?" Tsunade shot a skeptical glance at Orochimaru, who stood beside Kakashi. "Indeed, if not for Kakashi's assistance, my hands might have been completely sealed by that old man." Orochimaru licked his lips with excitement, reveling in Tsunade's flustered state. "Kakashi, your existence is a complete insult to my Senju clan." Tsunade's expression turned furious, utterly taken aback that Kakashi not only failed to stop Orochimaru's antics but also aided and abetted him. "Huh?" Kakashi chuckled at Tsunade's words, amused by her outrage. as if Naruto's protagonist aura had dulled her wits, causing her to abandon her desire to resurrect her cherished ones. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi closed the distance between them, his overwhelming presence causing Tsunade to tremble. With a swift motion, he grasped her head, lifting her effortlessly. "Tsunade, you, who are so oblivious, still dare to lecture me from a position of superiority? Whether I can represent the Senju clan is not for you to decide. Reflect on the state our clan and the Uchiha clan have been reduced to by those fools. The Uchiha clan now consists of but a few scions, while the Senju clan is in an even worse plight. Aside from you, it is nearly impossible to find another clan member. You, release me. You disgrace of Konoha, you are unworthy to lecture me." Tsunade was shaken by Kakashi's overwhelming power but stood resolute, refusing to show fear. Kakashi recognized that she was likely beyond saving. The so-called will of fire had thoroughly warped her mind. After being brainwashed for decades, it would be difficult for her to regain her former self anytime soon. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate her, for it seemed her mind was truly compromised. Kakashi turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, issuing a subtle threat to Tsunade. Upon hearing the so-called uncle speak to her so mercilessly, Tsunade's expression stiffened. She suddenly realized that her earlier words might have been somewhat excessive. Since her birth, she had been pampered by Hashirama, leading to an unintentional sense of superiority upon discovering that Kakashi belonged to the same clan. "Stop. Bring her back. A living person is always preferable to the dead." Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback by the ease with which he subdued Tsunade. If he could conduct experiments using her body, he vowed he would undoubtedly uncover something revolutionary. "Everyone, cease this at once." At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Upon learning that Tsunade had confronted Orochimaru alone, Jiraiya rushed toward the scene in a frenzy. Seeing Tsunade being lifted effortlessly by that familiar and terrifying figure, Jiraiya's anger ignited, and without hesitation, he unleashed a colossal fire release technique. Chapter 90. Confrontation with the Fourth Hokage. At that moment, noticing that the ancient wood had become distracted, Tsunade immediately concentrated her energy in her legs. Her leg muscles swelled, veins bulged, as if imbued with boundless power. Then, with a swift motion, she executed a powerful side kick aimed at the ancient wood's abdomen. Painful heaven kick. Tsunade roared, her voice reverberating through the forest. This was a unique martial technique she had developed, possessing incredible strength capable of creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Moreover, the speed of this kick was astonishing, reaching the ancient wood in the blink of an eye. The ancient wood's eyes narrowed as he relinquished his grip on Tsunade's head. Boom. The kick, infused with terrifying force, struck a centuries-old tree beside the ancient wood, cleaving it in two. The tree toppled with a resounding crash, branches and leaves scattering in all directions. Is Tsunade's strength truly this fearsome? Naruto Uzumaki, standing beside Jiraiya, was left in utter astonishment as he witnessed the tree soaring through the air for nearly 100 meters. "Orochimaru, long time no see. I never imagined you would associate with such a dangerous individual," Jiraiya remarked, his gaze fixed on the ancient wood standing beside Orochimaru, his expression gravely serious. If this individual was present, their situation was indeed perilous. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" Shizen, carrying a small pig, hurried to Tsunade's side, relieved to find her unharmed. "Yes, I'm fine, but Orochimaru must not be spared." Tsunade's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was imperative for her to eliminate Orochimaru at this moment. Otherwise, she feared her resolve might waver in the future. There was a possibility that she could be compelled to collaborate with Orochimaru for the sake of the impure world reincarnation. Indeed, this man was the architect of the third Hokage's demise. She could not let him escape, even if it was for the sake of avenging her teacher. Jiraiya was already contemplating how to divert the ancient wood's attention. He could not stand idly by and witness Tsunade's demise at his hands. "You seem quite confident." The ancient wood observed, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Jiraiya from a distance. Regardless of whether Tsunade was willing to act, the situation would not change. "You will act, whether you desire to or not." Jiraiya felt a shiver run through him at the ancient wood's icy stare, instantly recalling the scene of his own chest being pierced. He understood all too well that had the ancient wood not shown mercy, he would have long since met his end. Remembering this, Jiraiya hastily cautioned Tsunade, "Tsunade, stop fooling around. We need to leave now. This man is a vessel of impure world reincarnation, possessing near-immortal capabilities. More importantly, I suspect his power may surpass that of a typical Kage, perhaps even reaching the level of a Super Kage." Upon hearing the term Super Kage, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. She finally recognized that her earlier words to the ancient would have been a reckless gamble. If the ancient would harbored any intent to kill, she would struggle to remain standing here. Could it be that his slaying of the third Hokage was shrouded in hidden motives? A sudden epiphany struck Tsunade as she recalled a phrase the ancient would had previously uttered. Let him have a good look at the fate of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Upon reflection, this fate referred to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the gradual decline of the Senju clan. If this trend were to continue, it was quite possible that both clans would vanish from the ninja world within a few decades. Contemplating this, Tsunade felt a heavy weight settle upon her. Tsunade, what are you thinking? Now is not the time to be distracted. Jiraiya's voice was tinged with urgency as he observed Orochimaru approaching. He understood that his strength alone would not suffice to protect those behind him. Yes, you're right, we should leave. Tsunade cast a few more glances at the ancient wood. Her curiosity piqued regarding the reasons behind his slaying of the third Hokage. Was it possible that the decline of the Senju clan and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan were all orchestrated by the third Hokage? Jiraiya seemed to have noticed Tsunade's distraction as well. Ever since he mentioned that the ancient wood's power was that of a super Kage, Tsunade's focus had faltered. Tsunade, do not fear, I am here. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safe escape from this place. Jiraiya declared resolutely, his tone brimming with determination and courage. No sooner had his words fallen than the ancient wood's figure appeared beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you would do well not to seek death. I have no interest in you. The ancient would cast a glance at Naruto, who was hiding behind Jiraiya, sensing a fierce hostility emanating from him. In an instant, the ancient wood's gaze shimmered with a purplish light of the soul. A terrifying spiritual pressure surged, invading Naruto's soul realm like probing tendrils. Within the tranquil expanse of his consciousness, the ancient wood strolled gracefully, searching for the sealed Ninetales. Although he had no interest in the Ninetales' power, it did not hinder him from conducting his experiments. This was the first time he successfully entered another's mental world through the extreme pressure of his spirit. Who are you? And why have you appeared here? Before the ancient wood could locate the Ninetales, a voice of astonished inquiry rang out behind him. He turned to see a strikingly handsome man with yellow hair clad in a Hokage cloak, amusement flickering in his eyes. It appeared he had not successfully entered the mental realm containing the imprisoned Ninetales, but instead found himself in the space where Minato's soul resided. The fourth Hokage? The ancient would surveyed his surroundings, noting the pervasive darkness. It was evident that this so-called hero of Konoha was oblivious to his son Naruto's plight and was unaware of the hardships Naruto had endured over the years. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Minato inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the ancient wood with a familiar expression. Where's the Ninetales? Allow me access to its domain. The ancient wood, disinterested in engaging in futile conversation with Minato, regarded him with a gaze tinged with pity. For he was but a pawn deceived by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Ninetales? Impossible. Upon hearing the name, Minato's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with determination. He likely suspected that the individual before him was an enemy. In that case, I shall defeat you. The ancient wood's eyes glinted coldly as he summoned the spectral form of the cursed blade, Muramasa, and slashed towards Minato. A massive wave of black blade energy surged forth, hurtling towards him. Minato's expression shifted dramatically as he spread his arms wide. Rasengan, a blue sphere of chakra materialized in his hands, rapidly expanding to collide with the black blade energy. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the two forces clashed, generating a powerful shockwave that scattered everything in the vicinity. Chapter 91. You are not the only one with a trick up your sleeve. The defeated Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the unexpected display of strength. I never imagined you possessed such power. But this is merely an appetizer. Gomoku's expression remained stoic as he raised the cursed blade Muramasa once more, preparing to unleash an even more formidable attack. Boom! A terrifying force coalesced into a massive purple slash, creating titanic waves on the soul pool. What? Minato's eyes widened in alarm as he felt the overwhelming pressure of the soul, finally understanding why this creature could intrude upon Naruto Uzumaki's mental realm. Whoosh! Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato deftly evaded Gomoku's deadly strike. Much like Naruto employing the sage art, Ras and Shuriken to subdue the Ninetales within the realm of souls, he could wield his jutsu even within this ethereal consciousness. Flying Thunder God, is it? Your version appears to be an enhanced iteration. Gomoku observed Minato with a calm demeanor, his expression devoid of any tumult. You cannot kill me. Depart from this place, or I shall show you no mercy. Minato's voice was resolute. a faint glimmer of determination shining in his gaze. He had no desire to engage in an extensive confrontation with Gomoku. The mark he left behind was solely to intervene should the Ninetales run amok. However, Gomoku dismissed Minato's warning with a nonchalant air. No mercy? Very well, then. Before he could finish his sentence, Gomoku's figure vanished, only to reappear beside Minato like a bolt of lightning. The speed was astonishing, leaving even Minato momentarily dumbfounded. Almost simultaneously, he detected a familiar spatial fluctuation, one that bore striking resemblance to his own Flying Thunder God technique, yet with subtle differences. Surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated Gomoku to possess such advanced space-time ninjutsu. Minato, refusing to underestimate his opponent, swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God, creating distance between himself and Gomoku, sending waves crashing in his wake. You can also use the Flying Thunder God? Who are you? Minato's gaze sharpened. In his recollections, the only other ninja capable of wielding the technique independently was the Second Hokage. The Flying Thunder God was a forbidden jutsu devised by the Second Hokage, indicating that this individual was indeed a ninja from Konohagakure. Is the Flying Thunder God difficult to master? Gomoku asked, effortlessly closing the gap between them. Noticing that Minato hadn't conjured any soul artifacts, Gomoku surmised that he was likely refraining from wasting his power. Please, take this seriously. With a single hand gripping the cursed blade, Gomoku swung it forward, unleashing several purple sword chi that surged toward Minato with lethal intent. The sudden onslaught forced Minato to retreat continually, constricting his available space to maneuver. Damn it! Minato's expression hardened. He recognized that allowing Gomoku to penetrate Naruto's consciousness would lead to catastrophic consequences. Regrettably, he no longer had the opportunity to see Naruto one last time. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Minato, his previously narrowed eyes slowly widening, revealing a resolve and determination akin to a profound connection with a potent force. His robes billowed, and a resplendent golden light radiated from his being, akin to flames that rippled across the water's surface. The Ninetales chakra mode. I never imagined you could harness such a technique. It seems your soul has reconciled with the Ninetales during your time within the Shinigami's belly. Gomoku felt the surge of power emanating from Minato, a hint of delight gracing his features. Unlike the corporeal realm, the soul is an ethereal essence without boundaries. The strength of one's soul directly correlates to the potency of any other marks left behind. I have warned you to leave. I shall not lay a hand on you. But now, your opportunity has vanished. Minato was acutely aware that forcibly connecting with the Shinigami and transporting its soul consciousness here would exact a heavy toll. Regardless of the battle's outcome, his soul mark would eternally dissipate. Whoosh! With the activation of the Ninetales chakra mode, Minato reached the pinnacle of his power. Not only could he form kunai, but his instantaneous movement rivaled that of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, as he confidently unleashed a decisive punch, he was astonished to find Gomoku effortlessly catching it with a single hand. Boom! The clash of their powers generated tremendous shockwaves, sending water erupting into the air, displacing the very essence of the surrounding space. Enjoy the thrill of power, do you? You're not the only one capable of entering a special mode. Gomoku slowly turned his head, his voice laced with an ominous chill. An overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from him. The purple specters twisted and coiled around him like tendrils, ultimately coalescing into a suit of dark purple armor that enveloped Gomoku completely. Chapter 92. Congratulations, you were fortunate enough to witness my pinnacle moment with a crisp crack. A black demonic mask materialized upon Gumu's visage. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, brimming with murderous intent and fervor, exuding a hint of madness. As the full force of the Demon Slayer mode unleashed, Gumu's power surged tremendously. A suffocating pressure of spiritual energy enveloped him, rendering the surrounding space as though it had been frozen in time, with everything suspended in stillness. The water droplets that had been floating in the air abruptly coalesced into a dense cluster, hanging motionless, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Wolfing Watergate gazed at the scene before him, astonished. He sensed the terrifying spiritual power radiating from Gumu, causing him to furrow his brow. He realized that had it not been for the enhancement of the Ninetales chakra mode, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such spiritual pressure. This guy's soul power is utterly terrifying, he thought, a grave expression crossing his face as he reevaluated Gumu's strength. Barely had the thought crossed his mind when Gumu's figure surged forward, his obsidian fist carrying a menacing wind, seemingly on the verge of shattering space itself. Wolfing Watergate, acting decisively, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly widening the distance between himself and Gumu. He understood that he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle. Immediate action was necessary. Without hesitation, he hurled a series of kunai forged from condensed spiritual power. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance, third style. With a furious shout, golden brilliance erupted, illuminating the once dim space. Bluffing Watergate darted through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. In an instant, he reappeared directly above Gumu's head. Senjutsu, Rasengan! Bluffing Watergate exclaimed, seamlessly activating Sage Mode under the influence of the Ninetales Chakra Mode, merging both forms flawlessly. He was confident that this ninjutsu would inflict significant damage upon Gumu. However, Gumu's might seem to transcend all imagination. In the face of Bluffing Watergate's full-force strike, Gumu merely raised his arm, adorned with black iron claws, effortlessly conjuring a solid barrier of purple waves that repelled Watergate's most potent jutsu. Bluffing Watergate's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that his strongest technique could be so easily countered. The magnitude of Gumu's strength surpassed all his expectations. At that moment, Bluffing Watergate profoundly recognized that the difficulty of this battle exceeded his wildest conjectures. What should I do? Must I truly resort to that mode? Bluffing Watergate considered the implications of using Tailed Beast transformation, knowing it would inevitably attract the attention of the other half of the Nine Tails within Naruto's consciousness. Yet, without such a measure, he could hardly conceive of a strategy to overcome this adversary. In the brief lapse of contemplation, Bluffing Watergate swiftly realized that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow this foe to breach Naruto's consciousness. Boom! An oppressive force manifested upon Bluffing Watergate, causing the surrounding water droplets, which had been suspended in midair by spiritual pressure, to explode violently. In the blink of an eye, a colossal golden Ninetales emerged within Gumu's line of sight. Has he transformed into a tailed beast? Gumu's gaze remained stoic. Do you comprehend what it means to reach the limits within the realm of spiritual consciousness? As his words hung in the air, the surrounding space instantaneously became suffocating. An even more terrifying spiritual pressure seemed to take on a tangible form, enveloping Gumu, while purple-black oppression caused the very fabric of space to fracture. Congratulations, you are fortunate enough to witness my pinnacle, Gumu declared, his demonic mask glimmering with crimson light. He understood that only within the exclusive realm of spiritual consciousness could he unleash his fullest potential. As Gumu's words faded, Bluffing Watergate, now transformed into a tailed beast, rapidly conjured a tailed beast bomb. This sphere, resembling a massive black meteor, radiated a heart-stopping energy as it hurtled toward Gumu above. Boom! The dark-tailed beast bomb, accompanied by a thunderous roar, surged toward Gumu with tremendous might. Yet, just as it was poised to collide with Gumu's body, it was abruptly halted by an unseen force, hovering motionless in the air. What? Bluffing Watergate's eyes trembled as he witnessed the surrounding space disintegrating, a wave of indescribable helplessness washing over him. He had never encountered such formidable power, instilling within him a sense of dread and apprehension toward Gumu. What kind of terrifying force is this? Bluffing Watergate murmured, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, a purple light streaked across the sky, followed by a resounding boom. Bluffing Watergate's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the suspended-tailed beast bomb shatter into countless fragments. Demonic ghost armor. Gumu's eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, his deep, gravelly voice resonating in the air, reminiscent of a judge from the depths of hell. As his words fell, a massive purple-black specter manifested around him, towering hundreds of meters high, exuding a chilling aura. This apparition harmonized perfectly with Gumu, forming an immense armor that encapsulated him. In stark contrast, Bluffing Watergate's tailed beast form appeared insignificant, akin to a fledgling chick before a giant. Gumu's hands grew colossal, resembling a mountain, as he bore down upon the tailed beast form of Bluffing Watergate with unmatched authority. Bluffing Watergate attempted to evade, but the oppressive force of space rendered him immobile. Even his efforts to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape proved futile. Ultimately, beneath the gaze of despair in Bluffing Watergate's eyes, Gumu effortlessly subdued him to the ground with a single hand. It is over. Gumu offered Bluffing Watergate no opportunity for idle chatter, commanding the demonic ghost armor to crush the tailed beast form of the Ninetales. The space began to fragment, and Bluffing Watergate's spiritual essence gradually transformed into specks of light. On the verge of vanishing, you may depart in peace. With me here, Naruto shall not come to harm. Gumu observed Bluffing Watergate's slowly dissipating figure, resolute in his intention to intervene in Naruto's developmental trajectory, facilitating his rapid growth. Accelerating the pacing of events would render it easier for him to revive his beloved girlfriend. As Woofing Watergate's consciousness began to fade, he bore an expression tinged with profound confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of Gumu's final words. Had he misunderstood Gumu's intentions from the very beginning? Woofing Watergate felt a sense of futility. Had he known this would transpire, what was the point of their battle? As the space continued to shatter, Gumu finally reached the realm of consciousness where Naruto resided. Upon entering this space, Gumu was immediately met with an overwhelming aura, akin to a ferocious beast poised to pounce. This presence could easily consume one's consciousness. The chilling voice of the Nine Tails echoed throughout the dimly lit space. Human, this is not a place for you to intrude recklessly. Depart immediately, and perhaps you may preserve your life. However, Gumu remained undeterred by the Nine Tails' intimidation. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, quickly locating the area enclosed by a red barrier. Observing its emptiness, a hint of a smile crept across Gumu's lips. Raising his gaze toward the Nine Tails concealed above, he retorted without reservation, "Nine Tails, do you truly believe you can frighten me with such antics? Is that not a touch Navi?" The purpose of the Nine Tails was instantaneously discerned by the ancient wood. It initially sought to instill terror in the ancient being. Yet it evidently failed in its endeavor. "You damned, malevolent entity." Before the words could fully escape its lips, the ancient wood erupted with an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Boom. The violet spiritual aura suffocated the very atmosphere, rendering the space oppressive. The Nine Tails, concealed atop a pillar, felt as though it had been crushed under a mountain, plummeting to the ground. Its expression shifted from one of loathing to sheer bewilderment as it gazed at the terrifying ancient wood beyond the barrier, instantaneously recalling unsettling memories. It felt as though it had been transported back to that fateful encounter with Uchiha Madara, experiencing once more the paralyzing fear of being dominated. In light of this recollection, the Nine Tails' demeanor softened considerably. "I shall be compliant. I beseech you, grant me mercy." Chapter 93. The little pig is quite plump. It should smell delightful when roasted. It seems you possess quite a discerning nature. Gumu observed the Kyuubi, who had initially been filled with animosity towards him. Now lying obediently on the ground, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "Are you feeling defiant? Do you require me to lift the seal?" Gumu's eyes narrowed slightly, intending to exert control over the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi quickly shook its head, a look of apprehension gleaming in its eyes. It could easily discern the aura of strength emanating from Gumu, whose overwhelming presence rendered it breathless. The oppressive sensation felt akin to an iron grip tightly clasping its throat, leaving it gasping for air. "No, no, no. That won't be necessary. I am quite comfortable here," the Kyuubi stuttered, fearing that its response would not satisfy Gumu. "Come here. Kyuubi, you are far too dangerous." Gumu extended his arm, beckoning the Kyuubi to approach. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, a series of question marks appeared above the Kyuubi's head. "Dangerous? I am dangerous." Yet even so, the Kyuubi understood that resistance would only lead to suffering. Much like facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it had once attempted to defy authority, but now it had grown considerably more compliant. "Kyuubi, I will bind you to my will." Gumu placed a single hand upon the Kyuubi's forehead, an overwhelming spiritual pressure cascading down upon it. In an instant, a purple soul imprint appeared upon the Kyuubi's brow. The Kyuubi was not a biological entity, but rather a manifestation of chakra. It was uncertain whether it possessed a soul, yet nonetheless, Gumu could easily exert control over it. "It's over. All is lost." The Kyuubi's tone was filled with despair, its ears drooping like a drenched dog. It had initially thought that this was akin to Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, merely a temporary control. However, it now realized that this mark intended to bind it for eternity. In light of this, the seal was rendered unnecessary. With a glimmer of hope in the Kyuubi's eyes, Gumu grasped the red wooden pillar, the aura of a malevolent spirit beginning to spread across it, before easily shattering it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, although it seemed much had transpired, it had only been a matter of seconds. Jiraiya stared gravely at the approaching Gumu, his desire to fight already extinguished. Just as he prepared to divert Gumu's attention to create an escape route for Tsunade and the others, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Naruto Uzumaki. Boom! Crimson chakra surged forth like a torrential wave, instantly forming a massive pillar that violently sent Jiraiya flying backward. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding scene, his mind swirling with shock. What is happening? Could it be? The Kyuubi has broken the seal. His gaze fixated on Naruto, enveloped within the blood-red chakra pillar, his body trembling involuntarily. At the same time, Tsunade and Shizune exhibited expressions of horror, unable to comprehend why the previously stable seal had suddenly gone awry. After all, they were acutely aware of the Kyuubi's formidable power. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sacrificed his life to seal the beast. Now, faced with this unforeseen turn of events, they had no time to react. How amusing. The Kyuubi has broken its seal? Orochimaru observed from a distance, his eyes gleaming with delight, his focus resting on Gumu. Instinct guiding him to believe that this incident was somehow linked to Gumu. We cannot allow the Kyuubi to escape. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he unfurled a scroll behind him, intending to seal Naruto along with the Kyuubi. Sealing technique. 5-element seal. With 2 fierce shouts, Jiraiya formed hand seals and began chanting incantations, a grayish-white aura enveloping him, growing denser until it coalesced into a gigantic hand. This hand shimmered with the 5 hues representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was one of Jiraiya's most proficient sealing techniques, the 5-element seal. By harnessing the power of the 5 elements, he aimed to reinforce the seal that was loosening within Naruto's abdomen. However, just as Jiraiya's fingers were about to make contact with Naruto, a terrifying rebounding force erupted from the latter. This power was colossal, sending Jiraiya hurtling through the air. Boom. Jiraiya's body crashed into a large tree, creating a thunderous sound. His complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? The seal has been completely broken. It was evident that the previous attack did not originate from Naruto, but rather from the beast within him, the Kyuubi. Through his perception, Jiraiya realized that the creature had entirely broken free of its constraints. This meant that the Kyuubi was now liberated, no longer bound by any limitations. Free to unleash its full power. For Naruto Uzumaki, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. The Kyuubi could, with a mere thought, consume Naruto's spirit, thereby seizing control of his body and transforming him into a puppet devoid of consciousness. What the hell do I do now? Jiraiya glanced over at Tsunade, his eyes filled with deep conflict. Should he allow the Kyuubi to take complete control of Naruto's body? Jiraiya, you are Naruto's mentor. The next course of action falls to you. Tsunade approached Jiraiya, recalling the fate of previous Jinchuriki who had lost control, such as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Rin no Era. We must leave. We need to relay the information about the Kyuubi's loss of control back to Konoha. Jiraiya was still struggling to make the decision to eliminate Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto has already awakened the 5 tails. Our time is running out. Do you wish for Konoha to endure the harrowing Kyuubi rampage once more? The tailed beasts hold a grudge too. Before Jiraiya could depart, Tsunade's urgent reminder sent a shiver through him. His once spirited demeanor instantly dimmed. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Gumu and the menacing Orochimaru. He understood that it was unlikely he would leave this place alive. A sense of resignation washed over his eyes. Tsunade, you should return to Konoha. I will handle things here. I will not allow the Kyuubi to reach the village. Shizen, return and inform Konoha to be vigilant and send reinforcements. I will keep the Kyuubi and Jiraiya occupied here. Tsunade shook her head, unwilling to abandon her companions at such a critical moment. Very well, Lady Tsunade. Shizen, albeit anxious, quickly complied, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. She swiftly picked up the little pig and darted towards Konoha. However, just as she took a few steps, a malevolent blade emanating a purple-black aura suddenly appeared before her, swiftly embedding itself into the ground, blocking her path. Boom. With a resounding crash, the blade plunged deep into the earth, unleashing a powerful wave of purple energy that propelled Shizen several meters into the air. Simultaneously, the pink little pig was thrown to the ground, rolling beside Shizen. Oink! Oink! The little pig emitted low grunts, attempting to approach Shizen to check on her injuries. However, as it took just a few steps, it suddenly felt its gaze inexplicably elevated. Then, a voice akin to that of a demon echoed in its ear. This little pig appears quite plump. It would surely make a delectable roast-suckling pig. Chapter 94. The uncontrolled Nine-Tails. The pet pig, Tun Tun, was an exceptionally intelligent ninja pig, capable of comprehending human speech. Upon hearing the terrifying voice of Gumu, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, it became pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, and exhibited a visage of sheer terror. It emitted distress sounds, as if pleading for its owner's help. Tun Tun flailed its small body in a frantic attempt to escape Gumu's grip, but Gumu's strength was overwhelming, holding the pig as tightly as a vice, rendering any escape futile. You scoundrel, let go. Let go of Tun Tun. Shizen, in pain, managed to rise, clutching her injured arm, determined to confront Gumu. She was not mistaken. Gumu was not jesting with her. Damn it. Tsunade seemed to have noticed Gomu's presence as well. If no one relayed this information back to Konoha, her and Jiraiya's efforts would be in vain. She had no confidence in her ability to defeat the Ninetales. You go ahead and assist Shizen. I will hold off Orochimaru and Naruto. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. He was unwilling to see Tsunade sacrifice herself here. All right, but be careful, she replied. With that, Tsunade swiftly appeared by Shizen's side, her expression grave as she regarded Gomu. Gomu, what exactly do you intend to do? She was unaware of Gomu's motives. At that moment, Gomu was stroking Tun-Tun's soft fur. Yet his gaze appeared cold and unfeeling. This juxtaposition of tenderness and chill was utterly chilling. Tun-Tun, in Gomu's arms, was on the verge of fainting from fear. Go and heal Orochimaru's hands, Gomu stated expressionlessly, his tone unnervingly calm. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief at this request. How could she possibly heal that wicked Orochimaru? However, upon witnessing the terror reflected in Tun-Tun's eyes, her resolve began to waver. She realized that if she refused Gomu's demand, Tun-Tun might endure even greater suffering. At that moment, Jiraiya had already charged toward the rampaging Naruto Uzumaki. Despite his reservations, he found himself gradually losing ground against the six-tailed Naruto. Jiraiya was pinned to the ground, unable to retaliate. The battle escalated dramatically, leaving the entire area in ruins. Impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade made her choice. Compared to the future of the Leaf Ninja, the loss of a pet pig was painful but acceptable. Moreover, what were the conditions for stopping the rampaging Ninetales? All right. Summon Orochimaru. Upon hearing Gomu's words, Tsunade's expression shifted, or rather, it seemed she had been waiting for Gomu to speak. You are quite fickle, Gomu indicated to Orochimaru, who, receiving the signal, appeared with skepticism. Upon learning that Tsunade was willing to heal his hands, his expression was one of evident surprise. Tsunade, what prompted this change of heart? Orochimaru observed the green glow emanating from Tsunade's hands, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Shut your mouth, Tsunade replied, her brow furrowing slightly. The injuries on Orochimaru's hands were evidently more than mere physical wounds. Gomu, I am already tending to Orochimaru. Please assist Jiraiya in combating the rampaging Ninetales, Tsunade implored, her brow tightly knitted with concern. Gazing at this younger man, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, shortly after her words, the uncontrollable Ninetales suddenly ceased its assault on Jiraiya and, with astonishing swiftness, turned to leave. Its abrupt action left everyone present in utter confusion. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the Ninetales retreat. Countless questions raced through her mind, yet no reasonable explanation surfaced. The Ninetales' behavior was entirely unexpected. As if an invisible force were orchestrating everything, that force seemed to be connected to Gomu. Tsunade couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Gomu, who stood there impassively, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. A flicker of doubt arose within her, but she could not ascertain whether it truly related to Gomu. If all of this were under Gomu's covert control, solely to compel her to heal Orochimaru, how terrifying that would be. It seems no intervention is necessary. Gomu shrugged, gesturing for Tsunade to proceed. Although Tsunade felt a pang of frustration, having promised Gomu to heal Orochimaru, she found herself unable to shamelessly retract her commitment. Moreover, she sensed that if she reneged, Gomu might resort to some extreme measures to coerce her into compliance. This man seemed intent on having Orochimaru accomplish certain tasks. Tsunade, what is this? Jiraiya, witnessing the Ninetales controlling Naruto vanish beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, refrained from recklessly pursuing. He hurried to join Tsunade. To his astonishment, he found that while he had been engaged in a desperate struggle, Tsunade was positioned behind, healing the enemy. Do you wish for me to live forever? I agreed to Gomu's conditions. I would heal Orochimaru in exchange for his assistance in restraining the Ninetales, Tsunade explained, feeling uneasy under Jiraiya's scrutiny. Seeing this, Jiraiya had no choice but to remain cautiously by Tsunade's side, prepared for any unforeseen developments. The atmosphere grew quiet, and after a few breaths, Shizen, noticing the diminished hostility among the group, cautiously approached Gomu. Could you possibly hand Tun-Tun over to me? Gomu's little pink pig, Tun-Tun, had rolled its eyes back, frothing at the mouth, having succumbed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gomu, and had fainted moments ago. Chapter 95. Entering the Akatsuki organization, Gomu cast a fleeting glance at the silent Shizun who had inquired of him. Merely a glance was sufficient to send a shiver down her spine. She felt as if Gumu's gaze could devour the very essence of a human soul. Nevertheless, Gomu returned the creature to Shizen. As a vessel of impure reincarnation, Gomu felt no need for rest, sustenance, or even the sensation of pain. This hollow existence left him feeling akin to a living corpse, and it seemed this state would endure for some time. With a sigh, Tsunade wiped the cold sweat from her brow. The injuries sustained by Orochimaru were peculiar, and she found herself unable to effect a complete cure. However, she could manage a temporary restoration. "Tsunade, do you still wish to kill me?" Orochimaru asked with a mocking gaze, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. As he flexed his wrist, he sensed a newfound strength coursing through it, a stark contrast to the previous weakness he had felt. "Tsunade, we must take our leave. The news of the Ninetales rampage must be promptly communicated to the people of Konoha," Jiraiya said gravely, standing beside Tsunade. He understood that lingering here to engage with Orochimaru could jeopardize their mission. They had a more pressing task at hand, relaying the news of the Ninetales outburst to the rest of the village. "Very well," Tsunade nodded. And upon seeing the unfamiliar Gumu make no move to impede her, she breathed a sigh of relief. If he truly were her uncle, would he not be her only family in this world? As Tsunade and Jiraiya vanished from sight, Gumu's expression grew particularly frigid. His gaze emanated a chilling aura, as if the very air around him had frozen. "Orochimaru, it is time to attend to business." Gumu's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional undertone. His eyes bore into Orochimaru, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Of course, a resurrection is assured. Yet, Gumu's demeanor remained unyielding. His gaze remained sharp, seemingly issuing a warning any deception or betrayal would bear dire consequences. Orochimaru sensed the intensity of Gumu's stare and internally lamented. This individual was certainly not easily manipulated. However, he continued, "Finding the body of the second Mizukage is somewhat challenging, so the impure reincarnation might be akin to a lottery. I ask for your patience." As Orochimaru spoke, Gumu's aura surged, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. This terrifying spiritual force caused beads of sweat to form on Orochimaru's brow. "Are you courting death, Orochimaru?" Gumu's cold words were laced with deadly intent. Orochimaru's countenance shifted to one of panic as he hurriedly explained, "Gumu-kun, please remain calm. I shall do my utmost." He realized that Gumu was a natural nemesis to his undead reincarnation, and fear began to creep into his heart. He understood that Gumu was not someone to be trifled with. Offending him could lead to insurmountable trouble. "Rest assured, we will actively pursue the impure reincarnation. Should we succeed, we will contact you immediately, Gumu-kun." Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, urgency evident in his tone. "Bear in mind, my time is limited. If you fail at the critical moment, I will not hesitate to drag a few along with me to the netherworld," Gumu stated coldly, his eyes glinting with a foreboding frost. "Come here." Under Gumu's oppressive gaze, Orochimaru felt a tightening in his chest, yet he forced a chuckle and approached with caution. Perplexed, "Gumu-kun, what is your intent?" As Orochimaru drew near, Gumu's eyes flashed with a chilling intensity, and in an instant, he seized Orochimaru by the forehead. "Orochimaru-sama!" Kabuto exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the assault, instantly rushing to confront Gumu. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra that enveloped his hands, coalescing into a sharp surgical knife aimed at Gumu's back. However, just as the knife was about to pierce Gumu, an immense force erupted from his body. A resounding crash echoed as Kabuto was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gumu-kun?" Orochimaru swallowed hard, feeling a rare twinge of trepidation. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, he was genuinely unaware of the whereabouts of the second Mizukage's body. At that moment, Gumu's expression sharpened, a powerful aura radiating from him. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming pressure as waves of spiritual dominance manifested like purple specters, lunging towards him. These apparitions circled above his head, emitting eerie wails. Orochimaru's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wished to resist, but his body refused to obey. Ultimately, these specters converged above him, leaving a purple mark upon his brow. "Do not attempt any tricks, otherwise you shall come to regret it," Gumu coldly warned, casting a final glance at the ashen-faced Orochimaru before turning away. "Orochimaru-sama, are you alright?" Kabuto struggled to his feet, approaching Orochimaru. "And no, I'm fine. You should head to the land of Earth and see if you can locate the body of Uchiha Shursui." Orochimaru waved dismissively, acutely aware of the strange purple-black aura spreading within his consciousness. With this thought, a chill ran through his eyes as his wariness towards Gumu intensified. Indeed, this individual was a perilous presence. Orochimaru began to regret having summoned Gumu through impure reincarnation. Unlike the control he exerted over the Ninetales, The mark Gumu left within Orochimaru's mind was far more formidable. Should he entertain any nefarious thoughts, the specter would swiftly consume his very sanity. According to their prior agreement, Gumu soon arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Within his sight, two figures cloaked in black and red clouds and wearing conical hats caught his attention. Gumu-sensei, you have finally arrived. Kisame Hoshigaki greeted with a smile as he observed Gumu's approach. So, how did your mission fare? Gumu looked at the corporeal form of Itachi Uchiha before him, noting that he had not employed Genjutsu on Kisame. We were sealed within the stomach of a toad by Jiraiya, but fortunately, Itachi-san successfully facilitated our escape. Upon hearing this, Gumu scrutinized the expressionless Itachi. Thus, it appears he must have utilized the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. I wonder how Itachi's vision fared now. Surely he has not gone blind? Joining the Akatsuki requires the recommendation of two individuals. Kamoka followed behind Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, setting off towards the Land of Rain. Rest assured, Mr. Kamoku, I assure you that you will undoubtedly be able to join the Akatsuki, Kisame responded. As for Uchiha Itachi, he remained silent throughout, adopting a demeanor of aloof mastery. Chapter 96, Kakuzu, have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? Before long, the three arrived at the border of the Land of Rain. The climate here is harsh, with incessant torrential downpours, prompting the construction of most buildings in Amigakure from steel to withstand the relentless erosion from rain. The streets are lined with drainage holes, rendering the village a veritable fortress of steel. Currently, Amigakure is under the dominion of the Akatsuki organization, initially founded with the noble intention of bringing peace to their homeland. Nagato, over time and through a series of events, succumbed to darkness. He resolved to gather all nine-tailed beasts and ignite an unprecedented war to conquer the entire shinobi world. Consequently, the Akatsuki has transformed into a mercenary organization that operates beyond the control of any nation, exploiting the conflicts of smaller countries to expand the scale of warfare and disrupt the balance and order among nations. Is that you, Kisame? Back so soon? Did you manage to capture the Nine-Tails? They are equipped, observing the return of the Sharkman and Itachi Uchiha, who returned empty-handed. His gaze occasionally scrutinized Itachi, as he could not forget the memory of being thoroughly defeated by him. If given the chance, Deidara would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his dignity. No, we failed. We encountered Jiraiya, Kisame replied candidly, summarizing the outcome. Ha ha ha. No worries. You may have failed, but there's still me and Sasori, right? Leave the task of capturing the tailed beasts to us. Deidara addressed his companion, Sasori. However, Sasori remained unresponsive, displaying a stoic demeanor, completely ignoring Deidara's banner. Curse you. Sasori, this isn't over, Deidara exclaimed, unable to contain himself upon witnessing Sasori's condescending gaze. He retaliated with a clay bomb. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Sasori leapt away to evade the explosion, his irritation palpable from the unexpected attack. Who told you to ignore me? All you do is fiddle with your broken puppets. Deidara persisted, embodying a carefree spirit. Better than playing with mud, Sasori retorted. Get your hands off my mud. That is art. Deidara shot back, feeling provoked by Sasori's words, and prepared to escalate the confrontation. Take my clay bomb, ate this. As Deidara initiated his grand display, countless sheets of paper began to swirl and gather above the rooftop. With a rustling sound, a beautiful woman clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, with short lavender blue hair, appeared above them. Deidara, stop fooling around. We have newcomers today. The leader requests you both to come in for a meeting, Conan admonished coldly from above. Newcomers? At the mention of newcomers, Deidara's eyes sparkled with interest as he scanned the surroundings, eventually focusing on the figure draped in black robes. Kaguki. This is the newcomer, huh? Hello, I am Deidara, the most artistic member of the Akatsuki. Please take care of me. Deidara leapt toward Kaguki, eager to showcase his artistry. However, Kaguki merely disregarded him, following Kisame and the others into the Akatsuki's base. What? Ignoring your senior? Such arrogance from a mere junior. Deidara scoffed, but quickly proceeded into the Akatsuki's inner sanctum. As they ventured deeper, Kaguki arrived at a dimly lit, spacious area. Numerous Akatsuki members clad in black and red cloud robes stood atop large pillars, exuding an air of superiority. Among them, Conan had approached Nagato, silently observing Kaguki from below. Meanwhile, Itachi and Deidara took their respective positions. In the Akatsuki, strength reigns supreme. The closer one is to Nagato, the stronger they are perceived to be. Itachi had evidently become an indispensable right-hand man. Itachi, how did your mission fare? Nagato inquired, bypassing Kaguki to ask about the progress concerning the Nine Tails. Leader, the mission failed. We encountered Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, Itachi reported. Jiraiya, you say? If it was him, then your failure is understandable, Nagato mused thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Kaguki standing below. You must be Itachi, the newcomer who sought to join the Akatsuki, correct? What name do you go by? Nagato inquired, his expression inscrutable. Over the years, the notorious reputation of the mercenary Akatsuki had attracted many rogue ninjas from other nations hoping to join. Regrettably, the Akatsuki had long since abandoned its founding ideals and would not accept the weak. Kaguki, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Kaguki stepped forward, removing his black robe to reveal a strikingly handsome face reminiscent of the Second Hokage in his youth. He raised his gaze to meet Nagato's, his violet eyes exuding an intense pressure, unmistakably the Rinnegan. Alas, he was but a vessel of impure earth, unable to transplant the Rinnegan. Kaguki, a rogue ninja from Konoha? Have you heard of him? Nagato directed his question to the other ninjas standing on the pillars. I haven't heard of him. He must be a mere fodder ninja, Hayden replied arrogantly after pondering for a moment. Indeed, I am unfamiliar with any formidable ninja named Kaguki from Konoha, Kakuzu added, observing Kaguki thoughtfully. I see. Nagato's voice was cold. Kaguki, if you wish to join the Akatsuki, you must demonstrate your strength. The Akatsuki is an organization that seeks to change the shinobi world, and those without strength will only hinder progress. Under Nagato's intense gaze, Kaguki remained impassive. Any ordinary ninja would likely find it difficult to articulate a response under the pressure of the Rinnegan's aura. Kakuzu, long time no see. It seems you have healed your wounds but forgotten the pain. You even forgot about me. Kaguki's enigmatic statement left Kakuzu bewildered. Kakuzu, do you know him? Hayden asked, puzzled. I do not know, Kakuzu replied, equally confused. Despite his long life, he could hardly remember someone who appeared to be significantly younger than himself. Upon seeing Kakuzu's bewilderment, Kaguki suddenly unleashed a powerful gust of wind chakra, causing Kakuzu's eyes to widen in realization. It's you brat. Kakuzu would never forget the brutal beating he received from Hashirama Senju, nor the severe injuries he sustained from a wind release technique wielded by a Konoha Umbu before that. Kakuzu, you truly recognize him? Nagato inquired. Someone from my era, but why does he look so young? Kakuzu replied, a hint of envy in his gaze, as he observed Kaguki, who appeared to be in his teens. Chapter 97, Confrontation with Tendo Pain. The leader, Gumu, is indeed a vessel of impure resurrection. Previously summoned by Orochimaru within the Hidden Leaf, he has now freed himself from control. Furthermore, he has even triumphed over Jiraiya. Initially, Tendo Pain did not take much notice. But upon hearing that this resurrected youth had managed to defeat his own teacher, Nagato, who manipulates Tendo Pain, could not help but regard Gumu with newfound respect. Such talent is precisely what the Akatsuki organization requires. Gumu, your strength has earned our recognition. You are now a new member of the Akatsuki, Tendo Pain declared, immediately consenting to Gumu's inclusion. The core plans of the Akatsuki are known only to the senior members, and Nagato does not fear any ulterior motives from Gumu. After all, most members have their own agendas. Now, let us proceed to the main topic. The purpose of this gathering is to issue a mission to capture the tailed beasts. For the one tail, Deidara and Sasori will go, as you are familiar with that area. The two tails will be handled by Kakuzu and Hayden. The four tails will be taken by Itachi and Kisame. Kisame, your water techniques will prove advantageous. As for you, Gumu, as a newcomer, you may accompany any of these groups at your discretion. This operation is designated as the Tailed Beast Capture Plan, and it will commence today. Once Tendo Pain concluded the mission briefing, everyone dispersed. Later, Conan sought out Gumu and crafted a black and red cloud cloak for him, along with a ring engraved with the character Mu, symbolizing his identity. Wait, Gumu called out as Conan prepared to depart. Is there something you need? Conan turned, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze as cold as ice, standing like a mountain of frost. May I meet with the leader? I have matters to discuss, he replied. A hint of skepticism flickered in Conan's eyes, yet she was well aware of Tendo Pain's nature and did not worry about Gumu causing any disturbances. Follow me, she instructed, deciding to test Gumu's true strength using her paper jutsu. However, upon reaching the highest spire of Amage Cure, she was disheartened to find Gumu still below. Is this fellow's body flicker technique truly so sluggish? Just then, a perplexing voice echoed in her ear. Gumu, what brings you here? Tendo Pain's inquiry left Conan momentarily stunned, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously. In the blink of an eye, Gumu's figure had vanished without a trace, only to reappear directly in front of her. This terrifying speed of movement, could it be that he possesses space-time ninjutsu? A mixture of surprise and trepidation surged within Conan. Leader, you know I am a vessel of impure resurrection. To be frank, my sole purpose in joining the Akatsuki is to achieve complete revival. Set forth your terms. Gumu regarded Tendo Pain, who exuded a palpable pressure, with an expressionless face, seemingly unaffected by the tension. Complete revival? What do you seek from me? I am incapable of such feats. In a distant mountain, Nagato, who controls Tendo Pain, trembled in shock. How could this individual know of his outer path, samsara technique? Leader, I prefer to be direct. My assertion is based on solid reasoning. The abilities of your eyes are not a secret from my era. Gumu spoke confidently, aware that the ninjas from his time were nearly all deceased, and thus, any falsehoods would likely go undetected. Reviving the deceased comes at a tremendous cost. Are you certain you possess the qualifications? Nagato, deep in the mountains, felt a weight of seriousness, as if his very essence were being laid bare. Could it be that this man had discerned the truth about his puppet nature? Should this individual be spared? It was precisely at this moment that, upon hearing Gumu's words, Conan subtly entered a state of readiness for battle. She would not allow anyone other than herself to learn of Nagato's true nature. Thus, I propose conditions. What are your terms? Gumu glanced at Conan, who was poised to strike. He refrained from using force. Nagato was too steadfast, likely unwilling to act against his own will, even in dire circumstances. Conditions? You are quite audacious. Let me see what grounds you have for such arrogance. Tendo Pain finally interjected, his voice tinged with emotion. Through his gaze, Nagato could sense that Gumu appeared to regard him with utter disregard. Leader, allow me to handle this, Conan interjected as Tendo Pain prepared to step into the fray. She understood that Nagato's use of Tendo Pain's abilities against Gumu would inevitably drain his life force. Nonsense, my mind is made up. Gumu has bested Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. You are not his match. Tendo Pain dismissed Conan's concerns, guiding Gumu to the animal path. Summoning technique. Under the animal path summoning, Tendo Pain, along with Conan and Gumu, soon arrived in a desolate forest. Leader, please be cautious. Do not go too far, Conan cautioned, her eyes betraying her worry. She knew she could not dissuade the obstinate Nagato and merely hoped he would not exert too much power. Chapter 98. Have you ever witnessed my true prowess? Xiaonan, distance yourself for a moment. The forthcoming commotion may be rather significant. The Deva Path of Pain's gaze exuded an air of dominance and silence. Having triumphed over Jiraiya, Nagato was acutely aware that Gumu's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, this confrontation was destined to be a fierce battle, aimed at discerning whether Gumu possessed the potential worthy of Nagato's investment. Understood, I shall be cautious, Xiaonan replied, her expression earnest as she executed the dance of the Shikigami, ascending to the bough of a great tree. Let us commence. The Deva Path of Pain's voice resonated coldly, his countenance transforming into one of unyielding ferocity, as if he intended to rend all asunder. With a swift motion, he extended his palm, unleashing a deep and powerful roar, Shinra Tensei. In response to this incantation, an overwhelming gravitational force erupted from his hand. The ground trembled as countless fragments of stone shot upwards like rain, and the once sturdy earth began to quiver. Not far away, Gumu was irresistibly drawn toward the Deva Path of Pain, as if ensnared by an invisible giant hand. This gravity is indeed formidable. Suspended in midair, Gumu's gaze remained fixed on the Deva Path of Pain, who had begun to coalesce a black rod in his hand, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. Yet, Gumu felt no fear. Rather, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. He grasped the air with one hand, summoning a sharp demonic blade Muramesa into existence. Rather than being subdued by the Deva Path of Pain's gravitational pull, he adeptly harnessed this force, launching a counteroffensive. Annihilation, 8 consecutive strikes. Gumu swung the demonic blade with remarkable speed, each stroke infused with boundless killing intent and a fierce momentum. The relentless flurry of strikes surged forth like a tempest, manifesting into terrifying purple crescent slashes that raced towards the Deva Path of Pain with the power to obliterate all in their path. Through his Rinnegan, the Deva Path of Pain discerned the cataclysmic force emanating from these purple crescent slashes. He could not afford to be negligent. He promptly activated his abilities, tearing apart the surrounding trees in an instant. The massive trunks hurtled toward Gumu's onslaught like cannonballs, attempting to intercept the barrage. Boom! With a deafening crash, colossal trees descended from the sky, resembling massive blades aimed directly at Gumu. However, his reaction was extraordinarily swift. He swung his blade with ferocity, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of energy that tore through the approaching trees effortlessly. These fragments scattered across the ground, a testament to the immense power of his strike. The trees, towering nearly 100 meters and thick enough for several people to embrace, crumbled before Gumu's blade as if they were mere fragile plastic. What kind of power is this? Xiaonan, observing from a distance, was engulfed in profound bewilderment, having never encountered such mysterious strength before. Realizing his attack had faltered, the Deva Path of Pain stepped forward, conjuring a black rod, prepared to engage Gumu in a direct confrontation. However, as Gumu's blade was poised to make contact with the Deva Path of Pain's form, it bellowed, "Bensho Tenin." With that exclamation, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from the Deva Path of Pain, causing Gumu's offensive to momentarily stall midair. "It is over," the Deva Path of Pain declared, his expression dark and resolute, a hint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes as he faced Gumu. With the black rod aimed at Gumu's chest, he thrust violently. In that instant, a kunai appeared above the Deva Path of Pain, and Gumu vanished in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a fearsome slash that roared through the air, the entire ground trembled violently, fracturing beneath the intensity of the blow. Clouds of dust and debris began to spread. Xiaonan trembled, unable to believe her eyes. The Deva Path of Pain had swiftly fallen to a disadvantage. As the dust settled, it became apparent that the Deva Path of Pain had sustained no harm. Instead, the animal path stood before him, now rendered incapacitated beneath the remnants of the devastating strike. Its form shattered and lifeless. Is this creature unharmed? Despite knowing it was merely a puppet, Gumu felt compelled to express concern. Not to worry. At Nagato's behest, the other Pains lifted the animal path, intending to reconstruct it. "So, do you wish to continue? Your recent ninjutsu resembles the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the Second Hokage, does it not?" The Deva Path of Pain scrutinized Gumu, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Second Hokage, and a realization dawned upon him. "Is there a problem?" "Not particularly. However, such efforts alone will not compel me to expend my life force for you. Fear not. I merely wish to demonstrate that my strength far surpasses yours." Gumu, perceiving Nagato's obstinacy, resolved to further enhance Naruto's training, hoping to enable him to master the Nine-Tails chakra mode ahead of schedule. He was eager to witness Nagato's demeanor when Naruto bested him in combat. Perhaps, in that moment of defeat, he might contemplate resurrecting himself. "You are quite arrogant. Merely a relic of a bygone era," the Deva Path of Pain remarked coldly, gazing at the youth before him. "Have you truly experienced my genuine power?" The Deva Path of Pain's eyes narrowed, the words laced with palpable pressure. "Oh." Gumu raised an eyebrow, his expression relaxed. "I am quite eager to witness it." No matter how formidable the Deva Path of Pain, he could only rival Naruto in his Six-Tails form. Meanwhile, Gumu held no fear of even the Nine-Tails. To him, the Deva Path of Pain was not worthy of his concern. "You will come to regret this. If I were to inform you that during our previous encounter, I did not even exert 50% of my strength." The Deva Path of Pain gazed down at Gumu with an air of detachment. "Will you still be so audacious?" Gradually, the Deva Path of Pain ascended into the air, intending to demonstrate to this newcomer the reality of the hierarchy of power. "I have already stated, my strength is far beyond yours." Gumu lifted his gaze, as narrowing as a terrifying purple aura began to manifest around him. "Let us put this to the test." Nagato, controlling the Pains, grew increasingly incensed by Gumu's insolence. As he channeled chakra furiously, the other Pains collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings. As for the Deva Path of Pain, the Rinnegan erupted with purple brilliance. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path of Pain spread his arms wide, unleashing an unfathomable repulsive force akin to a volcanic eruption, surging forth from his being. This power was so overwhelming that it threatened to annihilate the very fabric of reality. Damn it, Nagato was being reckless again. Xiaonan gazed at the figure of the Deva Path of Pain in the sky, her eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and concern. She understood well that should Nagato unleash this technique, the consequences would be dire. The area before her would likely be reduced to ruins, a wasteland bereft of life. At that moment, a deep voice emanated from the ancient tree. As his words resonated, a dazzling pillar of violet spiritual pressure erupted from his being, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, countless specters surged forth like a tidal wave, entwining themselves around the ancient tree. In the blink of an eye, a malevolent armor materialized upon him, exuding a disquieting aura. Under the wide-eyed gaze of heavenly path pain, the ancient tree stood resolutely in place, unmoving, even as the ground beneath him vanished. He remained steadfast in the air, his visage concealed behind a sinister mask that flickered with a terrifying crimson glow, instilling a sense of dread. How could this be? Far away in the depths of the mountains, Nagato coughed up blood. He could not fathom that an attack capable of shaking the tailed beasts held no sway over the ancient tree. Observing the ancient tree's demonic annihilation mode, Nagato instinctively sensed that the very essence of his soul was trembling. I do not know your zenith, but have you ever truly witnessed my real power? Chapter 99, Kakuzu. Do you enjoy tempting death? The figure of Gumu flickered like a specter, his speed astonishing even without the use of the flying thunder god technique. Eluding the perceptive gaze of Pain's Rinnegan, he surged forward with the swiftness of teleportation, stirring a tempest that threatened to rend the very fabric of space itself. The terrifying pressure of the wind contorted Pain's visage, threatening to transform it into a grotesque mask of despair. Your prowess indeed compels my acknowledgement, Pain remarked, tinged with surprise. Yet, he remained undaunted by Gumu's imposing presence, continuing, the Akatsuki welcomes your induction. However, your formidable strength complicates the resurrection process. It is likely that in reviving you, I may forfeit my own life. Pain's expression was grave and composed, unmasking the brutal reality of the situation. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To transcend the boundaries of life and death and seize the opportunity for rebirth, one must pay a price. A life for a life, perhaps that is the cost of this transaction. Fear not. You only need to understand that I am superior to you. And not by a trivial margin. That is sufficient, Gumu replied, observing the faint silver dust that scattered from his form, his tone imbued with a profound stillness. Very well. I hope to undertake the endeavor of resurrecting you, even at the cost of my own life. Pain conceded Gumu's strength, affirming that he was indeed more powerful. Despite having several hidden cards yet to play, he acknowledged this truth. His attacks ought to be reserved for more vital matters. With his objective fulfilled, Gumu voluntarily deactivated his demon-slaying mode. Casting a glance at the massive crater left behind, he departed the scene. Almost as soon as Gumu vanished, Conan transformed into delicate paper and appeared beside Pain. Nagato, do you truly intend to retain that individual within our ranks? Conan inquired, her brow furrowed, revealing deep-seated apprehension. A foreboding intuition lingered within her, as if she had unwittingly opened a Pandora's box filled with demons. It matters not. I merely exerted 7/10 of my strength earlier. Pain replied coldly, his voice imbued with unwavering self-assurance. He believed that regardless of Gumu's intentions, he possessed the capability to maintain control. After all, before encountering brutality, Nagato's demeanor was resolute. Moreover, as a reanimated body, Gumu's complete revival would hinge upon Pain's Rinnegan. This condition could be utilized to bind him, thus transforming him into a formidable asset for the organization. Pain calmly analyzed the situation. Alas, very well, Conan sighed in resignation, understanding that once Nagato made a decision, it would be difficult to alter. Despite her reservations, she chose to trust him. On the streets of Amigakure, Gumu intended to seek out Naruto, aiming to nurture him during this interval. He wished for Naruto to master the Ninetales chakra mode in advance so that when Pain invaded Konoha, Naruto could unleash his fury. Perhaps, in his moment of despair, Nagato would opt for complete resurrection. Being a newcomer without a partner, Gumu could freely select a companion to join him in capturing tailed beasts. Hey, you there, wait up. Kakuzu, who had been engaged in merriment with Haiden under a roof, suddenly jolted, calling out to Gumu. What's the matter? Gumu inquired, glancing at Kakuzu and Haiden. I heard from Itachi that you bested Jiraiya. Is that true? Kakuzu set down his cup, his words laced with a hint of skepticism. He harbored a vendetta, having not forgotten the previous humiliation inflicted by Gumu. Of course not. Do you truly believe that someone who looks barely past their teenage years could defeat Jiraiya? Gumu recognized Kakuzu's disposition and decided to seize the opportunity to appease him, lest he harbor lingering resentment. Indeed, Kakuzu, just look at this lad. It's evident he is barely 20. What strength could he possibly possess? Haiden chimed in, his demeanor irreverent as he stoked the flames. Then, Gumu, do you consent to come forth and allow me to kill you? Kakuzu's eyes glinted with malice, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. Though our leader prohibits internal conflict, you are an undead. You cannot truly perish. Sure, come at me. I want to die anyway, Gumu replied, extending his arms as if inviting death. Notably, the raindrops that fell around him altered their descent upon encountering his presence. Even if you remain silent, I will still seek vengeance. Kakuzu's gaze was frigid as he proclaimed. At that moment, his body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward Gumu. As Kakuzu drew near, his eyes began to tremble, hearing Gomu's chilling echo. You are the one who invites death. Do not blame me. The overwhelming spiritual pressure rendered Kakuzu's attack a mere whisper away from Gomu, a distance that felt insurmountable. Gomu grasped the air, conjuring a blade of wind. A formidable weapon forged from the tempest. Without hesitation, he pierced Kakuzu's body, impaling him completely. Ugh! What is happening? Is this some sort of acrobatics? Haiden exclaimed. Spitting out his drink in shock at the sight of the suspended Kakuzu, his eyes wide with disbelief. With the vanishing of Gomu's wind blade, Kakuzu collapsed to the ground. Kneeling in the rain, a trace of blood at his lips, acutely aware that his heart had ceased to beat. His eyes reflected profound fear and trepidation. Cursed Haiden. This damned fool, who said that those in their teens cannot be powerful. Though the leader forbade internal strife, Kakuzu thought, with so many hearts within him, he could afford to endure another blow. Gomu, stop. Haiden, who had been observing the battle, attempted to intervene. Yet, before he could make his move, Kakuzu interrupted. Haiden, do not seek trouble. While you may not perish, this individual will surely torment you to the brink of collapse. The terror he had just experienced made it clear to Kakuzu that Gomu was not someone he could provoke lightly. He began to ponder what trials this man must have faced over the years. Chapter 100. Training Naruto. You must transform him into a killer. It seems you have a knack for understanding, despite the chaos. However, Gomu did not eliminate the remaining heart of Kakuzu, for as he stated, all that was needed was to teach him a lesson. I admit my fault, Gomu. I shall be more cautious in the future, Kakuzu confessed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he had survived this long by being tough rather than compliant. Life was paramount. Dignity could be cast aside. Haiden, Kakuzu's partner, was well aware of Kakuzu's prowess. Witnessing Kakuzu's submissive demeanor, he wisely refrained from interjecting. He may have been arrogant, but he was not foolish enough to seek unnecessary suffering. Gomu chose to disregard the two, unwilling to assist the Akatsuki in capturing tailed beasts. His priority was to expedite the training of Naruto, hastening the progression of events. Due to Gomu's imprinting of a spiritual mark on the Ninetales, he was able to easily sense its location. He now stood at the border of the land of fire and the land of rain, beside a waterfall. Come forth, he commanded, and a golden-haired boy appeared at his side. Behind him loomed 9 crimson chakra tails, and his face bore red fox markings, with piercing red slitted eyes that exuded an intimidating aura. Master, is there something you require? The Ninetales, perceiving Gomu's command, immediately awaited his arrival. I need you to accept Naruto, transforming him into the perfect Jinchuriki. Can you accomplish this? Gomu's abrupt request left the Ninetales bewildered. Master, achieving a perfect Jinchuriki is not solely within my power. It also depends on Naruto's will. Though the Ninetales felt reluctant to acknowledge the young boy, he was bound by Gomu's command. His consciousness is likely still dormant, correct? Gomu continued. As per my request, seal Naruto's awareness, ensuring he cannot perceive the outside world. Now, release the seal and cooperate with me in this performance. Eh? Very well. The Ninetales, surprised yet understanding Gomu's intent, promptly released the seal on Naruto's consciousness. As the seal lifted, Gomu swiftly grasped Naruto's head and forcefully suppressed the Ninetales within him. What is happening? The awakened Naruto appeared perplexed. Where's the perverted sage? He touched his head, scanning his surroundings, soon locking eyes with Gomu, who held him captive. That man has abandoned you. Are you not aware? Gomu's voice echoed in Naruto's ears. It's you. You're lying. The perverted sage would never forsake me. Naruto's expression shifted to seriousness upon seeing Gomu, preparing to retaliate. Yet, without the Ninetales' assistance, his efforts were futile. Whether I lie or not, a visit to Konoha will reveal the truth. Gomu seized Naruto's small hand. Moreover, I am your savior. As for Jiraiya, he has fled back to Konoha without looking for you. The mention of a savior diminished Naruto's hostility somewhat. Not knowing Gomu, he sought clarification. What is your relationship with Orochimaru? Are you his subordinate? Subordinate? My connection with Orochimaru is merely transactional. I am but a wanderer who happened upon your plight, moved by your suffering under the Ninetales. However, I surmise your fate may mirror my own, likely to be imprisoned or exiled by Konoha. Naruto vehemently shook his head. That is impossible. The villagers must be searching for me. I need to return immediately. May I inquire your name? Gomu, he replied softly. Brother Gomu, please refrain from disparaging the ninjas of Konoha. They would never abandon their comrades. Additionally, I appreciate your assistance. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Naruto spoke earnestly, relieved by Gomu's apparent lack of hostility. As he gazed at Naruto's receding figure, A smirk of intrigue graced Gomu's face. What a compassionate Naruto. You must hasten your descent into darkness. Not long after entering the borders of the Land of Fire, Naruto soon encountered Konoha's Umbu ninjas searching for him. Upon spotting Naruto, they swiftly surrounded him, their expressions grave. Seeing that they were indeed searching for him, Naruto wiped away a tear, feeling a surge of gratitude. Thank you, everyone, but I can return to Konoha on my own. While Naruto was lost in his emotions, the Umbu exchanged glances, interpreting Naruto as a guise for the Nine Tails. They decided to either seal him or eliminate him on the spot. An uncontrollable Jinchuriki was no longer a source of comfort for Konoha's ninjas. Chapter 101. The Annihilation of the Umbu Ninjas. Are you ninjas from Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto felt the piercing gazes surrounding him, a sense of vigilance surging within, yet he still asked with a glimmer of hope. However, before he could finish his sentence, a chilling voice interrupted him. Attack. In an instant, two small squads, comprising 6 Umbu ninjas, lunged towards Naruto without hesitation. Their movements were swift and decisive, clearly honed by rigorous training, and their strikes were ruthless and unyielding. One of them mercilessly shot a signal flare into the sky, summoning attention from patrolling ninjas nearby, who approached with expressions of wariness, understanding that the Nine-Tails' presence had been detected. What is happening? I am Uzumaki Naruto, the very Naruto of Konoha. Naruto attempted to explain, his voice laced with urgency and helplessness. Against these formidable Umbu elite, he found himself utterly powerless. Within mere moments, he was effortlessly pinned to the ground. Of course we know you are Uzumaki Naruto. We are here to capture you, Uzumaki Naruto. Sneered the masked Umbu team leader, his words dripping with a sinister aura. His gaze was cold and merciless, as if regarding a lamb destined for slaughter. He exerted relentless pressure, holding Naruto firmly down. Why? Why is this happening? Naruto cried out in pain, confusion and disbelief etched across his face, his body trembling slightly. The accursed Nine-Tails is still disguising itself. One of the ninjas shouted angrily. His fists clenched, revealing deep-seated hatred towards the Nine-Tails. It was evident that he bore a significant grudge against the beast. Indeed, we cannot allow the Nine-Tails to continue this charade. Another Umbu ninja concurred, his voice imbued with resolve. We must seize this opportunity to seal the Nine-Tails away for good, proposed an Umbu member, prompting several others to swiftly draw sealing scrolls, preparing to contain Naruto. However, just as the sealing technique was about to make contact with Naruto, a terrifying surge of crimson chakra erupted from his body. The powerful wave swept through the area, sending the Umbu members near him tumbling through the air. They watched in astonishment as fear crept into their hearts. Damn it, the Nine-Tails has taken control of his body. One Umbu ninja cursed, his expression darkening, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes beneath the mask. I knew he was disguising himself. It was as I suspected. Another ninja gritted his teeth, his tone a mix of frustration and fury. The incapacitated Umbu swiftly regained their footing, launching a barrage of ninjutsu attacks. Earth style, earth flow. Wind style, vacuum wave. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the surrounding Umbu performed their hand seals, multiple ninjutsu surged toward the transformed Uzumaki Naruto. Those wretched humans dare to seal me again. Perish, roared the Nine-Tails, its anger palpable. Had they been stronger, it might have remained silent, but these weaklings dared to challenge its might, an affront it could not tolerate. Boom. The Nine-Tails unleashed a furious roar, the sound waves tearing through the ground as if they were tangible. The ninjutsu attacks dissipated effortlessly upon encountering the sonic force. Damn it. We must hold him off. Reinforcements will arrive soon, shouted several Umbu, who were once again sent sprawling by the roar, their bodies crashing against the great trees. Groans escaping their lips as blood surged within them. In the brief moment that the Umbu strategized, the transformed Naruto, moving with terrifying speed, conjured a whirlwind of crimson strikes. Before the remaining Umbu could react, their bodies were swiftly severed, blood splattering against the trees, the air thickening with the stench of gore. The Nine-Tails' wrath seemed uncontrollable, its roars echoing like thunder, causing ringing in the ears of all who heard. The ground shattered beneath the waves of sound, as if the very world trembled in response. Despite their formidable prowess, the Umbu appeared minuscule and fragile in the face of the Nine-Tails' overwhelming power. Their ninjutsu attacks were consumed, rendered to nothingness. Damn it! One Umbu ninja cursed, witnessing the demise of his comrades. He understood that against such a powerful entity as the Nine-Tails, they had to give their all, stalling for reinforcements. Yet, the Nine-Tails' strength was too immense, leaving them gasping for breath. Once more, the transformed Naruto struck with blinding speed, appearing before the remaining Umbu in the blink of an eye. The crimson blade in his hand radiated an aura of death, chilling to the bone. Before they could react, life was snuffed out once again. Blood splattered around, the metallic scent overwhelming, inducing nausea. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for comprehension, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. The last surviving Umbu could not even muster a response, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the scene. The Nine-Tails' might and savagery instilled profound fear within him. This is nothing short of a monster. The lone Umbu, witnessing his companions treated like mere toys in the clutches of the Nine-Tails, felt his pupils constrict in sheer terror. However, the Nine-Tails offered no opportunity for the final Umbu to react or flee. In mere moments, it slaughtered those who sought to seal it, as effortlessly as if crushing insects. By the time Kakashi Hatake arrived with Konoha's elite ninjas, they were left in shock at the sight of the blood-soaked ground and the figure of Naruto, radiating crimson chakra, standing amidst the carnage like a demon. Chapter 102. Turning Point. What is happening? Naruto? Has he truly lost control? The worried gaze of Sakura Haruno accompanied her as she rushed forward. Sakura, quickly relay the information from here back to Konoha. As for me, I will guide Naruto Uzumaki back to the village, Kakashi Hatake stated with a chilling demeanor. Indeed, as the intel suggested, Naruto had spiraled into chaos. This familiar scene stirred unsettling memories within Kakashi. Sakura's face displayed shock upon hearing Kakashi's words. She glanced around at the devastation, her heart heavy with sorrow as she observed the fallen Konoha ninjas. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement with Kakashi's plan. What have I done? At that moment, Naruto, regaining consciousness, stood frozen amidst the blood and corpses littering the ground. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. Despair etched across his features. The metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air, almost suffocating. Is that you, Kakashi? You must believe me. I didn't do any of this, Naruto exclaimed, raising his gaze and noticing Kakashi not far away, his eyes pleading for help. He longed to prove his innocence, but struggled to articulate his plight. It was the Nine-Tails. It controlled me, he shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. Naruto knew that only Kakashi could rescue him, the only one who would trust his words. Don't worry, Naruto. I absolutely believe you, Kakashi replied, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his heart a tumult of emotions. Come here. I will take you back to Konoha. Everyone will help you. He extended his hand toward Naruto, hoping to alleviate the boy's doubts and fears. Feeling warmth spread through him at Kakashi's words. Naruto wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, determination flickering within him. All right, Kakashi-sensei, he affirmed, stepping forward rapidly toward Kakashi. Though anxiety still lingered in his heart, he trusted that Kakashi would not deceive him. However, just as Naruto was about to enter Kakashi's range, Kakashi struck without warning. His movements were swift and resolute, devoid of hesitation. A blinding flash of lightning erupted from his hand, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra. Raikiri, with a deep, resonant shout. Kakashi executed his signature jutsu, the lightning cutter. The terrifying technique sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, Kakashi's figure dashing forth with a ghostly swiftness, transforming into a streak of blue energy aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding chaos. His throat felt constricted, unable to utter a sound. Never had he imagined that Kakashi would turn against him. Locking eyes with Kakashi, he was met only with a strange, frigid gaze. Naruto attempted to speak, but found himself rendered voiceless. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart, the pain overwhelming. In that moment, he realized that he had not earned Kakashi's trust. A wave of despair and loneliness washed over him. Yet, facing Kakashi's assault, Naruto refused to falter. Gritting his teeth, he stifled the agony within and focused on maintaining his composure. He understood that this was not the time for tears but rather a moment to confront the imminent threat. Instinct for survival kicked in, propelling Naruto to evade the attack. However, despite his transformation into the Three Tails, he could not completely escape the lethal strike. The lightning cutter pierced his arm, blood gushing forth, the pain excruciating. Kakashi-sensei, why? Confusion and disbelief filled Naruto's gaze as he clutched his wounded arm, his expression contorted in suffering. He could not fathom why Kakashi had chosen to strike him, nor could he grasp the underlying reasons. At that moment, a flicker of resentment ignited within Naruto. If he had not dodged in time, that blow would have pierced his chest, leading to irreparable consequences, perhaps death or severe injury. He simply could not understand why Kakashi would act so harshly towards him. It was the Nine-Tails' fault. Why was he being blamed? What do you mean? Why? Are you still pretending, Nine-Tails? Kakashi admonished, his wrist crackling with electricity as he fixed an icy stare upon Naruto. the three tomo of his Sharingan glowing ominously. His voice was low and stern, imbued with unbridled fury. You have slain numerous Konoha ninjas. Do you truly believe you could escape unscathed today? Faced with Kakashi's accusations, Naruto felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He cast his gaze downward at the corpses strewn across the ground, his thoughts a tumultuous mess. Naruto opened his mouth to clarify the truth, yet found his words inadequate, seemingly powerless against the gravity of the situation. He did not know how to convince Kakashi of his innocence. Left with no choice, Naruto resolved to retreat from the scene. He understood that remaining here would only foster further misunderstandings and conflict, though his heart brimmed with injustice and reluctance. His foremost priority was to ensure his own safety while seeking an opportunity to clear his name. During his escape, several Konoha ninjas attempted to impede him, but he effortlessly dispatched them. Ultimately, it was not until Kakashi had driven Naruto into his Six-Tails form that he truly managed to elude the relentless pursuit. To put it more accurately, it was Kakashi who fled from the retaliation of the Six-Tails Naruto. Chapter 103. Intent to kill. Naruto pursues Sasuke. What could this mean? Deep within the mountains of the Land of Rain, a pained expression crossed the visage of Naruto Uzumaki, as though he were enduring some profound torment. At this moment, he resolved to delve into his consciousness to communicate with the Nine-Tails. However, each attempt ended in failure, leaving him engulfed in frustration and despair. You seem troubled. A familiar voice echoed softly in his ear, seemingly emanating from the ethereal void, yet distinctly audible. Surprised, Naruto lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Kaguki. Brother Kaguki, why are you here? With a slight smile, Kaguki replied in a calm tone, I have always been here. Upon hearing this, Naruto regained his composure and glanced around, discovering he had returned to the waterfall where he had first met Kaguki. Everything felt so familiar. And there stood Kaguki at a distance, silently observing him. Brother Kaguki, please help me. You are the only one who does not fear me, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward as if clutching a lifeline. The other Leaf ninjas either want to kill me or seal me away. His eyes betrayed a sense of grievance. Why must he bear the blame for something instigated by the Nine-Tails? He felt woefully wronged, his heart brimming with indignation and helplessness. Help you? How can I assist? Removing the Nine-Tails from your body would only lead to your demise. Kaguki's icy gaze sent a shiver through Naruto's heart. Is there no other way? Of course there is. I shall aid you in your training. Once your strength grows to a level where you can confront the Nine-Tails directly, then you will have the power to control your own body. At Kaguki's words, Naruto's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Then I entrust this to you, Brother Kaguki. But why are you helping me? Naruto inquired, puzzled. The most valuable thing he possessed was the formidable tailed beast, Kurama, yet Kaguki seemed indifferent to it. For no particular reason. If I must provide an explanation, perhaps it is simply that I find you to be amiable. Then, thank you, Brother Kaguki. Naruto's eyes shone with gratitude. He was unafraid of Kaguki's intentions, for it was Kaguki who had saved him. Without his intervention, Naruto would have been unable to control his own body. Time flowed swiftly, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Naruto had been undergoing rigorous training under Kaguki's guidance, but the smiles that once adorned his face had diminished, replaced by an aura of intensity and resilience. It was difficult to fathom that Kaguki's first test for Naruto was to personally eliminate a wanted criminal from the Land of Rain. Naruto, your talent is indeed lacking. After all this time, you still have not mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Still beneath the waterfall, Naruto, with a great sword at his side, braved the powerful torrents, tirelessly honing his body and spirit. I'm sorry, Brother Kaguki. I have disappointed you again, he said, a hint of despondency etched on his face. In just half a year, he seemed to have matured significantly. No matter. However, I must inform you that Sasuke has defected. Are you aware of this? Kaguki stated calmly. This revelation struck Naruto like a thunderbolt, his heart racing. Despite having left the village for 6 months, he could not sever the ties he felt to it. During this time, he had devoted himself to relentless training, striving to harness the power of the Nine-Tails, hoping to one day return to the Leaf. Sasuke has defected. Why? Naruto's eyes brimmed with confusion. Sasuke Uchiha was a crucial bond for Naruto. He could not allow that bond to stray down a dark path. I do not know the reason, but I am aware that he is here. Do you wish to pursue him? Then I must ask for your guidance, Brother Kaguki. Although I may now be considered a rogue ninja of the Leaf, I will bring Sasuke back to the right path. Emerging from beneath the waterfall, Naruto donned his ninja headband, his expression radiating an unusual severity and resolve. Very well. This will serve as a test of the progress you have made in your training over the past 6 months, Kaguki nodded. leading Naruto toward the territory of the Land of Sound. Before long, they arrived at Orochimaru's hidden base. Kaguki and Naruto perched atop a great tree, quietly observing a Leaf team engaged in fierce battle not far away. This squad was comprised mostly of Naruto's old acquaintances, including Shikamaru, Neji, and Choji, who had come to capture Sasuke. Listen closely, do as I say. Shikamaru, the team leader, began issuing tactical commands. However, before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, causing his expression to grow grave. Shikamaru, what's wrong? Neji inquired, having just successfully led the team out of a predicament. But Shikamaru, as if witnessing something terrifying, pointed forward with a look of horror. That guy. Is Naruto Uzumaki, I sent it? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. His face bore no trace of joy, only profound fear. The Naruto they knew had now become an S-rank rogue ninja of the Leaf. Indeed, there he was, advancing toward them. What should we do? Naruto is an S-rank criminal, Choji said, his eyes filled with trepidation. Shikamaru, attempting to remain composed, reassured Choji, don't panic. Naruto seems to harbor no ill intent, and if he chooses to strike, we cannot escape. Yet, despite his attempts to remain calm, Shikamaru's heart raced. Just then, they heard a furious roar ahead. Those wretched fools, how dare they ignore me? Jirobo, having activated his cursed mark, bellowed with rage. His voice was thick with fury and murderous intent. Jirobo leaped through the air with tremendous speed, lunging toward Shikamaru and the others, exuding an aura that sent chills down their spines. Snapping back to reality, Shikamaru realized Jirobo's ambush, his eyes betraying a flicker of urgency and concern. Be careful, he shouted to his comrades. Seeing this, Choji prepared to use the expansion technique, intending to use his massive form to shield his teammates from Jirobo's attack. But just as he was about to act, a cold voice rang out, Rasengan. In an instant, Naruto's figure appeared above the team, a swirling blue sphere of energy in his hand, the powerful Rasengan. Without hesitation, he unleashed the attack upon Jirobo. With a thunderous crash, Jirobo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The terrifying jutsu caused his body to collapse, propelling him backward like an arrow released from a bow. After the assault, half of Jirobo's body had been utterly obliterated by the formidable Rasengan, and the cruel sight sent shivers down the spines of Shikamaru and his companions. With a thud, Naruto Uzumaki landed steadily on the ground. Once he regained his footing, he immediately turned to survey his surroundings, yearning to catch sight of those familiar figures. It had been an age since he had last seen these comrades, and a surge of anticipation and excitement welled up within him. However, when his gaze met that of the others, the hopeful glimmer in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Instead of the warmth of friendship and trust he had once known, he was met with an overwhelming sense of wariness and suspicion. Their eyes were filled with fear and unease towards him, as if confronting a complete stranger. Naruto Uzumaki, with a bitter smile within, understood that his companion still harbored trepidation towards him. After all, the seal containing the nine tails within him had indeed faltered. He had once believed that his friends would comprehend and embrace him, yet reality delivered a crushing blow to his expectations. Chapter 104. The Ancient Tree, Why Did You Strike Me? After a prolonged silence, Naruto Uzumaki, caught in a whirlpool of confusion, finally spoke. Sasuke, you're in there, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru, who had initially been apprehensive, breathed a sigh of relief. Various signs suggested that Naruto seemed to have returned to his normal state. Nonetheless, Shikamaru was still unwilling to gamble with his life. Noticing that his old companion had ignored him, Naruto's eyes darkened. He immediately made his way deeper into Orochimaru's base. Regardless of the circumstances, Naruto would not permit Sasuke Uchiha to defect from Konoha. Finally, Naruto has left. Shikamaru, did you know? I hardly dared to breathe just now. Akimichi Choji remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with trepidation towards Naruto. In conclusion, let us not rush. At least it seems Naruto harbors no significant hostility. We should proceed cautiously. As Shikamaru led his team closer, they soon discovered that Naruto had dispatched another sound ninja. Why are you here? Inquired one of the sound ninja, Daio, observing the pale, seemingly frail man before him with curiosity. I am here to assist Lord Orochimaru in completing the most crucial step of his plan. I would not miss this pivotal moment, Kumaru replied, glancing at the ominous coffin emanating a dark aura behind Daio. Besides, your movements are rather sluggish. Leave this fellow to me. Kumaru's voice was cold as he regarded Naruto from a distance. With his protection, he would ensure that no issues arose during this period. As Kunmaru departed with the coffin, Naruto followed closely behind, while Shikamaru found himself momentarily detained by Daio. Before long, Naruto arrived at an expansive prairie. At that moment, Kunmaru stood silently, carrying a massive object on his back, resembling an immovable mountain. "What is that you're carrying?" Naruto, already harboring some suspicions, could not resist inquiring. However, Kunmaru did not respond. His gaze remained fixed ahead as he muttered to himself, "It is almost complete." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Naruto. He immediately realized that this individual might be even more formidable than the sound ninjas he had previously encountered. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Without hesitation, Naruto unleashed his signature technique, multiple shadow clones. Instantly, countless identical figures of himself populated the prairie, filling the space with overwhelming presence. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled sounds, one shadow clone after another emerged from the smoke, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto's figure multiplied into thousands. Yet, despite the sheer number of foes, Kunmaru's expression remained as cold as ice. He murmured, "Corpse bone pulse, dance of the willows." Before his words faded, his body began to transform. Sharp white bones suddenly pierced through his previously unblemished skin, extending outward. These bones glimmered with a chilling light, akin to razor-sharp blades. As Kunmaru moved, these bones danced like agile willow branches, each swing imbued with lethal intent. His strikes flowed with an elegance that was both natural and deadly, leaving onlookers in awe. Bang, bang, bang. Under Kunmaru's relentless assault, Naruto's shadow clones were swiftly shattered, dissipating into clouds of smoke. Kunmaru glided through the remnants of the clones like a phantom, continuing his fierce onslaught. However, in the fleeting moments of battle, Naruto, enveloped in a surge of crimson chakra, suddenly manifested within Kunmaru's perception. Rasengan! The emotionless voice echoed in Kunmaru's ears. His eyes widened in shock, realizing that Naruto had summoned thousands of clones solely for this unexpected strike. Corpse bone pulse, iron blood defense. Kunmaru quickly summoned all his bone spikes, erecting a massive bone shield before him. Boom! The Rasengan, infused with the chakra of the nine tails, effortlessly pierced through the bone shield and slammed mercilessly into Kunmaru's body, sending him hurtling through the air. Bang! Dust billowed as a massive crater formed in the ground, as Kunmaru's figure gradually emerged. His once pristine skin was now marred with black markings resembling veins, creating an unsettling sight. "You have surprised me," Kunmaru remarked, observing the blood trickling from his arm. His expression tinged with astonishment. Simultaneously, the coffin nearby erupted violently from the intense disturbance. Amidst the swirling smoke, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged. Sasuke? Naruto's eyes widened with surprise. He never expected Sasuke to be inside that coffin. His instincts had proven correct. "Sasuke, why are you associating with Orochimaru and his ilk? Return to Konoha at once." Naruto shouted at Sasuke, who appeared lost in a trance. "Hiki. Haha." Sasuke continued to ignore Naruto, his body trembling as he laughed maniacally. "Sasuke, I am addressing you." Naruto's expression turned serious. Yet, upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Sasuke did not even glance in his direction and immediately dashed into the depths of the forest. "What are you distracted by?" Just as Naruto intended to pursue, he witnessed Kunmaru activating the first stage of his curse mark, a bone knife manifesting in his hand before he swiftly teleported in front of him. Bang! With quick reflexes, Naruto seized Kunmaru's attack, gripping the bone knife tightly, even as it cut into his palm. Just as Kunmaru prepared to unleash his bone explosion technique, the figure of the ancient tree suddenly appeared beside Naruto. In an instant, a formidable purple spiritual pressure erupted from the ancient tree, extinguishing Kunmaru's intent to strike. The sensation of impending death compelled Kunmaru to shatter the bone knife and retreat from the ancient tree's vicinity. "Brother Ancient Tree, what brings you here?" Naruto asked, astonished. He had already been prepared to unleash the power of the three tails to swiftly conclude the battle. "Go after Sasuke," the ancient tree instructed. "Understood." Naruto nodded in agreement and immediately set off in pursuit of Sasuke. Meanwhile, Kunmaru, seeing Naruto's intent to chase after Sasuke, also moved to intercept him. However, he had barely taken a few steps when the ancient tree's form vanished like an afterimage, reappearing directly in front of Kunmaru. "How goes the task I entrusted to Orochimaru?" Kunmaru, initially puzzled, hesitated. But upon seeing the striking resemblance between the ancient tree and the dangerous figure described by Orochimaru, he cautiously inquired, "Are you Mr. Ancient Tree? Thus, I inquire of you, how has Orochimaru's matter progressed? Must I take up arms to hasten the process?" The gaze of Kamoka bore a hint of impatience. Junmaru, whose lifespan was already waning, had most likely come with a resolute acceptance of his impending demise. However, before Junmaru could utter a word, a youthful voice resonated in the air, Konoha's gale force. The speaker was none other than Lee, a student of Might Guy. Yet, this individual did not direct his attack toward Junmaru. Rather, he launched an assault on the seemingly harmless Kamoka standing nearby. Confusion clouded Kamoka's mind as he pondered why this young man would choose to ambush him. Chapter 105. Despair of Little Lee Bang. Gumu grasped the ankle that had kicked towards his cheek with a single hand, his expression somewhat displeased. Who are you, and why have you ambushed me? Gumu slowly turned his head to gaze at the suspended Little Lee, held firmly in his grip. I am the azure beast of Konoha's new generation, Lee Rock. Little Lee declared, launching another attack with his other leg in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Observing this childish tactic, Gumu casually tossed Lee Rock away with a flick. Your attacking methods are far too simplistic. Are you here to amuse me? Gumu regarded the seemingly confident Lee Rock from a distance, perplexed about the source of his bravado. With such strength, had they been contemporaries, he would have easily overpowered him. Damn it. Apologies, but please wait a moment. I need to take some medicine. Gumu found amusement in Little Lee's words, glancing at the still motionless Kankuro nearby. He considered himself fortunate to face a rather polite adversary. Taking a bottle from his pocket, Little Lee quickly gulped it down. I feel a bit dizzy. After consuming the liquor, he stumbled about like a drunken master. Now, here I come, Little Lee proclaimed, charging towards Gumu, leaving him bewildered by the onslaught. Aren't you curious whether I am truly your enemy? However, as Little Lee closed half the distance, Gumu's figure suddenly vanished. He reappeared right in front of Little Lee, whose pupils dilated in response to the terrifying speed, nearly sobering him up entirely. Gumu struck with the force of a mountain, capturing Little Lee's head in one hand while effortlessly deflecting his relentless attacks with the other. Why are you so insistent on fighting me? Do I appear particularly easy to bully? As Gumu observed the sweating Little Lee, a mere aura of spiritual pressure awakened him from his stupor. How did I sober up? Little Lee questioned, bewildered. Answer my question, you audacious little brat, Gumu replied, his gaze unyielding. Who are you? Little Lee stammered, his eyes trembling as he felt his head gripped tightly by Gumu's hand. The sudden clarity brought him excruciating pain in his fists, akin to colliding with a mountain. Just then, Gumu sensed the whistling of projectiles approaching from behind. He swiftly dodged, disappearing from his previous location. Boom, boom, boom. The spot he had occupied was perforated by a barrage of sand bullets. You youngsters certainly have a penchant for ambushes, Gumu remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he regarded the confidently postured Gaara from a distance. He wondered why both Gaara and Lee Rock shared such unshakable confidence. Had they never experienced a thorough beating, rendering them oblivious to the need for humility in the presence of stronger foes? Gaara, what brings you here? We owe Konoha too much, Gaara replied, guilt evident in his eyes. Allow me to take the lead this time. Who is that person? Gaara inquired, curiosity piqued upon seeing the unfamiliar Gumu. I don't know. He must be one of Orochimaru's underlings. Little Lee shook his head. What do you mean? Aren't you comrades? Kankuro, observing quietly from a distance, questioned. Upon hearing Kankuro's inquiry, Little Lee appeared bewildered, asserting his ignorance. Hey, who exactly are you? Gaara, shrouded in a protective layer of sand, focused intently on Gumu. Since you are not allies, why not join forces to confront him? Kankuro desired to leave swiftly to pursue Sasuke, but found no opportunity due to Gumu's presence. Thus, he needed to collaborate with Gaara to seek an escape. Join forces? Gaara mused, perplexed. He scrutinized the youthful Gumu and questioned why Kankuro regarded him with such apprehension. Is he truly that formidable? What do you think? Little Lee rolled his eyes, displaying his bloodied fist as evidence. This is the outcome of our exchange. Just as Little Lee spoke, Gumu could no longer contain his laughter. Exchange? If we were to clash, you would be reduced to nothing. You scoundrel! Little Lee shouted, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger at Gumu's mocking demeanor. Gaara, witnessing the derision directed at his recognized adversary, grew cold. In that case, let us unite. Agreed. Kankuro's demeanor hardened, preparing for an assault. However, before the idea could fully form, he was astounded to see Gumu's black-clawed hand effortlessly pierce through Gaara's famed sand shield, capturing his head as if it were a mere chick. You are Gaara, correct? Do you still wish to join forces? Gumu's eyes glinted with a strange pressure, the weight of his spirit seemingly pressing against their very souls. This compelled Gaara to comply, while the Shikaka sealed within him instantly subdued, striving to diminish its presence. Little Lee, beside Gaara, trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. He widened his eyes, horrified by the scene unfolding before him. Gumu's dark iron claws had effortlessly penetrated the seemingly impenetrable sand barrier, seizing Gaara's head and lifting it with ease. In that instant, Little Lee realized that this individual was beyond their capacity to confront. Sand waterfall. Gumu vaguely heard Gaara's mumblings, his expression reflecting a hint of exasperation. This fellow truly had a death wish, still wanting to resist despite the evident disparity in strength. With that thought, Gumu tightened his grip slightly. Crack. The sand armor enveloping Gaara shattered instantly, revealing streaks of blood emerging from his forehead. Boom. With a surge of power, Gumu hurled Gaara's body to the ground with incredible force, creating a massive crater dozens of meters deep and over 100 meters in diameter. The shockwave sent Little Lee flying. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself thrown several meters away. Gaara! Little Lee cried out in alarm at the sight before him. He rushed to Gaara's side, anxiously checking his condition. After a thorough examination, he discovered that Gaara had merely lost consciousness from the violent impact, with no life-threatening injuries, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Nevertheless, Little Lee could not suppress the anxiety and worry that gnawed at his heart. As he raised his head, he beheld the ancient tree looming before Junmalu not far away. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness and despair welled up within Xiao Li's heart. Chapter 106. The bewildered Sasuke. What is the reason behind this scoundrel's newfound strength? Junmaru, are you truly prepared to engage me after activating the second form of your cursed seal? Do you not comprehend that even Orochimaru would not dare to treat me in such a manner? The expression on the ancient tree's face was rather indifferent as he suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. This presence surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Junmaru. He felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. It was an irresistible force, as if a colossal mountain were pressing upon him, rendering him breathless. Where is Orochimaru? I do not know. Junmaru realized that this individual seeking Orochimaru could not possibly harbor good intentions, and thus he promptly refused. Are you deceiving me? Do you not realize that your actions endanger Orochimaru's life? The ancient tree's words filled Junmaru's eyes with a flicker of uncertainty. For if I cannot locate Orochimaru soon, our next encounter may result in me crushing him with my own hands. With a mere glance, the ancient tree conjured a demon blade imbued with intense malice. As the words fell, the blade, Muramasa, merely grazed the ground. Boom. A terrifying purple slash erupted instantaneously from the point of contact, under Junmaru's trembling gaze. The earth quaked and shattered, ultimately forming a vast chasm that traversed the plain. At last, Junmaru comprehended the vast chasm separating him from the ancient tree, akin to the unfathomable depth of the gully itself. He simply divulged Orochimaru's whereabouts to the ancient tree. Could you please refrain from harming Lord Orochimaru? Junmaru promptly knelt to the ground, his tone imbued with fervent supplication. In his heart, Orochimaru's position had become more significant than his own life. I share a contractual relationship with Orochimaru. The ancient tree glanced at Junmaru, feeling a tinge of sympathy for this unfortunate soul. After providing him with a response, he departed from the scene. As Junmaru watched the ancient tree leave, a profound sense of anxiety welled within him. Concerned for Orochimaru's safety, he swiftly retreated, intending to safeguard him. Phew. He escon that monster has finally departed. Lee wiped the sweat from his brow, utterly drained as he collapsed beside Gaara. He had never anticipated that he would dare to confront such a formidable opponent, nor that he would emerge alive. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki pursued Sasuke and soon arrived at the Valley of the End. Sasuke, where do you intend to flee? In what seemed like the hand of fate, Naruto stood atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, directing an accusatory gaze at Uchiha Sasuke, who stood upon the same statue. Flee? Are you jesting? You the hindrance. Sasuke's face bore the marks of a black cursed seal, accompanied by a sinister and mocking smile. I have said the same to Sakura. You may not know, but that woman actually knelt down to keep me from leaving. How utterly ridiculous. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with derision and scorn. Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze sharpened, his fist clenched tightly as he began to channel his energy. He could surmise how Sasuke had bullied Sakura in his absence from the village. Sasuke, why? Give me a reason. Naruto's expression turned cold. Oh, now that's an interesting look. Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk. When he left the village, it was precisely 6 months ago when Naruto had ventured out with Jiraiya to support Tsunade. Thus, Sasuke was unaware that Naruto, like him, had become a rogue ninja of Konoha. As for my reason, I no longer wish to remain in Konoha. That place can no longer facilitate my growth. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Naruto leapt before him, seizing his collar and delivering a blow to his face without a shred of emotion. Sasuke, who believed he would suffer no harm, soon regretted his complacency. The forceful strike sent Sasuke hurtling backward onto the surface of the waterfall upstream. Sasuke, dazed, spat out blood. How have you become so much stronger? He recalled their unfinished battle, the spiraling sphere that had shattered the entire water tank, which now appeared even mightier than his Chidori. This was an existence that Uchiha Sasuke could not abide. He would not permit himself to be surpassed by a straggler. If that were to occur, how could he ever seek vengeance against his brother? Damn it! I shall make you witness the disparity between us. Sasuke bellowed in rage as the cursed seal on his neck began to spread, the dark patterns enveloping half of his face, transforming him into a frenzied demon. Chapter 107. Sasuke's frustration. Overwhelmed and fainted. Is it true, Sasuke? Do you possess such power? Uzumaki Naruto sensed the formidable surge of cursed energy emanating from Sasuke's being. His gaze tinged with curiosity. He understood all too well that the acquisition of power often came hand in hand with immense peril, a lesson learned from nearly being consumed by the Nine Tails. This punch is a return for you. Uchiha Sasuke unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan, directing a fierce strike towards Naruto. However, to Sasuke's astonishment, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Naruto did not get sent flying as he had envisioned. In fact, Naruto had already prepared for this moment, deftly evading the attack with a nimble leap. Boom. The force of Sasuke's punch cracked the ground beneath him. Sasuke felt a jolt of pain in his fist, his expression one of disbelief. He could not comprehend why this individual's combat instincts had suddenly sharpened so dramatically. You bastard, do you still consider me a friend? Sasuke glared at Naruto, who stood defiantly atop the water's surface, his face set in a fierce expression. Of course, we are friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to dissuade you. Naruto replied earnestly. Since you regard me as a friend, come over and let me land a punch on you. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation. Naruto, taken aback by such an unreasonable demand, was left bewildered. In the past, he might have willingly taken a few punches to calm Sasuke's ire. But the trials of the past 6 months had tempered his naivety considerably. Sasuke, if you consider me a friend, you should heed my advice. Trust me, the life of a rogue ninja is far from easy. Naruto was subtly preparing his most potent verbal assault. Haha. Sasuke scoffed, handing his face in mockery. You claim to be my friend, yet you refuse to let me hit you? Do you expect me to believe your words? Then come at me. Naruto opened his arms wide, inviting Sasuke to unleash his fury. Then brace yourself. Sasuke's eyes glinted with ferocity as he lunged at Naruto like a famished wolf. Bang! Sasuke's powerful fist collided with Naruto's body, sending ripples across the water's surface. Sasuke struggled to rise from the waterlogged ground, his hair drenched, and he glared at Naruto, who stood silently in the distance, his face an impassive mask. A surge of indignation and shame coursed through Sasuke. This bastard, did he really deceive me? This trickery and ambush, was he not taking advantage of my honesty? You scoundrel! I will kill you! Sasuke roared in anger, yet deep within. He was overwhelmed by a sense of unexpected emotion. Despite activating his cursed seal, he was still not a match for Naruto's strength. You have your fists? And I have mine. Do you dare question the power of my fists? Naruto, with an air of aloofness, flexed his wrist. His mind set on defeating Sasuke and ensuring that his comrades from Konoha would escort him back. I will make you pay for this. Sasuke glared at Naruto, who had unexpectedly grown stronger. Anger surged within him, and he disregarded everything else, unleashing the power of the cursed seal on his neck. Boom! As the cursed energy erupted, a terrifying black aura began to envelop Sasuke. Simultaneously, red-black cursed markings appeared on his face, and he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. He expelled a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth, which rapidly expanded into a flurry of fiery blossoms, radiating intense heat and formidable impact as they hurtled towards Naruto. Boom! The flames collided with the ground, creating a deafening roar and stirring up waves of heat and dust. As the mist dispersed, a vast crater was left in its wake. Sensing Sasuke's murderous intent, Naruto's eyes narrowed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately employed the shadow clone technique, creating multiple illusions while manipulating their movements with chakra to confound Sasuke. He then swiftly distanced himself from the range of Sasuke's attack. Meanwhile, a bolt of blue lightning lay concealed behind the flames, lurking like a silent assassin. Sasuke, now enveloped in arcs of blue electricity, wielded it like a sword of lightning, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The continuous crackling sound resembled a chorus of 1,000 birds, sharp and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Chidori. The terrifying lightning attack surged forth like a ferocious beast, charging towards Naruto's chest with unmatched speed and power. Seemingly intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space and obliterating any obstacles in its path. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. He could not fathom that Sasuke would genuinely attempt to kill him. Sasuke, you truly intend to kill me? His voice was filled with confusion and disappointment. He had always perceived their encounters as mere contests, not battles to the death. Now, he realized he had been mistaken. Sasuke's gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of hesitation or retreat. I warned you, if you seek to obstruct me, you must be prepared to face the consequences of death. His tone was frigid and merciless, as if declaring his unwavering determination. However, just as he prepared to advance further, Naruto struck with sudden swiftness. He delivered a powerful kick directly to Sasuke's chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of dull thuds, Sasuke's body spiraled uncontrollably across the water's surface, each collision sending up massive splashes and creating ripples. At last, Sasuke came to a halt, rolling onto the ground, soaked and disheveled. In that moment, clarity washed over him. Naruto had not truly unleashed his full strength. He had been holding back, toying with Sasuke all along. To Naruto, he had merely been a jester. Chapter 108. Sasuke is utterly devastated, you fiend. Utterance of vexation, Sasuke Uchiha roared, his voice imbued with fury and resentment. His gaze was fixed intently upon Naruto Uzumaki, who stood not far distant, his entire being radiating potent chakra undulations. Sasuke felt his power escalating relentlessly, realizing that he had finally surmounted the impasse, ascending to a new echelon. At this juncture, 3 sable commas materialized within his eyes, orbiting the pupils in a mesmerizing gyration. This was the 3-tomo configuration of the Sharingan. This metamorphosis signified a colossal augmentation in Sasuke's prowess, affording him the capacity to wield more formidable ninjutsu and genjutsu. Why do you scorn me? Sasuke Uchiha thundered, his hair bristling with indignation. His frame trembled ever so slightly, as if poised to erupt at any moment. Why? Must you impede me once more? Sasuke Uchiha's emotions intensified, his voice descending into a somber resonance. He felt profoundly humiliated and provoked, unable to countenance such an affront. Again and again. Why? I beseech thee. A hoarse voice, tinged with despair, Sasuke seemed to have relinquished all reason, utterly consumed by wrath. Why? Naruto Uzumaki regarded the distraught Sasuke Uchiha, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. He inhaled deeply, articulating slowly, because you are my hard-won bond. Upon uttering these words, Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes, reminiscing about the myriad experiences he had undergone since his earliest recollections. He recalled the times they had executed missions together, mutually supporting each other, growing in unison. These memories flitted through Naruto Uzumaki's mind like a cinematic montage, enabling him to comprehend the paramount significance of Sasuke Uchiha in his life. Despite the discord and conflicts that had occasionally arisen between them, Naruto Uzumaki had always regarded Sasuke Uchiha as his most cherished companion in the depths of his heart. Bonds. Ha ha ha. Then, this day, I shall sever this bond. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes wavered slightly. Even though Naruto Uzumaki doesn't like to talk nonsense now, his mouth ability can still touch other people's hearts with one word. Is it truly necessary to invoke that power? I know not what I shall become, but today it is imperative. Sasuke Uchiha's hands hung limply, quivering slightly. Even though he possessed a considerable amount of chakra within his body, he was acutely aware that unless he became more powerful, he would be unable to vanquish the formidable Naruto Uzumaki before him. In tandem with the agitation and determination within Sasuke's heart, the cursed seal of heaven upon his nape commenced emitting a faint luminescence, as if resonating with his innermost desire. The arcane power within the cursed seal was gradually being awakened, ceaselessly coursing through his body. As time elapsed, the transformations in the cursed seal became increasingly conspicuous. The originally sable striations gradually metamorphosed into vermilion, igniting like flames, spreading across his epidermis. Sasuke's body commenced experiencing excruciating agony, but he gritted his teeth, staunchly enduring the torment. The power of the cursed seal relentlessly encroached upon Sasuke's body, his muscles gradually engorging, his physique becoming more robust. His hair was likewise affected, swiftly elongating and extending, even surpassing his own height. His upper garment was rent asunder by his expanding physique, revealing his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. Ultimately, when the cursed seal was fully awakened. Sasuke's countenance underwent a comprehensive alteration. A cruciform pattern materialized upon the center of his face, imbuing him with an aura of enigma and majesty. A pair of colossal wings sprouted from his back, resembling a pair of immense hands flailing in the ether. The wings shimmered with an eerie radiance, making him appear more akin to a demon from the netherworld. At this juncture, Sasuke experienced an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his very being. Absolute self-assurance and determination emanated from his eyes. Sasuke resolved to utilize this power to utterly dominate Naruto. This state was precisely the second form of the cursed seal of heaven. The frenzied augmentation and chakra undulations had already imbued Naruto Uzumaki's eyes with a modicum of earnestness. Naruto, I shall show you the disparity between us. Sasuke soared through the firmament, gazing down upon the comparatively diminutive Naruto Uzumaki below. A trace of jubilant mirth playing upon his lips. This is power? This is truly. Before Sasuke Uchiha could complete his vainglorious pronouncements, a thunderous reverberation echoed. Naruto Uzumaki activated his three-tailed state, breaching the surface of the water, resembling a sanguine projectile, instantly arriving before Sasuke, who was in the form of the cursed seal of heaven. The crimson chakra appendage that had sprouted forth, akin to a five-fingered mountain, seized Sasuke in an instant. And without the slightest hesitation, it plunged him towards the surface of the water. Swish! Sasuke's silhouette, resembling a sable line, crashed resoundingly upon the water's surface beneath the cascade. I swear. Sasuke Uchiha ejaculated a string of choice words, struggling to extricate himself from the gaping chasm. Beholding Naruto Uzumaki, who had three tails sprouting from his back. Not far distant, Sasuke Uchiha experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure within his heart. You fiend! Sasuke Uchiha felt the burden oppressing his body. He knew that he could procrastinate no longer. Chidori. In tandem with Sasuke Uchiha's chilling voice reverberating through the air, sable electrical arcs gradually materialized within his hand. His originally refined and handsome features now bore a fierce expression. Immediately thereafter, Sasuke's entire aura surged to its zenith, the veins upon his body bulging. A trace of mania flashing within his eyes. With a roar, his silhouette hurtled forward with astonishing velocity, the air being rent asunder in his wake, emitting a series of piercing sonic booms. In the face of this frenzied offensive, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes remained placid. His hands swiftly formed hand seals, intoning Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, a multitude of Naruto Uzumaki's silhouettes materialized in the vicinity, each brandishing a kunai in their hands, launching an assault upon Sasuke Uchiha. Upon beholding this, Sasuke Uchiha's countenance betrayed a contemptuous smile, the Chidori in his hand scintillating with resplendent radiance, colliding with the shadow clones. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued, the shadow clones being annihilated in an instant. However, at that precise moment, the genuine Naruto Uzumaki abruptly materialized behind Sasuke Uchiha, a gargantuan Rasengan coalescing within his hand. Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki roared in a subdued tone, the Rasengan in his hand fusing with nine-tailed chakra, carrying potent energy, slamming mercilessly towards Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha sensed the menace emanating from behind, hastily pivoting, the Chidori in his hand colliding with the Rasengan. Instantly, a surge of formidable power erupted. Sasuke Uchiha was overmatched, his entire being violently flung away. Damn it! Sasuke Uchiha collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain, his entire being enervated, his eyes displaying a semblance of disintegration, appearing as though he had been utterly devastated. This fiend's strength seemed to have completely overwhelmed him. However, before Naruto Uzumaki could approach, a silver-haired man abruptly materialized, capturing his attention. Naruto, what are you doing? Do you intend to slay Sasuke? Kakashi Itachi, who had hastened to the scene, gazed upon Sasuke, who lay prostrate within the deep chasm, his entire being enveloped in a sanguine mist, his eyes betraying a tremor. Kakashi-sensei, I entrust Sasuke to your care. Naruto Uzumaki fixed Kakashi with a gaze fraught with coercion and departed without so much as a backward glance. He was cognizant that his current identity was precarious, and that remaining here would only engender unnecessary misunderstandings. Beholding Naruto Uzumaki's departure, Kakashi Hitachi's eyes betrayed a modicum of perplexity. Subsequently, he diverted his attention towards Sasuke Uchiha, who had already lapsed into unconsciousness. Kakashi felt a twinge of remorse within. He understood that his tardiness had been the cause. Chapter 109, The Revival of My Little Girlfriend. At the moment when Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a fierce battle, Gomu, guided by Kimimaro-'s hint, had arrived at Orochimaru's hideout. Gomu, what brings you to this humble abode? Orochimaru had long sensed Gomu's presence and promptly emerged from his base, not wishing for his research to be shattered under Gomu's blade. What do you think? Gomu's gaze was cold, and the mere aura he exuded caused Orochimaru to break into a sweat. As he spoke, Gomu manifested the cursed blade Muramasa, swiftly placing its edge against Orochimaru's neck. Cough, cough. Gomu, you do enjoy a jest, Orochimaru replied, his eyes narrowing with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the frantic Kimimaro, witnessing the blade poised against Orochimaru's throat, was engulfed by rage. Without waiting for Orochimaru to intervene, he unleashed his Shikatsumiyaku abilities. Terrifying skeletal structures erupted from the ground, forming a colossal forest of bones that rushed toward Gomu. Yet, faced with the onslaught of bone spikes, Gomu's expression remained indifferent. With a swift motion of the cursed blade, a terrifying violet slash tore through the earth, effortlessly shattering the skeletal forest. Kimimaro, don't do anything foolish. Upon seeing Kimimaro preparing to attack, Orochimaru rebuked him immediately. Could it be that this bastard is a spy sent by Gomu, tired of living too long? Well, all right then. After being scolded by Orochimaru, Kimimaro stammered, quickly becoming compliant. Gomu, please don't be angry. I know your intentions. I've been searching for you as well. Everything is arranged. Orochimaru wore a friendly smile. Long before their parting, he had dispatched Kabuto to the land of Earth to seek clues about the second Mizukage. Fortunately, Kabuto had indeed discovered something useful. Kabuto himself mentioned that, for some unknown reason, after a few days of aimless searching, he had stumbled upon leads regarding the second Mizukage, which surprised him greatly. Edo Tensei. Under Gomu's eager gaze, Orochimaru suddenly slammed his hand against the ground. Boom. With the emergence of a coffin from below, Gomu's eyes flickered with anticipation. As the coffin opened, a stunning woman clad in a black robe, her long black hair cascading down, appeared like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Her skin was as smooth as jade, exuding an enchanting glow, and her legs were long and graceful, a natural beauty. The Uchiha Shirzue had grown into the elegant, aloof figure Gomu had envisioned. Uchiha Shirzue slowly opened her eyes, emitting a melodious hum, puzzled by her newfound sight. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar faces before her, astonishment crossed her previously indifferent features. Is this a dream? She murmured, shaking her head in disbelief. No, second Mizukage, you are not dreaming. You have returned to this world once more. Orochimaru observed the second Mizukage before him with a faint smile, confirming her lineage as part of the Uchiha clan. Having said this, Orochimaru intended to hand the control seal to Gomu, but suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through, and Uchiha Shirzue vanished from sight. In a moment of shock, she pinned Gomu to the ground. You bastard! Why did you abandon me? Though the body of Edo Tensei was not meant to shed tears, a miracle occurred. Two streams of tears glistened on Uchiha Shirzue's exquisite face. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. Tears cascaded down her cheeks and fell to the ground. It seems this place is unsuitable for us, Gomu. I will take my leave. Orochimaru had no interest in the gossip, but it was evident that there was a story between these two. Rumors suggested that the second Mizukage had initiated the First Shinobi World War for a mysterious individual, which did not seem unfounded. Since Uchiha Shirzue was placed under a control seal, her face bore no signs of the cracks typical of Edo Tensei. Her flawless visage retained a hint of color. Still a breathtaking beauty. After a while, observing that Uchiha Shirzue's emotions had stabilized, Gomu spoke softly, Please, release me. I will help you break the control. Gomu was well aware of the nature of the control seal and gently patted Uchiha Shirzue, who was lying atop him. Uchiha Shirzue looked at Gomu's hand resting inappropriately, rolling her eyes in mock annoyance. You dead thing. Even now, you still seek to take advantage of me. Gomu chuckled awkwardly, and, seeing Uchiha Shirzue, who stood at a height similar to his own, reached out to ruffle her hair. It's been a while, Shirzue. You've grown so tall. He said with a smile, the soul energy emanating from his fingers easily shattering the control seal at the nape of her neck. As Uchiha Shirzue felt her freedom restored, she turned to face Gomu, her eyes filled with reproach. I want to forgive you, you scoundrel. You promised not to abandon me. Gazing at Gomu, who still bore the same appearance, a rare smile graced Uchiha Shirzue's typically icy countenance. During Gomu's absence from this world, Uchiha Shirzue had been unaware of what it truly meant to feel joy. Chapter 110. Soft rice, hard-eating Jingshue, you have truly grown up. Gomu gazed at Uchiha Jingshue, who stood beside him, nearly as tall as himself, a rare smile gracing his face. within the confines of the demon sword space, which had stifled him for decades. His taut spirit found a modicum of relief upon seeing Uchiha Jingshui. Even now, both of them remained as bodies of dirt. What are you looking at? Uchiha Jingshui's gaze held a hint of exasperation. Yet, rather than retreating, she seized Gomu's hand, intending to guide it toward her chest. Hey, what are you doing? Gomu recalled the shuddering incidents that occurred during his death, when she had been rather audacious with his corpse, sending a chill down his spine. This silly girl. Could she possibly be losing her mind again? Why am I rewarding you, and yet you do not seem pleased? Uchiha Jingshui slowly turned her head, clutching Gomu's hand with one hand, a mischievous smile playing upon her cold features, making her look exceedingly alluring. No, no, no. Such casual rewards will only lead to trouble. Gomu hastily waved his hands, yet he soon realized that Uchiha Jingshui's delicate wrist was taut with veins, firmly gripping his wrist as she began to pull him closer. Determined to take advantage. Is this a sign that you are evolving into a succubus? Gomu's eyes reflected his bewilderment. Humph. Evolving into a succubus. Is it not your fault? Uchiha Jingshui scoffed lightly, feeling no anticipated reaction from her body, her beautiful eyes tinged with resignation. So, what are your plans? Despite Uchiha Jingshui's evident maturity, she still intended to follow Gomu's lead. All they could do was wait for the right moment, for a chance at complete resurrection. Gomu shrugged. If Nagata refuses to employ the rebirth technique, there is little I can do. After all, that fellow has long since turned dark. And he is even unafraid of death. Oh, by the way, what is the meaning of this black and red cloud robe you wear, and the black nail polish? Have you joined some sort of peculiar organization? Uchiha Jingshui tilted her head slightly, observing Gomu, who still appeared youthful. Feeling an urge to pull him into her embrace and tease him thoroughly. This is a newly emerging mercenary organization in the ninja world, known as Akatsuki. If all goes as planned, we shall soon be acting as members of this organization. Gomu briefly described the situation, informing Uchiha Jingshui that full resurrection would depend on the leader of Akatsuki. I see. And what of the second Hokage? Is he still around? Uchiha Jingshui narrowed her eyes, harboring some resentment towards the second Hokage for leading the assault that resulted in her demise. Had it not been for him, she would have long since led the mist villages Ambu to overthrow the Earth Country. Oh, that old fellow. He has gone. Gomu casually shrugged, adding that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also no more. It has been decades since your death. Gomu's words elicited a glimmer of skepticism in Uchiha Jingshui's eyes. She found it curious that he seemed unfazed by the death of the second Hokage. Why do you know all this so clearly? A hint of confusion crossed Uchiha Jingshui's face as she furrowed her brow, delicately pinching her exquisite chin with her slender fingers. As she pondered, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Gomu, as if seeking answers from him. At that moment, Uchiha Jingshui suddenly launched an attack, her movements silent yet swift and precise. She deftly seized Gomu's face, leaving him unable to retaliate. Before he could react, her lips pressed against his cheek. Pop! The sound echoed like a popping cup, reverberating in the air. Uchiha Jingshui let out a triumphant giggle, lingeringly wiping her cherry lips. At that instant, her previously aloof demeanor softened, her eyes narrowing slightly, resembling a charming crescent moon. A faint smile adorned her lips, radiating mischief and playfulness. Uchiha Jingshui unabashedly displayed her wicked grin, rendering Gomu utterly captivated. You little minx. Always sneaking advantages from me. Gomu wiped his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. He wondered if either of them were not mere dirt bodies. Would Uchiha Jingshui transform into a wolf, devouring him alive? Sneaking? I call this aboveboard. Do you wish to contest it? Humph. Even if you do, it would be futile. Uchiha Jingshui tilted her head, hands on her hips, declaring her claim. It seemed that should Gomu utter a negative word, she would swiftly act again. All right, all right. You are right. Gomu nodded, somewhat indulgent. Before long, under Gomu's guidance, the two arrived at the land of rain. The sky poured down in torrents, with large raindrops splashing against the ground. Gomu held an oil paper umbrella, allowing Uchiha Jingshui to tightly cling to his arm, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Oh, I forgot to mention, my current identity is that of a rogue ninja from Konoha. Gomu suddenly recalled and said, well, a rogue ninja is a rogue ninja. Should they dare to act recklessly, I shall not let them off easily. Uchiha Jingshui nodded calmly, her tone betraying a cool and resolute demeanor, akin to an unassailable queen, brimming with dominance. My Jingshui, so formidable. Gomu could not help but tease, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. So can I live off you? I no longer wish to put in the effort. Gomu joked lazily. What is your plan? Tell me. I will assist you. Uchiha Jinshue, however, was not amused by Gomu's jest, but instead became serious, regarding him intently. Ah, this. Gomu was taken aback. He had merely been making light conversation. Yet Uchiha Jinshue responded with such earnestness. He felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Silently pondering, could it be that he would indeed rely on her in the future? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jinshue blinked her large, doe-like eyes, a hint of curiosity glimmering within. She softly asked, "Is that possible? Then, in that case, you shall conquer the entire ninja world and present it to me as a dowry." Gomu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. He had thought his recent actions rather excessive, yet it appeared that Jinshue was the true force to be reckoned with. She casually spoke of conquering the ninja world. A veritable warrior at heart. Nevertheless, Gomu did not immediately acquiesce to Uchiha Jinshue's suggestion. He resolved to explain his plan to her first. Thus, he laid out his thoughts in detail, revealing that he intended to apply pressure on Nagato, compelling him to resurrect them entirely. Given that Gomu's black and red robe was the exclusive uniform of Akatsuki, they moved seamlessly, soon arriving at the entrance of Akatsuki's base. "Gomu, what does this mean? Who is this person beside you?" Konan, guided by Nagato, approached them using her paper techniques. "This individual wishes to join the Akatsuki. Should we report this to the leader?" Upon hearing that Uchiha Shinsui, who stood beside Komoku, also desired to join the Akatsuki, Konan's gaze flickered with intrigue as she observed the striking woman beside Komoku in aloof beauty, resembling an icy mountain, with her long, dark hair cascading down. However, before Konan could lead the two inside to report their mission, the moment the dry squid, Kisame Hashigaki, emerged from the base and caught sight of Uchiha Shinsui in his black cloak, he was momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes in astonishment, he thought, This. Mr. Itachi, I must be under a genjutsu. How could I possibly be witnessing the second Mizukage?" Chapter 111. Sasuke, I am powerful. You. Kisame. You have not fallen under the illusion, but is that person truly the second Mizukage? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the distant figure conversing with Konan, his eyes reflecting deep-seated apprehension. Fortunately, Sasuke had now become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Thus, this fellow rogue, Kirigane, should not pose a threat to him. Indeed, that person was undoubtedly the second Mizukage. Kisame recalled the imposing statue standing in the heart of the hidden mist village, its striking visage a paragon of faith for countless mist ninjas. "Shall we go and chat?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. This. Let us pass." Kisame scratched his head, feeling a rare sense of conflict. Encountering his idol unexpectedly left him in need of some time to adjust. Itachi, upon hearing this, did not press further, merely casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shinsui, pondering the nature of this man's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. As a fellow wielder of the Manjiki, Itachi understood all too well the terrifying potential embodied in those eyes. "Hey, you rascals, who are those two over there, sneaking glances at us? Should we eliminate them?" Walking through the corridors of the base, Uchiha Shinsui alerted Kirigane beside him. "You know, Kisame is your adoring fan." Kirigane rolled his eyes. "Adoring fan?" Shinsui looked puzzled, quickly realizing she was referring to Kisame, who bore a striking resemblance to the members of their clan from the Hidden Mist. Kirigane-kun, who is this person? Pain, observing the tall, aloof woman beside Kirigane, questioned with curiosity. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Shinsui, a rogue ninja from Konoha. I wish to join the Akatsuki. Is that acceptable?" Shinsui introduced herself. "Uchiha." Pain's gaze flickered with skepticism. Had not the Uchiha clan been nearly eradicated by Itachi? How had another emerged? "Kirigane-kun, is this person also a reincarnation?" Pain's eyes brimmed with caution. Anyone who could remain beside Kirigane and had returned from the dead was certainly formidable. "Indeed. So, leader, you need not worry. For we require your strength," Kirigane smiled. Very well. Konan, could you prepare a set of clothes for her?" In the depths of the mountains, Nagato felt a wave of pressure. Resurrecting two powerful beings could very well cost him his life. "Since you two are acquainted, it is fortuitous that in the Akatsuki, we operate in pairs. If you both seek my strength, you must demonstrate your value. How about capturing a tailed beast?" Pain suggested. "By the way, allow me to inform you of the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki, to gather all tailed beasts and establish a world of peace devoid of war. Thus, are you both willing to collaborate on this grand endeavor?" Nagato finally extended a sincere invitation. The combat prowess of these two was undeniably substantial. If they truly embraced his vision, the execution of his plan would become significantly easier. Naturally, as long as the leader could ensure their complete resurrection, everything would be negotiable. Hiruzen neither agreed nor declined. Complete resurrection? If my ideals can be realized, what is the harm in reviving you at the cost of my life? Pain's commanding voice surprised Conan, who sensed the gravity of his words. Should the future ninja world indeed find peace, he might very well sacrifice himself to bring these two back. Well, your assurance suffices. Let us take our leave for now, Hiruzen nodded. While no one could discern whether he truly believed Nagato's promises, what a remarkable principle this organization holds. Only those who had genuinely confronted the challenges of opposing the entire ninja world could fathom the difficulty. Uchiha Shisui was one such challenger. As for the outcome, it was a tragic demise. Had it been previously, this might have been true, but now. Hiruzen succinctly conveyed the impending events to Uchiha Shisui. Upon learning that this organization was merely a pawn in someone else's game, she felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Uchiha Shisui had once anticipated reigniting the Great Ninja War. She wondered if that little dwarf from the land of Earth was still alive. Soon, in pursuit of Nagato's trust, the two prepared to venture into a ninja nation to capture a tailed beast. As for which nation it would be, members of the Akatsuki were dispatched to all, whether it be one tail, two tails, or three tails. As for the hidden mist village, it was unsurprising that the tailed beasts were likely under the control of Uchiha Bido. Thus, the remaining tailed beast that could showcase Hiruzen and Uchiha Shinsui's abilities was the 8 tails. However, en route to the land of lightning, Hiruzen and Uchiha Shisui perched upon a great tree, observing an intriguing figure below. That individual was none other than Sasuke, who had recently fled from Konoha, aided by Orochimaru, who sought to usurp his body. Shisui, that individual is of your clan. Can you strengthen him? Is he one of the protagonists? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Decades prior, under Hiruzen's explanations, she had come to understand that this world closely resembled an anime from her past life. Regrettably, she had never watched it, thus remaining oblivious to the plot's developments. Yes, under my tutelage, Naruto Uzumaki has experienced remarkable growth. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Sasuke's strength must not be lacking. Hiruzen, too, was uncertain about the notions of past and present lives. These two were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, and their strength could not differ too greatly. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise. The Uchiha clan's method for rapidly enhancing one's strength lay solely in emotional stimulation. Shall we let his parents feign death before him? Uchiha Shisui inquired. Do not forget, this boy has endured the night of the Uchiha massacre. He is now among the last of his clan. What? The Uchiha clan is gone? Uchiha Shisui gasped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such news. What of the Senju clan? About the same, only a few remain. Hiruzen shrugged, his expression one of resignation. But, if they were all exterminated, how could that boy possess a 3-tomo Sharingan? Moreover, it seems that this chakra fluctuation only awakened recently. Uchiha Shisui gazed down, puzzled. Was he truly the protagonist? Has he not trained at all? Uchiha Shinsui's eyes narrowed upon observing Uchiha Sasuke below. Orochimaru, why has the atmosphere suddenly grown so cold? Sasuke shivered beneath the great tree, curiously questioning Orochimaru beside him. By the way, do you truly have a way to help me defeat Naruto? Of course, Sasuke. The power of the heavenly curse mark was formidable, was it not? I empower you. Uchiha Sasuke recalled his memories of being effortlessly overpowered by Naruto, unable to restrain his expletives. Cough, cough. Sasuke, maintain some decorum. Orochimaru, for the first time, faced such insults. The remarks directed at his forebears elevated his perception of Sasuke. This boy had quite the sharp tongue. Sasuke, remain calm. As long as you are willing to undergo my experiments, I assure you, you will possess the capability to defeat the future Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of confidence, his eyes concealing insatiable greed. The figure of Sasuke had long been an object of desire for Orochimaru. However, just as he was lost in reverie, a woman clad in a dark crimson robe, leaning against a towering tree, captured Orochimaru's attention. Chapter 112. Sasuke's apprenticeship. Who are you? A newcomer from the Akatsuki? Orochimaru felt a surge of trepidation upon encountering the woman clad in a black and red cloud-patterned cloak. Instinctively, fear gripped him, akin to being stalked by a ferocious beast. Since Uchiha Shisui had not revealed her face beneath the dark cloak, Orochimaru remained oblivious to her identity. Sasuke, you have disappointed me greatly. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui offered no response to Orochimaru's inquiry. Instead, her gaze shifted to the Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding behind Orochimaru. Do you know me? Sasuke, sensing Orochimaru's tense demeanor, felt an overwhelming curiosity about Uchiha Shizue's identity. The strength of this individual seemed to surpass even that of Orochimaru. You are of the Uchiha clan. Why are you so weak? Uchiha Shizue's question ignited Sasuke's rebellious spirit. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Who exactly are you? Sasuke's furious retort left Orochimaru speechless. Ever since being bested by Naruto, it appeared that Sasuke had adopted a more reckless attitude. Watch your language, brat. Uchiha Shizue's eyes hardened as she instantaneously appeared before Orochimaru. Her movement reminiscent of tearing through space, startling him. Milady, I too am a member of the Akatsuki, we are. Before Orochimaru could finish, recognition dawned upon him as he beheld Uchiha Shizue's familiar visage. It's you. Orochimaru was taken aback to realize that she was the second Mizukage he had summoned through Edo Tensei not long ago. Stay out of this, Orochimaru. If you wish to avoid suffering, you should leave this place. As Uchiha Shizue unveiled her cloak, revealing the swirling patterns of her Sharingan, Orochimaru's pupils narrowed in recollection of the torment he had endured at the hands of Itachi. He promptly replied, the second Mizukage is joking. I wonder what business you have with Sasuke? Do you require me to elaborate? Uchiha Shizue's gaze, devoid of the gentleness she displayed while with the ancient tree, now resembled that of a thorny rose, cold and perilous. During her tenure as the Mizukage of the Mist Village, she was known as the Iron-Masked Fox, exuding an oppressive aura that could leave one drenched in sweat. I am now Sasuke's guardian, thus I possess the right to know about him. Do I not? Orochimaru turned to Sasuke, seeking his confirmation. However, Sasuke was transfixed, staring intently at Shizue's rotating Sharingan. Sasuke, train with me. Members of the Uchiha clan should not be toyed with. Shizue's words caused a flush of shame to wash over Sasuke's face. It was common knowledge that he had been bested by Naruto, and the thought of such humiliation was unbearable. That insufferable Naruto. How could he make me look so foolish? Second Mizukage, what do you mean? Sasuke-kun said he wants to be with me. I agree, Sasuke interjected swiftly, fearing that Shizue might change her mind. Sasuke. I can't believe. Orochimaru suppressed the urge to curse, his gaze turning cold as he regarded the already wavering Sasuke. Orochimaru, you are too weak. Sasuke approached Shizue's side, regarding the increasingly exasperated Orochimaru with indifference, exuding an air of superiority. Sasuke, I am weaker than you. Orochimaru caught sight of the triumphant glimmer in Sasuke's eyes and could no longer contain his frustration. Yet, under the oppressive gaze of Uchiha Shizue, he forced himself to quell his anger. Very well, Sasuke, so this is how you wish to play? I sincerely hope you grow stronger. Orochimaru spoke with a forced smile. Before departing in a huff, he would ensure that the Uchiha Sasuke who had betrayed him would pay dearly. Wait, are you also of the Uchiha clan? Upon Orochimaru's departure, Sasuke looked expectantly at the beautiful Uchiha beside him. Call me master. Uchiha Shizue's expression remained icy as she swiftly slapped Sasuke to the ground. This sudden act of violence left Sasuke bewildered. He had merely inquired about her identity. Why was he being punished for it? Sasuke felt as though the world was imbued with malice. Chapter 113. Karabi's bewilderment upon witnessing Uchiha Sasuke, whose defiant gaze was laden with resentment. Uchiha Shinsui maintained an expression of indifference. With a single hand gripping the nape of Sasuke's collar, he lifted him effortlessly from the ground, akin to a kitten suspended in midair. Sasuke's eyes, filled with panic, darted around as he struggled futilely. Teacher, I will behave. I won't insult anyone again. He stammered, recognizing the impropriety of his earlier words. At his young age, he was keen to avoid another severe reprimand. Very well. Proceed to the hidden mist village in the land of rain. We will seek you out once our mission is complete, Uchiha Shinsui replied coldly. Sasuke picked up the cracked leaf forehead protector from the ground, glancing at Shinsui's dark red cloud-patterned cloak, seemingly aware of her identity. The fear evident in Sasuke's demeanor elicited a satisfied nod from Shinsui. The impudent boy was rather amusing. However, his power was still insufficient. She hoped that this encounter would instill a sense of caution in him. Donning the leaf forehead protector, Sasuke bowed respectfully to Shinsui before turning to depart. Although a sense of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart, he understood that his current strength fell short, necessitating further training and growth. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. Kumu and Uchiha Shinsui finally arrived at the Land of Lightning's ninja village, Kumogakure. This nation earned its name due to its village perched atop towering peaks, shrouded in mist, where thunderous roars echoed in the air. That despicable fellow. Does he only know how to hide behind women? In a secluded mountain area, the Kumogakure ninjas glared at Kumu, who stood behind Uchiha Shinsui, their eyes brimming with indignation. "Say another word, and see what happens," Uchiha Shinsui warned, her grip tightening around the famed blade, Kicher, her three-tomo Sharingan gleaming ominously. A mere glance silenced the Kumogakure ninjas. Yet their resentment grew as they beheld Kumu, hidden behind the woman, unable to comprehend why he received such special treatment. What gives him the right to have such a beautiful woman guarding him? It's utterly unfair. "Lord Kurabi, retreat for now. These two are likely after the beast within you." Despite being surrounded by several ninjas, Kurabi stepped forward rather than retreating. "Looking at your attire, you must belong to the Akatsuki. I never expected such a small organization to dare act against the Land of Lightning." The Akatsuki was known in the ninja world. Yet their lack of significant activity had kept them under the radar of larger nations. Oh, a little organization, what could there possibly be to fear? Kurabi, wearing dark sunglasses, spoke in a rap-like tone, his expression unperturbed. However, as his words faded, silver lights surged through the air, and the Kumogakure ninjas collapsed like marionettes with severed strings. "If you wish to avoid injury, surrender the tailed beast," Uchiha Shinsui announced, having positioned herself behind Kurabi, her cold beauty accentuated as blood dripped steadily from Kicher. "You vile creature, harming the Kumogakure ninjas while seeking to seize the tailed beast? That shall not happen." Kurabi swiftly created distance, sharp blades materializing in his hands. "Not happening. That decision is not yours to make." In an instant, Uchiha Shinsui appeared beside Kurabi, complex patterns swirling within her crimson eyes, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping the air. The tension escalated as both adversaries faced each other, locked in an intense standoff. "Be cautious, this one is dangerous." The eight tails residing in Kurabi's mind sensed an unfamiliar and potent chakra invading its consciousness, urgently alerting him. "You needn't say more. I have already perceived it," Kurabi replied, eyeing the icy woman before him with trepidation, acutely aware of her formidable strength. Suddenly, a fierce slash was aimed at Kurabi. Reacting swiftly, he crossed four sharp blades before his chest, bracing for the impact. Boom! The clash of metal echoed as their weapons collided, sending Kurabi's body hurtling several meters away. "This woman possesses incredible strength," Kurabi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Uchiha Shinsui from afar. "This is a person I must devour," Kurabi pondered, his thoughts racing. "What connection do you have with Uchiha Madara?" he questioned, furrowing his brow, eager to unravel the enigma surrounding her relation to the infamous figure. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the name Uchiha Madara struck a sensitive chord deep within Uchiha Shinsui, a wound she wished to keep buried. "What ties do you share with Madara?" In an instant, Uchiha Shinsui had teleported in front of Kurabi. My goodness, she can tear through space. Kurabi was finally enlightened regarding her abilities, feeling a profound shock coursing through him. I do not know." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Shinsui manifested a silver Susanoo, delivering a punch that sent Kurabi flying. Not knowing is not an excuse. Kurabi surmised that Uchiha Shinsui harbored a grudge against Madara. As he uttered those words, a crimson chakra cloak enveloped his body, manifesting the Eight Tails' presence. "Now is the time to counterattack," the Eight Tails declared, but before it could finish, it stared in disbelief as Uchiha Shinsui commanded the colossal skeletal figure to ascend, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Kurabi. "That massive Susanoo could very well endanger my life," Kurabi thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Watching Kurabi plummet like a blood-red meteor, Kumu leaned against the mountainside, his expression tinged with pity. Boom. The earth trembled as a massive crater formed upon impact. "You insufferable scoundrel!" As the dust settled, Kurabi's previously broken body began to mend, his furious roar echoing, reminiscent of a creature driven to madness, 8 blood-red chakra tails unfurling behind him. At this moment, he had entered a semi-tailed beast transformation. Simultaneously, the fourth Hokage, who had been attending to state affairs in Kumogakure, sensed a powerful chakra disturbance, his expression darkening. "What is happening? Is someone attacking the Eight Tails?" With a tone brimming with irritation, the fourth Hokage activated his lightning chakra mode, dashing toward the source of the chakra explosion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinsui descended from the sky. Her intention clear, she had no desire to prolong the confrontation. Her Susanoo began to grow flesh and skin, eventually forming a complete suit of silver armor resembling the Yatagarasu. This exquisite silver armor radiated an oppressive aura while embodying an unparalleled beauty, a perfect amalgamation of violence and aesthetics. Simultaneously, Kurabi, now enveloped in dark red chakra, roared, "Taste my elbow strike." Subsequently, with astonishing speed, he charged towards Uchiha Shizusui, intent on delivering a severe lesson to the one who dared to inflict harm upon him. At the very moment when Uchiha Shizusui was engaged in battle with Kurabi, a robust man enveloped in blue arcs of electricity emerged within the line of sight of the ancient tree at the juncture of the mountain paths. Chapter 114. The Complete Susanoo. The ancient would lean gently against the wall, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, enveloped in flickering blue arcs of electricity. The individual, with dark skin and a muscular build, resembled an imposing iron tower. How dare this scoundrel attack Killer B? The fourth Hokage, A, was filled with wrath. His temperament was already fiery, and with the formidable military strength of the Cloud Village, anyone who provoked him would face dire consequences. Are you one of the Akatsuki scum? A glared at the ancient wood, impatience evident in his eyes. He sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, behind him. The Akatsuki is conducting business. Please keep your distance. The ancient wood's gaze flickered toward the irate fourth Hokage, his expression unwavering. Despite the Hokage smite, the ancient wood remained unfazed. You insolent brat. Your words are quite bold, he said darkly. Today, we shall teach you all a lesson for being the cancer of the ninja world. With that declaration, A's figure vanished, transformed into a flash of lightning, charging toward the ancient wood and his companions with astonishing speed. Boom! With a resounding crash, A's fist struck like thunder against the ancient wood's claw, imbued with the power of the demon realm. The sheer force caused the mountains behind them to tremble violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web, unleashing a cataclysmic upheaval. How can you withstand my punch? A's eyes widened in surprise. Since becoming the Hokage, he had never encountered anyone capable of so effortlessly enduring his assault. When he activated his lightning chakra, his attack power, defense, and speed soared, even surpassing human reflexes. Yet this young man before him had achieved the impossible, leaving him astonished. Isn't it quite normal to take your punch? The ancient wood replied calmly. Arrogant brat. A's gaze ignited with fury. Taste my thunderous attack. With unwavering resolve, A launched another assault, his arm cloaked in terrifying lightning, forming a blade aimed directly at the ancient wood's neck. Such a ferocious strike could even rend the defenses of Susanoo. Swish. However, just then, the ancient wood vanished from sight. A mocking voice echoed from above. Just right. Let me see whether wind release chakra or lightning release chakra prevails. Upon hearing this, A's expression shifted, and he glanced skyward. There stood the ancient wood, suspended in midair, pairs of translucent wings resembling cicada wings gently fluttering behind him. The sight of the ancient wood mastering such a form made A's pupils tremble. The wind blades manifesting in the ancient wood's hands exuded an immense pressure. You brat. Are you provoking me? A bellowed in rage, unleashing his full lightning armor. The overwhelming power caused his hair to stand on end, his body crackling with electricity. His subsequent attacks moved with such speed that even the Sharingan might struggle to track them. The moment his words fell, A leaped into the sky, aiming a brutal strike toward the ancient wood's neck. Brat, prepare to die. Yet, before his attack could land, a resplendent silver Susanoo surged forth, tearing through space with astonishing speed. Curse it, this is dishonorable. A was taken aback. Even as he reacted, he found himself bereft of leverage in the air. Helpless as the silver Susanoo brought him crashing down to the ground with a thunderous clap. Boom. The earth shook, dust billowing, forming a massive crater. Fortunately, fully activated. A sustained no significant injuries. Brother, are you alright? The half-tailed, beast-empowered Killer Bee rushed over, concern etched across his face. Knowing that Uchiha Shizusui had vanished, he sensed something ominous was about to unfold. I'm fine, A replied, relieved to see Killer Bee unharmed. He immediately utilized the body flicker technique to reach Killer Bee's side. Before the two could reunite, boom. A deafening roar resonated, the ground convulsing violently. Dust swirling in the air. A colossal shadow began to materialize and rapidly expand between them. If you wish to harm the ancient wood, neither of you will leave here alive. The intense murderous intent radiating from A struck a profound chord within Uchiha Shizusui, awakening her deepest fears. Until now, she had shown restraint, merely incapacitating the Cloud Village's fighters, but everything changed in an instant. Uchiha Shizusui would not permit the tragedy of the past to repeat itself. She possessed the strength to protect the ancient wood and would act without hesitation. No way, Shizusui. Are you planning to annihilate the entire Cloud Village? The ancient wood stood atop the shoulder of the fully realized Susanoo, gazing down at Killer Bee and A, who appeared as insignificant as ants, surprised by Shizue's power. Today, they shall all perish. Uchiha Shizusui disregarded the ancient wood's comments, her towering Susanoo wielding dual swords, descending upon Killer Bee and A with tremendous force. Boom. In an instant, the ground was cleaved open, a vast chasm forming as if the earth could not withstand such overwhelming power. A and Killer Bee, witnessing the impending doom, sprinted toward the unpopulated areas, desperately attempting to escape the Susanu's lethal range. Curse it, this is the power of the Uchiha clan. But wasn't the Uchiha clan supposed to be all but exterminated? A thought, running for his life, casting wary glances back at the towering Susanu. His mind filled with confusion and dread. Confronted with such a formidable foe, he was at a loss for how to prevail. What is their intent, after all? A darted about like a blue lightning bolt, finally reaching Killer Bee's side. The latter's expression was grave, his gaze locked onto the distant Susanu, weighing whether to fully transform into the Eight Tails to confront this formidable adversary. They are after the Eight Tails within me. Killer Bee inhaled deeply, his tone heavy with foreboding. His eyes brimmed with concern and vigilance, as if he foresaw the impending crisis. Upon hearing this, A's expression darkened, like a sky overshadowed by storm clouds. He clenched his jaw, fists tightening, producing a creaking sound. The flames of fury blazed within him, yearning to obliterate those who sought to seize the Eight Tails. Chapter 115. The Turmoil of Yunin Village, a battle beyond mortal participation. How audacious these individuals are, daring to lay hands on the tailed beasts. Reikage, a seethed with fury, having already marked the Akatsuki organization for extermination in his mind. Henceforth, he resolved to devote all his strength to a life-and-death struggle against the Akatsuki, making it clear that Yunin Village is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Uchiha Shinsui commanded the complete body of Susanu, brandishing a silver-white blade that glimmered with a chilling radiance. With her movement, a fierce blade aura erupted forth, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. In an instant, several small peaks crumbled under the might of her strike, reduced to countless shards tumbling down. Fortunately, nestled among towering mountains, Yunin Village was not short of peaks. Although the summits had been obliterated, other mountains remained for habitation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shinsui's strike undeniably sent shockwaves through Yunin Village. Brother, we cannot allow this fiend to wreak further havoc. I will confront her. Killer Bee's anger intensified as he watched Uchiha Shinsui devastate the village. He understood that if this onslaught continued unchecked, the entirety of Yunin Village could face annihilation. Thus, Killer Bee resolved to communicate with the Eight Tails, preparing for complete tailed beast transformation. B. This could have dire repercussions. You may risk losing your human form, Reikage warned. Concern etched in his gaze. He comprehended that while complete tailed beast transformation could bestow immense power, it was fraught with peril. Should Killer Bee fail to harness this force, he might never revert to human shape. It's all right. I trust Gyuki. He is my dearest companion. Killer Bee resolutely shook his head, expressing his willingness to embrace this risk. His unwavering faith in Gyuki fueled his conviction that they could triumph over their adversaries. Upon hearing Killer Bee's earnest declaration, the Eight Tails within his spiritual realm felt a surge of emotion. Yet, at that moment, the Eight Tails suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Its eyes narrowed in shock as it realized a shadow donning a sinister mask had materialized within Killer Bee's mental domain. This shadow exuded an aura of malevolence, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. In a haze, the Eight Tails perceived a crimson danger symbol looming ominously above. Greetings, our first encounter. Would you be interested in switching hosts? The malevolent spirit, Gomu, extended an olive branch toward the Eight Tails within the spiritual realm. Begone. Leave Bee's mind at once. The Eight Tails roared with indignation, its fury boiling over. It glared fiercely, unleashing a deafening roar. Bee was its esteemed ally, yet now he faced a psychological assault. The Eight Tails could not abide this affront and immediately opened its maw, gathering dark red chakra in its hands. This was the ultimate technique of the tailed beast's tailed beast bomb. Once unleashed, it could bring about utter devastation. However, just as the Eight Tails prepared to launch the tailed beast bomb, it was astounded to find an enormous malevolent armor materializing before it. This armor dwarfed even Susanu, instilling fear in its very essence. The malevolent armor swiftly struck, effortlessly seizing the Eight Tails. The tailed beast bomb in the Eight Tails' mouth seemed nothing more than a mere trinket, easily crushed by Gomu's fingers. Within the realm of the mind, even the Sage of Six Paths would find himself challenged by Gomu, who could boldly pluck at his whiskers. In a world governed by spirit and consciousness, he could not claim invincibility but certainly stood unmatched. Under Gomu's overwhelming force, the Eight Tails was compelled to yield. Meanwhile, outside, Killer Bee, awaiting the initiation of his complete tailed beast transformation, was left bewildered by the lack of response from the Eight Tails. Gyuki, respond to me. Do not play dead at this crucial moment. Killer Bee scolded, feeling embarrassed as he glanced at Reikage. Brother, there seems to be a minor hiccup. I fear I cannot achieve complete tailed beast transformation, he admitted, somewhat sheepishly. It's fine. I am here to ensure your safety, Reikage reassured him, though Killer Bee remained skeptical, thinking he should focus on his own survival first. Meanwhile, other ninjas of Yunin village stood agape, witnessing the terror of the towering giant. By thunder, has the world shifted while I slumbered? Darui marveled at the colossal Susanoo rampaging atop the peaks, filled with awe. Beside him, the village's foremost beauty. The statuesque Samui with her short, golden hair, gazed gravely at the chaos, worry etched across her features. Darui stopped jesting. That being seems to be in combat with Lord Reikage. We must assist. Darui, however, shook his head resolutely. Do not rush to offer help. Our involvement in this battle would be tantamount to seeking death. Our abilities are far too limited for such a conflict. He understood that this level of combat was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. However, if we gather the Yunin ninjas and launch a united jutsu, there may be a glimmer of hope, Darui proposed after a moment's contemplation. Though their individual strengths were scant, perhaps through unity, they could still pose a challenge. Agreed. The intelligence ninja, Shi, who stood beside Darui, quickly grasped his intent and began contacting nearby Yunin ninjas, preparing to organize a joint assault. Chapter 116. AI. Not dead. Truly, it is nothing. Do you doubt me? I assure you, I will protect you, declared the fourth Reikage with confidence. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Shizuke's Susanoo suddenly launched an attack. The colossal fist of the Susanoo descended with unparalleled force, resembling a meteor plummeting from the heavens, hurtling directly towards the fourth Reikage. The speed was so astonishing that evasion was rendered futile. The fourth Reikage's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to react swiftly, but this strike seemed to anticipate his retreat, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the fourth Reikage's form was mercilessly driven into the ground. The earth shattered instantaneously, creating a massive crater, dust swirling in the air. Killer Bee stood there, bewildered. Brother, did this slap come so swiftly? Brother, are you all right? Killer Bee shouted anxiously. His face etched with concern as he glanced at the gaping hole beside him. Within the crater, the fourth Reikage, AI, was struggling to emerge. Despite enduring such a formidable assault, he endeavored to maintain a facade of strength. The once indomitable Raijin armor adorning his body was now in tatters. His form was marred with wounds and blood, particularly a deep gash running across his forehead, blood cascading down his face. I'm not dead. It doesn't hurt at all. The fourth Reikage clambered out of the deep pit, disregarding the blood trickling from his forehead, giving a thumbs up to Killer Bee, signaling him not to worry. I can't believe you, Killer Bee thought as he witnessed Uchiha Shizuke's long blade descending once again, his body enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak. He swiftly leaped from the depths of the crater to assist the fourth Reikage. Lord Reikage, are you all right? Meanwhile, Darui led the elite ninjas of the Cloud Village to the battlefield's periphery. I'm fine. You all continue fighting. The fourth Reikage, now enraged from the humiliation, charged recklessly towards the towering Susanoo. Tactical unit, protect Lord Reikage. Darui commanded the 100 elite ninjas behind him. As the orders fell, the team swiftly coordinated, forming seals and unleashing a colossal combined lightning technique. The rapid lightning surged forth like a giant hand, its speed surpassing that of Reikage AI, targeting the 100-meter Susanoo. At that very moment, the ancient tree standing atop the Susanoo initiated its assault. Its form was instantaneously enveloped in a purplish-black armor, crashing downwards like a bolt of black lightning. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the ancient tree collided with Reikage AI. Reikage AI's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding chaos. At this juncture, the ancient tree had entered a demon-slaying mode, delivering a fierce kick to Reikage AI's midsection. The collision unleashed a massive burst of energy, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward, compelling the ninjas below to shield their foreheads. In the face of such overwhelming force, they felt utterly insignificant. Reikage AI soon found himself under unprecedented pressure. The ancient tree's mountain-like strength propelled him violently away, sending Reikage AI plummeting like a projectile towards the ground. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred as the ground was obliterated. Reikage AI once again fell into the previous crater, stirring up a cloud of dust. Below him, the ninjas from Cloud Village displayed expressions of despair, as their Reikage had been defeated once more. Brother, Killer Bee, filled with anxiety, dashed towards the deep pit. He feared that the recent assault, resembling a black thunderbolt, might have left Reikage AI with a gaping wound. Fortunately, upon arriving. He found Reikage AI trembling as he climbed from the depths of the pit. The lightning armor upon his body was utterly shattered. I'm not dead. Huh, it truly doesn't hurt. The fourth Reikage continued to spit out thick blood, stubbornly insisting on his resilience. This guy, even at death's door, remains defiant. Yet, no sooner had AI finished speaking than his body collapsed, succumbing to his injuries, ultimately losing consciousness. Brother. Killer Bee's face was etched with unparalleled fury as he tightly embraced the unconscious Reikage AI, tears glistening in his eyes. You two bastards today. I surrender. Killer Bee gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, as though he had expended all his strength to utter those words. His gaze betrayed a mixture of resolution and determination, but more so, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Upon hearing Killer Bee's declaration, the ancient tree's expression shifted to one of surprise. What? Dude, how can you surrender with such audacity? It makes me feel like I'm the one who lost. If you had surrendered sooner, there wouldn't have been so many complications. The ancient tree's figure appeared beside Killer Bee like a flash of lightning, its speed rendering the observer unable to react. Slowly extending a hand, the ancient tree gently patted Killer Bee's shoulder, its eyes glinting with indifference. Killer Bee's body trembled slightly as he raised his gaze to the formidable adversary before him. He realized he possessed no power to resist and could only choose submission. With a deep sigh, Killer Bee spoke slowly. All right, since you wish to capture me, then come. But please, do not harm my villagers. They are innocent. Having said this, Killer Bee stood up, cautiously placing Reikage AI on the ground, then awaiting the imminent judgment. Lord Killer Bee, no, please, we of the Cloud Village absolutely do not surrender. As the words fell, the ancient tree noticed a young ninja who had spoken. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat yourself? The ancient tree casually dug into its ear, exuding an aura of malevolence. The unintended display of purple spiritual pressure causing the young Cloud Village ninja to break into a cold sweat. Under such pressure, the young ninja was instantly paralyzed with fear, forgetting his earlier bravado. No, brother, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. The ancient tree observed Reikage AI, who lay gravely injured, his expression devoid of emotion. All right, that's a wrap. Under the urging of the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizuke's, Killer Bee reluctantly donned the shameful handcuffs upon his wrists. Soon, news of the Akatsuki organization capturing the strongest tailed beast, the Eight Tails, before the fourth Reikage spread like wildfire. In the land of fire, beneath the Hokage building in Konoha, Danzo, the dark leader of Konoha, revealed a smirk of schadenfreude upon learning of the Eight Tails' capture. Heh, those simple-minded, brawny fools brought this upon themselves. Danzo sneered, recalling that his teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had been killed by the Gold and Silver brothers from the Land of Lightning. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for that rival nation, and witnessing their downfall brought him a sense of satisfaction. Sir, according to scouts from the Land of Lightning, one of the Akatsuki members who attacked the Eight Tails appears to be a mysterious figure resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, while the other is a member of the Uchiha clan capable of wielding a colossal Susanoo. Upon hearing the remarks of his subordinates, Shimura Danzo's gaze narrowed. Was that Uchiha a woman? Danzo recalled the girl who had seemed inseparable from the ancient tree during his youth. Yes, she was a cold, long-haired woman. Together, they had inflicted severe damage upon the Land of Lightning, leaving the fourth Reikage in a state of grave injury and unconsciousness. Damn it. That wicked little spirit has also been resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Danzo's eyes darkened. He harbored no affection for the malevolent Uchiha. If Uchiha Shursui were to discover that his arm bore the eyes of their entire clan, he would undoubtedly consider him an enemy. My lord, what should we do? Strengthen the vigilance of Konoha, and seek out the Nine Tails to extract that brat's-tailed beast. Do not concern yourselves with the Jinchuriki's life or death. Additionally, place several root ninjas within Naruto's search team. Shimura Danzo succinctly issued the orders. He speculated that the Akatsuki's objective was likely the tailed beasts. Currently, Konoha's Nine Tails had vanished without a trace, so the village would likely not face an assault from the Akatsuki for the time being. Chapter 117. Sasuke stunned, left helpless simultaneously. The Land of Earth and the Land of Water received news regarding the calamity that befell the Eight Tails of the Land of Lightning. In the office of the third Hokage, Inoki, his hand trembled uncontrollably upon reviewing the intelligence report from his subordinates. The silver-haired Susanoo, the dark-haired woman, the third Hokage felt disoriented, as if a terrifying blade wound was subtly aching on his back. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the second Hokage with dust release, he would likely have become mere dust himself. Uchiha Shinsui was, without a doubt, an enigmatic and formidable creature. What shall we do now, Sachikage? Could the Akatsuki members also target the tailed beast within the village? Kuratsuchi, dressed in her IWA ninja uniform, with her long, sculpted legs resembling a work of art, stood beneath the desk. Inoki gazed solemnly ahead, filled with concern and unease. He understood that if the Akatsuki truly aimed to assault the tailed beast in the village, the consequences would be dire. Immediately secure the Jinchuriki. If anything goes awry, provide immediate assistance, Inoki commanded, wiping away the non-existent sweat upon his brow and letting out a long breath. He was acutely aware of the terror that Uchiha Shinsui instilled and that safeguarding the tailed beasts within the village was no simple task. Nevertheless, as the Tsuchikage, he had to ensure the village's security and protect the tailed beasts from being seized. I understand. Kuratsuchi nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the significant responsibility she bore. However, upon noticing the faint sheen of cold sweat forming on Inoki's forehead, her gaze held a hint of suspicion. Old man, what's the matter? Are you scared? Ridiculous. How could I possibly be afraid? Inoki marveled at Kuratsuchi's perceptiveness but quickly adjusted his demeanor. Kuratsuchi merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Aware that she had seen through his thoughts, Inoki's expression darkened. Great. My esteemed image is likely ruined, all thanks to that cursed Uchiha. One Uchiha Madara. And another Uchiha Shinsui. Now, Inoki harbored nothing but disdain for the Uchiha clan. In the land of water. Upon learning about the resurrection of the second Mizukage through the reanimation jutsu, the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was immediately enveloped in intense excitement. The second Mizukage has been resurrected? Ao, is this information reliable? Mei Terumi gazed at Ao, who reported the intelligence, her heart racing with exhilaration. The legendary second Mizukage, revered by the village's ninja as a wartime icon, returning would undoubtedly elevate the military prowess of the village exponentially. Indeed, this message is personally pinned by our spies in the land of lightning, Ao replied solemnly. But, Mizukage, do not celebrate too soon. The second Mizukage seems to have joined the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki? Mei Terumi questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion before a thought struck her. Could it be that mercenary organization? Yes, the Akatsuki's ambitions appear to be vast. As they begin to target the tailed beasts, Ao's expression remained serious. Then why would the second Mizukage join the Akatsuki? Mei Terumi struggled to comprehend. Should we disseminate the news of the second Mizukage's revival? It might deter those wishing to undermine the village's foundation, Ao suggested. Let's not. Mei Terumi quickly countered. If some battle-crazed individuals in the village learn of the second Mizukage's return, they might recklessly join the Akatsuki. Indeed, Ao sighed in resignation. The second Mizukage's revival is a cause for celebration, yet her choice to join the Akatsuki dampens that joy. As the ninja world teetered on the brink of chaos, Kiki and Uchiha Shinsui returned to Kirigakure with the captured Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Teacher, who are those behind you? Sasuke Uchiha, who had been lurking near the gates of Kirigakure, approached Shinsui with a beaming expression. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Shinsui replied coldly, suppressing the urge to reprimand Sasuke for his exuberance. What? The Eight Tails? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of shock as he craned his neck to glimpse the humiliated Killer Bee, shackled and subdued. He hadn't anticipated his teacher's mission would involve capturing the Eight Tails, and so swiftly at that. In that moment, admiration flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he regarded Shinsui. So, my teacher is this formidable? If I train under him, could I not surpass Naruto? The thought blossomed within him, fueling his anticipation. Damn Naruto, you better be ready. Look again, and I'll pluck your eyes out, Shinsui warned, casting a cold glance at Sasuke. Had it not been for Kiki's request, she would have preferred to avoid any entanglement with him. Sasuke lowered his head in submission. Previously, he might have retorted defiantly, but now he dared not. Shinsui was a teacher who did not hesitate to deliver punishment, and he showed no mercy. Resolutely trailing behind Kiki, Sasuke's expression bore a mix of defiance and determination. He silently vowed to grow stronger and, after avenging his clan, to demonstrate his true power to everyone. His gaze fixed on the iconic black and red cloud cloak worn by Kiki, memories flooded back. He realized that his brother, Itachi Uchiha, was also a member of the Akatsuki. This revelation stirred a potent mix of rage and hatred within him, as he yearned for an opportunity to confront the brother he so despised. Will my teacher assist me in teaching Itachi a lesson? He pondered. Are you my teacher's companion? Sasuke mustered the courage to approach Kiki, attempting to engage him in conversation. Not a companion, Kiki replied calmly. Sasuke's mind was awash with questions. If not a companion, Why were they executing a mission together? Just then, Kiki took Shinsui's hand and gently declared, "This is my wife." Those words struck Sasuke like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. He gaped, unable to process the revelation. A furtive glance at Shinsui revealed no reaction, yet he could see a tremor in her eyes. Sasuke was astonished. It was almost unfathomable that his cold and ruthless teacher had married. What surprised him even more was that her husband appeared to be quite youthful. Chapter 118. Sasuke, Itachi, I'm coming up at 8. Come down, you wretched soul. How could you pull such a stunt? Uchiha Shizukawa whispered beside Kumu, playfully rolling her eyes. As Kumu grasped her delicate hand, Shizukawa instantaneously faltered. However, it was apparent that a beautiful smile struggled to contain itself at the corners of Uchiha Shizukawa's lips. Such a gentle and melodious voice left Sasuke, who had previously encountered Shizukawa, utterly dumbfounded. But, Sensei, aren't you capable of speaking softly? Why is it that when it comes to me, you resort to harshness or terrifying remarks? Upon reflecting on this, a hint of melancholy crossed Sasuke's expression. So, what is it you wish to inquire about? Kumu asked with curiosity, observing the somewhat withdrawn Uchiha Sasuke. Is this brat itching for trouble again, longing for punishment? Your expression resembles that of a scorned wife, making it seem as though I have wronged you. I wish to ask if you know a member of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated momentarily, yet he managed to voice his thoughts. He was not foolish. It was evident that the Akatsuki's headquarters seemed to be situated within the hidden mist village. Oh, Itachi, are you referring to that individual? Kumu raised his gaze, pointing towards the rooftop where Uchiha Itachi had been observing silently. This fervent protector of his younger brother had discreetly followed Sasuke ever since he entered the hidden mist village. At this revelation, Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of energy, his pupils contracting like the tremors of an earthquake. He quickly looked up and spotted the familiar figure clad in a black and red cloud-patterned cloak, drenched by the rain. The hatred and fury that surged within him activated Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan. How could I have been discovered? Itachi sensed Kumu's gaze upon him, a ripple of surprise coursing through him. Despite his efforts to conceal his presence, he could not evade that individual as perception. Just as Itachi contemplated leaving the area, Kumu's form flickered like an afterimage, instantly appearing on the rooftop. What is it that you intend to do? That child must not be involved. Itachi's eyes were filled with intense vigilance. If Kumu dared to harm Sasuke, he would fight to the death to seal him away once more. Let us not forget, Uchiha Itachi possessed the Tenseigan, a weapon that itself functioned as a sealing technique, capable of permanently imprisoning its target within the sword's hilt. Do not be so agitated. It is that fellow who seeks to grow stronger, hence his approach to us. Moreover, we both are vessels of impure reincarnation, devoid of desires. How could we possibly harm Sasuke? So, what is your relationship with him? Kumu inquired nonchalantly, although Itachi's Tenseigan posed a slight threat to him. It was of no consequence if he were not targeted directly. Jinjutsu held little efficacy against Kumu. Thus Itachi's attempts to activate Susanoo and strike with the Tenseigan were virtually impossible. As for Uchiha Shizukawa, her Manjiki Sharingan granted her foresight, making it nearly impossible for her to be ambushed. Just as Kumu concluded his statement, Uchiha Sasuke below, clearly anxious, shouted, "Damn it, Itachi. Don't hide up there. You see me, right?" Uchiha Sasuke yelled angrily at Itachi perched above. "Oh, it seems you two share a hostile relationship," Kumu remarked with raised brows, surprised by the revelation. "You needn't concern yourself with this." Itachi gazed down at Sasuke, who glared up at him with fury, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. This brat is feeling bold again. I wonder who instilled this courage in him. Has he not yet grasped the reality after being thoroughly beaten before? Itachi, I'm coming up at 8. You better come down. Uchiha Sasuke shouted in anger. But soon he realized something was amiss. Itachi's mother seemed to be his own mother. Was he not cursing himself? Yet, Uchiha Sasuke, in his fury, cared little about such contradictions. You come down. Consumed by hatred, Uchiha Sasuke was determined to face his brother. Seeing his younger brother so eager for a thrashing, Uchiha Itachi was more than willing to descend. It was the perfect opportunity to discover why Uchiha Sasuke had ventured into this hidden mist village. Under Sasuke's expectant gaze, Itachi's form gradually transformed into a flock of crows, converging before Uchiha Sasuke. You dare to come down, Itachi? Just wait. When my teacher sees you beating me, he will certainly intervene and give you a good thrashing, you scoundrel. Uchiha Sasuke plotted in his mind, preparing to embark on his journey of being pummeled. Chapter 119. Sasuke, This isn't how I envision things. Itachi, why are you here? Explain yourself thoroughly. Sasuke Uchiha, reversing the expected order, initiated the confrontation. By taking the lead in questioning, he aimed to deflect the pressure. As anticipated, Itachi Uchiha regarded Sasuke, who was behaving rather uninhibitedly, with a peculiar look. He sensed a shift in Sasuke's demeanor, a newfound audacity, perhaps. Itachi's countenance remained impassive as he inquired, "Did you not summon me?" Sasuke retorted with agitation. His Sharingan swirling rapidly, "If I were to bid you present your neck for my blade, would you comply?" Itachi, maintaining his serene composure, inwardly noted Sasuke's attainment of the three-tomo Sharingan. Consequently, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Sasuke, why have you become so volatile?" Sasuke, aware of his mentor's observation, retorted, "Cease your inquiries and prepare to meet your end." With these words, Sasuke charged toward Itachi, unleashing his signature technique. Chidori. Lightning coalesced in Sasuke's hand, the resonating electricity mimicking the cries of birds. Observing Sasuke's attack aimed at his heart, Itachi displayed a faint, contented smile. "What are you smirking at, you detestable Itachi?" Sasuke exclaimed, his temper flaring. However, Itachi effortlessly intercepted the thrusting Chidori with a single hand, the emanating arcs of electricity merely severing a few strands of his hair. "Sasuke, I had hoped you had grown stronger, but alas, you remain as feeble as ever. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to extinguish your existence?" Itachi remarked. Itachi's dispassionate words instantly quelled Sasuke's rising anger. Mentor, aid me. This fiend seeks to end my life." Sasuke pleaded, seeking assistance from Shizusui Uchiha. "Mentor?" Itachi echoed, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the raven-haired woman adorned in a black and crimson cloud cloak. "When did you become her student? Are you not cognizant of her dangerous nature?" Itachi questioned. "Behold, even now, your mentor refrains from intervening. Have you not discerned that you are but a mere pawn?" Itachi's insinuation ignited Sasuke's fury. "Itachi, cease your slander. My mentor would never abandon me." Suddenly, the figure of Komugi materialized beside him. "Sasuke, your assessment is erroneous. Your mentor has relinquished all intention of assisting you." Sasuke's countenance fell. "Are you jesting?" he queried, his voice trembling. "Do I strike you as one who engages in jest?" Komugi responded, "Ah, ha 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 ha. This world is indeed a grand jest." Sasuke erupted in maniacal laughter. "Or perhaps, you alone are the jester?" Komugi retorted. This blatant disparagement of Sasuke before Itachi caused the latter's gaze to turn frigid. "Ah!" Sasuke writhed in torment. Soon, with Itachi's acquiescence, Sasuke managed to break free. "Itachi, I shall settle this with you." Driven by fury, Sasuke's Sharingan blazed, and he even began to channel the power of the cursed seal of heaven within him. "Sasuke, I am not the one who deceived you. Why direct your animosity toward me?" Itachi questioned as his form transformed into a flock of crows, evading Sasuke's Chidori assault. "I shall direct it toward you. I shall direct it toward you. You fiend, Itachi." Sasuke raged. "Sasuke, you are forbidden from employing this power again." Just as Sasuke was poised to launch another frenzied attack, Shizusui Uchiha tore through space and appeared before him. "Mentor," Sasuke stammered, his tone conflicted. But he quickly adopted a defiant stance. "I answer to no one. You are not my mentor." Shizusui Uchiha turned, regarding Sasuke with a perplexed expression. "What did you say? Did you not declare your intent to abandon me?" Sasuke's gaze darted about, and he promptly regained his composure. "I made no such declaration." Shizusui Uchiha replied, causing Sasuke to cast a bewildered look at Komugi. "You deceived me?" Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes widening. Komugi merely whistled nonchalantly. Sasuke was about to retort when he was silenced by the frigid aura emanating from Shizusui Uchiha. Realizing that Komugi was her husband, Sasuke could only glare resentfully at the more vulnerable Itachi Uchiha. "You are Shizusui Uchiha, are you not? Why have you taken on the role of Sasuke's mentor?" Itachi inquired. Observing how Shizusui held the once unruly Sasuke firmly in check, and a chilling sensation arose within him. Chapter 120. Itachi vs. Shizumi. Do you think I care? You are merely a junior. Even if you were Uchiha Madara, I would not hesitate to confront you. Uchiha Shizumi's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Uchiha Itachi, who stood a short distance away. Not only did she not care about him, but she had also personally taken away her clan's leader, Uchiha Madara. "Uchiha Sasuke is not your plaything." Itachi's eyes gleamed sharply as he unleashed a flurry of shuriken, the terrifying speed startling Sasuke. "Teacher, be careful," Sasuke exclaimed, but before he could finish his warning, Shizumi's body effortlessly evaded the attack, as if she had anticipated it. However, before Itachi could launch another assault, A commanding voice echoed from the sky. Have you both forgotten the Akatsuki's prohibition against internal strife? Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, hovered above, observing the standoff between Itachi and Shizumi with a cold demeanor. Understood, leader, Itachi responded first, casting a sidelong glance at the fiercely determined Sasuke. A sigh escaping him. This foolish younger brother has been sold out and doesn't even realize it. Noticing Itachi's willingness to back down, Pain addressed them directly. Have you two successfully captured the Eight Tails? Indeed, Itachi replied. Well done. The previous agreement still stands. As long as there is peace in the ninja world, I will fulfill your desires. Pain offered a brief promise before taking the Eight Tails away. Leaving the fate of Killer be uncertain, death was unlikely, but severe injury was probable. Thus, both Shizumi and Uchiha's tasks were completed ahead of schedule, allowing them to enter a period of leisure. During this time, Shizumi sought out Naruto Uzumaki to assist him in mastering the Nine Tails, while she helped Sasuke refine his ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and the utilization of his Sharingan's power. A few months later, in a mountainous region of the Land of Rain, Shizumi, reclining atop a large tree, suddenly sensed something and directed her gaze toward a nearby hill. Itachi, why are you peeping again? This is your 10th time, isn't it tiresome? Shizumi could no longer tolerate the voyeurism and, using her Manjiki Sharingan, tore through space to appear atop the hill. Caught in the act, Itachi's expression faltered. He had not anticipated being discovered during his stealthy observation. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, defensively. Don't know? Then what are you doing here? Shizumi's expression remained impassive. I was merely passing by, Itachi replied, preparing to leave. You brotherly control freak, did I permit you to leave? Shizumi appeared before Itachi in an instant, her blade poised at his throat. The spinning pattern of her Manjiki Sharingan made Itachi's eyes narrow. So he indeed possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. What do you intend to do? Itachi asked, his tone flat. Since both possessed Manjiki, the illusions were unlikely to differ significantly. Therefore, to defeat Shizumi, Itachi would need to rely on other mates. What am I going to do? Since you enjoy spying so much, I must teach you a lesson. Without hesitation, Shizumi swung her blade. Realizing the severity of the situation, Itachi felt the pressure mount and immediately used a crow clone to escape. However, as he reappeared in another location, Shizumi had already materialized beside him, her blade striking down decisively. Space manipulation. Itachi's expression darkened as his three tomo transformed into the Manjiki, Amaterasu. In an instant, as the flames of Amaterasu ignited, Shizumi had vanished, reappearing in a different position. This elusive ability placed immense pressure on Itachi. Even Amaterasu could not catch her. I have no choice but to summon Susanoo. Itachi reluctantly activated his Susanoo. The orange-red skeletal form successfully blocking Shizumi's blade. Yet, the subsequent powerful attack sent Itachi flying backward. In his line of sight, Shizumi had also summoned her Susanoo. Thanks to her reanimated body, she had infinite chakra, and using Manjiki bore no adverse effects. Thus, she seemed nearly invincible. Itachi, I do not wish to be your enemy. Itachi realized he was outmatched against Shizumi's reanimated form. Unless he could completely seal her within the tin-fist sword of his Susanoo, he would not stand a chance. However, doing so would likely shorten his already limited lifespan, and Itachi was not willing to perish before witnessing Sasuke's growth. Why have you surrendered so quickly? Shizumi assumed Itachi was more formidable, especially considering her student Sasuke sought vengeance against him. During this time, she had learned that Itachi had annihilated their entire clan. Itachi, you scoundrel, why are you here? Do you intend to harm my teacher? I will fight you. Sasuke, sensing the commotion, rushed over. Hearing his foolish brother's words, Itachi felt a wave of exasperation. Doesn't he see who is truly being suppressed? Sasuke, you have no idea. Your brother has been very concerned for you. He has come here 10 times over the past few months, Shizumi slowly revealed. This unexpected statement caused a ripple in Itachi's previously calm demeanor. Sasuke scoffed in response, concerned? That bastard is likely just observing my training results to plot a sneak attack. Right, Sasuke, you've improved quite a bit. But you're still far from being able to kill me, Itachi smirked coldly, taunting his younger brother. You scoundrel, I will personally ensure your demise. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Recalling the painful memories of his clan's slaughter at Itachi's hands, including the sight of his parents being mercilessly killed before him. These painful recollections fueled Sasuke's determination to grow stronger. What's with you two brothers, putting on a show? Just as Itachi prepared to leave, Kuroki's voice suddenly rang out from atop a tree. He had been observing the battle between his wife and Itachi, ready to intervene should Itachi attempt to use the ten-fist sword. Chapter 121. The Silent Ancient Tree. Is this Sasuke truly devoid of sins? Brother Gomu. Are you here as well? Upon spotting Gomu's figure, Uchiha Sasuke wore a lighthearted smile. Over the past 6 months, Gomu had imparted considerable swordsmanship to him. Among these teachings, the frenzied breath sword technique allowed Sasuke to harmonize with the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, ultimately culminating in a new and more powerful sword technique. Occasionally, Gomu's teasing remarks brought Sasuke a sense of delight. Is this what it means to exist in the realm of the strong? While Sasuke reveled in this newfound joy, his brother, Uchiha Itachi, could not share in the merriment. Itachi recalled the last time he had seen Sasuke's genuine smile was before the clan's annihilation. This smile, which should have been reserved for him, was now directed elsewhere. The thought that his time was limited only strengthened his resolve to ensure Sasuke could stand independently. Ah, you've always been here. It seems you possess a natural talent for swordsmanship, Gomu remarked, somewhat surprised by Sasuke's aptitude. It was no wonder he would one day establish the Uchiha sword style. Regrettably, in the past, Sasuke lacked a capable leader to nurture this gift. But let us set that aside. You need to kill Itachi. That fellow has little time left. Gomu's words caused Itachi's eyes to flicker momentarily, instilling a sense of panic as if his secrets had been laid bare. How could this rascal know that his days were numbered? Don't go. As Itachi contemplated leaving, Uchiha Shinsui swiftly raised his sword to block his path. The synergy of the couple's teamwork left Itachi feeling helpless. It appeared that his thoughts were on the verge of being exposed today. What do you mean, Brother Gomu? Is Itachi about to die? Sasuke inquired, confusion evident in his gaze. He had no desire for Itachi's demise. He intended to end Itachi's life himself. Quite literally, his time is short. And have you not noticed? Itachi possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Is it not effortless for him to take your life? Gomu's words not only perplexed Sasuke, but also ignited a surge of anger within him. This scoundrel merely wished to toy with him, wanting to witness his struggles unfold. Sasuke glared fiercely at Itachi, who was restrained not far away. Itachi, did you ever imagine you would find yourself in this predicament? Today, I shall avenge our parents. With a slight smirk, Sasuke unleashed a fierce surge of lightning, charging toward Itachi's chest. Hey, why do you always resort to violence? Do you lack intelligence? Gomu grasped Sasuke's hand, questioning his judgment. I want to kill him. I must take him down. Sasuke struggled against Gomu's grip, desperate not to let this opportunity slip away. Do you not wish to know why Itachi sought to obliterate the Uchiha clan? Gomu's words momentarily stunned Sasuke, prompting him to direct his questioning gaze at Itachi. Itachi, why? A reason? That is hardly necessary. Itachi smirked coldly. The past was merely a memory, and he sought only the outcome, indifferent to any sense of grievance. Brother Gomu. See, I told you this scoundrel is utterly devoid of compassion. Sasuke's face reflected his frustration, unsure why Gomu seemed to defend Itachi. Was it merely because Itachi was a member of the Akatsuki? Haha, Sasuke, come now. Kill me. Itachi's pupils constricted, an unsettling expression crossing his face. I'll make you pay. Sasuke, equally deranged, found himself restrained by Gomu's single hand, unable to move an inch. Itachi, do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Is this amusing to you? Gomu's face displayed a rare moment of solemnity. He initially sought to mend the relationship between the two, yet Itachi seemed unreceptive. What do you intend to do? Itachi's eyes trembled as he grasped the implication, quickly articulating, if you proceed, you will come to regret it. Regret? Haha. There is nothing I cannot accomplish at this moment. Gomu laughed heartily. Susanoo. As his words fell, Itachi activated Susanoo before the bewildered eyes of Uchiha Shinsui. The armor of the Crow Tengu took form, culminating in a flaming longsword. You are so confident in your ability to contend with our reanimated forms. But do you truly believe you can seal me? Gomu, still holding a bewildered Sasuke, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beneath a great tree. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shinsui initiated the fifth form of Susanoo, which was larger and bore legs compared to Itachi's. Brother Gomu, what is happening? Sasuke's expression mirrored confusion. He struggled to comprehend how a mere exchange of words had escalated so rapidly to the activation of Susanoo. Nothing to worry about. My blade will be swift and painless. Brother Gomu, I trust you, but please leave the final blow to me. I must end my enemy myself. Sasuke nodded earnestly, completely oblivious to Gomu's implication regarding the speed of his blade. All right, I concede. What are your intentions? Speak plainly. Itachi regarded the formidable duo, his final vestiges of resistance dissipating. Concede? No way, Itachi. I will not allow you to surrender. Fight. Sasuke, still in Gomu's grasp, writhed and cursed vehemently, unwilling to accept Itachi's capitulation as it would thwart his chance for vengeance. Sasuke, regardless of your thoughts, I assure you, I will not bring you harm. In the midst of Sasuke's bewilderment, Itachi deactivated Susanoo, transforming into a flurry of crows, appearing on a neighboring tree across from Gomu. Itachi, do you take me for a fool? You cannot possibly believe your own words. Sasuke taunted, incredulous at Itachi's presumption that he would fall for such trickery. Do you see? Sasuke, I have no faith in you, so can I leave now? Itachi, having deciphered the intentions of Gomu and Shinzue, resolved not to mend his relationship with Sasuke any further. Chapter 122, Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode. The Akatsuki organization will be sweating profusely. Kojiki did not impede Itachi Uchiha's departure. Soon, nearly 2 years elapsed. On this day, beneath a waterfall in the land of rain, Naruto Uzumaki teleported to Kojiki's location. Scratching the back of his head, he said with a touch of embarrassment, Brother Kojiki, I've failed your expectations. I still haven't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Kojiki gazed at Naruto, who had grown considerably taller, and a faint smile graced his lips. You little rascal, you're aware of that, are you? How is it? Have you accepted the Nine Tails yet? As his words subsided, a confident smile illuminated Naruto Uzumaki's face. He would not claim to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had completely mastered the Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode. Naruto Uzumaki was uncertain as to why the Nine Tails harbored no animosity towards him. He merely needed to acknowledge the Nine Tails to achieve a qualitative leap in strength. He distinctly recalled that the Nine Tails had previously loathed him and constantly sought to seize control of his body. Kurama, try being pinned to the ground and thrashed, Naruto. See if you don't become compliant. Boom. Just as Naruto was pondering, his body was enveloped in golden chakra, and his hair spiked upward, forming 2 horn-like protrusions, with 6 black magatama appearing at the collar. Kojiki observed that the mode Naruto had unleashed was merely the golden Naruto form, not the ultimate Nine Tails mode. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. In a mere instant, his consciousness had arrived within the Nine Tails domain. At this moment, the Nine Tails, like a docile husky, was leisurely sprawled atop the water's surface, yawning. Although it was still sealed within the Jinchuriki, it enjoyed considerable freedom, idly spacing out. Basking in the tranquility, this leisurely existence was quite delightful. However, the Nine Tails' contentment was short-lived, as it beheld the individual it feared most. This person evoked a fear even greater than Madara Uchiha, as if it were etched into the depths of its soul. Is there something you require, Lord Kojiki? I've done as you asked. The Nine Tails lay prone on the ground, its tone exceedingly respectful. You haven't truly acknowledged Naruto? Kojiki inquired, his expression impassive. Lord Kojiki, are you jesting? I've fully acknowledged Naruto. Kurama racked its brains, unable to comprehend why Kojiki would concern himself with that brat. It had been compelled to lend its power to Naruto. Lord Kojiki, might it be that Naruto hasn't fully acknowledged me yet? A perfect-tailed beast mode necessitates mutual acknowledgement. Kurama placed its paws before its chest, lying prone on the ground, its tail wagging incessantly, revealing its considerable cunning. You're just trying to shift the blame, aren't you? Kojiki's eyes narrowed slightly, unsure of what the Nine Tails was contemplating. Although their minds were linked, active communication was still required. Lord Kojiki, I'm being perfectly honest. I harbor no ill intentions. You need to properly interrogate Naruto. That kid doesn't seem trustworthy. Kurama reiterated. All right, I'll trust you this once. You're the most honest. Kojiki was aware that haste makes waste. However, even if Naruto were to utilize the initial stage of the Nine-Tailed Chakra Mode, he should be able to overwhelm many opponents. At the very least, he should be able to make the Akatsuki members experience what it means to sweat profusely. It was a pity that there was so little time. Although Kojiki had imparted the methods for Naruto's Sage Mode training, there had been no opportunity to attempt it. Meanwhile, back in the outside world, Kojiki gazed at the exuberant Naruto Uzumaki, shaking his head helplessly. With your current strength, you can suppress the Nine Tails. You can return to Konoha. Kojiki's sudden words caused Naruto Uzumaki's eyes to flicker. In truth, if Kojiki hadn't reminded him, Naruto Uzumaki would have almost forgotten that the purpose of his training was to return to Konoha. After all, the feeling of one's strength gradually increasing each day was truly exhilarating. Huh? Naruto Uzumaki's expression was puzzled, followed by intense reluctance. Brother Kojiki, I don't want to leave you. The 2 years of Kojiki's tutelage and friendship had engendered deep emotions in Naruto. He had only experienced such feelings with the pervy sage. You little rascal. Kojiki affectionately ruffled Naruto Uzumaki's hair. In truth, After training Naruto for 2.5 years, it would be false to say that Kojiki felt nothing. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, so he could only allow Naruto to become his pawn. Go back. Don't forget the initial intention you had when you followed me to train. Yes, after I return, I will definitely get everyone to rescind the warrant for your arrest. You're not a Konoha traitor at all. Naruto Uzumaki naturally refused to believe that Kojiki, who had treated him so well, was a Konoha fugitive. Watching Naruto Uzumaki's receding figure, Kojiki stretched languidly. After 2 years of groundwork, the plan could finally commence. Next, the Akatsuki members would have to experience just how much pressure Naruto, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and Nine Tails mode, could exert. Soon, Kojiki located Shirzue Uchiha, who was training Sasuke in another part of the Land of Rain. Wife, how is it? How much has that kid's strength improved? On the edge of the cliff, Kojiki gazed speechlessly at Sasuke, who was still incessantly chopping down trees below. This little brother, is he planning to get rich by cutting down trees? Shirzue Uchiha rolled her bewitching eyes upon hearing Kojiki's address. This scoundrel was simply shameless. What is it? We're an old married couple. What's wrong with calling you wife? Kojiki gazed at Shirzue Uchiha's aloof face, seizing her cheeks without another word. What are you doing? Shirzue Uchiha never expected Kojiki to be so audacious. He was directly making a move, and her serene face betrayed a hint of panic. Call me husband, or I'll bully you relentlessly. Kojiki's hands began to wander. No, you scoundrel. I won't compromise. You haven't even proposed yet. Shirzue Uchiha's exquisite face flushed with embarrassment, her head bowed, and a crimson blush spread across her fair, jade-like neck. I don't care. Call me husband. Kojiki's tone was forceful, even though he appeared younger than Shirzue Uchiha. However, he held the upper hand. Husband, don't. Shirzue Uchiha averted her gaze, unable to meet Kojiki's eyes, and her earlobes turned crimson. Her slightly parted red lips looked as tempting as cherries. Her large, watery eyes were already misting over. Yes, that's right. Kojiki's eyes twinkled with mischief as he gazed at the red mark on Shirzue Uchiha's neck, as if admiring a masterpiece. You villain. Shirzue Uchiha reluctantly raised her collar. On the surface, she appeared somewhat unwilling, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. She knew that her big thunder would definitely be able to manipulate Kojiki at will. This old pervert still insisted that he was a gentleman. Chapter 123. Strength is the true path. What's wrong? Are you still unconvinced? Gumu gazed at Uchiha Shizuka's, adjusting her collar, a hint of melancholy gracing her cold, beautiful visage. She seemed poised for a second strike. Stop, I was wrong. Uchiha Shizuka's immediately waved her hands. She had already witnessed Gumu's formidable prowess, especially during their solitary evenings together. Come here, take the initiative, and give me a kiss, and I shall forgive you. Gumu pointed to her own lips. Uchiha Shizuka's extended her slender fingers, feeling a new level of shamelessness from Gumu. Yet, succumbing to her pressure, she could only approach willingly. After a while, feeling somewhat breathless, she pushed Gumu away, a thin line of tension drawn between them, prompting Gumu to finally relent. Not bad. Today's reward ends here. If you don't speak, excessive rewards will only harm yourself. One tive? Uchiha Shizuka's softly wiped her slightly numb lips, her expression tinged with helplessness. A casual reward indeed might harm oneself, but I am the one rewarding you. What does it have to do with me? Gumu shrugged, her nonchalant demeanor inciting both love and irritation in Uchiha Shizuka's. You scoundrel, taking advantage and playing innocent. Uchiha Shizuka's adjusted her clothing, preparing to check on Sasuke's tree-cutting progress. Sasuke still chopping trees, I see. Gumu approached Sasuke, observing him tirelessly swinging a long blade at the trees, a look of amusement in his eyes. If he were to battle Naruto, wouldn't he end up with a serious defeat? Brother Gumu, it's been quite a while since I last saw you. You finally returned. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead, excitement radiating from his face upon hearing Gumu's voice. Uchiha Shizuka's felt a wave of exasperation at Sasuke's words. This brat had no idea that Gumu always bullied her before leaving. Are you here as well, teacher? Uchiha Sasuke noticed the black-clad Uchiha Shizuka's standing behind Gumu, somewhat puzzled as to why she was only showing her head on such a hot day. Sasuke, let me see how your swordsmanship practice is progressing. Before Sasuke awakened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, Gumu believed he could not possibly rival Naruto. Not to mention, the current Uchiha Sasuke had only just attained 3 Tomo. 2 years had transformed Sasuke into a much steadier individual. No longer the impulsive boy who would resort to cursing at the slightest provocation. All right, brother Gumu. Recently, I discovered that combining lightning release with sword drawing techniques yields remarkable results. Please take a look. Uchiha Sasuke placed one hand on the hilt of his long blade. And as chakra gathered in his hand, a terrifying electric current erupted from the blade. In an instant, a silvery flash illuminated the air. With a swift draw, the sound of a sonic boom resonated through the atmosphere, followed by a lightning arc soaring into the distance. Boom! The lightning blade struck a massive tree trunk, effortlessly cleaving it in two, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Indeed impressive. Gumu nodded, recognizing that such an unexpected move could exploit an information gap. Proving effective. Seeing Gumu's acknowledgement, a rare smile graced Uchiha Sasuke's lips, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes. Damn Itachi. Wash your backside clean. I'm coming to deal with you, haha. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Sasuke, over the past 2 years, his brother had secretly observed him countless times. Each visit only reinforced Itachi's feeling of reassurance. As it appeared, Gumu and Shizuke's had not inflicted any harm upon Sasuke. In the blink of an eye, about a week passed. After a long journey, Naruto finally crossed the land of rain and arrived at the borders of the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Upon seeing the familiar village, a rare smile broke through Naruto's previously stern expression. 3 years, 3 long years. Aside from Gumu, no one knew the grueling training he had endured. Beneath his clothing lay countless scars and well-defined muscles, testaments to the arduous path Naruto had traversed. He had even nearly lost consciousness beneath the torrent of a waterfall. However, the singular thought of returning to Konoha propelled Naruto forward. Quickly informed the village's ninjas. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, is approaching the village. The sentinels stationed at the outskirts of Konoha trembled with urgency upon spotting Naruto. Hastily making their way into the village, Naruto cast a discerning glance, effortlessly sensing the hidden figures nearby, yet he dismissed them. He believed that now, he could still earn everyone's recognition. After all, he had fully mastered control over the Ninetales. Be careful, kid. Don't let anyone deceive you. Those ninjas harbor ill intentions, Kurama warned within Naruto's mind. Understood, Kurama. Naruto nodded. Despite knowing the Ninetales' name after these 3 years, a certain barrier still existed between them. As he neared the gates, Naruto beheld countless Konoha ninjas standing at the entrance, their expressions grave as they watched him. You are Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, felt an inexplicable sorrow wash over her as she gazed at Naruto's taller frame. Jiraiya was off searching for the Akatsuki in Naruto, leaving him absent from the village. Lady Tsunade, I am indeed Naruto Uzumaki, the genuine article, Naruto replied. His tone tinged with resignation as he noted the wariness in their gazes. Hokage-sama, this could be the Ninetales in disguise. Kakashi, standing nearby, offered a solemn warning. He recalled how the Umbu had once been mercilessly crushed by Naruto. Naruto, are you willing to accept the sealing? Tsunade inquired, her eyes filled with hope. If you do not resist during this period, we will believe that you have not been overtaken by the Ninetales. It was well known that tailed beasts were proud creatures, and they would never willingly accept a seal. Furthermore, the Ninetales was not weak. If it intended to attack Konoha, there would be no need for subterfuge. It could simply reveal its true form and wreak havoc. Lady Tsunade, I am willing. A hint of melancholy crossed Naruto's face. Yet he knew this was the only way to prove himself. Soon, Naruto was sealed and escorted into a dungeon. He initially believed they would only confine him for a few days before releasing him. However, that night, as Naruto sensed a chilling aura of malice, he realized that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. Indeed, Brother Gumu was correct. Strength is the true path. Had I displayed overwhelming power days ago? Even if they were wary, I would not have to languish in this dark dungeon. Chapter 124. Naruto's heartwarming realization, there are still those who care for me. Is that person Uzumaki Naruto? Our objective is to assassinate him and extract the tailed beast from within him. Yes, let's make it swift. The Umbu guarding the dungeon have already been manipulated and replaced. Nearly 10 root ninjas, clad in striped masks, gazed at the damp confines of the dungeon where Uzumaki Naruto sat, and began issuing combat orders. This assassination squad could be deemed the most formidable executioners within the root organization, boasting several jonin among them. Creak. With the sound of the dungeon door opening, Naruto lifted his face, his expression stony and his eyes glinting with coldness. Who sent you? Tsunade. Is it? He raised his gaze to the 10 root ninjas outside, feeling their unabashed intent to kill, and his inner warmth rapidly dwindled. Attack. The elite members of Root did not squander words. With a decisive gesture, they transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing towards Naruto to strike. armed with long swords and shuriken. Their every move was lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of bodies colliding, and the assailants were soon sent flying from the dungeon, crashing against the walls and losing consciousness. Among them, 2 fell lifelessly to Naruto's overwhelming assault. Is this young man truly so powerful? Help me. Save me. Go on. Beat these Konoha scum. The other imprisoned Konoha fugitives, witnessing Naruto dispatch the root ninjas with such ease, erupted in cheers. They had anticipated that Naruto would meet a fate similar to many of their fellow inmates, falling victim to the root's assassination attempts. A common occurrence indeed. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Avenge me. Eliminate that vile Shimura Danzo. He is the true malignancy of Konoha. A member of the Hyuga clan, stripped of his eyes, called out to Naruto from a distance. Though he could no longer see, he sensed the terrifying chakra emanating from the Nine Tails. He had been branded a traitor and confined in this dungeon, ultimately treated as a mere experimental subject. Shimura Danzo? Naruto's gaze remained indifferent. He did not immediately trust the words of the Hyuga. He casually picked up a discarded root ninja's mask and, amidst the onlookers' regretful stares, departed from the dungeon. The Naruto of old might have inquired about the plight of the Hyuga, but the Naruto of the present was solely focused on clearing his name. Since he refused to listen to reason, do not blame me for being forceful. A chill flickered across Naruto's face as he swiftly exited the dungeon. The guarding root ninjas had yet to react before Naruto easily subdued them. In no time, he locked onto the direction of the Hokage Tower and vanished from sight. Along the way, he encountered someone he once held dear. Naruto, what are you doing here? Weren't you in the dungeon? Sakura Haruno, stepping out for a late-night snack, looked at Naruto with curiosity, her expression devoid of fear. In her eyes, he was still the Naruto she had always known. There are those in the dungeon who wish to assassinate me. Naruto briefly recounted the situation, not expecting Sakura to believe him. However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, Sakura rolled up her sleeves in anger. Damn it, who would want to kill you? The Hokage has already assured everyone that you're not the Nine Tails. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes. The Hokage merely detained you to maintain order among the village ninjas. Soon, you will be quietly released. Sakura nodded, but then hesitated before asking, by the way, did you and Sasuke get into a fight? How did you know? To be honest, after Sasuke was brought back by Kakashi-sensei, he was seriously injured and lying in bed, yet he kept cursing you, saying you lacked martial ethics and treated him like a clown. Naruto could clearly see the concern etched on Sakura's face. He was no longer the love-struck boy. He realized Sakura had feelings for Uchiha Sasuke. And where is Sasuke now? Sasuke-kun? He is missing. Sakura's expression fell, but soon she looked at Naruto with anticipation. Naruto, you will help us find Sasuke, right? Of course. Sasuke is my comrade. I will not allow him to stray from the right path. Naruto nodded resolutely. His earnest demeanor took Sakura aback. She was unaccustomed to this serious side of him. Naruto, you've changed. You've suffered so much these past years. Sakura's face was etched with sympathy as she approached, intending to check for any injuries on Naruto. I'm fine, Sakura. You know the Nine Tails is dangerous, so it's natural for everyone to distance themselves from me. Naruto raised his hand to stop her, not allowing her to draw closer. At the very least, Sakura did not show any fear towards him. She still regarded him as a comrade. This alone filled Naruto with immense satisfaction. The Nine Tails may be dangerous, but Naruto, you are not. You will always be our comrade. Sakura said firmly, her eyes resolute. She was grateful that Naruto had beaten up Sasuke. Otherwise, she might never have seen him again. Though that guy had ultimately vanished yet again. Thank you, Sakura. I have a few matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Naruto concealed the mask he had been holding, intending to inquire with Tsunade about the meaning behind these ninjas. Just as Naruto was about to depart, a sudden anxious voice called out from behind him. Naruto-kun, you've come out. Turning in confusion, Naruto beheld a girl with white eyes, clad in pajamas. Her hair tousled and her aura fluctuating, gradually emerging from the shadows into the light. Hinata? What brings you here? Naruto felt a warmth in his heart as he observed Hinata, leaning against a lamppost, clearly having run over. Chapter 125, Danzo, feigning innocence, begging for mercy. I was merely passing by. Hinata Hyuga, under Naruto Uzumaki's gaze, appeared flustered, her words tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It's quite all right, Hinata. I'm unharmed. There's no need for concern, Naruto replied, displaying a newfound perceptiveness. However, I must take my leave, pressing matters await. Hinata parted her lips to speak. Yet the words eluded her. Do take caution, she finally uttered. Given Naruto's delicate position, She feared the possibility of an unforeseen incident should he encounter shinobi harboring resentment towards the Nine Tails. Indeed, Naruto acknowledged with a nod before departing. He soon materialized at the entrance of the Hokage's office. Due to a myriad of obligations, Tsunade, newly appointed, found herself burdened with an overwhelming amount of paperwork, compelling her to toil late into the night. Let another assume this mantle of Hokage, Tsunade lamented, reclining against her desk, seeking respite from the prodigious weight upon her chest. Have patience, Lady Tsunade. Observe how the village steadily progresses, Shizune, accompanied by Tonton, her diminutive porcine companion, offered in her customary manner. A series of knocks resonated. Tsunade swiftly adopted an upright posture, her previous languor dissipating. Enter, she commanded. Naruto Uzumaki cautiously entered. Naruto, Shizune exclaimed, instantly positioning herself before Tsunade, suspecting a possible assassination attempt. Naruto, what troubles you? Tsunade inquired, betraying no alarm. She perceived no discernible fluctuation of Nine Tails chakra emanating from him. Tsunade-sama, what organization does this mask belong to? Naruto inquired. Refraining from divulging the details of his attempted murder, wary of potential complicity. A mask from the root organization? Tsunade mused, curiosity piqued. Swiftly, realization dawned upon her. Danzo, that old codger, is meddling with you, is he not? That damned old fool. I shall demand an explanation tomorrow. She erupted, her ire causing her ample bosom to heave. There's no need to trouble Tsunade-sama. I prefer to settle scores without delay, Naruto declared softly, recalling the teachings of his mentor, Old Man Gomo. Act rather than argue. Naruto's frigid demeanor took Tsunade by surprise. Where had the once benevolent Naruto, renowned for his acts of kindness, vanished? Naruto, wait. Do you not trust me? Tsunade cried out as Naruto turned to leave, sensing a profound loss. Tsunade-sama, I do trust you. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. However, allow me to handle this matter myself. My resolve is unwavering, Naruto asserted, his determination palpable. Very well, but exercise restraint. Danzo commands the support of numerous Konoha dignitaries. Otherwise, you may find it challenging to reside within Konoha, she cautioned. Understood, Naruto acknowledged with a nod. Upon exiting the Hokage's edifice, he sought refuge in a secluded alcove, where he promptly invoked the Nine Tails chakra mode. A golden aura enveloped him, augmenting his power. In this state, he could readily perceive the malice directed toward him. Guided by this malevolence, Naruto swiftly located the entrance to the Root's clandestine sanctuary. Who are you? This location is forbidden to ordinary shinobi. Root operatives emerged from the shadows, like vermin, upon detecting the golden-clad intruder. Alas, Naruto granted them no opportunity for parley. With blinding velocity, he transformed into a golden streak, incapacitating the Root operatives who had encircled him in the blink of an eye. The instigator resides below, brat, Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Simultaneously, within the Root's subterranean base, Danzo, awaiting news of Naruto's demise, sensed an intrusion. What of it? He questioned, leaning upon his cane, his tone frigid. Danzo Dano, Naruto. Naruto has breached our defenses single-handedly. A Root operative stammered. As if on cue, Naruto, engulfed in the golden chakra mode, materialized within the chamber. Seizing the messenger, Naruto crushed his vertebrae with an iron grip before hurling him away. The hapless operative was sent hurtling through the air, his body embedding itself within the wall. Shimura Danzo, witnessing Naruto's rampage, was perplexed. This golden, formidable form astonished him. Had Naruto mastered the Nine Tails power? If so, he must be subjugated. If not, he must be eliminated. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Danzo inquired, unfazed by the harm inflicted upon his subordinates. Danzo, should you ever plot against me again, that shall be your fate, Naruto threatened, gesturing toward the lifeless operative, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Oh, Naruto, how you've changed. Have you forgotten the teachings of the third Hokage? You ought to be a staunch executor of the will of fire. How could you harm fellow villagers? Danzo retorted, attempting to brand Naruto as a rogue ninja. If you wish to avoid becoming a rogue ninja, serve me. Otherwise, I assure you, a warrant for your arrest shall be issued tomorrow, Danzo threatened, aware of Naruto's unwavering loyalty to his comrades. So, that's your gambit, old codger, Naruto exclaimed. His words followed by an instantaneous surge toward Danzo, his speed leaving the elder dumbfounded. In a blink, Naruto seized Danzo by the throat, lifting him off the ground. If you wonder why no Root ninjas come to support, feel free to look back, Naruto all the way. The comatose ninjas on the ground can already pile up into a small mountain. Now then, Danzo, if you intend to falsely accuse me of desertion, I shall embrace the mantle of a rogue ninja. Naruto tightened his grip, causing Danzo to break out in a cold sweat. He realized that Naruto was not jesting. He genuinely intended to slay him and become a rogue ninja. In an instant, Danzo's countenance softened into one of docility. Chapter 126, Deidara's Defeat Naruto. I was merely jesting, Deidara. TZ felt the cold sweat forming on his forehead. This little brat truly shows no mercy in his strikes. Is this how he treats an elder? A joke? I am not one for jesting, you see. Vortex Naruto, witnessing TZ's continued defiance, tightened his grip with increasing force. In the end, the veins on TZ's neck began to bulge ominously. I admit my fault, Naruto. I shall not target you henceforth, TZ trembled. Conceding. The pressure Naruto exerted was simply overwhelming. I hope you adhere to your word. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Naruto gradually released his hold on TZ's neck. In that instant, TZ collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for air. Yes, Naruto, welcome back to Konoha. Within TZ's heart, a scheme began to form. He contemplated whether to employ the technique of Kenjutsu to turn Naruto to his side. However, before the thought could fully materialize, a swift strike akin to a phantom exploded by TZ's ear. Boom. The terrifying force of Naruto's punch left a crimson mark upon TZ's face, shattering the wall beside him. TZ, heed my warning. Do not unleash malice towards me casually. I will perceive it. Next time, I shall aim for your head. TZ's eyes widened as he stared at Naruto, observing the wall utterly demolished by that single punch. He nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. At this moment, he was genuinely subdued, realizing he had underestimated Naruto's ability to sense ill intentions. Noticing that TZ did not exhibit further hostility, Naruto decided to depart. If he did not find his place in Konoha, he might have ended TZ's existence altogether. Yet, Naruto was not yet prepared to become a rogue ninja. There remained individuals he cared for within this village. Approximately half a month passed. On the side of the Akatsuki organization, Kuki and Uchiha Shinsui received an urgent summons. Leader, you called for us. Is it possible you have found a way to resurrect us? Kuki regarded the emotionless face of Pain. According to my intel, the Nine-Tails' whereabouts have been located, seemingly within Konoha. It should be an effortless task for you two to retrieve him, Pain replied nonchalantly. Wait, leader. Isn't capturing the Nine-Tails Itachi's mission? Kuki raised an eyebrow. No benefits to be had, yet plenty of work. Nagato certainly has a knack for being a demanding boss. Or perhaps this task was devised in collaboration with Obito. Regardless, you two must assist Deidara. Reports indicate they have successfully captured One Tail, yet encountered some complications. The shinobi world is in turmoil. Not only Konoha, but there are significant movements from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, seemingly plotting a joint assault on our Akatsuki organization. Pain's words elicited a roll of the eyes from Kuki. You can't just capture the nuclear weapons of other nations. Who else would be targeted if not you? Fortunately, the fourth Raikage lies incapacitated due to my wife's injuries. Otherwise, the 5 Kage summit would have commenced prematurely, and your Akatsuki would face universal condemnation. No problem, Kuki nodded. With that, he and Uchiha Shinsui prepared to depart the Land of Rain, as they needed no rest. According to the narrative, Deidara's companion, Sasori, would likely perish under the onslaught of Konoha's shinobi. However, the current situation hinted at more than just Konoha's ninja. What about that rascal, Sasuke? Uchiha Shinsui inquired curiously. Let that brat develop on his own, as long as he doesn't encounter overwhelming odds. He should manage to protect himself, Kuki replied, hoping Sasuke would refrain from foolishly challenging Naruto. Otherwise, he might truly fall into despair. Yet, despair could ignite a spark, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. After Kuki and Shinsui departed, a figure cloaked in black robes adorned with a swirling mask materialized beside Pain. Madara, I have acted according to your instructions, yet those two do not intend to capture the Nine-Tails. What are your plans? We shall observe the unfolding events. Both are reanimated corpses, likely seeking to leverage your Rinnegan's power for their own revival. With this, they could serve as free enforcers. Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, spoke with a cold demeanor. He had attempted to win Nagato over during Yahiko's time but found no support. After Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into darkness, culminating in his intent to create the tailed beast weapon, they began collaborating. Ever since Kuki and Shinsui joined the Akatsuki, Obito had remained hidden, observing. He initially intended to infiltrate the organization under the guise of Tobi, subtly nudging the members towards productivity. However, The unexpected arrival of these two had disrupted his plans. They were too dangerous. Even Obito dared not appear before them openly, fearing a catastrophic misstep. Drawing attention was perilous, especially since Uchiha Shisui seemed capable of tearing through space. He pondered whether cornering this woman might lead her to connect to his Kemui space, striking him down. Despite his earlier admiration for Shinsui's abilities, he now regarded her as merely a minor player. Obito gazed into the profound darkness of the night. He had once aspired to collaborate with Kuki to overturn the entire shinobi world, yet he never anticipated that before he could act, these nuisances would disrupt his plans. In a mere 6 months, Uchiha Shinsuei had been resurrected. Yet, what significance did this reanimation hold? This corrupt world was unworthy of Rin's return. Only the plan of the Eye of the Moon could offer the perfect resolution. In the Land of Rivers, a small nation situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, night had already fallen. When Kuki and Shinsuei arrived at their destination based on the intel, they found Deidara, who had lost an arm. What transpired, Deidara? Why are you in such a state? Kuki queried, his eyes reflecting curiosity as he observed Deidara emerging from a shadowy alleyway. Deidara, clutching his remaining arm, appeared disheveled, clearly having endured considerable hardship during this time. Damn it! I was ambushed, Deidara exclaimed, his eloquent words befitting the essence of an esteemed artist. Oh, and Sasori? Sasori? That scoundrel sacrificed himself to control 100 puppets. Battling those ninjas. He is likely gone now. As for One Tail, they captured it as well. What the hell? How did so many reinforcements suddenly appear? Both from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning? Deidara shot Kuki a resentful glance. He had yet to return with the tailed beast when he was besieged by so many foes. This left Deidara feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Such treatment was undeniably not his due. Chapter 127. If you cannot win, then bring support. Do not look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Gumu shrugged, surmising that it was likely your incessant bombastic remarks that have become quite nauseating. To hell with you. Upon hearing this, Deidara instantly felt his defenses crumble, his face flushing with embarrassment. Let us go. I must reclaim my honor, as if they are the only ones with reinforcements. After a series of actions, a rideable owl materialized before Gumu and his companion. You, my friend, do you not think you should adopt a more courteous demeanor when seeking assistance? Gumu shook his head in exasperation, taking Uchiha Shinsui's hand and stepping forward. My apologies, esteemed artist. It is simply the way things are. Deidara piloted the owl, flamboyantly tossing his golden locks. However, his peripheral vision caught the sight of Gumu holding Uchiha Shinsui's hand, confirming that there was indeed something more to their relationship. By the way, what era do you two hail from? Deidara inquired curiously as he maneuvered the clay owl. What era? The time when the great ninja villages were just being established. And what is your relationship? Despite his suspicions, Deidara felt compelled to ask. Mua at that moment. A smooching sound echoed behind him, leaving Deidara momentarily dumbfounded. All right, no need to inquire further. He now understood, and he felt quite embarrassed. Speaking of which, what does kissing feel like? Deidara lamented, realizing that he had never experienced such a moment, feeling as though he had acquired an additional regret in life. Would you allow me a kiss? After all, you are both reanimated corpses. It would not matter much. As his words fell, the atmosphere around him grew frigid. Turning in confusion, he saw Gumu gradually approaching, a smile on his face as he drew out a cursed blade. Little Deidara, what were you just saying? I did not catch that. Upon hearing Gumu's teasing remark, Deidara felt a massive danger sign appear above his head. Gumu, why are you in such a hurry? I never said I wanted to kiss anyone. What do you mean? Gumu, bewildered, exchanged a glance with Uchiha Shinsuei. Well, you are both reanimated corpses. So a casual kiss wouldn't affect anything. I mainly want to see what kissing feels like, Deidara stated candidly, suggesting that even Gumu would not be an exception. What did you just say? Uchiha Shinsui's expression darkened, a series of question marks swirling in his mind. He had not anticipated encountering a rival here. All right. Enough of that. We're almost there, no more jokes. Deidara waved his hand, suddenly feeling a cold sweat break out. He had not expected that despite their lack of feelings, they would still be concerned about such matters. Gazing down at a vast canyon, the signs of battle were still evident. However, Deidara did not sense the presence of Scorpion. As he had mentioned, Scorpion had fallen here in battle to shield him. As for Gaara, he had been gravely injured and could only set up camp for treatment. The other ninja from various nations had temporarily chosen to act as guards. Enemy attack. As someone noticed Deidara's owl in the sky, the ninjas within the tents emerged. Among them were ninjas from the Land of Earth. led by Deidara's senior brother, Akatsuchi, and those from the Land of Lightning, led by elite ninja Darui. Ahahaha. Art is an explosion. Deidara proclaimed with maniacal glee as he commenced a relentless bombardment on the camp below. The firepower was akin to that of a bomber, enough to make military enthusiasts weep with delight. Darui glared at the deranged Deidara, memories of the previous assault by the Akatsuki organization flooding his mind. Those two must have been just as joyous. This bastard dares to return. Lightning release. Black Panther. Without hesitation, Darui unleashed his chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. A black lightning bolt took the form of a panther, hurtling towards Deidara in the sky. Cloaked by the night, the dark lightning was nearly undetectable. Deidara, who had been reveling in his bombardment, was suddenly struck by the black lightning, plummeting to the ground. This guy dares to come back? Kakashi Hatake sensed something amiss, his tone grave as he gazed at the dust cloud from the crash. One of Deidara's arms was severed by his Kimui technique. Next time, Kakashi was confident he could redirect his attack towards Deidara's neck. Samui, let us avenge Lord Raikage. Darui, who was eager to personally eliminate Scorpion, charged toward the dust cloud accompanied by elite ninjas from the Land of Lightning. All right, Samui, clad in a form-fitting ninja outfit, followed suit. Wait, the sensing ninja, Ki, beside him, had yet to speak when the brash ninja from the Land of Lightning had already vanished. What is it? Kakashi asked curiously as he approached Ki. Something is off. The chakra levels over there seem unusual. Ki exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Everyone, we must hurry. Otherwise, we may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Ki urgently called out, hoping they would rush to provide support. However, at that moment, Darui and Samui had already reached Deidara's location. Yet when Darui beheld three figures emerging from the swirling dust, his expression turned ashen. Darui widened his eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Not my friend. If you cannot win, then why bring along two burdens? Chapter 128. The Crimson Earth. As I, the honest Darui, pondered the situation, I found myself staring at a man and woman emerging slowly from the swirling sands. A profound sense of disbelief etched across my face. This scoundrel clearly intended to bring about my demise. It was evident that even the collective strength of the ninjas behind me would scarcely be enough to contend with Uchiha Shinsui alone. Quick, retreat, everyone. Darui's expression shifted to one of alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to strategically concede and withdraw. You coward. Samui glared at Darui's retreating figure, her feelings of indignation and shame palpable. Wait, we haven't even fought yet, and he's already run off? Gomu observed the once furious cloud ninjas vanish in an instant, shrugging in resignation. These fellows are as fickle as the wind. Do they know you? Deidara seemed to have made a realization. Noting that the ninjas regarded Gomu and his companion as if they were a plague, perhaps fearing that the time was ripe for them to capture a tailed beast. What calamity has befallen us? Have Gomu and his companion pilfered from the Land of Lightning? Meanwhile, as Kakashi and his comrades approached, they caught sight of Darui sprinting towards them. Darui, what is going on? Are the enemies formidable? Kakashi inquired with genuine curiosity. Darui appeared as though he might ignite from the sheer speed of his flight, causing Kakashi to grow grave with concern. Could he have encountered that monster? Just take a look for yourself. Those two are from your Leaf Village, Darui replied with a gaze filled with resentment. The number of defectors from the Leaf was truly staggering. It led him to ponder whether the village considered its ninjas as mere pawns, resulting in such widespread betrayal. The Akatsuki organization seemed to harbor several Leaf defectors as well. Plans have changed. We must retreat. Kakashi's pupils quivered as he swiftly issued a warning to the medical ninja beside him. Huh. Kakashi-sama, who is that rogue from the Leaf? The ninja, witnessing Kakashi's unprecedented flight before a battle, was taken aback. Is this considered cowardice? If it were anyone else, I might still entertain the notion of fighting. But if that fellow is intent on it, none of us will escape unscathed. Kakashi gripped his companion's arm, unleashing the full force of his elite ninja speed. In no time, he had distanced himself from the group. That scoundrel Kakashi runs like the wind, Darui remarked as he glanced back at the approaching Uchiha Shinsui. Fleeing without a second thought, engaging in such a reckless battle was tantamount to courting death. Any rational individual would hastily distance themselves from the fray. Come on. It's just two people. Why the fear? The naive Akatsuki member, unaware of the impending danger, expressed confusion. Two individuals? They're merely a pair, and with our numbers, we could easily wear them down, just as we did with Deidara and Scorpion. It seemed that some still possessed a daring spirit. Goma watched as nearly all the ninjas had already fled, leaving behind a few stubborn rock ninjas. These individuals, as hard-headed as their own stones, would not relent without tasting some hardship. Stop. You cannot approach any closer. Otherwise, we shall not hold back, Akatsuchi declared seriously, especially upon recognizing Deidara, the once disgraced rogue from the land of Earth. His eyes grew colder at the thought of this terrorist who had tormented the villagers of Awagakure with his incessant bomb-making. Boom. As his words fell, Akatsuchi was suddenly launched like a cannonball, the unexpected assault catching his fellow rock ninjas off guard. Upon witnessing the shadowy crimson figure of Gomu, the surrounding ninjas felt a chilling dread that seemed to constrict their very souls. Wait, Akatsuchi-sama, don't leave us. The remaining rock ninjas, having seen others from different nations retreat, already had little fight left in them. They seized the opportunity to escape this perilous place. Well aware that even the rumored reckless lightning ninjas had chosen to avoid confrontation. For these ninjas, whose offensive capabilities were already limited, to engage would only invite disaster. Alas. Help me up. I can still fight 300 rounds. Akatsuchi cursed, having been struck into the mountainside by Gomu. Anger simmered within him. Had it not been for the ambush, he would not have fallen so swiftly. Akatsuchi-sama, we should retreat swiftly. Everyone else has already fled. Indeed. We are no match for those two. They are simply too daunting. Akatsuchi-sama, think carefully. We need not sacrifice our village's ninjas for a single-tailed beast. Hearing the counsel of his comrades, Akatsuchi erupted in fury. You fools. Have you all forgotten the lessons of the third Hokage? What is the meaning of the will of stone? It is to face overwhelming power with the heart to challenge it. Seeing Akatsuchi's unwavering determination, the surrounding rock ninjas felt utterly helpless. There was no other choice but to accompany their leader into the fray. Earth release, rock golem technique. In a fit of rage, Akatsuchi unleashed his ninjutsu, slamming his hands into the ground. Instantly, a colossal stone giant loomed over him, igniting a spark of hope. Perhaps we truly have a chance of victory. Yes, Akatsuchi-sama's ninjutsu is a direct inheritance from its Hokage. As the towering stone figure emerged, the previously apprehensive ninjas felt a surge of anticipation. Follow me. Let us drive back the malevolent Akatsuki organization. Akatsuchi led the charge, his valiant demeanor rallying many ninjas to follow in his wake. However, in an instant, a purple black slash tore through the air, shattering the once mighty stone statue before the stunned expressions of the surrounding rock ninjas. Wait, that enormous statue just vanished? I told you, we cannot win. It was never a fair fight. Do you see now the folly of your ways? Akatsuchi scratched his head, his simple-mindedness dawning upon him as he recognized the formidable strength of their adversaries. Quickly, everyone, we must execute a tactical retreat. But Akatsuchi-sama, weren't we supposed to fight to the death? One curious rock ninja queried. Who said anything about fighting to the death? We are merely regrouping. Akatsuchi's face jiggled as he spoke. He had initially thought that other nations were reluctant to expend their forces against the Akatsuki. But it was clear now that the real predators were those two. Run. You shall not escape. Explode. Deidara glared at the retreating ninjas, his surprise at the prowess of Gomu and Uchiha Shinsui palpable. What on earth did those two do to instill such fear? When Gomu finally reached Gaara's tent, the sand ninjas guarding him were utterly bewildered. The commotion outside was not even that loud. How did the Akatsuki manage to infiltrate our stronghold? Chapter 129. The clash between Orochimaru and Naruto. A gasp escaped the lips of a sand shinobi, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth has transpired? Another sand shinobi echoed his sentiment, panic and confusion lacing his voice. Is it possible that the battle has escalated so swiftly? A third sand shinobi trembled as he posed the question, his complexion as pale as a sheet. The surrounding sand shinobi were paralyzed by the abrupt turn of events, exchanging glances filled with shock and trepidation. Each individual found themselves at a loss, immobilized by the overwhelming circumstances. The two figures clad in dark red cloud-patterned cloaks wore expressions of cold indifference, seemingly unconcerned with their surroundings. A chill swept through the hearts of the sand shinobi. They recognized these individuals as the legendary members of the Akatsuki organization. The presence of such powerful beings signified one undeniable truth. Those outside had met with failure. Ishiguro. We shall take him, came the calm yet authoritative voice of Orochimaru, imbued with an irresistible aura. The sand shinobi felt the weight of Orochimaru's formidable presence, rendering them momentarily motionless with fear. Their eyes widened in terror as they gazed upon the unfamiliar man, their hearts brimming with dread and uncertainty. Some sand shinobi displayed intense struggle upon their faces, attempting to resist, only to realize their bodies were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them utterly immobile. The oppressive spiritual pressure enveloped them like a colossal hand gripping their hearts, making each breath a laborious task, as though their very souls were ensnared. They trembled uncontrollably, a profound despair welling within them. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. Who are these individuals? What grants them such overwhelming power? Initially, Orochimaru had anticipated a fierce confrontation, but he found himself furrowing his brow at the sight of Deidara's fruitless return. He had expected resilient resistance. Yet these sand shinobi crumbled beneath his oppressive aura. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped the land like an immense shroud. Naruto Uzumaki and his companions bore a significant mission to retrieve Sasuke. They traversed the shadows in silence, searching for clues and hope. Eventually, they arrived at a foreboding place known as the Heaven and Earth Bridge. Steeped in an ominous and mysterious atmosphere, it was here that they unexpectedly encountered Orochimaru and his apprentice, Kabuto Yakushi. Oho! Orochimaru's voice resonated through the darkness, filled with surprise and excitement. Kabuto, our fortune smiles upon us. We have chanced upon the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A glint of greed sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips, as if savoring a delectable treat. For him, Sasuke had long been the embodiment of the power he coveted. Yet if Sasuke refused to align with him, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, would suffice as a worthy alternative. Kabuto, donned in spectacles and appearing refined, had nonetheless acquired a wealth of forbidden techniques from Orochimaru. He regarded Naruto and his companions warily, cautioning, "Lord Orochimaru, we must exercise utmost caution in the presence of such formidable beings as the Nine Tails." Kabuto understood the enormity of the Nine Tails' might and feared that Orochimaru's overconfidence could lead to peril. A perfect opportunity to test the Edo Tensei technique, Orochimaru declared with an evil grin, his eyes gleaming with madness. For years, he had delved into forbidden arts, sacrificing countless innocent lives to satiate his insatiable curiosity and ambition. Orochimaru, where is Sasuke? Naruto's eyes widened with fury as he glared at Orochimaru from a short distance, his voice low and hostile, his fists clenched tightly, ready to spring into action at any moment. Naruto, we must remain vigilant. It appears Orochimaru's injuries have healed, Yamato warned anxiously. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's strength and the inherent danger he posed, not daring to underestimate him. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yamato's tone conveyed both respect and caution, recognizing the necessity of remaining alert in the face of such a formidable adversary. Haha, Naruto. Do you comprehend why Sasuke defected? Orochimaru's laughter echoed ominously, laced with mockery and provocation. He simply found you too weak, unable to elevate him to greater heights. His disdainful words dripped with contempt. And I, Orochimaru, am the only one capable of guiding him along the right path. His voice crescendoed, filled with confidence and arrogance. As he continued, Orochimaru's composure began to crack. The wretched Sasuke had chosen not to follow him, instead aligning himself with the deceased Uchiha Shirzue. That fool lacks any discernment. What future lies in following two departed souls? Edo Tensei, Orochimaru bellowed with a ferocious countenance. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, summoning coffins to rise from the earth. With his hands unscathed, no one could fathom the extent of Orochimaru's hidden arsenal of reanimated corpses. With a resounding thud, the lids of the coffins began to fall away under the watchful gazes of Naruto, Sai, and Sakura. As the heavy sounds echoed, the coffins creaked open, revealing the figures within. What emerged was a cadre of shinobi clad in Umbu uniforms, their bodies exuding an eerie aura. These were elite Umbu from the era of Uchiha Shirzue, possessing formidable strength. Chapter 130. Orochimaru stunned. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. What am I playing at? Yamato gazed at the scene before him, his heart brimming with astonishment and perplexity. He sensed the formidable chakra emanating from the 5 reanimated ninjas, whispering to himself. Are they all Jonin? How could they possess such immense power? Orochimaru stood nearby, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, exuding a sense of pride. Haha. Allow you to witness the might of the strongest ninjas from the hidden mist village during its peak. With a command from him, the previously motionless members of the Mist's Umbu began to spring into action. They swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed the mist technique. In an instant, a thick fog surged like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping everything around them. In the blink of an eye, the entire bridge was shrouded in dense mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Within this obscuring haze, Yamato and the others felt an intangible pressure. They were unable to discern the enemy's positions or movements, forced to rely solely on instinct to defend against potential attacks. Meanwhile, the reanimated members of the Mist Umbu lurked within the fog, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This is bad. They are skilled assassins from the mist. Naruto's eyes flickered with alarm. Everyone, back to back, stay alert. Yamato decisively issued the command. Upon hearing his words, Naruto quickly huddled closely with Sai and Sakura, their resolve unwavering. What should we do next, Naruto? Sakura inquired anxiously. They were no strangers to the Mist Ninjas. During their first mission, they had encountered the formidable Mist Jonin, Zabuza Momochi. That experience had been harrowing, nearly costing them their lives. Now, facing these Mist Ninjas again, they felt an unprecedented sense of dread. The very technique that rendered their senses ineffective indicated the pinnacle of their assassination skills. Don't panic. Naruto narrowed his eyes, attuning himself to the movements of the surrounding ninjas. They moved like agile rodents, swiftly and silently, using the night and fog as their cover. This realization weighed heavily on Naruto's heart. Careful, Sai. Just as Naruto's warning left his lips, a sharp long blade suddenly struck beside Sai. Fortunately, Naruto's timely alert had spared Sai from a potentially devastating blow. Sai cast a grateful glance at Naruto. Though he remained silent, his primary task still focused on monitoring Naruto. Yet their bond had undoubtedly deepened through this ordeal. Summoning technique, Snake of 10,000. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed through the air, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Concurrently, four shadowy figures leaped from the mist, synchronized in their movements, brandishing long blades in an executioner's stance. This unexpected turn of events caught Sakura off guard, and she clutched Naruto in despair, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. However, in that critical moment, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted like a volcano, pouring forth from Naruto. With a resounding boom, golden light radiated like the sun, effortlessly dispersing the surrounding fog. Swiftly, Naruto in his golden form ascended into the air, his figure resembling a bolt of golden lightning, dazzling and mesmerizing. He effortlessly struck the airborne Mist Ninjas, sending them reeling before they could react. Moreover, he kicked the long blades into the air, which spun before crashing to the ground, cleaving through the surrounding onslaught of snakes. Now, this is true mastery. Orochimaru's eyes widened in greed as he beheld Naruto, enveloped in golden light, as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Orochimaru-sama, the situation has changed. We must retreat. Kabuto's urgency was palpable. Realizing the intelligence they had received was flawed. They had underestimated Naruto, who had already mastered the power of the Nine Tails. Initially, they believed Naruto to be in a single-tail state, never anticipating his overwhelming strength. Orochimaru's lips twitched, cursing inwardly, but quickly regained his composure. Fear not. My modified reanimated body is not so easily destroyed. Before he could finish, Naruto transformed into a streak of golden lightning, appearing before two reanimated ninjas without hesitation, unleashing a Rasengan that obliterated them into ruins. Ugh! Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. The speed and power exceeded his imagination, leaving him utterly unprepared. We should flee. Kabuto's expression conveyed his exasperation. At this moment, Orochimaru recognized the precariousness of their situation. Although reanimated bodies could be revived, they required time to reassemble. Faced with such a powerful Naruto, he knew he could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, he resolved to leave with Kabuto without further delay. Orochimaru, don't you dare leave. Seeing Orochimaru attempt to escape, Naruto instantly utilized the body flicker technique, appearing beside him. This terrifying speed of movement reshaped Orochimaru's perception. Damn it, Naruto has grown to such heights. Where is Sasuke? Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring 10 shadow clones in golden form that encircled Orochimaru. Confronted by this overwhelming display, Orochimaru's heart sank. Sasuke? I don't know. He hasn't been with me. Orochimaru's helplessness was palpable. Huh, do you think I would easily believe you again? A cold smile graced Naruto's lips, and Orochimaru cursed internally. What had this individual experienced to evolve to such a terrifying extent? Not only had his strength surged, but even his mindset had matured remarkably. Orochimaru, I will grant you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, should you remain silent, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Naruto slowly opened his hand, blue chakra gathering continuously, forming the embryonic shape of a Rasengan. Naruto, today, I will explode with you. Orochimaru, pressed by Naruto's threat, hastily summoned the reanimation technique again. Orochimaru-sama, we haven't completely controlled that guy yet. Kabuto's eyes reflected apprehension. As those words fell, Naruto's golden form surged forward, his fist poised to strike Kabuto's face. Suddenly, a robust, dark-skinned arm, crackling with electricity, seized Naruto's wrist. Chapter 131. The third Raikage. To my astonishment, I have awakened once more. The third Raikage, surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings with an imperceptible hint of savagery in his gaze. He slowly scanned the area, emanating an aura of immense power. His muscular form was defined, as unyielding as steel, brimming with vitality. His eyes occasionally settled on Orochimaru, cold and piercing, as if capable of penetrating any obstruction. So it is you scoundrel, who has brought me back to life. The third Raikage addressed Orochimaru, who bore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with sinister intent. Initially, he had intended to slip away unnoticed, but upon being detected by he halted. Please, my esteemed sir, deal with this brat, Orochimaru commanded, gesturing towards Naruto Uzumaki, who was firmly ensnared by his grasp and unable to escape. He sensed his control over the third Raikage was tenuous at best and sought to enhance the potency of the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was still experimenting, attempting to exert control without sealing the reincarnated's consciousness. Although this method increased the difficulty of control, it also allowed the impure world reincarnation to unleash greater power. However, this technique was still in development, requiring further experimentation and exploration to discover the most flawless solution. Ha ha ha, you think you have the right to command me? The third Raikage's gaze was disdainful, revealing an air of supremacy. He was rumored to possess the titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield, with the prowess to engage even the formidable Eight Tails in a direct confrontation. However, I relish the opportunity to battle strong opponents, so your request. Suddenly, as the third Raikage uttered his confident declaration, Naruto's shadow clones launched an assault. The blue chakra emanating from their palms surged, reminiscent of a TNT bomb on the verge of detonation, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The third Raikage widened his eyes, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his expression. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his body shooting forth like a bolt of blue lightning. Such astonishing speed was difficult even for those possessing the Sharingan to track. In the blink of an eye, the third Raikage materialized before Naruto, his lightning blade radiating with electric energy aimed directly at Naruto's chest. This maneuver, known as the Hell Stab, was one of his most formidable attacks, hailed as the strongest spear. With a dull thud, the lightning blade pierced through Naruto's form, easily shattering his shadow clones. The might and pressure of the third Raikage strike were unparalleled. In his Sage mode, Naruto could sense the enemy's movements. Yet he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the third Raikage's terrifying speed. Who is that person? Why is he so fast? Sakura Haruno, witnessing the escalating chaos of the battlefield, felt her heart tremble. I don't know, but that horrifying speed must belong to a ninja from Kumogakure, Yamato remarked, his expression grave. The situation was spiraling beyond their control. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation served as a trump card with no known limits. No one could predict what monstrous entities he might summon next. Go help Naruto, Sai urged, his expression devoid of emotion. No, we are not strong enough to assist, Yamato said, exasperated. This battle is on an entirely different level. Had it not been for Naruto's strength, we might have already succumbed to the assassinations of the Mist Ninjas. Yamato raised his hands cautiously, constructing a wooden barrier on the ground for defense. Not every user of wood release is as powerful as Hashirama Senju. It is not the wood release that is formidable, but rather Hashirama's extraordinary abilities. Sai, seal those impure world reincarnated bodies. I will cover you, Yamato instructed. Understood, Sai nodded, swiftly retrieving a scroll to begin his work. Sealing technique, Tiger's Gaze. As he spoke, a fearsome black and white tiger lunged at the nearby Mist Umbu, attacking their reconstituting forms. The ferocious beast clamped down on them, transforming into streaks of ink as it drew them into the sealing scroll. As I suspected, sealing techniques are essential to combat the bodies of the impure world reincarnation. Just as Yamato sighed in relief, Naruto, now in Sage mode, found himself being suppressed by the third Raikage. Remarkable, young one. You are able to keep pace with my speed. You may leave your name. The third Raikage regarded him with intrigue, surprised by the prowess of this young ninja from the current ninja world. Konoha's Naruto Uzumaki, at your service. Super, Rasengan. With a sudden burst, Naruto appeared behind the third Raikage. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the tremendous force shattered the immense bridge. Sakura's expression turned to one of confusion as she and Sai plummeted toward the river below. Super beast imitation, bird in the clouds. Although taken aback by Naruto's reckless action, Sai quickly summoned a large bird to carry them safely across the chasm. Wait, why is Naruto being so violent? Sakura exclaimed, her face etched with deep concern as she beheld the shattered bridge and the whirlpool of water below where Naruto stood. It was evident to her that Naruto faced immense pressure in his battle against the older, muscular man. She could hardly follow the clash in her eyes. It was merely a continuous collision of blue and golden light. Sakura, Naruto must be aware of this. He is likely trying to protect us. We should refrain from being a hindrance, Yamato advised cautiously. Though his words left Sakura feeling heavy-hearted, she could only nod in reluctant agreement. Once the underdog of Team 7, they had now evolved into a force that Sakura could barely keep pace with. Chapter 132, The Ninja from the Underworld, Flying Thunder God He. You are quite cautious, my young friend. Rest assured, I have no interest in ambushing the weak. The third Raikage gazed at the figures above, displaying an air of indifference, exuding absolute confidence in his own strength. He rolled his shoulders, dismissing Naruto's presence as insignificant. However, in that very moment, Naruto launched an unexpected attack. The Rasengan in his hand shimmering with a brilliant blue light as it hurtled toward the third Raikage. A smirk curled at the corner of the Raikage's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. In an instant, his body hardened like iron, effortlessly absorbing Naruto's onslaught. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, delivering a thunderous punch toward Naruto, the sheer force creating ripples in the air. In a flash, Naruto was sent flying across the river, splashing water in his wake. Since you seem to court death, I shall take this seriously. The third Raikage chuckled softly. As his words fell, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from his body. This impure reincarnation was the latest experimental model devised by Orochimaru, imbued with considerable thought and prowess. Even the original host of this impure reincarnation was a formidable jonin. As the chakra surged, the third Raikage's aura ascended to an apex, his gaze sharpening to a piercing intensity that seemed capable of penetrating all. He radiated an unparalleled sense of oppression that made others tremble. With the unique property of infinite chakra, the Raikage's lightning chakra mode resembled a blue beacon illuminating the night, tearing through the surrounding darkness, showcasing immense power and authority. The fearsome lightning coiled around the third Raikage like a serpent, and in an instant, the entire river became infused with electricity, transforming into a torrent of thunder. The crackling sound of electricity reverberated around Naruto, inducing a tingling sensation that rendered his body momentarily paralyzed, as if countless ants were crawling over him. Hell stab! The third Raikage bellowed furiously. His single-handed thrust resembled a sharp spear, carrying an unmatched force that threatened to rend space itself. This was his ultimate offensive technique, renowned for its speed, precision, and ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. At that moment, the third Raikage's aura reached its zenith, his figure shining like a star, capturing the attention of every onlooker. Faced with such a terrifying thrust, Naruto seemed to foresee the grim fate of being brutally pierced through the chest. Despite his acute perception, the entangling lightning above the river rendered his escape impossible. Just then, a swift sound resonated through the air, akin to the tearing of space itself. The third Raikage was astonished to discover that his attack had missed its mark. What? You little brat, how could you possibly evade my attack? The third Raikage gazed incredulously at Naruto, who stood on the riverbank, his eyes filled with confusion. He had anticipated that this strike would inevitably hit its target, even envisioning Naruto's chest being pierced. However, the reality was entirely unexpected. Naruto had successfully dodged his assault. Could this be the second Hokage's ninjutsu? The third Raikage seemed to grasp the situation, recalling that during his tenure as Raikage, relations with Konoha were far from amicable. Consequently, there was an abundance of intelligence regarding Konoha's elite ninjas circulating within his village. In the blink of an eye, Naruto reappeared beside the third Raikage, wielding a sharp blade aimed directly at his chest. Naruto's speed was already formidable, and combined with the elusive flying thunder god technique. Even though the Raikage surpassed him in speed, his reflexes could not keep pace. Nevertheless, the third Raikage managed to slightly shift his body, narrowing his pupils. Bang! However, to Naruto's astonishment, his blade shattered upon contacting the Raikage's shoulder. Haha, this is the might of my strongest Raikage. You think your ordinary weapon could touch me? The third Raikage erupted into laughter, effortlessly crushing the remnants of the broken blade in his hand. Meanwhile, Deidara, riding on his large bird, was drawn toward the dazzling blue and gold lights in the distance. What is happening over there? Deidara's face displayed curiosity, an impulse to showcase his artistry. Little Deidara, you should refrain from going there. Your mission is to escort the One Tail to the land of rivers. The ancient tree shook its head, dissuading Deidara from approaching. He sensed the fluctuations from that direction. Undoubtedly one of them was Naruto in his golden form. As for the other, it could only be the Raikage. Known for his formidable strength, aside from the unconscious fourth Raikage. Why? Escorting the One Tail doesn't preclude me from joining the fray. Deidara turned to the ancient tree. His eyes filled with intense curiosity. No, you should leave. The ancient tree shook its head, his expression serious. What reason is there? With your strength. You'd be annihilated if you went. Not to mention the already absurdly fast third Raikage, Naruto in his golden form, now wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, could eliminate someone in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the ancient tree did not wish for Deidara's association with the Akatsuki to be exposed. Deidara glanced back at the bound Gaara, a hint of frustration evident in his eyes. Well then, I'll complete my task first. All right, we'll head over first. Observing the ancient tree gradually depart, Deidara chose to abandon the conspicuous large bird, opting instead to stealthily follow on foot. Not to mention, his rebellious nature compelled him to seize such an entertaining opportunity. I told you to leave, do you not understand? However, as Deidara approached, the ancient tree suddenly appeared from the treetop. Ancient tree, what is the meaning of this? No particular reason. It's simply that if you go there, you will undoubtedly die. The ancient tree stood beneath the tree, his silver hair glimmering in the moonlight, his cold gaze devoid of any emotional expression, as if killing were merely a whimsical endeavor for him. Ancient tree, my strength is not to be underestimated. Do not belittle me. I am not so easily defeated. Deidara retorted defiantly, feeling slighted. Why should they be allowed to go while I cannot? Is this not blatant disrespect? Quite simply, because if you get any closer, I will kill you. Deidara's heart sank as he met the ancient tree's seemingly serious gaze beneath the tree. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him. The faint purple light flickering in the ancient tree's eyes caused beads of cold sweat to form on Deidara's brow. Haha, ancient tree. How did you know that I despise being part of the crowd? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. I shall take my leave. With that, Deidara summoned his large bird and soared away into the distance. He has been rendered somewhat subdued by the murderous intent of the ancient trees. Though he harbors no fear of death, he would not engage in acts that would lead to a meaningless demise. Otherwise, it would be utterly suffocating. Chapter 133. Ancient Wood. As Ancient Wood approached Vortex Naruto, the third Raikage had already commenced his assault on him. Is it really that formidable? Vortex Naruto mused as he gazed at the shattered blade, a heaviness settling in his heart. Even his high-damage Rasengan seemed to inflict minimal harm against the Raikage's lightning armor. To say nothing of the Rasengan, even an S-rank ninjutsu like Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken would struggle to breach his defenses. Little brat, do you need me to step in? The Nine Tails felt a surge of excitement at witnessing the third Raikage smite. Due to the bond of their souls, the Nine Tails sensed Ancient Wood drawing closer. It was time to showcase his own strength. Never mind, I haven't even exerted my full power yet. Vortex Naruto's gaze was resolute. He had consistently held back a portion of his strength. Under Ancient Wood's guidance, Naruto learned the importance of always reserving a measure of power to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Engage the enemy with 70%, retain 30% for oneself. This was the optimal combat strategy, of course, under the condition of facing an evenly matched opponent. Against an overwhelmingly powerful foe, escape was the preferable option. Shadow Clone Technique. With a formation of hand seals, Vortex Naruto summoned a multitude of clones, each embodying the golden form of his transformation. The third Raikage beheld the sky filled with a dense array of clones, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. This brat, this isn't merely chakra, it's an overwhelming torrent of energy. Indeed, just as he had suspected, this fellow possessed the power of the Nine Tails. In that instant, a barrage of kunai rained down from Vortex Naruto's hands, thousands of them nearly saturating the surrounding space. Is this your idea of an attack? The third Raikage scoffed, effortlessly swatting away the incoming kunai. Yet, he soon found himself in a precarious situation. The clones that had once hovered in the air vanished, transforming into golden streaks of light that darted through the space, weaving an intricate tapestry of brilliance. The onslaught of Rasengan attacks bombarded the third Raikage, leaving him overwhelmed. Initially, he had barely managed to keep pace with the golden speed of Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique. However, the sheer volume of attacks was now suffocating him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunderous explosions reverberated through the air. The water in the nearby river nearly evaporated under the assault of the colossal Rasengan. Is this truly the strength of Vortex Naruto now? Yamato, feeling the tremors beneath his feet, wore an expression of profound astonishment. Each of the 1,000 clones below could easily overpower him. Are you serious? You want me to suppress the Nine Tails within Naruto? Yamato thought incredulously. Lowering his gaze to the ceiling, formula resembling that of Hashirama Senju in his hands, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Is this really Naruto? His power is astonishing. Sakura, her mouth slightly agape, was utterly captivated by the spectacle before her. She felt that currently, within Konoha, it would be a challenge to find anyone capable of matching Naruto in battle. As the astonished onlookers marveled, the third Raikage, increasingly infuriated by the relentless barrage, bellowed. Damn it, you little brat. Channeling his chakra to its fullest, he activated his ultimate lightning armor. The crackling electricity made his white hair stand on end. Die. Hell's piercing thrust. 1 book penetration. The enraged third Raikage unleashed his most powerful attack. His Hell's piercing thrust, relying on finger strength, varied from the weakest 4-fingered 4-book penetration to the mightiest 1-book penetration, acclaimed as the strongest single-target attack in the ninja world. Boom, boom, boom. Just as documented, the third Raikage wielded his 1-book penetration like the mightiest spear, devouring Naruto's Rasengan and obliterating several clones as if they were mere skewers. The reanimated body was virtually impervious to harm, rendering the prolonged battle increasingly disadvantageous for Vortex Naruto. Damn it. Is no one going to seal him? As Naruto's true form hid behind a great tree, he cast a fleeting glance at Sai across the river. He understood that defeating an opponent with an undead body was nearly impossible. Victory could only be achieved through sealing. Yet, just as Naruto's clones dwindled, a familiar voice reached his ears. Naruto, it seems you've encountered some trouble? Huh? Ancient Wood? What are you doing here? Vortex Naruto exclaimed, turning in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. He had not sensed Ancient Wood's approach. I happened to pass by and noticed the commotion from this battle, Ancient Wood replied, observing the third Raikage engaged with Naruto's clones. Just as he had suspected, Orochimaru was indeed seeking the corpses of powerful ninjas. If that were the case, the pace of the Fourth Great Ninja War would likely accelerate. Ancient Wood, that guy is too powerful, and with him being reanimated, I'm considering retreating, Naruto admitted, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. The third Raikage was undoubtedly the mightiest adversary he had faced thus far. Fear not, let me test my strength. As a fellow reanimated body, perhaps there is a difference? Ancient Wood's tone was casual as he donned a dark cloak and advanced towards the river. He was not one to allow the third Raikage to return to the land of lightning without a challenge. Chapter 134, the third Raikage treated as a child-cursed creature. Scurrying about like a rat, the third Raikage surveyed the shattered terrain around him, realizing that had it been during his lifetime, he would not have navigated it with such ease. The unique properties of his impure reincarnation rendered him nearly invincible. Before long, Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones had vanished entirely. In a moment of clarity, the third Raikage suddenly noticed a man clad in a black robe standing amidst the chaos. Instinctively, he darted towards the shore. A reflexive response to danger. Who are you? He inquired, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic figure on the water's surface, filled with profound confusion. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed another person was present. Suddenly, the figure, Gomu, wasted no time in bantering. The purple-black blade, Muramasa, materialized in his grasp as he unleashed a devastating strike towards the third Raikage. In these tumultuous times, Gomu was unwilling to allow such a formidable presence to return to the land of lightning. This was a man who could fight against an army of thousands for 3 days and nights. Boom! The violet-black strike howled through the air, effortlessly tearing through space, causing the third Raikage pupils to constrict. Forced to evade, he cursed, "You bastard." Turning, he saw towering trees splintering under the force of the blow. His instinctual retreat suddenly feeling wise. Hellpiercer. In the blink of an eye, the third Raikage appeared before Gomu, a finger crackling with violent lightning aimed directly at his heart. Bang! The resounding collision echoed like metal clashing, a shockwave erupting outward. In an instant, the ground shattered, and the river's surface erupted, sending droplets arcing through the air, crackling with electricity. Who was that man? Yamato pondered, feeling the earth tremble beneath him. He instinctively retreated, questioning whether the clash between these two would irrevocably alter the landscape. It's him, Sai exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the wanted poster's most wanted individual, an expression of seriousness crossing his face. What's wrong, Sai? Do you know him? He is a very dangerous individual, Sai replied. Observing Gomu's silvery hair and the eerie aura emanating from his blade, convinced that he was indeed a top-tier fugitive within the Root organization. as the mist began to dissipate. The third Raikage watched in disbelief as Gumu effortlessly caught his attack with one hand. Gumu, now in his demon extermination mode, donned purple-black armor, with spectral shadows swirling ominously around him, capable of instilling a sense of dread in the souls of onlookers. With a swift punch, he struck like a flash of lightning. Swish! The blow landed squarely on the third Raikage's chest with such ferocity that even the mightiest version of his lightning armor could not respond in time. The overwhelming force temporarily lifted him off the ground, sending him hurtling backward. What the? The third Raikage stared at his shattered lightning armor, his mind reeling in disbelief, unable to fathom how his supposedly impenetrable defense had been so easily obliterated. It was a humiliating realization. Boom. The residual force propelled the third Raikage like a cannonball, crashing through trees without pause. Before he could catch his breath, Gumu appeared above him like a fleeting shadow. Grasping his head with one hand, he slammed it into the ground, shattering the earth as if it were mere tofu. The third Raikage felt as though he were a mere chick, pinned to the ground and dragged along. Swish. After an unknown duration of being dragged, Gumu casually tossed the battered third Raikage beneath a large tree. You bastard! The third Raikage lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at his mangled form, rage boiling within him. He never anticipated that the greatest humiliation of his life would occur after death. It felt like being toyed with, and the shame was unbearable. Boom. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Gumu effortlessly kicked the third Raikage into the air. Immediately, he unleashed a torrent of devastating slashes. The horrifying howls seemed as though they would tear apart the very fabric of space. The third Raikage's body began to crumble under the onslaught of the purple strikes, convulsing uncontrollably until, at last, only his head remained. Naruto, are you all right? Who is that man? Yamato asked, observing the fatigued Naruto Uzumaki with curiosity. Yet, he noticed that Naruto had not succumbed to rage, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Naruto seemed to have gained control over the Nine-Tails' power. That man is Gumu. Yes, my benefactor, Naruto replied with a stoic expression. His words caused Sai's eyes to widen in alarm. He began to suspect that Naruto had indeed turned rogue. Naruto, do you realize that man is an extremely dangerous entity? Sai cautiously inquired. What do you mean by that? Sai? Naruto shot back, his expression unwavering. He had learned to read between the lines and understood Sai's underlying implications. Sai, I heard you're affiliated with Root, am I correct? Naruto suddenly posed, his inquiry cold and unfamiliar, placing Sai under pressure. Rest assured, I won't speak of today's events, Sai replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Already feeling overwhelmed. I'll tell you, it was Gumu who helped me subdue the Nine-Tails. Therefore, I do not wish to hear any negative rumors about him. As for your organization and its so-called bounty, if you do not wish to court death, do not provoke Gumu, even if he refrains from acting against you. I will ensure your obliteration, Naruto warned, his voice resolute. Sakura opened her mouth, intending to interject, but was abruptly silenced by the sudden appearance of a severed head, leaving her pale with shock. That man's head, Yamato exclaimed, bewildered, as he noticed the gathering bodies around the third Raikage. Sai commenced the sealing. He urged urgently, his heart filled with trepidation towards the notorious Gumu. Is it possible that the battle has concluded so swiftly? Chapter 135, Uchiha Obito. What the hell? Has my underwear been exposed? The sky was already dimly lit, and beneath the leaves, the crystalline morning dew began to drip slowly. The ancient trees and Uchiha Shisui had returned to the land of rain. At this moment, the ancient trees finally encountered a person they had long wished to meet, the mastermind behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, a complete madman, Uchiha Obito. Regarding Uchiha Obito's eventual redemption, the ancient trees found themselves somewhat perplexed. They believed that Obito had likely succumbed to a forced dimming of intellect, leading him to abandon his convictions held for decades. Who are you? The ancient trees gazed at the man before them, clad in a black and red cloud-patterned cloak, his face concealed by a swirling mask. They reached out to stop Uchiha Shinsui, who was poised to draw his blade. This man is from the Uchiha clan, Shinsui whispered to the ancient trees. While she had a general understanding of the plot, there were still many characters she did not recognize. Hello, it's our first meeting. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito declared in a tone of aloofness, standing beneath a grand tree. He seemed to sense the hostility emanating from Uchiha Shinsui, which weighed on him. Recent intelligence suggested that the threat level of Uchiha Shinsui in Obito's mind was significantly greater than that of the ancient trees. Uchiha Shinsui widened her eyes, casting a puzzled glance at the ancient trees, as if to say, let me deal with this guy. You claim to be Uchiha Madara? You must be joking. Uchiha Shinsui began to question, her cold, striking visage revealing her disbelief as she felt her wrist seemingly captured by the ancient trees. Though you may not believe it, I am indeed Uchiha Madara. I survived through a special method, Obito ventured, sensing their skepticism. He feared they might recognize the true Uchiha Madara. However, with the mask concealing his identity, he felt somewhat secure from exposure. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Shinsui's form vanished in an instant. In a blink, she appeared before Obito, her fierce countenance radiating a lethal intent. Her eyes glimmered with a sanguine light as she raised her blade, the Kichigai, and brought it crashing down upon him. The force of the strike created a large chasm in the ground. Uchiha Shinsui felt as if she had merely sliced through the air, leaving her astonished. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? You should also be of the Uchiha clan, right? Obito inwardly rejoiced that he had activated his intangibility, for otherwise he might not have reacted in time to evade her lethal blow. Are you truly Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Shinsui perched atop a tree, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall in the wind, her expression icy as she regarded Obito below. Indeed, I am Uchiha Madara, once the leader of the Uchiha clan. Now, I seek your strength and assistance to pursue a grand ambition. Obito extended his hand, inviting Uchiha Shinsui to join him. With their alliance, he felt he could declare war against the entire ninja world. You deceitful fraud, Uchiha Madara, whom I personally killed. Do you really think you can fool me? Uchiha Shinsui's gaze narrowed. The three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes began to shift, forming a rather obscure pattern. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shinsui activate her Meijiki Sharingan, Obito felt a surge of dread. He was astonished. How could she claim to have killed Uchiha Madara? It dawned on him that he had unwittingly presented his neck to the blade of these two. You are correct. I am not Uchiha Madara, Obito acknowledged, understanding that continuing to impersonate Madara would only draw Shinsui's ire. Don't rush off. If you're not Uchiha Madara, then who are you? You seem to belong to the Akatsuki as well, the ancient trees interjected, appearing beside Obito. Faced with the ancient trees and the watchful Uchiha Shinsui, Obito suddenly regretted pretending to be Uchiha Madara. He had intended to leverage Madara's identity to forge an alliance, but it seemed he had only succeeded in making a grave mistake. This damned couple's combination was not only physically daunting for Obito, but also struck a blow to his psyche, for he was, after all, a failed romantic. Then, what is your intention? Obito maintained a semblance of composure, not displaying any signs of panic. Since there was no animosity between them, he believed he would not be subjected to their combined wrath. You are Uchiha Obito, aren't you? The ancient tree's unexpected question sent a jolt of alarm through Obito. He racked his brain, perplexed as to how the ancient trees could suddenly know his name. How do you know that? What are you asking? I don't comprehend. Obito feigned indifference, while the space around him began to shift, activating his intangibility in preparation to flee. Seeing Obito's attempt to escape, the ancient trees smirked, not hindering him. This fellow was likely panicking internally, as his fabricated identity of Madara was beginning to unravel, and he would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against them in some manner. Let us go back, the ancient trees proclaimed, wrapping their arms around Uchiha Shinsui's waist. In an instant, they vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, having arrived at Pain's location through Kamui, continued to contemplate how to eliminate the ancient trees and Uchiha Shinsui. If they could not become his allies, they would have to be removed. I wonder if the sealing technique related to the Ten Tails can extract their souls, he pondered. Madara, what brings you here? Pain inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Did this man have another scheme in mind? Nagato, what are your thoughts on those two reanimated bodies within your organization? Obito leaned against the window, appearing particularly self-important. I have no particular thoughts. They are merely capable members of our organization, Nagato answered candidly, noting that he had not perceived the ancient trees as a threat to their organization. On the contrary, with the ancient trees' involvement, the Akatsuki's progress in capturing tailed beasts had become notably smoother. Obito exhaled deeply, preparing to manipulate Nagato with his words. However, before he could articulate his intentions, two figures appeared before him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Everything is fine. I'm all right. You two continue your discussion. The ancient trees gently placed Uchiha Shinsui on the ground before finding a seat, appearing remarkably casual. Upon witnessing their sudden arrival, Obito's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He was all too familiar with this ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage, his teacher. Why are you two here? What can I possibly say? Chapter 136. The complete resurrection plan commences. Jiraiya invades the rain-hidden village. Uchiha Obito, How could he dare to discuss plans with Nagato to eliminate both the ancient tree and Uchiha Shizutsui in plain sight? Wouldn't this be tantamount to declaring war? I shall take my leave for now, and we shall speak later. As Obito's words fell, the space around him began to warp gradually. However, the ancient tree would not allow Obito to escape so easily. The activation of Kamui during spatial transfer leaves the body in a rigid state, making it vulnerable to interruption and ambush. What are you so anxious about? You seem fine, yet I still have matters to discuss. The ancient tree attempted to seize Obito's arm, but this cautious individual instantly activated his phasing ability. Oh, ancient tree, do you have something to say? The Deva path controlled by Nagato seemed to sense something amiss, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Today, Uchiha Madara appears particularly agitated. Is there a sense of being pursued? It's nothing of great import. I merely wish to know why you are masquerading as Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree's words struck a nerve within Obito. This scoundrel had indeed come to unmask his identity. Yet, how could he possibly know that Obito would be here with Nagato? This individual is far too perceptive. ISNTE? For the first time, Obito felt as though every aspect of his being was laid bare, a sensation that rendered him profoundly insecure. Ancient tree. Do you know Uchiha Madara? Nagato's tone held a hint of curiosity. Given the current state of the world, ninjas contemporaneous with Uchiha Madara are an exceedingly rare breed. Moreover, with Obito donning a mask and wielding elusive space-time abilities, even if someone harbored suspicions about his identity, there would be scant evidence to support them. Not only do I know him, but I was also the one who perished because of Uchiha Madara. The ancient tree's tone dripped with sarcasm. This abrupt declaration cast a pall over the atmosphere. Obito realized that the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted for the exit. Observing his unhesitating departure, the ancient tree recognized that he had achieved his objective and refrained from pursuit. After all, Uchiha Obito still held some value for him. My lord, it seems you are quite familiar with that individual, are you not? The ancient tree inquired of the Deva path. If you are indeed one of Uchiha Madara's contemporaries, then he may have been deceiving me all along. Nagato remarked on how Obito abruptly arrived here, alluding to matters concerning the ancient tree. So, his identity has been called into question. Deceive you? What has he deceived you about? The ancient tree queried. It's nothing significant. Our objectives are aligned. We both seek to gather the tailed beasts. Nagato replied nonchalantly. After exchanging a few words, the ancient tree departed. He merely needed to plant a seed of doubt in Nagato's mind. That would suffice. Next, the pressure from Naruto's side would be directed toward the Akatsuki organization. A little coercion might just push Nagato to the brink, ensuring the success of his plan. Time flew swiftly. 6 months passed. The Land of Rain had now welcomed an unexpected visitor. Relay this information back. Jiraiya, disguised as a ninja from the Land of Rain, addressed the summoned communication frog. He had been away from Konoha for nearly 3 years, seeking Naruto and gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki's pain. Now, he had finally tracked a lead to the rain-hidden village. Lord Jiraiya, are you all right? The small frog inquired with concern. Jiraiya, deep behind enemy lines, found himself in a perilous situation. I'm fine, Jiraiya assured with confidence. Soon, the frog emitted a bubble and vanished into the puddle. Meanwhile, utilizing the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, the Deva path had already sensed Jiraiya's presence. He and Konan stood atop a massive steel pipe, coldly observing Jiraiya's covert movements below. Konan, eliminate that man. Huh. Konan's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by Nagato's blatant ruthlessness towards Jiraiya. Konan, we cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. This information must not be disclosed. Understood, Nagato. I stand with you. With that, Konan transformed into countless paper fragments, vanishing from sight. Swiftly, the flurry of paper raced toward the disguised Jiraiya. Whoosh. What? Jiraiya, witnessing the paper storm, instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Before long, he felt the paper enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Jiraiya's form vanished. Fire release, fireball technique. At that instant, a colossal fireball surged towards the paper swarm. Konan found herself airborne, aware that this was Jiraiya's shadow clone technique. I had hoped to draw out pain. Yet the one who appeared was you. Konan, you have not only grown stronger but more beautiful as well. Jiraiya observed the angelic Konan, adorned with paper wings, a rare nostalgic smile gracing his face. At last, Jiraiya, you have located the Akatsuki's base, atop a discreet spire in the Land of Rain. The ancient tree and Uchiha Shizutsui stood together, the raindrops around them diverting just before contact. Now, all that remains is to use the Ninetales to contact Naruto, thereby launching the true resurrection plan into full motion. Chapter 137, Shinsaka Damn It, Another Peak Battle. Jiraiya-sensei, do you think this will prevent me from taking action against you? The paper wings behind Konan began to flutter, a chilling expression gracing her beautiful face. Konan, I had thought you perished, yet here you are, alive. If so, then Yahiko and the others must also be alive, Jiraiya remarked, gazing up at the rain-soaked, expressionless Konan. To his surprise, it seemed she had no intention of reminiscing with him. Shikigami no Mai, paper. As paper began to gather around Konan, Jiraiya's previously teasing demeanor darkened instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The paper compressed rapidly, forming sharp cones that whistled towards Jiraiya. Faced with the incoming attack, he was compelled to evade. It appeared she was genuinely intent on killing him. Konan, who exactly is Pain? What is your connection to him? Jiraiya shouted angrily at Konan hovering above. Frog oil bomb. With that, Jiraiya expelled a ball of oil from his mouth, causing the surrounding paper to become viscous upon contact, even affecting Konan herself. This would hinder her ability to disperse into paper and escape. Konan, you have no chance left. Tell me where Pain is. Jiraiya believed he had her cornered. Raging Lion's main jutsu. Jiraiya's white hair elongated in an instant, ensnaring Konan without resistance. If he wished, he could easily crush her into a mass of flesh. Konan, I'll give you one last chance. Do not cling to your delusions. Tell me where Pain is. Jiraiya's hair tightened with determination. This technique could effortlessly obliterate large summoned beasts. Killing a mere human would be child's play. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a massive rhinoceros charged towards him with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, especially upon seeing the Rinnegan in the beast's eyes. A wave of shock flooding his heart. The Rinnegan? You too? Jiraiya was forced to reposition himself, recognizing the summoned beast as Pain. Those eyes belong to you, Nagato. What has happened to alter your appearance? Confusion clouded Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya-sensei, you still meddle as you always have. However, there is no need to inform an outsider like you. The animal realm spoke with a stoic expression. Nagato, though I do not know what has transpired, the actions of Akatsuki are undoubtedly wrong. You must not persist in your misguided beliefs. Jiraiya's face was etched with earnest seriousness. Haha. Konan, you should leave. Today. I will make Jiraiya-sensei experience the pain we have endured, Nagato chuckled, unfazed by Jiraiya's pleas. Without knowing another's suffering, one should not advise them to be virtuous. Since Nagato had stepped forward, he had no intentions of allowing Jiraiya to leave alive. Summoning Jutsu. With the animal realm's invocation, a colossal three-headed hound materialized before Jiraiya. Staring at the Rinnegan-adorned beast, Jiraiya was perplexed. Why did such legendary eyes appear on a summoned creature? Summoning Jutsu. Fukusaku. Jiraiya too summoned. A large toad wielding a shield and spear appearing in the rain-drenched village. I can do nothing. Fukusaku seemed somewhat despondent, expressing his helplessness upon emergence. Fukusaku, be reliable. We haven't even begun fighting. Jiraiya was left speechless by Fukusaku's words. Had he known, he would not have summoned him. I'll try my best, Fukusaku replied, encouraged by Jiraiya, and leaped towards the three-headed dog, thrusting his spear towards its head. Shinra-tensei. However, before Fukusaku's attack could land, a chilling voice commanded a terrifying force that sent him flying back. Bang, bang, bang. As black rods pierced him, Fukusaku let out a harrowing cry. I truly cannot do anything. Fukusaku's cries faded, his expression of self-doubt becoming more pronounced. Fukusaku, quickly. Jiraiya called out anxiously, watching the pinned toad. Bang. As Fukusaku dispelled the summoning, Jiraiya was forced to the ground, witnessing a pool of blood beneath him, anger radiating from his face. He had resolved to slay Nagato today. Since the child of prophecy had strayed down the wrong path, he would be the one to end it. But soon, as Jiraiya looked up, confusion etched across his features. 1, 2, 3, 6. Jiraiya confirmed he was not mistaken, staring in shock at the 6 pains standing above him. Why? Why do you all possess Rinnegan? Jiraiya struggled to comprehend how the legendary eyes had become so commonplace. Could these be Nagato's shadow clones? Jiraiya-sensei, feel what despair truly is. The Deva Path Pain declared with malice. This intent against Konan provided Nagato with another reason to eliminate Jiraiya. Altogether, at the command of the Deva Path Pain, the surrounding 5 pains sprang into action. The Azura Path transformed first, revealing a laser cannon on its head. Huh? A puppet? Jiraiya seemed to grasp the situation, but the sudden laser attack forced him to set aside his thoughts. Boom. The laser, combined with the cover of surrounding summon beasts, sent Jiraiya hurtling away. Damn it, Nagato. You have indeed fallen into darkness. Jiraiya grimaced, clutching his shattered arm as he summoned the two sages of Mount Mayaboku, Shinsaku and Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya. Oh no. Shinsaku had intended to feign profundity, but the sudden laser attack singed the few remaining hairs on his head. Old man, look over there. It seems they all have Rinnegan. Jiraiya noticed the Azura path attacking fiercely, flanked by the five pains, a look of intense pressure overtaking him as he began to sweat profusely. Chapter 138. Jiraiya's defeat. So it truly is the Rinnegan. Is that not the child of prophecy? Shinzua also noticed that several pain figures nearby wore expressions of confusion. Little Jiraiya. Every time you summon us, we find ourselves embroiled in high-stakes battles. Sooner or later, you will be the end of us, Shinzua remarked with a hint of melancholy. Despite his words, he was already assisting Jiraiya, gathering the natural energy from the air. Old man, please refrain from your usual banter and avoid invoking ill omens. Jijian retorted, watching as several missiles screamed towards them, swiftly reacting. Sage art. Frog song. The reverberating sound waves intercepted and shattered the incoming missiles. At that moment, Jiraiya's visage took on a toad-like appearance as he finally entered the most potent sage mode. My dear companions, it seems we may have to endure a great deal today. No worries, old man, utilize the wind. The three shared a silent understanding as Jiraiya immediately employed the technique, Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. Accompanied by their coordinated efforts, a massive wave of flames surged toward the 6 panes. Boom. Unfortunately, the hungry ghost path merely needed to stand in the forefront, effortlessly absorbing the oncoming ninjutsu. Feel the agony, Jiraiya-sensei. Experience despair. Universal pull. The Deva path pain, expressionless, extended his palm, preparing to absorb more. In an instant, a terrifying force of attraction erupted from his hand. Shinzua felt his body uncontrollably drawn toward the Deva path. The overwhelming pull instilled a profound terror upon his face. Shinzua sage. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. He instantly teleported to see Shinzua. However, the Azura path continuously unleashed missiles, preventing Jiraiya from getting close. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, Shinzua's toad form was pierced through by a black rod. Crimson blood dripped from the rod onto the ground. Shinzua's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how swiftly he had met his demise. The black rod seemed to suppress his chakra, rendering him unable to escape. Old man. Ji Jin watched in horror as the Deva path casually discarded Shinzua's lifeless body to the ground, rage boiling within him. I will make you pay for this. Ji Jin, now devoid of reason, intended to charge forward recklessly. Let me handle this. Jiraiya, feeling the instability of his sage mode and risking his transformation, unleashed his sage technique. Sage art, super large Rasengan. Jiraiya leaped into the air, conjuring a massive Rasengan to strike the Deva path. Yet, this attack was precisely what the hungry ghost path relished. He merely extended his hands to absorb the energy. In Jiraiya's astonished gaze, his ninjutsu was completely consumed. Simultaneously, to avert further mishaps, Jiraiya was compelled to retreat from sage mode. Damn you, Nagato. You have become a madman. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Shinzua's lifeless form. Ha ha ha, sensei, do you feel the pain? But this pain is but a fraction of my own. The Deva path laughed derisively. It was at that moment that Jiraiya seemed to recognize something and gazed at the Deva path's familiar features, shock written across his face. You are Yahiko? Jiraiya's eyes widened, perplexed as to how Yahiko had acquired the Rinnegan. Not only him, but all 6 possessed the Rinnegan. Jiraiya-sensei, there is much you do not know. Universal pull. The Deva path coldly extended his palm once more. Instantly, a horrifying attraction assailed Jiraiya, forced to fly backward. He began to gather chakra in his palm while suspended in midair, quickly forming a Rasengan. Boom. However, before he could strike the Deva path, the hungry ghost path preemptively defended, absorbing all of Jiraiya's chakra. Indeed, this creature's ability was to siphon chakra. Jiraiya's heart raced in terror. Little Jiraiya, now is the time. Sage art, frog song. Fueled by vengeance, Ji Jian leapt into the air, directing another sage technique at the 6 panes below. Shinra-tensei. Alas, as the attack commenced, her petite form was instantly repelled by the Deva path, crashing against the wall with a force akin to a bullet, rendering her unconscious. Bang, bang, bang. As the other panes sprang into action, chakra was absorbed by the hungry ghost path, pinning Jiraiya in place. At that moment, Jiraiya began to comprehend that these 6 figures were not truly alive. He sensed the chilling aura emanating from them, and an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Jiraiya-sensei, do you regret coming here? The Deva path revealed several black rods, gazing impassively at Jiraiya, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Nagato, you scoundrel! You even desecrate the bodies of your comrades. Jiraiya exclaimed in furious accusation. No sooner had he spoken than several black rods shot forth, impaling Jiraiya's limbs to the ground. The chakra he had been gathering was abruptly sealed. He was taken aback. This object possesses sealing capabilities. It dawned on him why Shinzwa had made no effort to resist and had perished so swiftly. You still enjoy your idle chatter. The Deva path remarked emotionlessly. More black rods penetrated Jiraiya's body, shredding flesh and causing blood to surge forth, forming a pool beneath him as the rain washed over. Jiraiya-sensei, I ask you once more. Do you regret it? The Deva path pointed a long rod at Jiraiya's head, prepared to deliver the final blow. Jiraiya disdainfully spat blood. Nagato, you fool. Do you think I fear death? No matter how powerful you are, you cannot obscure the fact that you are a traitor. The Deva path, hearing this, bore a glint of purple light in his Rinnegan, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Swish. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted in the skies above the Rain Village. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. With a furious shout, a colossal Raisin Shuriken descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the Deva path. After 6 months of training, Naruto had perfected his chakra control and developed an S-rank ninjutsu. Boom. The immense Raisin Shuriken detonated before the figures, scattering the raindrops in an instant. Fortunately, the Hungry Ghost path shielded the others, absorbing the massive Raisin Shuriken and averting disaster. Chapter 139. Naruto vs. Pain. What? The Rain Tiger Free technique failed to sense anything? The Deva path Pain gazed up at Naruto in the sky, his expression reflecting surprise. This Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have materialized out of thin air. In a flash, Naruto, now in the Nine-Tails chakra mode, appeared right before him. He swiftly grabbed Jiraiya and vanished from beneath his very eyes. This display of the Flying Thunder God technique left the Deva path Pain's face darkened with bewilderment. Are you Naruto? Jiraiya, gravely injured, looked at Naruto, who radiated a warm golden light, his face etched with astonishment. Perverted sage, do not speak. Allow me to stabilize your wounds, Naruto said as he began to channel chakra into the gaping wounds on Jiraiya's body to halt the bleeding. Nagato truly showed no mercy. Jiraiya bore nearly a dozen wounds all over him. And Naruto, you have endured so much over these years. Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with profound guilt. Had he been stronger 3 years prior, Naruto would not have borne the title of a rogue ninja, nor would he have been hunted by the Hidden Leaf Village. It's all right. I have not dwelled on such matters, Naruto replied, shaking his head, unwilling to linger on the topic. Instead, he cast a cold glance towards the 6 approaching Pains. Perverted sage, rest for a moment. I shall return shortly. In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight. Seeing Naruto take the initiative, Jiraiya struggled to sit cross-legged, hoping to recover his chakra and assist. Are you Naruto? The Deva path Pain stood firm in the air, observing the shimmering golden Naruto from a distance, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The chakra emanating from him was undeniably formidable. Pain, Naruto uttered, offering no further words. In the Deva path Pain's incredulous gaze, he vanished like a streak of golden lightning. He reappeared right before the Hungry Ghost path. Boom. With a single hand, he forcefully slammed the Hungry Ghost path into the ground. The sheer power shattered the earth, and the Hungry Ghost path's body crumbled, leaving the Deva path Pain visibly tense. You have gained the Nine-Tails acknowledgement? The Deva path Pain struggled to comprehend why Naruto was utilizing such a mode. This terrifying speed was something even he could barely keep up with. As for the Hungry Ghost path, even if it reacted, it was powerless to resist, for the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Shinra Tensei. The Deva path Pain's expression grew grave as he spread his hands. In an instant, he sent Naruto, who was preparing to attack again, hurtling away. In midair, Naruto's eyes widened for a moment before he vanished once more. He reappeared behind the human path. Rasengan. The manifestation of the Nine-Tails chakra formed a colossal hand that grasped the human path tightly. Following this, the Rasengan struck the human path's body, shattering it instantly. Hell Missile. The Azura path nearby, without hesitation, activated its multi-armed mode and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Naruto. Meanwhile, the Hell path summoned King Enma, devouring the 2 fallen Pains. After a moment of chewing, he regurgitated them, reviving both pains once more. Not far away, evading the onslaught, Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, they are all puppets? He murmured to himself. He had sensed something amiss with the 6 of them. They did not feel like living beings. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the Deva Path Pain's astonished gaze, Naruto formed hand seals, summoning thousands of clones in golden mode, nearly covering half the sky. The overwhelming pressure caused the Deva Path Pain's eyes to twitch, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That damn brat, has he truly grown to such an extent? The Deva Path Pain understood that resolving the situation with Naruto was no longer feasible. Furthermore, with most of the Akatsuki members away, their base could very well be vulnerable to Naruto's infiltration. In a hidden cave, Nagato joined his hands, pouring all his chakra into the technique, blood beginning to trickle from his nose. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the other pains, akin to marionettes stripped of control, came to a halt. The Deva Path Pain's body floated slowly in the air. Naruto, all of you come to me. Noticing Naruto's intention to attack the hidden mist village, the Deva Path Pain prepared to unleash a widespread assault against the thousands of Naruto clones. Planetary devastation, with a resonant voice echoing through the air. A terrifying gravitational force gathered within the Deva Path Pain's palm, a pitch-black sphere rising like a black hole. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to converge towards the Deva Path Pain, resembling a colossal vortex of suction. Thousands of Naruto clones began to be drawn towards the dark sphere. However, to the Deva Path Pain's dismay, Naruto simply used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the sphere's gravitational pull, to prevent destruction to the village. The Deva Path Pain had no choice but to cancel the attack. That damn Flying Thunder God technique. The Deva Path Pain's eyes brimmed with fury. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto's figure appeared beside him like a bolt of lightning. Boom. A powerful punch struck the Deva Path Pain squarely in the face. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. In an instant, several shadow clones began forming Raisin Shurikens, launching them towards the Deva Path Pain. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path Pain was compelled to activate his ability, blocking the surrounding ninjutsu. Yet, having just used planetary devastation, the Deva Path Pain found himself strained. Ultimately, the wind release, Raisin Shuriken broke through his defenses, brutally shredding him in midair, leaving his body and clothing in tatters. Chapter 140. The Art of Reincarnation. Pain. Reveal to me the location of your true body. In the swirling vortex of Naruto, who had activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, he firmly grasped the tattered collar of the Deva Path, his tone steeped in indifference. Naruto, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But do you truly believe I am a weakling? The Deva Path spoke, his voice unwavering despite being at the mercy of Naruto. I hope your resolve remains as steadfast. As the Deva Path regarded him with confusion, the multitude of Naruto's shadow clones transformed into beams of golden light and vanished in an instant. In a mere few breaths, a familiar figure, ensnared in a colossal hand of Nine Tails chakra, came into view of the Deva Path. Naruto, what are you planning to do? The Deva Path's demeanor shifted as he witnessed Konan being gripped by the Nine Tails chakra, his previously indifferent tone now tinged with emotion. What do you think? Is it not obvious? Naruto exerted a slight pressure, prompting a soft whimper of pain from Konan. Pain, do not concern yourself with me, gather your strength. We will settle this one day. Konan's voice trembled, cold sweat beading on her forehead, revealing her precarious situation. Naruto, I never imagined you would resort to such threats. The Deva Path narrowed his eyes, genuinely astonished that Naruto would engage in intimidation. I shall grant you 1 minute to deliberate. Otherwise, I will demonstrate what the annihilation of a ninja village truly entails. Naruto's gaze remained resolute, the swirling wind chakra of his shadow clones indicating he was not jesting. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain range, Nagato observed the shattered entrance with an expression of surprise. Is it you? Did you not go to the land of lightning? Nagato's eyes widened at the sight of the arriving figures, Konan and Uchiha Shinsui, filled with astonishment. Leader, it appears the Akatsuki organization has encountered a grave crisis. Uchiha Shinsui accompanied by Konan approached the gaunt and rugged Nagato. I will resurrect both of you. Go and retrieve the Nine Tails from Naruto. Nagato, having recognized their intentions, was aware they sought complete resurrection. Nagato, I did not expect you to be so decisive. Uchiha Shinsui remarked, somewhat taken aback, believing he would need to persuade Nagato further. There is no choice. If I refuse, you two would undoubtedly not let me be. Moreover, the current situation does not allow me to set conditions. Nagato's eyes were calm. He feared not death, but the failure of his grand ambitions. Come, I will take you there. The Deva Path's voice was chillingly indifferent. Nagato, do not. Conan, still oblivious to the events unfolding with Nagato, began to struggle desperately. Yet, her paper jutsu proved futile against Naruto's pursuit. Naruto, are you alright? Jiraiya's curious gaze followed as Naruto descended from the sky. Perverted sage, I will handle this. You may rest for now. Naruto leapt into the depths of the mountain with the Deva Path and Conan. Sighing, Jiraiya, concerned for Naruto's safety, decided to follow closely behind. Deep within the mountain, Naruto did not encounter Nagato but instead came across a familiar face. Ah, Brother Komugi, what brings you here? Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of Komugi, brimming with vitality. Standing among the trees. Brother Komugi, you are alive? Naruto struggled to articulate his disbelief. The previous Komugi, though expressive, had lacked the vigor of a living being. But now, he appeared entirely human. Ah, so this is the sensation of breathing? Komugi exhaled deeply, glancing down at Naruto with a cheerful disposition. Naruto, release Conan. Huh? Brother Komugi, I have just discovered the location of the Akatsuki leader. I am on my way there. Naruto's tone was urgent. I said, release Conan. The Akatsuki's depths are far too perilous for you to navigate. Komugi swiftly appeared beside Naruto, placing a hand reassuringly on his shoulder. In that instant, Naruto, who had activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode, found himself reverting back. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Komugi, why? The Akatsuki is a malignant force in the ninja world. Why? Because I too am a member of the Akatsuki. Komugi stated flatly. What? Naruto's eyes widened, struggling to accept this revelation. As you can see, all my actions have been aimed at achieving complete resurrection. Now that my objective is fulfilled, Naruto, you must leave. Komugi spoke softly. In that fleeting moment, Naruto grasped the implications. Brother Komugi, did the Akatsuki assist in your full resurrection? His curiosity piqued. It is the only explanation for why Komugi stands with the Akatsuki. Komugi remained silent, yet his brief pause affirmed Naruto's suspicion. Just then, Naruto sensed a chakra disturbance behind him. Perverted sage, you two have arrived? Naruto turned in confusion. Naruto, I am worried about you. Wait, why is he here? Jiraiya was taken aback to see Komugi, his complexion vibrant beneath the tree. Naruto, we must retreat. This matter requires careful consideration. Jiraiya, fully aware of Komugi's terrifying potential, abandoned thoughts of confrontation, realizing that Konoha could not contend with the Akatsuki. Wait, Naruto, before we leave, allow me to absorb a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Komugi's unexpected request startled Jiraiya. Naruto, you must go. I will deal with him. Do not fret, perverted sage. Brother Komugi will not harm me. Naruto nodded confidently. To be honest, it has been Brother Komugi who has been training me all these years. With that, Naruto moved towards Komugi. Their unguarded exchange caused Conan's eyes to narrow, her mind racing with dreadful speculations as to why Naruto had arrived so timely. Chapter 141. Change of leadership in the Akatsuki organization. Did Gumu assist you? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to how Gumu could achieve complete resurrection, it was undoubtedly connected to Naruto. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he should be grateful for Gumu's guidance over the years. He could only watch helplessly as Naruto Uzumaki approached Gumu. Fortunately, Gumu had not completely seized the Nine-Tails, merely extracting a portion of its chakra. Naruto likely sensed he was being used by Gumu, yet perhaps out of gratitude or a lack of strength to confront him, he chose not to sever ties. Naruto. Impressive. In just a year, you have grown so much. Gumu observed the unresisting Naruto Uzumaki before him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of admiration. He was astonished that he could no longer sense Naruto's thoughts through the Nine-Tails. This boy had learned to conceal his innermost feelings. Undoubtedly a testament to Gumu's effective teaching. Naruto chuckled softly, clasped his hands, and returned to Jiraiya's side. At Naruto's signal, the two departed from the scene. What exactly did you do to Nagato? Conan approached Gumu, her pupils flickering with veiled hostility. You can see for yourself. He still has a breath left. Gumu replied expressionlessly. Is that how you speak to our leader? Conan's back was adorned with swirling paper blades. Leader? Is it not the strong who command respect in the Akatsuki? Gumu retorted, finding her words somewhat ludicrous. What are you aiming for? Do you seek to usurp power? Conan's eyes widened in shock. Though she had long suspected these two had ulterior motives, she was taken aback to discover their ambitions extended to the entire Akatsuki. Usurp power? Huh. Do you truly grasp the nature of my plans, you short-sighted fool? Come with me. As Conan looked on in confusion, Gumu led her towards Nagato. Soon, they neared the mountain pass where Nagato resided, drawn by the immense waves of battle energy. Konan's demeanor shifted, and she immediately activated Paper Dance, heading towards the source of the conflict. Upon arrival, the ground lay in ruins, and the mountains bore the scars of a fierce battle, revealing the magnitude of the recent clash. What? It's Naruto! Konan exclaimed, astonished to find that Naruto had sensed Nagato's location and had come to initiate an assassination. Fortunately, Uchiha Shirzue seemed to be guarding the mountain pass. With a single blade, he easily barred Naruto and Jiraiya from entering the cave. Naruto, trouble. Reinforcements have arrived. Jiraiya's eyes widened in alarm as he beheld Gumu's arrival. He had not anticipated Naruto would resort to such a tactic, feigning retreat only to locate Nagato's position. This clever ruse, a blend of open deception and covert maneuvering, earned Jiraiya silent admiration. Perverted sage, we must leave. Naruto's expression hardened as he quickly summoned Jiraiya using the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking them away from the scene. Are you all right? Gumu inquired of Uchiha Shirzue, having intentionally left her behind to protect Nagato. It appeared Naruto had indeed absorbed some of his teachings, employing strategy when he recognized he was outmatched. Nothing to worry about. Uchiha Shirzue replied with a slight smile. Feeling the awakening fervor in her cells, she suppressed her own excitement. Her exquisite face flushed with a hint of desire as her gaze occasionally drifted towards Gumu. Let us see if Nagato agrees to our plan. Under Konan's watchful gaze, Gumu led them into the cave. Inside, Nagato was propped up by the outer path golem, his body riddled with black rods, on the verge of collapse. His already frail form appeared even more withered, and his hair had turned an ashen hue, resembling a dying elder. The resurrection of two powerful beings seemed to seal his fate. Death loomed inevitable. Nagato. Konan rushed to his side, panic etched across her face. Hey Konan, it's all right. Nagato managed to open his eyes slightly, a rare smile gracing his features. From today onward, Gumu shall be the new leader of the Akatsuki. You must support him well. Konan stared in disbelief as Nagato willingly relinquished the position of leader. Nagato, why? This is our life's work. Konan struggled to comprehend. The Akatsuki represented not only their ambitions but also the will of Yahiko, who had long since passed. I believe Gumu speaks the truth. He can usher in a new future for the ninja world. Nagato recalled Gumu's recent revelations about his plans. Realizing that Gumu's goals aligned closely with those of the Akatsuki, albeit with less extremity in his methods. Nagato, can you truly trust an outsider? Konan knelt beside him. Sensing his life force rapidly waning, her confusion deepening. We have no choice. We must place our final hopes in him. Nagato regarded the stoic Gumu and Uchiha Shirzue in the distance. Had he not resurrected these two, he and Konan would have perished at the hands of Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra. Rather than succumb, it was better to take a gamble. Nagato, don't speak as if it's a matter of life and death. At the very least, I can ensure you live to witness the unification of the ninja world. Gumu infused the chakra he had extracted from the Nine-Tails into the outer path golem, allowing Nagato a moment of reprieve. Konan discreetly wiped away the tears pooling in her eyes. Gumu, can we truly trust you? Though aware that Naruto's attack likely stemmed from Gumu's machinations, she refrained from questioning him. Now, Gumu and Uchiha Shirzue possessed the strength to overturn the Akatsuki in an instant. All she could do was hope that Gumu's plans were genuine. Of course, do not mistake our resurrection for folly. The ninja world must unify for the sake of a stable existence. Gumu had resolved to assume the mantle of leadership. Yet, the price of this leadership could very well ignite a backlash from the entire ninja world. If that is the case, Nagato and I shall follow you. However, should I discover that your actions are merely self-serving, I will leave the organization, Konan spoke softly. At that moment, as Gumu and the others were fully resurrected, Uchiha Sasuke finally encountered his lifelong nemesis, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 142, The Kaleidoscope Duel at last. Itachi, I have you cornered. In a clandestine underground chamber, Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Itachi seated upon a stone chair, his eyes reflecting a fierce and predatory intensity akin to a famished wolf. The years of rigorous training he had endured were all for this singular moment. Sasuke, let me witness the extent of your growth. Itachi's expression appeared remarkably relaxed. Humph. You disgrace. Today marks your demise. A finely forged longsword materialized in Sasuke's hand, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura of lethal intent. Sharp and resolute like a drawn blade. Fire style, great fireball technique. With remarkable speed, Sasuke formed the necessary hand seals. In an instant, a colossal fireball surged forth with a deafening roar. Hidden in the shadows, Korezetsu observed the clash intently, knowing that Sasuke was pivotal to his mother Kagaya's resurrection. Sasuke, it seems your chakra has significantly increased, Itachi remarked with surprise, having sensed something amiss with Sasuke's energy. In a mere heartbeat, Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl, the intricate patterns coalescing into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What? Itachi is activating the Manjiki so swiftly. Does he intend to dispatch Sasuke quickly? Korezetsu thought, taken aback. He had presumed Itachi would hold back. Fire style, great fireball. Itachi began to form seals, albeit at a noticeably sluggish pace that left onlookers speechless. It was worth noting that when facing Kakashi Hitaki, his seal formation had been almost instantaneous. Boom. The two fireballs collided midair, unleashing a terrifying heat that engulfed the entire chamber, reducing everything around them to charred ashes. Damn, I almost fell victim here, Korezetsu muttered beneath his breath. Hidden in the depths below. Whoosh. Chidori. Under Itachi's trembling gaze, a lightning-infused blade tore through the flames, rushing forth with blinding speed. The endless lightning enveloped the longsword. Although Itachi realized the impending strike and attempted to evade, he chose to let his arm be struck by the thunderbolt. Boom. In an instant, Itachi felt his arm's flesh explode, and as he glanced at Sasuke, who had activated his three-tomo Sharingan, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. This boy's power has indeed surged considerably. It appears that those ancient trees have imparted substantial knowledge upon him. Itachi, why didn't you dodge? Sasuke's attack had landed. Yet instead of jubilation, he was consumed by profound dissatisfaction and fury. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Itachi questioned, clutching his injured shoulder, confusion etched across his face. He felt a twinge of anxiety. His attempt to hold back should have been subtle. Humph. How could someone with these eyes fail to evade such an attack? With that, Sasuke's three-tomo began to shift, gradually transforming into a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, resembling a six-pointed star. What? Sasuke has awakened the Manjiki as well. Korezetsu, hidden below, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Sasuke's rapid evolution, especially considering that a mere few years prior, he was only a two-tomo. Manjiki? Itachi's face illuminated with an uncontrollable smile. He had initially intended to provoke Sasuke into awakening the Manjiki through his own demise, thereby allowing Madara to transplant his eyes into Sasuke, granting him the means to survive in the ninja world. Sasuke, what on earth have you experienced? Itachi's face bore curiosity as he pondered what stimuli could have spurred Sasuke to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. That is none of your concern, Susanoo. With those words, Sasuke unleashed his ocular power without reservation. A purple skeletal figure began to coalesce around him. He had no intention of revealing to Itachi that he had recently battled Naruto once more, only to be bested again, which had ultimately led to his awakening of the Manjiki. Years of relentless training had not even compelled Naruto's strongest form to emerge. Coupled with Naruto's parting words, Sasuke, give up. You can no longer stand alongside me. The weight of regret ignited Sasuke's emotions. After Naruto's departure, he awakened the final ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, the Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke, excessive use of the Manjiki will render you completely blind. Itachi began to evade the onslaught of Susanoo's attacks. Itachi, you better fight back. Sasuke shouted in anger as he broke through the underground chamber and descended to the surface. Very well, let me see just how far you have come. Itachi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Crimson tears began to flow from his Manjiki. An orange-hued Susanoo enveloped his form, and the emanating Yata mirror armor compelled Sasuke to take heed. No, brother. You're actually serious? Given that Sasuke had only recently acquired the Manjiki, his mastery over it was still in its infancy. Even his Susanoo form was merely a rudimentary attempt. Thunder rumbled ominously above as a torrential downpour enveloped the area. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Sasuke, observing the darkening storm clouds, unleashed a fire dragon that soared skyward. Boom. The storm clouds above absorbed Sasuke's chakra, coalescing into a formidable entity. Crackling sounds filled the air as Sasuke began to harness the natural lightning, gradually revealing the menacing visage of a Kirin within the tempest. Chapter 143. Hold still, someone's coming. Ominous thunderclouds stretched across the sky, with electrical arcs dancing like earthworms. A bestial head vaguely emerged from the storm. Sasuke Uchiha, face contorted in wild abandon, gazed upward. Kirin! Sasuke roared. The thunderclouds shifted, and a bolt of lightning, swift as a striking viper, descended upon Itachi Uchiha. With a look of grim determination, Itachi raised his shield, barely deflecting the thunderous blow. His Susanoo, both offense and defense, was a near-perfect form. Almost simultaneously, Itachi coughed, a mouthful of crimson blood staining his hand. The vermilion Susanoo began to crumble, reverting to its skeletal origins. Haha, Itachi. This is your retribution, Sasuke cried, controlling his Susanoo with fervor, heedless of the blood trickling from his eyes. He lunged towards Itachi's Susanoo with a thunderous strike. After relentless exchanges, Itachi's body began to falter. Soon, both their chakra reserves depleted, and they retreated from their Susanoo forms. Finally, Sasuke watched Itachi stagger toward him, drawing his blade warily. Sasuke, the eyes. I need your eyes. Itachi murmured, placing his bloodied fingers on Sasuke's forehead before collapsing beside him. Meanwhile, in the Rain Country, within the hidden mist village, Gumok sat atop the tallest spire, in the former seat of the Akatsuki leader. A projection materialized before him, a conduit for communication via the Akatsuki rings. From today forward, all Akatsuki members are to return. The two-person cell system is abolished. Akatsuki will now operate as a unified force for capturing the tailed beasts. What's happening? Gumok, since when could you use the leader's communication channel? Deidara inquired through the projection. Curiosity etched on his face. We're currently on a mission, Kakuzu added, his tone somber. Abandon it. I trust you wouldn't want me to personally retrieve you, Gumok replied tersely. The tailed beasts are nearly secured. Soon, the 5 Kage summit will commence, and I shall establish a new empire through overwhelming force. I concur with Gumok. Regrettably, Itachi has fallen, Kasame Hashigaki's regretful voice echoed in the chamber. I also agree, Black Zetsu chimed in. As the Akatsuki members converged upon the hidden rain village. In the land of lightning, the 4th Raikage awoke from his coma. His first act was to vehemently demand a 5 Kage summit, resolved to sanction Akatsuki. That night, Gumok stood at the spire's edge, gazing at the illuminated hidden rain village below. Though it deviated from his initial plans, the village's central location made it a suitable foundation for his burgeoning empire. Gumok, it's late. Time for sleep, Shizune Uchiha murmured, draping a black cloak over Gumok's shoulders. Her voice laced with allure. The sudden sound sent a shiver down Gumok's spine. Sensing the softness behind him, he inwardly sighed. As anticipated, Shizune's deft hands began to wander. They returned to their abode, where the night promised to be sleepless. Approximately 2 weeks passed. The Akatsuki members gradually returned. Leader, why have you summoned us? We were on the verge of capturing a tailed beast, Kakuzu grumbled, as Deidara arrived. The Akatsuki now consisted of Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, Kasame, Konan, Pain, Gumok, and Shizen. Zetsu was an afterthought. Your return is for a matter of grave importance. Intelligence indicates that the 4th Raikage has called for a second 5 Kage summit. My intention is simple, to assault the Kage and seize dominion over the New World. Gumok declared, resting his chin on his hand, his expression serene. Shizune Uchiha stood beside him, her obsidian hair neatly arranged, retaining her aloof elegance, though her eyes now held a hint of allure. What? Kakuzu gasped. I agree. How exciting, Deidara exclaimed, wholeheartedly endorsing the plan. I'm indifferent. As long as I can kill, I'll do anything, Haiden stated maniacally. Konan and I have no objections, Pain added. He had not anticipated Gumok's audacity in attacking the Kage, an act tantamount to declaring war on the entire shinobi world. However, their combined strength warranted such audacity. Leader, isn't this reckless? Black Zetsu cautiously probed. His original plan was to have Nagato fully resurrect Madara Uchiha, but these two had preempted him. Fortunately, Nagato still possessed enough power to resurrect the final individual. Zetsu, do you doubt me? Gumok inquired, scrutinizing the figure below, uncertain if this was the true Black Zetsu. He chose not to raise suspicion. Doubt? Never. Leader, you are unparalleled. I follow your orders, Black Zetsu retorted inwardly, cursing Gumok's foolishness. How could the Akatsuki possibly withstand the combined might of the 5 Kage? Did he truly believe he could single-handedly overturn the shinobi world? Since there are no objections, let us begin preparations. I will usher in a bright future, Gumok declared casually. The 5 Kage summit was merely the beginning. During this time, Gumok attempted to inject Hashirama cells, his chakra reserves doubling, realizing his sage body had reached its zenith. Confronting the 5 Kage would be effortless. Everything proceeded as planned until one night. As Gumok endured Shizune's relentless torment, he sensed a disturbance outside. Shizune, hold still. Someone's coming. Shizune Uchiha, her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment, reluctantly rose. Leader, something terrible has happened. Nagato has been attacked. Konan's voice echoed from outside. Gumok's expression darkened. and without a word, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 144. Disturbing at a critical moment, Gomu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Uchiha Obito's urgency in sabotaging his plans under the cover of night. Where is that scoundrel? Uchiha Shinsui, with a face full of menace, tore through the fabric of space, arriving at the cave where Nagato was located. The gleaming blade in his hand was a testament to his foul mood. Arriving too late, it seemed Nagato had already been captured. The ease with which Nagato's location had been discerned undoubtedly indicated the assistance of Kage's Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Nagato? Has he been taken? Upon hearing Gomu's words, Konan's expression shifted dramatically. What should we do? She paced anxiously, her previously indifferent demeanor now marred by panic. Calm down, Konan. I have a hunch about what might have transpired, Gomu reassured, his gaze meeting that of Uchiha Shinsui, who wore a similar expression of exasperation. Obito had managed to offend two women simultaneously. Do you have any idea who it might be? Konan's eyes narrowed, filled with anticipation. It was hardly a surprise. It could only be Obito, whose spatial abilities allowed him to whisk Nagato away undetected. Obito. Konan's eyes glistened with fury. She clenched her fists, her face awash with murderous intent. If anything happens to Nagato, I will fight him to the death. Goma remained expressionless, choosing not to elaborate further. Nagato had fallen into Obito's hands, and the odds were grim. Had he not employed the rebirth technique, Nagato might have had a chance to resist. Unfortunately, he was at his most vulnerable now. Obito had seized upon this opportunity, and it was likely that Nagato was doomed. Konan, summon Zetsu. The others have already headed towards the Land of Iron. So within the Akatsuki, we still have a primary intelligence gatherer, Black Zetsu. Zetsu. Understood. Despite her lingering doubts, Konan took the initiative to leave. With Nagato missing, she felt as though she had lost her anchor, placing all her hopes on Gomu. She wished for Gomu to establish the ideal shinobi world he often spoke of. Damn Obito, ruining my plans. Uchiha Shinsui muttered in frustration, his morose demeanor eliciting an exasperated glance from Gomu. He wondered if he might meet his end in bed if this continued. Obito may attend the 5 Kage summit. At that point, you will have your chance to deal with him. Absolutely, Shinsui replied, moving closer to Gomu, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. An unsettling sight that made Gomu's skin crawl. Wait, someone is coming. Gomu raised a hand to gently push Shinsui away. Humph. I want to let you off easily later, Shinsui said, seductively licking his crimson tongue, leaving Gomu parched. Was this fellow perhaps a reincarnated fox spirit? Lord Leader, have you summoned me for something? Black Zetsu approached with a hint of confusion. However, as he revealed himself, he was immediately met with a cold glare from Uchiha Shinsui, the blade slowly retreating into its sheath. So it was a clone after all? This cunning one is quite cautious, Gomu remarked as he casually kicked the barely conscious Black Zetsu. Lord Leader, what is the meaning of this? Black Zetsu feigned ignorance, internally bewildered. He had not even had the chance to act, and his undercover identity was already compromised. Why? Zetsu, you best keep your head down. Otherwise, each time you reveal yourself, I shall strike you down. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly. Could it be that Obito had betrayed him regarding the plan to steal Nagato's Rinnegan? Who could it be? This matter was highly confidential, known to scarcely anyone. Was it Obito? Had he informed Gomu to eliminate him? Meanwhile, far from the Land of Rain, in a remote border nation, Nagato was brought by Obito's Kamui. His weakened form bore numerous grievous wounds. Nagato, hand over the Rinnegan, and I will grant you a swift end. Obito, wearing his vortex mask, spoke with chilling indifference. You clown, hiding in the shadows all these years, masquerading as Uchiha Madara. Using me. Now you wish for the Rinnegan? You must be dreaming. Nagato seethed with anger at the deception he had endured for so long. He felt as if he were the true fool, knowing that the fruits of the Akatsuki's labor were likely to be harvested by this wretch. Fortunately, Gomu had exposed this impostor's identity. Otherwise, the Akatsuki might have unwittingly become his pawns. With a swift motion, Obito pierced through Nagato's weakened body. I tried to have a civil conversation with you, but you refused to listen. Obito observed as the light of life faded from Nagato's eyes, devoid of any compassion. In his grand design, Nagato was meant to perish. Obito, have you revealed my information to Gomu? Before Obito could begin collecting the Rinnegan, a sinister voice echoed in his ears. That's of no concern to me. You brought this upon yourself. Without a backward glance, Obito pried the Rinnegan from Nagato's face. What the hell? Black Zetsu was bewildered. How was it that he had provoked Gomu when he had done nothing but follow orders? The moment he revealed himself, he was met with disaster. Was that his fault? Isn't it obvious? Your abilities are best suited for locating Nagato. With him missing, who else would they seek? Obito's casual remarks darkened Black Zetsu's expression. He had invested millennia preparing for this moment and did not wish for Gomu to ruin it. What is your plan, Obito? Black Zetsu inquired, curious. Currently, Obito was the most crucial element in his plans, and he needed to support him effectively. What can we do? Let them tear each other apart while we reap the benefits. We possess the Rinnegan. The initiative lies with us. Obito's demeanor remained unperturbed. By the way, have you found Orochimaru? He should be hiding near the land of water. Black Zetsu felt a sense of satisfaction. At least Obito still had his own plans, proving himself a worthy ally of Uchiha Madara. Very well, let us set off immediately. I am confident Orochimaru will cooperate with us. After all, he has not suffered under Gomu. As Obito began to enact his plans, Gomu received news from his subordinates. They had arrived at the designated location for the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Let us go, Shinsui. It's time to attend to business. Gomu patted Uchiha Shinsui on the shoulder. The two donned their mink coats, and Gomu swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, departing the scene. Gomu's chakra reserves had reached an astonishing level. Even crossing national borders with the Flying Thunder God brought him no trepidation. Meanwhile, as pain had not invaded Konoha, the representatives attending the 5 Kage summit were not Danzo, but rather the current 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Chapter 145. Wait, I have an opinion. Lord Hokage, how should we position ourselves in this 5 Kage summit? Asked Kakashi Hitaki, the appointed guard, with curiosity as he observed Tsunade beside him. Now that their Nine-Tails Naruto had returned, convention would suggest that the Akatsuki posed no immediate threat to their village. Following the main force to confront the Akatsuki seemed unlikely to yield any substantial benefits. However, if they chose not to align themselves, Konoha might become the primary target for assault, as that group would not allow anyone to gain an advantage. The mere thought of entangling with the other Kage made Tsunade's head throb. Tsunade, do not worry. I will support your choice, Jiraiya offered, stepping up to stand behind her. Please, follow me, said the Iron Country Guard, who was responsible for guiding the meeting, as he noticed the arrival of the Hokage from the Land of Fire. With Jiraiya and Kakashi at her side, Tsunade felt a newfound sense of assurance. Soon, under the guidance of the armored guards of the Iron Country, Tsunade arrived at a U-shaped conference table designated for the summit. At the head of the table sat General Mifune of the Iron Country, the witness to this meeting. Ah, the Land of Fire certainly has a grand presence, making us 4 Kage wait for just one, remarked the 4th Hokage, as he observed Tsunade's tardiness. Eager to assert his authority since he had initiated this summit. I apologize for the delay. We encountered some issues along the way, Tsunade replied, feeling her temper flare at A's provocation. Before she could retort, Jiraiya discreetly pulled her back, prompting her to swallow her frustration. Kakashi scanned the room and noted the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the other Kage, indicating that the atmosphere was decidedly hostile. To his surprise, Gaara of the Sand, who had once been presumed dead, had risen to become the Kazekage. He had been revived by Chiyo's sacrifice. Is a simple apology all that is required? A questioned, clearly dissatisfied with Tsunade's nonchalant demeanor. You ought to at least bow an apology. Enough, 4th Hokage. Let us not forget the matter at hand, interjected Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, in an effort to temper the escalating tension. As silence fell over the assembly, Mifune cleared his throat. Very well, let us officially commence the 5 Kage summit. With Mifune's declaration, A was the first to voice his demands. I propose that we unite to eradicate the Akatsuki, who have nearly captured all of our tailed beasts. His anger was palpable, and it was evident to all that gathering for this summit had been motivated by this very issue, especially since the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, was still unaccounted for and likely had fallen victim to the Akatsuki. What insights do you have, 5th Hokage? Inoki queried, supporting A's proposal while keen to gauge Konoha's stance, particularly since they had intelligence indicating that Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, had returned and purportedly achieved a nearly flawless Jinchuriki mode. I'm afraid we in Konoha do not concur, Tsunade stated, still wrestling with her thoughts. Seeing her hesitation, Jiraiya spoke up. As he did, the other Kage furrowed their brows, for it was customary for guards to refrain from speaking in such high-level meetings. Yet, Jiraiya was no ordinary guard. He was one of the legendary Sannin. Bang! A's fist crashed onto the table in frustration, causing Mifune to wince at the damage to the fine meeting table. What do you mean, Jiraiya? Everyone else agrees to confront the Akatsuki, yet you Konoha ninjas refuse to contribute. A declared, singling out Konoha as the target of his ire. Perhaps it is your village that has been secretly colluding with the Akatsuki, A continued, a sinister tone creeping into his voice. Could it be that the tailed beasts we lost are hiding within your village? As the atmosphere grew tense, the other Kage's guards instinctively distanced themselves from Tsunade and her companions. Silence. Konoha is willing to assist, Tsunade interjected, realizing that further debate would only lead to baseless accusations from A. Only by joining forces against the Akatsuki could they clear their name. Does anyone else have objections? A asked with a slight smirk, clearly pleased with the turn of events. Should Konoha agree to cooperate, it was likely that the Sand Village would follow suit. Given their own grievances with the Akatsuki. Wait, I have an opinion. The sudden voice caught A off guard, darkening his expression as he realized he was being publicly challenged. He swore that this individual would pay for their audacity. However, he soon recognized that the voice came from above, causing him to pause in confusion. Chapter 146. I demand your allegiance. The fourth Raikage's countenance was ashen, a mask of profound displeasure. Esteem was paramount to him, yet here he was, publicly humiliated before his peers. It was akin to dancing on the very fault lines of his patience. However, upon discerning the source of the voice from above, he sensed an ominous shift. You miscreant. A surge of animosity coursed through him as he activated his most formidable lightning release armor without hesitation. The sheer force emanating from him caused the surrounding seats to crumble into dust. What? Inoki exclaimed, his gaze snapping upwards. Indeed, there he was, draped in the Akatsuki's signature crimson-clouded cloak, his silver hair gleaming under the light. But what truly quickened his pulse was the raven-haired woman beside him. That damned fiend. So you have been resurrected as well. Inoki rose from his seat, feeling utterly exposed. However, Akatsuki, ever vigilant, instinctively employed Earth Release, Stone Golem technique. Summoning an Earthen Guardian before Inoki, Gar's eyes narrowed at the sight of the Akatsuki leader. Similar to the Raikage, old grudges resurfaced, and sand began to swirl around him. After all, his own demise could be attributed to this man. Mei Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, stood transfixed at the sight of the dark-haired woman. Could it truly be the second Mizukage? She wondered, marveling at her youthful appearance. A sense of certainty washed over her. The second Mizukage had indeed been fully resurrected. Still as tempestuous as ever, I see, the Akatsuki leader remarked, his arm encased in black armor as he effortlessly intercepted the Raikage's assault. Boom. The impact reverberated through the room, causing tremors to run through the very structure. Where have you taken B? The Raikage demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Spare me the pleasantries. With a swift kick, the Akatsuki leader sent the Raikage careening downwards. Boom. The Raikage crashed onto the U-shaped table, shattering it to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the Akatsuki leader stood beside the fallen Raikage. The surrounding Kage bristled, poised to retaliate against this blatant act of aggression. The Akatsuki leader? Tsunade exclaimed, her face etched with shock. Beside her, Jiraiya adopted a battle stance, recognizing the Akatsuki leader as a formidable adversary. Tsunade, it has been too long. The Akatsuki leader began, before noticing the frigid glare emanating from the raven-haired woman. He realized he ought to choose his words more carefully in the future. Tsunade? Fifth Hokage. Are you in league with the Akatsuki? The Raikage roared, his patience finally snapping. Lightning surged around him as he rejoined his comrades. Hold your horses, everyone. The Akatsuki leader announced, his voice cutting through the tension. I have an announcement to make. The surrounding Kage paused, eager to learn the Akatsuki's motives for this audacious attack. From this day forward, you are my prisoners. You will be under my control. Can you accept that? The Akatsuki leader's words were devoid of warmth. Like a chilling decree from the underworld. What? The Raikage bellowed, incensed at the prospect of imprisonment. He would rather perish than be held captive. Are you serious? Inoki asked, his gaze shifting towards the raven-haired woman who now stood beside the Akatsuki leader. He inwardly cursed Orochimaru for reviving these dangerous individuals without any means of controlling them. Do I seem to be jesting? The Akatsuki leader smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was not like Hashirama Senju, a paragon of benevolence. With the power to dominate, why not unite the world through force? You are provoking the 5 great nations. Do you truly believe the Akatsuki can withstand the might of a united shinobi alliance? Inoki attempted to dissuade the Akatsuki leader with words. The door is right there, the Akatsuki leader retorted, gesturing towards the now empty entrance. Feel free to leave, but I dare you to try. At that moment, the remaining Akatsuki members appeared at the entrance. Leader, the perimeter is secure. The Iron Country's guards have been dealt with. Kisame Hashigaki announced, causing Mifyun's face to pale. He realized that the Kage were truly in danger. You are the Akatsuki's leader? Tsunade exclaimed, surprise evident in her voice. Have you forgotten your heritage? Why have you fallen so far? Her words sent ripples of shock through the assembled Kage. A member of the Senju clan? Some of them began to piece together the puzzle. Inoki, the eldest among them, likely knew the Akatsuki leader's true identity. Chapter 147. On the rise and fall of Noki Jiraiya. Do keep a close eye on Tsunade and prevent her from rambling, Keiki reminded Jiraiya, who was standing beside Tsunade. As anticipated, upon receiving the warning, Jiraiya immediately curtailed Tsunade's inquiries. At that moment, being the one to take the lead was not a prudent choice. What are you doing, Jiraiya? Tsunade whispered, perplexed by his actions. Tsunade, take a look around. The Akatsuki has us surrounded. We must seek an opportunity to escape without instigating a conflict, Jiraiya whispered into her ear. Kakashi, too, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, standing vigilantly before Tsunade, scanning their surroundings. Wow, leader, you truly dare to come here? Deidara approached the conference room, his tone laced with astonishment. Observing the five Kage, subdued by Keiki's oppressive aura, he felt an unusual satisfaction. Hey, old man, long time no see. And you too. Deidara taunted, eyeing the beleaguered Noki. The old rascal's earlier attempts to corner him remained etched in Deidara's memory. You scoundrel, why are you still alive? It was Kuratsuchi who spoke, her words strikingly provocative. Little Kuratsuchi, long time no see, your legs have grown longer, yet your temper remains as fiery as ever, Deidara remarked, eliciting a flash of indignation on Kuratsuchi's previously delicate features. Deidara's candidness was relentless. Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? Little Deidara, turn back while you still can. Convince your leader to spare us. I would gladly welcome your return to Awagakure, Noki asserted, his demeanor surprisingly bold. Deidara couldn't help but chuckle. Who would want to go back to your village, constantly under your thumb? I can set off a few bombs now. And you wouldn't dare stop me. ISNT my freedom far better? Naka's expression darkened. What you call a few bombs could very well reduce the village to rubble. Everyone, let us unite. The five Kage together. I refuse to believe we cannot contend with him. The fourth Raikage declared, retreating to a safer distance, unperturbed by Keiki's presence. Why do you speak so much? However, before he could finish, Keiki, clad in demonic armor, appeared before the fourth Raikage in an instant. With a mere flick of his wrist, he pinned the renowned Raikage against the wall. Bang! In a flurry, the Raikage's bodyguards were sent flying, only to be subdued by Kakuzu and Haiden. Don't move. I cannot guarantee my scythe 1T tremble, Haiden warned, placing his weapon at Darui's neck. Is there anyone else willing to resist? Keiki surveyed the other Kage, who remained eerily silent. You scoundrel, if you have the guts, kill me. Even if you do, 1,000 more will rise in my stead. The fourth Raikage, AI, roared, his fury palpable as Keiki gripped his head. You cowardly lot. AI sneered at the other Kage, who were not reacting at all, his scorn evident. In that moment, Gaara took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of chakra. Sandstorm Burial. With a furious command, the ground surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the space in a massive sandstorm, forcing the Akatsuki members to retreat. Even Keiki was compelled to maintain his grip on the Raikage's body, activating his wind-release chakra mode to remain airborne. Boom. The terrifying sandstorm shattered the room, causing the structure to tremble precariously. Oh, Gaara, is there anyone else who wishes to resist? Come forth. 2 individuals are hardly enough to contend with me, Keiki taunted, his gaze falling upon Uchiha Shizuka, who wore a gloomy expression. This man was indeed intent on letting her take the lead. Hearing that the one to battle was Uchiha Shizuka sent a chill through Naka's heart. That woman was his greatest psychological torment. What are you doing, old man? Are you not going to make a stand? Kuratsuchi urged Noki. If you remain a turtle now, the other villages will look down upon you. It's unbecoming of a leader. Kuratsuchi, you do not comprehend. Her strength defies conventional understanding, Noki replied, his countenance grim. Nevertheless, he resolved to step forward, fully aware of the potential consequences. Second Mizukage, it has been ages. You remain as cold and strikingly beautiful as ever, unchanged, unlike me, who has become an old man. Noki remarked. Kuratsuchi stared at him, bewildered. She could hardly believe Noki's hesitance. It dawned on her that the individual he referenced was the second Mizukage, the warmonger who nearly annihilated Awagakure. What? You are the second Mizukage? The fourth Raikage, caught in Keiki's grip, widened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the fifth Mizukage. Terumi Mei, to see if she would waver. Terumi Mei, under AI's scrutiny, appeared flustered but maintained her composure, remaining at the periphery as if she were invisible. Mizukichi. Are we truly going to remain silent? CHJR, positioned beside Terumi-Mei, inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. CHJR, that is the second Mizukichi. Do you wish to engage him? Terumi-Mei replied, her tone laced with exasperation, leaving CHJR feeling quite awkward. Having grown up hearing tales of the second Mizukichi, encountering his idol elicited a mix of reverence and trepidation. It felt somewhat wrong to strike against such a legendary figure. Sand technique. Sand spear. Gaara continued to manipulate the sandstorm, launching an assault against Keiki above. Water release. Grand waterfall technique. Upon witnessing the sudden attack, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of seawater to collide with the sandstorm. The ensuing clash obliterated the room, allowing the outside snow to drift down gently. Dust release. The technique of world disintegration. Seizing the moment, Noki attempted to unleash his dust release against Keiki above. However, before he could execute the technique, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, prompting Noki to instinctively evade. Oh, you can predict movements? Just as Noki dodged, Uchiha Shizuka raised her blade, swiftly sending Noki flying. Old man. Kuratsuchi gasped, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she witnessed the strongest ninja of the land of Earth being effortlessly defeated. Wait, old man, you truly were overpowered? Kuratsuchi had previously thought the tales from the land of Earth were exaggerations. However, it appeared that Noki had indeed been traumatized by Uchiha Shizuka in his youth. Chapter 148. Sasuke's Mishap. It's nothing. Inoki, clutching his aching lower back, promptly became docile. Concurrently, Gaara's persistent resistance was easily subdued by the collective assault of the Akatsuki members. Then let us depart. Please, everyone, grace the land of rain with your presence. Gomaku's chilling words cast a pall of silence over the other Kage. Tsunade's attempt to retaliate was immediately thwarted by Jiraiya, who grasped her wrist, subtly signaling that resistance was futile at this juncture. Inoki served as a prime example, having been vanquished almost instantaneously. He now stood subdued, supported by Kuratsuchi. As for Gaara, his plight was even more dire, having lost a guardian and sustained injuries from the Akatsuki's relentless onslaught. Konan, observing from within the ranks, was utterly astonished. She genuinely hadn't anticipated that the five Kage would be subdued by Gomaku so swiftly. The Hokage and Mizukichi hadn't even offered a semblance of resistance. Had the five Kage joined forces, they would have posed a formidable challenge. As the five Kage were being escorted to the land of rain, an uninvited guest was arriving at the Hidden Leaf village. Sasuke, are you truly intent on assaulting the Hidden Leaf? Obito. Observing Sasuke's unwavering determination to attack the Hidden Leaf and eliminate Danzo, the orchestrator of his brother's downfall, wore a peculiar expression. Did this Sasuke believe himself invincible simply because he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? It matters not. Simply lead me to Danzo's location. Grant me a minute, and I shall surely slay him. Very well. Obito reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing that assisting Sasuke in fulfilling this desire was essential to enlisting his services in the future. Indeed, Obito's condition for aiding Sasuke was that he would serve him in the days to come. With a spatial distortion, Sasuke, gripping his sword, stood poised, his robes billowing despite the absence of wind, radiating an aura of arrogance as he found himself in a dimly lit locale. His Sharingan eyes instantly began to whirl. Who's there? The root ninjas, startled by Sasuke's sudden appearance, sprang into action. However, as arcs of lightning and flashes of swordsmanship illuminated the space, the attacking root ninjas collapsed to the ground in a matter of moments. Oh, you're Sasuke? Danzo, observing Sasuke's somber countenance, experienced a fleeting sense of familiarity. He suddenly recalled that Kim-Ming had similarly stormed into this place, causing a public spectacle. Danzo, you old fiend, prepare to meet your end. Sasuke, wielding his longsword crackling with electricity, unleashed his ultimate technique without hesitation, Chidori Stream. The instantaneous surge of electrical strikes caused Danzo's eyes to widen in alarm. Damn it! Izanagi. Danzo, his chest pierced, was compelled to activate the forbidden Sharingan technique, Izanagi, to alter the reality of his demise. To Sasuke's astonishment, Danzo reappeared from the shadows. Instead of displaying panic, he erupted in gleeful laughter. Ha! Sasuke, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Koto Amitsukami. In Sasuke's bewildered gaze, the Mangekyo Sharingan beneath Danzo's bandages emitted a blinding light. The golden light of the Genjutsu imprisoned Sasuke, and Danzo pondered who he should enslave with his ultimate illusion. He had initially intended to enslave Naruto, but the latter's ability to sense malice had thwarted his attempts. This potent Jinjutsu required a decade-long cooldown period, but its effects were exceptional. Sasuke, previously consumed by murderous intent, instantly became docile after succumbing to Danzo's Kodoame Tsukumi. He began to rationalize that Itachi's massacre of the clan was not Danzo's fault but rather Itachi's own doing, as he had been swayed by Hiruzen Sarutobi's deceitful words. Kodoame Tsukumi. Obito, concealed in the shadows, was inwardly shaken, relieved that he had not revealed himself. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Danzo's Kodoame Tsukumi, which had prevented him from intervening. Although he had lost Sasuke, he would have an opportunity to eliminate Danzo once the latter had expended his most potent Jinjutsu. However, for now, it was best to let Danzo and Akatsuki tear each other apart. After some contemplation, Obito discreetly employed Kamui and departed. Soon, the five Kage were imprisoned by Gomak within the Land of Rain's dungeon. Tsunade, observing Gomak's imminent departure, inquired with curiosity, "Gomak, what exactly are you planning?" She was intrigued by Gomak's intentions. Was he truly contemplating the annihilation of the entire ninja world? "What am I planning?" "To restore a brighter future to the ninja world." "Of course. I believe you are all weary of war, are you not? In that case, I shall unify the ninja world. I wonder if you have any objections?" Gomak's expression turned stern as he continued, "Now, I require each of you to compose a letter to your respective villages, stating that you have been moved by the words of the Akatsuki leader and intend to relinquish your positions as Kage to him, in the hope of realizing the grand ambition of peace in the ninja world." Konan was rendered speechless by Gomak's audacious plan. Gomak was genuinely intending to unify the ninja world, and through such violent means, the imprisonment of the five Kage. "Ha! Gomak, you fool, your idea is quite naive. So, you aspire to become an absolute monarch? Do you believe the Land of Lightning is composed of weaklings? If he learns of my imprisonment here, he will undoubtedly launch an immediate assault on the Land of Rain. This place will be plunged into chaos, and it will all be your fault." A bruised and battered Raikage began to provoke Gomak, mocking the impracticality of his scheme. "If that is the case, I wouldn't mind eradicating the Land of Lightning from the ninja world. After all, there are already too many people in the ninja world. Eliminating a few troublemakers wouldn't make much of a difference." Gomak's gaze shifted, his words carrying an air of dominance that caused Raikage's expression to change instantly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Recalling Uchiha Shirsue's colossal Susanoo, Raikage realized that Gomak's words were not to be taken lightly. "Ahem. Give me paper and a brush so I can elaborate. To prevent the needless deaths of ninjas from the Land of Lightning, I must humble myself." The fourth Raikage's voluntary surrender was unexpected by everyone present. They genuinely hadn't anticipated that the one who seemed least likely to yield would be the first to capitulate. "Old man, what about us?" Kuratsuchi inquired, turning to Inoki. "There's no other choice. Go and fetch the paper and brush," Inoki reluctantly conceded. Uchiha Shirsue alone possessed the power to obliterate an entire nation. If they didn't cooperate, the Land of Earth might genuinely be erased from the ninja world. Seeing that the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had agreed, the other Kage had no choice but to comply with Gomak's demands, and began drafting letters relinquishing their Kage positions to the Akatsuki leader. "Gomak, the succession of a Kage cannot be determined solely by my decision. It requires the approval of the nation's daimyo and a vote from the village's high-ranking officials," Tsunade reminded him, recalling the presence of Danzo, the malignant tumor within their village. If he received this letter, he would undoubtedly rise up in revolt and seize control of the government. Chapter 149. Choices of all parties. With a dismissive chuckle, Gumu cast a glance. Under his urging, the five shadows swiftly completed the letter. Its essence was to inform the high-ranking officials within the village that the Akatsuki organization sought to unify the shinobi world, and that the position of the shadows was to be transferred to the current leader of the Akatsuki. "Select a guard to deliver this letter back," he instructed, "and then, I wish to see how each village responds. Of course, Kazekage, you may not have the luxury of choice." The others looked on in confusion, for it turned out that the Kazekage currently had but a single bodyguard left. His other guard had perished in the confrontation with the Akatsuki. "I love R.A.," exclaimed Gaara, his heart brimming with frustration. In the end, he was the honest one, earnestly opposing the Akatsuki, only to emerge with severe injuries and one less guard. "Kakashi, I entrust this mission to you," Jiraiya said to Kakashi, who stood beside him, still uneasy about Tsunade's presence there. "Rest assured, with my decree, the Umbu will heed your commands. Should Danzo prove troublesome, deal with him directly." Tsunade added her assurance to Kakashi. "Very well, Lord Hokage. I shall find someone to rescue you. Kakashi subtly conveyed his intentions. The other village shadows, too, promptly arranged for guards to transmit the letter back home. Lord Mizukage, do you require assistance? Chuji inquired curiously. No need, Chuji, the Mizukage replied. I have faith that the second Mizukage will not allow the hidden mist village to fall easily. However, do gather the Umbu. I sense a great battle is imminent. If the Akatsuki's goal is indeed to unify the shinobi world, then considering the second Mizukage status within the Akatsuki, it would essentially mean the hidden mist village's unification of the shinobi world. As night fell, Uchiha Shinsui embraced Gumu, who stood by the window with an air of concern in her voice. Are you not afraid that the 5 great nations will unite against you? Feeling the softness behind him, Gumu sighed inwardly, knowing that tonight would inevitably lead to further complications. Fear not, for you are here with me, he replied. Regarding the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, after you transplanted the Hashirama cells, did you experience any resistance? With a playful smile, Uchiha Shinsui pressed closer, her delicate hand becoming increasingly daring. There is some effect, but to evolve into the eternal Manjiki, must I truly transplant another's eyes? It seems that way at present. Gumu replied, capturing Shinsui's snake-like hand to halt its wandering at his abdomen. I would prefer not to transplant another's eyes. Having Hashirama cells is sufficient. Uchiha Shinsui, feeling restrained, wore a somewhat resentful expression. With a sudden push, she toppled Gumu to the ground. No. Gumu struggled to articulate his thoughts. The night passed in silence, save for the sight of Uchiha Shinsui's gradually reddening eyes and her enchanting expression. Before long, under Kakashi's swift movements, he was the first to arrive at the Hidden Leaf Village as a guard for the 5 shadows. Kakashi, is something amiss? Weren't you accompanying Lord Hokage to the 5 Kage summit? Why have you returned alone? Kakashi glanced at Might Guy, who was training at the village entrance, and urgently replied. Gather the Umbu and the various clan ninjas. Lord Hokage has been captured by the Akatsuki. What? Might Guy was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. All right, I will notify them at once. Upon seeing Might Guy leave, Kakashi made his way towards the Hokage building. What did you say? The Hokage has been captured? F and Jutsukamachi's expression turned grave upon hearing Kakashi's words. Let me see what this letter says. After a brief glance at Tsunade's letter, both F and Jutsukamachi and Mito Minion felt a heavy weight upon them. Is Tsunade truly planning to hand over the position of Hokage to the leader of the Akatsuki? This is no jest. Mito Minion exclaimed. It is utterly absurd to give the Hokage's position to an outsider. Does Konoha have no one but Tsunade? Cough, cough, esteemed ones. The leader of the Akatsuki is none other than the rogue ninja, Gumu, from Konoha. Moreover, he seems to be of the same generation as the 5th Hokage. Kakashi succinctly revealed to them about the new leader of the Akatsuki. What? Gumu? F and Jutsukamachi's gaze was filled with an indescribable emotion. Her thoughts drifting back to a time when Gumu stood unrivaled in the ninja academy, a figure admired by many. Could it truly be that ruffian? I never imagined he would rise to the position of leader of the Akatsuki in such a short span of years. Mito Minion echoed her sentiments, recalling how Gumu had loomed large over their generation, a formidable presence that left them gasping for breath. Elder Minion, I have long harbored doubts about labeling Gumu a rogue ninja. After all, he is the son of the second Hokage. How could he possibly commit acts against Konoha? Furthermore, recent intelligence suggests that Uchiha Shinsui seems to have revived. F and Jutsukamachi's eyes narrowed, recognizing Uchiha Shinsui as one of her few friends. The fire bun shop she had established with Gumu had long since passed into her management. Gumu, I am uncertain, but Uchiha Shinsui is a war fanatic. Surely you recall the enormous price we paid to slay her? Mito Minion spoke with trepidation. That was in the latter stages of the First Shinobi World War. Our coalition deployed nearly 100 Jonin and several shadow-level experts to wear her down. Nevertheless, with Gumu present, Uchiha Shinsui should not go mad, Kakashi mused. If possible, I hope the leader of the Akatsuki will personally visit Konoha. We wish to engage him in direct dialogue. As soon as F and Jutsukamachi finished speaking, Mito Minion's expression shifted with alarm. Elder Kamachi, are you not afraid of drawing fire upon yourself? After all, Gumu is a descendant of the second Hokage. If he is indeed misunderstood, and given his current position as leader of the Akatsuki, should he truly unify the shinobi world, what do you think Konoha's standing would be? The implication in F and Jutsukamachi's words was clear. If Gumu were to unify the shinobi world, it would effectively mean Konoha's dominance over it as well. This is contingent upon Gumu not having changed his heart, Mito Minin stammered, feeling a stirring of hope. After all, Gumu was of the Senju lineage and could very well still harbor affection for Konoha. Bang! Before F and Jutsu Kamachi could continue, the previously closed door burst open. Shimura Danzo, his face wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, bore a fierce expression as he surveyed the room. I heard the Hokage has encountered misfortune? Chapter 150. Can I have a bowl of soup? Toanzo, want to you knock? The expression on Tsubaki Kamatsu's face was far from pleasant. Enough chatter. Let me see the letter, Toanzo commanded, flanked by the stoic Uchiha Sasuke. The duo's partnership left Kakashi Hatake utterly bewildered. When did this rogue ninja Sasuke return to Konoha? And why is he standing beside Toanzo? He looks like a bodyguard. What's the matter with you? Tsubaki glanced at Sasuke, who remained unresponsive and disregarded Toanzo's dubious actions. Reluctantly, she tossed Tsunade's handwritten letter into his hands. Toanzo murmured while reading, nodding in acknowledgement, but his expression quickly soured. What? That little girl Tsunade intends to hand over the Hokage position to the leader of the Akatsuki? What nonsense is this? In a fit of rage, Toanzo flung the letter to the ground. He had diligently contributed to the growth of Konoha, yet it seemed his efforts paled in comparison to those of an Akatsuki leader. To be frank, Toanzo felt his darkness intensifying. The current Akatsuki leader was Kuroki, the rogue ninja he had previously suggested. Upon hearing Tsubaki's words, Toanzo's anger dissipated instantly. His original plans were shattered. If the Akatsuki leader was indeed his adoptive father, the situation took on an entirely different dimension. That guy has become the leader of the Akatsuki? Isn't he supposed to be a reanimated corpse? Forgive my interruption, esteemed lords, Kakashi interjected. But based on my observations and Jiraiya's speculations, it appears that Kuroki and Uchiha Shinsui have both been fully revived. He knew he had to convey this information to Tsunade. What are you still doing here? Toanzo suddenly noticed an outsider in the conference room. Kakashi's associate from Tsunade's faction could not be privy to his plans. With a subtle glance, Sasuke understood Toanzo's intent. Kakashi-sensei, please leave. Under Kakashi's surprised gaze, Sasuke gestured for him to depart. Sasuke, what on earth is happening? Why are you aiding Toanzo? Why? It's simple, revenge. Besides, I find that some of Toanzo's ideas align with my own. Sasuke unsheathed his long blade, emanating an immense aura of pressure. Reluctantly, Kakashi had no choice but to exit. Once Kakashi was gone, Toanzo sat down, his demeanor grave. So, you wish for this rogue ninja Kuroki to become the next Hokage? Toanzo, you must be mistaken. Kuroki should not be regarded as a rogue. Tsubaki's expression was serious, surprised that Toanzo would trust Sasuke, a rogue ninja. You, who nearly orchestrated the extermination of the Uchiha clan, now allow a descendant of that clan to serve as a bodyguard. Are you seeking to hasten your own demise? I understand your concerns, but Sasuke is now loyal to me, and I am not mistaken. Kuroki is indeed a rogue. Remember, our village once allied with other shinobi villages to eliminate his girlfriend. Are you certain Kuroki bears no resentment towards Konoha? A smirk danced on Toanzo's lips as he recalled Kuroki's youthful admirers, with Tsubaki likely among them. However, Uchiha Shinsui had kept a tight rein on Kuroki, denying any woman the chance to interact with him. Toanzo had even witnessed Tsubaki weeping alone upon learning of Kuroki's sacrifice. So, you intend to sacrifice Tsunade? Mito Minin expressed his opinion. Impossible. Even if I disagree with rescuing Tsunade, do you think the majority of the village's shinobi would concur? Those prominent clans are merely Tsunade's lackeys. What exactly is your intention? Tsubaki inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was unsure of Toanzo's true motives. What intention? Naturally. To assist Kuroki in revolutionizing and unifying the shinobi world. Toanzo's unsettling laughter caused Tsubaki and Mito to shudder. Tsubaki blinked in surprise, not expecting Danzo to share her thoughts. Why? Mito asked, his face devoid of emotion. Quite simply, Kuroki possesses the strength to rival the legendary first Hokage. He has the potential to reshape the world, and I believe it's worth placing my bets on him. Toanzo smiled knowingly. Of course, he withheld some of his thoughts. He would downplay his relationship with Kuroki, merely following him and handling shadowy affairs. The future of the Land of Fire would be under his dominion. With this in mind, Toanzo couldn't help but delight in his cunning scheme. How could the naive Tsunade ever hope to strengthen Konoha? He hoped that when his adoptive father unified the shinobi world, he would still have a place at the table. Little did he realize that the power and status he craved, along with the revival of Konoha, would ultimately rely on Kuroki. Since you all believe Kuroki can unify the shinobi world, I shall agree to this plan. Therefore, Konoha's response is to accept the Akatsuki leader as the next Hokage? Mito nodded. He believed this to be the best course of action. Even if Kuroki intended to destroy Konoha in the future, they could rise up against him then. However, if Kuroki truly cared for Konoha, the benefits for the village would be unimaginable. As for the feudal lords, they were eager for conflict, naturally relishing the prospect of territorial expansion. Meanwhile, in a small border nation, within the land of waterfalls, Obito, collaborating with Orochimaru, received intelligence from Black Zetsu. Orochimaru and Kabuto were conducting experiments to cultivate an army of white Zetsu capable of overturning the shinobi world, bolstered by their continuously perfected Edo Tensei technique. They were confident that the entire shinobi realm would undergo a profound transformation. What did you say? The 5 Kage are all imprisoned by Kuroki? Obito was taken aback by Black Zetsu's message. He had anticipated Kuroki would assault the 5 Kage summit, but instead, he had captured all the leaders of the 5 great nations. Chapter 151. Is my niece fragrant? Obito, what shall we do next? Kuro Black's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He began to contemplate whether he should defect temporarily and attempt to lure the ancient tree into summoning the Ten Tails. At present, the ancient tree appeared more akin to a clandestine mastermind. In contrast, Uchiha Obito seemed much more compliant. However, they possessed the Rinnegan and several-tailed beast chakra. By acquiring the chakra gathered by the Akatsuki, they could summon the Ten Tails. Moving forward, I shall take action myself. To speak plainly, the land of lightning and the land of earth will never submit to the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's form gradually vanished into the air like a swirling vortex. The next day in Konoha village, the clan heads of various ninja clans began to gather under the organization of Danzo and Konohamaru. Elders, is there something amiss? Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, was the first to inquire. With the Uchiha clan's demise and the Senju clan's decline, the Hyuga now stood as Konoha's premier clan. I trust you have received the information from Hatake Kakashi. The 5th Hokage is currently imprisoned in the Rain Village. What are your thoughts? Konohamaru spoke directly. Getting straight to the point, I shall listen to the decisions of the elders. Hyuga Hisashi responded honestly, which was the reason the Hyuga clan had managed to survive. We must rescue him. The wicked Akatsuki dares to imprison the 5 Kages. The head of the Akimichi clan expressed his anger. Hold your horses. Let us see what the elders have to say, Nara Shikaku interrupted. After extensive discussions, we have decided to mobilize 2/3 of the village's ninja forces to the borders of the Rain Country, prepared to await orders. A tense silence fell over the assembly. Were they truly contemplating war? Elders, may I ask what your intentions are? Do you plan to assist the Akatsuki in their tyranny, or to unite with other ninja villages to fight back? Nara Shikaku inquired. Assist the Akatsuki in unifying the ninja world. Danzo's flat statement caused the clan heads to tremble. What do you mean, Danzo? Are you suggesting that Konoha will face the onslaught of the other 4 villages? The Akimichi clan head voiced what everyone was thinking. I cannot agree. The actions of the Akatsuki are known throughout the ninja world. Their very existence threatens the peace we hold dear. Nara Shikaku shook his head. Moreover, they have been capturing the Nine Tails from our village. Indeed, after resisting the Akatsuki for so long, why would we suddenly choose to assist them? The head of the Hyuga clan expressed his confusion. He was acutely aware that if the Akatsuki were to unify the ninja world, the great clans would likely face exploitation once more. Quite simply, the current leader of the Akatsuki is a descendant of the Second Hokage. He is one of us. From Konoha, Danzo's straightforward remark left the surrounding ninjas in shock. Wait, are you saying the Akatsuki is our ally? Is this true? Nara Shikaku's mind momentarily stalled, pondering the validity of this claim. So, after all this, the Akatsuki is on our side? However, I have heard that the ancient tree seems to be collaborating with Orochimaru. Does this truly benefit Konoha? Hearing their concerns, Danzo's impatience surfaced as he regarded them with disdain. If you do not wish to fight, then do not. Do you genuinely believe that without you, the battlefield will shift in our favor? We are but cannon fodder. Whether we go or not signifies mere intent. The Akatsuki can easily suppress the 5 Kages. Does that not speak to their power? I, for one, from the Hyuga clan, am willing to support the Akatsuki. Hyuga Hisashi's eyes narrowed as he quickly grasped the pros and cons, voicing his support. We are willing to. Witnessing this, the leaders of the other clans quickly expressed their intentions. By midday, the Konoha coalition began to assemble, a vast multitude numbering in the thousands. Hatake Kakashi approached Nara Shikaku. Known for his intellect, What were the discussions among the higher-ups? Alas, support for the Akatsuki, Narashikaku replied with a resigned expression. Recognizing it as a gamble, success would ensure a prosperous future for their descendants, while failure would lead to their demise. By the way, where is Naruto? Narashikaku's curiosity piqued. Naruto was their ultimate weapon, often pivotal in determining the outcome of events. He is still training in sage techniques at Miyaboka Mountain. I have sent a message. He should arrive in the rain country soon. I see. Narashikaku's gaze reflected concern. Hoping they could endure until Naruto's return amidst the assault from the four great nations. Soon, in the Rain Village, the ancient tree received a reply from Konoha. Oh. As expected, Konoha acts swiftly. Within the dimly lit dungeon, the ancient tree held the letter from Hatake Kakashi, a joyful glimmer in his eyes. Kakashi, please. Kisame opened the prison door, gesturing for Kakashi to enter. Witnessing such a humiliating scene, Kakashi inwardly cursed. However, upon seeing Jiraiya subtly shake his head within the dungeon, he begrudgingly stepped inside. Kakashi, how did the higher-ups from Konoha respond? Tsunade whispered to Kakashi. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. Konoha's ninja have reached the borders of the Rain Country. Before Tsunade could inquire further, the ancient tree's mocking laughter altered her expression. Haha, Konoha is sensible. Come, Kisame. Let Tsunade and the others out. We are now allies. Boom. As the words fell, Reikage angrily smashed the nearby wall. Hokage, you traitorous scum. You dare to compromise. Reikage gritted his teeth. With the loss of a formidable ally and the addition of a foe, could the remaining coalition of four nations truly gain the upper hand? Kakashi, did you convey my intentions accurately? Tsunade's face paled under the scrutiny of the other Kages, feeling somewhat uneasy. Me? I'm not sure. This was the result of discussions among Konoha's higher-ups and the clan heads. Kakashi replied helplessly. He had no authority, not even the qualification to voice his opinions. Tsunade, you should leave first. Jiraiya boldly stepped out of the prison, stating that this dungeon was no place for humans. Hokage, has your will of fire been fed to the dogs? You have surrendered to the enemy? Inoki began to berate, attempting to provoke Tsunade's righteous anger to rally her as an ally. Inoki, what are you barking about? The ancient tree approached Tsunade, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tsunade, you are my dear niece. What harm has Konoha done to me? The sudden revelation left the other four Kages in disbelief. They had not anticipated this familial connection between Tsunade and the leader of the Akatsuki. Inoki's eyes widened, affirming his earlier suspicions. At that moment, the ancient tree sensed a sudden chill in the air. Beneath the ground, a shadow with blood-red eyes slowly emerged behind him. Chapter 152. Noki the Mysterious, are we truly playing a game here? Noki mused. How about it, Gaki? Is my dear niece fragrant? The melodious voice of Uchiha Shinsui echoed in Gaki's ears. Almost instantly, Gaki felt a pair of delicate hands around his waist. Instinctive alarm surged through him, prompting Gaki to withdraw the hand he had draped over Tsunade's shoulder. Ahem, not as fragrant as you, Gaki whispered softly into Uchiha Shinsui's ear, eliciting a light huff from her as she released her grip on his waist. Tonight, I intend to drain you dry, Uchiha Shinsui confided. Her enticing voice, barely above a whisper, meant solely for his ears. The allure in her tones sent a shiver through Gaki. He realized she was undeniably addicted to this gang. Throughout this exchange, Tsunade remained passive, though she had intended to brush away Gaki's hand. A vague sense of pressure emanating from him instilled a tremor of fear within her very soul. What does this mean? Tsunade, what are you implying? Have you truly betrayed us? You wretched traitor of the ninja world. Reikage erupted in fury, his body crackling with lightning, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Calm down, Lord Reikage, we are not in a favorable position. The sensing ninja, Kishi, desperately clung to Reikage, fearing a reckless outburst could spell disaster for them both. Reikage's tirade visibly unsettled Tsunade. Tsunade, you've always thought this way. Noki, initially intent on siding with Reikage to exert pressure, fell silent under Uchiha Shinsui's blood-red gaze. Fourth Reikage, why the volatility? Are you weary of standing? Do you require my assistance to lay down? Gaki approached Reikage with an impassive demeanor, his hand adorned with black claws effortlessly bending the sturdy iron bars. Come, if you dare, throw a punch at me, Gaki provocatively gestured to his own cheek, igniting Reikage's fury. You scoundrel. Reikage unleashed his most potent lightning technique, his white hair standing on end. In this state, he could shatter even the basic form of Susanoo. Lightning elbow. The fourth Reikage aimed a devastating elbow strike at Gaki. Yet, before the blow could land, Gaki countered with a sonic punch, sending Reikage hurtling back like a cannonball. Boom. The sheer force shattered the dungeon walls. Reikage spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief at Gaki's overwhelming strength. Thud, thud, thud. Reikage's body skidded across the rain-soaked ground, finally coming to a halt after traveling over 1,000 meters. Where do you think you're running off to? Gaki, now clad in demonic armor, seized Reikage by the head as he attempted to escape. Ugh. Reikage spat blood in frustration. I won't run anymore. Gaki had intended to make an example of him, but Reikage's sudden compliance left him perplexed. Seriously? You back down yet still maintain such bravado? Gaki's expression mirrored his confusion as he teleported Reikage to a new dungeon. Upon witnessing Reikage's swift defeat, the other Kage fell silent. The Tsuchikage, without uttering a word, closed his eyes to meditate, believing that once the allied forces arrived, the land of rain would easily be subdued. What shall we do next, Hokage? Kakashi inquired, anxiety etched across his features. It appeared that Konoha might indeed be besieged by the Four-Nation Alliance. What's to be done? Even if we resist now, I doubt the other ninja villages will readily believe us, Jiraiya grimly stated, acknowledging their dire predicament. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade approached Gaki. You will treat the village of Konoha with kindness, won't you? Her concern was palpable, hoping Gaki was not as deranged as the previous Akatsuki leader. Niece, you're talking nonsense. You should know that had I not encountered Uchiha Madara, I would have been the third Hokage. Gaki's words piqued the curiosity of Jiraiya and Kakashi. In truth, allowing Gaki to lead Konoha did not seem entirely unreasonable, as he had been acknowledged by the second Hokage. Just call me Tsunade. The term niece feels a bit odd, she replied. Her expression slightly awkward as she noted Gaki's youthful appearance. What's so strange about that? You used to what yourself when you were a child? Have you forgotten? Gaki teased, prompting Tsunade to flush and dismiss his words with a wave of her hand. Enough of that. Tsunade blushed, glancing at the other Kage who were eavesdropping, before hastily departing the dungeon with Jiraiya. What is the fuss about? Gaki pondered, bemused by Tsunade's bashfulness. Just as Gaki was about to exit, a sudden mournful voice captured both his and Uchiha Shinsui's attention. Lord Second Mizukage, are you truly abandoning our village of mist? Uchiha Shinsui turned to see the fifth Mizukage. Terumi Mei, looking dejected. Do you have a problem? She inquired, her expression unyielding. Their brief exchange sent a shiver down the spines of the remaining Kage. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the fourth Reikage, wishing to speak, was silenced by his own injuries, blood spilling from his lips as he complied meekly. Lord Second Mizukage, our village of mist is willing to follow you once more in the pursuit against the ninja world. Please do not abandon us. Terumi Mei's loyal plea struck a chord with Noki, who struggled to maintain his composure. Wait, Mizukage, are you also planning to betray us? Have you forgotten who instigated the blood mist incident? Naka's anxiety was palpable. Losing another ally could spell disaster for them. In their already disadvantaged position, Noki had hoped to leverage numbers for victory. Without that advantage, defeat was imminent. Lord Second Mizukage, we have contacted the ninjas of mist, gathering our entire village's strength to march toward the land of rain. We hope you will lead us once more. Terumi Mei's loyal guardian knelt before her, embodying the will of the mist village to fight until the end. Chapter 153. The first confrontation. Noki wore a perplexed expression. Wait, are you all serious? Are you really planning to go all in? Lord Tsuchikage, what about us? Akatsuchi inquired, glancing at Noki. He understood the formidable strength of Kyurigane and doubted whether a strategy of overwhelming numbers would yield any advantage. What do you mean, what about us? Are you contemplating defection? Naka's expression darkened. He was well aware that even if they chose to betray their own, the land of Earth would gain little benefit. After a defeat, it would almost equate to national annihilation. Rather than succumb to such fate, it would be wiser to gamble. Perhaps they might transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Should they emerge victorious, they could reap the vast resources of the land of fire and the land of water. As for the Reikage, it was a reality he found hard to accept, and he had already fainted. Uchiha Shinsui glanced at Kyurigane, seeking insight into his thoughts. In that case, Kaku, open the gates for them. At Kyurigane's gesture, Terumi Mei and her companion emerged from the dungeon, visibly relieved. Phew, Terumi Mei sighed, covering her mouth as she inhaled the fresh air. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a somewhat unfriendly gaze from the second Mizukage directed at her. The group stepped out of the dungeon and onto the outskirts of Amigakure. Fifth Mizukage, what is the meaning of this? Tsunade's eyes widened as she observed Terumi Mei standing beside Kyurigane and Uchiha Shinsui. It's simple. The fifth Mizukage has surrendered, Kyurigane replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Tsunade was left speechless. If that were the case, then Konoha was no longer the sole ally of the Akatsuki. This revelation was difficult for her to digest. Hello, Fifth Hokage. From now on, we are comrades. Terumi Mei smiled warmly, fully aware of Tsunade's thoughts. Like an emperor suddenly acquiring a new concubine, the First Lady would naturally feel a pang of jealousy. Soon, approximately a week passed, other ninja villages had begun to respond. It seems your ninja village isn't foolish, at least on the surface. They declare their submission, Hiruzen observed. Reading the letters from various villages with an impassive expression, according to intelligence from border scouts, it appeared that ninjas from the major villages were gathering near the Land of Rain. A great war that would shake the entire ninja world seemed to be on the horizon. Since we have already surrendered, shouldn't you release us? Naka's eyes gleamed with hope. Having spent too long in the dungeon, he was desperate to see the light of day again. He felt that if he continued to sleep in such a damp environment, he might develop chronic rheumatism. It was not a suitable place for anyone to rest. Do you think I'm a fool? Hiruzen's gaze remained stoic. He was fully aware of who stood as friend or foe. Moreover, Hiruzen's primary objective was to lure out Uchiha Obito, who lurked in the shadows. Days passed, and conflict erupted. Chief, the situation seems off. The ninja from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth are gathering and applying pressure on the ninjas stationed in the Land of Rain. Zetsu reported to Hiruzen atop the Amigakure Tower, who slowly awakened Uchiha Shinsui from his slumber. This fox-like enchantress showed no embarrassment as she dressed, her cold demeanor contrasting sharply with the wildness from moments before. Cough, cough. The honest Zetsu lowered his head, sensing he had stumbled upon something rather inappropriate. Would he end up silenced by the second Mizukage? Then, open the doors of Amigakure and allow the people of Konoha and Kirigakure to enter. Soon, the allied forces, upon noticing the commotion in the Land of Rain, fell into a hushed silence. What now? The ninjas from Kirigakure are all converging towards Amigakure. If they unite, our chances of encirclement will diminish significantly. Darui glanced at a mysterious figure beside him, a man in a white mask who bore the fan of the Uchiha clan. Currently, their hopes of rescuing the Raikage seemed entirely reliant on the power of this enigmatic masked individual. They were willing to heed his command, even if it meant risking everything to turn the tide. If they prefer to remain reclusive, then we shall apply pressure with all our might, Uchiha Obito declared. His expression inscrutable, the purple Rinnegan embedded in his masked visage glimmering ominously. Apply pressure with all our might? Darui's countenance darkened. Wouldn't that lead to mutual destruction? I believe it is feasible, Akatsuchi, representing the Tsuchikage, nodded in agreement, seeing no flaw in the plan. If we don't show the Land of Rain some formidable force, they might think the 5 great nations are mere playthings. Oh, wait, it should be 3 great nations now. Then let us commence battle. Darui felt resigned, recognizing this as the best course of action, even though he suspected the masked man might not be entirely benevolent. Under Hiruzen's command, the ninjas from Konoha and Kirigakure entered Amigakure. Many from Konoha were taken aback. Some had assumed they were here to confront the Akatsuki. Yet it appeared the Akatsuki treated them as allies. What transpired here? Haruno Sakura felt utterly bewildered as she watched the ninjas from Amigakure actively assigning them quarters. Seems like our Konoha has aligned itself with the Akatsuki. Nara Shikamaru, ever perceptive, quickly deduced the crux of the matter. In this tense atmosphere, Hiruzen and the coalition of the 3 great nations prepared for their initial encounter. Report, sir. The ninjas from Kirigakure have discovered the coalition of the 3 nations gathering just ahead of Amigakure. Terumi Mei gazed at the expressionless Uchiha Shinsui standing beside Hiruzen, feeling envious of the second Mizukage for having found such a powerful partner. That's why the second Mizukage charm seems to grow stronger, she mused, swallowing hard. Aware that tonight would be another sleepless night, then let us rally the ninjas and prepare for battle. We only need to bring 1/3 of our forces. The remaining 2/3 shall remain here. Conan, while I am away, guard Amigakure. Yes. Conan nodded earnestly, as if she could already envision peace in the ninja world waving at her. Nagato, Yahiko, is our Akatsuki's dream finally within reach? Chapter 154. Let the battle begin. The ability to persuade the 3 great ninja nations to unite is undoubtedly the handiwork of Uchiha Obito. To prevent the cunning white Zetsu from tunneling underground, Komoku can only lead 1/3 of the ninja forces into battle, while the remaining 2/3 remain behind to guard against infiltration. Though merely 1/3, this contingent under Komoku's command is sufficient to alter the tide of battle. The battlefield is set on an expansive plain within the Land of Rain. Komoku stands resolutely against the wind, flanked by over 1,000 ninja, gazing impassively at the emerging coalition of the three nations on the distant horizon. Is it really possible for us to emerge victorious, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura inquires, her gaze fixated on the Iwagakure forces, known for their overwhelming numbers, and the formidable Kumogakure, which boast the strongest overall combat capabilities. Their own forces are already scant, and now they have only dispatched a fraction of their total strength. Is this not a touch presumptuous? Stay calm. Everyone is here, and as a medical ninja, your place is in the rear ready to assist the wounded, Kakashi reassures her. But Kakashi-sensei, I want to fight on the battlefield too. Sakura replies, feeling somewhat exasperated, as if she were an inconsequential presence. By the way, where is Sasuke-kun? Sakura muses. Having nearly given up on him, yet Kakashi seems to imply that he has returned to Konoha. He should be near Danzo, I presume, Kakashi responds, shaking his head slowly. Despite his unease regarding Sasuke's behavior, he chooses not to share his concerns with Sakura. The malevolent Akatsuki organization now grants you one final ultimatum. Should any ninja wish to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, we shall welcome you with open arms. I am certain many of you have suffered greatly due to the Akatsuki's actions. Join us in our crusade against the Akatsuki and embrace a brighter future. At the forefront of the coalition stands Gaara, his countenance somewhat pallid, attempting to persuade Komoka to surrender. What is happening? Why is Gaara on the opposing side? Jiraiya, representing Konoha, queries in confusion. It's a simple matter, a ploy by Uchiha Obito, Komoka replies plainly, leaving Kakashi momentarily perplexed as he turns to scrutinize Komoka more closely, questioning whether he had misheard. Uchiha Obito, one of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya glances warily at Uchiha Shinsui, who stands beside Komoka. Are all Uchiha this formidable? Upon hearing Obito's name again, Kakashi shakes his head, doubting it could be the same individual. After all, his comrade Uchiha Obito had perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, having sacrificed himself to save him. The addition of merely 3 shadows would hold little sway over the war's outcome. Komoka's demeanor, marked by an air of indifference, leads Jiraiya to silently commend Danzo for making a sound decision. Now, with the arrow on the string, they have no choice but to fight with all their might. Those of you wishing to defect, do so quickly, for time waits for no one. Komoka calls to the seemingly unmotivated ninja behind him. Most of the disheartened individuals are Konoha ninjas, coerced by Danzo and the leaders of various clans. In contrast, the mist ninjas exhibit sharp focus, crouched low and gazing ahead. Their spirits undiminished despite the blood-mist turmoil. Many assassination squads have survived, their ancestors having fought alongside the second Mizukage. Now, to battle alongside the legend spoken of by their forebears ignites a fervent passion within them. Look around you. Do not disgrace Konoha's name. Your vendetta against the Akatsuki has evaporated in the wake of the previous leader's disappearance. Let us fight for that which we have sworn to protect. Konoha, Jiraiya exhorts, observing the lethargy among the Konoha ninjas. In stark contrast, the Mist ninjas appear rejuvenated. Should a clash occur with the Mist, Konoha stands little chance of victory. Fight! Fight! The Konoha ninjas echo, roused by the words of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. If not for Jiraiya's reluctance, he would undoubtedly have been the 5th Hokage. Thus, his words resonate deeply with the gathered warriors, signaling their intent not to surrender. On a massive stone statue, Inoki sits cross-legged, adjusting his breath. For the first time, he perceives the external air as exquisitely invigorating. Indeed, the 4th Hokage nods, recovering swiftly under the ministrations of medical ninjas. He glances at the masked figure beside him, admitting, I never expected you to collaborate with Orochimaru. Obito, indifferent, replies, you know their strength well. Without external assistance, how could they possibly prevail? You are aware of the plan, yes? We will hold these forces here while the 100,000 white Zetsu army circles around to ambush the Rain Village, capturing it in one fell swoop. The Hokage's eyes widen momentarily, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, masked man. I had no idea you had been quietly amassing such power. If it weren't for the Akatsuki, I would think you were our enemy. Inoki nods in satisfaction at the mention of 100,000 white Zetsu. It seems the scales of victory in this conflict have decidedly tipped in their favor. With soldiers pitted against soldiers and generals against generals, an unspoken principle governs the prelude to battle. Generally, shadow-level warriors refrain from engaging lower-ranked ninjas, as the slaughter of genin would be one-sided and disheartening for both sides. However, this restraint is only prevalent in the early stages. As the battle intensifies, bloodlust overtakes reason. No one cares about ranks when the desire to spill blood prevails. So let the battle commence. With Obito's declaration, the coalition of three nations surges forth, their chakra flaring fiercely as they charge toward Kamoku. Chapter 155. Despair as if facing the end of the world. O Lord Orochimaru, do we require our summoning? Observing the fierce battle of the allied forces from the three kingdoms, Yukushi Kabuto, standing beside Orochimaru, glimmered with an enigmatic light in his eyes. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Kabuto had significantly enhanced his powers. A few years prior, he had ventured to the Dragon Cave of Inheritance for training and had attained the flawless Sage Mode. Yet, despite his current prowess, which could surpass Orochimaru's, he held profound respect for the mentor who had introduced him to this world. At least in this realm, Orochimaru recognized him. Kabuto, are you certain you have discovered the true remains of Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled faintly. Indeed, Kabuto nodded. They had recently uncovered that the white mask was not Uchiha Madara, but rather another individual. If that is the case, we possess the power to upend the ninja world. However, we must first ascertain the white mask's sincerity. Regrettably, he had only begun to explore how to extract souls from the belly of the Shinigami when the war erupted. Orochimaru's expression bore a hint of helplessness. O Lord Orochimaru, you should return. I can manage things here. Very well. I shall leave this to you. Orochimaru replied after a moment of contemplation. He too needed to hasten his search for a method to retrieve souls from the Shinigami's belly. It was known that several Hokage possessed the power to alter the course of battle. Await my command, Gumu proclaimed casually. Standing above as thousands of ninjas gazed up in astonishment. This is wind-release chakra mode. This fellow is indeed a genius, Jiraiya remarked, recognizing Gumu's remarkable ninjutsu development. Flying would undeniably enhance combat efficiency. Lord Jiraiya, are we truly allowing him to face them alone? Kakashi Hitaki queried, a look of uncertainty on his face. Kakashi, have you ever fought Gumu? Jiraiya's unexpected question left Kakashi feeling awkward. He was the first to confront Gumu, and at that time, he had been mercilessly dominated by the reanimated Gumu. Had Jiraiya not intervened, Kakashi feared he would have sustained lifelong injuries. I acknowledge Gumu's strength, but there are nearly tens of thousands on the other side. Kakashi gazed at the swirling sands in the distance, where the battlefield was awash with chaos. Even elite shinobi would hesitate to confront such overwhelming numbers. That is not our concern, Jiraiya replied, crossing his arms as he sensed Orochimaru's presence diminishing in the distance. I wonder what schemes that man is concocting. Gumu's audacity was astonishing. He truly was a hero of his time, daring to confront the Three Kingdoms alliance single-handedly. Despite being an enemy, Anoki felt a flicker of respect upon witnessing Gumu standing defiantly in the air, approaching them. Anoki himself lacked the courage to face such a multitude of ninjas. Come now, Anoki, why must you inflate another's ambition while diminishing your own prestige? A mere few tens of thousands, our third Raikage could accomplish the same with ease. The fourth Raikage, scoffed. Unaware that the supposed third Raikage had already been effortlessly subdued by Gumu. Allow you to witness my full power, Gumu declared as he instantly activated Sage Mode. His wind wings vibrating, propelling him upwards like a shooting star. A terrifying whirlwind erupted in the high altitude, creating a formidable pressure that caused the attacking ninjas to falter. As thousands of ninjas looked on in confusion, Gumu began to gather a minuscule yet immensely powerful vortex of wind in his hands, compressing it to the point where it seemed to fracture space itself. In an instant, the air within several tens of kilometers began to rush towards him, transforming the skies. Many ninjas below, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, felt their garments billow and were lifted from the ground. What on earth is happening? Akatsuchi shielded his eyes, gazing at the storm of sand that veiled the sun above. The chaotic sands made breathing a challenge. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Beside him, Chitu shared a look of astonishment. The apocalyptic scene before them resembled a nightmare he had only ever imagined. Can we truly emerge victorious? The faces of many from the land of Earth turned pale as they beheld the ominous vortex gathering in the sky, as if some cataclysmic entity were about to be birthed from within. Fourth Raikage, this commotion, your third Raikage could replicate this, correct? Anoki's expression darkened as he sensed the egregious chakra converging above, one capable of annihilating the entire alliance. Third Tsuchikage, won't you intervene? Aren't you capable of flight? Are you merely going to watch as the enemy amasses power? The fourth Raikage's expression was equally unfriendly. Fly? You dare suggest that I attempt to reach 10,000 meters in altitude? Anoki's rare outburst revealed his frustration. Regret flooded him. Had he known Gumu's strength, he should have conceded early like Konoha, sparing himself from this predicament. The fourth Raikage, feeling cornered, found his face reddening with embarrassment. Lord Jiraiya, I now understand why you remain so unperturbed, Kakashi mused, observing the colossal phenomenon in the sky. Gumu's chakra had transcended the limits of a ninja. Before the multitude of spectators, the hurricane in Gumu's hands had reached its zenith. As he slowly turned his palm, a radiant white orb began its descent from the heavens towards the earth. Jiraiya assessed the distance. It was fortunate that they were still quite far from the impending disaster. Sands of Oblivion, Gaara declared, gazing at the terrifying white sphere, advancing rather than retreating. In an instant, an immense shield of sand began to coalesce towards the sky. How am I supposed to withstand this? Anoki lamented, watching as the white sphere approached the ground, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. Everyone, quickly lie on the ground. Do not let the hurricane affect you, he commanded. As his words fell, the orb made contact with the sandstorm. The moment they collided, the sandstorm's defenses were obliterated, birthing a colossal whirlwind of sand and wind above. The roar echoed like a wrathful cry from the abyss as the gigantic, howling tornado instilled a sense of pale despair among the ninjas of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Chapter 156, The Impure World Reincarnation. Is this the formidable presence that Lord Orochimaru has always feared? I never expected it to be so powerful. The lens of Kabuto Yakushi has already been tainted by the dirt and dust. However, rather than displaying any fear, a rather excited expression graces his face as he licks his lips. I wonder who possesses greater strength, he or Uchiha Madara. Many ninjas, filled with terror, gaze upon the tumultuous waves of grass and dust approaching them. Before they can utter another word, they are sent tumbling through the air. In an instant, various screams begin to echo across the battlefield. The once formidable army of thousands crumbles beneath the onslaught of this violent storm, reduced to mere ants. Damn it. Anoki observes that there are scarcely any ninjas left by his side. Only the elite J-Nin can withstand this sandstorm, while the CH-Nin and Genin are but cannon fodder. Charge! With a command from the ancient tree in the sky, the impatient ninjas from the Hidden Mist village begin to spring into action. Hidden Mist assassination technique. Thousands of mist ninjas collectively unleash the Hidden Mist technique. In an instant, dense fog begins to spread across the battlefield. Combined with the sandstorm, the already unclear battlefield becomes even more difficult to perceive. The wind release unit begins its counterattack. Gaara commands Temari, who stands behind him. Truth be told, Gaara has begun to regret his position on the side of the Land of Lightning. He laments having acted impulsively, allowing personal grievances with the ancient tree to turn him into an enemy. It seems he is still too young. Personal vendettas should not be brought into matters of the nation. Fine. Temari, with a slightly exasperated expression, decisively takes her place at the forefront. Gathering the few wind-release ninjas from the Land of Wind, she initiates a counterattack. Unfortunately, it proves to be of little use. As the thick fog draws closer, the sounds of agonizing cries become increasingly audible. Damn it, retreat. Do not engage in battle within the fog. Anoki's expression grows grave. High above, the ancient tree observes the tide of battle shifting heavily in its favor. With him clearing the way, the fight is undoubtedly easygoing. However, his gaze is fixed on the coalition of the three nations behind him. The true determinant of the battlefield should be Kabuto Yakushi's impure world reincarnation. Furthermore, he turns his attention to another area of the Hidden Rain village, which seems to have already ignited into conflict. Meanwhile, Kabuto Yakushi observes the so-called coalition of the three nations, which is beginning to retreat in disarray, a hint of disdain evident on his face. These fellows are truly unreliable. Kabuto, what kind of expression is that? The fourth Raikage, A, passes by and clearly notices Kabuto's unmasked contempt. Already filled with frustration, A is unwilling to witness such a scene. Fourth Raikage, if you find yourselves lacking, do you wish to blame me? Kabuto's face bears a dismissive smile. What do you mean we are lacking? If you are so capable, then step forward. What is it about being Orochimaru's subordinate that makes you so arrogant? The fourth Raikage's words are punctuated by a surge of terrifying lightning. Does this fool truly believe himself to be weak? Don't overstep. Although Orochimaru is not here, he is still our ally. Anoki appears beside the fourth Raikage, hoping to prevent him from creating more enemies. They were never a match for the ancient tree. Should they provoke Orochimaru, they would be left with no choice but to surrender. Humph, today, I shall spare you for Orochimaru's sake. However, should you dare to be so disrespectful in the future, I will ensure you experience the taste of lightning duck neck. The Raikage snorts, aware that the primary goal now is to manipulate the battlefield and diminish the effectiveness of the Hidden Mist fog. Only then will they have a chance to counterattack. You are going to make me die of laughter. Kabuto cannot help but chuckle. In his eyes, the Reikage resembles a clown, prancing about. You bastard. The Reikage, already heated, finds his anger ignited by Kabuto's mockery. Ignoring Inoki's warnings, he charges forward. However, just as he approaches Kabuto, a series of coffins materialize before him. Huh? Fourth Reikage, stop. Inoki's face shows surprise as he quickly intercepts the exposed Reikage. What are you doing? Though the Reikage is taken aback by Kabuto's use of the impure world reincarnation, he refuses to back down for the sake of pride. Kabuto, your earlier attitude was uncalled for, but now that you possess this forbidden technique, why did you not use it sooner? Inoki's face reveals anticipation. Curiosity about the formidable ninjas that lie beneath the coffins. Who could have imagined you would be so weak? A coalition of tens of thousands of ninjas, utterly incapable. Though Kabuto's words are harsh, they ring true. Following the ancient tree's attack, akin to a nuclear blast, their coalition's formation crumbles like tofu. Coupled with the sharp formations of a hidden mist village, the situation seems overwhelmingly one-sided. Kabuto, whether we retreat now depends on you. With Inoki placing such importance on him, Kabuto feels a sense of satisfaction. Fourth Reikage, take a good look. This is the way of proper conduct. You must understand that my relationship with Lord Orochimaru is merely one of collaboration. Kabuto clasps his hands together. As he channels his chakra, the surrounding coffins begin to fall one after another. One after another, familiar and powerful ninjas emerge before Inoki. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the leader of the Akatsuki, and the Kage of various villages. With such a luxurious lineup, Inoki is at a loss for how they could possibly lose. It was my temper that led to my earlier outburst. The Fourth Reikage apologizes upon witnessing this formidable army of the impure world reincarnation. It seems the balance of battle will soon begin to tilt once more. The second phase officially commences. Chapter 157. You are still alive? What on earth happened? Had I not already perished? Nagato felt the resurgence of his sight, his gaze imbued with profound astonishment. This is a forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation. Beside Nagato, Uchiha Itachi began to elucidate. Observing the surrounding ninja alliance, he pondered the nature of the unfolding events. This duo of an elder and an injured individual appeared rather lackluster. Yet, in truth, it seemed that few would dare to engage. Noki? What is going on? The second Hokage gazed into the swirling sand and dust. Akin to an apocalyptic scene, his eyes were filled with perplexity. Moreover, why is this weakling also present? He looked at the similarly resurrected Hozuki Mangetsu, his tone laced with disdain. They had both perished in a mutual demise at the conclusion of the first Great Ninja War, establishing a relationship akin to sworn enemies. It was only in death that he acknowledged his opponent as a formidable adversary. What do you want, Bandage Man? If you're unconvinced, shall we engage once more? Hozuki Mangetsu replied nonchalantly, hardly regarding Noki with any respect. All right. Can everyone please refrain from squabbling? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, looked at Gaara in the distance, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Is that Gaara? Clearing his throat, he continued, let me briefly outline the current combat situation. We are now confronted by the allied forces of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, along with the nefarious Akatsuki organization, composed entirely of rogue ninjas. Naka's voice elicited dissatisfaction from Hozuki Mangetsu. It appears the ninja war is commencing, but why am I in the opposing camp? Hozuki Mangetsu grumbled. He attempted to exert control over his body, but to no avail. His mind was limited to mere contemplation and communication. Indeed, Lord Hozuki, why can we not control our bodies? The members of the first 7 ninja swordsmen echoed his sentiments, displaying discomfort. Do not fret. You are all merely my pawns, Kabuto declared, intensifying his control over the unwilling bodies of the impure world reincarnation. It seemed that the plan previously mentioned by Onoki was indeed genuine. Nagato bore an expression of anticipation. What plan? Uchiha Itachi's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Was there a scheme of Onoki's that he was unaware of? To overturn the heavens and unify the ninja world, Nagato murmured, causing Itachi's eyes to narrow. He had not anticipated Onoki's ambition to be so grand. He had believed that his own sacrifice of his clan for peace was the pinnacle of vision, yet Onoki's covert operations with the Akatsuki for such monumental goals, even inciting a ninja war, was astonishing. He wondered how Sasuke was faring now. Itachi mused internally. It seems our Akatsuki members are still alive. Nagato observed the summoning of Akatsuki members, finding solace in the fact that only one, Sasori, had manifested. In the end, entrusting the Akatsuki to Onoki was a prudent decision. Kabuto, so many have emerged. Why are there no ninjas from the Land of Lightning? Do you look down upon us? The fourth Hokage, A, surveyed the area, noting the absence of their powerful ninjas, which left him feeling humiliated. It cannot be helped. Your village's third Hokage was eliminated upon showing himself, already sealed away. What? Who did this? Impossible. The third Hokage could contend with tailed beasts. The fourth Hokage was clearly unconvinced. Believe it or not, it was likely Oanoki. Upon hearing Oanoki's name, the fourth Hokage immediately quieted. If it was that monster, then it was plausible that the third Hokage could indeed be defeated. Never mind that. Let us engage together. With Kabuto's distracted control, the bodies of the impure world reincarnation began advancing toward the battlefield. This is troublesome. If the second Mizukage learns that I must face my fellow village ninjas after death, he might very well unearth my grave. Hozuki Mangitsu gazed into the thick fog ahead, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. The commotion from that direction was unmistakably the assassination techniques most adeptly wielded by their village, the Mist. Wait, those individuals appear to be Lord Hozuki. Many of the Mist's assassination ninjas, upon seeing Hozuki Mangitsu leading the 7 ninja swordsmen toward them, halted their advance. Is it really him? At the sight of Hozuki Mangitsu, the ninjas of the Mist were at a loss on how to respond. What? It truly is Hozuki. Uchiha Shirzue, having received Oanoki's signal, promptly positioned himself at the far left of the battlefield. It's the second Mizukage. Lord Second Mizukage, what should we do? The Mist ninjas behind him, upon witnessing the living embodiment of the second Mizukage, were filled with excitement. This was a figure from their legends. Who would have thought they would have a chance to follow him into battle? What should we do? We fight, of course. Others are impure bodies. They feel no pain and cannot die. But we can die. Where's the sealing team? Over here. Many of the sealing ninjas from Konoha, under Jiraiya's command, began to disperse around the battlefield. All right, at my signal, you will all engage. I will confront Hozuki Mangitsu. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, you will hold them off for now. As Uchiha Shirzue finished speaking, he vanished from sight, reappearing near Hozuki Mangitsu. Huh? You are the second Mizukage? Hozuki Mangitsu, staring at the black-haired woman before him, incredulously rubbed his eyes. Little mustache, what? You still can't recognize me? Uchiha Shirzue wielded the sword Kiri, her expression chillingly resolute. Just as Hozuki Mangitsu took a few steps forward, his form was abruptly shattered by the blade's spatial attack. It really is you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Now I can rest easy. As Hozuki Mangitsu spoke, he initiated his assault. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. The water cannon, traversing through space like bullets, whistled through the air. Swish, swish, swish. In the face of this relentless barrage, Uchiha Shirzue effortlessly evaded with a few leaps. The 3 Tomo Sharingan swiftly evolved into the Manjiki. Swish. With a slash, she severed the space and appeared behind Hozuki Mangitsu. Immediately, a powerful strike followed, shattering Hozuki Mangitsu's form with ease. As expected of you, your strength remains formidable. Hozuki Mangitsu, witnessing his body severely wounded after just a single exchange, felt no disappointment, but rather a tinge of joy. Hurry up, this body's recovery speed is quite astonishing. Being a high-quality impure body, the rate of recovery was indeed terrifying. Almost in an instant, an injury that could have rendered one incapacitated was completely healed. Just as Uchiha Shirzue was about to deliver a finishing blow, a cold voice resonated from the heavens. Dust release, original world stripping technique. Chapter 158, Hatake Kakashi, is this a human? Boom. The sudden assault of dust release shattered the ground where Uchiha Shinsui had just stood, creating a large pit. Uchiha Shinsui evaded in advance. Gazing at the figure in the sky with a stoic expression, you still enjoy ambushing, don't you? Heh, what ambush? I failed to comprehend, the second Suchikage sneered, dismissing the notion of a sneak attack. He observed Uchiha Shinsui below, whose complexion appeared vibrant and alive. His gaze held a hint of confusion. This Uchiha Shinsui did not resemble a mere reincarnation of the dirt. Rather, he appeared to be a living being. Was there a difference even in reincarnations? What on earth was transpiring? The second Suchikage was puzzled. Lord Mu, that individual has been completely revived. Exercise caution. Inoki approached Mu's side. Truthfully, he did not believe they could triumph over Uchiha Shinsui. After all, both he and Mu had been previously subdued by Uchiha Shinsui during their lifetimes. Fear not. I am now but a vessel of dirt. Wait, what the hell? Release my clone. Can you not operate properly? Mu watched in frustration as his body, now uncontrollable, launched an attack below. His current form was best suited for utilizing clones to unleash dust-release explosions. With virtually limitless chakra, such self-destructive attacks bore little consequence for him. Nearby, Kabuto Yakushi was somewhat distressed by Mu's outburst. Old G is not a parasite in your belly. How could he possibly know your fighting style? Moreover, the ninjas Kabuto must control are not limited to just you. Seeing the situation unfold, Kabuto could only allow them to act instinctively for the time being. Ah, at last. I can control my body. Mu sensed a slight lessening of the constraints of the dirt. Without hesitation, he intended to activate his dustless mirage. However, just as he began to utilize chakra, his body suddenly became immobile, as if imprisoned in place. The surrounding space stiffened in that instant. What the hell? Mu looked in shock at Uchiha Shinsui on the ground. A crimson kaleidoscope illusion appeared behind Uchiha Shinsui. Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated her spatial abilities had grown to this extent. Prepare the sealing team, Uchiha Shinsui commanded, casually slashing at the approaching Aoidori Kitsuya, sending him flying. Then, he vanished into the void. Boom, boom, boom. Uchiha Shinsui's form became an invisible blade, traversing the space with relentless precision. After images of his strikes materialized beside Mu. How do we fight this? Mu murmured his last words, witnessing his own form being forcibly severed into a cloud of ash. Naiad Extreme's Great Slash. As Uchiha Shinsui slowly sheathed his blade in midair, the second Second Hokage Mu had yet to act before his body was sealed by the sealing team behind him. Lord Mu. This. Inoki was left speechless nearby. It was not that he did not want to intervene. Just look at the fate of Aoidori Kitsuya, who had been sliced away by a single blow, and one could discern the outcome of intervening. Is this a human? Inoki, have directly faced. Meanwhile, on another side, Uchiha Itachi had activated Susanoo and commenced a rampage on the battlefield, free from the constraints of chakra and the side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi resembled a god of war. The frenzied Amaterasu formed a wall of pitch-black flames that deterred the surrounding ninjas. Lord Jiraiya, what should we do? Uchiha Itachi is simply too monstrous. Hatake Kakashi's expression was grave. He genuinely did not know how to defeat an Uchiha Itachi who had activated Susanoo. There is nothing we can do. Susanoo is too resilient. Ordinary jutsu cannot inflict damage, Jiraiya replied helplessly. He could only order the Leaf Ninjas to temporarily retreat from the onslaught. No need. Just prepare the sealing team for me, Gumu, descending from above. Wore an expression of indifference. Is it merely an Uchiha Itachi? Why should you all cower in fear? Are you certain, my lord? Uchiha Itachi's strength is unfathomable, and he is currently in a dirt form, unrestrained by jutsu. We should indeed avoid confrontation. Hatake Kakashi, who had sparred with Uchiha Itachi previously, felt concerned that Gumu would not be able to counter Itachi's genjutsu. Gumu did not respond to Kakashi. If it were Kakashi, confronting Uchiha Itachi would indeed pose a challenge. However, he was not Kakashi. As his words fell, a powerful black armor manifested around Gumu. The swirling dark aura whispered a chilling message of death, sending shivers down spines. In the astonished gazes of Kakashi and Jiraiya, Gumu transformed into a black meteor, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Is he really going to clash with Susanoo? But I am no longer plagued by illness. Uchiha Itachi watched as Gumu approached. His instincts kicked in, and he promptly raised a massive shield to guard his chest. Gumu, run. I am about to unleash the 10-fist sword. Uchiha Itachi, feeling the flow of chakra within him, urgently warned the oncoming Gumu. However, soon after, Uchiha Itachi found himself dumbfounded as a man clad in dark armor pierced through Susanoo and firmly grasped his head with one hand. Are you kidding me? How could my Susanoo be pierced as if it were mere tofu? Thank you for the reminder. Gumu, in his demon slayer mode, spoke in a voice as chilling as a messenger from the depths of hell, gripping Uchiha Itachi's head. He then soared upward like a shooting star. Boom. A terrifying impact reverberated towards Jiraiya and Kakashi. They exchanged glances, each perceiving an intense wariness in the other's eyes. Even Susanoo, such a formidable defense, had been easily penetrated. How terrifying must this individual's strength truly be? Lord Jiraiya, your judgment was accurate. The unification of the ninja world appears inevitable. Hatake Kakashi gazed at the vast pit, 1,000 meters deep, that seemed as though it had been struck by a meteor, leaving them in awe. Chapter 159. Not on the same level, Sakura Haruno gazed in awe at the immense pit before her, stretching over 1,000 meters. Could this truly be the work of human hands? She pondered the extraordinary structure within that formidable being. Feeling somewhat idle, she began to question her role in the battlefield. Was she merely here to pass the time? Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Kakashi Hatake beside her and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, is there still a need for the medical team? Kakashi cleared his throat, offering her reassurance. Well, Sakura, the absence of significant casualties is a good thing, isn't it? With a powerhouse leading us, things are much less strenuous. If we were facing an overwhelming enemy, it would be far more challenging. Sakura nodded in understanding, reflecting that without injuries, she could indeed focus her energies on other pressing tasks. In such a fierce combat environment, a lack of wounded comrades allowed for greater dedication to their essential missions. Meanwhile, at the other end, Kabuto Yakushi observed the fourth Raikage as he delivered a devastating punch, piercing through Susanoo. The sheer magnitude of this power left the Raikage trembling instinctively. Words failed to convey its terror. Doubts began to creep in regarding their chances against their opponents. Even Kabuto, who had summoned the reanimated Itachi Uchiha, felt an overwhelming pressure. Was this truly the legendary Itachi, or merely an illusion of grandeur? However, Kabuto held on to hope, believing that the reanimated Pain would not let him down. For this entity possessed the fabled power of the Rinnegan. In the depths of the colossal pit, the ancient tree tightened its grip on the shattered body of Itachi, emanating an ominous black aura that seemed both profound and suffocating. Is this truly your strength? Itachi murmured, trembling. If it were you, perhaps the ninja world could indeed be unified. Can you tell me where Sasuke is? With that, the ancient tree brought Itachi to Jiraiya's side, descending like a bolt of black lightning, instilling a sense of dread among the Leaf Ninjas. They had no doubt that they could be obliterated at any moment. Do you know Sasuke? Sakura ventured, stepping forward despite the looming threat. Wait, Sakura, how can you be so bold? Are you not afraid of meeting a fate similar to Itachi's? The ancient tree cast a glance, but did not respond to her inquiry. You should focus on dealing with those reanimated bodies, it suggested, eyeing Kabuto in the distance who was still summoning the undead. It was a strategy of capturing the king before the pawns. My lord, what about you? Jiraiya addressed the ancient tree with sincere respect, despite its seemingly youthful appearance. The chasm of power between them could not be bridged by mere age. I will handle the situation over there, the ancient tree declared, sensing a massive surge of chakra from another battlefield. Those adversaries were unaware that Pain thrived on their reckless assaults. As the ancient tree arrived at the scene, despair gripped the ninja present. What manner of creature is this, capable of absorbing all jutsu? This is a united assault of over 1,000 of us, they lamented, watching in horror as their combined efforts were effortlessly negated. Why won't they heed my warnings? Pain lamented, having repeatedly instructed them not to attack. Yet they charged at him like fools, as if his words were a curse. Now, feeling the torrent of chakra coursing through him, Pain's once pale hair began to regain its original hue. Now, I shall unleash my full power, he resolved, extending his hand. Shinra Tensei, as he murmured the incantation, a small black sphere began to levitate in the air. With a thunderous roar, an immense gravitational force emanated from above, causing the ground to fracture uncontrollably. By the time the ancient tree arrived, a colossal meteor was forming in the sky, continuously pulling everything beneath it. What is that thing? A ninja gasped, feeling the overwhelming gravitational pull. I can barely hold on. The ninjas found themselves helplessly drawn upwards, their bodies floating uncontrollably. Is this divine power? Akimichi Choza stared at the phenomenon above, feeling his own body lift off the ground. What should we do, Shikamaru? Choza called to his comrade, who was also suspended in midair. This terrifying force required an extraordinary countermeasure to overcome. Nara Shikama realized the meteor was drawing closer, despair creeping into his heart. Such formidable power was not easily matched. It demanded not only immense chakra but also precise control in a weightless environment. We're doomed. Choza's complexion darkened with fear. Is this where we meet our end? He watched helplessly as countless ninjas were ensnared by the meteor, rendered immobile, while debris rained mercilessly upon them. If this continued, the thousands of ninjas present would meet a grim fate. Just when despair enveloped them, a streak of black light shot skyward. With a resounding boom, the gravitational pull of the Shinra Tensei was abruptly pierced. The ancient tree slowly withdrew the blade it had wielded, having cleaved the meteor in two. And Pain could not escape unscathed. The terrifying velocity seemed to tear through space itself, leaving even the Rinnegan momentarily stunned. Is this your true power? Pain regarded the ancient tree with a newfound wariness. This is the prowess of this individual, fully resurrected. Nagato perceives that the two are entirely on different levels of existence. Chapter 160, Yakushi Kabuto. I am in a state of utter panic. Gumu, just how formidable is your strength? Nagato gazed at his body, which was gradually revealing cracks. His eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder if I have compelled you to unleash your true power? Listening to Nagato's bewildered inquiry, Gomu maintained a stoic expression as he observed the demon blade Muramasa in his hand, emanating a ghostly black aura. True power? To be honest, I am unsure myself. Yet I believe that in this world, there is likely no one who can provoke me to unleash my true strength. Gomu hesitated to unleash all of his power, for he felt that if he did, he could cleave the moon from the sky with a single stroke. Nagato, at a loss for words, was genuinely taken aback by Gomu's response. He could not discern whether Gomu was excessively arrogant or if he himself was insufficiently strong, lacking even the qualification to compel Gomu to reveal his true power. Be cautious, I shall commence my assault now. Nagato sensed the flow of chakra within him and promptly issued a warning. Universal pull. With a commanding gesture, Nagato unleashed a terrifying force of attraction directed towards Gomu, who hovered in the air. However, to Nagato's astonishment, the unexpected occurred. This fellow appeared entirely unaffected by universal pull. Is he even human? Yakushi Kabuto observed Gomu's unyielding stance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Kabuto, what on earth is transpiring over there? The curious Noki inquired, sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Nagato's direction. Such an assault demanded his utmost seriousness. Gomu was unfathomable, akin to a profound abyss. Each time one attempted to gauge his depths, an involuntary sense of despair would ensue. Humphrey let out a dissatisfied snort upon hearing Kabuto's high praise. Nevertheless, he refrained from further challenging the matter, for Gomu's strength was undeniably monstrous. After experiencing several humiliating defeats, he had become much more subdued. It seemed that summoning Uchiha Madara was imperative. Kabuto narrowed his eyes. Utilizing the sensory abilities granted by the reanimated body of Uchiha Obito to perceive that the situation on that front was evidently more favorable than theirs. Although members of the Akatsuki organization were fiercely resisting, the sheer number of 100,000 white Zetsu meant that conquering the Rain Village was merely a matter of time. Uchiha Madara. Naka's eyes narrowed. Indeed, that white-masked figure was not Uchiha Madara. If it were that individual, Noki recalled, he had been paralyzed with fear merely from Madara's gaze. Thus, he pondered who would ultimately triumph in this war. Void destruction, eightfold slash. From a distance. As Gomu slowly sheathed his blade, a pitch-black wave of slashing energy erupted in the space around him. This seemed to be a spatial slaughter, causing Nagato's body to begin disintegrating instantaneously. Following this, Gomu's form swiftly contracted and appeared before Nagato, enduring the impact of his Shinra Tensei with a single hand. Gripping his head firmly, Nagato, rest assured, the future of the ninja world will not be plagued by war. This is my promise to you, Gomu spoke calmly. Yes, Gomu. I trust in your power. I hope you can carry forth my will and witness the peace of the ninja world. By the way, I entrust Conan to your care from now on. The shattered visage of reanimated Nagato bore a smile of solace. If the future truly unfolds as Gomu has described, then all of his efforts would be worthwhile. What does it mean to entrust Conan to him? If Uchiha Shinsui were to learn of this, he would surely be enraged. Gomu shook his head and then brought Nagato down to the ground. You all need to seal him quickly. The sudden command left Nara Shikaku and the others momentarily bewildered. All right. Yes, my lord, seal him quickly. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Gomu's strength seemed to have surpassed their expectations as he subdued this formidable foe with astonishing swiftness. All right. Continue to deal with those reanimated bodies. I will confront the mastermind behind this. With that, Gomu transformed into a streak of black lightning, tearing through the sky. This terrifying power caused the ground to crack open, resembling a spider's web as it spread ominously in all directions. Shikaku, is this the strength of the Akatsuki leader? The legendary fifth Hokage? This mere residual force is already rendering us immobile. I cannot fathom the despair of facing him as an opponent. Akimichi Choza's face was marked with palpable apprehension. Thankfully, at least those higher-ups have finally done something right. Shikaka watched as Gomu gradually faded from view and could not help but nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto observed the shattered remnants of his two strongest pieces, his countenance darkening significantly. Is Gomu truly human? Neither reanimated Nagato nor reanimated Itachi are his match. It must be noted that both of them are undoubtedly of a level surpassing even that of the Kage. Kabuto, have you failed? Noki spoke slowly, attempting to offer consolation. It's fine. I still have trump cards. Kabuto shook his head, refusing to concede easily. However, at that moment, a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens, causing Kabuto's eyes to widen in alarm. No way, just as he mentioned his trump cards, this monstrosity has already arrived behind them? To be honest, Kabuto was beginning to feel panic, fearing that he might be eliminated in an instant. Chapter 161. Tell me, are you being honest? Oh, what trump card do you possess? Speak it aloud for me to hear. Gumu stood there, merely his presence rendering those around him motionless. An eerie, oppressive black aura enveloped them, as if they were sinking into a vast, treacherous mire. Not only was movement impeded, but even the act of breathing became a formidable challenge. Is this truly a human? The fourth Hokage had initially contemplated resistance. However, recalling how Su Wuxin had effortlessly shattered Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo with a single punch, a tremor coursed through him, compelling him to submit. If he were to receive even a single blow, it could very well mean his demise, leaving no trace of his existence behind. After all, a strike of that magnitude would likely reduce him to mere ashes. Hokage AI was self-aware enough to understand that his lightning armor could not contend with the resilience of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Gumu. What is it that you seek? I harbor no ill intentions, murmured Yakushi Kabuto, though his chakra was already beginning to stir. His previously composed visage began to display patches of white scales, a manifestation of the sudden, overwhelming pressure. The surrounding Inoki was taken aback, utterly surprised by Yakushi Kabuto's newfound formidable strength. It appeared he had entered the fabled sage mode. The volume of chakra he exuded was nearing that of a Kage. Sage mode, is it? Come, let me witness your true capabilities. Gumu remained stationary, subtly indicating for Yakushi Kabuto, now in sage mode, to attack. Gumu. You have brought this upon yourself. I have shed my serpentine skin and ascended to become a dragon. Upon uttering these words, horns sprouted from Yakushi Kabuto's head. His eyes adorned with shadows, his entire form radiating a silvery hue. The geometric increase in chakra instilled a sense of urgency in both Inoki and Hokage AI. Sage Art, White Lightning Technique. Yakushi Kabuto opened his mouth, releasing a radiant red dragon that bore a black orb, which began to spin around it. Unfortunately, this rapid assault was easily evaded by Gumu. The red dragon collided with the black orb, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that emitted blinding light and a deafening roar, leaving Inoki and Hokage AI reeling, as though struck by a hammer. The tremors reverberated through their bones, threatening to fracture them. What? He can evade even sound? Yakushi Kabuto's gaze faltered. In this moment, shielded by the white scales, he disregarded the blinding light and sonic waves, moving freely amidst the chaos. Initially hoping to catch Gumu off guard, he now realized that Gumu's speed was utterly astonishing. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gumu advanced. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Under immense pressure, Yakushi Kabuto unleashed another of his signature techniques, capable of controlling surrounding inorganic matter and imbuing it with tremendous velocity. Quickly, the debris scattered across the ground transformed into a flurry of spinning, sharp stone spikes. Swish, swish, swish. The onslaught filled the air with a whistling sound, as though blood holes were about to appear on Gumu's body. Are you tickling me? Gumu allowed the spikes to strike against his armor, feeling naught but a mild sensation as he steadily approached Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto was overwhelmed by the pressure, witnessing Gumu's unyielding stance, seemingly impervious to harm. Doubts began to cloud his mind. What sort of dragon is this? He is nothing short of a divine entity. All right, Itachi, I misjudged you. This rascal is truly formidable. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. Yakushi Kabuto, undeterred, attempted his technique once more. Yet, Gumu had grown tired of this game, ignoring the barrage of stones. In an instant, he materialized beside Yakushi Kabuto, seizing him by the throat. Feeling the vast chasm of disparity, Yakushi Kabuto's face was etched with profound confusion, struggling desperately against Gumu's grip. His face flushed with exertion. Sage Art, White Lightning Technique. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto still yearning to resist, Gumu swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth. The overwhelming pressure rendered Yakushi Kabuto utterly helpless, akin to a fledgling chick in the grip of a predator. Boom. The White Lightning Technique erupted violently within Yakushi Kabuto's mouth, filling his head with a cacophonous ringing, akin to a sky full of stars swirling before his eyes. Although he could disregard the blinding light and deafening noise, the technique's explosion nearly incapacitated him. Is this a human? Inoki watched in alarm as Yakushi Kabuto's head emitted wisps of smoke, fearing that he might be irreparably damaged. As for Hokage AI, he remained decidedly passive, his gaze fixed vacantly on the distant battle between Uchiha Shinsui and Gumu. Out of sight, out of mind. Fortunately, in Sage Mode, Yakushi Kabuto's regenerative abilities were extraordinary. In mere moments, the injuries at the corner of his mouth began to heal at a visible pace. You bastard! Yakushi Kabuto felt utterly defeated, contemplating a change of personnel to take the brunt of the punishment. Given the current circumstances, he no longer believed Uchiha Madara could triumph over Gumu. As chakra surged within him, Yakushi Kabuto swiftly formed hand seals. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. A heavy coffin materialized beside Gumu. Oh, at last, you reveal your trump card. Gumu raised an eyebrow, casually tossing Yakushi Kabuto aside. Though both he and Orochimaru were somewhat deranged, they were nonetheless scientific minds who would undoubtedly contribute to the future of the ninja world. Thus, Gumu had no intention of ending their lives so easily. Boom. Before Gumu could approach the coffin, its lid was instantly kicked away by Uchiha Madara. A hand emerged from the coffin's edge, and an ominous aura shattered the coffin into a cloud of dust. Curse it. It truly is that guy? Inoki observed Uchiha Madara. Resurrected through impure world reincarnation, his distinctive hairstyle and battle-scarred red armor unmistakable. Without a doubt, this was the man who had once instilled fear across the entire ninja world, the Shura of the ninja realm. Uchiha Madara. What brings you here? Isn't this the rebirth of the soul? Uchiha Madara sensed his new, unfeeling body and spoke with a hint of disappointment. But soon after, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat approaching. Then, in the astonished gazes of all present, a resounding slap landed across Uchiha Madara's face, its harm negligible, yet its humiliation profound. Inoki was utterly stunned, immediately taking to the skies with Reikage AI. That man is undoubtedly insane. Chapter 162. Uchiha Obito in bewilderment impressive. Not only Inoki but even Kabuto swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and distanced themselves. He pondered that if he were to step out only to be confronted by such a formidable foe, he would undoubtedly falter. True to expectation, Uchiha Obito, anticipating an attack, instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. However, the sheer humiliation of the encounter rendered his expression as dark as a soot-covered pot. Who on earth are you? Obito's Sharingan glowed ominously, a harbinger of death in his heart, marking this individual as a mere specter. His commanding voice echoed, as if declaring an imminent demise. Haha. The ancient figure chuckled, remaining silent. It was unsurprising that Obito could not recognize him. After all, the aura he emanated transcended human comprehension. Once again, the ancient being unleashed a tremendous force that caused Obito's pupils to constrict in shock. Boom. A terrifying blow, accompanied by a shockwave akin to a nuclear explosion, struck the ground where Obito had just stood, cleaving a massive fissure over 1,000 meters long. The entire hillside began to crumble beneath the weight of this assault. When did such a being emerge in the shinobi world? Obito, enveloped in a blue Susanoo, activated its skeletal first form, appearing in another location. His gaze swept the battlefield, and he seemed to grasp the situation. Was it you who summoned me? In a few fleeting glances, Obito finally spotted a familiar face. Obito. Focus on the adversary before you, Noki stammered, his hand trembling as he pointed skyward. Obito, perplexed, turned just in time to see the ancient figure looming nearly in his face. When had this wretch arrived before him? He had sensed nothing. It was as if a higher dimensional being were striking down upon a lower one, an authentic example of dimensional suppression. Curse you. You wish to dance as well. Obito, incensed by the ancient being's disdain, leaped back to gain distance and took to the skies with his Susanoo, preparing to unleash his jutsu. Fire style, great fire annihilation. For a powerhouse like Obito, the execution of jutsu was almost instantaneous, requiring no hand seals. A monstrous fireball, rivaling a colossal meteor, surged toward the ancient figure, threatening to ignite vast expanses of forest. Was this truly the extent of Uchiha Obito's power? It was utterly terrifying. Noki felt fortunate to have distanced himself quickly, otherwise, he would have surely perished here. Little did he anticipate that Kabuto's final trump card would be the legendary Uchiha Obito, significantly enhancing their odds of victory. Reikage AI bore a look of eager anticipation. If the ancient figure fell, they could then encircle Uchiha Shinsui, ensuring victory for their allied nations. However, just as Reikage AI finished his thought, he felt an unsettling weightlessness envelop him. What the hell? Third Suchikage, what do you mean by this? AI initially assumed Noki intended for him to engage in battle against the ancient figure. Surely, he would be obliterated in an instant. But upon witnessing a dark-haired woman materialize beside Noki, he instantly comprehended the reason behind Naka's directive. Damn it. That old fool has a sense of loyalty at a critical moment. You two stay put. You are now prisoners, understand? Uchiha Shinsui's peripheral gaze fixated on Obito, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him. This terrifying sight instilled unparalleled pressure within Noki. It was the first time he had seen Shinsui's expression so menacing. It seemed he would draw his blade at any moment, leaving devastation in his wake. "All right," Noki stammered, slowly uttering the word. The reason he and Reikage AI refrained from joining the battlefield was twofold: to exhaust Shinsui and the ancient figure's stamina, and also because they recognized the futility of their involvement. Charging in would merely lead to their demise. With so many reanimated corpses, why would they volunteer as cannon fodder? As the words left his lips, Uchiha Shinsui vanished, only to reappear directly behind Obito. Upon witnessing Shinsui swiftly manifest his silver-white Susanoo and launch a brutal strike at Obito, the ancient figure could only watch in disbelief. Uchiha Obito, alongside his Susanoo, was propelled backward like a cannonball, skidding for over 100 meters before crashing into a mountainside. Staring at his shattered Susanoo, Obito's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Have ninjas become this exaggerated? Can anyone inflict damage upon me? It's you. Obito recognized, feeling his reanimated form steadily heal. He locked eyes with Shinsui, who was poised to strike again, but was restrained by the ancient figure's grip. The memory of the young man who had dealt him his fatal blow at the Valley of the End was etched indelibly in Obito's mind. You were the one who truly struck me down, without a hint of mercy. You too have been reanimated. No, you were entirely revived. Uchiha Obito was genuinely bewildered. Damn you, Nagato. Damn you, Obito. You resurrected the one who killed me. With a sardonic chuckle, Shinsui retorted. I cannot allow you to see the light of day again, especially not after what you did to my beloved. Shinsui, do not act recklessly. I shall handle Uchiha Obito. The ancient figure interjected, wrapping his arms around Shinsui's slender waist, preventing her from moving an inch. In truth, if Shinsui truly wished to depart, she could effortlessly utilize space-time ninjutsu. Yet, confronted with the ancient figure's earnest plea, she found herself unable to refuse. If she could not cherish her own partner, who else would? Chapter 163. My goodness, Lord Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Uchiha Shinsui's threat to end his life, Uchiha Madara merely shook his head in disdain. How could a mere junior comprehend the essence of a true shinobi of the world? Surely, he does not believe himself to be formidable? Madara mused that if he were to engage earnestly, he could easily overpower Uchiha Shinsui with a single hand. Be careful. Should any unforeseen events arise, I shall act immediately. Uchiha Shinsui cautioned, regaining his composure. The power of the ancient tree was unfathomable, and even he had no assurance of victory. Nevertheless, he was confident that in a confrontation with Uchiha Madara, the ancient tree would not repeat past mistakes. Observing Uchiha Shinsui deliberately distance himself, the ancient tree turned to face Uchiha Madara, curling his fingers in a gesture of provocation. You, isn't it? Uchiha Madara regarded the man clad in black armor and the closeness he shared with Uchiha Shinsui, suspecting the ancient tree's true identity. In an instant, Madara, enveloped in a blue skeletal aura, teleported before the ancient tree and unleashed a thunderous kick, the signature Uchiha flying kick. The impact was such that, against an ordinary ninja, it could induce a crisis of existence or even instant demise. However, the ancient tree was no ordinary being. His current form transcended the realm of ninjas, wielding a power far removed from chakra and energy of a higher dimension. With merely one hand, the ancient tree effortlessly caught Madara's flying kick. Have you recognized me, Uchiha Madara? The ancient tree inquired, a hint of anticipation in his tone. It is you, the descendant of that wicked scoundrel. Madara could only deduce that this individual, so intimately connected with Uchiha Shinsui, was the spitting image of the Second Hokage, igniting his wrath to the point of awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. Correct? But there is no reward for your astuteness, Uchiha Madara. I hope you do not disappoint me. I wonder if you can dance well? As the ancient tree tightened his grip, Madara's foot was crushed beneath his grasp. Seizing the moment, Madara swiftly retreated, employing his Edo Tensei body to recover from his injuries. His customized Edo Tensei body allowed him to surpass his former strength. Wood release, wood dragon technique? Uchiha Madara leaped onto a wood dragon, swiftly creating distance. Indeed, the techniques of Hashirama were remarkably convenient. Once on the ground, Madara had fully restored himself. He extended his hand toward the ancient tree, commanding the wood dragon to surge forth like a shooting star. The fearsome wood dragon unleashed a formidable sonic boom, reminiscent of a living creature. No way. He summoned the wood dragon so quickly? Is the pressure truly this immense? The ancient tree observed the approaching wood dragon with an expression as tranquil as still water. Unaffected by the overwhelming size disparity, he was dwarfed by the dragon's claws. Yet, the The chasm in strength could not be bridged by mere size. With a resounding crash, the wood dragon collided with the ancient tree, akin to an egg shattering against a diamond, demonstrating the concept of utter annihilation. From a distance, Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned by the spectacle. What on earth? Why does my wood dragon appear like a mere toy? Was it due to an error in his casting method? Curse you, Hashirama. Wood release. Advent of the trees. Refusing to be disheartened, Madara leapt into the air, hands forming a seal. In an instant, the earth began to rend apart, birthing countless branches. Within the blink of an eye, a vast forest emerged from the ground. Even the fourth Hokage, observing from a distance, felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the encroaching woodland. Is this the legendary force that causes the entire shinobi world to tremble? This wood release technique is terrifyingly potent. The fourth Hokage concluded that the current Edo Tensei Uchiha Madara could single-handedly confront the 5 great nations. Thankfully, it seemed that the Edo Tensei Madara was on their side. What in the world is happening over there? Lord Jiraiya, should we lend our assistance? Kakashi Hatake shot forth a Raikiri, piercing through the chest of an approaching Edo Tensei ninja. He gazed at the colossal forest, his eyes filled with trepidation. What kind of ninja has been summoned by Edo Tensei? This terrifying wood release technique. Could it truly belong to the legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama? If they were to face Hashirama, the morale of Konoha's shinobi would surely plummet. Kakashi, let us first deal with the enemies here. As for that situation, if it does not encroach upon us, there is no need to rush. Jiraiya executed a massive Rasengan, teaching one of the 7 ninja swordsmen a lesson in humility. Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be a tall person to hold it up. Unfortunately, the tall person was clearly not Jiraiya. Fire release, great fire annihilation. High above, Uchiha Madara observed the ancient tree ensnared by the massive trees. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most proficient fire technique. In an instant, a tsunami of flames engulfed the forest. Unlike his earlier casual display against the 5 Kage, Uchiha Madara was wielding his true power now. The horrifying flames painted the horizon in shades of orange and red. Boom. The flames began to spread, transforming the forest into an inferno in the blink of an eye. Curse it all! Hokage Ei exclaimed, watching the encroaching flames. His frustration boiled over. He merely wished to observe Uchiha Madara's battle and ended up ensnared himself. It was only when Inoki utilized dust release to carve a large hole at the top of the arboreal prison that he was able to escape into the air. As he looked back, the ancient tree was imprisoned by countless trees, flames licking at his form. That wicked scoundrel is finally facing his just deserts. Hokage Ei's laughter echoed, but before he could finish, a shadow appeared before him as if teleporting. What were you just saying? The ancient tree, partially engulfed in flames, appeared eerily menacing. The high temperature radiating from his armor warped the space around him. What the hell? Hokage Ei blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom how the ancient tree, moments ago ensnared by trees, had suddenly appeared before him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, the cause uncertain, whether from the heat or something else entirely. In any case, he felt an overwhelming pressure. This kid. Inoki could only shake his head in resignation. Such was the consequence of half-hearted celebrations. Bang. Without turning back, the ancient tree delivered a punch akin to an afterimage, striking Hokage Ei in the abdomen. The Hokage's armor shattered into fragments, sending him hurtling through the air like a shooting star, trailing a long plume of smoke behind him. Chapter 164, Mistaking a Master for a Fool. Boom. The body of the 4th Hokage, A, was violently hurled into a mountainside. Blood involuntarily spilled from his mouth. He swore to himself that he would never again hastily evaluate the capabilities of Kumu. This rascal was nothing short of a monstrous enigma. Above in the sky, Uchiha Madara was genuinely taken aback. Kumu had effortlessly shattered his wood-style technique. It was crucial to note that this was nearly a full-powered ninjutsu attack. Madara began to doubt whether wood-style had truly fallen out of favor in the grand scheme of things. Otherwise, why was it proving so ineffective? Dance, Uchiha Madara. If you do not take action soon, I may have to end your existence once again. Just as Madara pondered this, Kumu had already appeared at his side. Under Madara's trembling gaze, Kumu seized his neck with a single hand. The pressure applied suggested an intention to crush it mercilessly. In light of this, Madara spoke in a low tone, unperturbed by Kumu's overwhelming strength, for he too had not utilized his full power. As he channeled chakra, his 3-tomo Sharingan instantaneously transformed into a Meijiki. Following that, it evolved into an eternal Meijiki. Yet, it did not end there. Intricate purple patterns emerged, radiating an oppressive aura. This was the pinnacle of ocular techniques. With the power of the reanimation jutsu, he could wield the Rinnegan, much like Nagato. In this case, Madara's gaze emanated a terrifying pressure. His assumptions were correct. He could indeed harness this power. Why not give it a try? Kumu challenged, maintaining an unyielding grip on Madara's neck. Madara, bewildered, began to flail his arms, striking Kumu's armor in vain. Ultimately, even after shattering his own fists, he found himself utterly ineffective. Kumu's hand was like an iron vice, rendering Madara incapable of escape. Madara let out a furious roar. Feeling his dignity being trampled upon by this second-generation descendant, he vowed that regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure the demise of the one who dared to humiliate him. Susanoo, Madara bellowed. A brilliant blue light erupted from his body, and the formidable Susanoo quickly took shape, culminating in the formation of several powerful blue blades that struck down upon Kumu with violent ferocity. Boom! The sheer force obliterated the ground beneath, sending shockwaves for hundreds of miles around Kumu's position. The nearby Inoki was lifted off his feet by the terrifying aftermath. In the distance, Kakashi and his comrades, engaged in battle, felt the earth-shattering vibrations and the deafening roar. A sense of dread gripped their hearts. If Kumu were to perish on the battlefield, what then would become of their struggle? Kakashi, do not panic. The reanimated foe is not Hashirama Senju, Jiraiya said, as he and Kakashi stood back to back, exchanging information after their skirmish. It must be Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, who had previously felt a sense of relief, immediately lost his composure upon hearing Madara's name. No wonder he sensed a flicker of blue light. What if that great being truly could defeat Uchiha Madara? Moreover, Madara was an indomitable force in his reanimated form. Kakashi, pinning down an approaching ninja with a worried tone, remarked, "I'm not entirely certain." Jiraiya shook his head in response. Madara's reputation evidently surpassed Kumu's. He could not predict who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. If Kumu were aware of Jiraiya's thoughts, he might have confidently declared, "When I face Uchiha Madara, it's a 10-0 in my favor. I stand tall, while he crumbles." Boom, boom, boom. Madara relentlessly commanded the dual blades of Susanoo, cleaving down upon Kumu's figure as if he were mincing meat. The earth began to collapse, creating a massive chasm over 1,000 meters deep. "Release me, you scoundrel." Madara fumed. Surely, he would not resort to the disgraceful act of severing his own neck to free himself from this humiliation. Tenchi Bridge. Unable to withstand the pressure, Madara formed hand seals. With Kumu's suppression, he struggled to manifest Susanoo. In desperation, he unleashed the power of the Rinnegan. Boom. A thunderous roar resonated through the skies as a colossal meteor broke through the clouds, instantly shrouding the entire sky. The sunlit ground was cast into shadow. All those engaged in combat gazed in despair at the enormous meteor, momentarily frozen in place, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. Is this the extent of human power? What cursed ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya-sama, what is happening? Kakashi's face bore an unusual trace of terror. He had intended to utilize Kamui, but with such a massive object, would he not exhaust his chakra and perish? "Thank you, Kakashi, for the impending doom," Obito muttered, cursing Madara under his breath. Is he truly intent on annihilating everyone here? Inoki, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, cursed vehemently, at a loss for how to respond. "No, Madara, what purpose does this boulder serve?" Kumu looked up at the overshadowing meteor, his tone not one of anxiety, but rather disdain. In the heart of the war, where countless souls feared the godlike presence of Kumu, he was nonchalantly gripping Madara as though he were a mere chick. "Are you not going to intervene?" Madara remained silent, acknowledging Kumu's formidable strength, yet he could not bear witness to the innocent suffering of others. "No, Madara. It seems you have yet to grasp the chasm that lies between us." Kumu summoned the bizarrely black aura of the cursed blade, Muramasa, into his hand. Release. In an instant, a terrifying black spiritual pressure surged forth, causing even Madara's composure to begin to unravel. The oppressive spiritual energy, almost tangible, caused the surrounding space to tremble. The relentless pressure made Madara Uchiha's hair fly wildly. Everything around the ancient tree seemed to fade into monochrome, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Damn it," Madara muttered, sensing the ancient tree's aura intensifying. "Why is he so powerful? It's like a bottomless abyss." Madara suspected the ancient tree hadn't even revealed his full power. As a massive meteor descended from the sky, the ancient tree casually swung his blade. Instantly, a terrifying purple slash shot from the ground, expanding rapidly until it surpassed the meteor's width, leaving onlookers in awe. They watched as the slash seemed to tear through space, threatening to obliterate the very sky. The meteor, once hurtling down, was reduced to fragments by the ancient tree's attack. The residual force pulverized a second meteor as well. Is this the power of that man? Kakashi Hatake murmured, gazing at the lingering aftereffects in the sky. He could faintly see signs of fragmentation. A purple gash revealing an infinite abyss. The eerie presence within seemed to stir, its sharp edges slowly emerging under the ancient tree strike. The ancient tree appeared to sense the disturbance, his brow furrowing slightly. Before he could ponder further, the gash in the sky began to heal visibly. It was as if a pebble had been dropped into the ocean, causing ripples that soon subsided, leaving the depths beneath undisturbed and their secrets unknown. Damn it. Is even the legendary Madara Uchiha no match for him? Inoki muttered, observing Madara's suppression by the ancient tree. Despair crept onto his face as he realized their chances of victory seemed non-existent. Inoki, I know you're anxious, but the situation on the white mask side is quite favorable. Kabuto Yakushi said cryptically, appearing beside Orochimaru with a hint of battle lust in his eyes. He clearly didn't believe they would lose. Madara Uchiha might be his trump card. But he wasn't everything. Kabuto, what exactly are you planning? Why would I tell you? Kabuto retorted, still seething from his earlier humiliation by the ancient tree. If Inoki wanted to be a punching bag, he wouldn't refuse. Sensing Kabuto's murderous intent, Inoki coughed and promptly shut his mouth. He was now cautious, unwilling to underestimate anyone. He realized he couldn't defeat anyone here. The title of Kage was merely the entry ticket to witnessing the power of these top-tier combatants. Damn it, Madara Uchiha. Seeing his heavenly meteorite technique shattered so easily, violently twisted his neck to escape. This humiliating retreat made him seethe with rage. The last time he felt this way was against Hashirama Senju's inexplicable would release and when his brother, Izuna Uchiha, was killed by Tobirama Senju while Madara and Hashirama were flirting. Quickly distancing himself, Madara activated his Susanoo without hesitation. It transformed from its initial form to its second, gaining weapons, and then the Tengu armor began to coalesce, eventually forming a colossal giant over 100 meters tall. Despair. This is the power of a god, Madara Uchiha declared, wielding two blue longswords in his complete body Susanoo. The terrifying pressure was evident to every ninja on the battlefield. What is that monster? Can we really win against that? Many ninjas stared blankly at the 100-meter-tall giant, feeling utterly helpless. Can we win? If we can, I'll eat dirt. In an instant. Madara swung his swords, the terrifying aftershock leveling the surrounding hills. Many ninjas were sent flying by the resulting shockwave. This is the war incarnate, Madara Uchiha. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi Hatake was speechless. If Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo gave him immense pressure, Madara's complete body Susanoo inspired only despair. He stared blankly at the slash that had shaved a hill clean. Can we really win? Are we just cannon fodder? Kakashi, to be honest, I can't win against that. Jiraiya admitted, shrugging. He could barely activate Sage Mode anymore, and even if he could, he doubted he could defeat the complete body Susanoo. Shikamaru, should we even keep fighting? The outcome of this war seems predetermined, Choji Akimichi muttered to Nara Shikamaru, his teammate, as he allowed the reanimated ninjas to attack him. We're all going to die anyway. I'm done. Time to give up. Heh. Nara Shikamaru chuckled wryly. Against absolute power, strategy was nothing more than a clown's self-dash. How? How can we fight that? Sakura Haruno stammered, paralyzed with fear. She stared at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo in the distance, realizing that they were nothing more than pawns in the face of such a being, easily wiped out with a flick of the wrist. But then, something astonishing happened. A black meteor streaked through the sky like lightning, heading straight for the Susanoo's head. To Madara's astonishment, a single punch shattered the Susanoo into pieces. This shell is the culprit that caused my death. Madara Uchiha, do you feel it? The so-called power of a god. The ancient tree, shrouded in eerie black energy like a demon from hell, crushed Madara Uchiha's head with a single hand. The massive Susanoo began to disintegrate, collapsing piece by piece. What the hell? Madara Uchiha exclaimed in disbelief. Not only could he not win, but this bastard had stolen his lines. Who said the Susanoo's adamantine body was invincible? How can you win against a cheater like this? This should be banned. Haha, are you getting desperate? The ancient tree mocked, watching Madara's body slowly regenerate on the ground. He hadn't forgotten the memory of being hunted down by Madara and his complete body Susanoo before his death. Madara Uchiha, I'm going to torture you and grind down that arrogance of yours. With those words, the ancient tree unleashed his full power. His movement speed was so great that it caused rifts in space. By the time Madara Uchiha could react, he looked down to see a gaping hole in his chest. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to react to that? Chapter 166. Noki. It's over thus, under the relentless onslaught of the ancient tree, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to flee. The very notion of escape was futile. Yet, He did not surrender to despair. The battle continued, even as he endured relentless torment. The overwhelming pressure sent him soaring from the ground to the heavens, only to be brought crashing back down. Throughout this ordeal, Madara's form remained in a state of disrepair, never fully restored. What a calamity! What could have sparked such enmity? Even in his reanimated state, could anyone withstand such torment? Reikage observed the chaotic ballet of Uchiha Madara in the sky. To the untrained eye, it might appear as though he were afflicted with madness, employing some arcane technique of erratic movement. Yet, Reikage refrained from commenting, fully aware of the adage that misfortune often stems from careless words. His previous outburst had nearly led to disastrous consequences. Jiraiya-sensei, I find myself oddly unconcerned, Kakashi remarked, watching Madara's frenetic movements with a hint of exasperation. The speed of the ancient tree was beyond their comprehension. They could only witness Madara's form shifting as if teleporting, executing maneuvers with terrifying velocity. Did these two share a grudge that transcended life and death? Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible otherwise. Jiraiya surveyed the reanimated ninjas, who had been thoroughly dispatched, and turned his gaze towards the tumultuous sky. Madara darted about like a lightning-struck rodent. The morale of the allied ninjas dwindled as they witnessed this spectacle. Their leader had been utterly humiliated, and they, mere fodder, had little hope of altering the tide of battle. In the eyes of the elite, a single strike could obliterate them. Did we make a mistake with our decision, Gaara? Temari inquired, standing beside the fifth Kazekage. She observed the retreat of the allied forces, who were being mercilessly battered by an enigmatic assailant. If this continued, their defeat seemed inevitable, and she pondered the fate of the land of wind should they fall. Father, what should I do? Gaara was engulfed in uncertainty. His impending demise felt inextricably tied to the ancient tree's wrath. Faced with such a mortal enemy, he was at a loss for how to respond. Would the ancient tree entertain their pleas for peace? Such a gesture would only portray the land of wind as cowards, unlikely to yield any benefits. Gaara, you are now the fifth Kazekage. You must formulate your own thoughts, suggested Rasha, gazing at the approaching mist ninjas. Manipulating the sand and gold, he erected a protective barrier. Gaara, taking note of the injured ninjas huddled together behind him, realized that so-called dignity would only bring suffering to his comrades. The defeat of their forces seemed all but assured, even if he were to sacrifice himself. He wished to leave behind some vestiges of hope for Sunagakure. Thus, he commanded the sand ninjas to withdraw from the battlefield. Why are you fleeing? Noki, the third Tsuchikage, flew over, sensing something amiss on the battlefield. Humph, Tsuchikage, while you cower in the rear, our ninjas are left to fight bravely. Gaara's expression darkened as he sensed that the sand ninjas had dwindled to less than a third, with significant losses among the elite. Your perspective is woefully narrow, Gaara. Do you truly believe our objective is to defeat them? Do you think there's any force we could confront head-on and win? Noki gestured for Gaara to look towards the distant horizon, where shadows leapt through the air. What is that? Gaara gasped, his face instantly reflecting astonishment upon hearing the name Uchiha Madara, the legendary harbinger of destruction in the ninja world. Noki remained stoic. Upon hearing Madara's name, Gaara's surprise was palpable, especially in Rasha, who expressed a hint of exhilaration. Indeed, that formidable figure had been reanimated, and the previous upheaval had been truly terrifying. Though they currently found themselves at a disadvantage, the arrival of Uchiha Madara to the front lines could dramatically alter the course of battle. The legendary harbinger of destruction was not to be taken lightly. Come to the front lines? Are you jesting? Do you not see why Madara is darting about? He is being mercilessly beaten, from the heavens to the depths below. The area has become a veritable war zone. Any ordinary ninja who ventures there would meet certain doom. Noki remained silent, knowing full well who was battling Madara. The new leader of the Akatsuki was their greatest adversary in this war. Upon receiving this information, Gaara's previously relaxed demeanor turned grave once more. Tsuchikage, what does your retreat have to do with our situation? If we are aware that victory is unattainable, why must we sacrifice ourselves so recklessly? Gaara declared, resolved to depart the scene. Ultimately, he recognized his own naivety. The true objective was never to triumph in this conflict, but rather to secure the Nine Tails. Noki surmised the intentions of Kabuto. If his assumptions were correct, all the tailed beasts had been gathered. Thus, they had no intention of engaging Konoha or Kirigakure in a head-on confrontation. Their goal was merely to delay and divert the attention of Akatsuki's top-tier fighters. Do you still wish to be traitors and deserters? Naka's gaze turned steely, for if Gaara chose to flee, he would rally the Reikage to demonstrate the fate that awaited traitors. Ah, you all seem rather pleased, he noted. Just then, a familiar female voice resonated through the sky. The moment the voice emerged, Naka's expression shifted, trembling in fear as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. Chapter 167. The 5 Deadly Techniques. Is this really happening? The very thing one fears has come to pass. Deep within Naka's heart, a surge of expletives threatened to escape, had it not been for his civil demeanor. He would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses. Who are you? It seemed that Rasha remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As he commanded the gold sand to launch an attack towards the sky where Uchiha Shinsui resided. Witnessing this, Noki silently scolded the man for his madness. Do you truly believe that if victory were within my grasp, I would refrain from acting? However, perhaps it was for the best. Allowing the people of the Land of Wind to draw the fire. Father, no. We are no match for this person. Although Gaara had never witnessed Uchiha Shinsui in battle. Being in the company of the ancient tree, he understood that this man's prowess was beyond their capacity to confront. Gaara, when did you become so fearful of authority? Did I not teach you that a person possesses dignity? Rasha's words bore a tinge of admonition. In an instant, his body was severed into 2. Rasha, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression. He had not even activated his defenses, and yet half of his form had vanished without a trace. Very well, Rasha thought, I shall yield. Sometimes, fearing authority is not without justification. A straggler remained. Uchiha Shinsui, manipulating Susanu's skeletal frame, gripped Rasha's body with a single hand. Gaara, you are correct. Remain steadfast in your beliefs. With Rasha swiftly dispatched by Uchiha Shinsui, he quickly learned that this fiend possessed the ability of space-time manipulation. Such an extraordinary power rendered ordinary ninjas utterly helpless. As Rasha's words faded, Uchiha Shinsui transported him before the sealing team. Subsequently, under the helpless gaze of Rasha, he was sealed away. Gaara, what are you still doing? Run. Are you seeking death? Noki admonished the still-dazed Gaara. This boy was far too young, unlike him, who had already been tamed by Uchiha Shinsui. Previously, at the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, they had managed to defeat Uchiha Shinsui only with the fervent assistance of the Second Hokage. Now, with the Second Hokage having sacrificed himself years ago, the entire ninja world found itself incapable of keeping pace with Uchiha Shinsui's speed. At that moment, a colossal tremor reverberated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of every ninja present. Noki gazed towards the rain village, where a gigantic creature, resembling Ten Tails, surged skyward. This appeared to be a summoned entity. The Ten Tails? Huh. Finally, that little brat Obito has done something right. Uchiha Madara, reduced to a mere head, observed the summoned Ten Tails wreaking havoc across the land of rain with an expression of excitement. He glanced at the ancient tree, curious to see what expression it bore. Regrettably, the mask obscured any insight into its thoughts. Could it be the Ten Tails? I never anticipated that the White Mask's endeavors were for this purpose. Naka's countenance darkened as he beheld the summoned Ten Tails. Legends spoke of the Ten Tails as a weapon of annihilation. Its emergence would inevitably alter the fabric of the ninja world. Noki harbored concerns regarding the true intentions behind the White Mask's plans. Should he have a change of heart, the entire ninja world would plunge into chaos. Damn it. That wretch has succeeded. Within the rain village, Konan stood atop a structure, recognizing the Rinnegan within the eye sockets of the White Mask. She knew this man was Uchiha Obito. This traitor had indeed seized Nagato's Rinnegan. What shall we do, my lord? White Zetsu was on the verge of breaching the confines of the rain village. Kakuzu pointed towards the distance, where a white ocean of white Zetsu surged forth. He was baffled by the sheer number of these creatures. Moreover, they could assume human forms. Many weaker ninjas had suffered betrayal, leading to a breakdown in unity as they fought individually. Upon hearing the commotion below, Konan's expression turned frosty. Without hesitation, she commanded her paper guns to viciously stab at Kakuzu. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden assault left Kakuzu no time to react as his body was pierced by sharp paper projectiles. Eventually, he transformed into White Zetsu, ultimately morphing into a tree. What is happening? What manner of creature is that? Kakashi Hitaki gazed at the monster summoned within the rain village, his eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that something else stood atop it. Their objective must be this creature, which bore the semblance of the legendary Ten Tails. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that Tsunade remained in the rain village. He had no inkling of her current condition. All forces returned to the rain village. The ancient tree had ascended to the skies above the battlefield. Uchiha Obito had not disappointed him. He had indeed summoned the Ten Tails. Its appearance suggested it had absorbed a vast quantity of tailed beast chakra. As the ancient tree spoke, it surged forth like a black meteor towards the Ten Tails. Witnessed by countless ninjas, The numbers were overwhelmingly in favor of the enemy, and White Zetsu could disguise itself as humans. Many defensive lines had already crumbled. My lord, the situation is dire. White Zetsu has breached our defenses. Deidara, clutching his injured arm, approached the ancient tree. However, before he could utter a word, the ancient tree severed his head with a single stroke. White Zetsu looked on in astonishment, utterly perplexed as to why this individual had discerned his true nature. Wait, my lord, you acted without a moment's hesitation. How can I dare to appear before you? Beneath the sky, Deidara, riding a large bird, observed the ancient tree mercilessly dispatching a White Zetsu that bore his likeness, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Deidara, can't you blow those creatures to bits? The ancient tree inquired, eyeing those ninjas still engaged with White Zetsu. Curiously, according to Deidara's usual tactics, his clay bombs ought to explode with devastating effect. This won't do. I can't muster a single drop. Deidara waved his hand dismissively. He was utterly exhausted, struggling to maintain his avian form. I told you to practice more often. It hasn't been long since we started fighting, and you're already worn out? As the ancient tree spoke, it vanished like an afterimage, reappearing amidst the throngs of White Zetsu. What is happening? Why is the enemy engaging so closely, seeking death, before the bewildered gazes of countless White Zetsu? The ancient tree plunged its enchanted blade into the ground. In an instant, a terrifying violet beam of light erupted from its center, radiating wildly outward. Chapter 168, All Gone. Completely gone indeed. It was a quest for death. Yet, the ones seeking demise were these white absolute beings. Under the relentless assault of the ancient wood, the surrounding white absolutes crumbled like fragile tofu with a mere touch. As the swirling dust began to settle, the once countless white absolutes had been almost entirely eradicated. Is that person the leader? Is he even human? Fei Duan placed his hand on his forehead, gazing at the figure in the distance, where a single ancient would have dispatched thousands of white absolutes. He found himself doubting whether his efforts were in vain. Seriously, with such ferocity, what do we even need to do? Blink, and he has slain more than all of us combined. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's to give us something to do. We can't just appear useless. Jiao Du remarked as he nonchalantly extracted a heart from a white absolute and tossed it aside. To him, these creatures held no value. They merely multiplied with every encounter, becoming increasingly bothersome. Truly, the strength of our leader is formidable, Hanzo commented as he cleaved a white absolute in two, looking up at the commotion nearby with admiration. Under the guidance of their leader, the unification of the ninja world seemed merely a matter of time. Could it be that Danzo? The strength of this ancient wood is already so extraordinary? In the hidden village of Rain, atop a concealed spire, the ever-watchful Tsuchikage Danzo stood beside the vigilant Kurenai Yuhi, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even from a considerable distance, they could distinctly feel the explosive energy emanating from the battle. See, I told you. Following the ancient wood is undoubtedly the right choice. That mere 10 tails is no match for him. Danzo, gripping his cane with unwavering confidence, directed his gaze toward the ancient wood. By the way, Danzo, where's Sasuke? Mito Minion inquired with curiosity. That fellow has his own matters to attend to. With the root providing protection here, there is little danger. Besides, my presence ensures safety. Are you so afraid of death, old man? Danzo's eyes narrowed, dripping with sarcasm towards Mito. This man had become increasingly cautious of his own life, refusing to step onto the front lines. Currently, Uchiha Sasuke was in the midst of merging his brother SIs. Danzo firmly believed that when Sasuke re-emerged, his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. However, that creature must be the Ten Tails. Can the ancient would truly prevail? Kurenai observed the colossal Ten Tails with trepidation. The terrifying and profound chakra surpassed that of any tailed beast. Oh no, retreat, Danzo shouted as he witnessed the Ten Tails gathering energy, immediately urging a retreat from the hidden Rain village. This scoundrel seemed intent on leveling the entire village. It's over, the hidden Rain village is doomed. Jiraiya lamented as he gazed at the deep crimson chakra accumulating within the maw of the Ten Tails. A hint of despair etched across his face. With a single strike, not only Tsunade but the entire hidden Rain village would be obliterated. Under Jiraiya's command, thousands of ninjas halted their advance. Uchiha Shirzue appeared to have discerned the intentions of the masked figure. Without hesitation, he tore through space to confront the masked Uchiha Bido atop the Ten Tails. You fool, are you seeking death? Shirzue brandished his blade, now poised against Abido's neck. Ah, you've arrived, albeit a tad late, Abido replied in a calm tone, showing no signs of panic despite the blade's proximity. Come. I'm eager to see how you intend to prevent this. Obito's voice carried a hint of excitement, relishing the thought of Shirzei sustaining injuries while attempting to protect others. As their exchange unfolded, the Ten Tails had fully condensed its tailed beast bomb, launching several roaring blasts into the sky. What do you mean by this? Do you wish for us to perish together? Shirzue questioned, gazing at the ascending tailed beast bombs with confusion. How could that be? As the thunderous echoes of the tailed beast bombs resonated, Obito swiftly released his connection to the Ten Tails, vanishing from the scene. Shirzue looked up at the descending tailed beast bombs, momentarily at a loss. He could intercept one, but the sheer number clearly intended to annihilate the entire Hidden Rain village. Shirzue, go. I've already relocated most of the people, the ancient would commanded, observing the looming tailed beast bombs in the sky. Even if he could destroy them all, the energy released in the air would effortlessly obliterate the entire village. Very well, Shirzue conceded, feeling helpless. That damned Obito better not let her seize an opportunity, otherwise she would undoubtedly deliver a couple of strikes to teach him the consequences of his actions. Tsunade. Thankfully, the ancient would brought you out, Jiraiya remarked. Relief evident in his voice as Tsunade appeared beside them like a flash. But before he could finish his thought, the tailed beast bombs had already descended upon the Hidden Rain village. Boom. The terrifying sound reverberated, akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. Countless ninjas stared in shock at the mushroom clouds erupting within the village, their faces etched with profound fear. Boom. The violent shockwave surged forth, wreaking havoc as it swept outward. Goodness, that masked figure shows no mercy. This devil. Noki glanced at the masked figure. Witnessing the devastation of the Hidden Rain village by several tailed beast bombs, cursing inwardly. Now it was truly the end. The conflict here was likely irreconcilable. It was truly a matter of life or death. The fourth Raikage, who had been beside Noki, initially intended to mock him but fell silent. Recalling the Ancient One's overwhelming power, his wounds had not yet healed, and his ribs were nearly shattered. He couldn't afford to celebrate prematurely. Conan, are you all right? The Ancient One approached Conan. Just before the tailed beast bombs struck the Hidden Rain village, he had managed to evacuate most of the inhabitants. Regrettably, the village was likely doomed. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, my lord. Although a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes, Conan maintained composure. Aware that this was not the time for sorrow, they had far more pressing matters to address. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, such sacrifices were insignificant. Did that damned attack truly annihilate the Hidden Rain village? Deara sat atop his great bird, gazing at the distant ruins of the village, unable to suppress his awe. Now, this is true artistic explosion. Chapter 169. Naruto's Return. You lad. You certainly strike hard, Uchiha Madara remarked as he observed Obito, who had utilized Kimui to arrive beside him. His gaze then shifted to the distance where Kabuto lurked, intent on controlling him to leave this place. Leave? No, they possessed a significant advantage. Why would they depart? Reanimation. Release. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground. This sudden turn of events caught Kabuto atop a nearby hill by surprise. Damn it. Another who can dispel the Edo Tensei, he thought. If memory served him correctly, the first ninja to nullify an Edo Tensei body was none other than the target of their current pursuit, the leader of the Akatsuki Kaguki. Here, take this back. The masked figure tossed the fan back to Uchiha Madara, opting not to employ the samsara of heavenly life technique on him. After all, reviving someone was a drain on his lifespan. Obito was no fool. Why would he choose to resurrect this individual? Why don't you use the samsara of heavenly life to revive me? Madara questioned with a hint of perplexity. The Nine Tails had yet to be captured. Upon hearing this, Madara attempted to summon the Nine Tails, only to realize it was unsuccessful. This confirmed that Obito had spoken the truth. For precaution, Madara had planted a curse bomb in Obito's chest. Should Obito entertain any notions of betrayal, Madara would not hesitate to end his life. Then let us depart and seek the Nine Tails, Madara asserted, aware that tailed beasts could sense one another. Thus, finding the Nine Tails was merely a matter of time. Madara's ultimate ambition was to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and subsequently initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi to overturn the ninja world. Hence, the Nine Tails was an indispensable piece in his grand design. Masked man, what are your true intentions? Raikage AI approached Obito, eager to discern the thoughts of both Uchiha Madara and Obito. However, Madara merely cast a fleeting glance at him before promptly departing. What? You're planning to leave? What about us? Inoki gazed at the masked figure, his tone laced with palpable dissatisfaction. He had long speculated the masked man's true motives. and it now appeared that their allied forces were merely pawns in another's game. Being used as scapegoats was hardly a favorable position. After all, if death was inevitable, why not take a few down with him? 3 allied nations, and you truly believe your power is substantial? Obito offered no courtesy to him, preoccupied with devising a means to destroy the cursed seal on his chest. The sensation of one's life being at the mercy of another was truly unsettling. Damn it. Reikage AI's expression twisted with fury. I can't defeat Kaguki, and yet I'm stuck dealing with you, you clown. Fully healed, Reikage AI felt he could take action. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable lightning release armor and charged toward Obito. Boom. The merciless blow created a vast crater in the ground. The masked figure, however, remained ethereal, seemingly unconcerned with dodging. Madara, are you also going to flee? Noticing he was outmatched by Obito, Reikage AI glanced toward Uchiha Madara. He was wise enough not to challenge Madara, fully aware of his own limitations. Flee? How it matters little to share this with you. We seek the Nine Tails. Do you know its whereabouts? Madara sensed no movement from Kaguki in the distance, and thus chose not to leave just yet. He understood that if Kaguki intended to intervene, their escape would be impossible. The strength of that bastard was formidable. Unless he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths, victory was unattainable. The Nine Tails, you say? Inoki levitated in the air. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He looked up toward a nearby cliff. In the distance, a figure enveloped in golden chakra had become perceptible to many. The intensity of the Nine Tails chakra was indeed overwhelming. It was rumored that the Sage of Six Paths distributed chakra in portions, one for each tailed beast, with the Nine Tails receiving a singular share, and so forth. Haha. This lad has come right to us. Madara exclaimed with palpable excitement. In that case, let the battle resume. Obito, you hold off that individual while I retrieve the Nine Tails. Despite the prolonged conflict, which had persisted for nearly half a month, Naruto Uzumaki was hastily making his way to the battlefield upon receiving news of the situation. His sage mode was adequately mastered. Yes, although Obito harbored discontent, he had no opportunity to voice it. One misstep could lead to his immediate demise. Kid, the adversary approaches. In his enhanced state, Naruto Uzumaki observed Uchiha Madara rushing towards him with a grave expression. Kurama, who is that? Their chakra seems unfathomable. Within Naruto's perception, he detected an overwhelming malice. Naruto, be cautious. Don't let yourself be killed, Kurama warned, recalling memories of being dominated by Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, the masked figure watched Madara's departure, his expression darkening. No way, you want me to confront those two monsters? That's tantamount to signing my own death warrant, Obito muttered. What are you saying? Inoki inquired. Having overheard Obito's murmurs, his curiosity piqued. At the very least, Uchiha Madara had not vacated the vicinity. Should he choose to do so, they could simply surrender without a fight. What? Uzumaki Naruto has also arrived? Jiraiya, sensing the chakra of the Nine Tails, immediately turned his gaze toward that direction. Leader, what should we do next? Konan's expression was solemn. The destruction of Amigakure meant she had no choice but to fight with all she had. Naturally, we shall initiate a counteroffensive. Kaguki glanced at Naruto Uzumaki in the distance. It was evident that this lad, should he find himself outmatched, would resort to the flying thunder god technique to escape. Thus, the immediate task at hand was to thoroughly educate Obito. Boom! With a resounding crash. In the distance, Uchiha Obito summoned the Ten Tails once more. Its colossal form instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. Under Kaguki's command, thousands of ninjas surged forth to engage in battle. This confrontation would undoubtedly determine the fate of the entire ninja world. Under a sky heavy with dark clouds and torrential rain, the chapter unfolds with the title, The Ten Tails Rampages. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight in this? Obito Uchiha muttered, his face slick with a mixture of rain and perspiration, as he gazed upon the imposing figure of Komugi, now at the forefront, and Shizune Uchiha hovering above. Third Tsuchikage, surrender. It's the only way this ends well. We'll treat you fairly, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, called out to Inoki, her voice echoing across the battlefield. The allied shinobi forces stood behind her. Indeed, our sole ambition is the unification of the shinobi world. To ensure an end to all future wars, Meichirumi added, her words representing the stance of Kirigakure. Trust the words of a Hokage? Hardly, Inoki retorted, his gaze fixed on Shizune Uchiha in the sky. The grievances between our nations of water and earth cannot be dismissed with mere words. He knew that as long as she lived, the land of earth would never know peace. He hadn't forgotten how the land of Earth had almost been destroyed by this madwoman. If that's the case, then let us fight. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade initiated the charge, and the clash of armies commenced. The Ten Tails granted Inoki's forces a distinct advantage. Meanwhile, Shizen Uchiha and Komugi descended upon the Ten Tails' head. Obito. I offer you a chance to live. Surrender, Komugi stated, his expression unyielding. He needed Obito alive to execute his plan to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki and bring a semblance of peace to the shinobi world. Surrender? You overestimate yourself, Obito scoffed. In a flash, Shizune appeared behind him, striking with a devastating blow. However, Obito, anticipating the attack, maintained his ethereal state. In that case, allow an old friend to face you, Komugi said. In a blur of motion, Komugi produced Kakashi Hitaki, his face a mask of confusion. Where am I? Is this the head of the Ten Tails? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the towering beast. His gaze then fell upon the masked figure responsible for this chaos. Could it be Obito? Kakashi, you're not entirely useless, Obito said, abandoning all pretense. The summoning of the divine tree is inevitable and all will be set in stone. Obito, why would you do such a thing? Kakashi cried out. His eyes filled with anguish as he surveyed the ravaged battlefield below. You understand nothing, Kakashi. A worthless fool like you has no right to judge me. Obito spat, his anger ignited by Kakashi's words. You failed to protect Rin, and she suffered a fate most cruel. Obito, you've changed. You were once so kind, Kakashi lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. I curse you, Kakashi. You sanctimonious fool, die? Obito roared, his composure shattered by Kakashi's accusations. If you had protected Rin, I wouldn't have become this twisted mockery of a man. Fire style, wildfire dance. Obito exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his ethereal form to unleash a torrent of flames upon Kakashi. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi countered, erecting a defensive barrier. Simultaneously, Kakashi used his Kamui to avoid some damage. Noticing that the Kamui dimension seemed to be connected to Obito, cautious, reactivated his ethereal state and began the incantations for the Ten Tails' further evolution. Having absorbed all 9-tailed beasts, the Ten Tails began to evolve, sprouting 10 tails. Come, Kakashi, let us fight to the death. Kamui, Obito declared, seizing Kakashi and dragging him into the Kamui dimension. The Ten Tails continued its monstrous growth, indiscriminately devouring all chakra-infused life in its vicinity. Even shinobi from the land of lightning and land of earth, Obito's supposed allies, fell victim to its ravenous hunger. What is the meaning of this? Inoki roared, his face contorted with fury as he watched the Ten Tails rampage. This monster is no ally. Fall back. This thing is a menace to all, he exclaimed, dodging the Ten Tails' massive tendrils and the barrage of wooden spikes. Komugi, observing the Ten Tails' attempt to attack him and Shizen Uchiha, simply raised his blade and effortlessly severed the tendrils. What's happening? Has the monster gone berserk? Jiraiya questioned, temporarily abandoning the fight as he watched the allied shinobi forces retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha arrived near Naruto Uzumaki. He glanced back at the Ten Tails, now in its second stage, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Once the Nine Tails was captured and its chakra transferred to the Ten Tails, it would enter its third stage. Then, he would use Obito to fully resurrect himself and initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, creating a world of perfect peace. Did you see that, Hashirama? This is the only path to true peace, Madara mused, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Naruto Uzumaki on the distant cliff. Chapter 171. At last, I've waited for you too long. Under the prompt of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly evaded his surroundings. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that made the entire space tremble. The rapid afterimage of his leg produced a terrifying sonic boom, instantly cracking the ground where Naruto had just stood. While it seemed effortless for Uchiha Madara to contend with the ancient tree, any other ninja facing him would be subjected to a one-sided thrashing. Damn it, is this guy really that fast? A hint of pressure crossed Naruto's face. Even with the Nine Tails warning allowing him to anticipate and act in advance, he still bore the brunt of Madara's overwhelming force. Hand over the Nine Tails within you, and I may spare your life, Madara remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the ancient tree atop the Ten Tails, acknowledging that Obito still served a purpose by buying him some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly with the ancient tree present. You're dreaming. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto shouted defiantly, forming hand seals without hesitation to unleash his signature technique. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones materialized before Madara's astonished eyes. However, Madara's expression soon turned to one of disdain. Humph. No matter how many fish there are, they are still just fish. Madara surged forward, his Susanoo manifesting around him. He had no intention of wasting the precious time Obito had bought him. Rasengan. Naruto channeled the Nine Tails chakra into golden arms, grasping the Rasengan and hurling it at Madara. Yet, this ninjutsu failed to even crack Madara's Susanoo. Damn it, is this guy's defense really that tough? Naruto's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he commanded his shadow clones to employ the most powerful S-rank jutsu. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. 3 clones collaborated to launch nearly 100 spiraling shuriken, each possessing peak shadow level power. Overestimating yourselves. Would release, with Dragon Jutsu. Madara wasted no time, reinforcing his Susanoo until it donned the appearance of a Tengu armor before initiating his attack. The roaring Wood Dragon, resembling a living creature, charged toward Naruto with its gaping maw. The Nine Tails within him instinctively shuddered at the familiar sight of the Wood Dragon. No way. Can I really face that guy's ninjutsu again? The Nine Tails recalled its fear of being dominated by Hashirama Senju, feeling a bitter resentment. Boom, boom, boom. The Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken assaulted Madara's form relentlessly. Though the sounds of impact were thunderous, they failed to hinder him. Instead, the monstrous Wood Dragon ensnared Naruto completely. As Naruto felt the Wood Dragon siphoning his chakra, his eyes widened. This isn't good. How do I fight back? Cursing under his breath, he sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. What should I do, Kurama? In desperation, Naruto attempted to break free, but the constricting Wood Dragon only grew larger with each struggle. With no other choice, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Isn't that the ninjutsu that bastard developed? I didn't expect you to learn it too, Madara mused, watching Naruto retreat. However, in an instant, his intent to kill Naruto intensified, fueled by the memory of the jutsu that had slain his precious brother. If that's the case, don't think you'll escape unscathed today. Madara recalled dark memories, unleashing his Susanoo and descending to its complete form. The fully manifested Susanoo, with wings unfurled, struck fear into the Nine Tails, nearly causing it to lose control. I don't know, but this bastard really wants you. Naruto observed as Madara descended upon him with a slash. Involuntarily, he utilized the Flying Thunder God to widen the distance. Fortunately, he could still manage the technique, ensuring his survival. Damn Flying Thunder God. Madara watched as Naruto scurried like a mouse below. He had to resort to another method. With a fierce hand sign he unleashed. Would release, Flowering Tree Emergence. Madara poured chakra recklessly, soon enveloping Naruto's area in a vast forest. As Naruto reappeared using the Flying Thunder God, the surrounding trees instinctively attacked him. Though he narrowly escaped several times, the speed of their confinement accelerated. Combined with the paralyzing effects of pollen, Naruto quickly succumbed. Seizing the opportunity, Madara controlled 2 massive blue Susanoo blades, preparing to strike at the ensnared Naruto. However, just as the Susanoo blades were about to land, the Nine Tails forced Naruto into a complete transformation, extending its hand to counter the violent assault. Humph, finally willing to transform, are you? Madara scoffed. He then formed seals, unleashing chains that bound the tailed beast-formed Naruto. Just as Madara intended to extract the Nine Tails, several black slashes suddenly severed the chains binding Naruto. Ancient tree, you bastard! Madara exclaimed, realizing his efforts had been in vain. His demeanor shifted dramatically. He was on the brink of losing control. What, do you still wish to dance? The ancient tree, clad in black armor, hovered in the air, raising the cursed blade Muramasa. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. An endless aura of ghosts began to gather on the blade, painting a scene of transformation that silenced Madara's previous fury. However, just as Madara contemplated leaving, the emergence of colossal chakra signatures obliterated that thought. Madarala, you finally arrived. Uchiha Madara turned his head to gaze behind him, observing the arrival of the Konoha F4, who had come to the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God technique. With their assistance, he could finally gather the tailed beasts in earnest. Chapter 172. They were all stunned. Uchiha Madara had awaited this day for far too long. Had he the assistance of Senju Hashirama, he would undoubtedly have become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Madara, what has transpired? Hashirama, clearly bewildered, found himself under Orochimaru's control, rendering him unable to act independently for the time being. Forget about that. Bring down that figure clad in black armor from the sky. Madara was reluctant to elaborate further, uncertain if Hashirama would assist him once he comprehended the full situation. Is that Naruto? The reanimated Minato Namikaze, upon spotting the tailed beast-formed Naruto Uzumaki not far away, wore a look of concern. It was evident that Madara intended to confront Naruto. Lord First Hokage, it seems Madara's objective is the Nine Tails. We must thwart him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, prompted Hashirama at his side. Let's not dwell on that. Look over there. What is that in the distance? Senju Tobirama, keenly observant, had already noticed a colossal monster looming further away, which appeared to be the primary threat the allied shinobi forces were to confront. So, Madara, what exactly is happening? And who is that figure in black armor? Tobirama pondered, his curiosity piqued. Who? That individual is a descendant of the Second Hokage, now the greatest scourge of the shinobi world. Orochimaru's sinister voice emerged behind Konoha's F4. Accompanying him was Kabuto Yakushi, who had activated Sage Mode. It was clear that for the moment, Orochimaru aligned himself with Uchiha Obito, motivated by nothing more than amusement. Orochimaru was eager to showcase the validity of his research, necessitating that the shinobi world take notice of him. Huh. Tobirama, when did you have another son? Aren't you a reanimated corpse? Hashirama gazed in confusion at his equally bewildered brother Tobirama. Tobirama, in response, could only helplessly shrug. I know nothing. I'm dead. How could I possibly sire a child? Nevertheless, Tobirama seemed to recognize the familiar blade in the hands of the figure before them. Tentatively, he inquired, Are you Gakage? Gakage? In contrast to Tobirama's cautious approach, Minato's expression turned grave. He had encountered this form of Gakage within Naruto's consciousness, and, needless to say, it had ended with him questioning his very existence. Well, you all have finally been resurrected, Orochimaru remarked. Shouldn't I express my gratitude to you? The menacing helmet of Gakage gradually transformed into black dots of light, revealing a charming figure adorned with dark patterns. Despite the change in appearance, Tobirama instantly recognized this individual as his son. Brother, do you recall when Orochimaru first summoned us, Gakage also made an appearance at the end? Tobirama recollected the events of the Chunin exam. Indeed, it seemed that Gakage had been fully revived. Hashirama's eyes narrowed as he sensed the vast vitality within Gakage's form. His tone tinged with surprise. Orochimaru, what exactly have you done? How could my son, a paragon of virtue and scholarship, possibly be the scourge of the shinobi world? He sought to understand why Gakage was intent on battling Uchiha Madara, given their bitter enmity. Tobirama's words caused Hashirama to glance at him in astonishment. Is it true that Gakage's demise was due to this? Realizing this, Hashirama was eager to demand an explanation from Madara. What? Are you jesting? A paragon of virtue? You clearly have no idea that the son you speak of intends to unify the shinobi world as its emperor. I never expected the Senju clan to harbor such grand ambitions, Orochimaru retorted, causing Tobirama's eyes to widen momentarily. Yet, within him, a surge of pride emerged. This was his son. After all, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Not only Tobirama but even Hashirama, who sought to confront Madara, was momentarily taken aback. Unifying the shinobi world? Such a notion never even crossed my mind. Hashirama mused, astonished by Gakage's formidable ideology. If that is the case, then meeting my end at your hands might not be entirely unreasonable. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke with a tinge of melancholy. Compared to Gakage, his own ideology of preserving a small piece of land seemed rather insignificant. Huh, what do you mean by that? Hashirama was thoroughly perplexed. It's quite literal. I want to question the reasons now that I'm dead, Hiruzen shrugged, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. Acknowledging Gakage's lineage, he understood that criticizing him in front of Hashirama would be inappropriate. Having lived for so long, Hiruzen possessed a keen understanding of human relationships. Gakage, what is your true intention? Were you the one orchestrating this chaos? Hashirama's eyes narrowed, perceiving Gakage as a potential villain based on Orochimaru's brief account. Lord First Hokage, do not be swayed by Orochimaru's words. This individual is malevolent and once sought to destroy Konoha. Our priority should be the Nine Tails. Minato cautioned Hashirama, aware that while they could not currently control their bodies, anything was possible. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you say? Hashirama nodded slightly. Brother, what are your thoughts? I believe we must have a serious discussion with Gakage, Tobirama replied, his expression neutral, yet it was evident that he was in good spirits. Chapter 173, The Emergence of Impure World Reincarnation. Hurry up, Orochimaru. What are you waiting for? Uchiha Obito urged the others who still seemed hesitant to act. These four individuals were truly being led by Senju Tobirama's rhythm. How could a mere Senju Tobirama presume to dictate Hashirama's intentions? Uchiha Obito, are you jesting? You think I can control Hashirama? Orochimaru displayed a contemptuous expression, one that implied a wish for Obito to eat dirt. Presently, Senju Hashirama had the ability to enter Sage Mode. Although he was not at his peak strength, he was certainly not someone Orochimaru could easily manipulate. One moment of carelessness could lead to his swift demise at the hands of Hashirama would release. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a shadow appeared beside the ancient tree. Something felt amiss. It seemed several unwelcome figures had surfaced. Uchiha Shirzue approached the ancient tree, her attention quickly captured by Senju Tobirama below. What? Tobirama exclaimed as he noticed the malevolent Uchiha clan lingering near his son. Immediately, he shouted a warning. Be cautious, that person beside you possesses space-time abilities. Tobirama had assumed that Uchiha Shirzue was sent by Obito to assassinate the ancient tree. Oh, so this old man has been resurrected? Uchiha Shirzue remarked with an alluring smile. She was unaware of the nature of their relationship. The ancient tree wore a smile of resignation, fully aware that Tobirama was the one responsible for Shirzue's demise. Thus, he was uncertain how to approach Tobirama. That damn fellow. He has ensnared my son once again. Tobirama's gaze was filled with murderous intent. He had failed to protect the ancient tree during his living years. Therefore, upon his resurrection, he was determined to spare no effort in ensuring the ancient tree's safety. What is the relationship between these two? Hashirama pondered, his expression reflecting confusion. He charged towards Uchiha Obito, as confronting him felt like the right course of action. Damn Desira. Why aren't you helping me? Obito watched as Hashirama clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of wood release towards him, his tone tinged with melancholy. Damn it. Despite having his name inscribed on my chest, I still cannot gain your trust. Desira, do you truly doubt me? Seeing Hashirama take action, Minato Namikaze began preparing to assist Naruto Uzumaki. Are you alright? Minato gazed at Naruto, who had grown considerably, his eyes filled with profound longing. Who are you? Naruto, having reverted from his tailed beast mode, was unacquainted with Minato. Although he felt a strange sense of familiarity, he was puzzled as to why he had not been attacked by the Nine Tails. I am your father. I am also your elder, Minato declared. Naruto pouted and rolled his eyes, evidently skeptical of Minato's claim. He had matured significantly and was not easily swayed by mere words. What? Minato froze, genuinely taken aback by Naruto's response. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? I truly am your father. Nonsense. If you were the fourth Hokage, would I be ostracized? Naruto had no desire to engage further with a deceased figure, clearly uninterested in conversing with someone who had passed away, as it held no significance. Ostracized? What do you mean? Explain yourself. Minato grasped Naruto's wrist firmly, having heard similar sentiments during his battle with the ancient tree. It seemed his son was not faring well in the outside world. Ahem, Minato, perhaps we should assist? The third Hokage interjected with an awkward smile. Given the nature of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's childhood was destined to be filled with sorrow. The third Hokage had made such decisions with the village's safety in mind. Lord Third Hokage, entrusting Naruto to you was a grave mistake, Minato said. Disappointment evident in his expression. There was no other choice. Once I sealed the Nine Tails within newborn Naruto, his childhood was bound to be abnormal, the third Hokage explained, filling Minato with guilt. Indeed, he could not blame others. If anyone were to be held accountable, it would only be himself. He cursed his own weakness for failing to expel the Nine Tails, for not protecting his wife, and for allowing Naruto to be born into a world without parents. Just as Minato succumbed to sorrow, his body suddenly became uncontrollable as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the spot. Minato, don't leave without me. At that moment, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, gazed at the two figures in the sky, a look of helplessness etched on his face. He had been hailed as the god of shinobi on land, yet was powerless against the air. How was he to contend with this? Swish, swish, swish. Despite this, Tobirama continued to hurl kunai at Uchiha Shirzue hovering above. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God allowed Tobirama to briefly pause mid-air. Stay away from my son. This is your final warning. Tobirama's tone was laced with menace. Do you even understand our relationship? Uchiha Shirzue remarked, amused by Tobirama's antics. She found it rather humorous. This man truly had a penchant for targeting the Uchiha clan, didn't he? What relationship? Evil Uchiha brat. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Tobirama retorted, throwing several kunai towards Shirzue. He found it frustrating that he had no means to engage in aerial combat. On land, one's life hung in the balance. Are you going to deal with him? Uchiha Shirzue whispered to the ancient tree. She was barely able to restrain herself from pinning this old man down for a thorough thrashing. Hold on, what are you doing? She is your daughter-in-law. The ancient tree wrapped an arm around Uchiha Shizue's waist, publicly declaring their relationship. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's eyes widened in shock. What? Ancient tree? You have been ensnared? Haven you? Ensnared? Let us be clear. I intend to marry Uchiha Shizue, the ancient tree boldly proclaimed, nearly causing Tobirama to lose consciousness from disbelief. The son of the old purple-haired man wished to marry a member of the Uchiha clan? If that were the case, Tobirama thought, his coffin lid would surely not suffice to contain such a revelation. Chapter 174. I am the principal Ancient Wood. Are you serious? Senju Tobirama's eyes quivered with disbelief. He could not shake off the impression that Ancient Wood was under the control of Uchiha Shinsui. Did this young man not understand the profound enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans? Otherwise, if you do not leave, it seems you might as well embrace your grandson. Ancient Wood's nonchalant words brought an unusual flush to Uchiha Shinsui's face. Gently caressing his belly, his gaze softened. Regardless of anything else, under Uchiha Shinsui's advance, the arrival of a child was merely a matter of time. Senju Tobirama gazed at Uchiha Shinsui's alluring expression, suddenly feeling as though the heavens had collapsed around him. His body felt devoid of strength, and he fell straight to the ground before the astonished eyes of Hashirama. Boom! Tobirama crashed to the earth, never to soar into the skies again, for those in the heavens were demons. Tobirama, are you all right? Senju Hashirama, perplexed, wondered what had transpired to elicit such a heartbroken expression from his brother. Big brother, my rebellious son intends to marry an evil Uchiha brat. Tobirama had already resigned himself to despair, thinking that death might be preferable, as it would spare him from hearing such outrageous news. If their father were to find out, he would surely overturn the coffin lid and point to their ancestors, questioning Tobirama, does your son honor those clan members slaughtered by the Uchiha? Does he honor the brothers you sacrificed? That has nothing to do with me. It is not I who wishes to marry an Uchiha brat. Huh? Not the Uchiha clan? Senju Hashirama observed Ancient Wood and Uchiha Shinsui in the sky, realizing that their association did indeed seem somewhat normal under these circumstances. Why are you laughing? Big brother? Tobirama found himself at a loss for words, looking at Hashirama, who, if not for his current state of being, would have surely spat blood in this moment. I am not laughing. What would I have to laugh about? Hashirama adamantly denied it. Seeing Hashirama's eager expression, Tobirama felt speechless. You are not laughing. But it seems your mouth is about to split from ear to ear. So, old Digga, do you support or oppose this? Ancient Wood approached Tobirama. At this point, does it matter whether I support or oppose? Speak of your intentions. Why do they call you a cancer of the ninja world? Tobirama quickly regained his composure, feeling somewhat relieved that he learned this information only after his death. Had he discovered it while still alive, it would have surely driven him to an early demise. To unify the ninja world. Uncle, you will assist me, right? Ancient Wood inquired of the dazed Tobirama. Your idea is far too dangerous, too radical. You are inciting war. Tobirama shook his head slowly, gazing at the distant ninja coalition still battling the Ten Tails, feeling a sense of sorrow. He truly did not know which ninja villages would survive this war. Just say whether you support or oppose. Ancient Wood's expression remained impassive. Uchiha Shinsui had already prepared for battle, eager to plunge her blade into Senju Tobirama. I do not know, but I shall not allow you to disrupt the ninja world. Tobirama shook his head, standing firmly on the side of justice, resolute against the arbitrary initiation of war. Is our first Hokage truly so naive? Ancient Wood's words dripped with sarcasm. Ancient Wood, be mindful of your words. This is your uncle. Tobirama's expression darkened as he considered how obedient and exemplary Ancient Wood had once been, now corrupted by the vile Uchiha Madara and the wicked Uchiha Shinsui, the two likely responsible for his current obstinacy. All right, then what do you plan to do, uncle? Will you first stop Uchiha Madara or the rampaging Ten Tails? Or perhaps, will you attempt to stop me? Ancient Wood was unhurried. The one truly anxious should be Uchiha Madara, not him. If your aim is to unify the ninja world through war, then I must stop you. Ancient Wood, do you not comprehend the countless lives that will be lost to achieve unity through conflict? Tobirama's expression grew grave, seemingly prepared to oppose Ancient Wood. Your vision is too short-sighted, uncle. If you could have unified the ninja world through force in the past, do you think we would still be so fragmented? Each fighting their own battles? War always demands sacrifices. The establishment of every new nation is built upon the blood of many. Did we not establish Konoha through force, compelling the surrounding clans to submit? Ancient Wood's words clearly stirred something within Tobirama. This child had always been articulate, and his intentions seemed honorable. Not merely a desire to incite war. Then who do you envision leading this nation? Yourself? Tobirama's expression turned cold. Do not trivialize nation building as a child's play. Can you bear the weight of the souls lost? Let us join forces to confront Uchiha Madara and bring this farce to an end. Would it not be better to diligently construct Konoha? Upon hearing this, Tobirama let out a silent sigh. He knew that once his brother made a decision, it was as if 10 oxen could not pull it back, as evidenced by the previous distribution of tailed beasts to other nations. Soul, is this what you mean? Ancient would casually flick his fingers, and in an instant, dark phantoms swirled around his fingertips like specters. This chilling scene caused Tobirama to recoil in shock. Ancient Wood, what have you been through? You now resemble a monster. Cough. Big brother, is that not a bit excessive? Tobirama, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place, rarely found an opportunity to counter Hashirama. Tobirama, have you not realized? Ancient Wood's mind is clouded by power. He is willing to initiate the fourth great ninja war, sacrificing innocent lives to reach the pinnacle of authority. Tobirama had resolved to thwart Ancient Wood's plans. After conversing for so long without progress, it seemed to imply, Uncle, do you wish for me to subdue you like Madara before you would comply? Ancient Wood's expression fell silent. Indeed, in this world, might was right, and all verbal justifications were but illusions. Chapter 175, Between the Doors, Your intoxication shall not consume my son. The confrontation with the Ancient Wood left Senju Hashirama momentarily speechless. Indeed, in this world, strength is the ultimate truth. To realize one's ideals, one must possess greater might. Only then will others heed your words. In this regard, Hashirama seemed to gain some insight. When he initiated the 5 Kage Summit, it was undoubtedly grounded in the foundation of power. Come on, let's fight. Do not hesitate. Not far away, Uchiha Madara appeared to sense something. He ceased pursuing Naruto and instead canceled his Susanoo, standing at the edge of a nearby cliff. Just you wait. I will battle you soon. Senju Hashirama pointed towards Uchiha Madara, his expression serious. He was more inclined to engage in a duel with his rival and dear friend, Madara, rather than contend with the Ancient Wood. To Hashirama, subduing the Ancient Wood seemed a trivial task. If a true battle were to ensue, it had to be against Madara. However, Madara had a different perspective. He had heard Hashirama's words and wore a mocking expression, thinking it unfair for him to suffer alone. He intended to ensure Hashirama experienced the sensation of being overwhelmed, ideally bringing him crashing from the heavens to the earth and back again. With this thought, Madara crossed his arms and allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. Ancient Wood, for the sake of the door between us, I shall ask you one last time. Are you truly obstinate? An overwhelming aura erupted from Senju Hashirama, the terrifying chakra causing the ground to fracture instantaneously. He could not believe that the Ancient Wood would not retreat in the face of such adversity. Old man, you should leave this place. The Ancient Wood addressed the unyielding Hashirama. Huh, why? Hashirama was perplexed. He had considered assisting the Ancient Wood, ready to use the Flying Thunder God to provide support if danger arose. Just go. Why so much talk? Uchiha Shirzue cast a disdainful glance at Hashirama. She had no expectations of Hashirama recognizing her as a daughter-in-law, knowing that he could not dictate the Ancient Wood's decisions. With her words spoken, Shirzue swiftly transported Hashirama away from the scene. Upon witnessing Hashirama's departure, Senju Hashirama squinted, struggling to comprehend the Ancient Wood's motives. Yet, before he could dwell on it any further, understanding dawned upon him. The Ancient Wood moved with such speed that it seemed to leave afterimages in the air, appearing as though it had conjured clones from thin air. It descended upon Senju Hashirama. Boom. The deafening sound resonated like a nuclear explosion striking the earth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. From a distance, Uchiha Madara, perched atop the cliff, could hardly suppress his grin at the sight. What on earth? Senju Tobirama exclaimed in shock, turning to see the waves of residual energy spreading across the plain, unsure of who was enduring the assault. At the same time, Senju Hashirama, having been struck by the Ancient Wood's blow, found himself embedded deep within the ground. The nearly 1,000-meter deep pit rendered Hashirama momentarily subdued. Is this really human strength? What in the blazes is this power? Hashirama regained his composure, surveying the chaos around him, his gaze still filled with astonishment. That single punch was comparable to the most formidable ninjutsu. Fortunately, as a reincarnated being, he felt no pain. Otherwise, Hashirama could not fathom withstanding such a blow during his mortal life. Ancient Wood, you are exceedingly dangerous. I must seal you today. Gazing at the Ancient Wood, clad in black armor above the deep pit, Hashirama's expression turned gravely serious. Wood release, Wood dragon technique. With a clap of his hands, the earth split open, and a colossal wood dragon emerged, swiftly covering the expansive pit. The sheer size of the dragon exuded an oppressive aura that could nearly burst forth from the page. Viewed from above, the ancient wood appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Huh. Hashirama gripped his wrist with one hand while extending the other towards the ancient wood, channeling an immense amount of chakra. The enormous wood dragon began to move, roaring towards the ancient wood. What a dull technique, Madara scoffed, having seen it employed countless times. The ancient wood, wielding a blade, effortlessly sliced through Hashirama's wood dragon from head to tail, leaving Hashirama in a state of disbelief. What? Hashirama felt the connection to his wood dragon sever. His mouth agape, he struggled to accept the reality before him. Could this truly be the son of Tobirama? How had he become so fearsome? Uncle, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? The ancient wood's voice echoed nearby as he seized Hashirama's head with one hand. Swish. With that, Hashirama no longer concealed his true strength, activating Sage Mode. In an instant, an overwhelming chakra erupted, warping the very space around him. Damn it. Has he activated Sage Mode so swiftly? Does he intend to kill the ancient wood outright? Senju Tobirama sensed the powerful chakra surge from a distance. His expression tinged with concern. Very well, showing no mercy to my own nephew. Without hesitation, Senju Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God to arrive beside the ancient wood. Upon arrival, he witnessed Hashirama's reincarnated body falling, devoid of a head, slowly descending from the sky. Huh! Tobirama exclaimed in bewilderment, momentarily frozen in place. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not dreaming. Wait, brother, where's your head? How did you lose it? Thud. Hashirama's body struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sage Art, Gate of the Divine. After a moment's contemplation, enormous crimson pillars shot towards the ancient wood, intended to suppress the chakra within him, capable of restraining even the Ten Tails. Hashirama remained unconvinced that the ancient wood could evade it easily. Would release. Would dragon technique? Would release. Wooden man technique? Almost simultaneously as the pillars descended, the reincarnated Hashirama initiated a terrifying barrage of attacks. This combination of techniques would undoubtedly leave anyone not fortified in an utterly vulnerable state. Boom, boom, boom. Tobirama watched in shock as the assaults caused the very earth to tremble and fracture. No way, brother, have you lost your mind? Acting so recklessly in Sage Mode? You might obliterate my son beyond recognition. Brother, you are going too far. A lesson is one thing, but you cannot reduce him to ashes. Tobirama's voice carried an unusual edge of anger. He had assumed the ancient would have perished under the onslaught of the great dragon and wooden man. However, as he witnessed a dark figure suddenly emerge from the dust and shatter Hashirama's head with a single kick, Tobirama realized his earlier remarks had been hasty. It turned out that the one truly suffering was not the ancient wood. Chapter 176, The Ten Tails? Isn't it merely a single blow? Do you still wish to fight? The ancient tree emanated an eerie black aura, standing firm in the air, gazing at the slowly regenerating figure of Hashirama Senju, his expression notably pensive. Hashirama remained silent, his mind awash with myriad questions. For instance, how could the ancient tree disregard the suppression of his Myojin gate? Could it be that this entity is a rule-defying anomaly? Overwhelmed by confusion, he chose to refrain from overthinking. The ancient tree's gaze was devoid of emotion. It's time for us to battle. Uchiha Madara approached Hashirama. While he knew he could not triumph over the ancient tree, he still yearned to confront Hashirama. The reason Madara had not compelled Obito Uchiha to employ the rebirth of the Ten Tails was that he desired to engage in a clash with Hashirama first. Wait for me. I'll deal with matters over there before we continue. Hashirama observed the sudden eruption of a deafening roar not far away. The once slim form of the Ten Tails appeared to have absorbed something, undergoing yet another evolution. Its frail physique began to swell, transforming into its third form. In this manifestation, the Ten Tails exhibited even more formidable power, capable of generating countless smaller clones. What on earth is happening? Why did the fourth Hokage voluntarily release the Nine Tails? I have no idea. That accursed monster has grown stronger again. Have I truly erred? Anoki looked upon the newly evolved Ten Tails, disbelief etched upon his face. If it unleashed indiscriminate attacks, would the ninja world face annihilation? Teacher Kakashi, what is going on? Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the scene. Moreover, I heard that Konoha seems to have joined the Akatsuki. Naruto, that was a decision made by the higher-ups. Our joining the Akatsuki is merely a measure for the peace of the ninja world, Jiraiya explained to Naruto, relieved that the Nine Tails had not been extracted from him. Naruto, are you all right? Sakura Haruno inquired with curiosity. By the way, have you seen Sasuke? It's been ages since I last saw him. Sasuke? I have no idea. Naruto shook his head, but he believed Sasuke would not flee in such a crucial moment. That guy is far too prideful to miss out on this war. Unless he is preoccupied with something of utmost importance. By the way, Pervy Sage, the fourth Hokage keeps claiming to be my father. What is the truth behind that? Sakura's ears perked up, intrigued by the gossip. Minato? Jiraiya shook his head, indicating his confusion. Naruto, how could it be? Your parents were merely ordinary people who sacrificed themselves during the Nine Tails incident. The fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails within you. What father would do such a thing? Sakura clearly found it hard to believe that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Had he truly been Minato's son, no one would have dared to look down upon him in his childhood. Ahem, Jiraiya-sensei, I've caused some trouble. Just as Sakura finished speaking, a flash of yellow light appeared, revealing Minato Namikaze, his face laden with guilt. Naruto, you're here as well? I'm sorry, it was my fault. Minato noticed Naruto beside Jiraiya, filled with remorse for not providing Naruto with a happy childhood. He wondered if Kushina would blame him upon learning the truth. Minato's revelation left Sakura in a state of bewilderment. Wait, fourth Hokage-sama, you're not joking, are you? You are Naruto's father? Indeed. But it seems Naruto does not believe it, Minato sighed helplessly. Previously, the soul mark residing within Naruto had been obliterated by the ancient tree. Naruto. This man is indeed your father. He once risked his life to protect you. With the Nine Tails reminder, Naruto's perception of Minato began to shift. Why did you leave me to navigate this world alone? Do you have any idea what I've endured all these years? After taking a deep breath, Naruto began to question Minato, recalling the times he nearly starved and had to rely on scavenging to survive. I'm sorry, Naruto, it was my fault. Minato rushed forward and embraced Naruto tightly. Though a reanimated body cannot shed tears, a father can. Sensing Minato's profound anxiety and guilt, Naruto experienced the rare feeling of paternal love. It's all right now. It's all in the past. Rest assured, I have learned to survive in this ninja world. Stepping back from Minato's embrace, Naruto gazed at his tears, feeling an array of emotions. There is no time for sentimentality. The Ten Tails is about to unleash its power. The ancient tree had already positioned itself above Jiraiya and the other Konoha ninjas, casting a glance at Minato. It appeared that the Nine Tails within him had been extracted and controlled by Orochimaru. Upon hearing the ancient tree's voice, many ninjas turned their attention toward the Ten Tails. Lord Hokage, can we set aside our grievances and unite against this monster? Anoki approached Tsunade, seeking a truce. Indeed. It seems that creature is the true enemy of the ninja world. It appears to consume all chakra-bearing beings around it. Reikage, join them. So, now you wish to negotiate? The ancient tree's mocking voice reached Anoki and the Reikage's ears. Both men looked up in fear, having failed to perceive the ancient tree's presence. Ancient tree, I acknowledge your strength, but shouldn't we join forces against that monster? If it fully develops, the entire world could face destruction. Anoki's tone was grave. A truce is possible, but the land of lightning and the land of earth must submit and willingly lower themselves. Submit? Are you jesting? Reikage's face flushed with anger, yet he realized he could not defeat the ancient tree, swiftly suppressing his fury. He bore a look akin to someone who had just ingested something foul. Ancient tree, are you not being overly arrogant? That monster necessitates the combined strength of all ninja forces. Do you truly wish to continue fighting? Anoki's eyes were serious. The Ten Tails? Isn't it merely a single blow? Refusal to submit will lead to national annihilation. The ancient tree provided little explanation, merely biding its time in anticipation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's arrival, while simultaneously seeking information regarding extraterrestrial beings through her. Chapter 177, Toby. It is time for you to repay me. If you refuse to submit, prepare for the annihilation of your nation. The words of Komoku undoubtedly proclaimed a final ultimatum. Not to mention Noki, even Tsunade and Jiraiya, who stood beside Komoku, were utterly subdued by his imposing presence. They dared not doubt that the threat of annihilation was no idle jest. Komoku's current display of strength was far from mere bluster. He truly possessed such power, the capacity to erase a nation from the map at a moment's notice. As this thought crossed his mind, Noki was drenched in cold sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, leading one to believe he was in a sauna. This overwhelming feeling of impending doom made him acutely aware of the essence of despair. Komoku, I can see that your strength is formidable. But can you truly eliminate that monster so easily? Take a good look. That creature is no mere ninja that can be dispatched with ease. Reikage refrained from uttering any provocative remarks, instead opting for a rare moment of reason. When one cannot win, one must resort to discourse. What other option is there? Flee. Presently, Komoku was in existence at the pinnacle of power. TSK, Komoku scoffed derisively. Then, under the grave gaze of those present, he merely waved his demonic blade. What is the meaning of this, Komoku? Are you attempting to intimidate the innocent? Reikage shielded his head with his hands, his body bristling in response to Komoku's movement. He feared that Komoku might strike at him, nearly scaring the soul from his body. This scene left Reikage feeling utterly humiliated. Just a year prior, if someone had suggested he would be so easily intimidated by a mere gesture, he would have ruthlessly punished them, perhaps even to the point of questioning their very existence. Yet now, the unthinkable had indeed transpired, leaving him feeling profoundly naivete. Reikage, you speak with such bravado, yet look behind you. With skepticism, Reikage turned around, only to find himself utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground in despair. Is this something a human can conjure? The once verdant plains were now shrouded in darkness, the lush grass having vanished, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Previously, the Ten-Tails clones that had surged forth were now as non-existent as the grass, obliterated without a trace. We, the Land of Lightning, are willing to submit. The fourth Reikage bowed his head, the words seemingly exhausting all his strength. He understood that if he persisted in his defiance, the Land of Lightning might very well cease to exist. There was no contest to be had. It was better to submit humbly. Huh? Noki was taken aback, astonished that the usually steadfast Reikage was the first among the allied nations to capitulate. Are the people of the Land of Lightning truly so feeble? We of the Land of Earth also yield. The logic was sound, and Noki hastily followed suit, fearing he might regret his decision too late. At that moment, Kakashi had finished his battle with Uchiha Obito. Under Obito's deliberate leniency, Kakashi pierced Obito's chest with Raikiri, inadvertently disrupting the explosive tag that Madara had planted in Obito's heart. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, see? My heart is now utterly hollow. Uchiha Obito emerged frail from the Kimui dimension, appearing to be on the brink of death. Obito, it is over. Allow me to end this once and for all. Kakashi's face bore a sorrowful expression as he contemplated the prospect of ending the life of his dear friend. He felt an overwhelming sadness, yet what could he do? After all, Obito had committed numerous heinous acts. Kakashi, you have no right to act against this matter. Minato, the fourth Hokage, materialized beside Kakashi, grasping his arm. Under Komoka's leadership, the Konoha contingent had reached the summit of the Ten-Tails. Minato-sensei, when did you come back to life? Kakashi's face reflected surprise as he surveyed the Konoha ninjas surrounding him, along with the terrifying presence of Komoku. Let us set aside these matters for now. Minato appeared to sense the flying thunder god mark on Obito's body, his gaze filled with complexity. Obito, are you the mastermind behind the Konoha Nine-Tails incident? Haha, teacher. You are not as dull as I thought. It is a pity you could not eliminate your son as well. Obito's deranged laughter echoed. However, before he could finish his words, a golden light struck him, sending him flying. With a swift motion, Naruto shattered the mask on Obito's face. You are the scoundrel responsible for my parents' death. White mask. Naruto's eyes blazed with intense killing intent, barely restrained. Ugh. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood. Naruto. You have no right to strike. You should forgive me. I will never forgive you. Enraged, Naruto entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, instantly appearing above Obito. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. In an instant, he conjured a massive Raisin Shuriken, leaving those nearby in awe. It appeared that Naruto was genuinely intent on delivering a fatal blow to Obito. Minato opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Just as Naruto was about to unleash the fully charged Raisin Shuriken, Obito, what are you doing? Madara Uchiha executed a flying kick, sending Naruto sprawling. Without hesitation, he began forming seals to activate the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. This fellow was on the verge of death. If he did not cast the ninjutsu soon, he would be unable to fully resurrect. One of Obito's arms was swiftly enveloped by black Zetsu, several black rods violently piercing into him, preparing to seize control of his body. Everyone, stop Madara Uchiha. Though Jiraiya was unaware of the unfolding events, he sensed that something was amiss. All right. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gathered a massive shuriken in his hands and hurled it toward Obito. He felt that he could finally be of some use. Shadow cloned shuriken jutsu. The enormous shuriken spun in the air, beginning to split into multiple clones, creating a grand spectacle. Bang! However, before it could reach Obito, it was smashed to pieces by a figure descending from above. What is happening? Is that the first Hokage? Jiraiya blinked, his expression clouded with confusion. Huh? What do you two mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figures of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama blocking their path, momentarily stunned. Hashirama did not respond. but his resolute gaze clearly indicated he had his own intentions. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato lost their composure, appearing beside Hashirama and Tobirama. Chapter 178. Why is Obito still struggling? What is happening? Why are the Hokages attacking us? Have they been controlled by someone? Kakashi Hatake gazed at the unfolding events with a perplexed expression, his heart heavy with confusion. He never imagined that the Hokages he once revered would become his adversaries. It was beyond doubt that the third and fourth Hokages were under Orochimaru's control. However, the motives of the second and first Hokages remained unclear to him. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, deep in analysis. How are we supposed to fight? Tell me how to fight. What do you mean, Uchiha Obito? Are you still intent on struggling? Goma slowly approached Obito, an oppressive aura emanating from him, causing Obito to grimace. Gomu, you are far too dangerous. Do not come any closer. Senju Hashirama's expression turned grave. In his eyes, Gomu was a monstrous entity, an unreasonably powerful aberration. Surely, he cannot be this terrifying, can he? Senju Tobirama retorted, clearly dissatisfied. It was evident to him that his elder brother had been brainwashed by the malevolent Obito. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to assist him. Tobirama, you have been blinded. Trust your elder brother and stand against them. Hashirama's serious words left Tobirama bewildered. Shouldn't it be you deceived by Obito? Haha. How could I possibly accept this outcome? Obito's maniacal laughter echoed. He then began to alter his hand signs. In an instant, a tremendous force of attraction emanated from his being, causing the 10 tails beneath him to visibly diminish in size. What is happening? How is this monster disappearing? The Ninja Alliance below, still battling the 10 tails fragments, watched in confusion as the colossal beast continued to shrink. Damn it, has he been waiting for this moment all along? Obito seethed as he sensed the detonation seal he had placed on his heart dissipate. Hashirama, let us go. The plan has encountered a slight hiccup. Without hesitation, Obito departed from the rapidly shrinking 10 tails. Why are you aiding Obito, Lord Hashirama? Tsunade questioned Hashirama. Tsunade, you are too young. Do you truly believe Gomu is still human? Hashirama's retort astonished not only the Konoha ninjas, but also Gomu himself. No, uncle, I am human. Am I a ghost instead? Gomu's words fell, and the surrounding area fell eerily silent. He glanced at his body, encased in dark armor, and conceded that he indeed resembled a demon. You all should be cautious. Hashirama chose not to elaborate further. Let us go, Tobirama. Brother, why must I leave? Tobirama's confused inquiry left Hashirama dumbfounded. What do you mean? Why? Of course. We must confront that thing. Tobirama pointed at a white orb floating in the sky. If you want to leave, I shall. Hashirama clearly recognized that Tobirama seemed to side with Gomu and left without hesitation, joining Obito on a distant cliff. Madarama, are you certain your plan will succeed? Don't worry. When have I ever deceived you? Obito chuckled as he rested his chin on his hand. He had never imagined he would find himself fighting alongside Hashirama. Indeed, when an overwhelmingly powerful common enemy emerges, all disagreements dissolve. Hashirama nodded, acknowledging that while Obito's plan sounded absurd, it was worth attempting. That said, if Gomu were to be subdued, Hashirama would swiftly turn against Obito. He held no allegiance to either of them. As long as he was present, he would absolutely not permit a war to transpire. Ahem, Uncle Gomu, are you truly no longer human? Tsunade, half incredulous, approached Gomu, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. I am, of course, human. Uchiha Shirzue can attest to that. Gomu gestured for Shirzue to descend from the sky. During this time, her waist had become so slender it seemed it could snap. This was the best evidence of her humanity. Uchiha Shirzue, like a blade hidden in the shadows, would strike with a thunderous ferocity if anything dared to threaten Gomu. Yes, I can verify that. Shirzue glanced at Tobirama beside Gomu, a hint of provocation in her gaze. Regardless, the matter that should concern us most is that egg. Shirzue explained to the others, her gaze fixed on Obito, who was about to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. That guy has absorbed the entire 10 tails. The amount of chakra he possesses must be terrifying, nearly equivalent to 9 bija combined. Naruto Uzumaki observed the crumbling white egg, a grave expression on his face. Gomu, you must have a way, with your inexplicable power. Tobirama, too, discerned the underlying meaning in Shirzue's words. It seemed that the malevolent Uchiha brat had indeed ensnared his brother as tightly as he had Hashirama. The brothers now stood divided. I don't know. After all, it's the 10 tails Jinchuriki we are dealing with. What are the odds of victory? Tobirama raised an eyebrow. If we truly cannot contend with Obito, I shall do my utmost to ensure Gomu escapes this battlefield. It's roughly a 70-30 split. Yes, We have about a 30% chance of victory if we join forces. We should be able to defeat him. Tsunade seemed to understand the terrifying nature of the combined chakra of the 9 Bija, especially considering that the Tin Tails had absorbed a significant amount of chakra from the Ninja Alliance. Gomu, how shall we fight? Naruto inquired earnestly. What fight? Don't rush me. I haven't finished speaking. When I said 70 to 30, I meant it in this context. I have 37 methods to ensure Obito meets a fate without a grave. Chapter 179, The Black Absolute. Is this a joke? One glance and he has done for? Gumu's words rendered everyone present speechless. Are you serious? That fellow's strength is undoubtedly far beyond what one might imagine. Senju Tobirama wore a serious expression as he gazed at the ball, which was now riddled with white cracks. With the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts empowering him, this wretch is undoubtedly a being of the Sage of Six Paths caliber. Gumu remained silent, merely observing as a pair of clawed, white-scaled hands suddenly emerged from the fissured sphere. Crack! With the sound of shattering, a figure appeared in the air. Uchiha Obito, clad in gray and white, wielding the Six Paths staff, donned a flowing black robe reminiscent of the Sage's aura, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. A mere glance from him seemed capable of shattering one's fighting spirit. Behind him loomed the legendary 6 black orbs of power, and 3 serpent-like tails slowly released the chakra of the 6 paths. This, indeed, is the epitome of perfection. Nearby, Orochimaru and his student, Kabuto, observed with expressions of manic envy. If only he could seize Obito's body, Orochimaru pondered whether he could eliminate his own limitations. Do you believe Gumu can defeat Uchiha Obito in this form? Orochimaru shook his head, declaring that there was no comparison. The two were not on the same level. He was uncertain who he referred to when he spoke of comparison. Is this the Tin Tails Jinchuriki? The feeling is indeed awe-inspiring. Senju Hashirama regarded the floating Uchiha Obito, his tone laden with gravity. He truly wondered if Gumu could contend with such an existence. Haha, although this deviates somewhat from my plans. If Uchiha Obito could efficiently deal with that rascal, it would suffice. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He yearned to witness Gumu being utterly overwhelmed. There was no remedy. As a feared figure in the ninja world, to be bested by a mere descendant of Senju Tobirama nearly shattered Madara's spirit. Yet, he found solace in the fact that his lifelong rival, Senju Hashirama, was also facing torment. This served to reassure Madara that it was not his weakness, but rather the monstrous strength of the opponent. As the gathering of ninjas below wore expressions of dismay, Uchiha Obito suddenly launched an assault. 6 Crimson Rays, the most formidable barrier technique known in the ninja realm. Uchiha Obito slowly extended his hand, revealing 6 black rods imbued with crimson flames, which he unleashed towards the corners of the surroundings. Upon impact, a transparent red flame hexagonal prism barrier emerged, forbidding any creature from escaping. Is this an upgraded version of the 4 Crimson Rays? Senju Tobirama surveyed the area. Let me give it a try. Uzumaki Naruto instantly activated his Nine Tails chakra mode and launched a wind release, spiraling shuriken at the airborne foe. However, it was ineffective, merely producing a cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, Uchiha Obito remained impassive, as if just awakening from slumber. What? An S-rank wind release ninjutsu, yet it caused him no harm? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his Nine Tails chakra mode. Even a simple strike should provoke doubt in other ninjas. Naruto, try again. Senju Tobirama seemed to sense something amiss. Following the command, Naruto hurled another spiraling shuriken, but it was still futile. Ordinary ninjutsu evidently held no power against Uchiha Obito. Only taijutsu or senjutsu might inflict damage. This was Senju Tobirama's temporary conclusion. At the mention of taijutsu, Might Guy, standing beside Kakashi, suddenly trembled with determination. I can use taijutsu, he declared, raising his hand. If none could succeed, then he would burn his final youth in battle. Are you sure, teacher guy? Lee looked up, concern evident in his voice. The current battle was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Even the slightest remnant of energy could spell their doom. Lee, you must understand that the disparity in strength is not the reason for our stagnation. Might Guy showed no fear, boldly stepping forward to the forefront of the Ninja Alliance. Why are you all discussing it without considering me? Gumu interjected, feeling a bit exasperated by Senju Tobirama's disregard. Aren't we trying to identify that fellow's weaknesses to assist you? Moreover, he seems somewhat disoriented right now. If you confront him, he might regain his senses. Senju Tobirama's expression was serious. He never engaged in battles without certainty. No need. It's merely a trivial matter. With those words, Gumu vanished from sight. In a heartbeat, before the eyes of many, Gumu reappeared before Uchiha Obito. The latter instinctively sensed the threat, and the orbs on his back transformed into a black rod, launching towards Gumu's head. Too slow. With a mere flicker, Gumu appeared beside Uchiha Obito and delivered a devastating punch to his face. The sheer force sent Obito careening backward like a white comet. Boom. As the onlookers stared in astonishment, Uchiha Obito's body crashed violently against the barrier. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Madara observed Obito's pathetic display with a displeased expression. Is this truly the power of the Sage of Six Paths? The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, reduced to this? His eyes glimmered with confusion, sensing that Gumu's strength seemed otherworldly. Could it be that Gumu had surpassed even the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Senju Hashirama's expression turned grave. We cannot win. It is utterly hopeless. Not only these two, but even Black Zetsu, concealed in the shadows, began to sweat profusely from anxiety. What in the world is this power? If Mother were to descend, would she be obliterated instantly? Below, Black Zetsu's emotions were fraught with concern. It contemplated whether to resurrect Kaguya. However, after preparing for a millennium, this was the final opportunity for resurrection, and Black Zetsu would not easily relinquish it. If they could not prevail, fleeing was the only option left. Chapter 180. The Six Paths. Merely a threshold for my entrance. What is happening? Uchiha Obito felt the shattered scales on his face, as the consciousness that had been dominated by the Ten-Tails began to gradually reclaim control. However, he soon caught sight of the Ancient Wood hurtling towards him with ferocious speed, and his face was instantly suffused with intense fury. Ancient Wood? Damn it. Uchiha Obito sensed the seemingly bottomless chakra within him. Today, he would ensure that the Ancient would experience the true power of the Six Paths. Yet, the Ancient Wood offered no opportunity for Obito to speak. With terrifying velocity, it seemed to tear through space, arriving before Six Paths Obito in an instant. Aware of the Ancient Wood's formidable physical prowess, Obito swiftly summoned the truth-seeking ball, forming a shield to protect himself. I refuse to believe you can break through the shield created by the truth-seeking ball. As Obito's words fell, the Ancient Wood's piercing fist struck the dark shield with a tremendous force. The collision of such terrifying power stirred a violent shockwave in the air. Due to the barrier, the wave could not dissipate, instead surging toward the allied ninja forces below. What the hell is going on? This is going to kill someone. Akimichi Choji's eyes reflected fear as the wave in the sky caused ripples in space, crashing down onto the ground and obliterating everything in its path. It was hurtling toward them. Damn it, this aftershock is terrifying. Senju Tobirama felt an immense pressure. This truly is a battle of gods, with mortals caught in the crossfire. Kurama, Naruto shouted, immediately activating his tailed beast transformation to shield everyone in front of him. Boom. The shock wave collided with the Nine Tails, causing it to stagger backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, with Naruto's Nine Tails chakra protecting them, the allied forces suffered minimal damage. Damn it, is this the power of the Ancient Wood? Astounding. Is it true that even the legendary Sage of Six Paths cannot defeat him? Inoki watched as the Ancient Wood unleashed blow after blow against the truth-seeking ball shield, while Uchiha Obito was thoroughly suppressed. Now, Inoki understood just how wise my decision was. Raikage AI wore a hint of smugness. If the Ancient Wood were only slightly stronger, he might have felt disgruntled, but now, the Ancient Wood was overpowering everyone. Raikage AI felt that perhaps he was not so foolish after all. Look, even Obito has been reduced to this state, unable to suppress the Ancient Wood. It is only natural that he cannot win, isn't it? Humph, Ancient Wood. Your strength is merely this. I have already seen your limits. Now, it is time for my counterattack. Uchiha Obito wore a disdainful expression. Let you strike for a while. You still cannot break this thing. You shall experience what true despair feels like. Uchiha Obito, what are you joking about? Counterattack? How do you know how much power I have utilized? The Ancient Wood's tone dripped with contempt. The strength of the Six Paths is merely a glimpse of his second form's threshold. As the words fell, a blood-red glow emanated from the demon mask of the Ancient Wood, and a demonic blade imbued with a dense black aura appeared in the air. Seal, release. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the demonic blade pierced through the Ancient Wood's chest. What is happening? Is he about to commit seppuku? The allied ninja forces below assumed that the Ancient Wood was being controlled by Uchiha Obito, leading to a forced suicide. Damn you, Obito. Damn you, Uchiha. Senju Tobirama watched the Ancient Wood's seemingly self-destructive actions, his expression one of horror and fury. He hurled a multitude of kunai and concealed explosive tags into the sky towards Uchiha Obito. Lord Second Hokage, are the explosive tags truly effective? Jiraiya observed the nearly unhinged expression on Senju Tobirama's face and cautioned him. Naruto, protect everyone. This thing is quite formidable. Senju Tobirama warned Naruto, who had activated his tailed beast form. He had previously experimented with it. A single explosive tag could detonate repeatedly until the target was reduced to ashes. Whoosh. Senju Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly attaching explosive tags to the limbs and back of 6 paths of Edo. He then landed on the ground, forming seals to initiate the detonation. Mutual explosive tags. Senju Tobirama clapped his hands together. In an instant, the sky erupted with a cacophony of terrifying roars. A relentless barrage of explosions enveloped the sky in flames. Is this an endless bombardment? Jiraiya's eyes trembled, his understanding of the Second Hokage's forbidden technique being utterly reshaped. After approximately 5 minutes of continuous bombardment, Obito was forced to utilize yin-yang release to separate the explosive tags, narrowly averting the damage from the explosions. What kind of nonsense is this? How unfortunate. Uchiha Obito cursed, feeling as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of bitterness. He then shifted his gaze to a nearby sphere of purple-black light. With a sound akin to flesh being pierced, the air reverberated. Under Uchiha Obito's puzzled stare, a pair of claw-like appendages, reminiscent of a demoness, began to slowly tear apart the purple-black sphere. Subsequently, a 3-meter-tall humanoid figure emerged into view, clad in dark armor-like scales, similar to the ancient wood's demon extermination mode, but now adorned with even more terrifying barbs and a pair of textured black wings sprouting from its back. What is happening? Has it evolved? Uchiha Obito's eyes widened, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient wood, which seemed to distort space itself. In an instant, he witnessed the ancient wood's demonic wings tremble slightly, and it appeared before Uchiha Obito as if defying space itself. With an unremarkable punch, the black truth-seeking ball instinctively formed a shield to block in front of Obito. Doubt clouded Obito's heart, uncertain whether it could withstand the blow. Sure enough, in the moment that thought crystallized, the truth-seeking ball shield was pierced by a sharp spike. Following this, the ancient wood's fist struck Uchiha Obito's abdomen, propelling him violently against the crimson barrier. Obito, come now. Let us engage in a proper battle. The ancient wood's voice was laced with an eerie rasp, tinged with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Chapter 181. By the heavens, my flying canine. Let the battle commence. Gumu resembled a frenzied warrior, extending his enormous claws, which dwarfed even Obito's head, as if a moment's inattention could result in Obito's skull being crushed. Damn it. This fiend. Uchiha Obito felt his entire being subdued as Gumu grasped his head with a single hand. In the 6 paths mode, he was impervious to ordinary ninjutsu. However, he found himself utterly powerless against Gumu's formidable physical prowess. Wasn't there the Sage Tool? The Sage Tool? Obito gazed at the shattered orb in Gumu's grasp, realizing that in the face of absolute strength, it was nothing but a gesture. Fight. Fight. Gumu was now in a state of sheer combat ecstasy. Holding Uchiha Obito's head, he unleashed a barrage of violent strikes against the 6 red sun array. Boom. 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 The sound of each impact echoed like thunder across the sky. Below, the assembled ninjas wore expressions of terror, questioning whether a human could unleash such devastation. Could Obito withstand this? Kakashi Hatake observed as Obito was pressed against the wall, continuously battered. His tone was filled with concern. After this onslaught, Obito's mind would surely be crushed. Surely, he could not endure this. Jiraiya noticed the 6 red sun barrier showing signs of collapse and took a moment to mourn for Obito. However, their own survival was paramount. Any residual shockwaves from this battle could annihilate them entirely. Is this the extent of Gumu's power? Nagato, you were indeed correct. Konan watched as Gumu toyed with Uchiha Obito, feeling grateful for Nagato's decision. What in the world had Gumu experienced? This was far beyond the realm of a ninja. Danzo, who lurked in the shadows of war, was overwhelmed by a mix of fear and a hint of admiration. When a person's strength transcends the norm, admiration is often the only emotion that remains. Not even Uchiha Shirzue could contain her astonishment. She recognized Gumu. Yet the source of his power perplexed her. Was this strength not of this world? In the distance, the 4th Hokage, trembled slightly in response to the thunderous sounds above. As a ninja who embodied speed and strength, he could sense the overwhelming force emanating from Gumu. One punch from him could obliterate a mountain. Is this the might of Brother Gumu? Naruto Uzumaki looked up at the sky. Witnessing Obito being treated like a child by Gumu, his eyes filled with admiration and respect. No wonder, Brother Gumu could easily suppress the 9 tails. Such power would render even nine-tailed beasts mere children in his presence. Don't look, Naruto. You won't be able to learn this. Uchiha Obito is now the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, his power comparable to that of the Six Paths. Yet even so, Obito stands no chance of resistance in Gumu's grasp. I suspect there is no one left in the ninja world who can rival him. Kyuubi, I know after all. We're not enemies. Naruto responded. Not enemies? Who can say for certain? Fight, buddy. Are you going to strike back or not? Why is it just me throwing punches? At least put up some resistance. Gumu's gaze turned maniacal as he held Obito's head, which had been reduced to a daze. Obito thought, how can I fight back when you don't even give me a chance? Boom. As Gumu paused momentarily, a potent force erupted from his black gauntlet. With a single punch, he sent Uchiha Obito soaring, like a meteor crashing down to the earth, taking the so-called strongest six red sun array with him. Damn it. You monstrous fiend. Obito's sunken features visibly began to recover. His palm revealed a hollow space, within which emerged something resembling black DNA. The Amano Spear, the legendary sword of creation. Swish. Under Obito's control, the sage tool transformed into a long, dark rod, soaring toward Gumu in a violent assault. What? You're still fighting back? Gumu's words dripped with menace as he instantly appeared before Obito. The attack from the sage tool could not even catch up to Gumu's form. Gumu. Obito felt humiliated, unleashing a furious roar as he thrust the Amano spear toward Gumu. The so-called sword of creation was effortlessly grasped by Gumu with a single hand. Bang! The sharp clash produced bright sparks as the two forces collided. The cross flame, a scarlet blaze swirling behind Obito, formed into claws that rushed toward Gumu. Such razor-sharp claws could easily pierce through various defenses, including Hashirama's divine gates and the four red sun array. Bang! Nevertheless, Gumu's black wings, as solid as steel, shielded him effortlessly. What the hell? Gumu seized the Amano spear with one hand while grasping the transformed claws of the cross flame with the other. Damn it! Obito realized that he had gained no advantage from the Amano spear, and his resolve began to waver. Is this really the power of the Six Paths? Why do I feel like a mere child? Bang! Just as Obito momentarily lost focus, Gumu's fist inexplicably struck his abdomen. The overwhelming force erupted, akin to a nuclear blast, sending Obito hurtling upward like a meteor, creating shockwaves that distorted the air around him. What? What is happening? The Ninja Alliance below stood in stunned silence, watching as Obito's form vanished from sight at an observable speed. What does this mean? Is Obito literally flying? Kakashi was momentarily dumbfounded. It was as if a small calf was pulling a cart, opening his eyes to the impossible. What is happening? Obito is still flying? Uchiha Madara stood up, placing a hand on his forehead, gazing intently at the sky. This guy, could he be soaring into outer space? This. Hashirama Senju was equally speechless. Wait, is Gumu's punch really that powerful? He now understood that his previous battle with Gumu had been a mere farce. Judging by the force of this punch on Obito, it could likely obliterate him into nothingness. The strength of this punch was enough to devastate an entire nation. Wah! Obito's consciousness plunged into chaos, only able to perceive the roaring wind around him and the dropping temperature of the air. This battle is exhilarating. Gumu's demonic wings surged, charging toward the now invisible Obito. Boom! It felt as though a meteorite had struck. The ground trembled violently, causing numerous members of the ninja coalition to be thrown to the ground. What in the world is this power? I find myself questioning whether this planet can withstand the chaos wrought by the ancient tree. Uchiha Madara gazed from afar, observing the once smooth terrain now marred by the ancient tree's accumulation of energy, resulting in fissures stretching for thousands of meters. Chapter 182. Otsutsuki Shurin awakening from a deep slumber, Uchiha Obito found himself standing at the threshold of his home, only to realize that he had been transported to a realm where gravity seemed to dissipate. He was perched at the very apex of the atmosphere, mere steps away from the vast expanse of outer space. Cursed be the fates. Obito struggled to articulate the tempest of emotions swirling within him, oscillating between exasperation and profound despair. Here he was, a mere mortal, confronted by the ancient wood, unable to unleash his full potential, despite having attained a formidable state. He found himself subdued, not merely pressed to the ground, but rather ensnared in the void of the heavens. What are you contemplating? The battle has only just commenced. As Obito gazed vacantly at the distant lands below, the ancient would surge forth, delivering a powerful blow to his head. Reacting swiftly, Obito conjured a truth-seeking orb, forming a spherical shield to protect himself. Fortunately, the orb absorbed a significant portion of the force. However, he was still propelled through the air, crashing onto the lunar surface with a resounding impact. The force of the collision stirred a tempest of dust upon the moon's surface, undoubtedly capturing the attention of countless shinobi below. It was nighttime, and the shinobi swiftly sensed the extraordinary event unfolding on the moon. By my ancestors, did he truly strike me to the moon? The fourth Hokage found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had consumed something distasteful. He could hardly fathom the audacity he had displayed in challenging such an entity. The notion of a shinobi alliance or the 5 great nations seemed trivial in the face of this overwhelming power. You first, go receive a punch from the ancient wood, he thought, grappling with the fear that the ancient wood might unleash its deadly blade upon the earth. In the shadows, Inoki hovered near the fourth Hokage, offering a gentle reminder. Do not frighten yourself. If the ancient would possess the capacity to annihilate us effortlessly, why would it delay? The Hokage, shaken but regaining composure, began to rationalize. Indeed, you may be right. Perhaps the ancient would harbor some weakness, or perhaps it is reluctant to strike down the feeble. He clung to this rationale, fearing that without it, he might be paralyzed by despair. Inoki nodded, albeit with a heavy heart, contemplating the dire consequences of this battle. Might the moon itself be obliterated? Might Guy, sensing the presence of the ancient wood on the lunar surface, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Initially, he had intended to unleash the 8th gate, believing it could provide him a fighting chance against the ancient wood. Alas, it seemed that the 8th gate was merely a threshold to witness true power. Is the ancient wood truly your progeny, or could he be an extraterrestrial being you stumbled upon? Tsunade approached the bewildered Tobirama Senju, who shrugged in response. I am uncertain. Do not inquire further. Yet he speculated on the source of the ancient wood's strength, a return from death, with only the soul capable of cultivation. But to wield the soul to alter reality required an unfathomable strength. What shall we do? Hashirama gazed at the seemingly defeated Madara Uchiha. How could the Moon Eye plan be realized in an era dominated by such monstrous entities? We, the dead, should not impose our will. The future belongs to the living. Hashirama offered a rueful smile, recognizing the futility of their aspirations. The hidden black Zetsu acknowledged his miscalculation, contemplating whether summoning his mother would lead to his immediate demise, as Kagaya's power was limited at best. Meanwhile, as the shinobi on the surface marveled at the spectacle, Obito surveyed the silvery expanse surrounding him, reminiscent of a desolate desert. I never anticipated my first visit to the moon would be under such circumstances, he mused, eyeing the ancient wood looming atop a distant peak, feeling the weight of overwhelming pressure. What is your intent? The world trembles beneath your might, and you possess the power to alter all. Understanding he stood no chance of victory, Obito resolved to engage in verbal warfare. What are you doing? I merely wish for a proper duel. Decades of monotony had instilled in the ancient wood an urgent desire for a worthy adversary. Is this your idea of a fight? Obito seethed internally, aware that the ancient would sought to torment him. Curse you and your earthly existence. This place is not for your kind. Retreat. Just as Obito pondered his next move, another figure emerged from a nearby ridge, a being with pallid skin and flowing blue-white hair, entering their line of sight. Chapter 183. Otsutsuki Shuren's Torment. What is happening? Is there still life on the moon? Under the 6 paths form, Uchiha Obito gazed curiously. It was his first venture into space. This was the realm above the sky, where he realized he was not the invincible being he once believed himself to be. As the saying goes, in the world, there are no rivals. In the heavens, there are foes. Who are you to have the privilege of speaking with me? Obito's tone was cold. Now, he stood as the new god of this world, albeit with the caveat of excluding the ancient tree. This individual was utterly unreasonable, only knowing how to bully others. In legends, the form of the sage of 6 paths? That damned fellow. Otsutsuki Shuren squinted his eyes, notably because he currently lacked them. As a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, specifically the brother of the sage of 6 paths, his family had migrated to the moon to guard the 10 tails. However, over time, their aspirations had significantly altered. Now, as a descendant, Otsutsuki Shuren adhered to the radical faction's principles, aiming to destroy the erroneous world created by the sage of 6 paths. Did I permit you to speak? Obito swiftly approached Otsutsuki Shuren, his expression filled with disdain. If the ancient tree were so arrogant, he could comprehend it. After all, he could not defeat it. But now, even a mere passerby dared to address him in such a manner, which truly irked Obito. He felt compelled to demonstrate the so-called power of the 6 paths. With a swift motion, the truth-seeking ball on Obito's back morphed into a blade, violently slashing toward Otsutsuki Shuren's head. Shuren's expression shifted abruptly, taken aback by the audacity of this intruder who had arrived at his doorstep and immediately resorted to violence. The blade of the truth-seeking ball moved with astonishing speed, as if aiming to tear apart the very fabric of space. Otsutsuki Shuren exerted every effort to evade it, yet still lost a significant portion of his hair. He felt a nearby small mountain shatter and collapse from the force of the strike, filling his heart with intense rage and unmasked humiliation. Humph. The weak must possess the demeanor of the weak. You are unworthy to stand and converse with me. Obito coldly regarded the kneeling Otsutsuki Shuren. The suppressed emotions he had endured under the ancient tree found some relief. It appeared that Shuren was not weak. Rather, the ancient tree was absurdly formidable. Internally, Otsutsuki Shuren began to curse. He never anticipated that these surface-dwelling beings would be so arrogant, not only confronting him at his own door, but also humiliating him so brazenly. With this thought, he clenched the silver grains of sand beneath and tightly, resolutely deciding to halt any further delays. The plan to annihilate the surface dwellers would commence immediately. Did I permit you to act? As Obito surveyed the ancient tree in space, he noticed Otsutsuki Shuren, who was poised to make a move. A glance from Obito radiated authority and pressure. I have matters to attend to. Cold sweat trickled down Shuren's face. How could this individual be so domineering? Was he not even afforded the chance to flee? Had he discerned Shuren's intentions? Then be gone. Obito showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick that sent Otsutsuki Shuren sprawling. The sheer force propelled Shuren across the lunar surface like a white meteor, reminiscent of kicking a dead dog. This action left the ancient tree above somewhat speechless. Was the descendant of the Otsutsuki clan being treated like a dog? What had become of his Rinnegan? Oh, it was likely not yet fused with the Byakugan to evolve into Rinnegan, especially considering that Hinata Hyuga was still a young girl. Breathing heavily, Otsutsuki Shuren lay on the ground, enraged to the point of near unconsciousness. His face visibly reddened, and the steam rising from his hair indicated the intensity of his fury. He could very well become a steam engine. Today, neither of you shall survive. Otsutsuki Shuren resolved to initiate his plan to annihilate the surface dwellers and reconstruct the world. At worst, he would abduct Hinata and use the moon to collide with the continent. As he contemplated this, Shuren began to communicate with the Otsutsuki puppets stationed at the moon base. Meanwhile, he intended to head to the base to commence the fusion with the Byakugan. Although it would not match the purity of Hinata's Byakugan, it would sufficiently enhance his power. Obito, look at what you've done. You've driven him to despair. After all, it was you who intruded upon another's domain. The ancient tree observed Obito, who had refrained from acting, with a hint of sinister mockery in its voice. In this form, the ancient tree spoke with a deep, hoarse tone, akin to a messenger from the underworld, capable of making other souls tremble. Do you not wish to see who brought me here? Obito's words were laced with silence. After tormenting Otsutsuki Shuren, he felt he could proceed. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a terrifying roar resonated from afar. In his line of sight, a multitude of humanoid puppets wrapped in white bandages surged toward them like a tide. How relentless! Had I known this would occur, I should not have let that fellow escape. Obito's tone was filled with murderous intent. He had initially spared a mere ant. Yet that ant had summoned a horde of others to vex him. Before Obito could act, the devilish wings behind the ancient tree trembled slightly, and dark light flashed by. The ancient tree's form swiftly approached Obito, striking with a punch. Obito was instantly propelled backward, akin to a cannonball, exploding into the throng of puppets. Ancient tree, I will fight you to the end. This damned world shall meet its demise alongside you. Obito, driven to madness by the ancient tree's assault, unleashed the remaining truth-seeking balls on his back. They erupted, forming a sharp sphere, and began to mercilessly slaughter the surrounding humanoid puppets. Many of the puppets, seemingly oblivious to the disparity in power, attempted to morph their bodies and limbs into various blades to resist Obito's onslaught. The result was akin to an ant attempting to stop a cart or a mayfly shaking a tree, merely a collision of stone against tofu. These puppets crumbled as if made of fragile paper when confronted with the truth-seeking balls. Ha! Die all of you! Obito, now unhinged from the ancient tree's torment, resolved to eliminate everything in his sight. Naturally, he ignored the ancient tree, not out of anything else, but simply because he could not overpower it. Damn it, all of you. Perish. Otsutsuki Shuren, too, was incensed, witnessing his years of effort in puppetry being effortlessly dismantled. In his fury, he inserted the Byakugan from a jar into his eye socket. Instantly, the veins on his fair forehead bulged. Ignoring the backlash on his body, he forcefully awakened the Rinnegan. Preparing to confront Uchiha Obito for retribution. Chapter 184, The Struggle on the Moon. A throng of broken puppets still engaged in conflict? Uchiha Obito clutched the air with one hand, observing the puppet leader not far away, radiating with a sphere of yellow light. In an instant, the black truth-seeking balls pierced through the puppet leader's form like bullets. Compared to the rigid black orbs, these puppets were as fragile as parchment. In merely a dozen exchanges, this legion of puppets was reduced to a heap of scrap metal in Obito's hands. Such an utterly one-sided spectacle left him feeling hollow inside. He feared that if he continued on this path of invincibility, he might lose control. However, as this thought formed, before he could react, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, followed by a violent elbow strike aimed at his head. Boom! The terrifying blow sent Obito hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby hill and obliterating it entirely. He narrowly avoided having his mind shattered. Gazing at the partially destroyed truth-seeking ball shield before him, a sense of profound caution gripped his heart. From his hands emerged a series of pitch-black rods, which he hurled toward the ancient trees in the distance. At that moment, a horrific tremor erupted not far away. A terrifying green chakra surged forth, resembling a pillar and capturing one's attention. Had Obito cornered his opponent? The ancient trees sensed the vital energy within that green beam. Their words tinged with silence. As the words fell, Otsutsuki Shura activated his strongest form, the reincarnation Eye Chakra mode. His entire body radiated a cerulean light, akin to a brilliant star, as the azure glow surged like flames. Behind him floated 9 truth-seeking balls. Oh, this is becoming interesting. Uchiha Obito observed Otsutsuki Shura above him. Feeling a sense of pressure, a flicker of anticipation finally appeared in his previously indifferent gaze. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as merely a slightly larger insect. Obito's words could naturally be sensed by Otsutsuki Shura, whose silver-blue eyes burned with intense fury. He extended his hand toward the ground where Obito stood, launching an attack. Silver will reincarnation blast. Otsutsuki Shura's hand extended slightly, and the truth-seeking balls behind him began to spin wildly in his palm, accompanied by the azure chakra enveloping them. A massive tornado erupted from the continuously rotating truth-seeking balls, hurtling toward Uchiha Obito on the lunar surface. Though this tornado appeared unremarkable, lacking any flashy attack effects, its power was capable of piercing through the entire moon in an instant. Ugh! Uchiha Obito felt the weight of this pressure. He began controlling several truth-seeking balls to form shields in front of him. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the ground, sending sand and debris flying. Obito watched as the ground beneath him sank, casting doubt on whether he might be pushed through to the other side of the moon. In desperation, he commanded the cross of sacred flames behind him to forcibly dispel the tornado. Damn it! Uchiha Obito, feeling himself at the center of the moon, realized he had been reduced to this state by an insignificant creature, instantly igniting his ire. Wasn't this the Six Paths? Did he not understand that even among the Six Paths, there existed disparities? With this thought, Obito disregarded everything and unleashed the truth-seeking balls to attack. Losing to the ancient trees was one thing, but being bested by a stranger was utterly unacceptable. Obito's mastery over the truth-seeking balls was undoubtedly superior to Otsutsuki Shura's. Having battled the ancient trees for so long, primarily utilizing the truth-seeking balls, the two sets of orbs collided like beams of black light in the vastness of space. Each impact sent tremors rippling through the fabric of reality. In the event this occurred on the surface, it would surely spell cataclysmic disaster. Humph! Is that all you have? Then perish. Otsutsuki Shura, consumed by the thrill of battle, unleashed a torrent of intense azure chakra, sending a colossal azure sphere hurtling toward the ground. Instead of retreating, Uchiha Obito charged forward, his back ablaze with the flames of the sacred cross, forming a sturdy armor as he brutally flew toward Otsutsuki Shura above. However, just as they were about to collide, a violet slash materialized from the void, prompting Uchiha Obito to instinctively evade. Otsutsuki Shura reacted similarly. The purple-black spiritual pressure slash, immense and swift, narrowly missed him. Turning to look, he noticed a small asteroid behind Otsutsuki Shura shatter into fragments under the force of that strike. Asteroid, what the hell? Why are you stealing my opponent? The ancient tree loomed in the void, wielding a demonic blade emanating a purple-black flame, extending its blade to over 10 meters. Wait a moment. Otsutsuki Shura's expression faltered as he realized that this Uchiha Obito, who seemed to be evenly matched with him, had just been at the mercy of that demonic figure. What power is this? It completely transcends the realm of chakra. Otsutsuki Shura spread his arms, discovering he could not absorb the chakra from the ancient tree. His eyes filled with deep apprehension. Could this being truly be an extraterrestrial? Come now, both of you. Let me see if you can compel me to reveal my true power. The ancient tree remained expressionless, desperately yearning to unleash the power that had been suppressed for countless years. Obito, floating nearby, gazed silently. Even though he had been tormented by the ancient tree, it did not alter his resolve to defeat Otsutsuki Shura. This behavior seemed to be influenced by some external will. Chapter 185. Is it the end of the world? No. Obito, do you still wish to dance? In an instant, Kuroki appeared beside Uchiha Obito, without making any move. A mere glance from Kuroki caused beads of sweat to form on Obito's brow. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Kuroki rendered Obito unable to meet his gaze. The form Kuroki had unleashed was simply terrifying, resembling a fusion with a demonic blade. He appeared as an exceptionally sharp weapon. All right. Uchiha Obito admitted he was somewhat overwhelmed. He understood he could not possibly defeat Kuroki. This individual was likely still approaching their battle with a playful demeanor. Yet, even this playful attitude compelled Uchiha Obito to exert every ounce of effort to respond, for a moment's inattention could lead to his demise. Silver Will Rebirth Explosion. At that moment, Otsutsuki Shinra commenced a new onslaught. The truth-seeking ball spun wildly, forming a high-pressure vortex that howled toward both Kuroki and Uchiha Obito. What are you doing? However, this attack, potent enough to penetrate the moon, was shattered before it could reach Kuroki by the wings at his back. What? Otsutsuki Shinra gazed in shock as his attack was effortlessly neutralized. What does this person mean? It was as if he refused to believe in the supernatural. Otsutsuki Shinra once again gathered a blue orb of light, preparing to launch a second wave of assault. The blue orb expanded in space, nearing the point of fracturing the very fabric of the cosmos. It seems this Otsutsuki Shinra is not finished yet. With Kuroki's words, a black streak shot forth, effortlessly obliterating the massive blue orb under Otsutsuki Shinra's trembling gaze. Summoning technique. Observing Kuroki's unfathomable power, Otsutsuki Shinra's previously indifferent expression now bore traces of panic. He seemed vaguely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Boom. As Otsutsuki Shinra summoned, a colossal stone statue emerged on the surface of the moon. This statue bore a striking resemblance to Otsutsuki Yumura, slightly bending its legs, launching itself toward Kuroki high above in the sky. However, before it could approach, Kuroki cleaved it apart with a single strike, reducing it to dust. What are you pretending? Kuroki delivered a fist to Otsutsuki Shinra's face. The terrifying force seemed to tear the very fabric of space, creating arcs of black electricity in the surroundings. Kuroki's fist was enveloped in a white mist, indicating that he had exerted considerable strength in that blow. Swish. Otsutsuki Shinra plummeted from the sky, embedded into the moon with a blink of an eye. Boom. This strike resembled a meteor crashing down, shattering a third of the moon. Uchiha Obito was left floating helplessly in the void. He understood that the moon would most likely cease to exist. Damn it. Otsutsuki Shinra lay back, feeling the depths of the moon as a third of it collapsed. He sensed his palace and city had turned to ashes beneath that blow. His face was contorted in profound rage. No. Were the foundations of our Otsutsuki Yumura completely obliterated? On the surface world, in Konoha village, some ninjas, oblivious to the impending catastrophe, were gazing at the moon. Father, are we really not going to help? Hinata Hanabi's eyes were filled with concern. The reports from the front lines grew increasingly urgent. She even began to suspect that the ninjas of Konoha might lose this war. If they lost, the consequences would be a total transformation for the land of fire. Hanabi, I understand your impatience, but do not fret. Konoha needs guardians, and our role is no less significant than those on the front lines. Before Hinata Hayashi could elaborate further, he suddenly heard Hanabi's voice, seemingly in a daze. Father. Father, the sky, the moon above, has exploded. Hinata Hanabi's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. The apocalyptic spectacle sent tremors through her expression. No way. Is this a joke? This must be a jest. Such a dreamlike scene has now become reality? The moon is gone. What nonsense. Hinata Hayashi initially thought his daughter was seeing things, but upon witnessing the meteorites cascading down, his words faltered. His gaze shifted dramatically. What the hell happened over there? How did the flames of war reach the moon? With that in mind, Hinata Hayashi began to summon the ninjas of Konoha to prepare for the falling debris from the sky. What is happening? The moon above has truly exploded? Under the night sky, Jiraiya looked up at the moon, now shattered by a third. His eyes reflected disbelief and shock. This is possible? Kakashi Hitaki had become somewhat incoherent. He began to fear that the very planet they inhabited might also be shattered in an instant. In that moment, the so-called ninja wars between nations seemed trivial. They were now facing an enemy from beyond the stars. This Kuroki truly appeared capable of piercing the moon. Inoki gazed at the fragments of stone transforming into fiery meteors, hurtling toward them. His eyes reflected shock and fear. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we submitted in time. The fourth Raikage, was unusually humble. The last remnants of his rebellious spirit had vanished. When an individual possesses the strength to reshape the entire world, no one dares to resist. The rebels have all been eradicated. Leader, this is truly terrifying. This is real art, isn't it? Deara looked upon the exploding moon with intense envy and admiration. He could hardly believe how ecstatic he would feel if he could obliterate the moon into smithereens. Enough of that. Leader, we are not beings of the same dimension. Kisame was relatively pragmatic. He finally understood what it meant to be divine. This is true divinity. Orochimaru-sensei, are we still going to fight? On a nearby hill, Kabuto turned to the somewhat dazed Orochimaru for an answer. I do not know. Orochimaru's expression was one of confusion as he gazed at the shattered moon above. His worldview seemed to be crumbling. The notion of immortality seemed trivial in the face of such power. No matter how one attains immortality, it is impossible to possess such formidable strength. Orochimaru even began to ponder whether Kuroki had set his sights beyond this planet. If that were the case, he was already contemplating surrendering. Chapter 186, Enlightenment: What Lies Beyond the Moon? Hashimama? Uchiha Madara sat on the ground, gazing skyward for the first time, directing his gaze towards the vast expanse of outer space beyond the earth. I am uncertain, but the night sky outside must be magnificent. Senju Hashirama shook his head, realizing that his perspective was gradually expanding. Perhaps to confine oneself to a single planet is rather myopic. In this world, if every star represents a sun-like celestial body, then are they not exceedingly insignificant in this universe? By such comparison, the so-called Ninja World War seems merely a child's play. The true battle ought to be one of interstellar proportions. Hashimama, join me. My ideology has transformed. I shall bring the celestial realm beneath my dominion. Uchiha Madara extended his hand, grasping at the shattered moon. The previously envisioned moon I planned could no longer satisfy his sudden enlightenment. Perhaps the world of their planet is merely one among myriad realms teeming with life. Matalala imagination is splendid, yet its execution proves exceedingly arduous. If it were up to me, I could surely thrive in the cosmos. However, the vast majority of ninjas would suffocate and perish even at altitudes of several thousand meters. Senju Hashirama neither accepted nor declined Uchiha Madara's invitation, for the notion of conquering the cosmic sea was far too fanciful. Haha, we may not succeed, but that fellow might just be capable. Uchiha Madara erupted into laughter, his burdens dissipating in an instant. Enlightenment often requires but a singular catalyst. Uchiha Madara suddenly grasped why the ancient tree sought to unify the ninja world, setting aside other considerations within this immense universe. He could not believe they were the sole inhabitants. What the heck? What is Uchiha Madara up to? Kagaya's shadow, Black Zetsu, seemed to sense the shift in Madara's mindset and grew anxious. This fool, he wouldn't abandon the moon I plan, would he? If so, how could his mother Kagaya be resurrected? Oh. Otsutsuki Shin's hoarse roar echoed as he surveyed the surrounding ruins, descending into madness. These wretched surface beings had truly enraged him. He was unaware that he had provoked a fierce lion, exhausting his life force. He launched his most potent attack, Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. All the truth-seeking orbs began to coalesce within Otsutsuki Shin's palm, ultimately forming a colossal golden sword. You brat. You're in a hurry, aren't you? The ancient tree observed Otsutsuki Shin wielding the golden sword, realizing that this power indicated his refusal to relinquish the moon. Swish. In an instant, Otsutsuki Shin swung the golden sword, piercing clean through the entire moon. The shattered moon was severed in two. The golden sword, with an unstoppable momentum, surged towards the ancient tree. Clang. A crisp sound resonated through space. It is widely known that sound cannot travel in the vacuum of space. However, for beings such as they, conventional logic could not apply. What? You son of a... Otsutsuki Shin cursed as he beheld the ancient tree effortlessly counter the gigantic golden sword with merely 2 fingers, his face a mask of fear and helplessness. When did such a terrifying being emerge from the surface? A golden sword forged from truth-seeking orbs? It nearly harmed me. The ancient tree's words prompted Uchiha Obito, who stood nearby, to roll his eyes. You don't look like someone who would be harmed at all. How can we even fight? Upon witnessing his strongest attack yield no effect whatsoever, Otsutsuki Shin had already given up resistance, voluntarily withdrawing from the rebirth chakra mode. He appeared utterly resigned. Humph. Giving up, you trash? Uchiha Obito scoffed, having expected more from Otsutsuki Shin, only to find his mental fortitude woefully lacking. Obito? What are you saying? Before Uchiha Obito could react, a familiar voice caused his expression to tighten. Damn it, this guy moves fast. I didn't say anything. Uchiha Obito replied, somewhat meekly. He now understood that the six-path strength barely matched that of the ancient tree. I can see you lack fighting spirit. Since that is the case, summon the 10 tails. It is time to get down to business. The ancient tree spoke with an air of indifference. What do you mean, ancient tree? Do you wish to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed. The reason he maintained a psychological advantage was solely because the 10 tails had relinquished control of its body. This coward had been bullied into submission by the ancient tree. 10 tails Jinchuriki? What a joke. Are you as useless as yourself? The ancient tree's silent words darkened Uchiha Obito's expression. However, he refrained from retorting. What could he say? He simply couldn't defeat the ancient tree. Impossible. You can have the 10 tails, but you must sever that planet below with a single strike. Uchiha Obito proclaimed with righteous indignation. He had lost all hope for that planet. Yet at that moment, the ancient tree noticed movement beneath his feet as the shattered moon began to react, seemingly drawn by something, roaring towards the ninja world below. The ancient tree turned in confusion. Not far away, Otsutsuki Shin lay on the ground, enveloped by azure luminescence. This commotion was undoubtedly a manifestation of his power, the gravitational manipulation of the rebirth eye. Are you still resisting? This world has done nothing to provoke you. Yet each of you seeks to destroy it. The ancient tree's words carried an ominous tone. Ancient tree, let us unite. Together, we shall become the true gods of the new world. Uchiha Obito, believing the ancient tree to be in agreement, eagerly extended his sincere invitation. Chapter 187, A Matter of a Blade Dam. What is happening? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, gazed at the enormous meteor descending from the sky, her complexion ashen, filled with terror and confusion. She had never imagined such an occurrence could transpire, nor did she know how to respond. The moon in the sky was truly falling. Tsunade murmured in despair, fully aware of the catastrophic implications this disaster held for the shinobi world. If immediate action was not taken, it would bring about devastating consequences for the world. Meanwhile, in the distance, the fourth Raikage, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and other shinobi also looked skyward, their expressions reflecting shock. They too felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if doomsday were upon them. Damn it! How could we possibly reach the land of Earth in time? Inoki's face contorted with fury. There was no time to travel to the land of Earth. He could only watch helplessly as the meteor, like the end of the world, continued its relentless descent, unable to prevent this calamity. Faced with such a magnitude of disaster, everyone felt utterly powerless. They were at a loss as to how to withstand the onslaught of these meteors, let alone save this world. In that moment, despair enveloped them all. What the hell? That bastard, Guki, what is he doing? Damn it, does he truly intend to destroy the entire shinobi world? The fourth Raikage reverted to his usual violent temperament. After all, Guki was not present. He took the opportunity to be himself once more. Even he realized that there was no way to fly back to the land of lightning immediately. Observing the colossal meteor, he resigned himself to the likelihood that the land of lightning would be obliterated. What did you just say? Before A could continue his lament, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from above, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, causing him to shiver. Inoki, beside him, trembled uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with fear and trepidation. As for Raikage A, beads of sweat the size of mung beans formed on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. What I meant was, how should we deal with the meteor in the sky? Under such pressure, Raikage A was compelled to speak with some sincerity. However, Uchiha Shizuke showed no mercy, her icy gaze fixed on the two below, her tone laced with displeasure. Do you think I am deaf? At that moment, Uchiha Shizuke stood in the air, her black robe billowing in the wind, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. Her alluring figure was juxtaposed with a face that radiated indifference and coldness, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. And what do you wish to do? Raikage A struggled to lift his head, looking up at Uchiha Shizuke's with a voice tinged with fear and confusion. We are allies now, right? He attempted to sound more confident, yet his tone betrayed his unease. Do you intend to harm your allies? Raikage A sensed the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Shizuke's above. To be honest, he was genuinely frightened. No way, sister, I merely echoed Guki's words. You actually want to kill me? Uchiha Shizuke's let out a cold laugh. Weaklings have no right to make demands. In the trembling gaze of Inoki, Uchiha Shizuke's tore through space, appearing beside Raikage A. Raikage, be careful. Darui, Raikage A's bodyguard, wore a helpless expression. The fourth Raikage had his strengths, but he had two glaring flaws, a volatile temper and stubbornness. The first flaw was not fatal, as he would automatically cool down in the presence of stronger opponents. However, the second flaw, his tendency to speak recklessly, posed a threat to his safety. Damn it. Reikage A's eyes narrowed, and he activated his lightning armor. Who could possibly overcome this unreasonable spatial manipulation? Who was truly victorious? Bang! The two collided. Reikage A felt a sense of disdain as he blocked the attack. Humph. Is that all? Did you really think you were Guki, capable of overwhelming the heavens and the earth? However, as Reikage A's thoughts began to form, he stared in horror as Susanoo expanded before him, ultimately reaching a staggering 100 meters in size. What? How is that possible? No way. This cannot be. Reikage A was utterly bewildered. He did not believe he possessed the strength to compel Uchiha Shizuka's to unleash such a colossal Susanoo. This is bad. Inoki sighed in resignation. The fourth Reikage, it seemed, would never change. He had previously been thoroughly bested by Guki, yet now his arrogance had resurfaced. Protect Reikage-sama. Darui waved his hand, rushing forward. Alas, it was futile. Uchiha Shizuka's attack had already descended, the massive silver blade of Susanoo plunging violently toward the ground, aimed directly at Reikage A. Boom. Faced with such overwhelming force, activating the lightning armor proved ineffective. The fourth Reikage's body was brutally impaled into the earth by Susanoo. Next time, keep your mouth clean, or it won't just be a matter of spitting blood. Uchiha Shizuka stood atop Susanoo, her expression inscrutable, resembling a blood-red rose, both beautiful and suffocating. No worries, Reikage A suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, preventing the surrounding shinobi from courting disaster. Reikage-sama, are you all right? Darui leapt into the pit first. Concern etched on his face. I told you, cough. I'm fine. Reikage A insisted stubbornly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This scene left Darui speechless. Really? You're fine? You were just a hair's breadth away from being completely shattered. Are you serious? Darui was skeptical. What would I gain by deceiving you? Quickly, summon the medical team. Reikage A's expression hardened. Reluctantly, Darui wore a bitter smile, conceding that Reikage A was indeed uninjured. All right, you're the Reikage. Your word is law. Asira, let us get moving. If we don't act soon, the shinobi world may truly face disaster. Uchiha Madara had already risen. His original intention for the Moon Eye plan was to create a peaceful shinobi world, not one destined for destruction. The scale of these meteors was beyond comparison to the Ten Tails. They dwarfed it by hundreds of times. If they fell, the entire planet would likely be obliterated. All right, everyone. Charge. Would release. Would human technique. Hashirama Senju instantly entered Sage mode, channeling his chakra to prepare for a collaboration with Uchiha Madara against the remnants of the moon in the sky. Wait, Uchiha Madara, I offer you an opportunity. Have you not always desired to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? Just as Uchiha Madara planned to summon the complete Susanoo, Guki's familiar voice echoed beside him. Moreover, he held a battered Uchiha Obito, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. What? Uchiha Madara's gaze trembled. No way, the Obito of the Six Paths has been defeated? Dude, are you kidding me? Guki, this is not the time to execute your plan. Can't you see that the moon above is mere minutes away from crashing down? If this is not halted, the entire shinobi world will face annihilation. Observing the now disengaged combatant, the expression on Senju Hashirama's face was grave. Although he acknowledged his inability to triumph over the ancient tree, his character was one that dealt with matters straightforwardly. Are you referring to that object in the sky? With a single hand, the ancient tree conjured a violet blade of spiritual energy. It was swung fiercely toward the heavens. In an instant, the sky appeared to change hue. Amidst the awestruck gazes of Hashirama and the assembled shinobi, the descending meteorite was effortlessly cleaved into fragments. Very well. Now, shall we engage in a serious discussion? The ancient tree carelessly cast Uchiha Obito to the ground, his demeanor remarkably nonchalant. Witnessing the ancient tree's ease, Hashirama found himself at a loss for an appropriate expression. Indeed. In his sage mode, he resembled a mere jester, did he not? Had I known you possessed such prowess, I would not have worried at all. Chapter 188. The Six Paths of Uchiha Madara. Is this the true extent of the leader's power? Has the leader descended? Kakuza gazed at the vast debris in the sky, which transformed into ashes in an instant, his heart filled with trepidation. It appears that in this war, we have emerged victorious. The moment we chose to stand with the leader, victory was already ours. The Akatsuki member, Kasame Hashigaki, silently nodded in agreement. Sakura Haruno, who had been paralyzed with fear, felt a surge of relief upon witnessing the obliteration of the shattered moon by a single strike. Thankfully, Brother Komugi is here. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in gratitude. As for Might Guy, he felt the chakra circulating within him dissipate. He had resolved that if no one stepped forward, He would ignite his life force to open the 8th gate and shatter the moon fragments above with a single kick. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Well aware of Guy's hidden potential, he had witnessed the moment when Guy's father opened the 8th gate, obliterating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. What is happening? Obito? Uchiha Madara inquired, curiosity etched on his face. It's precisely as you see. Hurry up, no time for dilly-dallying. Observing Komugi's nonchalant demeanor, Madara probed further. Do you know my plan, Komugi? What plan? Komugi raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Madara's suspicions. If you are unaware of my intentions, why would you entrust me with the 10 tails? Though he spoke as such, Madara quickly reached out, extracting the 10 tails from Obito. Haven't you always desired the 10 tails? Otherwise, why collaborate with Obito? Komugi's blunt words momentarily stunned Madara. He perceived the arrogance and dominance reflected in Komugi's gaze, a demeanor that seemed to regard him not as a fellow being. In Komugi, Madara glimpsed a shadow of his former self, one that exhibited similar qualities. Since this is the case, I shall engage in a dance of my own. Madara genuinely wished to ascertain whether he could contend with Komugi after transcending into the 6 paths Rinne Rebirth. After extracting the 10 tails from Obito, Madara invoked the Rinne Rebirth technique, aiming to resurrect himself. With a sudden pop, a black rod appeared on one of Obito's arms, controlling the flow of his chakra. Shortly thereafter, Madara felt his Rinnegan gradually disintegrating into ashes. Without hesitation, he removed several weapon fragments from his body, feeling the surge of blood and pain. A rare expression of obsession gracing his face. With the assistance of Black Zetsu, Madara placed a Rinnegan into his eye socket. Simultaneously, Hashirama Senju, sensing the disturbance, arrived with a group of ninjas via the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Madara. You've actually resurrected? Upon witnessing the malevolent Madara fully revived, Hashirama wasted no time and hurled a kunai at him. In an instant, Hashirama vanished, appearing before Madara with a long blade in hand. Flying Thunder God Slash. This was the technique that had slain Uchiha Izuna. Yet, before Madara, it was effortlessly caught in one hand. Flying Thunder God Slash, second stage. Hashirama had anticipated this, using the kunai to position himself directly above Madara. You seek death. Madara's eyes narrowed, black rods manifesting in his hand, poised to impale Hashirama. What are you doing? Komugi swiftly appeared beside Madara, firmly gripping his wrist and momentarily halting his assault. Komugi, stop him. He intends to absorb the 10 tails. Hashirama, glancing at the already extracted 10 tails, wore a grave expression. Stop what? I was the one who relinquished the 10 tails. Komugi's statement rendered Hashirama momentarily speechless. What? You can just hand over the 10 tails like that? Initially, Hashirama thought it foolish for his elder brother to part with the tailed beast, only to find that his own son had surrendered the combined form of all 9 tailed beasts. Very well, these wicked Uchiha have indeed ensnared our Senju clan. The Senju clan, it seemed, continued to grow stronger with each generation. Achoo! High above, clad in a black cloak, Uchiha Shinsui sneezed, her gaze fixed on Hashirama below, her expression unfriendly. What? Is that so? Hashirama struggled to comprehend Komugi's reasoning behind such actions. Nearby, Black Zetsu was already celebrating with a bottle of champagne. Although the plan had deviated slightly, he was relieved that Madara had successfully resurrected. Now, they merely needed to await his activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi to summon the divine tree. Komugi, of course, sensed the presence of Black Zetsu not far away, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. Once you reveal yourself, escaping will not be so simple. Chapter 189. Do you think you are above humanity? Tobirama. Do you still intend to obstruct me? Uchiha Madara's expression bore a hint of disdain. Were it not for the presence of the ancient tree, he would undoubtedly have made Senju Tobirama experience the transformation of mere black rods into something as slow as a turtle. Senju Tobirama, however, remained silent, choosing instead to gauge the thoughts of Hashirama. Naturally, he wished to prevent the 10 tails from falling under Madara's control. Fear not, with the ancient tree here, you can rest assured about this fellow's strength, Hashirama remarked with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm. I certainly have faith in that, Tobirama replied, pursing his lips. Inquiring seemed futile now. After all, who would dare to doubt the dominion of the ancient tree? Just look up at the sky, if the moon still hangs there. You would understand its might. The moon has been obliterated. What more is there to contest? Damn it! Uchiha Obito cursed in frustration, feeling as though he had been completely drained upon awakening. Not only had the 10 tails vanished, but now it seemed his own lifespan was nearly exhausted. It is well known that utilizing the reanimation jutsu consumes the user's life force. This revival of Uchiha Madara made Obito acutely aware that his life was drawing to a close. How infuriating. I awakened to find the world crumbled, Obito raged. Hearing his curses, Madara wore a pleased smile, disregarding the outburst as he began to form seals to absorb the Ten Tails. The immense power of the Ten Tails began to flow into Madara's being like a rushing river. All eyes upon him. As Madara floated, his hair turned white, draped in a six-paths cloak with 9 truth-seeking orbs at his back. The black staff in his hand could easily obliterate the body of the impure. Is this the power of the Ten Tails? He pondered, feeling intoxicated by the overwhelming chakra enveloping him. Summoning technique. Madara called out, and in an instant, the ground trembled as a colossal tree surged upward toward the heavens. Madarala, what do you intend to do? Tobirama questioned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind as he gazed at Madara in the sky. Let us first bring true peace to the ninja world, Madara responded, excitement dancing upon his features, having cast aside thoughts of conquering the cosmos. What do you intend to do? The ancient tree scrutinized Madara, pondering whether he believed himself invincible. The last one to think that now lay defeated and cursing. What do I want? I desire this ninja world under my control, Madara proclaimed, extending his palm towards the throngs below, his words imbued with authority. He felt as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his former dominance over the ninja realm. As night fell, the god tree began to grow, releasing an eerie aura across the battlefield. The malevolent Uchiha clan. I knew this fellow harbored ill intentions, Tobirama remarked, disdain evident in his tone. However, upon noticing Uchiha Shinsui beside the ancient tree, he swallowed the remainder of his words. If it were his daughter-in-law, perhaps the Uchiha clan wouldn't be so bad. Uchiha Shinsui cast a sidelong glance at Tobirama, snorting derisively before turning her gaze skyward at Madara. Ancient tree, what shall we do next? Hashirama approached the ancient tree. Although his seniority placed him above it, in this world, strength spoke louder than status. Even if he wished to confront Madara, without the ancient tree's assistance, he would be rendered powerless. He could very well be subdued by the current Madara. What now? As I said, it is a matter of convenience, the ancient tree declared, already soaring into the sky. Do you also wish to impede me? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, though the ancient tree had not assumed a battle stance. Madara felt an immense pressure. Impede you? What do you intend to do? Just proceed, the ancient tree replied with a lackluster demeanor, seemingly disinterested in engaging Madara in combat. Humph. Madara scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain and provocation. He spoke lowly, Come, let me witness the truth of your so-called six paths. With a serious expression and confidence shining in his eyes, he manipulated the 9 truth-seeking orbs, sending them streaking across the sky with a fierce momentum toward the ancient tree. The clashing of metal echoed like an exhilarating symphony in the air as the ancient tree, encased in a black armor, effortlessly repelled the onslaught of truth-seeking orbs, showcasing its formidable strength and defensive capabilities. Damn it! Madara cursed again. He had previously observed the battle between Obito and the ancient tree and knew the truth-seeking orbs posed virtually no threat to it. Such weapons might suffice against weaker opponents, but against genuine powerhouses, they were nothing but useless scraps. Sage Art, Ian release lightning strike. Madara spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of purple lightning that spread across the sky like branches. These bolts flickered with blinding brilliance, carrying the power to annihilate everything in their path as they surged toward the ancient tree. Ancient tree, Uchiha Shinsui, sensing the terrifying attack from Madara, felt a pang of fear. Without hesitation, she tore through space to appear before the ancient tree, activating her complete Susanoo in an attempt to shield against the impending six paths technique. However, just then, the ancient tree suddenly intervened, questioning, What are you doing? With a single blade in hand, it appeared unfazed by the approaching six paths technique. The enchanted blade stood before it, blocking the terrifying attack entirely, while the purple lightning that enveloped the ancient tree failed to penetrate its armor, easily deflected. I was merely concerned for you, Shinsui stammered, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the ancient tree's gaze. She feared that if the ancient tree faltered, she would be left alone in this world. A thought that drove her to the brink of madness. Stay down. You needn't come up without my permission. No, I was just having some fun. Do I seem to be at a disadvantage to others? The ancient tree stepped into Shinsui's Susanoo, gently ruffling her hair. Fine. Shinsui sighed in resignation, having no choice but to comply with the ancient tree's words as she descended to the ground. You bastard. Do you think so little of me? Madara seethed, watching the ancient tree display affection right before him, completely disregarding his presence. Anger blazed upon his face. his Rinnegan shimmering with ominous purple light as he prepared to launch a new wave of assault against the ancient tree. You regard me as inconsequential, do you? Today, I shall ensure you witness the true power of the Six Paths Chapter 190, the tide of battle, a reversal at the wheel of the grave, the border of hell. Upon the eyes of the Rinnegan, a terrifying purple radiance erupted from Uchiha Madara. In an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to ripple. Shortly thereafter, the ancient tree, Gomu, distinctly felt something strike against him, sending him hurtling backward. What is happening? The leader has been struck away. Deidara gazed at the sky, watching Gomu tumble through the air, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. No way, how could the leader be suppressed? Even if he were to eat dirt, the leader would never lose. Leader, you are the man who obliterated the moon. This feels off. Kakuzu's face bore a serious expression. He had sensed nothing. Could this be Uchiha Madara's new ability? Ha ha ha, the leader is just playing tricks. The goal is to make us worry a bit. Haiden, with his scythe in hand, nonchalantly mocked the situation. This doesn't seem like a trick. He is truly being suppressed. Konan's expression was grave as she observed Gomu in a state of utter defeat. She began to prepare for how to combat the aftermath should Gomu fail. Damn Uchiha. Brother, should we rush to help? Senju Tobirama's face was devoid of any concealment of murderous intent. Tobirama, you're getting anxious. No, I'm not anxious. Senju Tobirama immediately countered. Don't rush. Gomu hasn't even entered battle mode yet. Senju Hashirama waved his hand. Only those who had battled Gomu would understand his terrifying nature. This probing attack poses no real threat. All right, fine. Senju Tobirama pouted, his expression helpless. He certainly didn't wish for his son to plummet from the sky as a lifeless corpse. The fourth Raikage lay on a medical bed, and upon witnessing the scene above, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Upon realizing there was no immediate danger, a contented smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Hearing the fourth Raikage's laughter, Darui, who stood by his side, sighed in exasperation. Lord Raikage, perhaps you should temper your delight. Should an unexpected event occur, it could be more than just a serious injury. Darui, what are you afraid of? That woman is far away. How could she possibly hear us? As for Gomu, he is likely to be thoroughly trounced by Uchiha Madara. Boom. However, as soon as the words left his lips, a white meteor descended from the heavens, crashing down beside the fourth Raikage, leaving him in a daze. Huh, what do you mean trounced? And what were you laughing about just now? Is it really that enjoyable? Gomu, in battle mode, pinned Uchiha Madara to the ground with one foot, casting a teasing glance at the pale-faced Raikage AI. The Raikage trembled, cursing inwardly. Seriously, he was only reveling for a moment. How could he be slapped back to reality so swiftly? Darui's expression turned to one of horror. My goodness, is Gomu even human? My lord, Raikage meant no harm. Darui, witnessing Uchiha Madara being pinned down, rushed to intercede. Get lost. Without a second thought, Gomu kicked Darui away and sauntered over to Raikage AI. Gomu, grant me a chance. Good people don't strike faces. Raikage AI sensed Gomu's lack of murderous intent and immediately began to plead for mercy. Why can't he ever change this habit of popping champagne at halftime? Gomu, you are truly despicable. Uchiha Madara glared at Gomu, who ignored him to deal with a mere ant like Raikage AI, his expression turning frenzied. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Gomu effortlessly lifted Raikage AI into the air, leaving a series of massive craters where he had just been sitting. Thank you. Many thanks. Raikage AI wiped the sweat from his forehead. The pressure was overwhelming, and he feared that had Gomu not lifted him, he might have very well turned into a puddle of mush. Damn it, how disgusting. Gomu looked at Raikage AI with disdain, then flung him aside. Raikage AI screamed as he soared through the air. Lord Raikage, wait for us. Darui, rising from the ground, immediately followed suit. Gomu, come again. Uchiha Madara acknowledged that he had merely underestimated the situation. Otherwise, he would have easily evaded Gomu's ambush. However, this fellow does not adhere to the rules of combat. Now fully focused, Uchiha Madara was determined to match Gomu's speed. With that thought, he activated the Wheel of the Grave, controlling 4 shadow clones to launch an assault on Gomu. What, are you coming again? Do you really think I cannot deal with your ninjutsu? Gomu replied nonchalantly. Oh, then I suppose I shall see for myself. Uchiha Madara was skeptical. If you can handle it, why were you just sent flying by a single punch? Yet soon, the unfolding events left him utterly dumbfounded. Gomu seemed to have transformed into an impregnable fortress, completely disregarding the formidable attacks of the shadow clones. Like a war god, he advanced steadily toward Uchiha Madara. Come on, put in some effort. Haven't you eaten today? Gomu ignored the fist pounding against his armor and slowly approached the increasingly pressured Uchiha Madara. You truly are brainless. All you know how to do is toy with me, right? Uchiha Madara realized that Gomu's earlier defeat had been an act. So, are you still going to resist? Gomu remained silent. He understood that reviving Kaguya would inevitably lead to Uchiha Madara's demise, as Kaguya would resurrect through his vessel. However, Gomu felt no pity. After all, he had been killed by Uchiha Madara before. Now, the tides had merely reversed in this battle. Chapter 191. The Resurrection of Kaguya Ancient Wood. You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you not comprehend that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals? Six Paths Obito gazed at Ancient Wood, unyielding. As he countered his spell with the wheel tomb, it was beyond words to express the feeling of having one's defenses shattered. Indeed, there are individuals beyond the heavens. Yet you are not one of them. Ancient Wood advanced slowly, his words dripping with indifference, as if he were leisurely strolling through his own garden. Humph. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed dangerously. Senjutsu, wind release light fawn. Upon seeing Ancient Wood approach within striking distance, he unleashed his sage technique without hesitation. The whistling energy surged forth like a laser, aimed directly at Ancient Wood's head. Swish. However, with a serious demeanor, Ancient Wood swiftly evaded, appearing directly before Uchiha Madara. Boom. A punch, propelled by the speed of light, struck Uchiha Madara's form. Subsequently, Madara's body momentarily suspended in midair before being propelled forward like a cannonball, tearing through the earth beneath him. The ground trembled violently, as if it were being violently parted down the middle. Is he really coming for us? Uzumaki Naruto watched as Uchiha Madara, seemingly unperturbed by reason, advanced towards them, prompting an immediate plan to intervene. How unfortunate for Madara, Senju Hashirama observed. A tinge of pity in his gaze as he witnessed Madara being sent flying by a single blow. He pondered whether Madara's composure would finally falter. Truly, Ancient Wood had him firmly in his grasp. On the other hand, Anoki floated in the air, reflecting on the inevitability of unifying the ninja world. Rumbling. Uchiha Madara skidded across the ground for over 1,000 meters, carving a deep trench into the earth before finally halting against the summoned divine tree. Even before he could express his frustration, blood spewed forth from his mouth as he beheld the gaping wound in his abdomen, a look of resignation etched across his face. In that case, I shall have no reservations. Infinite Tsukuyomi. As Uchiha Madara exerted control over the divine tree, a crimson rinnegan materialized upon his forehead. His shattered form began to mend rapidly as he ascended into the air. The previously dormant divine tree, now under his command, began to swell dramatically, ultimately yielding a colossal fruit. What are you doing? The sardonic voice of Otsutsuki Kaguya echoed in Madara's ears. The moon is gone. Do you still intend to utilize its light for your ninjutsu? Kaguya's mocking words ignited a flicker of vulnerability in Madara. He had forgotten that without the moon, his infinite Tsukuyomi would be rendered futile. Nevertheless, even without lunar assistance, ensnaring the combatants on this battlefield in his genjutsu remained feasible. Swish. As infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, every ninja illuminated by the divine tree fell into a state of madness. Divine tree domain. With a flourish of his hand, Uchiha Madara summoned tendril-like extensions from the divine tree, binding those ensnared by the illusion. Quite swift in your actions, Ancient Wood appeared beside Uchiha Madara. He remained unaffected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, much to Madara's shock. Why? Why can you disregard even this ninjutsu? Madara began to question the very essence of his existence. Do not fret. Your role has been fulfilled. Rest well, relic of the bygone era. Ancient Wood observed the divine tree fully activated, no longer playing charades with Uchiha Madara. With a single hand, he wielded a pitch-black blade, exuding a despair-inducing aura akin to a wraith from the underworld. As its true form emerged, it surged forth towards Uchiha Madara. In the moment Madara was distracted by the onslaught of these phantoms, he suddenly sensed a dark gleam in his peripheral vision. Instantly, his entire being was sent hurtling backward. Boom. This time, the force of his flight was unprecedented, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. The dark beam descending with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's body was embedded deep within a chasm over 1,000 meters deep, which nearly engulfed half the battlefield. Not a single part of Madara's form emerged unscathed. Is this your serious strength? Kaguya mused, astonished. This blow had obliterated a ninja of 6 paths caliber. Even he would have to tread carefully in its wake. There was no way he could triumph over such terrestrial beings. Keep your distance. Do not court death. Ancient Wood observed the distant Otsutsuki Kaguya. whose entire being radiated with emerald flames as he activated his Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, relying on his formidable recovery abilities, began to mend his internal injuries. He could not fathom why Ancient would have not aimed for his head with that strike. Had he done so, Madara surmised he would have already succumbed. Moreover, what did Ancient would mean by rest? As Madara pondered these questions, he was abruptly struck by a violent pain emanating from his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a dark hand piercing through his chest. Shocked, he turned to face it. What are you doing? Doing? Madara, your purpose has been fulfilled. Black Zetsu swiftly employed yin-yang release to suppress the last vestiges of Madara's vitality, with his heart excised and his regenerative powers being stifled. Madara's life force rapidly began to wane. Damn it! Furious, Senju Hashirama, who had been observing from a distance, saw Uchiha Madara's heart being extracted by Black Zetsu. Without hesitation, he activated his most potent Sage Mode. With a clap of his hands, towering wooden figures surged towards Black Zetsu. Damn it, there are still this many powerful forces. Huh. No matter, Mother, you have slumbered for far too long. It is time for you to awaken. As Black Zetsu seized control of Uchiha Madara's body, an immense reservoir of chakra hidden beneath the ground erupted, rapidly absorbed by Madara's form. His physique began to enlarge until he ultimately assumed Kagaya's likeness. What? How has this woman returned? Otsutsuki Kagaya stared in shock at the entity sealed away by her ancestors, now resurrected. Is this your true intention? Reviving Kagaya, what benefit does that hold for you? Benefit? Perhaps Kagaya is simply more entertaining. Ancient would shrug nonchalantly. You mad man, this planet will inevitably be your playground. Otsutsuki Kagaya began contemplating how to confront Kagaya, now that the moon had vanished. He needed to consider how to survive upon the earth. Chapter 192 No. They haven't even fought. They fled immediately? Mother. Black Zetsu's expression was one of astonishment upon witnessing Kagaya's resurrection. He swiftly slipped into the folds of her sleeve. At this moment, Kagaya appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend her own revival. However, as she observed the colossal wooden figure charging towards her, realization struck. Mother, deal with him. These beings have evaded the influence of the infinite Tsukuyami. Their existence taints this land. We must eliminate them. Black Zetsu's voice echoed beside her. Naturally, Kagaya would not refuse a request born of her own will. 80 God Airstrike. Kagaya harnessed her chakra to its utmost, concentrating it in her palm, releasing a multitude of powerful strikes into the air. These punches bore a striking resemblance to the ultimate technique of Senju Hashirama, the Buddha of the pinnacle. In an instant, a barrage of punches rained down upon the wooden figure, leaving Hashirama utterly dumbfounded as it was reduced to shattered fragments. Damn it! What have you done to Madara? Hashirama exclaimed, refusing to accept the situation, and began to utilize his wood-release jutsu. Wood-release? Wood dragon technique? A massive wooden dragon erupted from the ground. Coiling and spiraling in the air, spanning over 100 meters, its visage fierce and menacing. Mother, be careful. This creature can absorb chakra. Black Zetsu warned, providing crucial information. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes bulged with intensity as she activated her Byakugan. Rabbit hair needle. Her long white hair swelled, transforming into thousands of elongated needles that pierced through the wooden dragon above. What on earth is this? Hashirama exclaimed, utterly baffled. It was as if he were being toyed with. How could he still be called the god of shinobi? The assault of the rabbit hair needles did not cease. Instead, they rapidly advanced towards Hashirama. In desperation, he immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique. 5 Great Gate of the Hell. 5 enormous iron gates adorned with demonic faces materialized before him. He was engulfed in fury, angered that his once beloved friend, Uchiha Madara, had met such a disgraceful end. Senjutsu, my G-Mon. As Hashirama completed his seals, Black Zetsu quickly cautioned, Mother, be vigilant. Above you. Kagaya, with an expression devoid of emotion, looked skyward, where something resembling a threshold appeared. Her gaze trembled momentarily. Yomi Biriasaka. Kagaya invoked her spatial technique, traversing dimensions and leaving the battlefield in the bewildered eyes of Hashirama. She re-emerged behind him. Boom. With a single punch, Hashirama was sent flying like a cannonball. Mother, use the bone of common kill. That creature is a body of impure resurrection and cannot be harmed by ordinary attacks, Black Zetsu strategized. If he did not guide her, Kagaya would behave like a novice in battle, oblivious to the strengths of her opponents. Previously, she had suffered due to her lack of combat experience. However, at that moment, several kunai appeared beside Kagaya. The familiar figure of Tobirama Senju emerged before Black Zetsu. Mother, be cautious. Without needing Black Zetsu's warning, Kagaya easily reacted to Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique and intended to use the Bone of Common Kill to eliminate him. Yet, just as she grasped Tobirama's head, preparing to send him to his demise, she suddenly utilized Yomi Biryasaka to exit the battlefield. Mother, is there a problem? Black Zetsu questioned, puzzled as to why Kagaya refrained from attacking Tobirama. However, upon seeing the man clad in black demonic armor standing beside Tobirama, he instantly comprehended. Mother, be cautious. That individual can effortlessly overpower a sage of 6 paths level ninja. Black Zetsu's warning prompted a slight change in Kagaya's otherwise impassive expression. She seemed to recognize the power of the sage of 6 paths. After all, she had been sealed away by that very figure's son. Wait, mother. Did you really just flee? Black Zetsu observed Kagaya's retreat without hesitation, using Yomi Biryasaka to escape to a realm of lava, his expression one of exasperation. Mother, are you truly that fearful of the ancient wood? Something feels amiss. Kagaya's Byakugan revealed a grave concern. Despite her all-seeing vision, she could discern nothing but a profound darkness, as if a black hole threatened to engulf this world entirely. Mother, should we leave this planet for now? Wait for the others to arrive? Black Zetsu proposed. No, the others would likely kill me first, Kagaya shook her head. As a traitor of the Otsutsuki clan, if they discovered she had usurped the god tree, they would undoubtedly seek her immediate destruction. What should we do? That being is unreasonably powerful, Black Zetsu expressed his worries. Perhaps we should wait for the Otsutsuki clan to descend, allowing them to weaken each other? A sudden thought crossed Black Zetsu's mind, a smirk forming on his lips. Kagaya neither accepted nor rejected the idea. Black Zetsu was, after all, a manifestation of her will, and his thoughts mirrored her own. Alas, while the plan was splendid, reality proved harsh. Suddenly, the fabric of space shattered, causing both Black Zetsu and Kagaya to focus intently. Crack, as the space fractured. A woman with long black hair and an activated Sharingan appeared beside the ancient wood. Damn it, I forgot that her Manjiki possesses spatial capabilities. I never imagined she could track us here. Black Zetsu glared at Uchiha Shirzue, who had awakened from the infinite Tsukuyami, his tone unfriendly. With her presence, Kagaya's life was now in even greater peril. Chapter 193, a place of incomprehension. Uchiha Shinsui traversed through Kagaya's primordial space, arriving here after several passages. To be candid, this exerted a considerable strain on her ocular prowess. However, for the sake of the ancient tree's scheme, such a toll was of little consequence. Kagaya, do you still wish to escape? The glint in the ancient tree's eyes turned icy. Unbeknownst to him, Kagaya had slipped away without a trace in a moment of distraction. To prevent Uchiha Shinsui from further depleting her ocular energy, the ancient tree resolved to conclude matters swiftly. At the very least, he needed to subdue this individual. Damn it, mother. We must flee. Black Zetsu, concealed within Kagaya's sleeve, promptly voiced his alarm. Kagaya seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although she had never engaged the ancient tree in combat, Black Zetsu, as an extension of her will, allowed her to sense the unusual and formidable nature of the ancient tree's physique. Kagaya activated her Rinne's Sharingan, invoking the yellow springs of Hirabayashi, preparing to traverse the space. Simultaneously, she unleashed an assault of intensely heated lava towards the ancient tree. Alas, such an attack barely fazed him. In battle mode, the ancient tree barreled forward, effortlessly shattering the incoming lava with a few strikes. Within Black Zetsu's trembling gaze, the ancient tree seized Kagaya's ankle and, disregarding the spatial pressures, transported them both to the primordial space. This primordial space, one of Kagaya's creations, served as her primary domain and connected to various other realms. The bizarre crimson rocks and the eerie yellowish sky rendered the landscape reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. As the ancient tree stood amidst this desolation, he observed Kagaya's futile attempts to flee, his expression one of exasperation. Had he known Black Zetsu would prove so cowardly, he would not have revealed his overwhelming prowess prematurely. Mother, this fellow has followed me. We must escape. Black Zetsu's voice quivered with urgency. Regret washed over him for resurrecting Kagaya, yet he felt compelled, having waited so long. He suspected this might be the final opportunity to restore his mother, especially as the Uchiha clan faced extinction. Kagaya's countenance grew grave as she nodded, invoking the yellow springs of Hirabayashi once more. Yet, the ancient tree denied her the chance. Like a specter, he materialized before her, his terrifying speed causing her Byakugan to widen in shock. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch upon Kagaya's visage. Stunned, she was thrust back, reminiscent of the previous day when she had been struck by her son. Boom. Kaguya endured the force akin to a nuclear explosion, her body hurtling through the air like a meteor, finally crashing to the ground after an indeterminate distance. Following Black Zetsu's directives, Kaguya feigned defeat, though it hardly required pretense, as she was genuinely outmatched. As the ancient tree approached, two gray-white bone spikes erupted from her palm, aimed violently at his chest. The projectiles tore through space, their velocity surpassing sound. However, the only sounds that followed were the dull thuds of impact, as the ancient tree effortlessly crushed them in his grasp. Unbelievable! Even the bone spikes can be evaded? How insidious! Black Zetsu was taken aback. His ambush had been thwarted. If this were the case, what was the point of continuing? He might as well concede defeat, for encountering such an opponent was akin to courting disaster. With the ancient tree closing in and devoid of Black Zetsu's guidance, Kaguya reverted to a primal combat state, fists at the ready. "Mother, what are you doing?" Black Zetsu exclaimed. Horrified to see Kaguya engaging in a direct clash with the ancient tree, his expression a mixture of disbelief and frustration. "Mother, are you truly seeking suffering?" As predicted. In her naive bravado, Kaguya's arm shattered upon colliding with the ancient tree's might, sending her crashing backwards, the ground beneath her fracturing into a gaping chasm. Chapter 194, Black Absolute. Damn it, I'm feeling utterly miserable. Kaguya rolled about, while Black Absolute felt the world spinning around him, leaving him at a loss for words regarding his mother. "Mother, stop dawdling. We must flee." Kaguya seemed yet to recover from the pain. Her shattered arm began to mend swiftly, and then, at Black Absolute's urging, she activated the power of the Rinne's Sharingan, intending to open a portal to escape this place. "Mother, just traverse through space. That woman won't keep up with you. Sooner or later, she will tire out." Black Absolute began to concoct devious plans. It must be said, this was indeed the only method available to contend with Otsutsuki. However, Black Absolute underestimated Otsutsuki's speed. Almost as soon as Kaguya activated the teleportation portal, Otsutsuki was upon her. With a single hand, he grasped Kaguya's head, rendering her instantly rigid in the air. Kaguya's expression faltered, veins bulging around her eyes, and she retaliated with a flurry of punches directed at Otsutsuki. This should have been a powerful and resonant assault. Yet, from Uchiha Shinsui's perspective not far away, it appeared as if a petite woman was merely playfully pummeling Otsutsuki's chest. This scene instantly darkened Shinsui's expression. No way? Can this extraterrestrial even seduce Otsutsuki? "Mother, do not use your fists. Utilize the truth-seeking balls or transfer this fellow to another dimension." Black Absolute's expression was one of exasperation. If he had arms, he would undoubtedly be shaking his head in disbelief, declaring it was too much to handle. Kaguya came to her senses and was about to employ Ten no Jutsu to transfer Otsutsuki to another space when his figure suddenly vanished. "Mother, stop dawdling. That woman over there. Deal with her." Black Absolute directed his sleeve towards Uchiha Shinsui, who was watching coldly from a distance. Understanding, Kaguya extended her hand towards Shinsui, intending to use Ten no Jutsu to teleport her away. Boom. However, as she activated her power, Otsutsuki's fist struck her, embedding her into the ground. "Black Absolute, are you still going to resist?" Otsutsuki seized Black Absolute from Kaguya's sleeve, his iron grip infused with a dark aura, causing him to wail in agony. "Mother." Seeing that Black Absolute still intended to resist, Otsutsuki showed no mercy. Accompanied by a surge of dark energy, a black slash emerged, severing one of Kaguya's arms cleanly. Subsequently, Black Absolute was forcefully detached from Kaguya's body, falling ruthlessly to the ground. "Mother, save me." Observing Kaguya's intent to use Ten no Jutsu to return to Black Absolute, Otsutsuki swung his hand. The demon blade in his grasp pierced through the air like a black laser, violently plunging into the ground near Kaguya. Rumble. This strike was akin to a star-level weapon, shattering the earth in an instant. Wherever it struck, the ground tore apart, surging like a raging tide in all directions. By the time Kaguya regained her composure, the ground was utterly devastated. As for Black Absolute, not a single remnant remained. "Now, it is time for the two of us to have a serious discussion." Otsutsuki instantly appeared beside Kaguya. Seeing her still attempting to use the co-death of ash bones, he crushed her wrist with a single hand. Kaguya grimaced in pain, her expression contorting slightly, as she attempted to extend her other hand in defiance. Otsutsuki retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Kaguya tumbling violently from the sky. Upon landing, Kaguya covered her face, utterly bewildered. Do you know how devastating a slap like that is for a being sealed for over 1,000 years? Without Black Absolute's guidance, Kaguya could only instinctively begin her counterattack. Her body gradually expanded, starting to absorb the chakra of the ninjas controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi outside. Has she transformed into a tailed beast? Otsutsuki observed Kagaya instinctively entering her most powerful form. Her massive tailed beast incarnation resembled a monstrous rabbit, floating in the air. She continuously gathered enormous truth-seeking balls, launching them toward Otsutsuki. Gazing at the black hole-like spheres, Otsutsuki merely waved his blade, and the truth-seeking balls shattered effortlessly. The colossal spheres split in two, crashing to the ground like massive mountains. Kagaya seemed taken aback, instinctively wanting to flee. While expelling massive tailed beast balls as cover, she utilized Ten no Jutsu to escape this space. Damn it, is this spatial movement speed really that fast? Otsutsuki approached Uchiha Shinsui. The two exchanged no words. Shinsui understood immediately, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, combining foresight with space-tearing abilities. In an instant, he pinpointed Kagaya's location. It was a space with multiple times the gravity. Even the truth-seeking balls could not float in the air. Otsutsuki remained unaffected, while Shinsui clearly struggled. Observing Shinsui's blood tears, Otsutsuki realized he could not allow him to expend any more ocular power. A swift conclusion was imperative. Without hesitation, Otsutsuki dashed to Kagaya in her tailed beast form. And before she could react, he unleashed a dark slash that seemed to sever space itself. Kagaya's body collided with a nearby mountain like a colossal cannonball, utterly obliterating it. Kagaya, cease your struggle. Do not run. I will not seal you. Otsutsuki stood firm in the air, watching Kagaya's broken form heal at a visible rate. It is well known that Kagaya, who absorbed the god tree, cannot be killed by ninjas. She can only be sealed. Yet, Otsutsuki's strength transcended that of a mere ninja. He truly possessed the means not only to seal Kagaya, but also to obliterate her entirely. Sensing Otsutsuki's lack of killing intent, or perhaps having been subdued by his might, Kagaya reluctantly exited her tailed beast form. Unfortunately, the 1,000-year seal had rendered her incapable of effective communication. Without Black Absolute to translate, she was now like a naive fool. Regardless, Kagaya had one imperative task to complete: to thwart the Otsutsuki clan's invasion of this planet. For that, she was willing to turn the entire ninja world into white Zetsu to resist. Why should Otsutsuki keep her alive? Uchiha Shinsui, adjusting to the gravity, approached Otsutsuki's side. Upon seeing Kagaya, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate her. Why are you staring at us like that? It makes you seem so innocent. Shinsui understood that this type of woman often pretends to be naive, only to deceive men into dire straits. Where is the Otsutsuki clan's stronghold? Is there any way you can take me there? Otsutsuki bluntly expressed his intentions. Rather than waiting for an assault from the Otsutsuki clan in the future, it was better to strike first. As the old saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Chapter 195, It's My Turn to Show Off. Kagaya appeared utterly bewildered. If she could speak at this moment, her words would undoubtedly be a series of incoherent sounds. It seemed that the demise of Black Zetsu had momentarily robbed her of the ability to think. Without lingering too long, Gomu gestured for Kagaya to lead them away from this place. Complying mechanically, Kagaya nodded, as if she could fulfill any task assigned to her. This scene did not sit well with Uchiha Shinsui, who felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The moment she detected any irregularity about this woman, she would eliminate Gomu to prevent future troubles. Gomu cast a curious glance at Uchiha Shinsui, sensing that she might have been contemplating something dangerously unfriendly. Noticing Gomu's gaze, Shinsui raised her head, a beguiling smile gracing her otherwise aloof visage. Soon, as Kagaya guided Gomu and Uchiha Shinsui back to the skies of the ninja world, the surrounding ninjas suddenly wore grave expressions, as if faced with an imminent threat. Damn it, where's Madara? Senju Hashirama exclaimed, taking immediate action upon sensing Kagaya's chakra, summoning a wooden dragon to initiate a new offensive. Brother, don't rush, Gomu cautioned, aware that they were still nearby. Senju Tobirama looked at his furious brother, exasperated. You still claim you weren't deceived by Uchiha Madara? Look at you now, exposed. Kagaya seemed to sense the chakra of the wooden dragon. Instinctively, she began to summon the god tree, declaring that those inferior beings devoid of value must be eradicated. Without a doubt, Hashirama's aggressive assault had awakened Kagaya's murderous intent. She had intended to wipe out all the useless humans in this world and reclaim the chakra of all ninjas, ultimately preparing for a confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan from beyond. With a thunderous roar, the god tree began to rampage, effortlessly dismantling Hashirama's roaring wooden dragon. Just as the god tree was about to obliterate Hashirama's form beyond repair, A resounding clap echoed from the sky. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of all, Kagaya was sent flying back to the ground by a single slap from Gumo. Uchiha Shinsui, observing Gumu's apparent disinterest in Kagaya, wore a delightful smile, feeling quite satisfied with his actions. What just happened? That guy was slapped down? Uzumaki Naruto, who had intended to assist, found himself utterly perplexed as Kagaya was sent hurtling downwards. Naruto, it's not our fight. Let's deal with her after Gumu's finished, Jiraiya consoled from the side. Although they could intervene in this battle, their impact would be minimal, potentially causing adverse effects instead. What is happening here? Am I late? Just then, a voice filled with confusion echoed from a nearby hill. A figure donned in grayish-white robes, with a purple sash around the waist, grasped a long blade in one hand while observing the distant battlefield with an air of arrogance. Sasuke-kun, it's so good to see you're safe. Haruno Sakura exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Uchiha Sasuke, who had been absent for far too long. Humph, Sasuke coldly snorted, offering no reply to Sakura. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Kagaya in the center of the battlefield and instantaneously vanished in a flash. Damn it, Sasuke, what are you doing? Seeing Sasuke's departure, Naruto immediately activated his Nine-Tails mode, following closely behind him. Uchiha Sasuke sensed Naruto's increasing strength and felt a twinge of discomfort. He had anticipated that after his training, he would easily overpower Naruto. However, this notion seemed increasingly implausible. Realizing this, Sasuke's words turned somewhat unfriendly. Of course, I'm here to help. My teacher is over there. If I don't assist, who will? Sasuke, noticing Uchiha Shinsui hovering above, charged recklessly towards Kagaya. Stop, Sasuke. That being is beyond our capabilities to confront. Naruto desperately tried to dissuade him, fearful that Kagaya might eliminate Sasuke in an instant. It was true that Kagaya's devastating powers could indeed erase Sasuke in a heartbeat. Get lost. If you're scared, don't follow me. Sasuke retorted angrily. He had spent so long in seclusion for this very moment of showing off. Now, as an eternal Mangekyou Sharingan wielder, he was confident he could defeat even an unknown adversary. Guma seemed to notice Sasuke approaching. This brat is coming for a beating again, he thought to himself. Fine. Naruto decided against further persuasion, opting to stay close to Sasuke in case of unforeseen developments. What's he doing here? Uchiha Shinsui also recognized Sasuke in the sky, curiosity evident in her voice. Let us just wait and see, Guma replied, shaking his head. However, with him present, Kagaya would surely be unable to eliminate Sasuke. Which of you fools is responsible for this chaos? Sasuke stood atop a rock, one hand resting on his blade's hilt, the other pointing down at Kagaya, who was trapped in a deep pit. His expression exuded arrogance and defiance. Kagaya blinked, clearly perplexed. Yet, she could sense the aura of the child who had sealed her within Sasuke and Naruto. Instantly, her mood soured. With a glare, she unleashed her attack towards Sasuke above. You seek death. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned cold. Allow me to show you the true power of Susanoo. With a fierce shout, a purple skeletal figure enveloped him, followed by his Susanoo's blade igniting with black flames as he charged at Kagaya in wrath. Chapter 196. Tsunade's illusions. A faint smile graced Sasuke Uchiha's face, his eyes radiating confidence and satisfaction. At this moment, he had activated Susanoo, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This newfound strength enveloped him in a comforting aura, as if all dangers could be effortlessly confronted. Relishing the sense of security brought by Susanoo, he mused to himself, with the Susanoo, who could possibly dare to approach me? At the same time, Sasuke gripped a purple-black flame blade tightly in his hand, swinging it forcefully to unleash a fiery blade that surged towards Kagaya. However, this was merely a probing attack, lacking its full potential. When the flame blade collided with Kagaya's truth-seeking orb, a tremendous sound erupted, as fire and the orb intertwined, creating a dazzling display of light. Though this assault did not significantly impact Kagaya, Sasuke, utilizing his Sharingan, detected the presence of the truth-seeking orb for the first time, stirring a flicker of curiosity within him. He scrutinized the orb, noting its eerie and terrifying aura. Despite not fully comprehending its precise capabilities, Sasuke understood that it was no ordinary object. Confronted by such a mysterious adversary, he realized that the forthcoming battle would likely be exceptionally arduous. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Flame release, great fireball technique. With a fierce shout, the crimson light of his Sharingan flickered. Immediately, black flames coalesced into a bow, violently shooting toward Kagaya. Yet, it failed to reach her. Instead, Just as it was about to make contact, she vanished like a specter. In the next instant, Kaguya utilized her ability to teleport, appearing directly in front of Susanoo. A thunderous crash resounded as her fist struck Sasuke's Susanoo with tremendous force. "Do you really think you can shatter my Susanoo this easily?" Sasuke scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. How naive. However, just as his words fell, the smile on his face abruptly froze. He distinctly heard the sound of Susanoo fracturing nearby. To his shock and bewilderment, Kaguya effortlessly shattered his third form of Susanoo with a single punch. Sasuke uttered in surprise. With his hands crossed defensively, he was sent flying like a projectile. "What the hell? My Susanoo feels like a mere plastic bag in your hands. Easily pierced." Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki had seemingly anticipated Sasuke's defeat, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly, ending with a single blow. Concern etched on his face. Naruto sensed the overwhelming power of Kaguya's taijutsu, sending a shiver down his spine. Kaguya's strength had surpassed their wildest imaginations. It became clear that overcoming her would demand a far greater sacrifice. "Sasuke, are you all right?" Seeing Sasuke propelled backward, blood trickling from his lips, Naruto rushed to assess the situation, anxiety gripping him. Observing the pain etched on Sasuke's face, he felt a surge of worry. "Damn it! Why didn't you inform me that she possesses teleportation abilities and such formidable taijutsu?" Sasuke furiously retorted, his eyes ablaze with anger. In response, Naruto, looking bewildered, replied, "How could I know? I've never fought her." Frustrated, he added, "Didn't I warn you not to challenge her? You wouldn't listen." With that, he callously dropped Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke, feeling the sting of betrayal anew, cursed inwardly. "Seriously? You just throw me aside like that? Isn't she your ally?" As Naruto's words faded, Kaguya's figure appeared before him in an instant. Gathering her truth-seeking bones, she targeted Sasuke with lethal intent, her disdain for the aura emanating from them igniting a fierce desire to kill. "Watch out." In his Ninetales mode, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning numerous shadow clones. These clones formed a barrier, successfully blocking Kaguya's assault and buying time to relocate Sasuke. What on earth is that? Naruto felt his shadow clones disintegrate upon contact with the truth-seeking bones, as fragile as paper against a needle. This bizarrely formidable ninjutsu instilled a profound sense of danger within him. "Sasuke, get out of here." Naruto understood the necessity of avoiding prolonged engagement with Kaguya, especially since she seemed linked to Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was still airborne and yet to act. Did he have other plans? Doubt crept into Naruto's mind. Boom. However, Sasuke disregarded Naruto's earnest plea. Determined, he summoned his complete Susanoo. As it emerged, it expanded rapidly, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Ultimately, it reached an imposing height of nearly 100 meters, a breathtaking spectacle. The massive purple Susanoo loomed like a majestic war deity, towering between heaven and earth. Its form surpassed that of a small mountain, exuding an unshakable presence. With a pair of wings adorning its back, it appeared even more regal and commanding, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld it. Sakura Haruno gaped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she took in the sight. "Sasuke-kun, do you possess such abilities now?" Her gaze shimmered with envy and admiration. In the current Team 7, she felt increasingly distanced from her teammates, anxiety and unease swelling within her. At that moment, Tsunade gently placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, offering comfort. "Don't worry, Sakura. Everyone has their own path to growth. With perseverance, you will surely catch up to them." Tsunade's words were like a warm spring breeze, rekindling Sakura's confidence. Grateful, she nodded, vowing to continue her training and enhance her strength. In that instant, Sakura resolved that no matter how treacherous the path ahead, she would not falter. She understood that only through relentless effort and determination could she become a truly exceptional ninja, fighting alongside her comrades. Tsunade regarded her disciple with satisfaction, earnestly advising, "Sakura, you are different from them. Mastering the strength of 100, you shall not fall behind." Sakura's eyes lit up at Tsunade's words, eagerly asking, "Really, Lady Tsunade?" Her tone brimmed with anticipation. As a member of Class 7, she has always yearned to fight alongside Sasuke and Naruto, rather than being a burden to the team. However, she is also acutely aware of the gap in strength between herself and Sasuke, which fuels her desire to enhance her skills through diligent effort. Observing the glimmer of hope in Sakura Haruno's eyes, Tsunade felt a twinge of helplessness but nodded in affirmation, reassuring her, "Of course, it's true." Though she understood that Sakura had a long journey ahead to catch up with Sasuke and the others, she did not wish to discourage Sakura's spirit. After all, In the world of ninjas, faith is a potent force in itself. Upon hearing this, a spark of determination ignited in Sakura's gaze. As if she had received a tremendous boost of encouragement. She recognized the necessity of exerting greater effort to achieve her aspirations, yet she was undaunted by the challenges ahead. Instead, she regarded them as opportunities for growth and resolved to continuously transcend her limits to become a more formidable ninja. Tsunade, witnessing Sakura's unwavering conviction, couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle. Oh, Sakura, do you truly believe you can measure up to Naruto and Sasuke? They are extraordinary individuals. Not to mention, even I would merely fade into the background beside them. Nevertheless, Tsunade felt a sense of comfort seeing Sakura respond with such steadfastness. After all, such fighting spirit and resolve are not possessed by everyone. Unfortunately, Sakura seemed oblivious to the subtlety in Tsunade's words. Yes, Lady Tsunade, I will work hard to train. This declaration left Tsunade momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Sakura. It was as if Sakura had fallen under a genjutsu, taking her words at face value. No, Sakura, I was only jesting. You can't be serious, can you? Tsunade managed a forced laugh, refraining from shattering Sakura's dreams cruelly. As for why it was not merely a goal but a dream, it was because such matters are often best left to the realm of fantasy. Kneel, mortal. Uchiha Sasuke declared from the pinnacle of his complete Susanoo, his words dripping with arrogance and defiance. He felt as if he were a true deity. Casting a disdainful glance at the minuscule beings below, easily extinguishable with a mere strike. Indeed, in the presence of Sasuke, most ninjas found themselves without the means to retaliate. Of course, Kaguya was an exception. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the towering Susanoo, standing 100 meters high, fully aware that Sasuke was not jesting. Reluctantly, he withdrew from the battlefield to avoid collateral damage. It seemed that Sasuke was quite serious now. Kaguki observed Uchiha Sasuke, who had now activated his complete Susanoo. His tone laced with teasing. Can he truly win? Uchiha Sijui wondered. He should be able to survive against Kaguya. Kaguki replied simply. Forget about winning. Merely surviving in Kaguya's presence is already impressive. This was particularly true since Kaguya had voluntarily released the infinite Tsukuyomi, awakening many ninjas from their slumber. They gazed in shock at the colossal Susanoo looming nearby. Another giant. Is Uchiha Madara up to his old tricks? Fourth Raikage commented, puzzled. Lord Orochimaru. That figure appears to be Sasuke-kun. Kabuto Yakushi seemed to recognize Uchiha Sasuke atop the complete Susanoo, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. I never expected Sasuke to have grown to such heights, Orochimaru reflected wistfully. Once, he had intended to seize Uchiha Sasuke's body. But now it seemed that plan would remain unfulfilled. The current Sasuke was no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. However, Lord Orochimaru, what is the situation with that woman? Kabuto inquired, activating Sage Mode as he observed a woman in the sky with white hair and white eyes. His voice tinged with curiosity. I don't know, but that profound chakra is indeed terrifying, Orochimaru replied, perplexed. Moreover, it appears she bears the blood-red Rinnegan on her forehead. What could possibly be happening? Lord Hokage, what transpired? Where is Uchiha Madara? Did he not absorb the Tintails? Inoki and Raikage approached Tsunade. I'm not entirely certain. We just awoke not long ago. However, I can confirm that we were ensnared in an immensely powerful genjutsu, Tsunade spoke gravely. It nearly plunged the entire ninja world into an endless cycle of illusion. What about Kaguki? Why isn't he engaged in battle? Fourth Raikage placed a hand on his forehead, vaguely noticing two dark figures in the sky. Without a doubt, those are Kaguki and Uchiha Sijui. And that boy seems to be Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth Raikage's expression grew serious, realizing that Konoha truly was a place of prodigious talent. Each individual was more formidable than the last. Niji, is Naruto all right? Hinata Hyuga asked anxiously, noticing that Niji had not fallen in battle. Rest assured. The current Uzumaki Naruto is not to be underestimated. He can also utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, and you possess the kunai with the marker, don't you? If danger arises, he will likely return in an instant, Niji reassured her, bringing a semblance of relief to Hinata's face. However, that sense of relief was short-lived, as Sasuke's reckless Susanoo seemed to threaten their vicinity. Chapter 197. Six Paths Naruto, Six Paths Sasuke. Sasuke stood atop his complete Susanoo, suddenly swinging his longsword. In an instant, the resulting shockwave obliterated the surrounding mountains. Before Uchiha Sasuke could revel in his triumph, Kaguya unleashed her bone-like projectiles, violently hurtling towards him. Bang! Bang! The sharp sounds caused Sasuke's eyes to narrow in astonishment as he beheld the gray bone spike embedded in his Susanoo. Could it truly penetrate his formidable defense? This was no mere fluke. It felt as though he had just taken a ton of force. The terrifying bone projectiles pierced through the Susanoo, forcing Sasuke to reluctantly abandon that form and plummet from the sky. What was happening? Sasuke had exited his Susanoo form? Kakashi, observing Sasuke's retreat from his most powerful state, wore an expression of incredulity. We must assist him. Sasuke is in danger. Sakura exclaimed in a state of panic, sensing Kagaya's intent to strike Sasuke. The potential to pierce such a Susanoo meant that any intervention would likely lead to death. Jiraiya halted their actions, stating that this battle was no longer one that could be won by sheer numbers. Rushing in recklessly could distract both Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto inquired. Approaching Sasuke, curious about what had transpired that led him to abandon his Susanoo. What could possibly happen to me? Sasuke replied defiantly, despite sensing the impending threat of death from Kagaya's bone projectiles. However, he refused to show weakness. At that moment, Kagaya approached, intent on eliminating the two threats. Before she could launch a surprise attack, a cold voice echoed around them. Stop, Kagaya. Brother Gomu. Naruto exclaimed with delight, feeling reassured by Gomu's presence, believing Kagaya would no longer pose a significant threat. Sensei. Sasuke greeted Gomu's companion, Shirzue, though Kagaya remained undeterred by Gomu's words, focused solely on eradicating Naruto and Sasuke. She was desperate to avoid the sensation of being sealed away again, trapped in an endless abyss of darkness and purposeless existence. Gomu noticed Kagaya's disobedience and swiftly appeared at her side, gripping her wrist with ease. Be careful. Her bone spikes are extremely dangerous, Sasuke warned, alarmed as he watched Kagaya gather her projectiles once more. To his astonishment, Gomu effortlessly crushed the bone spike with a mere flick of his wrist. What? Kagaya blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her most powerful attack had been rendered useless by such a simplistic act. Where's my black Zetsu? Her mind momentarily clouded with confusion. What are you staring at? Who are you glaring at, huh? Gomu remarked, delivering a punch to Kagaya's face. It seemed she needed to experience some hardship to understand the current state of the ninja world. With Gomu's punch landing squarely on Kagaya's face, she was sent crashing to the ground like a shooting star. What? Was it really that easy? Inoki exclaimed, astonished. This woman, capable of shattering a complete Susanoo, was sent flying by you with a single punch. Gomu's power is utterly unreasonable. Raikage AI added incredulously. Can you defend against such strength with your Susanoo, Sasuke? Naruto asked, his tone tinged with curiosity, observing that Sasuke's aura had suddenly intensified. If one were to look closely, they would notice a sun symbol appearing in the palm of Naruto's hand. Let's go all out. Sasuke replied with a stoic expression. He then enveloped himself in blue lightning, violently slashing down at Kagaya, who had just landed. The electric energy engulfed her, obliterating the stones in the pit beneath her. This sudden turn of events caught Gomu's attention, as he sensed the immense power emanating from Naruto and Sasuke, which had multiplied exponentially in mere moments. Not far away, Shirzue also perceived something amiss. Her expression filled with confusion, feeling that Sasuke now seemed more powerful than herself. What are you two planning? Are you rebelling? Gomu asked, observing Naruto and Sasuke's readiness for action. Brother Gomu, we have encountered the legendary Sage of Six Paths. He has instructed us to seal away the chaos of this ninja world, Naruto declared, having undergone years of experience that prevented him from being easily swayed by the sage's words. No need. As long as I am here, Kagaya cannot stir any trouble. Gomu swiftly moved to confront Kagaya, who was attempting to sneak attack him. He retaliated with several swift slaps, causing her to cover her face in a wounded expression. Compliant at last, but her existence poses a threat to the ninja world. Her goal is to annihilate all humanity, Naruto interjected, his inner Ashura chakra warping his perception of values. Gomu, let Kagaya go. You may not be able to defeat me, Sasuke declared, his eyes shimmering with radiant purple light. The Rinnegan. Sasuke had previously merged with Hashirama's cells under Danzo's supervision, and now, guided by the Sage of Six Paths, he awakened the sixth Tomo Rinnegan. What do you mean? You little brat, do you think you can defy fate? Shirzue tore through space to stand beside Gomu. Although uncertain of his intentions, she unwaveringly supported him, even if it meant facing the world's destruction alongside him. Sensei. Upon seeing Shirzue's familiar face, Sasuke momentarily faltered, recalling the time she had taught him a lesson with a well-placed slap. Yet, the power coursing through him instilled confidence that even Shirzue might struggle to overcome him. for his Rinnegan was inherently designed to counter spatial techniques. Chapter 198. Intense pressure. Beholding the unwavering gaze of Uchiha Sasuke, Shizumi seemed to grasp his intentions. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke was a figure of defiance. With the power of the Rinnegan, he was now immune to the Jinjutsu of Kotoeme Tsukumi. At this moment, he harbored a singular ambition, to seal Kagaya and ignite a revolution in the shinobi world. The remnants of a bygone era must not linger in this realm. The first step was to bring all-tailed beasts under his dominion. Naruto Uzumaki, are you certain you wish to confront me? The ancient tree, observing the hesitant Naruto below, spoke with a hint of mockery. As for Sasuke, he would surely yield after receiving a beating. Brother Gomu, I do not wish to be your enemy, but Kagaya must be sealed. Naruto, fully aware that the Sage of Six Paths was the architect of the shinobi world, understood that Kagaya's sole intention was to annihilate it. Did you hear that? These two intend to seal you. Show some reaction. Gomu lamented, gazing at Kagaya, who appeared unresponsive in the sky behind him. Without Black Zetsu, this fellow probably cannot think, right? After being sealed for so many years, it is likely that her mind has relinquished thought altogether. The endless darkness would undoubtedly drive one to despair. Seal her. No, I refuse. Upon hearing the word seal, Kagaya was reminded of her betrayal by the two wretches, igniting a furious rage within her. Her hair whipped violently, morphing into sharp needles that indiscriminately attacked her surroundings. What the? Gomu was taken aback. Is this attack intentional or accidental? Get lost. If it weren't for my desire to know how to reach the Otsutsuki clan's planet, I would truly wish to seal this naive Kagaya right now. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan radiated with a vibrant purple glow as he instantaneously utilized the technique of Tenjutsu to swap places with Shizumi. Sensei, I have no intention of battling you. My goal is Kagaya. With that, Sasuke, wielding a blade enveloped in blue lightning, swung it towards Kagaya's head. Whoosh. Sensing the imminent danger, Kagaya immediately activated her ability to traverse space and vanished from the location. She fled? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, taken aback that Kagaya possessed spatial movement capabilities. Moreover, the eyes upon her head appeared to be Rinnegan, specifically the blood-red version with 9 tomo. Wait, have you two been brainwashed by that old sage? Gomu observed as Sasuke and Naruto ascended into the sky. Naruto, unbeknownst to him, had somehow acquired the chakra of the other 9-tailed beasts, now surrounded by 6 truth-seeking orbs. Brainwashed? Gomu, do you believe that I, with the Rinnegan, could be ensnared by Jinjutsu? A cold smile graced Sasuke's lips. Upon breaking free from the illusion, he realized that he had been inadvertently protecting his family's nemesis, Shimura Danzo. With that revelation, Sasuke ceased holding back. His eyes narrowed as he began to sense the chakra of the surrounding shinobi utilizing his own power. Soon, he pinpointed a target located farthest from the battlefield. Found you. Without a trace of hesitation, Sasuke enveloped himself in Susanoo. A colossal black flame took the shape of a bow, aimed directly at Danzo's position, and surged forth with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! This strike seemed capable of piercing the very stars. The black flame arrow sliced through the air like an obsidian comet, soaring past the curious gazes of numerous shinobi. At that moment, Danzo, stationed at the edge of the battlefield, suddenly sensed something amiss and glanced at the approaching black with growing trepidation. What in the world is that? As the words escaped his lips, the black dot in the sky expanded ominously. It was, in fact, an arrow imbued with searing black flames. Whoosh! The fire release tore through space. Danzo, recognizing the nature of the attack, attempted to flee. However, the assault had already locked onto his form. Boom! Amidst the astonished expressions of the surrounding shinobi, the arrow struck Danzo's body and erupted into a blaze of black flames. Fortunately, Danzo possessed Izanagi, which prevented him from being entirely consumed by the fiery onslaught. Sasuke, enough. Danzo is under my protection now. Do you understand? Gomu interjected, positioning himself before Sasuke just as he was about to launch another arrow. His body began to emanate a pitch-black armor, signaling his seriousness. While Danzo was not particularly useful, Gomu recognized that he posed no threat. Handling certain dark matters could be entrusted to him. Sasuke, that scoundrel is the root cause of our Uchiha clan's demise. Do you believe I could simply let him go? Sasuke's voice was tinged with fervor. Very well, then. I shall grant you this opportunity. You may choose between killing Danzo or sealing Kagaya. Gomu presented this dilemma to Sasuke. Initially, Sasuke intended to slay Danzo without hesitation. Yet, influenced by Indra's chakra, his thoughts shifted. He realized he could indeed seal Kagaya first and then eliminate the old fool Danzo afterward. These actions were not mutually exclusive. Seal Kagaya. Sasuke's response took Gomu by surprise. He had anticipated the lad would hastily activate a space-time wormhole to assassinate Danzo. Sealing Kaguya, you say? Pass my trial first. Upon hearing Gomu's words, Sasuke wore a perplexed expression. Aren't you going to stop me? I merely presented you with a choice. I never said I would not impede you. Gomu shrugged. Standing firm in the space, exerting immense pressure upon Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 199. Sasuke's urgency. The words of the ancient tree rendered Uchiha Sasuke utterly speechless. Could it be that after all this time, he was merely playing a game of semantics? Ancient tree, come forth and show me how you intend to obstruct my sealing of Kaguya. Standing by the edge of a deep pit, Uchiha Sasuke's purple Rinnegan flickered ominously. Oh. Beside him, Naruto Uzumaki attempted to caution Sasuke against being blinded by power. However, before he could finish his warning, he witnessed the ancient tree's figure suddenly materialize right before Sasuke. The terrifying speed of movement abruptly halted before Sasuke, stirring up a gale of shock. Boom. Sasuke felt his hair being swept away by the force of the wind, leaving him momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Am I drenched in sweat? The ancient tree, observing the temporarily motionless Uchiha Sasuke, suppressed a laugh. How could this be? How could the Rinnegan fail to react? Sasuke's thoughts were fraught with disbelief, unable to fathom the ancient tree's speed. If he were to launch a serious attack, Sasuke had no confidence in his ability to defend against it. The ancient tree had intended to pat Sasuke on the shoulder to dissuade him, but Sasuke's tension was palpable. Upon seeing the ancient tree's gesture, he immediately activated his Rinnegan's teleportation ability, swapping places with Uchiha Shinsui nearby. What are you planning? Uchiha Shinsui appeared beside the ancient tree. Watching him raise his hand with a glimmer in his eyes, Sasuke seems to be suffering from paranoia. The ancient tree shrugged, observing Sasuke conspire with Naruto in the distance. The ancient tree noticed Sasuke activating a spatial wormhole, vanishing from sight. This stubborn fool might not be easily subdued. Can he manage it? The ancient tree glanced at the expressionless Uchiha Shinsui. I am not as fragile as you presume, Uchiha Shinsui retorted with a playful roll of his eyes. Then activated his Manjiki Sharingan's ability. He tore through space, bringing the ancient tree into Kaguya's initial realm. Inside the dimly lit space, silence reigned, devoid of any presence. It seems she isn't here. Just as the ancient tree spoke, Kaguya's figure suddenly appeared in the sky, her form vaguely visible. Lacking Black Zetsu's guidance and appearing quite vulnerable. Her robe was tattered, and one arm was stained with crimson blood. Although she was not mortal, Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke possessed the power to seal her, causing Kaguya to instinctively feel panic. Suddenly, Kaguya spotted the ancient tree and Shinsui in her realm and swiftly used her ability to appear behind the ancient tree. You thought you were clever, didn't you? Now it appears you know to hide behind me. The ancient tree regarded Kaguya with a teasing expression, realizing that the situation was not yet beyond redemption. Once she regained her composure, he could inquire about the Otsutsuki clan's stronghold. Listening to the ancient tree's banter, Uchiha Shinsui pouted. No doubt, the jealousy was palpable. Ahem. Protecting Kaguya? My dear, you are what truly matters. The ancient tree quickly clarified. Humph. Uchiha Shinsui coldly huffed, casting a glance at Kaguya, who was hiding behind the ancient tree, momentarily suppressing any thoughts of attacking her. Damn it, Sasuke, you've allowed this fool to escape again. Naruto Uzumaki's frustrated voice echoed in the realm. The current Naruto had fully transformed into his Ninetales form, radiating a golden glow, with several truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him, exuding an imposing presence. Shut your mouth, you fool. Next time, I will use my Rinnegan to swap places before he escapes. Just focus on your attack. Uchiha Sasuke, standing beside Susanoo, spoke with arrogance. In his current state, even a passing dog would fall victim to his Amaterasu. Yet soon, Uchiha Sasuke's confidence faltered as he noticed Kaguya appearing behind the ancient tree. Damn it, this bastard can find a support? I thought she was a mere fool without thought. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was one of disdain. Just moments ago, Kaguya had been mercilessly beaten, lacking any combat experience, and ultimately resorted to fleeing in a frenzy using her spatial abilities. As expected, Sasuke was already contemplating sealing Kaguya in the next round. Telekinesis. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan glimmered with violet light as he initiated the swap with Kaguya. Naruto, sensing their connection, was already prepared to unleash his attack. Truth-seeking Orb Spiral Shuriken. Accompanied by the terrifying jutsu formed from the two truth-seeking orbs in Naruto's hands, Kaguya's Byakugan trembled involuntarily. This strike would undoubtedly be painful. Stop. However, just as the two truth-seeking orb spiral shurikens were launched, the ancient tree's figure promptly shielded Kaguya. His calm voice resonated with confidence and resolve. If he were to truly reduce Kaguya to a fool, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Brother Ancient Tree? Be careful. Naruto had no intention of attacking the ancient tree. However, the sight of the ancient tree teleporting in front of Kaguya startled him. Only the caster understood the immense power of those jutsu, capable of effortlessly annihilating a village. Regrettably, the ancient tree remained unmoved throughout. Even as the truth-seeking orb shurikens collided with him, showing no signs of action. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated throughout the air, generating tremendous shockwaves. Uchiha Shinsui, witnessing Sasuke's intent to flee, swiftly brandished his long blade against Sasuke's neck. You little brat, stand down and cease your futile resistance. Upon hearing Uchiha Shinsui's cold voice and feeling the blade pressed against his throat, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and retorted haughtily. Teacher, are you also going to hinder me? I possess the power to create all things now. Are you sure you wish to oppose me? As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he activated telekinesis, swapping places with Uchiha Shinsui. Upon seeing the blade that had been at his throat now turned against Shinsui, a smile crept onto Uchiha Shinsui's face. In an instant, he tore through space once more, appearing behind Sasuke. Are you certain you wish to challenge me in ocular prowess? Uchiha Shinsui placed the blade back at Sasuke's neck, subduing him. Faced with Shinsui's spatial teleportation ability, Uchiha Sasuke wore an awkward expression. No way. This is possible? Undoubtedly. The consumption of the Rinnegan was far more taxing than that of the Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke was uncertain whether he could outlast Shinsui. Susanoo. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Sasuke decided to reveal his hand. Since that is the case, let us refrain from playing and engage in a titanic battle with our mechas instead. Chapter 200, The Ultimate Form of Susanoo. Crack, crack, the violet Susanoo continuously manifested above Uchiha Sasuke's form. From its basic skeletal structure, it evolved flesh and blood, subsequently enveloped in the armor of the Tengu, and eventually expanded to reveal its complete form. A pair of wings, each spanning 100 meters, reminiscent of small mountains, emerged from its back, while a long blade in its hand rendered it akin to a divine warrior, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. It appeared that today, a thorough reckoning was in order. Uchiha Shinsui, declaring his own full Susanoo, manifested a silvery figure with angelic wings that mirrored the same oppressive aura. Teacher, you wield Susanoo as well. Yet, there remains a disparity between us. Sasuke proclaimed from the pinnacle of his Susanoo, his voice brimming with arrogance. He could not fathom being bested by Shinsui. If he could not overcome the ancient tree, how could Shinsui possibly prevail? Indeed, there was a chasm between their powers. Allow me to elucidate the nature of our differences, he stated, just as Shinsui's towering Susanoo vanished from his sight. In an instant, it reappeared directly before Sasuke. Boom. The silver blade descended violently upon the violet Susanoo. This sudden assault caught Sasuke entirely off guard, sending his Susanoo flying. Heavenly hand power. In the midst of the exchange, it was Uchiha Shinsui who began to soar backward. Yet, it seemed Shinsui anticipated Sasuke's next move. Almost instantaneously, Shinsui's Susanoo reappeared beside Sasuke, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him atop his Susanoo. What in the world is happening? How is this possible? Sasuke gazed at Shinsui, now teleporting once more, and began to falter under the pressure. This was absurd. Who could contend against such might? With a single blow, Shinsui's fist sent Sasuke's Susanoo hurtling away. It is well known that larger objects, when propelled at high speeds, generate tremendous shockwaves. Shinsui's rapid punch created a force akin to a tempest, causing the air around them to ripple violently, sending Kaguya's hair flying. Flame release. Additive earth command. In desperation, the retreating Sasuke initiated a ninjutsu. The violet blade of his Susanoo ignited with dark flames, coalescing into an arrow aimed at Shinsui, hurtling through the air. Unfortunately, Shinsui had already anticipated Sasuke's attack. With the activation of his Meijiki Sharingan, he could foresee the next 5 seconds of offensive maneuvers. For a warrior of his caliber, this rendered him nearly invulnerable. Swish. The colossal form vanished once more, reappearing before the retreating Sasuke. With a single kick, Shinsui thrust Sasuke's full Susanoo into the ground. Ugh, Sasuke was jolted. Feeling his vitality surge within him, he began to question his very existence, finally understanding what kind of monstrosity his elder brother had faced years prior. Battling against such a monstrous Meijiki Sharingan, he could only endure a one-sided defeat. Meanwhile, the ancient tree had engaged in combat mode. Withstanding two of the truth-seeking orb shurikens without a scratch, it remained unfazed, nonchalantly holding two truth-seeking orbs in its grip. Uzumaki Naruto observed the two truth-seeking orbs in the ancient tree's grasp, unable to reclaim them, his eyes widening in shock. Boom. In the next instant, a barrage of tailed beast bombs erupted from Kurama's mouth. In this transformed state, Naruto no longer required extensive time to gather the tailed beast bombs. They were unleashed with pinpoint accuracy, akin to a pea shooter. Boom. The howling tailed beast bombs tore through the sky, hurtling towards the ancient tree. Swish. Before they could make contact, the ancient tree cleaved them in twain with a single stroke of its blade. The shockwave reverberated around them, shaking the very mountains. As the dust settled, the ancient tree noticed Sasuke being forcefully pressed into the ground by Shirzue. It seems Sasuke will have to reconsider his stance. The ancient tree remarked with a hint of mockery, turning its gaze toward the fully tailed beast-formed Naruto. Naruto, are you still intent on fighting? Brother ancient tree, never mind. I concede, Naruto replied, raising both hands in surrender. If he were to engage alongside Sasuke against the ancient tree, he might have considered it, however. Witnessing Sasuke being mercilessly battered like a mere ball had significantly dampened his fighting spirit. Pathetic coward, Sasuke exclaimed, compelled to use heavenly hand power to switch places with the ancient tree. Bestow upon me the power of the tailed beast, he demanded, eyes blazing with anger directed at Naruto. It was evident that his Susanoo had been thoroughly shattered by Shirzue's onslaught, and his chakra was insufficient to facilitate repairs. Sasuke, let us relent. We cannot defeat brother ancient tree, Naruto replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Under the counsel of Kurama in his mind, he was beginning to recognize the limitations of his own strength. The two of them were undoubtedly outmatched by the Sage of Six Paths, while the ancient tree could effortlessly dominate even them. Curse you, do not belittle me, Sasuke raged, his composure unraveling. Observing Sasuke's disarray, Naruto could only manage a wry smile. Naruto, temporarily lend him the power of the tailed beast. I am merely curious about his intentions. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Since even Kurama had acquiesced, he complied. With that, Naruto began to channel the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts into Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 201. The arrow of Indra Yaoshido's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the vanishing figures of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. He murmured to himself, what on earth is happening? Lord Orochimaru, how could Naruto and Sasuke betray us? He struggled to comprehend the audacity of their actions. Did they not realize the vast chasm of power that lay between them and Gomu? Yoshido was acutely aware that Gomu had grown to a terrifying level of strength. Since the onset of the war, he had been a silent observer, witnessing Gomu's relentless annihilation of all adversaries. Throughout history, it seemed only Gomu could possess such formidable power and presence. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury and defiance as he glared at Naruto, gritting his teeth. I am no coward like you. At that moment, he felt the overwhelming power of the tailed beast surging into him. A frenzied expression illuminated his face, fueled by an insatiable thirst for power. Boom. As torrents of silver chakra surged into Sasuke's body, his Susanoo began to evolve under this immense energy. The once fractured Susanoo seemed to undergo a rebirth, its broken parts restoring at an astonishing pace. Crack, crack, crack. A mechanical sound echoed as Sasuke's Susanoo moved with the precision of a finely tuned machine. He adeptly utilized the Susanoo as a vessel for the tailed beast chakra, merging their powers seamlessly. In that moment, Uchiha Sasuke transcended from merely being a ninja with Susanoo to becoming a terrifying entity capable of wielding the power of a tailed beast. Zzz with the crackling sound of lightning, Sasuke felt power coursing through him. He understood that this was the ultimate form of Susanoo. Gomu, Sasuke roared, launching himself into the fray. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and boundless silver lightning began to coalesce in the palm of his Susanoo, forming a formidable spear. Come on. Sasuke's voice resonated with unparalleled confidence and authority. In the midst of Naruto's astonished gaze, Sasuke, wielding the lightning spear, charged violently towards Gomu. Wow, has Sasuke always been this audacious? Naruto pondered, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he has been blinded by power, the Nine Tails remarked within Naruto's mind, exasperated by Sasuke's impulsive behavior. Believing that he never considered the consequences. This fool won't learn until he's taught a lesson, the Nine Tails continued, its tone laced with disdain for Sasuke's recklessness. Yet, Sasuke paid no heed to the Nine Tails' commentary, His focus was solely on the enemy before him, Gomu. He was determined to prove his strength. Gomu, you arrogant brat. Here I come, Uchiha Shinsui cautioned, observing the rapidly approaching Sasuke. This kid is getting too inflated, Gomu remarked, his expression betraying his incredulity as he gripped the lightning spear. But before he could finish his thought, Gomu vanished from sight, reappearing before Sasuke in an instant. Upon witnessing Gomu's sudden appearance, Sasuke's pupils constricted, and he swung his spear down with ferocious intent. Boom! The impact resonated powerfully, capable of obliterating an entire hidden village. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. The terrifying shockwave dispersed, rippling through the space around them. As the shockwave subsided, Gomu casually seized the spear with one hand, gazing coldly at Sasuke. Is this all the strength you possess, Sasuke? Humph! Sasuke scoffed, his eyes glowing crimson as he unleashed a surge of chakra. With a vigorous thrust, he attempted to push Gomu away. However, Gomu remained unyielding. Sasuke, you're still too inexperienced. Gomu's lips curled into a slight smirk, embodying a sense of contempt. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened. Wiping the blood from his lips, he vowed, Gomu, don't get too cocky. You will witness my true power. Then let me see it, Sasuke. I hope you surprise me this time, Gomu replied, his tone taunting. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of profound shock. What? How could your measly blade block my lightning spear? He roared, frustration evident on his face. This is impossible. Determined, he summoned his strength again, extending his other hand as the sky erupted with lightning. A second thunderous spear materialized, towering nearly 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura capable of shaking the very heavens. Boom! He slashed downward once more, unleashing a terrifying force that threatened to annihilate the very fabric of reality. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. It felt as though an ordinary person were striking iron with a mere stick, utterly futile. Sasuke, have you not eaten? Gomu's lips twitched in a mocking smile as he effortlessly parried Sasuke's assault with a single hand. Such derision struck deeply, humiliating Sasuke, who was already inflated with pride. He soared into the air, crackling with unrestrained lightning. As he extended his hand, the tailed beast chakra transformed into a colossal bow, aiming steadily at Gomu below. Kaguya, sensing the overwhelming chakra radiating from Uchiha Sasuke, narrowed her eyes and instantly transported Gomu and herself back to the real world of ninjas. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke materialized as well. Numerous ninjas, upon witnessing the evolving Susanoo in the sky, wore expressions of astonishment. What is happening? Someone exclaimed in shock. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? The crowd gazed upward, witnessing the once clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds, as if enveloped by an immense force. Kakashi's expression grew serious, his brow furrowed. Is that Sasuke? Jiraiya inquired curiously, fixated on the figure in the sky. Yes, it must be Sasuke. His Susanoo appears to be evolving. And this chakra fluctuation, could it be that he is merging the power of the tailed beast? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sasuke in the sky, astonished by the terrifying strength his former student now possessed. Sasuke and Naruto had long since left them behind. The ninjas who had once stood alongside Naruto and Sasuke were expressions filled with mixed emotions, envy, and nostalgia. They had witnessed the growth of their two dear friends, and a wave of dismay washed over them. Damn that Konoha! Why are these ninjas so extraordinarily formidable? Fourth Hokage lay on a stretcher, gazing up at Sasuke in the sky, his words laced with helplessness and resentment. He never imagined he would be bested by a mere child. This, Lord Hokage, perhaps no one knows, but I have heard that during the Warring States period, the place we stand was ruled by the Uchiha clan, Darui explained. Before the 5 great nations were established, the entire world trembled amidst the clashes between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Now, with the bloodlines of both clans flourishing in Konoha, it seems quite acceptable to witness the emergence of such formidable ninjas. After all, Konoha was once home to the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. This man single-handedly quelled the chaos, established Konoha, and became an object of admiration for all. Now, with the likes of Naruto and Sasuke emerging once more, it is truly a marvel. Perhaps this is simply fate. Hokage sighed, silenced by the realization of his defeat. He had lost to a young child, a thought that filled him with frustration. Yet, he understood the harsh reality. Strength reigns supreme in this world. Only by continually enhancing one's power can one avoid obsolescence. With this thought, Hokage clenched his teeth, lamenting his own inadequacy. Haha, brace yourself. Uchiha Sasuke laughed maniacally, as the lightning bow in his hands began to gather an overwhelming amount of energy. He was filled with confidence, believing this strike could shatter the very continent. Faced with such a powerful assault, Sasuke was certain that the Ancient Wood could no longer defend as effortlessly as before. Thus, the warm-up was over. The Ancient Wood gently moved its palm, transforming into a dark beam, hurtling towards Uchiha Sasuke like a bolt of lightning. Witnessing the astonishing speed of the Ancient Wood's full force, Sasuke's expression morphed into one of shock. He hastily unleashed the Indra's arrow. In an instant, the world changed hue. A colossal blue lightning bolt crashed down from the heavens, reminiscent of divine retribution. However, under the razor-sharp edge of the Ancient Wood's dark blade, the arrow's assault was deflected like a stream of water dispersing wildly. How could this be? Sasuke stared in disbelief as his strongest attack, the Indra's arrow, was effortlessly cleaved apart by the Ancient Wood. In that moment, it felt as though his worldview had shattered, plunging him into an existential crisis. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he muttered, "No way. How are we supposed to continue? There's no way to fight." He even began to search for the button to surrender, contemplating giving up entirely. Sasuke's gaze turned lost, as if all hope had vanished. Just then, the Ninetales burst into laughter within Naruto's mind. Haha, that kid has finally come to terms with reality, the Ninetales declared triumphantly. Meanwhile, Naruto wore a helpless expression, sighing, "I told him long ago, but he just wouldn't listen." At that moment, the Ancient Wood, wielding the demon blade, ominously approached Susanoo. With a single swing, he plunged the demon blade into the cockpit of Susanoo's head. With a resounding crash, numerous cracks appeared on Susanoo's head, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Sasuke gazed in terror at the unfolding scene, the last vestige of his fighting spirit evaporating. He had to concede that he had lost utterly, with no means to retaliate. With a crunch, as Susanoo shattered, the Ancient Wood appeared before Sasuke like a specter. Foolish child, still seeking to seal Kaguya? Sasuke stared at the Ancient Wood, his face pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he shook his head in denial. No, not at all. Pleased with Sasuke's understanding, the Ancient Wood nodded approvingly. You must not act so impulsively in the future. Aware of the Ancient Wood's presence, Sasuke recognized he was no match. Inwardly, he lamented the terror of the Ancient Wood. Although he felt a twinge of defiance, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the Ancient Wood's prowess was undeniable. He could hardly fathom Kaguya causing any upheaval under such scrutiny. However, the Ancient Wood did not relent, slowly extending his hand. Seeing this, Sasuke trembled in fear, uncertain of what punishment awaited him. The Ancient Wood lightly flicked Sasuke's forehead. Boom. This seemingly gentle strike bore immense power. Sasuke's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the ground. Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto, filled with concern, instantly used the body flicker technique to reach Sasuke's side. Upon finding Sasuke collapsed in a deep pit, unconscious, he wore a speechless expression, thinking, "See, this is what happens when you don't heed warnings." Naruto, do you still intend to seal Kaguya? The Ancient Wood's voice echoed. Ancient Wood, brother, let it go. The Sage of Six Paths may not be entirely correct, Naruto quickly replied. With you present in the ninja world, Kaguya should not cause any trouble. Unlike Sasuke, who needed to be beaten into submission to behave, Naruto, as the Ancient Wood's disciple, was acutely aware of his master's formidable strength. Furthermore, he had witnessed the aftermath of the Ancient Wood's battle capable of shattering the moon itself. Chapter 202, The Revolution of the Shinobi World. At that moment, the alluring voice of the Ninetales echoed in Naruto Uzumaki's mind. In truth, Naruto, if you truly wish to resist, I possess a certain mode. However, Naruto shook his head resolutely. He understood that the will of the ancient tree was not to be defied. Unbeknownst to him, the words of the Ninetales were, in fact, a covert suggestion from the ancient tree. Had he acquiesced, the ancient tree would have imparted to him a profound understanding of regret. Has it been resolved? Uchiha Shirzue observed the now normal ancient tree beside him, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze. The battle they had waged against their adversaries had never ceased, stretching over several months. During this time, there had been scarcely a moment for respite. Each time they repelled one wave of foes, another would surge forth. This relentless conflict was a tremendous test of both physical stamina and mental fortitude. Well, it seems we are nearing the end. Let us proceed. The ancient tree nodded in agreement. He then directed his gaze towards Kaguya, who appeared somewhat bewildered beside Uchiha Shirzue. Shall we make our exit? He inquired of Kaguya. Upon realizing he was addressing her, Kaguya snapped back to attention. Cautiously observing Naruto and Sasuke from a distance and noting their lack of combativeness, she relaxed and transported them all out of the initial space. It's that fellow. Everyone, prepare for battle. The surrounding ninja coalition, upon witnessing Kaguya's emergence, instantly entered a state of readiness. Consequently, under the astonished gazes of Tsunade and Jiraiya, the ancient tree, accompanied by Uchiha Shirzue and Kaguya, materialized before them. What is happening? Uncle Ancient Tree, what is this? Tsunade gazed at the bewildered Kaguya behind the ancient tree, her expression grave. It is over. As for this one, I shall keep watch. It is nothing of great concern, the ancient tree explained. He lifted his gaze to the nearly cloudless, pristine sky. The aftermath of battle had been so intense that the clouds around had dissipated entirely. Do the 3 nations consent to submit? I shall unify the 5 great nations. Do you have any objections? The ancient tree's gaze fell upon the bandaged A and the noticeably aged Inoki in the distance. We, the land of lightning, consent to your unification, my lord. The land of earth also agrees, Inoki replied, resigned. There was no room for opposition. To oppose would mean preparing for annihilation. The land of wind consents as well, Gaara added, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. He had long desired to align himself, but had faced persistent pressure from the 4th Raikage, resulting in many unnecessary sacrifices for the land of wind. Then, I shall be the emperor. Do any of you disagree? The ancient tree's calm words struck the ears of the gathered 5 Kage like thunder, causing their expressions to tighten. Especially Tsunade, whose eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to the ancient tree, her heart tumultuous with shock. This was a stark departure from what had been previously stated. When had the ancient tree declared his intention to become emperor? Tsunade's gaze remained fixed on the ancient tree, her face betraying her incredulity. What, Tsunade, are you surprised? The ancient tree detected her astonishment and smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his smile. Uncle Ancient Tree. When did you ever express the desire to become emperor? Tsunade's tone carried a note of confusion and disbelief, as if struggling to accept the current reality. Yet, the ancient tree appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated Tsunade's reaction. His tone was calm, yet resolute. If I do not become emperor, what significance does my unification of the shinobi world hold? Am I merely playing games? His gaze swept across the assembly, his eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity. Then, he turned to Tsunade, his stare imbued with an unspoken pressure. He spoke slowly. What, do you wish to represent Konoha in opposing my decision? The ancient tree's voice was frigid and solemn, sending a chill through the air. Tsunade's expression grew grave. She was acutely aware of the immense pressure she faced. She clenched her teeth, attempting to explain, however, we have not previously discussed this matter. Yet, the ancient tree interrupted her, his glare sharpening. You lot only contemplate the interests of your respective villages, completely disregarding the future of the entire shinobi world. Now, I shall become emperor. Unify the shinobi realm, end the warfare, and bring forth true peace. Anyone who dares to oppose me shall face the consequences. With that proclamation, the ancient tree rose, emanating an aura of formidable strength that commanded respect. His presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, instilling fear of challenge. Tsunade watched the ancient tree's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of conflict and confusion. She was unsure how to confront this new reality, yet she understood that from this moment forth, everything had irrevocably changed. Is there anyone else who opposes this? Hurry up. We are all weary and in need of rest. The ancient tree's disdainful gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on the bandaged form of the 4th Raikage. He had anticipated that the Raikage would stand firmly against him. However, to his surprise, when their eyes met, A appeared suddenly flustered and hastily nodded in agreement. I consent. Lord Ancient Tree shall be the emperor of the shinobi world. His eagerness was palpable, as if fearing the ancient tree might reconsider. Observing the 4th Raikage's compliance, the ancient tree couldn't help but find it amusing, given his readiness to cooperate. It seemed the land of lightning's Kumogakure could be spared for the time being. Meanwhile, Inoki stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He had anticipated that the Raikage would advocate for his village's interests, yet he was astonished that A had not uttered a single word of dissent. The Raikage's eagerness to agree was utterly incomprehensible. Inoki sighed inwardly, pondering how this young upstart could possibly comprehend the intricacies of governance. What benefits could he possibly offer? At the end of the day, a mere pretense would suffice to resolve matters. Yet, now, A was willing to entrust his fate to such a youth. This left Inoki perplexed and helpless. Did the Reikage truly resign himself to being led by one so young? We, the Land of Wind, also agree. Gaara, having learned from the situation, promptly aligned himself with Reikage A's sentiment, voicing his approval. Without further ado, he recognized that agreeing was certainly not a detrimental course of action. Chapter 203, The Proposal After Years. No way, my friend, Noki gazed at Reikage AI, utterly dumbfounded by the lack of any opposition. Wasn't this a chance to secure some benefits for his village? Even if he agreed, it shouldn't come at such a monumental cost to his own village. Moreover, how could a mere child, so young and inexperienced, grasp the nuances of governance? Surely, a few superficial gestures would suffice to conclude matters. Did Reikage AI genuinely wish to be led by someone so youthful? We of the Wind Country also concur. This time, Gaara, having learned from experience, promptly aligned himself with Reikage AI to express his sentiments. There was no harm in agreeing, after all. The Water Country also expressed their assent. Meitarumi immediately voiced her support, knowing that with the second Mizukage Uchiha Shinsui in their ranks, their standing would surely not deteriorate. Noki, I wish to understand how you plan to allocate resources after unifying the ninja world. How do you intend to manage such a multitude of ninjas? Noki refrained from outright agreement or rejection, instead focusing on the pertinent concerns. Meanwhile, the reanimated Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju arrived at the scene. Noki, are you alright? Tobirama inquired as soon as he arrived. I'm fine. Second Hokage, your timing is impeccable. It is apparent that your connection with Noki is profound. Could you enlighten us? Noki perceived the arrival of the first and second Hokages as a potential breakthrough. Surely, the first Hokage would not favor such a dictatorial approach. This is my son. Do you have any objections? Tobirama, mistaking Naka's inquiry as an attempt to challenge Noki, felt his demeanor turn icy. Oh, no wonder the fifth Hokage refers to him as uncle. It seems there is indeed a deeper connection. Naka's expression transformed into one of realization, while internally he began to curse. This was absurd. Uchiha Shinsui was the second Mizukage, and Noki was Tsunade's uncle. It was no wonder that Konoha and Kirigakure were fiercely supporting Naka's revolution. The subsequent distribution of resources would undoubtedly favor these two nations. What has transpired? Where has Madara gone? Hashirama's gaze remained fixed on Kaguya, who stood behind Noki, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Witnessing his elder brother's preoccupation with Uchiha Madara, Tobirama felt a mix of resignation and concern. Madara is no more, Noki stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. What? Madara is dead? Hashirama was taken aback, as if struggling to comprehend this newfound reality. There is nothing to worry about, uncle and father. You may leave this world now. Of course, you are welcome to stay, as I shall soon be marrying Uchiha Shinsui. You may even serve as witnesses. Naka's words left Tobirama momentarily stunned, his mind engulfed in a cosmic haze. If he were still alive, he might well have succumbed to disbelief. Is this for real? My son intends to marry a mere child from the Uchiha clan? Sakura, overhearing Naka's public proposal, felt a flush of embarrassment. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at the unconscious Sasuke, her eyes filled with envy. It was not just her. Hinata and several others gazed enviously at Uchiha Shinsui. To be proposed to by a beloved suitor was surely the pinnacle of happiness for any woman. As expected, upon hearing Naka's public declaration, Shinsui, known for her cold demeanor, felt her composure waver. She had waited over a decade for this moment. Meitarumi, with an amused smile, naturally wished for the second Mizukage to find happiness. She had locked onto this pairing. Ahem, regarding this matter, I shall refrain from further involvement. However, I must inquire about the individual behind you. Is she not the embodiment of Uchiha Madara? Hashirama, caught off guard by Naka's sudden remark, cast a sidelong glance at Tobirama, as if questioning his educational methods. She is Kaguya, an extraterrestrial. Rest assured, she poses no threat. As for Uchiha Madara, he is deceased. Naka's confirmation left Hashirama disheartened yet relieved. Noki, do you truly? Sigh. Very well. Tobirama had initially intended to question Naka's choice, wondering why he would marry an Uchiha, but before he could voice his concerns, he noticed Shinsui's eyes glowing red. He quickly reconsidered his words, realizing the situation. With Tobirama's approval, Shinsui's expression returned to calm. The old man was perceptive enough. Tobirama's exasperation was palpable, had he not even entered the family, only to be threatened by his daughter-in-law. Forgive the intrusion into your domestic affairs. Are you aware that Noki has aspirations of becoming an emperor? Noki inquired curiously. Emperor? How? Fascinating, Tobirama mused, stroking his chin, arriving at a conclusion. What? Noki was taken aback by Tobirama's response, swiftly glancing at the legendary yet principled Hashirama. Noki had learned from the Second Hokage that this fool had once begged at the Five Kage Summit for the tailed beasts to be relinquished. He would not allow such dictatorial ambitions to flourish. Don't look at me. Do you think my previous attempts to stop Noki were for naught? Hashirama raised his hands in surrender. He had already contemplated leaving this world, especially with Uchiha Madara gone. The implication was clear. Hashirama's lack of opposition to Naki's actions signified his tacit approval. Haha. It seems that the future may indeed bear the name Senju, Noki chuckled bitterly. Such bluntness rendered Tobirama momentarily speechless. Who would have thought that the future ninja world would be dominated by the Senju and Uchiha clans? Our families have been at odds for so long, yet it appears that the next generation will bring an end to this feud. And to think they will marry. Very well, Tsunade's niece, do you still wish to oppose? Noki turned his attention to Tsunade, the last holdout. Given that the elder has already consented to your course of action, I find myself unable to object, Tsunade conceded. Chapter 204, Discussion. The actions of Gomu have garnered the approval of both the first and second generations. To resist would indeed contradict their intentions. Thus, Gomu, before I take my leave, I wish to inquire what your first course of action will be after unifying the shinobi world? Senju Hashirama smiled gently. All he needed was to consult his brother Tobirama about the release of the impure world reincarnation technique to ensure his soul could return to the Pure Land. As for the first order of business, I intend to abolish the ninja system and establish 5 self-defense forces. Although Gomu lacks formal political training, his previous life in a favorable environment equips him with the necessary insights to replicate such a system. Undoubtedly, this statement sent ripples through the assembly. The gazes directed at Gomu grew solemn. Not only the others, but even Senju Hashirama was taken aback by Gomu's audacious proposal. The ninja system has persisted since ancient times. How could it simply be discarded? Ahem, Gomu, are you serious? Tobirama seemed to grasp the shock of his elder brother. The typically composed Hashirama could hardly fathom that Gomu would stir such a commotion. Do you believe I am one for jest? Gomu retorted, prompting an awkward smile from Tobirama. Indeed, in matters of such gravity, Gomu has never been one to make light of the situation. This young man not only intends to wed a member of the Uchiha clan, thereby overturning the history of the Senju clan, but he also aims to rewrite the very history of the shinobi world, rendering the concept of ninja obsolete. It is essential to recognize that the notion of a ninja was bestowed by Sage of the Six Paths regardless of the circumstances. I stand in support of Gomu. Uchiha Shirzue expressed her opinion calmly. Do not underestimate Shirzue's words. She is a living embodiment of the second Mizukage. Under her influence, the indecisive fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, immediately chimed in. We shall heed the will of the second Mizukage. Nearby, the elite guard, Ao, wore a serious expression but felt powerless to voice his thoughts. In this current situation, he was but a minor player. Even the fifth Mizukage had little authority, let alone him. Upon hearing the swift stance taken by Kirigakure, the other 4 nations felt an immense pressure. Gomu's simple declaration could undoubtedly reshape the future of the world. Should they agree or refuse? How audacious. This is indeed excessively bold. Anoki stammered, Gomu, do you intend to negate millennia of development? To deny the ninjutsu created by the Sage of the Six Paths? Well, I do deny it. What do you intend to do about it? Gomu replied, his expression stoic as he regarded the provocateur, Anoki. The old man seemed to harbor some hope. You may summon the Sage of the Six Paths and see if I dare to make him return empty-handed. Gomu's cold words sent shivers through the assembly of shinobi. His aggression was undeniably fierce. Anoki was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Gomu could show such disregard for the legendary creator of the world, the Sage of the Six Paths' grandfather. Do you have any thoughts on this? Tsunade turned to the seemingly dazed Senju Hashirama. Ultimately, this world is governed by your words. Tobirama and I are but remnants of the past. Whether you agree or disagree, I will support you. Senju Hashirama returned the question to Tobirama. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled wryly. We, from Konoha, agree with the decision of leader Gomu. With Konoha's endorsement. Anoki could only shake his head in resignation, conceding to the decision. As for the subsequent abolition of the ninja system, that would require further discussion among all parties involved. Haha, I never expected to witness such a historic moment in the shinobi world before my departure. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Elder brother, are you truly leaving? Tobirama was taken aback. He had just informed Hashirama of how to release the impure world reincarnation technique, and now he was about to depart. Yes, my presence is no longer needed here. As for the future of the shinobi world, I have faith in Gomu. For he is your son and a member of our Senju clan. Hashirama nodded. His entire being began to shimmer with white light as his soul gradually detached from the impure body. Elder brother. Tobirama extended his hand. Genuinely unprepared for Hashirama's swift departure. It seemed he was indeed fatigued and no longer wished to involve himself in the affairs of the shinobi world. What now? Gomu inquired, observing Tobirama standing in stunned silence. What do you mean, what now? Do you genuinely wish for the old man to leave? Tobirama could not help but curse. What misfortune had he encountered in this reincarnation? It was clear he was not at ease with Gomu's capability to lead the shinobi world, since no one opposes. You all may return for now. I will notify you when the time comes. We will convene to discuss the specifics. Gomu addressed the assembly. This battle consumed far too much time, significantly depleting the vitality of various nations. Furthermore, it led to the annihilation of Amigakure by the Ten-Tails. In light of this, we shall await your notification, Lord Gomu. Inoki was thoroughly convinced. At least while Gomu remained in this world, they would be unable to rebel. Lord, please notify us when the time comes. We of the Land of Lightning shall be the first to arrive. The fourth Hokage, exhibited considerable obedience. The Sage of the Six Paths established this world, and Gomu's strength now surpasses that of the Sage. It seems reasonable for him to revolutionize the world. At Gomu's behest, everyone began to withdraw from the devastated battlefield. Wait, I intend to establish a capital in the Land of Rain. As for your neighboring nations, the Land of Earth, Wind, and Fire, we shall see what unfolds. In conclusion, Gomu determined the location of the future capital. Upon hearing Gomu's intention to build the most significant capital in Amigakure, Konan felt a wellspring of emotion, tears welling in her eyes. She had never anticipated that the once feeble Amigakure would soon embrace its era of prosperity. This day, without a doubt, is of historical significance. After all, it is the birthplace of this great conflict. Tsunade nodded, being the first to express her thoughts. Leader, we from Konoha will dispatch construction teams to assist. Damn it. We of the Land of Lightning also wish to contribute. The fourth Hokage, expressed indignation at the prospect of the Land of Fire monopolizing the opportunity. Does your village possess shinobi skilled and would release? Our Yamato is a top-tier talent in the field of infrastructure. Yamato, where is he? At Tsunade's call, Yamato hastily arrived from the rear of the shinobi ranks. Hokage-sama, is there something you require? Yamato's expression was one of surprise. Yamato, show them what it means to raise a skyscraper from the ground. Tsundere placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of contempt. Yamato rubbed the back of his head. Well then, I shall display my skills. Initially, he felt somewhat inadequate, especially when comparing his wood release to that of Senju Hashirama. However, it now appears that he is indeed quite useful. No. In the construction of the new world, his role should be immensely significant. With this thought in mind, Yamato suddenly slammed his hands onto the ground. Wood release, 3 rooms, and a hall technique. As Yamato employed his ninjutsu, a powerful tremor resonated through the earth around him. Wood release? The fourth Hokage, trembled in his gaze, curiously observing Yamato's chakra manipulation. Could this fellow be as terrifying as the first Hokage? Not only but Inoki also bore a serious expression. It is known that there are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can utilize wood release. Soon, however, such concerns dissipated. For it seemed that Yamato's wood release bore no destructive intent. It was purely for the purpose of construction, just as the name of his jutsu suggested. While Senju Hashirama's clap could obliterate the heavens and the earth, Yamato's was merely for a 3-room hall. Ha ha ha. Indeed, we cannot compare to this, however. We in the Land of Lightning can transport some construction materials. The fourth Hokage laughed heartily. Their land, nestled between mountains, was abundant in stone resources. We in the Land of Earth can also lend a hand, Inoki chimed in. Not to mention, preparing the ancient wood now will undoubtedly benefit future development. Before long, ninjas from several great nations began to depart from the scene. Lord Leader, what should we do next? Konan approached the ancient wood. Now, Amigakure had been utterly destroyed, leaving them without even a place to call home. Do the abilities of ninjas truly require conventional reasoning? If they truly desired to reside, half a day would suffice. The ancient would observe the now forming structures and began to arrange for subsequent matters. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed since the Revolutionary War. On this particular night, the ancient would stood by the window, gazing at the enormous palace still under construction not far away, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. This grand hall would serve as the main palace of the future empire, where all significant meetings would convene. As for the system, it would undoubtedly be one of centralization. The ancient would intended to retain control of the military forces in his hands. Only in this way could he implement the series of operations that lay ahead. The ancient would continue to observe. It was all over. Uchiha Shizuka lay languidly on the sofa, clad in a sheer black nightgown, her long legs exposed, inciting a rush of blood to the head. One hand hung loosely, dark tresses cascading down her exquisite visage. "What are you doing?" The ancient would turned, his expression shifting upon seeing Uchiha Shizuka dressed so lightly. "What am I doing? Isn't it time to deliver the supplies? Don't you know?" Uchiha Shizuka replied with a melancholic expression, casting a glance at the ancient wood, her eyes seemingly capable of speaking, her smile enchanting. Upon hearing this, the ancient would approach her honestly and slowly. People often say that the path to climbing peaks is fraught with thorns. However, if one can savor the fruit of victory, the arduous journey, though challenging, remains acceptable. The following day, the ancient would rose from his slumber. As per his routine, he commenced his inspections. First arriving at the Imperial Hall, preparing to initiate the first round of the Imperial Conference. The leader has arrived. Upon hearing Inoki's reminder, the fourth Hokage ceased his discussions immediately. "Oh, it seems everyone is quite punctual." The ancient would observe the leaders of the 5 great nations gathering here after receiving his notification, their words laced with playful banter. Leader of the ancient wood. "We are curious about the purpose of your summons," Inoki inquired, glancing towards the ancient wood seated at the front. Finally, discussions regarding the distribution of post-war benefits were imminent. "It is merely a discussion about the name of our new empire." The ancient wood settled into his seat, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, standing behind him. Observing his son's intentions to merge the 5 great nations, Tobirama's expression bore a hint of astonishment. In recent days, he too had been engaged in discussions with the ancient wood regarding future governance. He had not anticipated that this young man seemed to intend for him to assist in this world. Inoki remained silent upon hearing this. The merger of the 5 great nations was indeed an unavoidable matter. "How about the ancient wood empire?" Tsunade ventured to inquire. "I concur." Terumi May immediately expressed her agreement. However, upon noticing that Uchiha Shizuka was not following the ancient wood, she was filled with some concern. Little did she know that Shizuka's absence was merely due to her exhaustion from the previous night. "And you all?" The ancient wood found this proposal quite acceptable. "Well, I have no objections," he remarked, observing the ancient wood's expression, which appeared unchanged, indicating his agreement with the decision. After all, the ninja world had already been unified. What name was of any real significance? "We have no objections," Gaara responded. The Land of Wind had been too honest on the battlefield, suffering significant casualties, resulting in their current diminished strength, thus lacking substantial influence. "Agreed," Inoki nodded. The name was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was the forthcoming distribution of benefits. Now, for the second matter, the establishment of an Imperial Guard. "I will select all jonin from the ninja world to form this exclusive guard for the Empire. Are there any objections?" The ancient wood's declaration undoubtedly shifted the expressions of Inoki and Hokage. This was tantamount to rendering the powers of other ninja nations entirely impotent. Could a ninja village still be called a ninja village without any jonin? Will not a single jonin be spared? Inoki queried with intrigue. "Indeed, Lord Leader. Are you truly leaving not even one jonin?" Hokage's expression mirrored his confusion. "I agree," Terumi May replied without hesitation. In fact, when the Lord Leader first broached this speculation, the Mist Village had already gathered all its elite ninjas, awaiting their allocation. Chapter 205, The Great Name? Single-handed annihilation. Oh, that's quite impressive. Gumu gazed at Mei Ming with keen interest, genuinely surprised by the high level of sincerity she exhibited. Could it be due to Uchiha Shimizu? Tsunade's expression soured. She had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Mei Ming. If they were to develop the city in the future, she certainly did not wish for the Land of Fire to lag behind. "We have no objections," Tsunade immediately concurred. "No issues here." Gaara of the Wind Country followed suit, primarily because their nation had very few Jonin left. Naturally, agreeing posed no significant impact. "I believe this proposal may not be the most prudent. Lord Leader, if all the Jonin are transformed into the Imperial Guard, will our ninja villages not face attacks from rogue ninjas? And what about the daimyo? If they learn of our collective mobilization and cut off our economic resources, what shall we do?" Inoki began to counter Gumu's perspective. "Let us not rush regarding the daimyo's estate, nor the concerns about economic and material sources." Gumu responded. "Why allow those powerless beings to constrain you? As for the issue of rogue ninja attacks, I shall dispatch the Imperial Guard to station in your respective ninja villages. However, it is likely that they will not be from the same village. Gumu's response rendered Inoki momentarily speechless, extinguishing his internal struggle. If that is the case, we have no objections. Then let us quickly tally the J-nin from each village. Furthermore, should we discover the existence of any J-nin level individuals who are not part of the Imperial Guard, this shall be regarded as a threat to the Empire and will be detained for interrogation. Gumu spoke with an impassive demeanor, undoubtedly quelling Inoki's thoughts of nurturing private forces. Understood. The leaders of the 5 great villages nodded in agreement. Gumu paused for a moment before continuing. Now, let us discuss the third matter. The establishment of the capital shall be determined here, and we will commence development outward until it encompasses the entire ninja world. Senju Tobirama, standing behind, listened intently to Gumu's arrangements, his eyes filled with profound curiosity. He wondered if Gumu had been contemplating such matters all along. Otherwise, why would the plans be so meticulously crafted? The 5 leaders fell into silence, clearly tacitly accepting Gumu's vision. Your strength commands respect. Thus, your words are deemed correct. Since there are no objections, I shall proceed to the fourth matter, which is of utmost importance. At Gumu's sudden emphasis, the 5 great leaders appeared taken aback. What other significant matter remains? This fourth matter involves the abolition of the aristocratic system and the establishment of a bank to unify currency. Is that true? Inoki was rendered speechless by Gumu's progressive ideology. To abolish the aristocratic system, is such a notion even conceivable? Wouldn't that be self-destructive? Leader Gumu. This course of action offers you no advantage, remarked the 4th Raikage. Perplexed by Gumu's intentions. He struggled to comprehend why Gumu would pursue such a path. What advantages are you referring to? Gumu's expression bore a hint of solemnity. He believed that if he were to embark on this endeavor, it must be executed with utmost diligence. At the very least, he aspired to accomplish something meaningful within his lifetime. Otherwise, his existence would be rendered meaningless. Gumu. This strategy seems challenging to implement, spoke Tobirama. His simple assertion transcended a mere tactical issue. It signified a desire to completely alter the world's established order. Tobirama recognized that if this declaration were to circulate, the noble families might descend into chaos. Challenging? Is it not possible that many commoners possess the latent potential to become ninjas? Gumu continued. Why do you not ponder why the populace associates nothing but trepidation and fear with the term ninja, devoid of any yearning for it? The answer is simple. In their eyes, ninjas epitomize warfare. Following that, we arrive at the 5th matter. I intend to abolish the ninja employment model and establish an imperial army. Gumu's declarations astonished the 5 great leaders. They realized that Gumu genuinely sought to transform the world. Had they known such notions previously, they would have dismissed him outright. But the situation was different now. The individual proposing these ideas was Gumu, a man undeniably endowed with the power to instigate change. The commoners primarily reside near the daimyo's estate. Logically, we indeed share an employment relationship, as the daimyo employs us to protect the nation, Inoki succinctly explained. Thus, Leader Gumu's vision of unifying the ninja world entails the elimination of the daimyo's estate. A's voice was laced with astonishment. It became evident that Gumu intended to seize control of resources entirely. However, could the coexistence of ninjas and commoners truly function? After all, a mere genin possessed the strength to slaughter hundreds of civilians. Then what do you propose? Gumu's retort prompted the 5 leaders to fall into contemplation. Whom shall we target first? Inoki inquired with curiosity. Naturally, it shall be you who takes the initiative. If you are reluctant, I can assist, Gumu nonchalantly replied. Isn't that a bit too ruthless, Gumu? If we strike at the daimyo's estate, it would surely result in numerous casualties. Gaara expressed his concerns. The establishment of a new world invariably incurs costs. Do you believe the lives we take will outweigh the number of dead refugees? Gumu glanced at Gaara. Is there anyone who opposes targeting the daimyo's estate? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Even those wishing to argue found themselves at a loss. For Gumu's strength was indisputable. This decree was less a discussion and more a command. With that settled, let us move on to the 6th matter. I have learned from Kaguya that extraterrestrial beings shall soon invade. You must also be aware that chakra is not a product of this world, correct? Gumu's proclamation rendered the leader's expressions grave. Aliens? Are they formidable? Inoki queried. Their strength is roughly comparable to Kaguya's, with some even stronger. As for their purpose, it is nothing less than the enslavement of this planet. Gumu's words elicited serious expressions from the 5 great leaders. They began to comprehend Gumu's unwavering dedication to empowering the commoners, clearly intending to bolster the ranks of ninjas. If that were indeed the case, Inoki began to fathom why the leader pursued such measures. Faced with a being like Kaguya, their entire world would indeed need to unite. In that case, are Konoha villages willing to take the initiative? Tsunade expressed her thoughts. However, she apprehended that Konoha's resources might be jeopardized. Tsunade, what are you afraid of? With weapons in hand, do you still need to heed the commands of those individuals? The words of the ancient tree completely dispelled the last shred of hesitation from Tsunade. If they truly intend to confront the extraterrestrials, then a transformation is imperative. Otherwise, the entire world may well descend into chaos. They convened briefly, and it was evident that the collective sentiment leaned towards rebellion. The eradication of the daimyo is not a daunting task. The real challenge lies in garnering the approval of the populace. Uchiha Sasuke, you must accompany us on this mission. But I urge you to refrain from actions that contradict our objectives, Kakashi Hatake said earnestly, glancing at Sasuke who followed closely beside him. Kakashi-sensei, is this mission truly of such paramount importance? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, his confusion evident. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, with Naruto's current strength, what mission could he not accomplish? Sakura Haruno chimed in, her expression curious. This is the first decree of the new imperial sovereign, the abolition of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Kakashi stated solemnly from his position atop the carriage. What? The abolition of the daimyo? Sakura exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. The daimyo is akin to the leader of the ninja. Abolishing such a figure seems to defy the natural order. Kakashi-sensei, is this truly an order from Brother Gumu? Naruto's gaze reflected his lack of understanding. Targeting the daimyo, a figure of ordinary authority, feels like an act of bullying. Naturally, this is a direct command from Lady Tsunade. Kakashi replied with a serious demeanor. The annihilation of the daimyo is undoubtedly a pivotal moment that will redefine the history of the Land of Fire through his actions. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, this mission is a revolution. It is inevitable that we may face public condemnation. I wonder if you can bear that burden? Kakashi reflected on the tragic fate of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, who perished not at the hands of enemies, but rather at the hands of his comrades scorned. Kakashi-sensei, I am untroubled. As long as our actions are just, I feel no pressure, Naruto affirmed, nodding. He had matured significantly and no longer held naive ideals. He understood right from wrong and possessed the capability to act upon his convictions. As for Sasuke, Kakashi's greatest concern still lay with him. It was not Sasuke's vulnerability to public opinion that troubled him. Rather, it was the fear that those who criticized him might fall victim to his Amaterasu. Let us revolutionize, Gumu proclaimed, aligning with Kakashi's ideals. The ninja villages should indeed cease to exist. Sasuke crossed his arms, exuding an air of confidence that captivated Sakura. I am fine. I will not hinder our efforts. You may proceed with confidence, even if it means sacrificing many, Sasuke asserted. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. At least his students were resolute. However, Kakashi's expression remained grave. For there was another task he had yet to disclose, the complete eradication of all nobles within the daimyo's domain. The thought of how many that entailed was beyond his imagination. Yet, recalling Tsunade's unwavering resolve during her orders, he understood that both she and Gumu were profoundly serious. Kakashi found it difficult to reconcile with such measures. By conventional standards, nearly all ninjas from Konoha were of noble lineage. In essence, ninjas were the aristocracy compared to the common folk. Would such a purge not lead to the eventual disappearance of ninjas in the future? After several days of travel, the four finally arrived at the heart of the Land of Fire, where a magnificent city came into view, the capital of the Land of Fire, the daimyo's estate. Well, this is my first visit here. It's several times larger than Konoha, Sakura exclaimed, standing on a cliff, her eyes filled with awe at the formidable steel city below. Indeed, this was the most prosperous city in the Land of Fire, and it was only natural that Konoha relied heavily on the resources provided by the daimyo. Hence their greater prosperity. As they approached the eastern gate of the capital, they were intercepted by armored guards before they could enter. What business do you have in the city? The guards inquired, their demeanor unfriendly, as this city did not welcome refugees or commoners. We are ninjas from Konoha. We have matters to attend to, Kakashi responded, attempting to convey their purpose as he opened the carriage window. He had anticipated a smooth entry, but the guard's reaction was far from welcoming. Documentation is required. Entry into the city demands proper procedure, one guard stated, his disdain palpable upon hearing the term ninja. Ninjas posed a certain threat to commoners who lacked any form of protection. The guards, however, were backed by the daimyo's authority. Even if the Hokage himself were to arrive, he would merely serve as a bodyguard to the daimyo. Why are they exempt from such requirements? Naruto queried, stepping out of the carriage to join Kakashi. They are nobles, familiar faces. They naturally require no such documentation, the guard sneered. The distinction of nobility could be discerned merely by their attire. As for the ninjas, if not for their forehead protectors, the guards would have already considered expelling them due to their apparent destitution. Only the boy in the purple kimono, adorned with a purple sash and wielding a long sword, exuded a semblance of nobility. For 1,000 words, utterly exhausting. Chapter 206. Are you merely standing there to converse with me? What has transpired? Uchiha Sasuke, acutely aware of the guard's scrutiny, slowly descended from the carriage. It's nothing. This individual is unwilling to allow us entry, Uzumaki Naruto replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his expression. Unwilling to let us in? How dare they? Sasuke's gaze turned serious, fixing the guards with a penetrating stare. Without the proper documentation, entry is prohibited. This is a direct order from the daimyo. Even as ninjas, you cannot defy such commands. Leave at once. The guards, with disdain etched upon their faces, perceived ninjas as mere mercenaries, ready to undertake any task for the right price, an unmistakable presence in the gray area of morality. Amaterasu. In the midst of Hatake Kakashi's astonishment, Sasuke's eyes shimmered with the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan. In an instant, the arrogant guard was reduced to ashes, unable to even utter a cry as he was consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. Who dares to claim that Amaterasu is ineffective? Did Sasuke not just demonstrate its potency? But Sasuke, what are you doing? Kakashi exclaimed, aghast at the sight of the guard's smoldering remains. This is far too troublesome. And why does this person have the audacity to question us? Sasuke's eyes flared once more with a crimson glint as he regarded the approaching guards. Amaterasu, in a heartbeat. Dark flames, imbued with an infernal heat, appeared as if to melt the very fabric of space, engulfing the eastern city gate entirely. Damn it. Someone dares to assault the daimyo's palace. Which nation-esque ninja possesses such audacity? Do they not fear the retribution of the Hidden Leaf Village? Yet, before the guards could finish their utterances, Kakashi unleashed a swift strike, rendering them unconscious. Sasuke, do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. We are only to eliminate those designated in our mission. Humph. Kakashi, if it weren't for Naruto's presence, do you believe you have the authority to command me? Sasuke nonchalantly discarded his long blade, piercing through a guard poised to ambush from the wall. Sasuke, if you continue this recklessness, I will intervene. Kakashi remarked with resignation, regretting his decision to allow Sasuke to accompany them. Do you think you are worthy? Sasuke retorted with pride. Sasuke-kun, these individuals pose no threat to us. There is no need for such cruelty, Haruno Sakura pleaded. Get lost, you saint. Sasuke spat angrily. Just as he contemplated striking the guards, Naruto appeared at his side, grasping his wrist. Naruto, there remains a battle between us. I shall await your challenge. Sasuke's words fell silent as he stepped to the forefront of their group. Meanwhile, within the daimyo's palace, the daimyo, indulging in the company of several beautiful attendants, had yet to make any untoward advances when an anxious voice from his guard broke through. My lord, it seems there is a ninja attack from the eastern gate. What should we do? A ninja attack? How audacious of them. The daimyo, an elderly man with a notorious reputation for lechery, absent-mindedly groped the two women beside him as he spoke. I do not know. What should we do? Perhaps send Asuma to investigate? However, before he could finish, a figure descended from the rooftop, crashing heavily into the center of the grand hall. What is the meaning of this? Asuma? The daimyo stared in disbelief at Asuma, who was pinned to the ground by a man clad in a white kimono. How could this be? Asuma is a jonin and the direct descendant of the third Hokage. How could he be so easily subdued? Is this a human? Sasuke, why have you attacked the daimyo's palace? Asuma's blood boiled with indignation as he merely sought to question Sasuke's motives behind the assault on the eastern gate. Little did he know. Sasuke's eyes glowed with a purple light, and with a swift kick, he sent Asuma crashing to the ground. Asuma, if you wish to live, I suggest you remain silent. Sasuke's expression remained impassive. With that, he violently hurled his long blade directly at the daimyo. Chapter 207. A Festival of Lights. Boom. The long blade violently plunged beside the daimyo, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the walls to crack and splinter. The daimyo, taken aback by this ferocious display, stammered, at a loss for words. What do you mean by this? Are you truly intent on rebellion? The daimyo's eyes widened, sensing the oppressive atmosphere that filled the space. This ninja was clearly not to be trifled with. He felt as though his very head was in peril and realized he must tread carefully. Is it a matter of funding? I recall the military expenses allotted to Konoha were quite substantial. The daimyo pondered, confusion etched upon his face. Leave this to me, Sasuke. You all should depart from here. Kakashi Hitaki, resembling a bolt of blue lightning, suddenly appeared beside Sasuke. Kakashi, can you handle this? Sasuke cast a glance, noting Naruto's absence. With Kakashi, he felt little trepidation. The principle was simple. If one could not win, one must comply. Sasuke, I acknowledge your formidable strength, Kakashi replied with a resigned expression. But one must not become too arrogant. It seemed as if Sasuke merely needed a sound thrashing to instill a sense of humility. Am I arrogant? Or is it you who overestimates your authority to command me? Sasuke's gaze was sharp, filled with pride and dominance. In his current state, he was akin to a stray dog, ready to unleash Amaterasu at the slightest provocation. The daimyo watched as the two began to bicker. A flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps he could quietly slip away while they were distracted. Let them argue. If they were to come to blows, his safety would be assured. However, the daimyo grossly underestimated the acumen of the ninja, particularly those of high caliber. In an instant, Sasuke unleashed a kunai, driving it forcefully into the daimyo's chest. The sheer power sent the daimyo's body hurtling like a cannonball against the wall, where it became lodged, unable to free itself. Sasuke, without even a question, you killed him? Kakashi exclaimed, bewildered by Sasuke's decisiveness, unsure how to respond. Question what? Do you truly believe he would willingly relinquish power? Sasuke retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Kakashi was caught off guard, realizing he had just been schooled by his own student. It was evident that the daimyo would not consent to a revolution. However, some semblance of formality was necessary, lest it become too excessive. What on earth? What have you done to the daimyo? Several of the daimyo's guards rushed in, weapons drawn. Quickly, retreat, Kakashi shouted, glancing back at the advancing guards. Were they seeking death? What are you afraid of, Kakashi? I am not one to indiscriminately kill, Sasuke stated coolly as he walked towards the exit. Damn it, the daimyo appears to have been assassinated. Hurry, alert the others for support, a guard cried out, only to be silenced as a kunai pierced through him. Whoever moves shall perish. Stop. Kakashi swiftly seized Sasuke, recognizing that such wanton slaughter of the guards would jeopardize their plans. Kakashi, they intend to escalate the situation. Do you plan to let them spread the word? I'll handle it. Kakashi removed his eye mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan. The instant the illusion erupted forth, the guards were rendered motionless. Humph, you imposter. It seems you wield that skill quite adeptly, Sasuke scoffed before making his exit. As Sasuke departed, Kakashi hurried to the daimyo, barely clinging to life. This fellow was fortunate. His heart had inexplicably grown in the opposite direction, sparing him from an immediate demise. Why? Why do you wish to kill me? The daimyo inquired, curiosity lacing his voice as he sensed Kakashi's presence. To compel you to relinquish your power, Kakashi replied matter-of-factly. Then you might as well kill me. The daimyo, unable to bear the thought of surrendering power, succumbed on the spot. What? Kakashi was taken aback. Is it really possible to die from this? With no other recourse, he departed. After a thorough search, Kakashi located the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire, sequestering them within a single chamber. The daimyo is dead. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? No thoughts. We are willing to obey your commands, the officials replied, their expressions revealing their submission. Kakashi, perplexed, was suddenly aware of Sasuke's presence among them. Why waste time conversing with these mortals? I shall take control directly, Sasuke declared, his eyes gleaming with a sanguine light. Under Sasuke's domineering gaze, the entire leadership of the daimyo's castle fell under his thrall. Thus, this mission concluded rather hastily. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the rain, the imperial city was beginning to take shape under the guidance of the ancient wood, where a grand wedding was slowly being orchestrated. Chapter 208. The competition of the imperial guards, is it true? Is Gumu getting married? Upon receiving this information, Danzo, who resided in the Land of Fire's Konoha village, was momentarily struck dumb. He never imagined that someone as eccentric as Gumu would one day tie the knot. As for the identity of the bride, it was evident to Danzo that it must be Uchiha Shinsui. After all, this woman had shown interest in Gumu since childhood. What shall we do, my lord? The root ninjas, their eyes brimming with curiosity, inquired. Gumu's formidable strength was already known throughout the shinobi world. Undoubtedly, he was destined to forge a new chapter in the history of the ninja realm. What to do? We must certainly attend and prepare a gift of monetary value. It should be ample, not lacking in generosity, understood? Understood, my lord, the root ninjas responded gravely. Danzo, too, was perplexed. He was at a loss regarding what gift to present. Gumu, at this point in time, wanted for nothing. If it were money, others had already seized control of the feudal lord's finances. Would he truly lack for wealth? As for power, Goma had established an empire. He stood above all, a veritable sovereign. Should he consider gifting something risky? Not only Danzo, but also the leaders of other great nations, upon learning of Gomu's impending nuptials, fell into deep contemplation. That Hokage of the Earth Country even initiated dialogue with the Hokage of the Lightning Country. What should we send? Fourth Hokage, pondered aloud. Perhaps a pair of sculptures? Beyond that, I doubt they require anything more. Sculptures? But if you send sculptures, what shall we provide? Shouldn't this be our Earth Country's duty? The Hokage retorted. Somewhat irate. Well, then what shall we send? Perhaps some toys for children? Forget it. Let my subordinates figure it out. The primary purpose of my visit today is to establish a mutually beneficial economic zone between the Lightning and Earth nations. A joint economic zone? The Hokage was bewildered. Are you suggesting that the Hokage traveled such a distance solely for this purpose? Indeed, we must forge an alliance. Undoubtedly, if this trend of development continues, the future will unfold under Gomu's empire. For the prosperity of our villages, we must actively seek advantages. Surely, you do not wish for our villages to remain the most backward? The Hokage's words enlightened the fourth Hokage. Even the concept of peace might merely be a facade, akin to the era of Senju Hashirama. Gomu, in comparison to Hashirama, was simply a more radical figure. Should anything untoward befall Gomu, would the shinobi world still maintain its peace? It would likely devolve into a competition of which village could prosper most, determining the power dynamics. I concur. I shall convene with the higher-ups for further discussion, the fourth Hokage replied earnestly. In the imperial capital, after months of construction, the city had begun to take shape, rivaling that of the former Amigakure. Konan, one of the former Akatsuki's core members, gazed at the towering structures that seemed to rise from the ground, lost in thought. Ah, with peace upon us, I find myself quite bored, Haydn remarked. Observing the bustling laborers, he felt wearied and disenchanted. You may be bored, but I cannot find sleep, Kakuzu grumbled. It was important to note that a significant portion of the funding for this city had been advanced by the Akatsuki, which caused him considerable distress as the group's financial manager. Peace is indeed preferable. It has long been our goal, Konan replied, her paper wings fluttering as if responding to their conversation. Peace is good, but it has arrived too swiftly. It is utterly disorienting. Haydn retorted, exasperated. As a devotee of the evil god, he was destined to embody the role of a villain. How could he accept such tranquility? I relish chaos, for me. As long as there's profit, I am unbothered. Kakuzu shrugged, his tone casual. What? One may indulge in food, but one must not speak recklessly. I am not a reactionary. Haydn interjected, cutting off Kakuzu. In this nascent era of the empire, it was essential to make an example of those who dared to challenge authority. Do you believe that your so-called evil god would desire such a scene? For without war, there can be no widespread death. Kakuzu's persuasive words unsettled Haydn. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Kakuzu's observation struck a chord. Haydn, I advise you to refrain from any reckless actions if you wish to avoid persecution, Konan stated quietly. Moreover, aren't you both interested in competing for a position in the Imperial Guards? It appears to carry considerable power. Ah, I almost neglected that. I've been preoccupied with planning a wedding gift for the Emperor, Kakuzu suddenly recalled. The Imperial Guards, directly overseen by Emperor Gomu, consisted of only 100 ninja, the elite of the shinobi world. While that may seem ample, in reality, each major nation was allotted a mere 20 slots. With influential figures such as Kage and Jonin claiming their shares, the remaining opportunities were scant. Haydn, will you participate? Just register at the Imperial Arena. Unless you're contemplating rebellion? Kakuzu said with a smirk. Of course, I shall show them the might of the evil god. Ha ha ha, battle is exhilarating, Haydn exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his earlier ennui, driven by Kakuzu's incessant complaints about their diminishing treasury. Chapter 209. Who is causing trouble? In the eastern region of the ancient Wood Empire lies a military training zone, currently bustling with the training of the Empire's direct forces. Indeed, for an empire to endure, it must maintain a formidable military presence. However, gaining entry into the Imperial Guard is no simple feat. It requires thorough investigations into one's ninja affiliations and the submission of various personal details, including strength, rank within major ninja villages, and areas of responsibility, whether in intelligence, combat, or espionage. Any falsification discovered will not only result in severe punishment, but may also implicate one's ninja village, leading to a rather unpleasant consequence. Is this the training ground? It certainly appears distinct. Kakuzu gazed at the opulent and vast circular arena, feeling a pang of sorrow within. All this grandeur represents a substantial financial investment. Don't be disheartened. Let us register. We must strive for a place. Otherwise, people might think the Akatsuki is lacking in strength, Haydn grumbled. With that, he led Kakuzu into the arena. The colossal circular arena can accommodate tens of thousands without difficulty. Are you both here to enlist in the Imperial Guard? A ninja, devoid of any forehead protector and clearly an internal member of the Empire, approached them to guide them. This indicated he was part of the established organization. Oh, there's a guide? How considerate, Haydn remarked with curiosity. The ninja, wielding a large scythe, appeared formidable. May I inquire what you wish to register for? The Imperial Battle Corps or the more challenging Imperial Guard? The Imperial Guard, make haste to arrange for 2 capable fighters, Haydn retorted, somewhat displeased that this individual did not recognize him. After all, he had previously served directly under the Emperor and was once a colleague. Please, share your backgrounds, including your origins and current strength, the guide requested. Can't you see our attire? Haydn snapped, reaching the limits of his patience, preparing to swing his scythe in a fit of rage. Haydn, what are you doing? Are you not concerned about your head? Kakuzu interjected, blocking Haydn with a single hand. His tone serious. Head? Do you think I fear losing mine? Ha. Haydn laughed maniacally, finding the notion utterly ridiculous. Who was causing such a ruckus? Before Haydn could unleash his fury, a distinctive voice filled with authority echoed from outside. My lord, these 2 are attempting to create trouble. A counting ninja hurriedly reported to Uchiha Sasuke. Now, Uchiha Sasuke stood in his prime. Oh, complaints travel quickly. I must see this for myself. Haydn turned to face the newcomer. However, upon recognizing Sasuke, he immediately composed himself. Sasuke, what brings you here? Haydn asked, curiosity tinged in his voice, perplexed by Sasuke's presence. Why am I here? Naturally, to oversee you inept fools, Uchiha Sasuke replied, his expression darkening. Did you just claim that you 2 were causing trouble? He placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his words laced with an ominous silence. Chapter 210. The wedding commences. A month has elapsed since the establishment of the ancient Wood Empire. On this day, within the bustling capital, countless elite figures from the shinobi world have gathered. There are no matters of state to attend to today. Their sole purpose is to witness the union of their leader. Who is to be wed? In a lavishly decorated chamber, the air is filled with festivity. Terumi Mei gazes with envy at Uchiha Shizuku, who sits before the mirror adorned in a striking red bridal gown. The second Mizukage is truly stunning. She muses, I wonder when I might find my own sanctuary. Her eyes are alight with dreams of the future and a yearning for happiness, as if she envisions the moment she dons a wedding dress herself. Tsunade, overhearing her words, covers her lips with a smile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Fifth Mizukage, you will undoubtedly find your beloved man someday, though it is certainly not in the immediate future. Terumi Mei feels a flicker of annoyance at Tsunade's jest, yet she understands it to be mere banter between friends. After all, they have both weathered storms in their lives and possess a profound understanding of love. How easy it is for you to say, as if someone would even want me. Terumi Mei retorts with an eye roll, her tone laced with jest. She is acutely aware that her identity and status dictate that her marriage cannot rely solely on affection. She must contemplate familial and political considerations, which only serve to heighten her burdens. Tsunade chuckles silently, choosing to steer clear of the topic further. Uchiha Shizuku has opted for a traditional ceremony, reminiscent of their past lives, lest the preparations reflect a Chinese style rather than a Western wedding. Outside the wedding venue, Ancient Wood stands at the end of a long red carpet, gazing towards the entrance, his heart stirring with a rare tumult. What is this? Are you actually feeling nervous? Inquires Senju Tobirama, standing beside him, curiosity evident in his voice. Though he struggles to accept that his son is marrying Uchiha, he recognizes that his son has grown and that he can no longer impose restrictions. He takes pride in Ancient Wood's achievements, knowing that the Senju clan will not fade into the annals of history, but will shine ever brighter in this world. Senju Tobirama feels fortunate to have invented the reanimation jutsu. Otherwise, he doubts he would ever have the chance to reunite with Ancient Wood and witness this historic moment. Old man, you haven't left yet? Ancient Wood teases, his tone light. Why do you seem so eager for me to go? Tobirama retorts, humorously vexed. Staying is just fine. Ancient Wood replies with a smile, his gaze fixed on the entrance as the bride emerges, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The moment has arrived, and the bride makes her entrance. The ceremony is officiated by Senju Furuki, who has been brought back through the reanimation jutsu. This is the very reason Ancient Wood has delayed the event for so long. Though she is not his mother, she has taken on a maternal role in his life. And Ancient Wood has always considered her family. Ryuen has resolved not to remain in this world any longer, believing that witnessing this momentous occasion is enough to fulfill her life's aspirations. As cannon fire erupts around them, amidst the witness of thousands, Ancient Wood steps to the center of the wedding stage. He watches as Uchiha Shizuku ascends slowly, aided by her bridesmaids. Wow, she is breathtaking. I truly envy her, exclaims Haruno Sakura from the audience, her gaze fixed on the radiant Uchiha Shizuku in her crimson gown, filled with admiration and longing. She often casts her eyes towards Sasuke, silently wishing for a day of similar joy. However, the guests are intrigued by the red veil adorning Uchiha Shizuku's head, speculating its significance. Only Ancient Wood understands that this veil symbolizes the unique romance shared between him and Uchiha Shizuku. As the guests observe attentively, Ancient Wood approaches Uchiha Shizuku, gently lifting her veil as if unveiling a beautiful mystery. As the veil slips away, Shizuku's enchanting visage is revealed, capturing the awe of all present. In that moment, the atmosphere of the wedding banquet is suffused with warmth and happiness, as everyone is touched by the sweetness of the newlyweds.